As winter has just commenced, snowflakes gracefully descend from the sky, resembling silver petals drifting downwards. The entire Hidden Leaf village is cloaked in a thick blanket of snow, where the snowflakes intertwine with the air, creating a serene and exquisite tableau. System, come forth. I know you're there, system. Alas, how could there be no system? This defies logic. Naruto, feeling dejected, slowly closes the window and returns to his desk, retrieving a pen and a diary from the drawer. Don't all travelers possess a system? Why am I without one? If I lack it, so be it. I should focus on organizing the plot and making some plans. At this moment, it is the 56th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, and Naruto is just over 5 years old. However, within him resides the soul of a man from the 21st century. Strictly speaking, he is no longer Naruto. Before his transmigration, Lu Bo was a quintessential homebody, avoiding social interactions. Apart from work, he rarely ventured outside, spending most of his time at home indulging in dramas and video games. For him, the anime Naruto was neither exceptionally good nor particularly bad. Although he had a fondness for it in his youth, shared by many as part of their adolescence, upon revisiting it as an adult, he found numerous flaws and chaotic, unreasonable plot elements that To abandon it felt like a betrayal of the over 10 years he had devoted to following it. Yet after finishing it, he felt even more betrayed by the time spent. The day after Naruto concluded, Lu Bo was struck by a reckless dumper truck while en route to work, flung into the air before losing consciousness without uttering a single curse. When he awoke again, he had transformed into the 5-year-old Naruto. Initially, he was quite thrilled. He had crossed over. Having read numerous novels about transmigration, he expected to have a system by his side, whether it be a sign-in system or a life simulator, among others. Regrettably, over a month had passed since his arrival, and despite his habitual calls to the system, he received no response, leading him to resign himself to despair. Even becoming an ordinary person would suffice. Why must it be Naruto? Though Naruto is the protagonist, blessed with the aura of a hero, Lu Bo has now replaced him. Would the original protagonist's aura still hold significance? Considering Naruto's perilous battles, should he lose his protagonist's privilege, he might meet his demise before even leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. He contemplated fleeing to a secluded place to survive in obscurity, but that seemed impractical, with his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If he lost the village's protection, he wouldn't need the Otsutsuki to intervene. Other ninja from foreign lands would capture him in an instant. Moreover, the Hidden Leaf would regard him as a traitor, rendering him an enemy of the world. While many in the village may harbor disdain towards him, he still had the protection of the third Hokage, allowing him to grow steadily. Although the current Naruto may have lost his protagonist's aura, he still possesses a golden opportunity. His familiarity with the plot itself is a form of advantage. While he may only grasp the general outline, it should suffice. Naruto opened his diary and slowly inscribed the 3 characters for Chakra onto the paper. Chakra serves as the very foundation of a ninja's abilities, with all ninjutsu dependent upon it for execution. After reflecting on the concept of chakra, Naruto couldn't help but feel frustrated, for the chakra system and the training methodologies of ninjas are exceedingly convoluted and obscure. First and foremost, chakra originates from the transformation of natural energy by the divine tree, which was cultivated through the sacrificial efforts of Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan, who brought the Ten-Tails seed to Earth. This implies that their purpose for coming to Earth was to extract the planet's natural energy, converting it into chakra via the divine tree. From the original narrative, Naruto learned about Sage Mode in Myobokuzen, discovering that natural energy offers longevity, subtlety, and enlightenment. This energy is a collective manifestation of all existence in the world, theoretically available for free absorption and cultivation. Natural energy should be of a higher order than chakra. Thus, why not directly absorb natural energy instead of undergoing the arduous process of conversion into chakra? There may be 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the Otsutsuki clan cannot directly absorb natural energy, necessitating its transformation into chakra. The second possibility is that they initially absorbed natural energy for their cultivation, yet required vast amounts of chakra to accomplish certain undisclosed objectives. So, how is chakra generated for ninjas? Chakra arises from the equilibrium of physical and mental energy, signifying that one expends stamina and spirit to attain chakra. When both stamina and spirit are exhausted, a person ceases to exist, Let us further analyze the characteristics of chakra. Firstly, it possesses connectivity and transmittability. Secondly, it can be reclaimed by the individual who disseminated it. Thirdly, chakra cannot be cultivated autonomously. Without a chakra seed, one cannot become a ninja. The enhancement of chakra can only be driven by the growth of physical and mental energy. Doesn't chakra resemble a virus? If we liken chakra to a virus, then ninjas act as its carriers. Ninjas can acquire chakra by sacrificing their stamina and energy, temporarily augmenting their power. Chakra serves as the progenitor of all viruses. This progenitor can disseminate chakra and reclaim it as well. There are two methods of transmission. Firstly, through the propagation of offspring, as exemplified by the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, each inheriting half of Kaguya's abilities. Secondly, beyond reproduction, chakra can be directly imparted to others, as demonstrated when the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja lineage, sharing chakra with its members, akin to a diminutive divine tree taking root in body and spirit, which is then passed down through generations. If the upper echelon of the Otsutsuki represents the source of chakra, the primordial virus, Kaguya stands as one of the viruses disseminated by this upper echelon. While providing them with stamina and energy, she also sought to gather more chakra for their benefit. Kaguya harbored grand ambitions. She did not wish to remain a mere pawn under the control of the Otsutsuki elite, prompting her to first ambush Ishiki, making him the sacrificial offering for the 10 tails in her stead. Later, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, she severed the energy supply to the Otsutsuki clan, liberating herself from the control of the Otsutsuki upper echelon, and in turn, became a new source of chakra, the progenitor of a virus. What she did not anticipate was that her two sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, were similarly rebellious and did not wish to be mere tools under her dominion. Thus, they joined forces to seal her away. This circumstance elucidates why they seemed indifferent to the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki upper echelon, instead embroiling themselves in internal strife. If the rationale was to protect the indigenous humans, such reasoning appears tenuous, even though they share a fraction of human blood. Their choice to seal Kaguya rather than eliminate her was not due to an inability to kill, but rather a strategic decision to leave Kaguya for the eventual arrival of the Otsutsuki upper echelon. Once they descended, their first pursuit would undoubtedly be Kaguya herself. Moreover, after sealing his mother, the Sage of Six Paths supplanted her as the new source of chakra, the progenitor of the virus. As the Sage of Six Paths established the shinobi religion, all ninja chakra originated from his dissemination. Upon completing his endeavors, he left behind Indra, Ashura, nine-tailed beasts, and a portion of his chakra to prevent Kaguya from escaping her seal. Should Kaguya escape, there would be no one left to take the blame that he himself feigned death, retreating into the shadows. Regardless of when the Otsutsuki clan arrived, he could observe the unfolding events from the darkness, reaping the benefits as a bystander. After all, at the level of the Sage of Six Paths, one would hardly perish of old age. The implications are chilling. This could very well be the truth. As Naruto pondered this, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Although one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Sage of Six Paths acted out of an overflowing benevolence, sealing his own mother to save humanity, such actions only address the symptoms rather than the root cause. Kaguya sacrificed humanity as a countermeasure against the Otsutsuki clan, and by sealing her, the threat posed by the clan remained unmitigated. When the Otsutsuki clan ultimately arrived, humanity would still face annihilation. Naruto preferred to believe in the latter scenario. With a grave expression, he crossed out the word chakra, then stood up, stretching and loosening his fingers which had stiffened from writing. If everything were indeed as he speculated, the situation would be dire. The complexities of the challenges he would face and the strength of his adversaries were beyond imagination. It was highly probable that the chakra system was off limits. Thus, how could Naruto grow stronger? Perhaps through natural energy? Yet, if Naruto were to follow the narrative to Mount Myaboku, that would be a decade away. If he refrained from utilizing chakra, he might not even survive until that fateful episode. He was unfamiliar with other systems of cultivation. Before his journey, he was merely an ordinary person. While others who traversed to different worlds were equipped with systems, or at the very least, possessed skills in magic or martial arts, or perhaps even obtained a devil fruit. He was merely adept at playing video games. Alas, we shall take one step at a time. Chapter 2. The third Hokage Naruto approached the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of beverage, taking a couple of hearty gulps. The refrigerator, though modest in size, was abundantly filled with fish, meat, vegetables, and fresh milk, crammed to the brim. With one hand propping up his chin, Naruto pondered what to have for lunch. Reflecting on the time shortly after his arrival in this world, he remembered his refrigerator being stocked with expired milk and instant noodles, evoking a pang of sympathy for the young Naruto, who had lost his parents at birth and had to fend for himself at the tender age of 4. As the former prince and son of the fourth Hokage, a hero's orphan, why couldn't the third send a caretaker to attend to his daily needs? Although the third was not a villain, indeed, he was arguably the one who cared for Naruto the most. His shortcomings in this matter were undeniable. While it was understandable that the third was preoccupied with the duties of Hokage, surely arranging for a nanny for Naruto was a simple task. After several encounters with the third post-transportation, Naruto had come to grasp the complexity of the third's feelings towards him. There was affection, concern, but above all, worry and caution. The sensitivity of his identity as a Jinchuriki posed a considerable risk. Until Naruto matured, the third forbade any outsiders from approaching him. Should a malicious individual gain access and release the Nine Tails, it would spell disaster for the village. Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, served as a tragic reminder of this, having fallen victim to Obito's schemes despite the heavy protection of the ninja. Given Naruto's tender age, the third's caution was justified. Moreover, Konoha was not solely under the third's command. Figures like Danzo, Kohyutatane, and Hamura Mitokado harbored deep-seated disdain for Naruto, consistently greeting him with cold shoulders. There were many who sought to transform Naruto into a weapon of war for the village, or even wished to eliminate him alongside the Nine Tails. Without the third's intervention, Naruto might not have survived to this day. Despite living alone, the third provided Naruto with sufficient funds for his living expenses each month. In the original narrative, Naruto's financial support continued until he became a genin, so he was not lacking in monetary resources. However, a child of merely 4 or 5 years, regardless of wealth, would struggle to care for himself, often oblivious to the fact that his milk had expired. At this age, most children are lovingly nurtured by their parents, cradled in their hands for fear of falling, and cherished as if they might melt in their mouths. Yet, little Naruto was forced to navigate life independently, and one could only imagine the heartache his parents would feel upon witnessing his plight. Alas, such is the cruel world. Nevertheless, in comparison to the fates of Jinchuriki in other villages, Naruto was fortunate. Consider Gaara, who was relentlessly targeted for assassination by his own village, unable to sleep for fear of attack, and even his own father wished him dead. There were many others, not Jinchuriki, who faced equally tragic fates, such as Neji, who, aware of his cruel destiny, was powerless to resist until his last breath. Then there was Naruto's dear friend Sasuke, whose entire family was slaughtered when he was merely 7, the perpetrator being his most revered brother. The greatest regret lies in the tragic demise of Yutei, who perished while attempting to save himself. He was the first friend of Naruto. Alas, by the time Liu Bo traversed into this realm, Yutei had already met his untimely end. Although young Naruto lacked the ability to care for himself, he possessed a certain cleverness. Upon receiving his allowance, he promptly stockpiled an assortment of milk and instant noodles. In the initial days of the month, he indulged in daily bowls of Ichiraku ramen, satiating his hunger before purchasing several cans of paint to graffiti the Hokage rock, or acquiring masks to terrify passers-by. In his quest for attention, he showcased a variety of antics, oblivious to the fact that no one dared approach him. Any who did risked being swiftly apprehended by the Umbu, as was the fate of Yutei. Perhaps this disdain from the villagers stemmed from such reasons, as they even refused to sell him masks. Most of Naruto's funds were squandered on mischief and to attract the gaze of others. He was willing to forego a few bowls of Ichiraku ramen, while the beginning of the month brought him joy. The end would leave him in despair, merely observing others feast while he returned home to gnaw on his instant noodles and milk. If hunger struck too fiercely, he would venture to the riverbank to catch a fish to grill. As for cooking, that was best left aside. One cannot expect too much from a 5-year-old child. A typical child of that age, one might argue, would require assistance even to traverse the village. Alas, one can only lament for young Naruto for a fleeting moment. However, fear not. Now that I have arrived, such harsh days shall no longer plague your existence. Therefore, young Naruto, today's lunch shall be lamb and radish soup. Although Naruto was a recluse in his previous life, his pursuit of culinary delights was earnest. He often experimented with creating various dishes. For life is but a single journey of sustenance. Naruto retrieved a piece of lamb and a radish from the refrigerator, along with a handful of chives, and approached the kitchenware he had recently acquired. With practiced skill, he cleaned the lamb, cut it into pieces, and blanched it. One must admit, the ingredients in the world of Hokage are quite commendable. The cleaned lamb was placed into a pot, accompanied by a touch of ginger and scallions. Simmered gently for 30 minutes. He then added the chopped radish, allowing it to stew for an additional 15 minutes, before seasoning it with salt. Gazing at the pot of milky lamb soup, with a delicate layer of fat floating atop, the fragrant steam wafted throughout Naruto's humble abode. Nothing could be more fitting to consume on a frigid winter's day than lamb and radish soup. Thus, let us begin. Naruto placed the chopped chives into a bowl, ladling the steaming lamb soup over them. With the first sip, warmth enveloped him, an indescribable comfort coursing through his being. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto resolved to take a stroll, relishing the snowy scenery of Konoha. The snow fell incessantly, showing no signs of cessation. The delicate flakes drifted down, imparting tranquility and beauty, igniting a yearning within the soul. Clad in an orange quilted jacket and pants, with a light yellow scarf, goggles, and a hat, Naruto ventured into the streets, which were quieter than usual. Occasionally, a few children could be seen building snowmen, while vendors swept the snow from their shop fronts, painting a serene and harmonious winter tableau. However, with Naruto's emergence, many began to regard him with peculiar eyes. Adults would pull their children away from him, fearful that their offspring might draw too close. Some would stand at a distance, hurling insults, calling him a demon fox. To Naruto, these scornful looks and remarks were inconsequential. He was indifferent to them, fully aware that those who kept their children at bay were merely anxious about the possibility of the Umbu seizing their young ones. Most of those who labeled him a demon fox did not harbor hatred for him personally, but rather for the nine tails that resided within him. Although Naruto had trimmed the 6 whisker-like marks from his face and donned a hat and goggles, he was still recognized, perhaps because these individuals were his neighbors, familiar with him. Yet, what did it matter? Although Naruto harbored no fondness for these people, he had no intention of violently confronting them. From another perspective, they were pitiable souls, victims of the Nine Tails' assault on the village. Some had their homes destroyed, while others mourned lost loved ones. Their hatred for the Nine Tails ran deep. They were merely ordinary villagers, oblivious to the truth behind the Nine Tails' attack. Some simply despised the beast, while others attributed their grievances to Naruto, the vessel of the sealed Nine Tails. Much like the notorious traitor Hui, whose tomb evokes disdain from passers-by, it is not surprising if the descendants of his victims would wish to unearth his remains for retribution. Therefore, is their animosity directed at the monument chronicling his deeds or the grave that contains him? Neither. They merely loathe the individual buried within and the figure immortalized on the stone. The monument and grave are innocent, if given a choice. Neither would wish to bear witness to such a person's legacy or accommodate them. Alas, they have no agency in the matter. Similarly, Naruto was born as the host of the Nine Tails, a status he remains unaware of even now. While the power granted by the Nine Tails is something many covet, had Naruto been given a choice, he might have declined such a burden. It can be said that to wear the crown is to bear its weight. Yet this crown was not of his choosing. He had no option to refuse it. Fear not. From this moment forth, all regrets and tragedies shall cease to transpire. I assure you. As the snow fell increasingly heavier, Naruto found himself at the village's entrance, surrounded by solitude. The trees lining the path had transformed into exquisite white sculptures, adorned by the snowflakes that draped them like pristine wedding gowns, exuding an aura of purity and nobility. Walking along the village's narrow path, the branches sparkled with glimmering snow crystals, swaying gently as they emitted an alluring radiance. The thick snow beneath his feet crunched rhythmically with each step. For reasons unknown, Naruto suddenly felt an elevation of both body and spirit. It felt as though a long burdening matter had suddenly been set aside, bringing forth a sense of relief and clarity within him. Perhaps Naruto's prior consciousness had sensed the thoughts and realizations that had just transpired, leading him to this newfound tranquility. He had let go. He understood why everyone had distanced themselves from him, and he vowed never again to engage in foolish antics for attention. For Lupo, he had traversed into Naruto's body, yet for Naruto, He merely acquired a plethora of memories and life experiences. The question of whether Zhuang Zhou dreamt of the butterfly or the butterfly dreamt of Zhuang Zhou remains elusive. Now that we are united as one, why should we concern ourselves with distinctions? Naruto stood amidst the snow, bursting into joyful laughter, feeling as though two souls were laughing together, merging into one indistinguishable essence. I am Naruto, and Naruto is me. Gazing at the thick blanket of snow on the ground, he could not resist the playful urge to build a snowman. After half an hour, 3 snowmen, 2 large and 1 small, stood proudly by the roadside. In Naruto's eyes, the snowmen seemed to undergo a transformation. The large snowman on the left became the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, while the one on the right morphed into Kushina Uzumaki. The small snowman in the center represented Naruto himself. A tear silently rolled down his cheek, yet his lips wore a blissful smile. Meanwhile, seated in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, gazing into a crystal ball, was already moved to tears. Chapter 3. Hinata. On either side of the road, large trees bore swings at intervals, crafted by the children who frequented this place for play. Were it not for the snow, this would be a playground for the children of Konoha, filled with their laughter and joy. Approaching one of the swings, Naruto brushed off the snow and sat for a moment, preparing to return home. However, he hesitated to swing, knowing that a single motion would send the snow cascading mercilessly onto his head. Just as he settled in, a commotion of children's voices and cries echoed from afar. Your eyes are truly nauseating, you wide-eyed monster. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Hinata, having found her adorable in the anime during her childhood. Seeing her in reality was even more endearing. Dressed in a soft red coat and wrapped in a yellow scarf, with her short black hair and large, white eyes framed by cherubic cheeks, she was irresistibly cute. Although Naruto had been in this world for over a month, this was his first encounter with a character from the original series, and given the storyline, Hinata was to become his future wife, filling him with excitement. Yet in the next moment, that excitement swiftly transformed into fury. 3 unruly boys, clad in disheveled attire, had pushed the adorable Hinata down into the snow, encircling her and relentlessly demanding apologies, claiming that her eyes had frightened them. You white-eyed monster scared us. Hurry and apologize. Despite possessing a mental age of over 30, Naruto could hardly contain his rage upon witnessing such an unjust scene. How despicable! In a fit of impulsive fervor, Naruto charged forward recklessly and delivered a kick to a boy's backside. Caught entirely off guard, the boy tumbled headfirst into the snowy ground. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto grasped the collar of another nearby boy and, with a swift motion, landed a punch on his face. However, Naruto, lacking considerable strength, did not manage to knock him down. Yet, taking advantage of the boy's momentary daze, he swiftly aimed a kick at his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. With a fierce expression, Naruto approached the remaining boy, poised to strike, when suddenly, the boy burst into tears, exclaiming, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Witnessing Naruto dispatch his companions with such ease, the boy, who was merely 5 or 6 years old, was paralyzed by fear. Realizing that he could not muster the courage to act tough against someone who bore the look of a predator. At that moment, Naruto had not undergone any rigorous training, and his physical prowess was comparable to that of the trio, perhaps even less. However, the art of combat often hinges on seizing the initiative. Thus, the scenes from the original narrative where Naruto is left bruised and battered did not unfold here. Are you alright? Naruto disregarded the sobbing trio, turning instead to assist Hinata, who was sitting on the ground, wide-eyed and dazed. She stared at him blankly, tears still staining her cheeks, seemingly at a loss for words. Naruto turned and glared menacingly at the 3 boys, commanding, You 3, come here and apologize to her. They scrambled forward, stumbling over themselves as they pleaded, We're sorry. We were wrong. Please forgive us. At that moment, little Hinata seemed to regain her composure, resembling a frightened rabbit as she timidly hid behind Naruto, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly, too afraid to look at the boys who were apologizing. Seeing her in such a state, Naruto couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Remember this, you 3. I will protect her. If you dare bully her again, I will confront you each time I see you. As he spoke, he raised his fist menacingly, causing the trio to shrink back in fear. We won't dare again. We promise. Scram. Don't let me see you again. The trio, feeling as though they had received a reprieve, hurriedly scurried away. Turning back, Naruto placed his hands gently on Hinata's shoulders, speaking in the softest tone he could muster. Don't be afraid. I've chased them off. Remember, when you encounter bullies, you must be fiercer than they are. Only then will they think twice about tormenting you. Hinata nodded, whispering her gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. It's getting late. Where do you live? Let me walk you home. Hinata obediently nodded, nervously clutching her clothing as she walked ahead, with Naruto silently trailing behind her. Due to her father's upbringing, Hinata had developed feelings of inferiority and timidity, almost to the extent of losing her sense of self. She was akin to someone grappling with severe social anxiety, verging on depression. It was not that her father didn't love her. Rather, like many parents who harbor aspirations for their children, he employed negative reinforcement in a misguided attempt to motivate her. This method, when employed once or twice, may be deemed a form of provocation. However, if utilized excessively, it devolves into disparagement and negation. In truth, the education of children should predominantly revolve around encouragement. Had her father adopted a different approach, Hinata, as the heiress of the foremost clan in Konoha, ought to embody pride, confidence, and bravery, traits befitting her noble lineage. To be candid, Naruto's affection for Hinata is largely influenced by the narrative of a previous life. A simple fondness for her character akin to his admiration for the other members of Team 7 and various ninjas of Konoha. Although aware that Hinata is destined to be his future spouse within the storyline, that is a matter for a later time, and Naruto would not deliberately seek to hasten this development, for Hinata is still quite young. What does she truly comprehend about love? In the original narrative, young Hinata observes Naruto quietly from the shadows, blushing and nearly fainting at the mere exchange of words. If this can be labeled as love, then young Hinata's affection is excessively humble. Naruto perceives love as articulated in poetry. If I love you, I shall not resemble the clinging vine, flaunting my worth upon your lofty branches. If I love you, I shall not emulate the lovesick bird, monotonously repeating its song for the verdant shade. A poem dedicated to the oak encapsulates the essence of love. In the original work, if we set aside the notion of Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura appear more akin to love, for they have fought together and faced life and death. Throughout their quest to find Sasuke, whenever Sakura encountered hardships or despair, it was Naruto who safeguarded and accompanied her. From the moment she willingly embraced him, it became evident that she had developed feelings for Naruto. However, due to his connection with Sasuke, even if Naruto is aware of Sakura's affections, he would not reciprocate. Let everything unfold naturally. When they mature, and their worldviews and perceptions of love evolve, if Hinata continues to harbor feelings for Naruto, he would not be averse to engaging in a courtship aimed at marriage. Yet, given Naruto's current psychological age and understanding of love, it is women like Tsunade who would truly make his heart race. Presently, individuals like Hinata and Sakura appear to him merely as snot-nosed children. What feelings could he possibly cultivate for them? To nurture such emotions at such a tender age would indeed evoke a sense of guilt. It is essential to devise a means to help Hinata emerge from her shadows. While pondering how to assist Hinata, a voice interrupted Naruto's thoughts. Young lady, how could you wander off alone? I have been searching for you. A middle-aged man approached Hinata anxiously, inadvertently placing a barrier between her and Naruto, his gaze scrutinizing Naruto without uttering a word. As the atmosphere became increasingly delicate, Hinata quickly addressed the middle-aged man. I apologize. I wandered off in a moment of playfulness. Upon hearing Hinata's voice, the man redirected his attention from Naruto. Young lady, please do not stray so far in the future. Let us return home. Seeing that this man was familiar to Hinata, presumably her guardian, Naruto felt a sense of relief. It appeared that her family had come to retrieve her, so he resolved not to accompany her further. Goodbye, he said, and without waiting for Hinata's response, he strolled away with his hands tucked into his pockets. As Hinata gazed at Naruto's departing figure, her face was filled with urgency, a mixture of hesitation and longing evident in her demeanor. Even her attendant, standing beside her, inquired how she could remain silent despite being in his company. I am Hinata, Hyuga Hinata. I wish to be your friend. With newfound determination, Hinata called out loudly to Naruto's retreating silhouette as it grew increasingly distant. Naruto halted, turning to face her, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of sunlight breaking through clouds. Hello, Hinata. I am Naruto Uzumaki. It is a pleasure to become friends. Upon hearing his words, the previously despondent light in Hinata's eyes ignited with joy. She lifted her gaze to meet Naruto's, tears spilling forth as she covered her mouth with her hand, fervently nodding in agreement. This continued until his waving figure faded from her tear-blurred vision. Chapter 4. The Nine Tails. After parting ways with Hinata, Naruto returned home. He picked up the scroll given to him by the third Hokage, containing fundamental theories of ninjutsu and cultural knowledge, serving as his introductory reading material. He had perused it several times before, having previously requested the third Hokage to provide him with texts on ninjutsu training and techniques. However, the third Hokage had declined, citing Naruto's youth as a reason for his refusal. The third Hokage harbored concerns regarding Naruto's inherent connection to the Nine Tails, wishing to prevent him from engaging with ninjutsu too early. The tailed beasts can be influenced by the will of their Jinchuriki, and should the vessel possess a wavering spirit, they risk falling prey to the beast's temptations, leading to chaos. Thus, the third Hokage focused on cultivating Naruto's willpower, encouraging Naruto, who was only 4 years old, to begin living independently. Stemmed from this consideration. While it may seem harsh, this approach would facilitate his rapid growth. Remaining within the comfort zone crafted by the third Hokage would hinder Naruto's development and resilience. In a few months, he would turn 6 and begin his schooling, at which point he would likely encounter ninjutsu and related subjects. Yet, the thought of being confined to a classroom with a group of other children filled him with dread. Despite his own youthful stature, "I cannot afford to waste time," he resolved. "I must grow stronger and faster. I cannot follow the original storyline methodically. However, I must not disrupt the narrative, for until I mature, my knowledge of the plot serves as my greatest asset. Who knows what may transpire if I alter it?" As the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's potential for training was undeniable, certainly on par with that of Sasuke. Yet, the chaotic nature of his chakra in the early stages impeded his ability to harness it effectively, relegating him to the position of the underdog. Curiously, Naruto had not inherited the bloodline limit of his mother's Uzumaki clan, while his father, Minato, possessed no significant bloodline limit to pass down. The Nine Tails within him may be the finest legacy his parents bequeathed, yet Naruto viewed the chakra system as a precarious trap he wished to avoid. Even as the Nine Tails was intrinsically entwined with chakra, how to manage the Nine Tails became a pivotal question. After confirming the absence of any system to aid him, Naruto made repeated attempts to communicate with the beast, all of which ended in failure. The Nine Tails is sealed within its own mental realm. Thus, how does one traverse into this inner sanctum? In the original narrative, Naruto entered this space during a moment of uncontrollable rage. Yet the present-day Naruto is determined to avoid such chaos. He must devise a means to swiftly enter his mental domain and engage in dialogue with the Nine Tails. Furthermore, Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze, has left behind traces of chakra and consciousness within the seal. Should it be breached, he would manifest. Naruto yearns to meet him, for Minato could impart invaluable wisdom regarding ninjutsu and natural energy. However, the prerequisite is to persuade the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails cannot be convinced, Minato will deplete all his chakra to mend the seal, and once his chakra is exhausted, he will vanish. Consequently, Minato would have no time to instruct Naruto. His Flying Thunder God technique has been lost since his time, and Naruto covets this rare space-time ninjutsu within the world of Hokage. Therefore, it is imperative to render the Nine Tails harmless in order to breach the seal, allowing Minato to remain in Naruto's mental space. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be akin to acquiring an extraordinary advantage, reminiscent of the wise old man within a magical ring. According to the original text, initially, the only way to enter the Nine Tails sealed space is if the Nine Tails actively pulls Naruto in, and this occurs solely during moments of Naruto's emotional turmoil. This implies that the Nine Tails can observe Naruto's every action. Alternatively, the Nine Tails can choose to gaze upon him at will. However, as the Nine Tails is sealed, it likely incurs a cost to observe Naruto. Thus, it is improbable for the Nine Tails to be constantly monitoring him. Naruto must find a way to capture its attention. The method to attract the Nine Tails' notice is to immerse himself in a state of rage, hatred, and a twisted desire for power, even contemplating the destruction of the world. This way, the Nine Tails will sense it and draw Naruto into the mental realm, enticing him to tear apart the seal. With a plan in mind, Naruto promptly set his intentions into motion. He placed down the scroll, lay upon his bed, and began to recollect the sorrowful experiences of his past. The absence of parental companionship throughout his childhood, the indifference of others, the scornful gazes directed at him, the relentless bullying. Why? Why must I be treated this way? What have I done to deserve this? As Naruto delved into these memories, a torrent of anger and hatred filled his mind. Why must I endure such treatment? I will destroy you. I will annihilate the village. Come forth, tear asunder the seal above, and you shall gain the power to obliterate the world, bringing ruin to those who have wronged you. Hearing this seductive voice, Naruto jolted awake, realizing he had succeeded. He surveyed his surroundings. In the dim, damp room, the water on the floor reached the height of young Naruto's knees, and before him stood a row of iron bars separating him from the Nine Tails. Gazing at the creature whose eyes were larger than his own head, Naruto was taken aback. His body instinctively recoiled a step, although the Nine Tails image had long been ingrained in his memory from his previous life. However, when one truly encounters the entity in person, the overwhelming sensation of being present is something that cannot be felt through a mere screen. It is one thing to envision the Nine Tails. Even a real-life encounter with a tiger or a snake can instill a sense of dread. Yet, with the knowledge that the Nine Tails is bound by a seal and cannot harm him, Naruto swiftly adjusts his mindset. Hello, Kurama. I have always been curious. Does the water on the ground come from you? Roar. You little brat, do you wish to perish? The Nine Tails glared at him with eyes as large as lanterns, roaring in response. Calm down. We should really have a proper discussion. Humph. I have nothing to discuss with you, mere human. The Nine Tails' attitude was entirely within Naruto's expectations. After the Sage of Six Paths' demise, the Nine Tails lived a long period of complacency, only to be captured by Hashirama Senju and sealed within the body of Mito Uzumaki, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who was also the wife of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. After Mito's death, the Nine Tails found itself sealed once again within Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother. On the day of Naruto's birth, Obito Uchiha, seizing the moment when Kushina was at her weakest, released the Nine Tails from within her. This event marked the beginning of the Nine Tails rampage. Subsequently, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal half of the Nine Tails within Naruto, while the other half was sealed within the Shinigami. Thus, for centuries, the Nine Tails has been manipulated by humankind, losing its freedom entirely. It is only natural for it to harbor animosity toward humans. Kurama. The Sage of Six Paths granted you consciousness with the intention of enabling you to better protect humanity, not to foster hatred towards it. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails roared in fury once more. Shameless humans. I protect you, yet you deceive me, sealing me within your filthy bodies, using me to wage your internal wars. Utterly despicable. You are right. Some humans are indeed shameless, but it cannot be generalized. Do you think I desire to have you within me? I had no choice in the matter. We are both victims. If we were to cooperate, I could restore your freedom, but not at this moment. In the original narrative, the Nine Tails serves as Naruto's most significant advantage, granting him an almost limitless supply of chakra. Yet, in his current state, Naruto is reluctant to utilize that chakra, rendering the Nine Tails more of an obstacle. Heh, little brat, do you comprehend what you are saying? Restoring my freedom would mean your death. Do you selfish humans truly believe you would sacrifice yourselves for my liberation? That is the greatest joke I have ever heard. If the Nine Tails were to break free from its seal within Naruto, it would result in the shattering of Naruto's soul, and a shattered soul signifies death. The transition of Jinchuriki generally occurs only after the previous host has naturally passed away, allowing the tailed beast to be extracted and transferred to the next host. I am aware of all this, which is precisely why I wish to converse with you, to explore if there exists a means to release you without my demise. Once the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki is extracted, the host will meet their demise, a conundrum that Naruto has yet to unravel. Thus, he places his hopes upon the Nine Tails, pondering whether it might possess a solution. What reason do I have to trust you? Moreover, how do you know all this? The tone of the Nine Tails softened, no longer as resistant as before. It began to harbor curiosity towards Naruto, which was precisely what Naruto desired. As for how I acquired this knowledge, I cannot disclose that just yet. You only need to understand that I am well versed in all matters concerning the shinobi world, including Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths, and yourself along with the other 8-tailed beasts. As for why you should place your trust in me, do you not yet comprehend your predicament? If you refuse to cooperate with me, you will remain forever trapped within the confines of a human body. Alternatively, should a more formidable being liberate you, you may find yourself merging with the other tailed beasts to become the 10 Tails, at which point your consciousness will dissipate and your form will be supplanted by the Ten Tails. Thus, you are faced with two choices: accept the grim fate that awaits you, or join forces with me to discover a path towards true freedom. When danger arises, I can also become your ally and assist you. At this juncture, the Nine-Tails' heart was no longer tranquil. Its physical form was crafted by the Sage of Six Paths through the separation of the Ten Tails chakra, and its consciousness was bestowed by the Sage through the Yang release. It had heard of Kaguya and the Ten Tails, yet why did this 5-year-old child possess such extensive knowledge? The Nine-Tails was acutely aware that if it refused to cooperate, it would remain sealed within a human body indefinitely. From the era of the first Jinchuriki to the present day with Naruto, it had been released before, only to be sealed again by the wretched humans. Should it fail to reach an accord with humanity, it would be bound in this cycle of sealing for generations, with no hope for freedom. As for Naruto's assertion that merging with the other tailed beasts would lead to the obliteration of its consciousness, leaving it an unthinking tool, the Nine-Tails inexplicably sensed that this might indeed be its fate. This intuition, honed through its innate abilities, had always proven accurate. Most importantly, it could perceive that Naruto spoke the truth and bore no malice. I know of a method that does not require your death to release me. The Nine-Tails mused after a prolonged period of contemplation. Naruto's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, what is this method? Do you see the seal upon the iron bars? Simply tear it away, and I shall be free. For you, there would be no loss, and thus we could achieve a mutual benefit. Naruto scoffed. It seems you lack sincerity. Do not presume that such a naive tactic will persuade me to release you. I possess far more knowledge than you can fathom. Humph. Since you know everything, why bother asking me? The Nine-Tails, realizing its scheme had failed, lowered its proud head and licked its paw. Indeed, there are methods available. Yet at this moment, I lack the means to execute them. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to remain within my body indefinitely, which is why I inquired if you had any alternatives. Across the ninja world, there are two notable instances where Jinchuriki survived after their tailed beasts were extracted. One is Gaara, whose life was spared by Chiyo's forbidden technique, a life-for-a-life exchange. The other is Obito Uchiha, who did not perish when the Ten Tails was removed from his body, due to the powerful vitality granted by the outer path golem that housed the Ten Tails. It is unrealistic to expect Chiyo to perform a life-for-a-life technique for Naruto. Setting aside her willingness, Naruto himself would not choose such a method. Moreover, the outer path golem remains sealed alongside Kaguya on the moon, rendering it far more difficult than persuading Chiyo to cast her forbidden technique. Kurama, do you have no alternative? Naruto inquired. The Nine-Tails shook his head, stating, unless you can surpass the Sage of Six Paths, do not entertain such thoughts. My soul and your chakra are entwined. If I am extracted, your soul and chakra will inevitably follow, leaving no solution. Upon hearing Kurama's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Naruto's eyes. What if I did not cultivate chakra and possess two souls? Kurama narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Naruto. Your chakra is innate and independent of your training. As for the notion of having two souls, this is the dwelling place of your soul. Thus, regardless of how many souls you possess, if I were to force my way out, I would inevitably obliterate your soul in the process. Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment, though it aligned with his expectations. Kurama, let us collaborate. Teach me your ways of cultivation, and once I surpass the Sage of Six Paths, I shall grant you your freedom. Ha! Surpass the Sage of Six Paths? The Nine-Tails responded as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. You are aware that over the millennia, countless prodigies have emerged in the ninja world, yet none have surpassed the Sage of Six Paths. Not to mention surpassing him, no one has even reached his level. That is because they have erred from the outset. Naruto retorted, undeterred by Kurama's mockery. I do not intend to pursue the traditional path of a ninja. I seek to forge a new avenue of cultivation. The ninja system was disseminated by the Sage of Six Paths, and each lineage inherited is inherently flawed. Regardless of how gifted a ninja may be, they cannot attain the heights of the sage, as it is not a complete path. Just like you. You are merely a fragment of the chakra from the Ten Tails, separated by the Sage of Six Paths. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot reach the zenith of the Ten Tails. The abilities possessed by ninjas resemble the Sage of Six Paths, dividing his powers into countless fragments, which were then replicated and disseminated. Each time a ninja wishes to utilize their abilities, they must expend energy and stamina to refine chakra, borrowing these powers as if they do not rightfully belong to them. Kurama, Do you truly understand the Sage of Six Paths? What manner of person was he? Have you ever contemplated his motives for these actions? If he genuinely sought the betterment of humanity, he ought to have imparted the entirety of his abilities and pathways for acquiring them, even if humanity could not reach his level. At the very least, they should know how to ascend to such heights. Kurama's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. Naruto's words left the Kyuubi in a state of shock, rendering it incapable of thought for quite some time. Eventually, the Kyuubi managed to regain its composure. After the old man bestowed consciousness upon me, he departed shortly thereafter. My interactions with him were minimal, so my understanding of him may not be as profound as yours. Please, enlighten me about this new path you speak of. I find it quite intriguing. Chapter 5. Ancient Secrets in a Dim and Damp Chamber. The conversation between Naruto and the Kyuubi unfolded smoothly. Naruto articulated his intention to cultivate and evolve through the absorption of natural energy. A commendable choice. In ancient times, both onmyoji and samurai practiced in this manner. Yet they were ultimately defeated by Kaguya, leaving behind only fragmented legacies. Moreover, the natural energy on Earth is now limited. Traversing this path may not allow you to surpass the Sage of Six Paths, as he too mastered the utilization of natural energy. Could you elaborate on the onmyoji and samurai from ancient times? Naruto did not expect to hear such ancient lore from the Kyuubi, yet it made sense. Considering that before Kaguya unified the ninja world, there had been a prolonged period of warfare, indicating that there existed forces capable of resisting her. After a moment of contemplation, the Kyuubi replied, I have only heard a few rumors and do not possess extensive knowledge, for by the time I gained consciousness, both onmyoji and samurai had already perished. Places like Mayaboka Mountain and the Richi Cave may have been left behind by individuals from that era, but their legacies are incomplete. The Sage of Six Paths only acquired fragments of the inheritance at Mayaboka Mountain. Is there nothing more? Naruto felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the Kyuubi's limited information. He sought more than this. The Kyuubi scratched its head with its paw. This is all I know about the ancient times. What do you know about the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto pressed on. The Kyuubi shook its head in confusion. I am not certain. Hearing the Kyuubi's response, Naruto felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. His desire to understand these matters stemmed primarily from a wish to identify the forces that once opposed Kaguya, thereby allowing him to seek out the legacies they left behind. Although it was uncertain if he could ever match Kaguya, at least Naruto would have alternative paths to explore. If the only remnants were those of Mayaboka Mountain and the Richi Cave, their value would be diminished, as the legacies in the original narrative were also rooted in the Chakra system. Perhaps their original teachings were not so, but they had since been tainted by the Chakra framework. Naruto remained curious about Kaguya's intentions upon arriving on Earth. Did she target the entire planet, or merely the island nations? If it were the former, then not only could the mythological systems of ancient China stand against her, but even a single deity from Western mythology could easily vanquish Kaguya and her progeny. Furthermore, Naruto speculated that the legacies of places like Mayaboka Mountain likely originated from the mythological systems of ancient China, though it was improbable that they were left by any formidable deities. This speculation arose from the fact that the weapons of the Sage of Six Paths, the Bash Sun, the Kei-Kinj, the Seven Stars Sword, and the Purple Gold Gourd, were revived during the Fourth Great Ninja War by Kabuto, who utilized them through the golden and silver horns. These magical artifacts originate from Journey to the West, specifically from the characters King Goldhorn and King Silverhorn, who pilfered them from the Supreme Lord Laozi. One might ponder why the Sage of Six Paths possesses such treasures. Surely, he cannot be the same as the Supreme Lord Laozi. It is highly plausible that the Sage of Six Paths, through his heritage from Myobokuzen, became aware of the artifact's capabilities and subsequently crafted his own versions. Besides the abilities inherited from Kaguya, the sage also received the teachings of Myobokuzen. After King Goldhorn and King Silverhorn were apprehended by the Supreme Lord, their minions scattered like leaves in the wind, some fleeing to Myobokuzen, establishing a lineage there, which seems plausible. Otherwise, how could one account for the Sage of Six Paths' various blades? It is conceivable that the progenitors of Myobokuzen were entities such as the Precise Demon or the Clever Bug, or perhaps other lesser demons. At this thought, Naruto turned to the Nine-Tails and inquired, "Have you heard of Sun Wukong?" The Nine-Tails, surprised, replied, "Why mention that fellow?" Upon hearing the Nine-Tails' response, Naruto realized that the Sun Wukong to whom the Nine-Tails referred was not the same as the one he had in mind. I am not speaking of the four-tailed Sun Wukong, but another. The Nine-Tails pondered for a long while, and said, when the Sage of Six Paths named the Four Tails. He remarked that Sun Wukong was exceptionally powerful, hence the name. Oh, is that all? The Nine-Tails shook his head, indicating there was nothing more. It appeared that the Nine-Tails was not well versed in this matter, primarily because by the time he had consciousness, the Sage of Six Paths was nearing his end, thus having limited knowledge of the Sage's affairs. Well then, let us return to the main topic. Do you know how to absorb natural energy for training? No, I have never absorbed natural energy. The Nine-Tails does not absorb natural energy. This revelation caught Naruto by surprise. He recalled that in the original tale, the Nine-Tails assisted him in gathering natural energy. Can't you gather natural energy? The Nine-Tails was astonished. How does this fellow know that I can gather natural energy? Of course, I can gather natural energy, but gathering and absorbing are two different matters. Besides, I am a manifestation of chakra. Why would I need to absorb it? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. The Nine-Tails' reasoning seemed sound. As a manifestation of chakra energy, it would be illogical to absorb natural energy. If absorption were to occur, it would be chakra. It appears that the plan to rely on the Nine-Tails to teach him the ways of natural energy cultivation has fallen through. Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father, seemed to have practiced Sage Mode, yet that form was time-restricted and not what Naruto desired. Sage Mode resembled more of a skill than a cultivation system, likely due to the incomplete transmission of Myobokuzen's teachings or alterations made by others. Therefore, summoning Minato seems of little significance at present, although Naruto is tempted by Minato's ninjutsu. Without chakra or natural energy, he cannot utilize those techniques. It seems he must rely on himself. Kurama, what are your thoughts on the collaboration I proposed? Little brat, I am beginning to acknowledge you, but it's still insufficient. Come find me once you have truly embarked on the new path you speak of. Naruto found himself reasonably satisfied with the Nine-Tails' response. Were the beast to agree too readily, he would suspect ulterior motives. In truth, the Nine-Tails was not inherently malevolent. It was created with a mission akin to that of a guardian deity for humanity. However, in their quest for overwhelming power amidst internal strife, humankind turned their ambitions towards these tailed beasts, leading to the creation of the Jinchuriki. Approaching the iron bars, Naruto raised his fist and declared to the Nine-Tails, "It's a promise." After a moment of hesitation, the Nine-Tails lifted its massive paw, symbolically tapping fists with Naruto. "A promise it is." Suddenly, Naruto recalled that he should inquire how the Nine-Tails could enter this realm at will. He certainly did not wish to be consumed by emotions each time, for if he were to lose control and succumb to madness, it would spell disaster for him. What must I do to enter this place willingly? The Nine-Tails cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. Your spiritual energy is currently too feeble to allow for such an entrance. I can only draw you in when the seal is loosened. Upon hearing this, Naruto experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that the Nine-Tails could not constantly monitor him while sealed. It could only pull Naruto's consciousness into this realm when the seal was relaxed. Whenever Naruto's resolve wavered or he succumbed to despair, the seal would weaken, thus necessitating the old methods to commune with the Nine-Tails. Fortunately, the seal remains intact, preventing you from being a constant voyeur, Naruto thought, feeling a sense of relief. After all, who could endure daily scrutiny from the Nine-Tails? Humph, who is the voyeur here? I have no interest in watching you. The two engaged in a playful exchange of barbs. In truth, Naruto was lonely, and so too was the Nine-Tails. The beast's emotions were often complex. It despised Jinchuriki, yet found itself bound to one. Throughout its protracted existence of confinement, it had been unable to connect with anyone beyond its host. Previous Jinchuriki had been wary, seldom engaging with it unless they required its power. None had communicated with it, as Naruto did. For reasons unknown, the Nine-Tails felt that the boy before it was not entirely intolerable. After a brief bout of banter, Naruto was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his footing. Nine-Tails, are you resorting to tricks because you cannot outwit me? What have you done? Humph. You only now feel dizzy. Your spiritual energy is far more formidable than I anticipated. Remaining here drains your energy, and when it runs low, dizziness will naturally follow. As soon as the Nine-Tails finished speaking, Naruto felt a momentary blur, and his consciousness was jolted back to his body. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. In the dark, damp chamber, the echoes of the Nine-Tails' musings reverberated. Lying in bed, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his head, and instinctively rubbed it. It dawned on him that it was not his body that entered the space, but rather his consciousness, perhaps a reflection of his soul or an extension of his spiritual thought. How enigmatic. Just as this realization struck him, the dizziness intensified, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Naruto ceased his struggle, closed his eyes, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 6. The vision of cultivation. Naruto awoke from his slumber, feeling remarkably refreshed, unaware of how long he had been asleep. He approached the window and opened it, only to be greeted by a sudden chill that made him shudder involuntarily. At this early hour, the sky was just beginning to lighten, the snowfall had ceased, yet the air felt even colder. Residing on the second floor of a commercial street, he gazed down to witness the streets coming alive as villagers gradually emerged from their homes to clear the accumulated snow. Smoke began to rise from the rooftops, a heartwarming sight that signaled the start of a beautiful day. After freshening up, Naruto commenced the preparation of his breakfast, which consisted of a simple cup of milk and 2 eggs. Following his meal, he began to contemplate his path of cultivation. In his ideal vision, cultivation should involve absorbing the energies of nature or the spiritual essence of the universe, circulating within his body to enhance his physical prowess, while also enabling him to wield the absorbed energies as a means of offense. Was this not the essence of the cultivation depicted in the fantasy novels he had read in his past life? After encountering such tales, like many others, he had made the Navi decision to search online for methods of cultivation, only to find an abundance of information. Techniques such as the Taoist practice of opening the 9 orifices and various breathing exercises were indeed authentic pathways to cultivation. However, in his previous life, these were merely methods for maintaining health. While persistent practice might yield some benefits, who, aside from the elderly, would commit to such routines? Having attempted cultivation in his past life with little to show for it, he pondered the possibility that the rules governing the world of Naruto differed. Perhaps such methods were feasible here. Although the cultivation system in this world appeared lacking, the art of ninjutsu was remarkably extraordinary. With sufficient chakra and a diverse array of attributes, one could unleash an array of ninjutsu imbued with various elemental properties: earth, wood, water, fire, wind, and lightning. Among these, the shadow clone technique stood out as arguably the most formidable ninjutsu. Its strength did not lie in sheer destructive power, but rather in its utility. The ability to create numerous clones, each possessing self-awareness and capable of independent training, allowed for a remarkable amplification of one's cultivation efforts. As the results would return to the original, it was akin to having an advantage akin to cheating. While others toiled alone in their training, Naruto had the luxury of utilizing a dozen or even 20 clones, effectively multiplying his training speed 10-fold or 20-fold. Even the most unassuming individual could soar to great heights under such circumstances. The prerequisite for this technique was a substantial reserve of chakra, as it operated on the principle of distributing chakra evenly among each clone. Once a clone's chakra was depleted, it would dissipate. Chakra, as defined, should be immediately available for use, or it could be refined from mental and physical energy and stored within the body. If it were to be used instantaneously, it would be implausible to employ such a chakra-intensive technique all at once. On his first attempt, Naruto produced over 30 clones, even before receiving the enhancements from the 9 tails. This led him to wonder, what was the upper limit of chakra storage? Each ninja likely had a unique capacity, or perhaps their refining speeds varied. However, there exists no clear delineation or explication regarding the distinctions of lower, middle, and upper ninjas, nor the Hokage. These are merely titles akin to military ranks. Naruto contemplates that the limits of chakra storage and the speed of its refinement may hinge upon the magnitude of the chakra seed inherited from the Sage of 6 Paths. Hence, even disregarding the conspiracies surrounding the sage, the chakra system proves to be inherently flawed. Chakra resembles a skill. Ninjas can invoke it by expending physical strength and vitality. Furthermore, chakra possesses intrinsic attributes: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, each embedded within it, allowing ninjas to unleash the elemental powers contained in their chakra through hand seals. The chakra attributes inherited vary among individuals. Some possess merely one, while others may embody all 7. When one inherits 2 chakra attributes and masters their transformations, it is termed a bloodline limit. Therefore, the diversity of chakra attributes depends on the number of attributes within the chakra seed bequeathed to the ninja. Figures such as Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths command all 7 chakra attributes and serve as the very source of chakra, rendering any ninjutsu cast upon them absorbable. Envision, if you will, the chakra within Kaguya and the Sage as an ocean, while a ninja's chakra is but a drop or a river borrowed from that vast expanse. Should one wield that drop or river to assail the ocean, it would inevitably be absorbed, incapable of inflicting harm. Unless one's chakra surpasses theirs in magnitude and purity, all ninjutsu directed at them would be absorbed, akin to the ocean embracing all rivers. It is likely that the higher echelons of the Otsutsuki clan are comparable, if not superior, in strength. Engaging chakra in combat against such beings would be futile. Their power is truly despair-inducing, and these individuals are destined to be Naruto's adversaries. Alas, overthinking serves no purpose. It is imperative to expedite the journey of self-improvement, beginning with the understanding of natural energy. Natural energy may well be akin to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, yet the world of Naruto lacks the concept of spiritual energy, suggesting they may not be synonymous at all. Perhaps natural energy can be likened to the quintessence of all existence, which is nourished by spiritual energy. However, not all essence is beneficial to the human body. If spiritual energy exists, it would nurture all beings and, by extension, the human form. Thus, how does one perceive spiritual energy and draw it into the body? To absorb it, one must first sense its presence. Many cultivation methods found in the novels Naruto read in his past life advocate for meditation to attune oneself to the spiritual essence of the world. Once one captures this essence, it must be absorbed into the dantian. Upon the first breath entering it, the energy will commence its autonomous flow within, marking the initial step into the realm of cultivation. With the first trace of spiritual energy, the subsequent steps become rather straightforward. One merely needs to continuously absorb spiritual energy into the dantian, allowing the internal reservoir of energy to swell. This energy will incessantly nourish and enhance one's physical form. Once the spiritual energy within reaches a sufficient volume, one can proceed to compress and refine it, transforming the gaseous form into a liquid state. Given that the density of a liquid surpasses that of a gas, this conversion effectively augments the storage capacity of the energy. Once the liquid spiritual energy has reached its limit, it can then be further compressed into a solid form, commonly referred to in novels as the formation of a golden core. At this juncture, one enters the golden core stage, and beyond that, the core may shatter into an infant form, subsequently facing the tribulation of heaven to ascend to immortality. However, all of this resides within the realm of fiction. Its truth and applicability remain to be explored by Naruto. As Naruto diligently pursues his path to transcendence, striking down Kaguya and treading upon the six-path sage, his stomach suddenly growls, revealing that it is now noon. He finds himself quite hungry. Naruto cannot help but reflect on how swiftly time passes when one is engrossed in their endeavors, oblivious to the fact that he has accomplished nothing but daydreaming about the process of cultivation. There remains some lamb soup from yesterday, to which he adds a handful of noodles, hastily preparing a meal. Eagerly, Naruto embarks on the validation of his cultivation theories. He sits cross-legged, holding his breath and concentrating, striving to sense the spiritual energy that drifts through the cosmos. Alas, while the imagination is splendid, reality proves to be quite the contrary. After sitting for over half an hour, he feels nothing and struggles to maintain his position. Where has he gone wrong? Why can he not perceive anything? A sudden thought strikes him. Many novels mention that cultivation is contingent upon one's aptitude. Some prodigies may sense the presence of energy within 3 or 4 days, while others may require months or even years, and some may lack the aptitude altogether, never able to cultivate in their lifetime. If even the most gifted require 3 or 4 days, it seems reasonable to exercise patience, especially since he is merely 5 years old, with ample time for experimentation. Moreover, at his diminutive age, he is unable to undertake much. Naruto has also contemplated beginning with physical training. However, as a 5-year-old, his body has yet to fully develop. Wouldn't he risk overexertion? Perhaps in the world of Naruto, one must not approach issues from a scientific perspective. Consider Uchiha Itachi, who was thrust onto the battlefield at the tender age of 4. Can you believe that? Is that scientifically plausible? Speaking of which, this filial child has yet to commit patricide or matricide. Should he intervene? If it were possible, Naruto would wish to, but he suspects that he may not even be able to defeat Sasuke, let alone Itachi. It is best not to court disaster. Naruto recalls that the Uchiha clan massacre occurred when Sasuke was 7, roughly the same age as he is now, with Naruto being just over 5. This implies he is less than 2 years before that fateful event. Chapter 7. The Uchiha clan. Naruto finds it difficult to comprehend Itachi's act of patricide and matricide. No matter how much he abhors war, such reasons cannot justify the killing of one's own parents, especially when they are not malevolent individuals. Throughout history, power struggles arising from differing political views have been all too common, with the victors branding the vanquished as evil while proclaiming themselves as righteous. The issues surrounding the Uchiha clan are exceedingly intricate, rooted in historical grievances that trace back to Indra and Ashura. At the heart of the matter lies the Six Paths Sage, whose formidable nature seems to extend even to his inability to manage his 2 sons. It is plausible that such discord was his deliberate intention, perhaps to prevent a stable development within the shinobi world. These 2 individuals appear as if they were born for internal strife. Even in life, they were embroiled in conflict, and in their reincarnations as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, they continued this tumultuous legacy. Could it not have been possible for these brothers to pursue their own paths independently? Madara Uchiha is recognized as the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, while Konoha was established by Hashirama Senju. Presently, the leadership of Konoha predominantly aligns with the Senju lineage. Due to Madara's influence, the higher echelons of Konoha naturally harbor a certain aversion towards the Uchiha clan, remaining ever vigilant. Even if the Uchiha sought to integrate into Konoha, such aspirations would likely be thwarted unless the senior members influenced by Hashirama and Tobirama Senju were to pass away. The repercussions of the Nine Tails incident, instigated by Obito, further plunged the Uchiha clan into dire straits, whereby they initially bore the brunt of blame for Madara, only to have Obito add to their burdens. Currently, the succession of Hokage appears to be confined to direct relatives or mentor-student relationships, reflecting a feudal structure. Although the 3rd Hokage proclaimed that becoming Hokage necessitates the approval of all, Naruto perceives the succession process as lacking in democratic principles. Had it not been for Indra and Ashura, a more democratic system could have allowed members of the Uchiha clan to contest for the position of Hokage. It is evident that the 3rd Hokage harbored considerable hesitation regarding the Uchiha clan, yet the thoughts occupying his mind remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he contemplated the feasibility of allowing members of the Uchiha clan to ascend to the Hokage position, or he might have wavered between exterminating them entirely or selectively. It could also be that the 3rd, in his advancing years, lacked the decisiveness required to act. Obito Uchiha, the architect of the Nine Tails incident, was presumed dead according to the intelligence within Konoha's higher ranks, thus rendering it impossible for the 3rd Hokage to ascertain his identity. However, he could dismiss the notion that the perpetrator was an active member of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd understood that none of the registered Uchiha shinobi were responsible for the Nine Tails incident, yet he tacitly allowed Danzo to act against the Uchiha. The underlying reason for this acquiescence stemmed from his uncertainty regarding any potential connections between the individual who unleashed the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, the 3rd could not ascertain whether there existed individuals within the Uchiha who inherited Madara's will or shared his ideology. Consequently, he felt compelled to permit Danzo's actions. Otherwise, given his status as the 3rd Hokage, he could have intervened to prevent the impending massacre. For Naruto, whether the Uchiha or the Senju lineage governs Konoha is of little consequence. He accepts both, recognizing their conflict as merely a divergence in political views. The crux of the matter lies in the distinction between the Uchiha clan's ideology and that of Uchiha Madara. In essence, the downfall of the Uchiha clan can be attributed to the unjust blame placed upon them as scapegoats for Indra's transgressions. It is indeed a tragic misconception. Furthermore, the current leader of the Uchiha clan lacks the acumen necessary to navigate their precarious situation, rather than discreetly enduring. He foolishly allows numerous clan members to infiltrate the power center of Konoha. The unfortunate reality is that the clan leader is unable to reign in his own people. In the original narrative, it is noted that the Uchiha members, discontent with the 3rd Hokage's decision to reassign them from the security detail, incited Uchiha Fugaku to instigate a coup. Had Uchiha Fugaku possessed sufficient authority within his family, he could have quelled such dissent. However, who could foresee that one's own offspring would betray them? Thus, Itachi's reasoning appears utterly devoid of logic. From Naruto's perspective, Itachi's philosophy is laughable. As a son, No matter how vehemently one despises conflict, it cannot justify the patricide and fratricide he committed. From the standpoint of national duty, the purpose of protecting one's homeland is ultimately to safeguard one's family. If an individual resorts to slaying their kin in the name of national defense, they forfeit the very essence of that defense. Humanity remains inherently human. In the delicate balance between state and family, achieving neutrality is the hallmark of a sage. Moreover, Naruto firmly believes that peace attained through warfare endures, while peace sought through compromise inevitably perishes. Lasting tranquility can only be achieved through conflict. Otherwise, the interests of nations will forever remain at odds. What then shall be done in times of discord? Shall we rely on mere verbal exchanges to resolve our differences? Or shall we, like Itachi, extinguish our own families? If everyone were to emulate him, it would herald true catastrophe. When individuals brandish the banner of preventing war while simultaneously eliminating their own kin, humanity would be stripped of its essence, and moral order would collapse entirely. Itachi resembles a cultist indoctrinated from a young age. Naruto harbors serious doubts that Itachi has fallen victim to the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Shisui. Upon Shisui's demise, he entrusted one of his eyes to Itachi, marking the inception of Itachi's unwavering loyalty to Konoha. Yet, Itachi too has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Could he not discern that he was ensnared in an illusion? Enough of this. It is time to focus on my training. The more Naruto deliberated, the greater his headache became. He could not help but express his disdain for the old thief, promptly casting these thoughts aside to devote himself to earnest training. With a calm heart and focused mind, he sought to harmonize his spirit with the natural world, striving to sense the ethereal energy surrounding him. A day swiftly passed, yet Naruto failed to perceive any of the world's spiritual essence. On the following day, Naruto endeavored to enhance his physical training, which, in essence, meant strengthening his body. He lacked proficiency in any taijutsu techniques, and all such maneuvers necessitate a certain level of physical prowess. Consequently, he resolved to embark on a morning run. Given that his body had yet to fully mature, Naruto planned to run 2 or 3 kilometers for his first attempt. He was cautious not to overexert himself, allowing his body to acclimate before gradually intensifying his training regimen. After completing a lap around Kimura, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers, Naruto halted, panting heavily. Astonished by his own physical abilities, it is indeed remarkable for a child of merely 5 years to cover such a distance. It defies logic. The most astonishing aspect is that he had not even reached his physical limits. He felt he could run another lap. However, he refrained from doing so, aware that despite surpassing his expectations, he must progress gradually and not rush the process. Upon returning home after his run, Naruto resumed his meditation practice. 10 days swiftly passed, yet he still could not perceive any spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he noticed that over these 10 days, his ability to concentrate during meditation had significantly improved. In the initial days, he struggled to remain still, his mind constantly wandering and filled with errant thoughts. Now, he could sit in meditation for extended periods, occasionally forgetting to eat, often losing himself in contemplation for an entire day. Whether due to his meditation practice or his daily morning runs, his physical stamina had also significantly enhanced. He could now run 3 laps around Konoha each morning without feeling fatigued. However, he still could not sense any spiritual energy. What could be the underlying issue? Was it a deficiency in his innate talent, or perhaps the concepts from the novels were inapplicable here? Naruto scratched his head, gazing out the window with a look of helplessness. He resolved to keep trying. If unsuccessful, he would have to rely on the chakra system. Chapter 8. The first breath. A month whisked by in the blink of an eye. Naruto continued his routine of morning runs and meditation day after day. The world of Hokage offered little in terms of entertainment, leaving Naruto with no alternative but to engage in these activities. He had no interest in the trivial pursuits of other children. Today he awoke at the crack of dawn, unable to sleep and due to his relentless biological clock. After a month of training, aside from an increase in physical stamina, he felt he had achieved little. He pondered whether his innate abilities were inadequate or if his methods were flawed. Today, he decided to take a day off to relax and carefully reassess his training techniques. If that proved unfruitful, he would have to resort to the chakra path. After having breakfast, he grabbed his fishing rod, line, and basket, planning to fish in the small river outside the village. If he caught a good number, he would bring 2 fish to the third Hokage. He had yet to collect his living expenses for the month and intended to visit the third Hokage in the afternoon to retrieve them. Additionally, he hoped to request some books on training from the Hokage, as they might provide him with valuable insights and inspiration. Since he sought assistance, he could not go empty-handed. Bringing along a couple of fish would be just right. The heavy snowfall that marked the onset of winter lasted for 3 days, and a month later, the ice and snow blanketing the ground showed no signs of melting. Although the streets had been cleared of snow, the forests outside the village remained a pristine white expanse. However, the river within the forest had not frozen like the surrounding waters. It resembled a green oasis amidst winter, infusing the forest with a touch of vitality. Amid the surrounding withered branches, the moss along the riverbank retained its vibrant green hue, as if nature had intentionally bestowed a breath of spring upon this little river. Naruto sat by the riverside, rod in hand, with a basket for fish beside him. Why are there no fish biting today? In the biting cold of winter. With the lake's surface frozen, he had opted to fish in the flowing river. He had chosen a spot beneath a small waterfall, where the persistent flow of water had carved out a deep pool. If there were fish in this river, it would surely be here. However, after a prolonged period of waiting, his line remained untouched. Was there truly no fish? The water of the river was remarkably clear, yet due to the depth of the pool, Naruto could not discern its bottom. For a month now, he had grown accustomed to meditating and attuning his consciousness to the ambient spiritual energy. Perhaps I might attempt to sense the conditions at the bottom of the pool with my mind. With this thought, Naruto closed his eyes and instantly entered a state of tranquil clarity. Gradually, his consciousness began to expand, the earth concealed within, the world in desolation. As the river flowed quietly, enveloped in silence, as if all vitality lay hidden beneath the ground. As the first rays of dawn broke, it seemed to shatter this silence, awakening the slumbering world, as the quietly flowing river transformed into a vibrant tapestry, as if it had come to life. Naruto's consciousness descended to the water's depths, where he sensed the movement of fish, though they remained elusive. He focused intently, striving to draw nearer and discern the fish within the water. However, the fish evaded him, darting hither and thither, their movements erratic and lively. Naruto attempted to communicate with them through his thoughts, yet the little fish appeared oblivious to his presence, continuing to swim joyfully on its own. Once more, Naruto concentrated his mind, pouring all his spirit into the effort, and at last, the little fish responded. It seemed to sense Naruto's intention, yet rather than flee, it swam toward him. As the fish drew closer, Naruto noticed it lacked a tangible shape or color, resembling more of a gaseous form than a fish. Could this be the essence of spiritual energy? Immediately, he quelled his excitement, carefully guiding this fleeting energy, fully aware that a careless move could scare it away. As the energy approached him, it swiftly dove into his lower abdomen, and a warm sensation enveloped him. Naruto could vaguely perceive the spiritual energy settling 3 inches below his navel, where it remained still and quiet. This location, 3 inches beneath the navel, must be the dantian. Had he finally succeeded? Naruto once again focused his consciousness to sense the spiritual energy, directing it to circulate within the dantian, allowing him to perceive its structure. Through the movement of this energy, he discerned that the dantian was a circular space, its edges connected to numerous meridians. Among them, 2 prominent pathways stood out, one above the dantian and the other below, leading to unknown destinations. How he wished for the ability of internal vision. Then he could clearly see the intricate layout of his body and the flow of energy within. Naruto manipulated the ethereal energy, guiding it into the meridians with remarkable ease. However, as he approached the 2 largest channels, an unexpected resistance arose. The upper channel, situated above the dantian, presented a manageable barrier, as if separated by a delicate membrane. In stark contrast, the lower channel resisted fiercely, akin to the obstruction of a steel plate. Naruto attempted to forcefully connect with the upper meridian twice, only to be met with a wave of heat radiating from his lower abdomen. After 2 more attempts, a sharp pain surged through him. Alarmed, Naruto halted abruptly. Realizing that practicing this technique was no trivial matter, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. He dared not be careless. Once again, he focused on the thread of energy within his dantian, only to find it motionless, quietly resting at the bottom. The pain in his abdomen subsided, and a profound sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming joy and sense of accomplishment. After more than a month of exploration, he had finally made progress. He had successfully absorbed the ethereal energy. Elated, he leaped into the air, momentarily forgetting the fishing rod that had been dragged into the river by a fish. He turned and dashed back, eager to share his elation with someone. However, halfway there, he abruptly stopped. Who can I share this with? He pondered, scratching his head in embarrassment. How he wished he had a phone to post about his triumph. Deciding to continue his training, Naruto returned to the riverbank. He noticed the fishing rod bobbing in the water, indicating a fish had taken the bait. He quickly retrieved the rod, placing the fish into his basket. At that moment, Naruto's enthusiasm for fishing had waned. He set aside the rod and sat cross-legged on the ground, instantly entering a state of mental clarity. Perhaps due to his recent success in absorbing ethereal energy, he swiftly sensed the energy around him once more, and this time, it felt abundant. Ethereal energy danced in the water, beneath the earth, and above in the sky. Employing the method he had just practiced, Naruto began to draw in strands of energy into his dantian. However, he soon felt his mental strength waning, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Reminiscent of his previous experience in the sealed space of the Nine Tails. Ceasing his training, he began to contemplate. He could now sense and absorb ethereal energy. Yet he remained uncertain of its purpose or how to utilize it. Theoretically, it should function similarly to chakra, allowing him to perform ninjutsu. However, Naruto had yet to learn any ninjutsu, rendering experimentation impossible. The process of absorbing ethereal energy was immensely taxing on his mental faculties. It was evident that a proper cultivation technique was necessary, rather than relying on sheer willpower as he had done. Yet, Naruto was unfamiliar with any such techniques. The world of Naruto was rooted in chakra, devoid of this kind of practice. Most critically, he lacked understanding of the structure of the meridians and acupoints within his body. At present, he could only perceive the flow of energy within, akin to a blind man wandering aimlessly, which posed a significant risk. One must possess a clear understanding of the intricate structure of the body's meridians and acupoints. Soon, I shall visit the third Hokage to see if I can acquire a human meridian chart, and perhaps he might impart a few ninjutsu techniques to me, thereby commencing further experimentation and exploration. Time slipped away in Naruto's contemplation, and before he realized it, the sun had begun its descent. Rising to his feet and stretching, he felt a newfound lightness in his body, as his previously expended mental energy had been replenished. That will suffice for today. I shall first seek out the old man to obtain some funds. Chapter 9. The Human Meridian Chart. Naruto stowed away his fishing gear and headed directly towards the Hokage building. The evening sun cast its golden hues upon the Hokage rock, cloaking the three formidable Hokage statues in a warm red glow, as if they were offering a smile of encouragement to Naruto. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, the fading sunlight elongated his shadow. It seemed that no passers-by were pointing fingers at him today. Perhaps they simply did not recognize him. Or perhaps they had grown weary of doing so. Little Naruto, are you here to see the third? Upon reaching the entrance of the Hokage's office, he encountered Nara Shikaku emerging from within. Clad in a ninja vest and sporting his long hair tied high, he resembled an enlarged version of Shikamaru, save for the two prominent scars adorning his face. He held documents in his hands, likely having just received a mission from the third. Hello, Uncle Shikaku. Yes, you may go in. The third is inside. By the way, Uncle Shikaku, it has been a while since I last saw Shikamaru. What has he been up to lately? Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Kiba, and Ino had been Naruto's close friends since childhood. The bond they shared was largely due to Yutei. Yutei was Naruto's first friend, endowed with the innate ability to manipulate the weather. He and his family made a living by selling weather forecasts, and after arriving in Konoha, he quickly became friends with Naruto. However, the Umbu suspected that Yutei's association with Naruto was driven by ulterior motives. The Umbu apprehended Yutei, and later, Naruto along with Shikamaru and Sakura managed to rescue him. Tragically, Naruto accidentally fell into a river during the rescue, and Yutei perished while attempting to save him. In a final act to prevent Naruto and the others from grieving over his fate, Yutei used his abilities to erase their memories of him. It was not until the Fourth Great Ninja War that Kabuto, through the Edo Tensei technique, resurrected Yutei, allowing Naruto and Sakura to regain those lost memories. Since Yutei's passing, the six friends had never played together again. This was partly due to the memories being erased, and partly because their parents had grown wary of their children associating with Naruto, the Jinchuriki, who was seen as too sensitive a topic for the village. Nevertheless, Upon entering school, Shikamaru and Choji rekindled their friendship with Naruto. Shikamaru often dozed off in class. Choji snuck snacks, while Naruto caused mischief, leading the three troublesome children to frequently find themselves standing outside the classroom as punishment, ultimately forging a strong bond between them. Moreover, after Naruto ascended to the position of Hokage, Shikamaru became his strategist. Had Naruto encountered these individuals before school, he would not have minded nurturing their camaraderie from an earlier age. They are all part of Naruto's plan, and the foes he must confront in the future are overwhelmingly formidable. Excluding the Otsutsuki clan, the members of the Akatsuki organization alone pose a significant challenge. Relying solely on Naruto's strength is insufficient. Therefore, he intends to cultivate his own team, with the Konoha 12 as one of his primary objectives. Shikamaru, alas, that fellow is far too lethargic, preferring to remain at home rather than venture outside. Nara Shikaku spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Observing Shikaku's demeanor, Naruto understood that he was reluctant for Shikamaru to grow too close to him, fearing that if the Umbu were to capture his son, it would create complications. Very well. Uncle Shikaku, I shall head in first. Farewell, Naruto. After watching Shikaku depart, Naruto bounced into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage maintained his familiar appearance. Adorned with a hat and wearing the Hokage cloak, his aged visage marked by worry, a large pipe in hand as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Hokage Grandpa, look what I have brought for you. Naruto trotted to the third Hokage's desk, presenting a basket containing a fish. Haha, did little Naruto go fishing again? Naruto nodded eagerly. Isn't it true that you enjoy fish, Hokage Grandpa? So, I caught one to bring to you. Haha, splendid. Thank you, little Naruto. The third Hokage always greeted Naruto with a warm smile, which deepened the creases on his already wrinkled face. By the way, Hokage Grandpa, I wish to learn ninjutsu. Will you teach me? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's smile faded, and he inquired with grave seriousness, Oh? Why do you wish to learn ninjutsu? In truth, Naruto had previously requested to learn ninjutsu each time he met the third Hokage, but had always been turned down due to his young age, regardless of his pleas. However, this time, the third Hokage did not outright refuse, but instead probed Naruto's motivation for wanting to learn. Perhaps he believed Naruto was now of an appropriate age to begin learning, merely testing his resolve. Without hesitation, Naruto replied with unwavering determination, Because I want to become Hokage. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, causing little Naruto, caught in the cloud of second-hand smoke, to cough. He covered his mouth with one hand, while waving the other to disperse the smoke. Cough, cough. Hokage Grandpa, could you refrain from smoking? It's not good for your health. The third Hokage chuckled heartily at Naruto's reaction. Why does little Naruto wish to become Hokage? Naruto took 2 steps back to avoid inhaling more of the smoke. Because I want to be a person like you, respected and admired by others. The third Hokage remained silent, taking 2 more puffs from his pipe. Do you know what the prerequisites are for becoming Hokage? What prerequisites? Though Naruto was aware, he could not admit it, as the third Hokage had yet to disclose them. The third Hokage smiled, setting the pipe aside, and knelt before Naruto, gently ruffling his hair as he spoke slowly. To become Hokage, one must earn the recognition of the entire village. Thus, if little Naruto wishes to become Hokage, you first need to gain the acknowledgement of everyone. Naruto inwardly rolled his eyes at the third Hokage, thinking to himself, I'm just a little brat, utterly inexperienced. How can I possibly earn the approval of others? Yet, he could not voice these sentiments to the third. It was precisely this reason that compelled him to master ninjutsu. Only by acquiring such skills could he protect those in need and assist those who required help. What ninjutsu did Naruto wish to learn? The third rose from his seat and returned to his desk, taking a puff from his pipe. Upon seeing this, Naruto felt a glimmer of hope. I want to learn the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage shook his head resolutely. No, that technique is beyond your current abilities. Why not? Naruto protested. Grandpa Hokage, I really want to learn the shadow clone technique. He trotted up to the third, clutching his arm and shaking it playfully. The third set down his pipe, opened a drawer, and retrieved a document, handing it to Naruto. In a month, you will turn 6 and can attend the Ninja Academy. This is the introductory textbook I've prepared for the school. Once you master it, I will teach you ninjutsu. Naruto's expression fell as he accepted the textbook, casually flipping through it. Compared to the scroll the third had previously given him, this one contained additional content, such as the principles of chakra, basic taijutsu, and an introduction to various tools. Grandpa Hokage, could you provide me with a diagram of the human chakra network? At this moment, Naruto revealed his true objective. His request for the shadow clone technique was merely a smokescreen, as he understood perfectly well that it was a high-level jutsu the third could not teach him at this time. What do you need that for? The third inquired. Grandpa Hokage, I believe you should include the human chakra network diagram in the introductory textbook. Knowing the locations of the acupoints will greatly facilitate our chakra extraction and ninjutsu learning in the future. Upon hearing Naruto's reasoning, the third began to ponder, nodding occasionally. Naruto sensed that he was making progress. In truth, Naruto's primary aim was the chakra network diagram. He had initially mentioned the shadow clone technique to create room for negotiation. You make a valid point, Naruto. However, I do not have the diagram at this moment. I will send someone to deliver it to your home tomorrow. Naruto was elated. The chakra network diagram was of utmost importance to him. Without it, he would be like a blind person, unaware of where to direct his energy. That's wonderful. Grandpa Hokage, please make sure it is detailed. Understood. Here is your living allowance for this month. The third nodded and handed Naruto a pouch of money from his drawer. The currency in the ninja world is based on a unit called ri, which includes both coins and banknotes. Naruto's monthly allowance amounted to 3,000 ri, roughly equivalent to about 1,800 yuan. He did not have to worry about rent, only his food and clothing, making 3,000 ri more than sufficient for his needs. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, accepting the pouch and bidding farewell to the third before heading home. Chapter 10. Breathing Techniques. Upon returning home, Naruto idly perused the early instructional materials provided by the third Hokage for the Ninja Academy. These texts predominantly contain theoretical and cultural knowledge, largely designed to indoctrinate, with only a fraction dedicated to elucidating the principles of chakra cultivation, as well as the introduction of basic weaponry and fundamental physical techniques. Unfortunately, there was no mention of the body replacement technique. This technique is part of the curriculum in the latter stages of the 6-year Ninja Academy program, which culminates in an examination for the students to advance to the rank of Genin, with exceptions made for prodigies. For instance, Kakashi graduated at the tender age of 5, and Itachi Uchiha completed in 1 year what took others 6. The first 3 years of the Ninja Academy focus primarily on theoretical and cultural studies, with physical techniques and weaponry serving as supplementary subjects. The body replacement technique will only be introduced in the final 3 years. However, Naruto held little anticipation for this technique, as it is a skill every ninja eventually masters, encompassing the transformation technique, the body replacement technique, and the shadow clone technique. While these fundamental jutsu can yield remarkable results in battles among the inexperienced, they prove largely ineffective against seasoned opponents. To summarize, the transformation technique utilizes chakra to alter one's appearance or that of an object, which is quite practical and akin to a form of disguise. The body replacement technique operates like an illusion, disrupting the opponent's 5 senses through the release of chakra, creating a false perception akin to genjutsu. If one could successfully employ the body replacement technique to intercept a lethal blow, it would indeed be a remarkable feat, effectively granting an additional life. Alas, the body replacement technique remains a mere distraction, not always reliable. The shadow clone technique, on the other hand, creates an identical projection of oneself using chakra. It bears no offensive capability and is easily discernible when in close proximity, rendering it largely ineffective. After skimming through the basic materials, Naruto cast them aside, finding the content excessively simplistic, akin to a university student perusing a first-grade textbook, where the conclusion is evident from the introduction. The diagram of human meridians would not arrive until tomorrow, so he resolved to continue his own training, believing that absorbing more spiritual energy could only yield benefits. Currently, he was capable of capturing spiritual energy, but the method was mentally taxing and exceedingly slow. It was imperative to develop a technique that was both efficient and required minimal energy expenditure. A spark of inspiration ignited within Naruto. He suddenly recalled the breathing techniques he had come across online in his previous life. Breathing techniques, meditation, and the cultivation of the 9 orifices are all practices that exist in reality and can be pursued to enhance physical health. They are not mere fabrications of fiction. Out of curiosity in his former life, Naruto had attempted to practice these techniques, but had not succeeded in cultivating true chi. However, in the world of Naruto, he had begun to sense and absorb spiritual energy. Perhaps, When combined with breathing techniques, he could achieve remarkable results. The most widely circulated breathing technique is the abdominal breathing method, also known as the Dantian breathing method. Another technique, the six-syllable formula, is considerably more complex than the abdominal method, as it incorporates the pronunciation of 6 specific syllables. Naruto decided to first experiment with the abdominal breathing technique. She commenced her meditative practice, directing her consciousness towards the lower dantian. With each inhalation, she gradually expanded her abdomen, and with each exhalation, she gently contracted it. After repeating this process several times, it seemed as if the dantian synchronized with Naruto's rhythmic breathing. Gradually, Naruto sensed an increase in the energy within his dantian. Indeed, it proved effective. Suppressing his inner delight, Naruto immersed himself in this profound cultivation, allowing the abdominal breathing technique to enable his dantian to autonomously inhale and exhale spiritual energy. This method was considerably swifter than his previous attempts, which relied solely on conscious effort and consumed far less mental energy. Naruto endeavored to shift his focus away from the dantian, merely maintaining abdominal breathing. This approach still facilitated the absorption of spiritual energy, albeit at a significantly reduced rate. Although the pace of absorption was slower, it required no expenditure of mental energy. By consistently practicing abdominal breathing until it became second nature, Naruto could achieve automatic cultivation. However, altering one's breathing habits was no trivial endeavor. Refocusing his consciousness on the dantian, he discovered that with each inhalation and exhalation, he could absorb 6 to 9 strands of spiritual energy. Once he withdrew his consciousness, the number dwindled to merely 1 or 2 strands per breath. Thus, the efficiency of concentrated cultivation at the dantian was 6 to 9 times greater than that of automatic cultivation. While this method consumed mental energy, it yielded superior results. Once his mental energy was depleted, he could revert to automatic cultivation, thereby maximizing efficiency. Yet, to sustain continuous cultivation, he needed to adjust his breathing habits. A gradual process that could not be rushed. After recognizing the effectiveness of abdominal breathing, Naruto began to explore the 6-character formula, which builds upon the foundation of abdominal breathing by incorporating the pronunciation of 6 syllables: he, she, su, pu, shui, and she. He focused on the dantian, exhaling a syllable with each breath, cycling through the 6 sounds. Initially, there was no discernible response. As he meticulously adjusted his mouth shape and pronunciation, he gradually realized that, alongside absorbing spiritual energy, the energy within his dantian began to circulate autonomously. This self-propagation of energy not only nourished his internal organs, but also inadvertently surged towards the meridians connecting above the dantian. Upon witnessing these transformations, Naruto felt a mix of astonishment and regret. He rejoiced that his past explorations into breathing techniques bore fruit in the world of Naruto. Yet he lamented not having delved deeper into various methods, realizing that knowledge often feels insufficient when needed most. The energy in his dantian began to swell, although he sensed that it was still far from being filled. Externally, the dantian appeared to occupy less than 3 inches, yet through his perception of the energy flow, he discovered it was remarkably expansive. A single strand of energy entering the dantian resembled a drop of water cascading into a parched lake, leaving him to wonder when this desolate lake would be replenished. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night passed, and the spiritual energy within his dantian had begun to take shape. If the energy within had previously resembled a drop of water, it now resembled a small puddle. However, the aspiration to fill this lake remains a distant dream. It may require countless small puddles to achieve such an endeavor. Cultivation is often tedious and monotonous, yet Naruto finds joy in it, for the alternative is even more dreary. He contemplates methods to expedite his training progress. The factors influencing the pace of cultivation can be broadly categorized into 2 types. One pertains to the modification of techniques to absorb spiritual energy more rapidly, an endeavor Naruto has already accomplished through his breathing techniques. The other involves altering the concentration of spiritual energy, enabling him to absorb more. He wonders if this world possesses spiritual veins, spiritual stones, or elixirs, or perhaps formations to gather spiritual energy. In the world of Naruto, the concept of spiritual energy does not exist, suggesting that even if spiritual stones or veins were available, they would likely be found in remote areas. Unfortunately, Naruto's current range of activity is limited to the confines of Konoha village, preventing him from exploring other locales. Reflecting on this, Naruto feels that practicing in his room may not be the most advantageous choice. He extends his consciousness to sense the surrounding spiritual energy and discovers that it is indeed less concentrated than that near the river. Most of the spiritual energy is situated above and below, and residing on the second floor leaves Naruto in a rather awkward position, neither grounded nor elevated. The energy above can be interpreted as the essence of the sun and moon, while that below can be understood as the essence of flora and rock. Hence, would finding a higher vantage point yield greater results? Naruto recalls the topography of Konoha village and realizes that only Hokage rock meets this criterion. An urge to verify this arises within him, and as dawn breaks, he promptly sets off towards Hokage rock. Chapter 11. Overcoming 3 trials to open 9 orifices. Standing atop Hokage rock, he surveys the entirety of Konoha village, where the early morning light casts a serene glow, and the streets are sparsely populated. Naruto refrains from climbing onto the Hokage statue itself, opting instead for a relatively flat area behind it, mindful that being seen there could lead to him being swiftly removed. As the foot traffic gradually increases, the once quiet streets become lively, filled with the sounds of vendors and the playful chatter of passersby. A wave of nostalgia washes over Naruto as he reflects on his past solitude. Though once lonely, he now feels an even deeper sense of isolation, like a spectator detached from the world, yet undeniably present within it. Familiar, yet estranged from the people and things around him. Shaking his head to dispel these tumultuous thoughts, he sits cross-legged, focusing on his dantian, and swiftly enters a meditative state. The gentle morning light bathes him, imparting a divine radiance. Just as Naruto surmised, the ambient spiritual energy here is indeed more abundant. He absorbs approximately 3 times the spiritual energy in each breath compared to his home, and as he cultivates, the energy within his dantian increases significantly. He resolves to attempt once more to break through the 2 largest meridians. The lower meridian remains unchanged, feeling as if it is blocked by an impenetrable steel plate, prompting Naruto to abandon his efforts there and direct his focus upward. Drawing upon all the spiritual energy within his dantian, he begins to impact the upper meridian, which feels as though it is shrouded by a thin membrane. Once, twice, thrice. On the 4th attempt, he senses a noticeable loosening of that membrane. With a crack, it gives way. During the 5th impact, the membrane suddenly ruptured. Once the barrier was breached, spiritual energy surged through the main meridian, entering another realm. As this energy traversed the space, Naruto perceived a striking resemblance to the structure of his dantian. Numerous delicate veins were distributed around, with one principal meridian extending upwards, its destination unknown, while another descended, connecting to the dantian located 3 inches below the navel. From the outside, this space seemed to reside in Naruto's solar plexus, whereas his previous spiritual energy was situated 3 inches beneath his navel. A sense of realization washed over him. He once again directed the spiritual energy within him to surge upwards, eager to uncover what lay above and validate his hypothesis. After several attempts, Naruto distinctly felt discomfort, and just as he contemplated ceasing, a sudden crack resonated. The principal meridian burst open at that moment. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, as if he were floating in ecstasy, letting out a sigh of pure bliss. This sensation mirrored the exhilaration of finally completing a long-played video game. The surge of spiritual energy broke through the barrier into another domain, corresponding to the space at his glabella, which mirrored the dantian, with myriad meridians converging there. Among them, 2 major meridians existed, one extending backward, its endpoint unknown, and the other descending, linking to the dantian at his solar plexus. Naruto once again attempted to surge through the backward extending meridian, but this time, no matter how he tried, he could not breach it. He ceased his attempts on the principal meridian, opting instead to absorb spiritual energy through breath, allowing it to circulate within his body. With each inhalation and exhalation, the flow of spiritual energy transformed, validating Naruto's conjecture that the 3 locations, 3 inches below the navel, the solar plexus, and the glabella, represented 3 dantians within the Taoist 9 orifices. The area 3 inches below the navel is the lower dantian, the solar plexus serves as the middle dantian, and the glabella is the upper dantian. Taoist cultivation involves the inhalation and exhalation of celestial energy, to nourish the internal organs while gradually opening the 9 orifices. Now, with Naruto having opened 3 orifices, the spiritual energy flowed autonomously through his body, circulating through the 3 dantians and subsequently traversing through the finer meridians to nourish his internal organs in a continuous cycle. The so-called 9 orifices refer to 9 acupuncture points within the body, which are categorized into 3 dantians, 3 gates, and 3 orifices, collectively known as the 9 orifices. The 3 dantians are situated in front of the body, located along the Rin meridian within the governing and directing vessels, which Naruto has already unblocked. The 3 gates are located on the back along the Du meridian and consist of the tailbone gate, the spine gate, and the jade pillow gate. The 3 orifices are the Yang orifice, the Yin orifice, and the central palace orifice, with the Yang orifice positioned atop the head, also known as the spiritual platform. Connecting to the 12 heavenly channels, the Yin orifice is located between the 2 Yin points below, referred to as the gathering of Yin, connecting to the 12 earthly branches of the human body. The central palace orifice lies directly beneath the Yang orifice, also known as the mud pill palace. Believed to be the residence of the soul, Taoists hold that the human body nurtures the Yin and Yang elements and the 5 phases, forming a microcosm of heaven and earth, wherein the inhalation and exhalation of celestial energy circulate through the 9 orifices, nourishing the inner universe. Naruto's understanding of these concepts was attributed to the idle musings of his previous life, where he envied the protagonists of novels who could soar through the skies after their cultivation. He often indulged in researching various materials, attempting to cultivate himself like the protagonists of the novels he admired. Perhaps due to his environment, he had yet to achieve any real cultivation. However, upon being transported to the world of Naruto, the theories of cultivation he had studied were unexpectedly validated. Yet, Naruto's knowledge remained limited. As an outsider, he had to navigate the intricacies of cultivation and the path beyond the 9 orifices on his own. Once again, Naruto summoned the spiritual energy within him, striving to break through to the Yin orifice located beneath the dantian. But, as before, he encountered an impasse. Conversely, after reaching the upper dantian, he found a connection to the central palace orifice, resembling his previous attempts with the middle and upper dantians. It felt as if there were merely a membrane separating him from success, yet he could not penetrate it, likely due to an insufficiency of his spiritual energy. If Naruto's assumptions were correct, the 9 tails must be sealed within the central palace orifice. He wondered what the creature's reaction would be once he managed to break through. Having now opened 3 dantians, the 9 orifices were interconnected. His next course of action, aside from absorbing more spiritual energy, would be to push through wherever he could until all 9 orifices were unlocked. As for the cultivation that would follow, he could only explore that realm once he had opened them. Currently, the spiritual energy circulated within the 3 dantians, solidifying pathways while nourishing his internal organs. His lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, collectively known as the inner 5 elements. The 5 organs generate the 5 elements, which in turn give rise to Yin and Yang, constituting his inner microcosm. However, Naruto had yet to unlock the Yang orifices, so the embryonic form of his internal world remained unrealized. Perhaps the inherent attributes of Chakra stemmed from the fact that it was birthed from the microcosm of a powerful being. Nevertheless, the Chakra utilized by contemporary ninjas originated from Kaguya, who acquired her all-encompassing chakra by consuming the fruit of the god tree, rather than cultivating it through her own microcosm. Moreover, the properties contained within chakra, when manifested through ninjutsu, seemed rather ordinary in power. The true strength resided in ninjutsu executed through the 3 great ocular techniques and bloodline limits. As noon approached, Naruto concluded his training, feeling invigorated and imbued with energy. The only source of dissatisfaction was his inability to perform internal observation. He pondered whether the anatomical charts of the human meridians had been completed by the 3rd Hokage. A wave of hunger washed over him, prompting him to visit the Ichiraku ramen shop, where he devoured 10 bowls of tonkatsu ramen in one sitting. Whether it was the exquisite flavor of the ramen or the effects of his training, Naruto felt his appetite had significantly increased. He believed he could consume 2 more bowls. Ultimately, he left the shop amidst the astonished gazes of other patrons, who marveled at the sight of such a young boy consuming 15 bowls of ramen. After exiting the ramen shop, Naruto sought to test his physical capabilities by embarking on a long-distance run around the Hidden Leaf Village. After completing 20 laps, he had covered nearly 100 kilometers, sprinting at full speed throughout the duration. His estimated speed reached an impressive 60 to 70 miles per hour, maintaining this pace for the entirety of the journey. This was truly formidable. It is well known that an ordinary person might achieve a maximum speed of 60 miles per hour. Yet sustaining such velocity over a distance of more than 10 kilometers is already remarkable. Running 100 kilometers has transcended the realm of ordinary capability. Even after completing 20 laps, Naruto felt he had not yet reached his limits. If he so desired, he could easily add another 10 laps. He was astounded by the extent of physical enhancement that training could yield. Curiosity about his strength lingered. Instead of continuing his run, Naruto made his way to the riverside where he often fished, seeking out a tree that required the embrace of 3 individuals to encircle its trunk. Clenching his right fist, he swung forcefully at the tree. With a resounding thud, the bark splintered and scattered, and the tree swayed slightly. Before he could assess the damage inflicted, a sharp pain shot through Naruto's fist. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, hopping about in discomfort. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he was still but a mortal flesh and blood. Even the most formidable can suffer injury. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial scrape, and soon the pain subsided, allowing him to inspect the destruction left in the wake of his punch. The area struck was devoid of bark, revealing a shallow imprint of his fist on the trunk. Naruto nodded in satisfaction at the raw power of his physical strength. Were such a blow to land upon an ordinary person, it would likely prove devastating, even if it did not strike a vital point. However, the effect on a ninja remained uncertain, as their resilience often defied conventional understanding. He pondered whether channeling his internal energy into his fist would enhance its power. Gathering a thread of spiritual energy within, he directed it through the meridians to his palm. After numerous attempts, he finally succeeded in circulating the energy to his hand. Feeling somewhat unfamiliar with his body's meridian system and unsure which pathways connected to his palm, Naruto switched to his left hand, shedding his shirt to envelop his fist tightly. He could distinctly sense that the strength in his left hand had more than doubled. Once again before the tree, he inhaled deeply and struck at the very spot where he had previously made an imprint. A resounding impact echoed through the air, and wood shavings flew as Naruto's clothed fist embedded itself into the tree. This time, his fist emerged unscathed, although the fabric that had enveloped it was rendered useless. Extracting his fist, he gazed at the hole he had created, exhilaration coursing through him. This was akin to a young calf soaring through the skies. Regrettably, he was unable to project his energy outward during an attack. Had he been able to do so, he mused that he could have perforated the tree entirely. Even so, Naruto believed his strength now rivaled that of an average genin, though he lacked certain techniques and combat experience. He wondered how might Kai, who had dedicated himself to physical training, measured up in terms of raw strength. Currently, Naruto had yet to master ninjutsu, and he was uncertain whether he could employ it in his present state. He resolved to thoroughly study the intricacies of human meridians before delving into the mysteries of ninjutsu. Training on the Hokage rock was far superior to practicing at home. However, he could not remain there indefinitely, as it would lead to unnecessary complications. He needed to devise a plan that would allow him to stay at the Hokage rock seamlessly. Chapter 12. Turning to Xiaochun after concluding his strength assessment. Naruto chose not to continue training, but instead made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Naruto found himself eagerly anticipating the completion of the 3rd generation's diagram of the human chakra meridians. The likelihood of acquiring ninjutsu from the 3rd was quite slim, unless he demonstrated the full extent of his abilities, a prospect he deemed premature. The Nine-Tails did not possess ninjutsu in the traditional sense. Rather, all of its techniques were inherently forms of ninjutsu, as it was a manifestation of chakra itself. Once Naruto opened the central chakra point, he would be able to interact with the Nine-Tails at will, leading to a genuine collaboration. In that moment, he could break the seal and release the residual chakra and consciousness of the 4th Hokage, thereby obtaining ninjutsu from him. In truth, it was not impossible to summon the 4th Hokage by tearing down the seal at this juncture. However, should the Nine-Tails refuse to cooperate, the 4th would be compelled to expend all his chakra to restore the seal. Once depleted, his consciousness would fade, leaving him unable to reside within Naruto's mental space for any significant length of time to impart ninjutsu. Furthermore, the energy released from unsealing the Nine-Tails would inevitably overflow. If detected by the third or the higher-ups of Konoha, Naruto would find himself in a precarious situation, making such an endeavor more detrimental than advantageous. With familiarity, Naruto approached the Hokage's office, which stood ajar. Upon entering, he discovered not only the third but also an elderly woman present. This woman was Tsunade Koharu, one of the senior advisors of Konoha. Naruto had encountered her on several occasions, yet she seemed to harbor an intense disdain for him, often addressing him with a condescending tone. Consequently, he chose to ignore her and directed his attention toward the third. Grandpa Hokage, has the diagram of the chakra meridians been completed? The third and Tsunade Koharu were clearly engaged in discussion, but Naruto's boisterous nature prevented him from waiting patiently without interrupting, as that would contradict his character and raise suspicion. Humph, what a lack of decorum. Tsunade Koharu scowled, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded the interruption caused by Naruto's entrance. My apologies, elder. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Tsunade, why bother quarreling with a child? Let us proceed as I suggested, the third remarked, handing Naruto a scroll that appeared to have been prepared in advance. Naruto, give it your all. As long as you master the foundational teachings I provided previously, I shall teach you ninjutsu, the third encouraged. Naruto received the scroll, yearning to express that he had already mastered the material, yet ultimately refrained. Many in the upper echelons of Konoha held reservations about him, and he understood the importance of self-preservation. After all, the adage about tall trees attracting the wind resonated deeply within him. Thank you, Grandpa. I will strive to do my best. Humph. With his aptitude, he will likely take 6 years to master it, Tsunade Koharu muttered, her words laden with skepticism. Naruto was perplexed as to why she seemed to target him relentlessly. If he wished, he could effortlessly recite all the foundational teachings and leave her embarrassed. Yet, he chose to endure, maintaining an innocent and naive facade. Elder, I promise to work diligently. The ever-steadfast Haruno Sakura remained unconvinced, questioning the value of effort. She believed it would only bring calamity to the village. Enough, Sakura. Please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Naruto. Observing Sakura's relentless insistence toward Naruto, the third Hokage could no longer tolerate the situation. Sakura's disdain for Naruto stemmed primarily from the Nine Tails. She believed the existence of a Jinchuriki was inherently dangerous, fearing it would inevitably lead to disaster for the village. However, she was unwilling to relinquish such a strategic asset, thus aligning herself with Danzo's stance that Naruto must be strictly controlled, even resorting to extreme measures if necessary. Yet, the third Hokage had always opposed this, allowing Naruto to grow in peace. As the third Hokage's frustration surfaced, Sakura huffed and exited the Hokage's office. Grandfather Hokage, have I done something wrong? Naruto pondered these matters with clarity, though he feigned innocence to ensure his survival. Upon hearing his query, the third Hokage felt a wave of guilt. He believed the village owed Naruto an apology. Nevertheless, as the village's leader, he had to maintain balance and could not act impulsively. He lifted Naruto onto his lap and gently patted his head, assuring him, "You have done nothing wrong. Just remain steadfast in your ninja way, and in time, you shall earn the acknowledgement of all." What is the ninja way? Naruto asked innocently, fully aware that, at the tender age of 5, he could not comprehend such a concept. The third Hokage gazed upward, seemingly lost in memories. Have you not always aspired to become Hokage? That is the ninja way worthy of your unwavering commitment. Naruto nodded thoughtfully in response. By the way, grandfather, I wish to contribute to the village. You mentioned that to become Hokage, one must be recognized for their contributions. Please assign me a task. I want to help the village. The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction, pleased by Naruto's eagerness to serve. While it is commendable to wish to assist the village, my dear Naruto, you are still quite young. How about we wait until you have grown a bit more before assigning you tasks? I am not too small. I can help the village now, Naruto insisted, jumping down with determination. Oh, then what do you propose to do for the village? The third Hokage inquired, intrigued. Naruto had been waiting for this moment. I noticed that the Hokage statue is covered in leaves and weeds, so I wish to take responsibility for its maintenance. The third Hokage regarded Naruto with skepticism. Are you certain you're not planning to deface it? Naruto's mischievous nature often led to troublesome antics, causing the third Hokage considerable concern. Although Naruto referred to him as grandfather, their relationship was not one of blood, complicating any disciplinary measures. Of course not. I genuinely want to contribute to the village. Naruto asserted with conviction. Very well. The third Hokage relented. I shall entrust this honorable task to you, but do ensure your safety. Rest assured, I will handle it. Naruto picked up the diagram of human meridians, brimming with excitement as he exited the Hokage office. Chapter 13. The Eight Gates. Occasionally, the village would assign tasks to the lower-ranked ninjas to clean the Hokage statue. The primary reason Naruto approached the third Hokage with this request was his desire to train at the Hokage Rock under legitimate circumstances. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, he returned to the Hokage Rock, initially feigning a thorough cleaning of the leaves atop the statue, as he was uncertain whether the third Hokage was observing him with a telescope. Once he completed his tidying, he eagerly opened the diagram of the human meridians. The chart was densely annotated with meridian points, prominently featuring the 8 gates marked in red, extending vertically from the lower abdomen. These gates were identified as the Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Do Gate, Scene Gate, Shock Gate, and Death Gate. As Naruto examined the positions of the 8 gates, he noted their resemblance to the 9 orifices he was familiar with, albeit with notable differences. What could this mean? Was there an error in the markings? Surely, the third Hokage would not make such a fundamental mistake. Deciding to set aside the 8 gates for the moment, Naruto began to channel his internal spiritual energy, striving to sense and verify the other meridian points. Some areas remained inaccessible to him, as the 9 orifices were not fully opened, and his energy was obstructed. Excluding those unreachable regions and the 8 gates marked on the diagram, the majority of the annotations appeared to be accurate. So what was the significance of these 8 gates? Could it be that the 8 gates were indeed equivalent to the 9 orifices, yet one point was missing? However, the markings did not align correctly. The only somewhat corresponding points were the Shock Gate aligning with the lower dantian and the Injury Gate with the middle dantian, while the others were completely mismatched. Suddenly, it dawned on Naruto that this was a flat diagram, and the 8 gates seemed not to be marked in front of or behind the body. If that were the case, it could correspond with the 3 critical points located on the back, but that would be the extent of it. Good grief. Could these 8 gates have been hastily concocted? In his previous life, Naruto had indeed researched the 8 gates, but the Taoist 8 gates were utilized for divination and formation techniques, not as human acupoints. It was likely that the individual who developed the 8 gates technique had made an error. To unleash chakra haphazardly upon the acupoints would be a recipe for disaster. Of course, it was also conceivable that the creator of the 8 gates technique had merely arranged a formation of the 8 gates upon the physical body. Yet for someone like Naruto, who cultivated the 9 orifices, this was rather redundant. The 9 orifices were distributed along the 2 primary meridians of the body, akin to the Ren and Du meridians often mentioned in martial arts novels. Once these 2 meridians were opened, one could instantly transform into an unparalleled master. However, the 8 gates technique did not serve as a method to fully open the Ren and Du meridians. At best, it only half opened them, and the sequence was entirely jumbled. In the original narrative, although Might Guy earned the acknowledgement of Madara Uchiha after opening the 8 gates during the 4th Great Ninja War, he could only provide a mere scraping to Madara, while Rock Lee fared even worse, engaged in the battle with the 6th gate, yet lacking the qualification to participate. Nevertheless, the cost of this technique was extraordinarily high. Opening all 8 gates would cost one's life. Initially, Naruto had harbored high hopes for this technique, but upon reflecting on these intricacies, he was left utterly disillusioned. Who was the mastermind behind this technique? If I had known, I would have felt compelled to give him a good thrashing. He truly misguides the youth. Naruto tucked away the human anatomy chart, and suddenly, he recalled the Byakugan, which possesses the ability to perceive the inner pathways of the human body and the flow of chakra. How wonderful it would be to possess the Byakugan. With it, I could clearly observe the circulation of spiritual energy within my body, making my cultivation exponentially more effective. Speaking of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, it is often regarded as the least formidable among the 3 great ocular techniques. It seems the Hyuga clan has yet to grasp the true potential of the Byakugan, relegating it primarily to reconnaissance purposes. However, Kaguya's Byakugan is notably powerful, enabling the use of space-time ninjutsu. Naruto pondered whether such capabilities of the Byakugan could be attained through rigorous training. In theory, if one's mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, one could replicate the Byakugan's reconnaissance abilities or the Sharingan's replication prowess. Yet, the Rinnegan's dominion over life and death presents a distinct challenge. Ninjas can harness ocular techniques to unleash remarkable powers, yet these abilities seem to exist independently of oneself. The ocular techniques serve as a conduit, channeling chakra to borrow such extraordinary powers. Despite the renegade's somewhat mundane manifestation of death, it facilitates the resurrection of others with ease. In the original narrative, Nagato resurrected the citizens of Konoha, ultimately exhausting himself to the point of death, indicating that reviving those from Konoha surpassed his physical limits. This cost equates to a life for a life, albeit Nagato sacrificed one life for several others. This may well be the price one must pay for resurrection. Otherwise, Nagato could simply have rested before reviving the villagers of Konoha. Why trade his own life for theirs? Time passes swiftly. The spring of Konoha quietly arrives, awakening the earth. As the morning sunlight filters through the delicate clouds, draping everything in a gentle luminescence, trees begin to unfurl tender green buds, adorned with delicate blossoms. Spring is here, and life begins to revive. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months have elapsed. Naruto has just turned 6, and in a few days, he will commence his studies at the Ninja Academy. Throughout these 2 months, Naruto has traversed daily from his home to Hokage Rock, sometimes sitting atop the rock for an entire day and night. The results of his 2 months of training have been remarkably gratifying. Observing the growing and thickening spiritual energy within his dantian fills Naruto with immense joy, akin to a proud father watching his child grow day by day. Seated upon Hokage Rock, bathed in the light of the rising sun, Naruto began his assault on the central palace aperture. For the past 2 months, he has endeavored to breach this aperture, and now he senses that the membrane has loosened considerably. Today, he resolves to muster all his strength to break through. With focused intention in his dantian, his spirit uniting as one, the spiritual energy surged through the 3 dantians, charging directly towards the central palace. To Naruto's astonishment, this time he achieved his goal in one fell swoop. The spiritual energy burst through the main meridian of the upper dantian, successfully opening the central palace aperture. Chapter 14. The Central Palace Aperture. Little brat, what have you done? As Naruto had just breached the central palace aperture, his consciousness was immediately transported to the sealed space of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails stood upright, its limbs poised, with its waist subtly arched and its 9 tails erect, resembling a startled feline. Before Naruto could examine the central chamber, he was interrupted by the Nine Tails' thunderous roar, igniting an immediate surge of anger within him. What are you clamoring about? It is incredibly rude to interrupt others, you know? The Nine Tails remained unfazed, its gaze fixated intently on something behind Naruto. What on earth have you done, little brat? Naruto, bewildered, turned to follow the Nine Tails' line of sight and was instantly taken aback. Before him lay an expanse of nothingness, as if he were suspended in a void, where wisps of azure energy floated and danced, seemingly intent on breaking through the emptiness. When Naruto glanced back at the Nine Tails, he noted that the iron bars confining it still stood, dividing this nebulous space and separating him from the beast. The previously dim and damp room had vanished entirely. What in the world? Kurama, have you been drinking your own urine? You fool. The last time you entered, it was because your heart was shrouded in darkness. Thus you witnessed that scene. Now, this is the true form of this chamber. Do you understand? Naruto suddenly recalled that this was indeed the case. The previous visit had drawn him into a state of hatred and darkness through emotional immersion, whereas this time he had accessed the central chamber directly, revealing its original visage. This place was indeed distinct from the 3 dantians. With a mere thought, the void beneath his feet transformed into solid earth, swiftly morphing into mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. The sky above was clear and boundless, with a blazing sun hanging high, radiating warmth. Everything in this realm shifted in accordance with Naruto's will, and it felt astonishingly real. Standing there, he felt as if he were in the tangible world. The central chamber was truly marvelous. However, no matter how Naruto altered the surroundings, the Nine Tails and the iron bars remained unchanged, and regardless of his transformations, they merely reflected his inner state. Though the experience felt genuine, the essence of the place remained intact. With another thought, the mountains and rivers dissipated, returning the realm to its original void. Speak quickly. What are those floating azure energies? The Nine Tails inquired, eyeing the wisps of azure energy in the void with a hint of trepidation. Observing the Nine Tails' reaction, Naruto grew curious. It seemed the Nine Tails was unfamiliar with spiritual energy. Could it be that spiritual energy was not natural energy? I refer to those azure gases as spiritual energy. By employing a breathing technique to draw them into the body, one can enhance health, prolong life, and unlock boundless potential. If cultivated to perfection, one may even achieve immortality. I believe spiritual energy is what you refer to as natural energy. The Ninetales lowered its body and licked its fur thoughtfully. When the azure energy had first surged in, it instinctively felt a wave of fear. It could sense that the energy was intensely repellent towards it, as if attempting to devour and assimilate it. Although it did not comprehend the nature of this azure energy, it could discern that the purity of energy contained within it far surpassed its own bodily energy, and that this azure essence was not natural energy at all. Listen, kid, bestow upon me your ethereal essence. What you refer to as spiritual energy is not merely a natural force. Pray, elaborate on this matter. Although Naruto has labeled it as spiritual energy, he possesses little understanding of its true nature. He yearns to discern how the Ninetales perceives this energy. This essence is unlike anything I have encountered before. It resembles the quintessence extracted from natural forces akin to chakra, yet far more refined. Furthermore, this energy exhibits remarkable inclusivity, seemingly capable of embracing and nurturing all things, teeming with infinite possibilities. Naruto was astounded that the Ninetales could glean so much merely from a brief encounter with this energy. However, given the Ninetales' inherent perceptive abilities and its existence as an energy entity for so long, it is only natural it could analyze so much. Yet, what purpose does it serve for the Ninetales? Although the Ninetales possesses consciousness, its form is composed of energy rather than biological life, rendering it seemingly incapable of cultivation. What do you intend to do with this energy? After a moment of hesitation, the Ninetales replied, I wish to study this spiritual essence. If feasible, I might transform myself into this energetic state. And what would transpire once your form is transformed into energy? The Ninetales patiently explained. What occurs post-transformation remains a mystery to me. Yet, I possess an instinctual desire to attain it. I yearn for it. Naruto regarded the Ninetales with a playful curiosity, pondering, but what benefit does this hold for me? If your transformation leads to the dissolution of the seal, would I not be jeopardized? The Ninetales remained unperturbed, responding earnestly. Fear not, young one. I acknowledge your concerns. We shall collaborate. You need not worry about the seal failing after the transformation. It primarily pertains to the soul, which governs all forms of energy. Can I trust you, Kurama? Naruto's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious countenance. According to the original narrative, the Ninetales had indeed been swayed by Naruto's resolve, continuously supporting him. Yet Naruto still found it difficult to place complete trust in it. I, Kurama, am a creature of my word, unwavering in my commitments. Until a method is discovered that does not endanger you, I shall not depart, even if you release all seals. A promise made. After much contemplation, Naruto chose to place his faith in the Ninetales, primarily due to his growing confidence in himself as his training deepened. The breakthrough in his central chakra point had bestowed upon him far more than mere access to this realm. Naruto distinctly sensed a surge in his mental prowess. The strength of one's mental faculties is tantamount to the fortitude of the soul. Thoughts and intentions originate from the soul, and the stronger the soul, the mightier the spirit and will. Naruto now possessed the ability to introspect, his consciousness sweeping through his internal structure, the flow of energy, all laid bare before him. While his soul power may not yet rival that of the Ninetales, he felt assured that upon unlocking another chakra point, he would not be inferior to the Ninetales. When that time comes, even if the seal were to fail and the Ninetales were to break free, Naruto held confidence that he could subdue it within his central chakra point. This was, after all, Naruto's domain, where the contest revolved around the strength of their souls. Akin to a struggle for dominance, if the Ninetales sought to escape, it must first contend with Naruto's soul, or it would be locked in a perpetual struggle within the confines of Naruto's central chakra point until one emerged victorious. If the Ninetales refrains from mischief, it would undoubtedly be for the best. However, should it choose to sow chaos, Naruto would not hesitate to obliterate its very essence. So, Kurama, how much spiritual energy do you require? Naturally, the more, the better. Your spiritual energy repels me, just as my bodily energy repels it, creating a stalemate where we oppose each other as forces until one prevails. What? How much spiritual energy would that necessitate? I have only just managed to absorb this much. If you choose not to provide it, that is acceptable. I can gradually convert it. Yet, the more spiritual energy you supply, the swifter my transformation will be. Furthermore, the energy I possess currently belongs to Chakra, which you cannot utilize, but should it be transformed into a compatible energy, you would be able to wield my strength. Moreover, the energy you grant me will not dissipate. It is as if you lose nothing, but rather gain more. Goodness, I had not considered that aspect. This signifies the onset of the Nine Tails mode. Moreover, Chakra from the Nine Tails transforming into spiritual energy. The Nine Tails is akin to a portable power bank, and an incredibly fast-charging one at that. Once my spiritual energy is depleted, the Nine Tails can instantly replenish it, which is exceedingly delightful. This is also the greatest advantage Naruto possesses in the original narrative. However, at present, I cannot utilize the Nine Tails energy directly. I must provide it with spiritual energy daily to facilitate a rapid conversion of Chakra into spiritual energy. This essentially means that Naruto must charge this power bank. Albeit only a small portion, the majority of the conversion relies on the Nine Tails itself. Absorbing spiritual energy is already a formidable challenge. And now I must also supply energy to the high-capacity machine that is the Nine Tails. Just contemplating it leaves Naruto feeling a sense of helplessness. After a moment of internal struggle, he resolves to allocate the majority of his spiritual energy to the Nine Tails, retaining just a small amount for his daily training. As he currently finds himself in a relatively safe position and is not required to engage in combat, everything is for the future benefit of this power bank, known as the Nine Tails. By the way, Kurama, are you familiar with spiritual stones or spiritual veins, perhaps? Chapter 15. The mysterious object in the void, the Nine Tails, is the longest living being that Naruto has ever known. If there exist spiritual veins or stones in the world of Naruto, it should certainly be aware of them. Yet, the Nine Tails appears utterly bewildered. What's next? What are you selling? Observing the Nine Tails' expression, it seems it is unfamiliar with these concepts. Thus, Naruto rephrases his inquiry. What I mean is, do you know of, or have you ever encountered, objects that contain a vast amount of spiritual energy? No, your type of energy is a first for me as well. Perhaps you could visit places like Mayaboka Mountain or the Earth Dragon Cave, which are sites of legacy. There you should find what you seek. Mayaboka Mountain, you say? How I long to go. However, it is utterly impossible for me to leave the village at this time. I must devise a plan. If I am to spend 6 years here in school before venturing into the outside world, by then, opportunities will have passed me by. To escape, I must meet 2 conditions. First, to graduate early and become a genin, and second, to have a reliable teacher to guide me. After all, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, it would be impossible for me to act alone in the early stages. The 3rd Hokage would agree, and the other higher-ups in Konoha would not permit it. Graduating early is not a daunting task for Naruto, but finding that teacher. Jiraiya is undoubtedly the prime candidate. As one of the legendary Sannin, his presence would instill confidence in the village's higher-ups regarding Naruto, the Jinchuriki, venturing out. However, this fellow is perpetually wandering in search of inspiration for his writings, leading a nomadic life with no definitive return to Konoha in sight. Kurama, how long will it take for you to transform? Naruto inquired. The Nine Tails retorted with irritation. It's not that simple. I must first familiarize myself with this energy, and then contend with it alongside my own. If you can consistently provide me with this spiritual energy daily, I estimate it would take around a year to fully transform. As expected, Naruto was emboldened to offer this energy to the Nine Tails, calculating that the transformation would require time. A year would suffice for him to undergo 2 or 3 breakthroughs, ensuring he would be more than capable of handling the Nine Tails by then. By the way, Kurama, do you possess any physical organs? Naruto suddenly pondered whether he could teach the Nine Tails a breathing technique. If the Nine Tails could cultivate through such a method, it would certainly simplify matters. What are you trying to imply? The Nine Tails exploded at Naruto's suggestion. Don't misunderstand. I merely wish to impart my cultivation techniques to you. They might assist in your energy transformation and enhance your power. I am merely the physical manifestation of Chakra, lacking any true bodily organs, the Nine Tails explained. Naruto was not surprised by this response. Chakra can shape external forms, and while internal organs can be similarly shaped, it holds no significance since it merely alters appearance without corresponding functionality. In essence, Chakra cannot directly create a living entity. If it could, that would be unfathomably extraordinary. However, the forms created by Chakra can possess consciousness, which is quite miraculous in itself. Consciousness equates to the soul, yet can a soul truly be conjured from nothing? Creating a living body should, in theory, be less challenging than crafting a soul. Yet, the Sage of Six Paths could not create a living being, but was capable of generating a soul, which seems entirely illogical. Unless, the consciousness of the Nine Tails is not something crafted by the Sage of Six Paths. It is highly plausible that the Nine Tails consciousness is the soul of a certain creature, merely encased within a chakra-formed energy body by the sage. This implies that the Nine Tails may have once existed as a tangible being, its corporeal form replaced by chakra. Or perhaps, the Sage of Six Paths reformed its original body using chakra after its destruction? Kurama, are you familiar with Tamamo no Mae? Upon hearing this name, the Nine Tails momentarily appeared dazed before shaking its head and responding, I do not recognize it. Yet there seemed to be a flicker of familiarity. Naruto, upon hearing this, was utterly exasperated. What kind of cryptic response is that? The Nine Tails continued, when you uttered that name, I instinctively felt a sense of familiarity, yet I have no recollection. Please, elaborate further. Nodding, Naruto began recounting the tale of the Nine Tails fox, Tamamo no Mae. Tamamo no Mae, the Onmyoji, the killing stone, what on earth are these? The Nine Tails had no recollection. Naruto furrowed his brow as the situation grew increasingly enigmatic. It appeared that the Nine Tails was not Tamamo no Mae. Then whose soul did the Nine Tails actually possess? I harbor the belief that you are likely not a creation of the Sage of Six Paths. You must have once been a corporeal being with a soul. 4. As I surmise, the Sage of Six Paths lacks the ability to conjure souls. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails furrowed its brow, questioning. Are you implying that I am the legendary Tamamo no Mae? I was slain by that Onmyoji, my corporeal form transformed into the SH Metsu stone? Then, did the Sage of Six Paths reconstruct my body using chakra? Naruto nodded, stating, you need not be Tamamo no Mae. I cannot ascertain the existence of Tamamo no Mae for certain. This remains merely my conjecture and may not represent the truth. What I can affirm is that your soul was undoubtedly not conjured ex nihilo by the Sage of Six Paths. Either you are an independent soul, or your consciousness is merely a fragment of the sage's essence, effectively rendering you a part of the sage's soul. The Nine Tails narrowed its eyes. A deeper frown etched upon its face. However, I possess no recollection of what you just articulated. From the moment I became aware, I have known myself to be a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, imbued with chakra into a corporeal form. Whether the Nine Tails is an independent soul or a derivative of the sage's consciousness, it is implausible to have no memories at all, unless the sage has altered or erased all recollections. But what could be the sage's motive in doing so? Pondering this, Naruto shook his head, realizing it was not the time for such contemplations. Instead of entangling himself in these matters, he resolved to enhance his strength. Once powerful enough, he would uncover all truths. Kyubi, let us focus on the present, he declared. Once I attain sufficient strength, I shall pursue the truth. The Nine Tails nodded, preoccupied with transforming energy, and ceased further conversation with Naruto. At that moment, Naruto finally had the opportunity to delve into the intricacies of the Middle Palace cavity. The structure of the Middle Palace was entirely distinct from that of the three Danshians. The three Danshians still belonged within the realm of human anatomy, while the Middle Palace resembled a mysterious expanse. Apart from the Nine Tails sealed within, there lay nothing but emptiness. However, above the Middle Palace resided the Yang cavity, devoid of any meridians or exits. How, then, was one to unblock the Yang cavity? Or was it necessary to first navigate back to open the Yin cavity? Subsequently, one would tackle the three passages, culminating in the Yang cavity. Yet, as Naruto directed his spiritual energy into the lower Dantian, attempting to breach the Yin cavity, it remained as immovable as ever, showing no signs of yielding. Even when he sought to retrieve energy from the Nine Tails to strike against it, the outcome was unchanged. It appeared that the next step must involve the Yang cavity, but how was he to unlock it? Gazing into the void surrounding him, Naruto could not help but ponder what lay at its end. He ventured into the void, losing track of time, entirely devoid of the Nine Tails' presence. Silence enveloped him, with no knowledge of his starting point or destination. It seems I am lost, he exclaimed, attempting to retrace his steps, yet the result remained the same. He felt ensnared in the void, adrift, and unable to find his way home. Resolutely, he continued onward, refusing to succumb to despair. How could he become lost within his own body? After what felt like a year of wandering through the emptiness, he still encountered nothingness. Is anyone there? Hello? Naruto began to shout loudly into the void, yet there was not even an echo to be heard. Illusions, mere illusions. He suspected he had fallen into some sort of hallucination, and he endeavored to bring his consciousness back to his body, but to no avail. Even the attempt to sleep proved futile. Suddenly, a vague sound entered Naruto's ears. Who is speaking? Is it you, Kurama? Within his inner realm, there was only the Nine Tails. He was certain he remained within that space. At that moment, the indistinct voice returned, resembling a chant or a whisper. Hearing such a sound in the profound silence of the void sent chills down Naruto's spine, raising every hair on his body. This time, the voice seemed somewhat clearer, yet he still could not discern its words. Who? Who is playing tricks? Show yourself. Naruto cautiously scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. Rising to his feet, he continued to walk forward, and soon the voice reappeared, now unmistakably ahead of him. Following the sound, he felt as though he had been walking for decades, even centuries, with the voice becoming increasingly distinct. However, he remained unable to comprehend its meaning. The voice had become a familiar presence to him. After what felt like hundreds of years, his heart had grown numb. Suddenly, the unchanging void ahead transformed, and a black dot abruptly manifested in the emptiness. Naruto's previously calm demeanor shifted instantly, as if a person accustomed to despair had suddenly glimpsed hope. He charged toward the black dot, the distance closing rapidly as it began to enlarge. At last, the shape became discernible, resembling a small object of unknown material, exuding an ancient and distant aura. It appeared neither entirely metallic nor entirely wooden. Its substance was a mystery. Just as Naruto intended to approach and investigate further, a shift in space abruptly returned him to reality, overwhelming him with a sense of weakness that rendered him unable to stand, as if his mental energy had been thoroughly depleted. He quickly began to practice his breathing techniques to enter a meditative state. After some time, the feeling of weakness began to alleviate, though it did not vanish entirely. Naruto felt an urge to explore that mysterious object again, but he found himself temporarily unable to return to his inner realm. What was that object? What secrets lay hidden within? Naruto was eager to uncover the truth, yet he felt incredibly weak. He could only continue his training, hoping to recover swiftly and then return to investigate the enigma. Chapter 16. The little warrior's 3 days passed swiftly, and Naruto had nearly restored his strength. However, he had to conclude his training, for the third Hokage informed him it was time to attend school. All the necessary arrangements had been made, and Naruto simply needed to show up. Reluctantly, he departed from the Hokage Rock, but the prospect of soon meeting the original characters of the 8 little warriors stirred a sense of excitement within him. With this in mind, Naruto made a special effort to dress up at home, for in a sense, it was the first meeting between individuals from 2 different worlds. With his golden shoulder-length hair casually tied back with a hair tie, 2 strands of bangs gracefully falling beside his ears, Naruto's face was devoid of the 6 whisker marks that once adorned it, having been trimmed away long ago. Clad in a white shirt and black shorts, he resembled a charming young lad. He often pondered why the Naruto from the original story chose to retain the 6 whiskers. Without them, Naruto's attractiveness was quite commendable, albeit distinct from the more delicate and refined appearances of characters like Neji and Sasuke. Naruto embodied a sunny and gentle demeanor, perpetually wearing a bright smile. Once ready, Naruto set out for school, strolling leisurely. The Ninja Academy buzzed with life that day. Parents accompanied their children, forming clusters as they navigated through the school grounds. The cacophony of children's cries mingled with the gentle admonitions of parents, reminiscent of a bustling kindergarten, particularly for the younger classes. Yet, Naruto walked alone, weaving through the lively throng in search of his classroom, his slender figure appearing somewhat solitary amidst the crowd. As he ambled along, several figures in the distance captured his attention: Hinata, Neji, and a middle-aged man, presumably Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, who seemed to be offering her some words of advice. Naruto paused to observe until Hiashi departed, allowing him to approach them with a greeting. "Long time no see, Hinata." "And Naruto, it's been a while," Hinata responded, her cheeks not flushed as in the original narrative, though she exhibited a hint of nervousness. After exchanging pleasantries with Hinata, he turned to Neji. "Hello. I am Uzumaki Naruto." Neji, with an impassive expression, appraised Naruto briefly before dismissing him with indifference and turning away. Neji, along with Lee and Tenten, attended the same school. though they were in a different class and seldom crossed paths. I'm sorry, Naruto. Neji can be like that sometimes, Hinata quickly apologized, concerned that Naruto might feel slighted by Neji's behavior. Naruto smiled at her, understanding her predicament. Hinata often bore the brunt of her father's high expectations, leading her to internalize undue blame over time. You need not apologize on anyone's behalf. Do not impose others' mistakes and expectations upon yourself. I, for one, don't mind being overlooked by a stranger. After all, you are my friend, and he is not. Hinata remained silent, her gaze fixed on her toes, unable to meet Naruto's eyes. Naruto recognized that transforming Hinata's character would not be an overnight endeavor. Hinata, do you know where the classroom is? Shall we go together? Okay. Hinata turned and led Naruto towards the classroom, where they arrived at the entrance, greeted by a chorus of lively chatter from within. Here we are. Hinata halted, slightly turning to the side, revealing her evident trepidation about stepping into the classroom. Let us enter together. Naruto stepped ahead, encouraging her to follow him inside. As Hinata gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, she was momentarily transported back to the time when he defended her against 3 troublesome children. An overwhelming sense of safety flooding her heart for the first time. As Naruto and Hinata entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere gradually quieted. The 10 or so students inside curiously scrutinized the newcomers. Here come 2 more. That blonde-haired one is quite handsome. The girl seems rather shy. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? Naruto, overhearing their chatter, felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his classmates were not merely a rowdy bunch of children. Hello, everyone. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and this is my good friend Hyuga Hinata. From now on, we shall be classmates, and I hope you will all take good care of us. Unfazed by the crowd of youngsters, Naruto's proclamation was met with a chorus of playful jeers, quickly followed by a return to the earlier clamor. As groups formed into small circles of conversation, Sakura and Ino sat together, still the best of friends, animatedly discussing something, glancing at Naruto one moment, and at Sasuke the next. Sasuke sat in front of them, exuding an air of aloofness. At this time, the Uchiha clan had yet to meet its tragic fate, and Sasuke remained the proud scion of his family, perhaps revealing a glimpse of innocence only in the presence of his older brother, Itachi Uchiha. His desk partner, Shino, sporting sunglasses, kept his arms crossed and preferred solitude, making them an oddly compatible pair. Choji was wholeheartedly indulging in his snacks, seemingly insatiable, while his desk mate, Shikamaru, appeared utterly bored. Inazuka Kiba sat alone behind them. As Naruto surveyed the room, he noticed 2 vacant seats, though not adjacent. He recalled from the original story that Hinata and Kiba were supposed to be desk mates. There are 2 spots left, why not choose one? Hinata hesitated, glancing at the solitary Kiba and another boy. Naruto recognized her dilemma. She likely did not know either of them. He then observed Kiba, an assertive and impulsive character who relished the role of a leader, his face marked by 2 inverted triangular lines that gave him a somewhat tough demeanor, which might explain why no one wanted to sit with him. The other boy, sitting alone, was chubby, with a bubble of snot hanging from his nose. Naruto felt a strange familiarity with him, but could not quite place where he had seen him before. With a smile, Naruto approached the chubby boy. Hello, would you mind moving over there? I would like to sit with my friend. Oh, it's you guys. Please, take your seats, the chubby boy exclaimed, a fawning expression crossing his face as he quickly vacated his spot. Do you know me? Naruto inquired, intrigued. The boy looked familiar, yet Naruto couldn't recall his identity, as there seemed to be no character like him in the original narrative. He was one of those 3 boys from last time, Hinata whispered, gently tugging on Naruto's sleeve. With Hinata's reminder, Naruto suddenly remembered. This was indeed one of the boys who had bullied Hinata previously. So it's you. Thank you, Naruto said, and the chubby boy appeared greatly relieved, hurriedly moving aside. However, upon noticing Kiba's 2 triangular marks, he seemed to falter. He darted to the front and, employing some unknown tactic, managed to switch places with a little girl to sit beside Kiba. Naruto sat alongside Hinata, and it was only at that moment that she exhaled in relief. Under the oppressive influence of her father, she had become accustomed to being overly cautious, fearful of social interactions and the possibility of rejection. Thank you, Naruto. Relax. There is no need for such formality among friends. Chapter 17. The scholar Naruto. Shortly after Naruto took his seat with Hinata, Iruka entered, carrying a large stack of books. He approached the podium, introduced himself, and began calling out names, allowing those mentioned to come forward and collect their books. As Naruto glanced at the materials in his possession, he realized they were nearly identical to those provided by the third Hokage, causing him to lose interest in the lessons immediately. He sensed the surrounding chakra, which was comparably sparse to that of his home. Initially, he had planned to practice in class to pass the time, but with such thin spiritual energy here, the efficiency of his training would be too low. It seemed that graduating early was imperative. He could not afford to squander his time. Naruto had initially intended to approach the third Hokage directly, but bypassing Iruka felt somewhat disrespectful, considering that in the original storyline, Iruka was one of the few individuals who genuinely cared for Naruto. "Teacher, I have already mastered this material." Naruto raised his hand, interrupting Iruka's lecture. "Naruto, please sit down." Iruka responded with a frown. "I believe many students here have learned some of this, but having learned it does not equate to mastery. This knowledge is crucial for all of you, so please pay attention." Iruka assumed Naruto was being boastful, and his comment elicited a wave of laughter and derision from the classroom. "Huh, is this person trying to be funny? Who hasn't he learned a bit of this?" Someone remarked. "Yeah, what are you pretending for?" Sasuke, the second heir of the Uchiha clan, wore a look of disdain. Naturally, he had received these materials in advance, and although he had not fully mastered them, he had grasped the majority. Having been lauded as a genius since childhood, he believed no one could learn faster than he could. That blonde-haired fellow was merely seeking attention. Naruto felt quite helpless. The content was exceedingly simple, understandable after just a glance. "Teacher, I truly have a complete grasp of this material. I believe there is no need to continue with these lessons. I hope to advance to the subsequent topics. If you doubt me, you may test my knowledge." Iruka observed Naruto's earnest expression, realizing he was not joking. He set down his textbook and began posing questions to Naruto. To Iruka's astonishment, Naruto answered effortlessly, whether it pertained to foundational ninja knowledge or cultural studies, showcasing not only his understanding, but also incorporating his unique insights, some of which left Iruka feeling refreshed and enlightened. "Excellent, Naruto. Your knowledge is impressive," Iruka exclaimed. "However, since the other students have not yet studied these subjects, please take your seat. We will discuss this further after class." From the moment Naruto began responding, the classroom buzzed with astonishment. Everyone had assumed he was a slacker, only to discover he was a scholar. "Wow, Naruto is so cool." Sakura and Ino had already entered a state of admiration. The other classmates expressed a mix of envy and admiration. "Just be yourself. It is only the first day of school, yet you have already completed an entire year's worth of material. How are we supposed to keep up?" Even Shikamaru, who usually appears lethargic, has a look of astonishment on his face. How can he be so remarkable? As for Sasuke, he remains in his typical haughty demeanor, snorting dismissively. "It is merely a matter of excelling in academic subjects, nothing to be proud of. I, after all, have already mastered the use of ninjutsu." Hinata gazes at Naruto, who speaks with such confidence and wears a gentle smile, as if nothing could ever pose a challenge to him. While feeling a mix of admiration and envy, she can't help but feel somewhat inferior. He is so exceptional, so radiant. As his friend, could I be considered too lacking? After class, Naruto visits Iruka's office, where he is informed that there is no longer a need for him to continue with the initial coursework. However, for the subsequent arrangements, Iruka must consult Lord Hokage, and Naruto is asked to wait. Upon returning to the classroom, he finds himself surrounded by Sakura and a group of younger girls. "Wow, Naruto, you're amazing. How did you manage that? Please, teach us." Naruto is taken aback by their enthusiastic inquiries. "As long as you all are willing to put in the effort, you can achieve it too." After saying this, he maneuvers through the crowd back to his seat, noticing that Hinata is not among them, but rather sitting alone. "Hinata, would you like to walk home together?" "Ah, yes, that sounds great." Hinata's slightly dazed expression is utterly endearing. However, currently, Sakura holds the highest popularity in class, and it seems that boys of this age are more drawn to her. "By the way, Hinata, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I likely won't be attending classes with you in the future, but that's all right. I will often be at Hokage Rock, so you can find me there. Is that all right?" "Of course. We are friends, and friends should help one another, right?" Hinata nods, secretly resolving to strive to keep pace with him, hoping he won't venture too far ahead. During the subsequent class, Naruto finds it difficult to concentrate and begins to train earnestly. After school, he initially plans to invite Hinata to Hokage Rock to enjoy the sunset together, but Iruka informs him that the Hokage wishes to see him in his office. Reluctantly, Naruto tells Hinata to go ahead while he heads to the third Hokage's office. I hear you have mastered the entire initial curriculum? The third Hokage sits at his desk, perusing documents without looking up at Naruto. Yes, Grandpa Hokage. Please provide me with the next set of teaching materials. I would like to study at home. The primary reason being that the school environment is lacking in spiritual energy, which is not conducive to Naruto-esque training. And being surrounded by younger children is becoming somewhat overwhelming. Are you not happy at school, little Naruto? The third Hokage sets down his documents and gazes at Naruto. As the village's Jinchuriki, having grown up without parents, the third Hokage hopes that Naruto can forge more friendships and connections, thus fostering a sense of belonging to the village. Not at all. My classmates are wonderful. I made many friends today. However, the content we are studying is different, and if I remain in the classroom, it would not only hinder their learning, but mine as well. The third Hokage withdrew his pipe, meticulously packing the tobacco before lighting it, and taking a couple of puffs. I still hope you will study together with your peers at school. You are still young and need not push yourself so hard. That simply won't do. In my eyes, becoming Hokage is the pinnacle of being a ninja. It is both an honor and a responsibility. I am determined to become Hokage, and I cannot afford to be lax. Otherwise, when will I ever become a great ninja like you, Grandpa Hokage? Haha, little Naruto has truly grown. The third was heartened by Naruto's exuberance. He retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer. These are the assignments you will need to master before you can become a ninja. Should you encounter any difficulties, you can always seek Irika's guidance. That is wonderful. Can you teach me the shadow clone technique now? The third shook his head. Not just yet. You must first learn the body replacement technique before you can delve into the shadow clones. You still need to attend school. While you may skip some theoretical classes, you must participate in physical training and weaponry courses. The time spent at school is fleeting yet precious. I do not wish for you to miss it. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja, it signifies the onset of confronting the harsh realities of the ninja world, often necessitating the execution of perilous missions. Although it is not a time of war, the subtle struggles between the villages have never ceased. Observing Naruto's growth, the third felt a mix of pride and concern. He did not want Naruto to become a ninja too soon. In fact, he began to hope that Naruto would not be overly gifted, even contemplating the possibility of personally mentoring him after his graduation. Naruto was quite satisfied with this outcome, as physical training and weaponry were precisely what he yearned to learn. The crux of victory in battles between ninjas often lay in physical prowess and weaponry skills. Thus, he readily accepted the third's stipulations. He hurried home, clutching the folder given to him by the third, eager to see if he could practice the body replacement technique. Chapter 18. The Body Replacement Technique. Upon returning home, Naruto eagerly opened the documents provided by the third. As anticipated, the initial pages were filled with cultural studies and chakra refinement, which Naruto swiftly bypassed. He skimmed through some foundational physical techniques, but his primary focus remained on the body replacement technique. It wasn't until he reached the final pages that he found the relevant content, detailing the body replacement technique, the shadow clone technique, and the transformation technique, each accompanied by clear instructions on hand seals and illustrations depicting chakra flow within the body, making them easy to comprehend. The body replacement technique required one to first envision another self, then perform the hand seals to guide chakra flow, creating a controllable virtual clone, akin to a holographic projection. The clone had form but lacked substance and combat capability, serving merely to confuse opponents. The essence of the body replacement technique lay in the imagination, as the formation of the illusion depended entirely on one's creativity. Naruto concentrated intently, picturing another being identical to himself standing beside him, and then proceeded to perform the hand seals as described in the book. The hand seals for the body replacement technique were quite simple, being one of the most fundamental ninja arts. After practicing 2 or 3 times, Naruto had already mastered it. However, after Naruto completed the hand seals, there was no reaction. Through introspection, he discovered that the hand seals could not mobilize the spiritual energy within him. Subsequently, following the chakra flow diagram of the shadow clone technique, he exerted his will to control the flow of spiritual energy. With a resounding pop, a projection of Naruto materialized before him. This projection was incapable of speech, devoid of consciousness, and remained motionless. It could only deceive enemies from a distance, for anyone nearby would readily discern it as merely a projection. Such is the nature of the shadow clone technique. It felt rather mundane, lacking in surprise. Next came the body replacement technique, which is essentially an illusion. employing hand seals to release mental energy that distorts the enemy's perception, causing them to mistake an object in their vicinity for themselves. This serves as a foundation for Jinjutsu, but regrettably, the body replacement technique is intended for use against foes, and Naruto was currently unable to experiment with it. Finally, he encountered the transformation technique, which fundamentally involves a temporary alteration of an object through chakra. The simplest application is altering one's own physical form, akin to a disguise. Upon experimentation, Naruto found he could modify his facial features and body shape, though limitations existed. For instance, he could become heavier or lighter or taller, but could not exceed the bounds of his original physique. This dashed his hopes of transforming into an adult. Yet the ability to alter his appearance without the aid of cosmetic tools was still commendable. The body replacement technique is directed at enemies, and its effectiveness remains uncertain to Naruto, while the shadow clone technique, he mused, was rather useless. Although all three ninjutsu techniques can be executed without hand seals, their practicality is limited. It appears that hand seals are ineffective as they can only mobilize chakra, not spiritual energy. As long as he consciously guided the spiritual energy along predetermined pathways, he could utilize ninjutsu. Naruto had long been apprehensive that his cultivated spiritual energy might not facilitate the use of ninjutsu, but through the understanding gained from the three-body technique, he realized that different energies could indeed be employed similarly. For the time being, as long as the ninjutsu did not pertain to elemental properties, he should be capable of using it, including Jinjutsu. Currently, Naruto remained unaware of the elemental nature of his spiritual energy, or whether it possessed any elemental attributes at all. He recalled that testing for elemental properties required a special paper, which had to be immersed over time in the 5 major chakras. These 5 chakras are wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. By channeling his chakra into the paper, it would react and change, thus revealing the chakra's elemental nature. Yet, Naruto was uncertain whether his spiritual energy could be tested for elemental properties, for spiritual energy and chakra were not the same kind of energy. Additionally, the 5 elements in the world of Naruto differed from those he was familiar with. In Naruto's realm, they are wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, while in his understanding, they are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There exists a wood element in Naruto's world, a fusion of water and earth, akin to a bloodline limit. Naruto delved into his dantian, carefully sensing the spiritual energy within, yet he could not discern any elemental attributes. Logically, the energy in his dantian should nourish the internal organs, and the 5 organs correspond to the 5 elements, which embody the duality of yin and yang. Thus, Naruto should possess these attributes within him. Nevertheless, there was an inexplicable feeling that the elemental and yin-yang properties in Naruto's world manifested rather ordinarily, almost as if they were diminished versions of what they could potentially be. One would assume that a person capable of mastering these elemental and yin-yang attributes would inherently possess the ability to create worlds, achieve immortality, and wield control over time and space, rendering them omnipotent. To possess attributes may be one matter, yet the mastery of those attributes is an entirely different one. Having access to all attributes does not equate to complete mastery over them. Indeed, even among those who are full attribute ninjas, the disparity in power between Kakashi and Madara is astronomical. In the realm of Naruto, Kaguya undoubtedly holds the highest mastery of attributes. This, of course, pertains solely to the ninja world, for Kaguya is backed by the yet-to-appear Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya's immunity to all ninjutsu stems from her superior command of attributes, rendering any elemental jutsu directed at her as mere energy to be absorbed. It is akin to a mighty river. No matter how tumultuous the waters, upon reaching the ocean, they can only be absorbed and merged, never capable of overwhelming the vast expanse of the sea. Should Naruto seek chakra paper from the 3rd Hokage at this moment, it would indeed be rather abrupt, as such matters are typically addressed post-graduation and class assignments. Without a teacher to guide him, how could Naruto possibly be aware of these intricacies? It is rather hard to explain. Alas, how I long for the 100th day of the 4th Hokage. I wish time would hasten. Casting aside the study materials provided by the 3rd, Naruto found no challenge in the clone technique, deeming it impractical, thus losing interest in further exploration. Fundamental taijutsu and weapon usage necessitate a teacher's guidance and practical experience. Merely glancing at the names of techniques in a book would not suffice. It would be far better to continue his own training. Seated in meditation, Naruto began to practice his breathing technique, directing his internal focus to the lower dantian, observing a solitary strand of energy circulating within the three dantian. A wave of helplessness washed over him. The Nine Tails, a voracious consumer of spiritual energy, seemed to take an eternity to complete its transformation. As Naruto's consciousness traversed to the middle palace, he found the immense head of the Nine Tails resting upon his hand, its eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. Kurama, must you sleep here while neglecting the transformation of spiritual energy? This is utterly unacceptable. Do you have any idea how arduous my training has been to amass this energy? Must you be so loud? Are you instructing me on my duties? After their customary exchange of barbs, the Nine Tails finally divulged its progress. I have fully mastered the energy you provided, and I have utilized it to partially convert my own power. With that, the Nine Tails extended one of its tails before Naruto. Look, cut it out. What do I need to see your tail for? Observe the color of my tail. Upon closer inspection, Naruto noticed that the tip of the Nine Tails' tail had turned white, and several of its fur strands had also transformed, contrasting sharply with its originally red coat. Have you morphed from a red fox into a mottled fox? The Nine Tails sighed in exasperation. This boy always fixated on trivial details. The white areas signify the energy I have successfully converted. Oh, is that all? Be grateful, you little brat. I have amassed 90% of the Ten Tails chakra, energy that the God Tree has gathered over a millennium. Even if you humans had 5,000 years, you could not accumulate such a vast amount of chakra. Naruto pondered this and realized the truth in it. The God Tree had absorbed natural energy for over 1,000 years on Earth to manifest the Ten Tails, highlighting the formidable challenge of energy conversion. If natural energy were a non-renewable resource, allowing it to absorb for several hundred more years could spell doom for the Earth. The Nine Tails has amassed a significant portion of the chakra from the Ten Tails, arguably possessing more chakra than all the ninja combined, perhaps even exceeding half of its own. In the original narrative, Naruto's potential is truly remarkable. How long will it take to transform it all? Without your provision of energy, I estimate it will take me about 2 months to convert a single tail. At this rate, it will require 18 months to achieve all 9 tails. If we consider the body as equivalent to 2 tails, that adds another 4 months, bringing the total transformation time to 22 months, nearly 2 years, which is somewhat acceptable. The Nine Tails continued, stating that if you were to give me all the energy you absorb daily, this time could be halved. Relinquishing all the spiritual energy I cultivate each day to the Nine Tails is something I would rather avoid, yet for the sake of the long term, I must endure the sacrifice daily. Once the Nine Tails completes its transformation, it could equate to a century of my arduous training. By the way, Kurama, you possess sensory abilities. Can you discern my attributes? The Nine Tails nodded, affirming, indeed, your spiritual energy bears no discernible attribute. Chapter 19, Mother of Energy. What? That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can I lack any attributes? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. You must have misinterpreted. Please look again. While Naruto had contemplated the possibility of his energy being attribute-less, it implied he would be unable to utilize offensive ninjutsu. Although he could develop spells using his energy, he was merely an ordinary person prior to his journey, not a master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Understanding the cultivation pathway for harnessing spiritual energy was already his limit. Without the ability to wield ninjutsu, he would be relegated to a purely physical fighter, unable to become a ranged mage. While a warrior could potentially rival a mage, he would miss out on the exhilarating experience of long-range attacks. Moreover, the advantage of the Nine Tails as a vast reservoir of energy would be lost. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from interrupting me? While this energy may lack any specific attribute, it can encompass and nurture any attribute, which is precisely why I wish to transform it. I refer to it as the Mother of Energy. What on earth is the Mother of Energy? What purpose does it serve?" Naruto was left baffled by the Nine Tails' cryptic words. Although he had absorbed the spiritual energy, his understanding of it was non-existent. The Nine Tails patiently elaborated, stating, in simple terms, it is the origin of all attribute energies. It can nurture any attribute energy, and the attributes it can cultivate far exceed our current understanding. Why does it seem to me that it is inferior to single attribute chakra? Fool! How can single attribute chakra compare to it? This energy is akin to the very source of all energies in existence. Thus, its initial state is devoid of any attribute. However, It also has the potential to develop attributes and give rise to all things. Do you understand? Now I see. So, I can utilize this spiritual energy to cultivate various attributes? The Ninetales nodded. That is a valid interpretation. In that case, wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to engage in combat directly using my spiritual energy? Why do I need attributes? The Ninetales, in a moment of resignation, noted that the potency of spiritual energy is not merely reflected in combat prowess, but rather in its multifaceted functions. Have you not realized the significant enhancement of both your body and soul? When your corporeal form and spirit are nourished, your lifespan inevitably extends as well. While it is entirely feasible to harness this energy in battle against foes, it does not diminish in strength compared to any singular attribute of chakra. However, the extent of power you can wield remains limited. Upon hearing the Ninetales elucidation, Naruto experienced a moment of enlightenment. He understood. It was akin to a brute force individual facing a master of martial arts. Though the former may not lack strength, the latter can channel their energy through skill, resulting in a disparity of impact despite identical strikes. The Ninetales gazed at Naruto with satisfaction, affirming that this was indeed the essence of the matter. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How could he cultivate attributes? The Ninetales shook his head, indicating that this was a journey for Naruto to navigate independently. Moreover, this was a system of cultivation he was developing for himself. Even in the realm of chakra, the elder was not entirely knowledgeable, let alone in this context. With a sigh, Naruto realized that he must embark on this quest of exploration alone. By the way, Kurama, do you know how to enhance spiritual power? Naruto inquired, fixated on the enigmatic entity within the void, which had become a nagging concern for him. Without comprehending this mystery, he felt a persistent unease. However, the danger of that space loomed large. One misstep could lead to being lost in the abyss. Thus, he sought to strengthen his mental fortitude before venturing there. That is simple, the Ninetales responded, releasing a formidable surge of mental energy directed at Naruto. Instantly, Naruto felt his consciousness ensnared in a quagmire, his awareness weighed down. Rendering him incapable of diverting his attention elsewhere, he could only focus on resisting this overwhelming pressure. The Ninetales nodded in approval. You need only remain in my mental domain until your spiritual energy is exhausted, at which point you will automatically exit this space. Coupled with your unique spiritual cultivation, your mental power will grow increasingly formidable. Of course, daily practice will also enhance your spiritual strength, but this method will expedite your growth. Enduring the immense mental strain imposed by the Ninetales, Naruto grimaced, unable even to express his frustration. If he could speak at that moment, he would have liked to extend a proper greeting to the Ninetales' ancestors. Why could he not ease off the pressure a bit, instead of forcing him to endure such a tremendous weight all at once? It surely felt deliberate. In the realm of the mind, time was non-existent, and Naruto lost track of how long he lingered there. When he finally emerged, it was already deep into the night. The following day, Naruto approached Irika at school to request a course schedule. However, there were no physical training or weapon classes for the next month, as students needed to grasp the theoretical knowledge before these lessons could commence. Naruto welcomed the leisure, spending the subsequent month on Hokage Rock, practicing breathing techniques by day and honing his mental strength with the Ninetales by night, yielding remarkably gratifying results. Although every day he cultivated spiritual energy for the Ninetales, it remained ever at his disposal. The current Ninetales has successfully transformed one of its tails. If this continues, it is anticipated that complete transformation will be achieved within a year. It is noteworthy that the tails transformed by the Ninetales are slightly smaller than before. According to the Ninetales, spiritual energy is inherently superior to its chakra energy, so a reduction in size is only to be expected. During this period, Naruto's mental fortitude has also experienced tremendous growth. However, despite numerous attempts, he remains unable to make contact with that mysterious object. He refrains from acting recklessly, as he is entirely unaware of the nature of this entity. The sensation of being able to hear and see it, yet unable to touch it, is truly exasperating. The physical training classes at the Ninja Academy have commenced, initially focusing on endurance training such as long-distance running and push-ups, alongside basic physical techniques and throwing weapon practices. The ninja profession is fundamentally one of assassins, skilled in stealth and the use of concealed weapons. Naruto's physical capabilities have become remarkably formidable, rivaling even that of Guy. During one physical training session, Naruto astonished Iruka and his classmates by completing 100 one-handed push-ups. Although his physical prowess has reached impressive heights, Naruto still attends physical training classes diligently, learning alongside his peers. He practices with Hinata while also fostering camaraderie with the other classmates. After the physical training sessions, while his classmates must return for their academic lessons, Naruto enjoys the privilege of leaving school directly. Each time, he departs amidst the envious gazes of his peers, cheerfully encouraging them with a simple, "Keep it up." This, however, has been particularly trying for Sasuke, the proud and ambitious individual, who finds himself overshadowed not only in theoretical classes but also in physical training. Fortunately, his proficiency in ninjutsu has allowed him to regain some confidence. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke is determined not to be outdone by anyone, prompting him to work even harder. The changes are not limited to Sasuke. The other 7 classmates have also set aside their playful tendencies and begun to strive earnestly. They ponder, why is it that you excel beyond me? While they may not aspire to surpass him, they at least aim to avoid falling too far behind. Even Shikamaru, who typically dislikes trouble, has begun to practice secretly after class. Hinata has also become notably more outgoing, to the extent that she can now engage in unobstructed conversations with Naruto, gradually increasing her dialogue. Naruto has contemplated whether to teach Hinata and the others how to cultivate spiritual energy. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. Setting aside his own uncertainty regarding the process, Naruto fears that revealing such knowledge could lead to catastrophic consequences. Time has flown by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Naruto attends school on days with physical training and dedicates his time to training on Hokage Rock when there are no classes. During this period, he has rarely returned home. He has nearly mastered the fundamentals of physical techniques and has learned to utilize various weapons. The remaining skill will come from extensive practice. Currently, Naruto has acquired techniques such as Shadow Dance, Leaf Whirlwind, and Leaf Gale. Given his current physical condition, should he employ spiritual energy in his physical techniques, he might very well be able to hold his own against Guy. At present, what Naruto lacks the most are combat techniques and experience. Although he frequently trains with Hinata, their strengths are not on the same level. His practice is solely to assist her in enhancing her abilities. Today, after adjusting his mindset, Naruto once again entered the central palace, finding himself in that familiar void. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelming mental storm. Kurama paused, deciding against any mental training today. The Nine Tails mental tempest has become less significant for Naruto's growth, which indicates that his soul is growing stronger. While he cannot yet contend with the Nine Tails, the gap is narrowing. Kurama has transformed 4 of his tails, making them smaller than the other 5, creating a rather discordant appearance. Every time Naruto jested about this, Kurama would amplify his mental power to silence him. But now, the Nine Tails can no longer suppress him. Even at full force, Kurama's might does not pose much of a threat to Naruto, leaving the beast rather vexed. Today, Naruto prepared to attempt to approach that mysterious object once more, channeling his mental energy as he walked into the void. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, the enigmatic voice echoed again. Having long since ignored this incomprehensible sound, he pressed onward toward its source until he finally spotted that dark point. In previous attempts, he felt he was on the verge of grasping the diminutive object, yet always fell short. This time, rather than hastily reaching out to touch it, he stood aside and observed intently. The small platform appeared neither entirely metallic nor wooden, exuding a magnetic field that repelled approaching objects. Could this be the spirit platform? Naruto had traversed the central palace, a realm of emptiness, and above it lay the Yang Palace, also known as the spirit platform. His entire path of cultivation had been a cautious journey, as he was unaware of what awaited him ahead or whether he was on the right track. Lacking any experiential guidance, Naruto proceeded with meticulous verification and exploration. After multiple observations, he sensed that the small platform posed little danger. Gathering all his mental energy, he charged towards it with determination. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, and he felt the very fabric of space shift. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had arrived in a different locale. Before him stood a mountain, barren and devoid of vegetation, its base unconnected to the ground, resembling a floating peak in the air. Naruto found himself atop this mountain. What is this? Is it not the spirit platform? Why is it a mountain? A sudden realization struck him. He recalled the spirit platform of the journey to the west, known as the abode of Bodhi Patriarch. The description seemed remarkably fitting. Externally, it appeared as a diminutive spirit platform, yet within, it was a realm unto itself, housing a mountain. This was one of the 9 palaces, the Yang Palace. He had not anticipated it to manifest in such a form. The mountain was modest in size, and Naruto could distinctly sense everything upon it. There was nothing on the mountain, yet a unique energy permeated the air, seemingly nourishing Naruto's soul with each passing moment. Upon entering this place, Naruto found that his previously exhausted mental energy swiftly rejuvenated, and not only that, he sensed a remarkable amplification in his mental prowess. His bodily senses became acutely refined. The flow of spiritual energy within him became exceedingly smooth, and his rate of absorbing this energy exceeded previous levels by more than double. In the past, when Naruto engaged in introspection or entered the central palace, he could not simultaneously attend to both his physical state and the external environment. However, the situation was markedly different now. Seated upon the fangs of the mountain, he could perceive all conditions both within and without with clarity and effortless control. Now, his mental energy could extend outward, reaching approximately a radius of 10 feet, a phenomenon he decided to name divine awareness. Within this boundary, everything was vividly discernible. He could clearly sense the ants transporting food in the distance, the insects hidden within the grass, and even the intricate structure of the ants' bodies and the roots of the trees could not evade his scrutiny. It bore resemblance to the Byakugan's abilities, though it offered a more nuanced and profound observation. Should he release his divine awareness during combat, he could instantly discern the enemy's intentions and respond accordingly. The fangs of the mountain belonged to Naruto's Yang Aperture, situated above the central palace, which imprisoned the 9 tails, an area akin to an energy reservoir. The Yang Aperture functioned like a central control room, coordinating and mobilizing energy throughout his body while also allowing him to observe the external environment. Naruto could not alter the shape of the mountain, which was enveloped by a unique energy nourishing the soul. Unlike the 3 Danshians, which still adhered to the human anatomical structure, the Central Palace and Yang Aperture seemed to exist in another realm altogether. These 2 locations were shrouded in mystery. Having only just set foot here, he remained uncertain of the changes that lay ahead and what they would mean for him. The most pressing question was how to cultivate further following the opening of the Yang Aperture. It felt as though he had reached an impasse, with no pathways leading beyond this point. Instinctively, Naruto sensed that ascending further from the fangs of the mountain would propel him beyond his corporeal form, akin to his soul attempting to depart the body. Yet, his instincts warned him that such an act would be perilous. Currently, 5 of the 9 apertures had been activated, and with the Yang Aperture seemingly at its limit, there appeared to be no routes to other realms. Thus, he could only commence from the lower Dantian. Naruto once again endeavored to penetrate the meridians of the lower Dantian, but it remained obstinately unyielding, as if he were striking against an impenetrable iron plate. Was it possible that insufficient spiritual energy was to blame? After breaking through the Yang Aperture, he could now perceive all occurrences within his body clearly. The movements of the 9 tails were now accessible to him at any moment, and communication with Kurama was always within reach. Kurama, grant me some spiritual energy. I seek to breach this barrier. Without further ado, the 9 tails allowed a steady flow of spiritual energy to seep from the seal. In an instant, Naruto's lower Dantian felt replenished, and he distinctly sensed a subtle change at the juncture connecting it to the Yang Aperture. Previously, this area felt like it was separated by a thick steel barrier, but as the spiritual energy in the lower Dantian increased, that barrier seemed to thin. It was as if the accumulating energy was gradually eroding that obstruction. Perhaps once it was fully penetrated by the spiritual essence, he could successfully open the Yang Aperture and subsequently unlock the 3 barriers behind it. Kurama, don't be stingy. More, please. As I utter more words, the seal shall loosen, and my essence will seep forth. Are you resolute in your decision? Naruto, in his fervor to conquer challenges, overlooked this crucial detail. For now, it is prudent to conceal the 9 tails. Let the spiritual energies gradually permeate this barrier. Concluding his training, Naruto made his way to the school, having cultivated a habit of breathing that allowed him to practice incessantly, regardless of time or place. Though this method may lack the efficiency of focused training, the accumulation of small efforts yields significant results. Today marks the final day of the semester. Irika, in order to assess the students' academic achievements, has organized a final examination. The previous day had seen assessments in cultural and theoretical subjects, from which Naruto was exempt. Today's examination will focus on physical techniques and the use of bladed weapons, consisting of paired practice sessions. However, no ranking will be established. Irika will evaluate each student's performance to gauge their proficiency in physical techniques and weaponry. Upon receiving Irika's notification, Naruto initially had no intention of attending, yet Irika insisted on his participation. Chapter 21. The strongest physical technique in Konoha. Upon arriving at school, Naruto found his classmates gathered in the open area outside the classroom, with Irika standing before them. As Naruto approached, Irika cleared his throat and addressed the assembled students, stating the rules for today's examination. Pairs would practice together, with participants free to select their opponents, provided mutual consent was given. Those without partners would be assigned by Irika. Surrender was permissible. Once one party conceded, the other must cease their attacks. The victorious participant could opt to challenge another, yet could only confront those who had triumphed, and the challenged held the right to decline. No rankings would be established for this examination, though I will assign ratings, 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. These are the rules. Before commencing the matches, I will announce the results of yesterday's theoretical exam. Those whose names are called may come forward to collect their papers. Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha both achieved a perfect score of 100, tying for first place. Wow. Incredible. Sasuke is so cool. Hinata actually came in first. A chorus of admiration erupted from the crowd, followed by enthusiastic applause. Watching Hinata and Sasuke ascend the stage to collect their papers, Naruto felt genuine joy for Hinata. He was not surprised by their perfect scores. Sasuke was already heralded as a genius, and for him, such a score was merely routine. As for Hinata, her accomplishments stemmed from her diligence, and Naruto often provided her with additional guidance. The two turned their gazes towards Naruto. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with challenge, while Hinata's were filled with gratitude. Despite her relentless efforts, her father had always dismissed her, although Naruto frequently reassured her of her excellence, attributing her father's disapproval to a fear of her becoming arrogant. What child does not yearn for their parents' praise and validation? With her first-place finish in the theoretical exam, she was eager to share her achievement with her father. Irika continued to call names. Sakura Haruno scored 98, securing second place, while Shikamaru Nara followed with 95, claiming third. Yay! Sakura exclaimed, bounding forward to collect her paper, then turned to her classmates who cheered and applauded, flashing a victory sign. Her vivacious and cheerful personality is the very reason for her popularity in class. As for Shikamaru, he still appears perpetually drowsy. Following her, there is Ino and Kiba, and as the top 3 are announced, the applause begins to dwindle. When it is Choji's turn, he is met with a chorus of jeers. With a score of 16, he claims the last position, nobly inheriting the title of the tail end that originally belonged to Naruto. Now, please collect your test papers as we proceed to the physical training exercises. You may choose your opponents. Feel free to discuss privately or stand up and invite others to challenge you. After Irika's announcement, the students below begin to murmur amongst themselves. Kiba and Sasuke glance at Naruto, preparing to issue a challenge, when suddenly Irika's voice interrupts. Naruto, come up. You shall start the first round. Naruto had intended to pair with Hinata, as it had been a while since they practiced together, and he wished to see if she had made any progress. He did not anticipate being called upon by Irika for the challenge. With a resigned expression, Naruto approaches. Irika-sensei, you clearly stated we could choose our opponents. Why must I come up? Irika disregards Naruto's complaints, stating, to gain the acknowledgement of your peers, you must be willing to showcase your abilities. Moreover, I believe you excel in both theoretical classes and physical training. Irika's intention was to encourage Naruto and help him gain recognition. Yet he overlooked the fact that exceptional talent can incite jealousy. Were he not Irika, Naruto might even suspect that this teacher intended to undermine him. Naruto, perplexed, replies, Thank you, Irika-sensei. Nevertheless, Irika's words serve as a reminder for Naruto. It is time to demonstrate his strength. He senses that as his training intensifies, the spiritual energy of Konoha increasingly fails to satisfy him. He must graduate swiftly and become a genin to seek opportunities beyond the village. As for which department he might join after graduation, he has yet to decide. Indeed, Irika's announcement ignites the competitive spirit among his classmates. I challenge you. 5 students step forward simultaneously, all eager to confront Naruto, including Kiba and Sasuke. The other 3 are unfamiliar. likely never to have become ninjas by the time of their graduation. The five approach Naruto with fierce determination, glaring at him defiantly. In the face of their aggression, Naruto remains unfazed, stating calmly, "You can all come at me together." "What the? Arrogant fool. Who do you think you are?" The hot-headed Kiba and the others charge at Naruto, employing punches and kicks. Sasuke, however, stands still, prideful as a genius, refusing to join the others. He intends to defeat Naruto alone. As the four attack with varied physical techniques, their faces display excitement, as if they can already envision Naruto's downfall. Yet, to Naruto, their movements appear sluggish, full of openings. A slight smirk appears on his lips as he effortlessly evades their attacks, swiftly positioning himself behind them. "My dear classmates, after today, we may not see each other for a long time. As a farewell gift, I present to you the most formidable taijutsu of the Leaf Village, the 1,000 Years of Pain." For simultaneous screams erupted, as the four individuals were propelled from their positions, landing and clutching their rears while emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, tears streaming down their faces involuntarily. With a chuckle escaping her lips at the sight of the four in agony, Sakura was the first to break the silence, prompting the others to follow suit in a chorus of laughter, as if they had received an unspoken signal. Sasuke, positioned across from Naruto, felt a tightness in his core. His face grave as he fixed his gaze on Naruto, who had executed his moves with such swiftness that Sasuke had scarcely perceived them. Among those present, only Hinata, blessed with the Byakugan, and Itachi, who lurked in the shadows, had discerned Naruto's actions. Since Naruto's arrival at the academy, he had sensed Itachi's presence. Presumably, Itachi was there to observe Sasuke's practice exam today, yet Naruto feigned ignorance of his presence. As a low-ranking ninja, Iruka could only glimpse Naruto's fleeting silhouette. He was not a combat-oriented ninja, or else he would not be teaching a group of children. Regaining his composure from the shock, Iruka promptly stepped forward to declare Naruto the victor, then assisted the four still groaning in agony to a nearby spot to rest. "Naruto, you may choose to continue the challenge or conclude the practice. Afterward, I will provide you with a score." Naruto blinked at Sasuke. "Team, do you wish to challenge me further?" Chapter 22. Overcoming the little titans. Sasuke's expression darkened. Despite not knowing the means by which Naruto had defeated the four, he remained confident in his ability to best him. "And by the way, I am not team, I am Uchiha Sasuke." With a swift motion, Sasuke hurled 4 wooden shuriken towards Naruto, each angled with precision, one aimed directly at Naruto's heart, while the others flanked him to restrict his evasive maneuvers. Naruto observed the oncoming shuriken, nodding inwardly. Sasuke was indeed a genius, and such a display of skill with shuriken was unparalleled among their peers. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Naruto. Without utilizing chakra, Naruto relied solely on his physical speed to effortlessly evade the projectiles, merely raising his hand to catch each shuriken just before they could strike him. Impressive shuriken, but still far from enough. "Sasuke, is that so?" Naruto's words had barely escaped his lips when he heard Sasuke's voice behind him, accompanied by a rush of wind aimed at the back of his head. While Naruto was occupied with the shuriken, Sasuke had swiftly maneuvered behind him, executing a leaf hurricane kick aimed at Naruto. Watching from the sidelines, Iruka and their classmates held their breath in suspense for Naruto's impending fate. In a breathtaking instant, Sasuke transitioned from throwing the shuriken to launching his kick, believing he had landed a hit on Naruto. However, he felt no solidity beneath his foot, only the sensation of having struck Naruto's afterimage left behind in his place. "Still far from enough, Sasuke?" Before Sasuke could fully process the situation, he was startled by Naruto's languid voice echoing from behind him, sending a chill down his spine as he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. With an instinctive turn of his body, he formed a hand seal and unleashed the great fireball technique. A sphere of flame, the size of a human head, erupted from Sasuke's mouth, aimed directly at Naruto's face. The moment he executed the technique, regret washed over him, for he realized that if it struck true, Naruto could very well perish. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. The fireball vanished just before making contact with Naruto. Standing there unharmed, Naruto had his hands casually tucked in his pockets, a smile gracing his lips. "Is that all you've got, Sasuke?" Frustration boiled within Sasuke upon hearing Naruto's nonchalant words. Clenching his fists, he attempted to form another hand seal. But midway through, his chakra was depleted, and he collapsed to the ground, clearly unable to continue the fight. Hidden in the shadows, Itachi wore a grave expression as he observed Naruto. This individual possessed an extraordinary physical strength, accompanied by an energy coating that could absorb ninjutsu. What manner of technique was this? Itachi sensed that Naruto was not even exerting himself to the fullest. Not only his brother Sasuke, but even he himself might not stand a chance against him. When did Konoha produce such a prodigious talent? It was not only Itachi who was astonished. The third Hokage, watching through a telescope from his office, was equally taken aback. Has little Naruto grown to such heights? As for the other students and peers present, their astonished gasps had not ceased since the battle between Naruto and Sasuke commenced. They could only marvel at Naruto's prowess, realizing that even Sasuke, who wielded ninjutsu, was unable to harm him. As for the extent of Naruto's strength, it transcended their current understanding. In truth, Naruto could have easily evaded Sasuke's great fireball technique, but he chose not to. Instead, he summoned the energy within him to envelop his body in a defensive aura, eager to test the efficacy of his newfound abilities. He was now capable of manifesting this energy around him, or even in specific parts of his body, yet he could not yet separate it from his body entirely. Were he able to do so, he could strike down his foes without them ever realizing it. Initially, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety. Should his defense falter, he might not lose his life, but he would certainly suffer burns. To his astonishment, when the fireball encountered the energy surrounding him, it was instantaneously absorbed. Moreover, Naruto suddenly gained a profound insight into the nature of fire, as if he had completely deconstructed the essence of the fireball. A warmth radiated from his heart, for the organs correspond to the 5 elements, and fire is birthed from the heart. After absorbing Sasuke's fireball, Naruto unlocked the gate of fire. He could now faintly sense some fire elements drifting through the world around him. Absorbing these would greatly benefit his heart. As his understanding of fire deepened, he realized he could even manipulate the elemental forces of fire for his own purposes using his energy. In a moment of clarity, Naruto understood. The organs within his body could not only be nurtured by his energy, but they could also absorb the elemental forces of nature to strengthen themselves. When the internal organs reached a certain level of power, the 5 elements would harmonize within him. It seemed that his path of cultivation had expanded to include the comprehension of elemental attributes. Gathering his focus, Naruto approached Sasuke with a smile, extending his right hand. Your strength is impressive, Sasuke. Keep it up. Damn it. This guy is infuriating, yet I cannot bring myself to truly despise him. On the very first day of school, Sasuke took notice of Naruto. This fellow always wore a sunlit smile, effortlessly infecting those around him with his cheerful demeanor. He was remarkably talented, yet remained humble and approachable. However, as a prodigy, Sasuke was determined not to be surpassed by anyone. Grasping Naruto's outstretched hand, he rose to his feet. Naruto, I shall defeat you. All right. I eagerly await that day. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Sasuke did not respond, but instead turned and walked aside. Naruto wins. Irika's voice rang out at the right moment. You may choose to continue the challenge or conclude it. Naruto did not reply, but instead looked toward Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, who had yet to compete. If there are any classmates skilled in ninjutsu, please step forward. Having endured Sasuke's fireball technique, Naruto had unlocked the door to fire element chakra. Shikamaru, Choji, and the others possessed family secret techniques, and they should now be capable of using ninjutsu. If they could each provide him with a technique, it would enable him to access even more attributes. As for Sakura, even after 6 years, she remained a weakling, her combat prowess nearly non-existent before encountering Tsunade. Gazing at Naruto's eager expression, Shikamaru and the others felt a tightness in their chests. What a joke. If we let you hit us, will we still be intact? Just look at Kiba, who was still hunched over, clutching his backside. No, no, no. We don't know any ninjutsu, haha. The others hurriedly protested their lack of skills. Disappointment clouded Naruto's face as he indicated to Irika that they could conclude. Just then, Hinata stepped forward. Naruto, I wish to challenge you. Surprised by Hinata's emergence, Naruto felt astonished, for she was the last person he expected to challenge him. Why? Hinata met his gaze resolutely. Because we are friends. Naruto-kun, thank you for your constant support and encouragement. You have helped me rediscover myself. As a friend, I ask that you hold nothing back. I know I am not your match, and in our usual sparring, you have always allowed me some leeway. But today, I wish to bid farewell to my former self. I no longer wish to be a timid coward. The last words nearly burst forth as a shout from Hinata. All right, I accept your challenge. However, you must be cautious. Hearing Hinata's words, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. She had finally stepped beyond the shadow cast by her father. Bring it on, Naruto. Hinata activated her Byakugan, assuming a gentle fist stance. Under Naruto's careful guidance, Hinata's strength was anything but weak. She had mastered the basics of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, though her chakra was insufficient to execute the full technique. Observing Hinata's stance, Naruto noted that she revealed no vulnerabilities. To defeat her, he would need to either overpower her with absolute strength or outpace her in speed. However, with her Byakugan activated, Hinata could perceive Naruto's physical limits, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. He could neither win too quickly, for that would discourage her, nor too slowly, as she might misconstrue it as him holding back. Alas, my heart is in turmoil. Who understands? In a moment of swift motion, Naruto vanished from his position, reappearing behind Hinata, launching a powerful straight punch directed at her. He meticulously controlled his strength, ensuring it remained within the limits that Hinata could bear. With an impressive force and speed, his fist was intercepted by Hinata, who enveloped it with her chakra. In a seamless response, Hinata struck towards Naruto's heart with her other hand. Naruto bent forward, performing a backflip that propelled him high into the air, executing a kick aimed at Hinata's back. Remarkably, Hinata seemed to possess a sixth sense, rolling forward to evade the attack. The two engaged in a dynamic exchange, each countering the other's moves. However, with every blow Naruto delivered, Hinata felt an overwhelming pressure, requiring her to exert her utmost effort to respond. After 6 rounds of combat, Hinata skillfully caught Naruto's attack and, harnessing his own force, flung him away. I concede, Naruto admitted, as Hinata, now completely drained of chakra, recognized her inability to withstand his next strike and chose to forfeit. The moment she challenged him marked her definitive farewell to her former self. Naruto's acceptance of her challenge symbolized his full acknowledgement of her present capabilities, which was more than sufficient for Hinata. The outcome of the match held little significance for her. Naruto landed gracefully after his backflip, gazing at Hinata with satisfaction, relieved that his efforts over time had not been in vain, enabling her to rediscover herself. You've improved remarkably, Hinata. I will progress even faster, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, lifting her chin with confidence as she walked to the sidelines, silently bidding farewell to the timid, insecure version of herself. Hinata's performance astonished everyone present. The usually shy girl, who often kept her gaze fixed on the ground, had exchanged blows with Naruto. Despite her defeat, had any of them taken her place, they likely would have been swiftly ousted by Naruto's relentless attacks, as evidenced by the 4 individuals who were nursing their injuries. After Hinata's match with Naruto concluded, no one else dared to challenge him. Iruka provided scores, awarding Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke, while Kiba and the other 3 received lower marks. The remaining students paired up for practice, with Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Ino earning commendable scores. Sakura, however, received a mere passing grade. Her earlier pride from securing second place in the theoretical exam swiftly diminished. Fortunately, her supportive friend Ino managed to lift her spirits once more. At that moment, the 2 friends had not yet fallen out over Sasuke, but Naruto sensed that such a rift was imminent. Wishing you all a pleasant holiday, students, Iruka announced after the practice session concluded, assigning homework before declaring the break. Hinata, shall we walk together? She approached Naruto, as they typically did whenever he was at school. I'm afraid that won't be possible today. The 3rd Hokage has summoned me. This is a conversation between Iruka and Naruto before Iruka departs, wherein he mentions that the 3rd Hokage has summoned him to the office. Indeed, this was within Naruto's expectations, as the 3rd must have observed Naruto's performance today. Well then, do you have any plans for the holiday? I wish to train alongside you. Naruto felt immense joy at Hinata's transformation. Previously, it was always Naruto who invited her. She would never initiate conversation, merely watching him silently from the sidelines. All right, let us return to our usual spot. After making arrangements with Naruto, Hinata headed home alone. Naruto gazed at Hinata's retreating figure, lost in thought. He feared he would not be able to accompany her in training throughout the holiday, as he had already resolved to graduate early. After graduation, he would likely become a genin and join a team led by a jonin, where he would undertake various missions while also learning advanced training techniques, such as chakra control and chakra affinities. Although Naruto held little interest in these training courses or in tasks such as collecting trash or finding lost cats, He realized he might not have much time to train with Hinata. However, he could not bring himself to refuse her first request, so he agreed, reasoning that he likely would not be assigned work immediately after becoming a genin. Thus, he would still have some time to train with Hinata. You noticed me long ago, didn't you, Naruto? Itachi stood behind Naruto, observing him with a complex expression as Naruto appeared shorter than him. Ah, I shouldn't have, Naruto responded, not turning around, but rather walking towards the Hokage's office with his hands in his pockets, his back to Itachi and Sasuke. After a short distance, he suddenly turned to Itachi and said, "Perhaps we shall soon become colleagues. I look forward to it." Itachi smiled slightly. So do I. Konoha comprises 6 major departments: the Umbu, Root, Intelligence, Medical, and Barrier divisions. The Umbu operates directly under the Hokage and serves as his elite guard, with only the most skilled ninjas permitted entry. Individuals like Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Yamato have all served as captains within the Umbu. The Umbu often handles clandestine matters, necessitating the use of animal masks by its members. Root was established to cultivate elite ninjas for the Umbu, but later devolved into a personal power of Danzo. The Intelligence Department is shrouded in mystery, dedicated to acquiring various types of information, led by Yanshiro Aoi, Ino's father, and comprising 3 subclasses: interrogation, torture, and code classes. The notorious interrogator, Marino Ibiki, heads the torture class, reputed for extracting secrets from anyone under his interrogation. Yamashiro Aoi is particularly skilled in mind-reading techniques, capable of directly accessing memories, rendering any secrets futile whether one speaks or remains silent. Both Fkin and Yamashiro Aoi hail from the Konoha Intelligence Department. The Medical Department requires no elaboration, as the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, once oversaw it, being Konoha's strongest medical ninja, with later contributions from Sakura and Shizune. The Barrier Department is primarily responsible for the daily maintenance of the barriers surrounding Konoha Village. Lastly, there is the Security Division, which is predominantly composed of members from the Uchiha clan. However, after the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan, this department has become significantly diminished. Naruto is deeply troubled by the impending Uchiha massacre. Although he may possess the capability to intervene in this event, he is uncertain about the manner in which he should engage and what identity he should adopt. The complexities surrounding the Uchiha clan's fate seem insurmountable. Unless Naruto can ascend to the position of Hokage within the next 6 to 7 months, a prospect that appears improbable. In fact, he is still not even a genin at this point. Regardless of how events unfold, it is imperative that Itachi's patricide and matricide do not come to pass. Both Itachi and Sasuke are prodigies, and should the Otsutsuki clan descend upon them, a war would be inevitable. They are the backbone of Konoha, and Naruto envisions unifying the ninja world. Thus, he must strive to preserve these talented individuals and prevent such tragedies from occurring. Among those he wishes to protect and save are Itachi, Sasuke, Neji, the 3rd Hokage, and Jiraiya. If he cannot avert these calamities, what significance does his journey into the world of Naruto hold? Lost in his thoughts, Naruto finds himself at the 3rd Hokage's office before he realizes it. Little Naruto, you seem troubled, the 3rd Hokage observes, snapping Naruto back to reality. Not at all, Hokage Grandpa. I was merely contemplating my future as a ninja. The 3rd Hokage, taken aback, responds, "Are you truly confident in your ability to become a ninja?" "Absolutely," Naruto declares, promptly demonstrating the shadow clone technique and transformation technique in front of the 3rd Hokage. However, upon observing the Hokage's expression, it is evident that he has not succeeded. The 3rd Hokage is one of the few all-around ninjas, and a remarkably accomplished Hokage and mentor. His disciples, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, are renowned ninjas. Although Orochimaru's reputation is marred, nonetheless, his contributions and achievements in his youth overshadow any blemish on his record. Naruto, your talent has exceeded my expectations. Konoha is not lacking in geniuses, yet in my view, they pale in comparison to you, the 3rd Hokage remarks, retrieving a forehead protector that only ninjas may wear from his drawer and presenting it to Naruto. Congratulations, Naruto. From this day forth, you are a ninja, though I did not wish for you to attain this status so early. Do not worry, Grandpa. I shall become an exceptional ninja and earn the recognition of all. Prepare to make way for me. The 3rd Hokage nods. Very well, Naruto. For now, stay by my side to assist with some official duties, and I shall personally guide you in your training. Naruto is astonished by the 3rd Hokage's words, it appears he intends to personally nurture him. It seems he has plans for Naruto to directly inherit his position. However, in the original narrative, Naruto is the 7th Hokage, with Tsunade and Kakashi preceding him. Of course, in the original story, Naruto spent 6 years as the underdog, so the 3rd Hokage could not possibly have such thoughts. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage chose to keep Naruto close by his side, primarily because he perceived Naruto as too young and wished to shield him from premature dangers. However, Naruto did not aspire to be merely the 3rd's assistant. He exhibited his burgeoning talents in order to gain the freedom to venture beyond the village in search of opportunities. Who does not harbor dreams of wandering the world? While the wisdom gained from accompanying the 3rd would be substantial, remaining in the village would impede Naruto's progress in cultivating his chakra, a fact he could not overlook. After weighing the pros and cons, it became evident that the benefits of freedom outweighed the advantages of staying with the 3rd. If he were allowed to leave the village, he could summon the 4th Hokage, whose guidance would be equally as valuable as that of the 3rd. I do not wish for a sedentary role. I yearn to hone my skills and grow, so that I may better protect the village and those dear to me. The edge of a sword is forged through rigorous trials, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. If Grandpa Hokage continues to shield me too well, I may never truly mature. You have truly grown, Naruto. I shall not compel you to remain by my side. However, I must ponder your future arrangements. Please return home for now, and I will notify you once I have made my decision. Thank you, Grandpa. Upon hearing the 3rd's words, the weight on Naruto's heart was finally lifted. He donned his ninja headband and made his way home. On the way back, he stopped by the market to procure some ingredients. Since beginning his training, he had seldom cooked, mostly relying on Ichiraku ramen for sustenance. Today, however, he resolved to take a day of rest, recognizing that relaxation is essential alongside rigorous training. Moreover, due to his conscious effort to regulate his breathing, he had successfully altered his breathing habits and was now perpetually in a state of cultivation. In the world of Naruto, dumplings were a rarity, so today he opted to prepare dumplings filled with 3 delicacies. He bought pork tenderloin, fresh shrimp, and chives. Upon returning home, he tidied his space and began to process the ingredients. Before long, a steaming plate of 3 delicacies dumplings was ready. Naturally, no dumpling feast would be complete without vinegar, as it is the perfect complement. After his meal, Naruto took out the new diary he had purchased that day, deciding to document his training methods. He planned to ask Hinata tomorrow if she would be interested in trying this approach. Should she express interest, he resolved to teach her the methods he had discovered. Chapter 24. When I grow up, will you marry me? Early the next morning, Naruto brought a box of boiled 3 delicacies dumplings to Hokage Rock, where he had arranged to train with Hinata. To his surprise, he found her already waiting for him. Good morning, Hinata. This is breakfast I prepared for you, they exclaimed in unison, followed by a shared laugh. Haha, how delightful that we both thought of breakfast. Let us enjoy it together. They settled on a nearby patch of grass, and Naruto unveiled the lunchbox, offering the dumplings to Hinata. These are my handmade dumplings filled with 3 delicacies. A culinary creation of my own. You are the first person, aside from myself, to taste this delicacy. In the world of Naruto, dumplings seemingly do not exist. At least not in Konoha, where Naruto has never encountered them. Oh, how fortunate I am. I am the first to savor the culinary creations of Naruto. Alas, my cream puff was merely purchased en route. I lack the skills to cook, though I shall endeavor to learn, and in the future, I will prepare breakfast for Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded, urging, don't just stand there, try it. Hinata picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks and took a small bite. The tender, supple dumpling skin and the succulent, juicy filling completely captivated her taste buds with just one mouthful. It's so delicious, Naruto, she exclaimed. If it's good, I'll have a bit more. Naruto, too, unwrapped the cream puff Hinata had brought him and began to eat heartily. Despite having already dined at home, he felt it would be impolite not to enjoy the breakfast Hinata had prepared, fearing she might think he was dismissive of her offering. Especially after tasting the dumplings he had made, Hinata felt her cream puff paled in comparison to Naruto's handiwork. However, upon witnessing Naruto devour the cream puff, she couldn't help but smile, feeling that the dumplings tasted even better than before. Naruto, when I grow up, can I marry you? The morning sun cast a warm glow upon Hinata's face, deepening the rosy hue of her cheeks. Naruto found himself momentarily stunned by Hinata's question. It was akin to a little girl asking an adult, when I grow up, can I marry you? While it might seem innocuous, The fact remained that the adult was aware this little girl would indeed become his wife, yet he had never experienced the journey leading to that realization. He was uncertain if he would find adult Hinata appealing, nor could he ascertain whether she would love him in return, as she was still quite young and grasped little of what love entailed. Her feelings for Naruto were more akin to the innocent admiration and reliance typical among children. Hinata, we are still young and cannot make such significant decisions lightly. When we grow up, if you still wish to marry me, I would be honored to take you as my wife. Hinata pondered Naruto's words. Truth be told, she did not fully comprehend the concept of love. She simply cherished the moments spent with Naruto, who consistently brought her joy and a sense of security. The complexities of adulthood eluded her understanding, though she had heard that one should marry someone they love. Let us make a pinky promise, she proposed. Regarding such promises, Naruto felt a mix of amusement and sincerity. Yet he earnestly engaged in this momentous ceremony for Hinata. Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Perhaps some love begins to blossom while we are still naive and unknowing. I can't wait to grow up. Hinata's face shone with anticipation and dreams. By the way, Hinata, I'd like to ask for your thoughts on something. What is it? Hinata inquired, curiously observing Naruto. Unlike others, Naruto always sought her opinion first, which is precisely why she enjoyed spending time with him, in his company. She felt valued and respected. Naruto presented Hinata with a meticulously crafted training regimen he had devised the previous night. This is my original training method, he asserted, entirely distinct from the traditional practices you have been exposed to since childhood. Even now, I remain in a state of exploration, uncertain of what may transpire if I continue along this path. Thus, I wish to ask if you would consider joining me in this endeavor, to develop and refine it together. Upon hearing this, Hinata quickly closed the book and returned it to Naruto. No, Naruto-kun, how could you possibly give me something so precious? Just as our family's secret techniques are strictly forbidden from being shared, only those of our lineage can practice them. Naruto was taken aback by Hinata's response, but upon reflection, it made sense. The prominent clans in Konoha each possessed their own ancestral techniques, accessible solely to the core members of their families. Hinata had witnessed Naruto channeling Chakra, and apart from him, few could comprehend the potency of such techniques better than she. Hence, she regarded this as akin to her family's secret arts, not to be divulged lightly. You misunderstand. This is not a technique meant to be kept secret. On the contrary, once fully developed, I intend to share it widely. Why? Hinata inquired, intrigued. In her understanding, the fewer individuals who mastered a formidable technique, the greater one's advantage would be. Yet Naruto sought to disseminate it. This is not something I can explain in a moment. In essence, this technique is still incomplete, and I wish for more individuals to join in its refinement. However, these individuals must be those I trust implicitly, and at present, that trust resides solely with you. So, will you assist me in perfecting it? Thank you, Naruto. Hinata, who had vowed to change herself and never cry again, found herself moved to tears by his words, leaving Naruto flustered and unsure of how to console her. As he was not adept at comforting children, after a considerable period of reassurance, Hinata finally regained her composure and began to examine the material with great seriousness. Chapter 25. The Art of Chakra Manipulation on the Hokage Rock of Konoha. Naruto lay back on the ground, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, his hands cradling his head. Beside him, Hinata diligently perused the training summary he had provided. After a lengthy period, she closed the book and asked, Naruto, what shall we call this training method? Naruto shook his head. I haven't quite settled on a name yet. Do you have any suggestions? Naruto, thank you. As Hinata appeared on the verge of tears once more, Naruto quickly interjected. No. Didn't we agree to refine it together? Naming it is part of that process. Hinata nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes. It was not mere sentimentality. Naming this new training paradigm was of utmost importance. Just as distinguished ninjas take pride in naming the new jutsu they develop, it is a tremendous honor, and Naruto's invitation for her input was profoundly moving. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata proposed, what if we named it after you? How about the Naruto flow of training? Naruto shook his head. That sounds too kitsch. It feels rather odd. After a brief period of reflection, Hinata suggested, then perhaps we could call it the chakra flow? I have taken a cursory glance at your cultivation model. It is evident that spiritual energy is the essence of all things, and in the future, we shall all become ninjas. These ninjas harness such energy for combat, hence the term ninjutsu flow. At first glance, Naruto found it rather appealing. This concept was, in fact, a concoction derived from Naruto's research in his previous life combined with the training methods of ninjas. However, the term ninjutsu flow does seem somewhat constraining. After all, it implies enduring hardship and swallowing one's pride. Furthermore, the notion of ninja preceding energy suggests a hierarchy that seems to belittle the practitioner of energy arts. Initially, Naruto contemplated naming it energy refinement flow, but as he progressed in his training, he realized that it bore little resemblance to the energy cultivation depicted in novels from his past life. Moreover, given that this is the world of ninjas, the term energy refinement flow feels somewhat out of place. Perhaps a better name would be Chi Ninja Flow? Hinata nodded in agreement, increasingly convinced that Chi Ninja Flow was more fitting. According to your training method, one must first absorb energy before utilizing ninjutsu, thus placing energy at the forefront and ninjutsu following closely behind. Chi Ninja Flow seems perfectly apt. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto cheerfully declared that he would officially name his training method Chi Ninja Flow. Little did they know that years later, Chi Ninja Flow would create tremendous waves throughout the ninja realm and even the universe. If you wish to promote this concept further, I suggest delineating distinct stages, such as Stage 1, absorbing chi into the body, Stage 2, opening the lower dantian. This way, practitioners will have a clearer understanding. As I noticed, your references to the 9 orifices and 3 passages can be somewhat confusing. Wow, Hinata, you are truly remarkable. Isn't this just a classification of realms? Even I, the creator, had not contemplated such details. Establishing clear distinctions between realms and articulating the benefits of each breakthrough, along with the considerations for overcoming each stage, would greatly facilitate the training of future practitioners. Following their discussion, Naruto and Hinata delineated 9 realms, absorbing chi into the body, gathering chi in the dantian, opening the middle dantian, opening the upper dantian, entering the central palace, ascending to the spiritual platform, entering the in gathering, in orifice, breaking through the 3 passages, and comprehending the 5 elements. Initially, they intended to divide breaking through the 3 passages into 3 separate realms. But since Naruto had not yet opened the in orifice, they decided to temporarily consolidate it into a single stage, deferring the decision until Naruto successfully traversed the 3 passages. Subsequently, Naruto began mentoring Hinata in her training, sharing his process and insights on absorbing chi into the body. However, in the beginning, Naruto did not incorporate breath control into his practice, but rather relied solely on his consciousness. This proved to be a detour, resulting in over a month spent before he successfully absorbed chi into his body. Had he commenced with breath control, he might have achieved results in a much shorter time. The day swiftly concluded, and Hinata trained with focus and diligence. By the end of the day, she had mastered abdominal breathing techniques. Yet she had not managed to absorb any spiritual energy. Am I really that foolish? A hint of disappointment clouded Hinata's youthful face. You have only just begun. Do not rush. Maintain a relaxed mindset. It took me over a month to succeed, Naruto reassured her. The following day, Naruto took Hinata to the riverbank where he had first captured chi, hoping she would be able to sense the spiritual energy. Naruto, equipped with fishing gear, commenced his endeavor to catch fish. Presently, he found himself ensnared at the threshold of unlocking the in chakra, unable to make progress. Although the barriers at the in chakra were diminishing, he sensed that it would not yield easily, so he refrained from rushing his training, primarily due to his concern that it might adversely affect Hinata. Today, he had also brought cooking utensils, intending to prepare grilled fish and fish soup after his catch. Upon arriving at their location, Naruto began to fish while Hinata sat cross-legged nearby, diligently immersing herself in her training. As Naruto fished, he pondered where the 3rd Hokage might assign him. The likelihood of being placed in the Umbu or Root division seemed minimal, as the Umbu required elite ninja for entry, while the Root was primarily a training ground for Umbu operatives. Both divisions operated in secrecy, making it improbable that the 3rd would assign him there. Thus, the remaining options included the Intelligence Division, Barrier Division, Medical Division, and the Security Division. The Barrier Division could be nearly ruled out, for Naruto was not well versed in barriers. The Intelligence Division was his preferred choice, as it would necessitate gathering intelligence from other nations, rather than simply operating within the village. However, the chances of being placed in intelligence were also slim due to its inherent dangers. Moreover, Naruto was not a reconnaissance-type ninja, further eliminating that possibility. The odds for the medical division were similarly low, leaving only the security division as the most probable assignment. Currently, the security division was predominantly comprised of members from the Uchiha clan. In the original narrative, the Uchiha coup occurred shortly after the third Hokage made personnel adjustments within the security division. Although Naruto was unaware of the specific timing and individuals involved in these changes, the Uchiha massacre was imminent, likely occurring within the next 5 to 6 months. The third Hokage would undoubtedly arrange for trusted individuals to enter the security division, subsequently reallocating Uchiha members to other posts, thereby achieving a balance of power and diminishing the Uchiha clan's influence, a subtle reprimand of sorts. Naruto felt it highly likely that he would be assigned to the security division, as he was aligned with the third Hokage's faction. However, he knew he would not be the sole candidate. Assigning only him would not effectively balance the Uchiha's power. Excitement stirred within him at the prospect of the adventures and challenges that awaited him as a ninja, and now he merely awaited the third Hokage's notification. Suddenly, Naruto's fishing rod quivered. A fish had taken the bait. Skillfully, he reeled it in, removed the fish, and placed it in his basket before rebaiting the hook to continue fishing. Gazing into the crystal-clear waters, he fell once more into deep contemplation. The last time he had encountered Sasuke's great fireball technique had awakened within him an understanding of the fire element, akin to planting a seed of fire attribute within his being, which would grow stronger with his training. Presently, he could summon some fire elements from the world around him, yet he was still incapable of unleashing large-scale attacks akin to ninjutsu. While he had grasped the basics of the fire element, he wondered how to unlock other elemental attributes. Would he truly need to seek out different elemental ninjas for assistance? If they were of Sasuke's caliber, he would have no issue. However, should he encounter a formidable ninja, the experience might exceed his limits, potentially resulting in his demise from a single technique. Naruto suddenly realized that each elemental attribute exists within the natural world. Perhaps he could endeavor to connect with the various manifestations of these elements found in nature to gain insight into their essence. He dipped a hand into the water, feeling the flow glide through his fingers. Water, formless yet multifaceted, appeared gentle yet possessed remarkable resilience, silently carving its path through stone. "I did it, Naruto." Just as he was absorbing the nature of water, he was abruptly interrupted by Hinata's excited voice. "What? You succeeded already?" Naruto was taken aback. In less than 2 days, Hinata had completed the process of drawing chakra into her body, a feat that had taken him over a month. Could it be that Hinata was a prodigy in training? Don't panic. Focus your mind. Circulate your breathing technique to harness the chakra within you. Quickly, consolidate your achievement. Hearing Naruto's reminder, Hinata hastily sat cross-legged and began to practice her breathing technique. When she successfully drew in her first thread of chakra, she could hardly contain her joy and rushed to share it with Naruto. Naruto understood Hinata's emotions all too well. When he first drew in chakra, he too had yearned to share his excitement, though he had no one to share it with at that time. At that moment, another fish had bitten the hook, and noticing that it was already noon, Naruto decided to prepare lunch. He cleaned 2 fish, then ventured into the woods to gather a bundle of dry twigs, fortuitously discovering 2 wild passion fruits. These fruits would impart a delightful flavor when cooked with fish. Hinata was in for a treat today. Returning to the riverbank, he found Hinata still diligently practicing. He began to marinate one of the cleaned fish, intending to grill it after it absorbed the flavors. Then, Naruto gathered firewood, and with a flick of his thought, a small flame appeared at his fingertips to ignite the fire. This was Naruto's current mastery over the fire element. Unlike ninjutsu, which relied on chakra infused with the fire attribute, Naruto utilized his spiritual energy to manipulate the elemental fire in nature. After starting the fire, Naruto did not rush to make fish soup. Instead, he allowed a pile of firewood to burn down to charcoal. He fetched some water from the river, placed the fish into the cold water, and set the pot over the charcoal, knowing that any soup must simmer gently to achieve its full flavor. Once that was completed, he cut 2 forked branches, placing them on either side of the charcoal, and skewered the other marinated fish onto the branch above. Before long, the pot began to bubble, the white fish meat rolling within, while the grilled fish sizzled and released an enticing aroma. Gurgle. Turning his head, Naruto noticed that Hinata had silently approached from behind, nearly drooling. "It'll be ready soon, just a little longer." "Uh-huh." Hinata nodded, swallowing her saliva, her eyes darting between the grilled fish and the fish soup. Naruto continued to turn the fish on the grill until both sides turned a golden hue before setting it aside. After that, he added the flesh of the 2 passion fruits and some previously prepared seasonings into the fish soup. A pot of fish soup infused with the fragrance of passion fruit was now complete, combining deliciousness with a hint of tanginess, making it exceptionally appetizing. As Naruto prepared to fetch a bowl for Hinata to serve fish soup, he suddenly caught sight of her covering her small mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. To his dismay, he noticed that a piece of the grilled fish he had set aside had already been torn off. In an instant, Naruto realized that Hinata had snuck a bite and burned herself. He shook his head helplessly, playfully scolding her for her mischief. "You mustn't rush. You can't enjoy hot grilled fish in haste." Hinata, her face flushed with embarrassment, smiled sheepishly. Naruto ladled 2 bowls of fish soup, then carefully placed the grilled fish onto freshly washed leaves, and together they began to relish their delightful lunch. "Naruto, it's so easy to eat. I want more tomorrow," Hinata exclaimed, her mouth stuffed with fish, making her words barely intelligible. "I know, but you can't talk with your mouth full." Chapter 26. Confrontation with Kakashi. In the early spring, the waters of the creek outside of Konoha sparkled with an unusual clarity. The banks were adorned with lush, verdant foliage, and wildflowers defiantly blossomed from the earth, their vibrant colors competing with one another, infusing the creek with life and vibrancy. Each day, Hinata and Naruto practiced, fished, and played by the creek, basking in their idyllic existence. 3 days swiftly passed, and Hinata successfully opened her middle dantian. As for the upper dantian and central palace, she still had some time ahead, as cultivation could not be rushed. It required a steady and grounded approach. During these days, Naruto, in pursuit of a deeper understanding of water attributes, lay directly in the creek, enjoying the refreshing coolness while honing his skills. As anticipated, this method proved remarkably effective. After only a short time in the water today, Naruto successfully grasped the water attribute. With a mere thought, 6 large water orbs materialized above his head. He discovered that in the presence of elemental manifestations, he could better manipulate these elemental attributes. By the creek, he could summon more water elements to form attacks, rivaling even the strongest water-style jutsu. However, the further he strayed from the water source, the more meager his control over the water attributes became, allowing him only to gather a small water sphere in his palm, devoid of any real lethality. Moreover, his attack range was limited to a radius of approximately 10 feet around his consciousness. Within this sphere, he could unleash attacks at will, but beyond it, the elemental forces slipped from his grasp. In truth, the manifestation of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, is quite commonplace in life. However, one cannot predictably start a fire or prepare a basin of water in the heat of battle. Only earth and metal differ, as the battlefield is predominantly on solid ground, where various weapons are typically of the metal attribute. In the following days, Naruto resolved to focus on mastering the earth and metal attributes, as these 2 would greatly enhance his combat prowess. However, on the 5th day, their tranquil routine was interrupted. A ninja clad in an animal mask approached Naruto, requesting his presence at the Hokage's office, indicating that the 3rd Hokage had devised plans for him. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I won't be able to train with you every day anymore." Hinata stood beside Naruto, eyeing the masked ninja warily. Having opened her 3 dantians and adeptly utilized her spiritual energy and gentle fist techniques, her strength had significantly increased. Upon learning that he was sent by the Hokage, Hinata relaxed her guard. "It's all right, you go ahead. I'll wait for you here. You need not wait for me any longer, Hinata. After my training concludes, you may return home on your own." Hinata assumed that Naruto would make a brief visit to the Hokage's office and soon return, just as he had done previously. Naruto retrieved the ninja headband he had tucked away in his pocket and donned it upon his forehead. "I'm sorry, Hinata. There is something I have kept from you. I am now a ninja, and the Hokage has summoned me to assign me a mission. Consequently, I may have little time to accompany you in your training from now on." Upon witnessing Naruto wear the emblematic headband of a ninja, Hinata was taken aback. Despite being of similar age, Naruto had already become a ninja. She felt a mixture of joy for him, yet a pang of disappointment lingered within her, realizing she had not kept pace with his progress. "Congratulations, Naruto. Go ahead. I will strive to catch up to you." After the initial shock, Hinata's happiness for Naruto resurfaced, for she understood that becoming Hokage was his dream, and now he had successfully taken the first step. With the training techniques in the art of chakra he had imparted to her, she believed that it would not be long before she could match his stride, allowing her to continue accompanying him on his journeys. Well then, I shall take my leave, Hinata. Best of luck. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Naruto turned and walked alongside the Umbu ninja towards the Hokage building. Throughout the journey, Naruto attempted to engage the ninja in conversation, but the individual remained unresponsive, silently leading the way ahead. Naruto paid it no mind. It was typical for Umbu members to refrain from communication unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, an acute sense of danger enveloped him. A tingling sensation coursed through his scalp. In an instant, he summoned his chakra to envelop his body, releasing his senses, and swiftly leapt backwards to evade the impending threat. It was then that he discerned the Umbu ninja's palm aglow with electric light, targeting the very spot where Naruto had just stood. Raikiri, Kakashi. Kakashi's strike missed its mark, momentarily taken aback by Naruto calling out his name. Though he spoke, Naruto's movements were unfaltering. In that fleeting moment of Kakashi's distraction, Naruto's fists, engulfed in flames, were already hurtling towards Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi had no time to ponder, quickly rolling to the side to evade Naruto's strike. Yet before he could regain his footing, Naruto's fiery fists surged forth again, relentless in their pursuit. Bang! Kakashi was unable to evade in time and was struck squarely by Naruto's punch, bending his body like a shrimp as he was propelled backwards. However, true to his elite Genin status, Kakashi swiftly retaliated during his backward retreat, launching 3 shuriken at Naruto to disrupt his rhythm of attack. He recognized the formidable prowess of Naruto's taijutsu, and knowing that the substitution technique would be of no use, he understood that he could not allow Naruto to close the distance, lest he find himself utterly defenseless. Kakashi lowered himself into a half-crouch, sliding along the ground to stabilize his stance, while Naruto caught the 3 shuriken, observing Kakashi, who had just regained his footing, without pursuing further. Why did you strike at me? Although he struck Kakashi, he himself endured a blow from Kakashi's Raikiri. Despite utilizing his spiritual energy to shield himself from a substantial portion of the damage, the area that was hit still throbbed with pain. Clearly, techniques of Sasuke's caliber could be easily defended against, yet the jutsu unleashed by Kakashi posed a far greater challenge. In the presence of Kakashi, Naruto remained on high alert. He summoned the spiritual energy within him to envelop his body, forming a protective armor of energy, while simultaneously allowing the Nine Tails to channel more energy into him, preparing himself to shatter the seal of the Nine Tails at a moment's notice. Why did Kakashi attack him? He belonged to the Hokage's faction, aligned with Naruto's camp. Unless it was by the third Hokage's directive. If the third intended to eliminate him, it was highly likely that he would not leave the village of Konoha today. Thus, he had to brace himself for the worst. Even if it meant releasing the Nine Tails completely, he was prepared to go down fighting. At this moment, Kakashi's mind was also in turmoil. The third Hokage intended to reassign him from the Umbu to become the captain of the security division, where Naruto was one of his subordinates. The third had asked him to mentor Naruto for a period, wishing to gauge the prowess of this so-called genius, the son of his own teacher. Kakashi had held back in his initial attack, intending to withdraw the Raikiri if Naruto failed to respond in time, ensuring that only a mere palm strike would connect. However, he was taken aback by Naruto's remarkably swift reaction, not only evading his initial ambush but also retaliating with a ferocity akin to a raging tempest, nearly overwhelming him. How careless! Kakashi removed his hood and mask, revealing his signature white hair, with a face mask obscuring much of his visage and leaving only one eye visible. Naruto infused spiritual energy into 3 shurikens, then, through sheer will, commanded them to hover before him, their sharp tips aimed directly at Kakashi. He had grasped the essence of metal manipulation, capable of controlling metallic objects for offensive purposes, akin to flying swords. However, the shurikens were of average material, limiting the amount of energy they could channel and consequently their destructive power. Yet, Naruto's mental control allowed the shurikens to move faster than a manual throw, thus enhancing their efficacy, albeit at a considerable strain on his mental faculties, and they could only traverse within the confines of his spiritual awareness. Wait, Naruto, there has been a misunderstanding. I merely wish to assess your capabilities to facilitate your training. I harbor no ulterior motives. Kakashi, having just removed his mask, was confronted with the sight of 3 shurikens poised to launch at him, hovering ominously before Naruto. He suppressed his astonishment and called for a halt. This young man's methods were exceedingly innovative. Moreover, he appeared to be unaffected by Jinjutsu. The white energy enveloping him and the levitating shurikens were unlike anything Kakashi had ever encountered. Although he had not exerted his full strength in their initial engagement, he sensed that Naruto was proving to be a formidable adversary. A test? Did the Hokage instruct you to do this? Upon hearing Kakashi's assertion that it was merely a test of his abilities, Naruto finally relaxed his tense demeanor. As long as it was not the third Hokage seeking his demise, he could accept the situation. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head. That was entirely my own initiative. Subsequently, Kakashi elucidated the matter to Naruto. It turned out that the third Hokage had appointed Kakashi and Naruto to join the Konoha Guard, responsible not only for the daily duties of the guard, but also to facilitate Naruto's training. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I nearly thought the third Hokage intended to do me harm, exclaimed Naruto. How could the esteemed Hokage possibly wish to harm you? Kakashi replied, rubbing his stomach, evidently still recovering from the punch delivered by Naruto moments earlier. Naruto, what technique is this? How is your speed so remarkable? Moreover, I did not sense your chakra. Kakashi, renowned as the copy ninja, had encountered myriad jutsu throughout his career, even participating in a shinobi world war, yet he had never witnessed Naruto's unique abilities. Hehe. This is my self-created chi ninja style. It utilizes spiritual energy rather than chakra, which is why you cannot perceive it, Naruto declared. Spiritual energy. A self-created style. Kakashi gasped in astonishment. As a prodigy, Kakashi had developed his own jutsu, Raikiri, at a young age. While he would not have been surprised if Naruto had merely invented a new technique, the creation of a style distinct from chakra was a feat not easily accomplished, typically reserved for individuals of Sage of Six Paths caliber. Considering Naruto's age, it was astonishing that he was already engaging in endeavors akin to those of the Sage, especially since he had evidently succeeded in their recent confrontation. Naruto then retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, the culmination of his recent discussions with Hinata regarding the chi ninja style. Kakashi-sensei, let us proceed to the Hokage's office. I intend to discuss this matter with the third Hokage, and then you shall understand, Naruto decided. He resolved to present the chi ninja style to the third Hokage, believing that regardless of whether the Sage of Six Paths was the mastermind behind it all, the chi ninja style would undoubtedly prove superior to chakra. After all, the enemies faced by the shinobi world would inevitably be the Otsutsuki clan, and the stronger the ninjas became, the greater their chances of victory. Moreover, Naruto wished for more individuals to partake in the development and refinement of the chi ninja style, believing that collective brainstorming would yield better results than solitary contemplation. The third Hokage, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, would undoubtedly provide valuable insights and assistance in understanding and researching the chi ninja style, greatly benefiting Naruto's future path. Chapter 27. Confrontation with Sarutobi. Hisashi. Kakashi considered himself a genius, graduating at 5, becoming a Nin at 12, and creating numerous jutsu. Such a prodigious talent was rare, if not unparalleled. However, the fact that Naruto had established a new training style left him utterly astonished. The shinobi world had only seen a handful of styles throughout history, from onmiji to samurai and now ninjas, all pioneered by legendary figures. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi ceased his inquiries, and the two walked in silence to the Hokage's office. The door was closed, and Kakashi approached to knock. Enter, came the response. They pushed the door open to find the third Hokage seated at his desk, smoking his pipe. Naruto, Kakashi has informed you, I presume? He is an elite Nin of the village. You must learn diligently from him. Naruto nodded. I understand, Hokage-sama. But is Kakashi-sensei's team comprised solely of me? He was genuinely curious. In the original narrative, Kakashi's Team 7 comprises Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. However, Naruto has graduated early, while Sasuke and Sakura remain in school. There is another individual, yet he has not returned from his mission. You should refer to him as Teacher Kakashi. For a considerable time ahead, you shall train under his guidance until you evolve into an exceptional ninja. The third Hokage finds Naruto's premature graduation quite troublesome. According to Konoha's tradition, a Nin leads a team of 3 genin, yet there are no new graduates aside from Naruto. Lord Hokage, I fear I cannot teach Naruto anything. He has devised an entirely new training system that I do not comprehend. Kakashi expresses his helplessness. He wishes to guide Naruto, but their methodologies diverge greatly, leaving him with nothing to impart. The third Hokage looks at Naruto in astonishment, awaiting an explanation. Without delay, Naruto hands the Hokage a small notebook detailing his energy manipulation techniques, and he begins to elucidate its contents. Initially, the third Hokage dismisses Naruto's self-created training system, suspecting it might be a whimsical concoction. However, upon reading the opening line, his skepticism dissipates, and he begins to study it earnestly. The energy user is the spirit of heaven and earth, the essence of all things, the softest force in the world, and to cultivate inner strength, one must use energy as a guide, absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth into oneself. The immortal draws upon this energy, gathering the essence of the sun and moon for longevity. Renowned as a master of ninjutsu and well-versed in all elemental forms, the third Hokage is undoubtedly discerning. As he immerses himself in the text, his excitement grows, so much so that he does not respond when Naruto attempts to call his attention. Observing the third Hokage's expression, Kakashi becomes increasingly eager, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the notebook's contents. Yet standing opposite the Hokage, he cannot see anything. After a considerable time, the third Hokage stands up, exhilarated after finishing all the material summarized by Naruto and Hinata. Although incomplete, he senses that this training system is remarkably potent, far superior to the chakra system. Feeling somewhat awkward, Naruto admits that he has yet to explore the latter parts of the training content. Naruto, you must confess. Did you truly create this all by yourself, or did someone teach you? The third Hokage, with his keen insight, can discern that Naruto's system surpasses chakra in strength and suitability for cultivation, yet he struggles to believe that it was entirely Naruto's invention. Resigned, Naruto recounts the entire process of developing this system to the third Hokage. As for his motivation, he cleverly sidesteps the topic by citing the Hokage's reluctance to teach him ninjutsu. If you won't teach me ninjutsu, I'll just create my own. Is that not reasonable? He certainly cannot engage the third Hokage in a discussion about Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan at this moment. The third Hokage nods in understanding and instructs Naruto, follow me. He then leads Naruto to the training ground, removing his hat and the Hokage cloak. Now, Naruto, demonstrate your energy manipulation techniques to me. I shall only defend and not retaliate. Naruto's eyes sparkle with excitement. At last, he can unleash his abilities and engage in a vigorous training session. Although Naruto had just engaged in a battle with Kakashi, his tactics were far from exhausted. Numerous applications of chakra and techniques remained untested. You must be cautious, Hokage-sama. In an instant, chakra enveloped Naruto's entire being, forming a protective armor around his body, while his consciousness expanded to encompass the entire arena. The third Hokage's expression turned grave as he assumed a defensive stance. In his perception, Naruto was cloaked in a white aura, and the intensity of his presence loomed over him, as if no movement could escape Naruto's keen awareness. With a swift motion, a shuriken was sent hurtling toward the third Hokage under Naruto's command. The third Hokage sidestepped to evade it, yet the shuriken seemed to possess a mind of its own, swiftly returning for another strike. True to his reputation, the third Hokage deftly maneuvered through several evasive actions, leaving Naruto's flying shuriken unable to touch him even slightly. Is this all you have, Naruto? Heh, as expected of the Hokage, but that was merely a warm-up. Simultaneously, Naruto commanded 3 shuriken to launch an assault from various angles towards the third Hokage, while flames enveloped his fists. With a surge of speed, he appeared before the third Hokage, initiating a close-range attack. For a fleeting moment, the training ground was filled with the fiery shadows of Naruto's fists and the whirling shuriken. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat. If Naruto were to attack him with such fervor today, he would likely find himself at the mercy of Naruto's prowess. The third Hokage, a master of ninjutsu, anticipated Naruto's strike, just as Naruto's fists reached him. A wall of earth rose to shield him. However, a mere earth wall could not withstand Naruto's onslaught. The wall shattered beneath Naruto's dual punches. The third Hokage, unbeknownst to Naruto, had already summoned a Vajra scepter to his hand. He hurled the scepter, which instantaneously multiplied into dozens of replicas, constructing a formidable diamond cage around him. Sparks flew from the cage, accompanied by resounding clangs, reminiscent of steel clashing. Incredible! Naruto's 3 shuriken were obliterated, and his fists impacted the diamond cage, numbing his arms. He halted his assault, realizing that continuing would not breach the formidable structure. Yet, The diamond cage was not without its vulnerabilities. It comprised only 5 sides, leaving the base unguarded against subterranean attacks. With a firm stomp, the ground beneath the third Hokage suddenly caved in. Given his current mastery of earth techniques, Naruto could only achieve this minor feat, failing to inflict any real harm. However, the third Hokage, unaware of Naruto's limitations, swiftly reacted upon sensing the ground's collapse. Earth release, earth flow river. He dismantled the diamond cage and instantly vacated his previous position, as a river of mud erupted from the earth, surging towards the advancing Naruto. While the earth flow river alone posed no threat to Naruto, it concealed a steel Vajra scepter within its depths. The hidden scepter struck Naruto, sending him flying. That blow left Naruto dazed, a testament to the third Hokage's formidable prowess. Few, if any, could rival him in this world. In the original narrative of the Nin exams, had the third Hokage not shown mercy, Orochimaru would have had no chance to retaliate. Cease this, Naruto. Upon hearing Naruto's remarks, the third Hokage was both amused and exasperated. You're the one who's peculiar, not me, he thought. At such a tender age, Naruto had already devised his own unique training methodology, compelling the third to intervene to counteract Naruto's relentless assault. Grandpa Hokage, you are truly remarkable, Naruto exclaimed, rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, giving a thumbs up to the third. The third Hokage chuckled wryly, shaking his head. This boy had become quite the silver-tongued charmer, his expressions shifting faster than the turning of pages in a book. What was that realm just now? The third mused. Under the shroud of your domain, it felt as if my every move was laid bare before your gaze. That is my externalized spiritual energy, which I refer to as divine consciousness. Under its influence, nothing within a radius of 10 feet escapes my perception. Divine consciousness. Is this also a technique of the Chi Ninja style? Truly impressive. Naruto scratched his head, realizing it merely served an exploratory function. You are mistaken, Naruto. Your divine consciousness transcends mere exploration. It harbors a force that can exert pressure upon the soul, somewhat akin to the 3 great ocular techniques. You might attempt to harness this power for an assault, striking at the soul in an unforeseen manner. Are you referring to illusions? Naruto pondered, wishing to employ such techniques. Yet he had yet to master any form of Genjutsu apart from the shadow clone technique. The third shook his head, explaining that illusions merely disrupt the opponent's 5 senses using a small amount of spiritual energy and chakra, manipulating their emotions to ensnare them in a phantasm. In truth, Genjutsu does not inflict any harm. Even the most potent illusions are ineffective against those with resolute minds. However, your power is distinct. It can directly harm the soul. Is that so? Naruto contemplated this revelation, though he recognized that mastering the application of divine consciousness in combat would require time and experimentation. Kakashi, having listened intently to the third's insights, suddenly experienced an epiphany. No wonder when I sparred with Naruto, it felt as if I were being watched by a ferocious beast. A constant prickling at my back. The third Hokage turned to Kakashi with a grave expression. What transpired today must remain a secret from a fourth party. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The third then returned the small notebook, chronicling the Chi Ninja style, to Naruto, advising him to safeguard it well and not reveal it prematurely until he had grown sufficiently strong. Surprised by the third's reaction, Naruto had originally intended for him to promote the Chi Ninja style, harboring no intention of keeping it to himself. Grandpa Hokage, I presented you with the Chi Ninja style to disseminate it, as I wish for more individuals to join me in exploring and refining it expeditiously. The third, upon grasping Naruto's intentions, felt a mixture of pride and resignation. Do you comprehend the implications of promoting the Chi Ninja style? Without waiting for a response, he continued. If other nations and those with ulterior motives recognize its potential, war will inevitably ensue. They will not permit us to develop and perfect this style in peace, and will resort to every means to extinguish it in its infancy. From this moment forth, I shall devote myself to assisting you in developing and refining the Chi Ninja style. Hurry and grow stronger, Naruto. When you attain the power akin to that of the Sage of 6 Paths, no one will be able to hinder you from elevating the Chi Ninja style. What if we develop it discreetly? We could only share it with those we can trust. Naruto is primarily concerned about the potential arrival of the Sage of 6 Paths or the Otsutsuki clan, who might seize the chakra seeds from everyone. Should that occur, the combat strength of all ninjas would be significantly diminished, leaving him utterly defenseless. This urgency propels him to promote the Chi ninja style, even contemplating its public revelation. However, Naruto perhaps underestimates the situation. Even if this training method were disclosed, other nations would likely dismiss it as a mere fade, suspecting that Konoha is withholding essential secrets. Although the third Hokage is unaware of the Otsutsuki clan's existence, he possesses an astute understanding of human nature. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Spies from rival nations could very well be lurking among us. You must remember to keep this confidential. Chapter 28. After concluding his sparring session with Jiraiya, the third Hokage returned to the Hokage office with Naruto, while Kakashi went to assume his duties with the guard team. Upon entering the office, the third Hokage closed the door and instructed the guards to allow no interruptions. Naruto, I had initially intended to assign you to the guard department under Kakashi's guidance, but I never anticipated that you would develop your own training system. Now, where am I to find a mentor for you? Moreover, any assignment to another department carries the risk of exposure. For now, it seems your only option is to remain by my side, training while undertaking some administrative duties. The third Hokage's face bore a frown as he extracted his large pipe, beginning to smoke thoughtfully. Naruto perceived the third Hokage's excessive caution. His advancing age appeared to have diminished his decisiveness and courage, leading to a perpetual state of apprehension. This hesitance could result in inaction, and while inaction may prevent mistakes, Naruto believed that Konoha currently required a leader who was daring and tenacious. In times of peace, the third Hokage's approach might suffice. But the present climate among the 5 great ninja villages is fraught with tension, and war against Konoha could erupt at any moment. Grandfather, as the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. I wish to venture out into the world. You are always afraid of the dangers I might face. But did you not grow up in perilous circumstances? If I lack the courage to confront danger, how can I aspire to become Hokage? Upon hearing Naruto's words, the third Hokage's gaze drifted, as if lost in memories. He understood the truth in Naruto's assertions. His own journey to this point had been fraught with bloodshed and fierce battles, where he had honed his strength through life and death struggles. Perhaps he had truly grown old, losing the audacity of his youth. Naruto, why do you always wish to venture outside? Grandfather knows you are a golden-scaled fish in a pond, destined to soar into the skies. The village cannot hold you, yet you are still young, and remaining here would be more beneficial for your growth. Naruto recognized that the third Hokage's concerns stemmed from a place of care, but the limitations of the village hindered his development. He longed to seek out places rich in spiritual energy, and to explore the mystical lands of Myobokuzen and the Dragon Cave, to uncover ancient truths and validate his theories. Furthermore, he yearned to confront adversaries, believing that only through such trials could he rapidly enhance his abilities. Grandfather, you are aware that the cultivation system I have established requires spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in Konoha has become exceedingly scarce for me at present. Hence, I am inclined to venture forth in search of opportunities, hoping to discover entities abundant in spiritual energy, thereby paving the way for future practitioners. Naruto elucidated his perspectives on spiritual energy to the third Hokage, including the potential existence of spirit stones and spiritual veins outside. He strongly urged the third to practice the Chi ninja style, asserting that only by engaging in this practice could the third provide him with meaningful insights, thus enhancing this cultivation system together. After a lengthy silence, the third finally acquiesced, but he insisted that Naruto should not embark on this journey alone. He advised Naruto to focus on his training within the village for the time being and promised to find him a mentor in due course, allowing him to venture forth under the guidance of this teacher. Naruto speculated that this individual would most likely be Jiraiya, although he preferred to explore solo. Following Jiraiya would also be acceptable, especially since it would enable the third to communicate with other high-ranking officials in the village. With a serious expression, the third Hokage solemnly retrieved an ancient box from his drawer and presented it to Naruto. You have grown, and it is time for you to learn certain truths. This is a relic of your parents, both of whom are heroes of Konoha. They left in such haste that they could not bequeath you anything. These items were gathered by your grandfather after their sacrifice. They are belongings that they cherished during their lifetimes. Inside, you will also find their compensation funds. I had intended to present this to you upon your coming of age, but you have matured to such an extent that it is now time to receive it. Naruto was taken aback by the third's revelation about his parents, rendered speechless and frozen in place while clutching the box. The third took a puff from his pipe and began recounting the stories of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Your father, Minato, was the fourth Hokage, an exceptionally skilled ninja. You often visit the Hokage Rock, so you should be familiar with his visage. Your mother, Kushina, was the previous Jinchuriki of the village, and 6 years ago. As the third continued his narrative, Naruto gradually grasped the truth behind the Nine Tails incident. While he had some prior knowledge of these events, the third's account revealed details absent from the original storyline. Upon concluding his tale, Naruto could not suppress the tears that welled in his eyes. After all, not only had he, but even the original Naruto, never seen his parents, so how could he harbor any emotional connection? At times, Naruto felt that Konoha resembled a cult, where countless ninjas sacrifice their families and lives in its service, only to witness minimal change. Was it truly worth it? In the ensuing days, Naruto trained alongside Hinata during the day and studied various ninjutsu with the third at night, simultaneously instructing the third in the Chi ninja style. However, after a week, the third showed no progress, perhaps due to his advancing age. Yet, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. He expressed that even if he could not channel energy into his body, he could still cultivate his mind. Naruto's Chakra remained unawakened, and while he had grasped the basics of the 5 elemental attributes, he struggled to comprehend the wind and lightning elements. The realm of ninjutsu has yielded significant gains. I have successfully mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones. However, it consumes a considerable amount of chakra. Although I have the support of the Nine Tails, I prefer not to squander it. The shadow clones possess self-awareness and can act independently, yet they are incapable of cultivating chakra or comprehending elemental attributes. Thus, I only produce one clone at a time for the purpose of training in taijutsu. I have also dabbled in jinjutsu, although it does not pique my interest. Instead, I merely draw inspiration from it to develop my own spiritual attacks. Time passes as I immerse myself in study. One evening, a month later, while returning home, I spotted a suspicious figure. This individual stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the women's bathhouse, lifting a few roof tiles to gaze at the scenery within. I watched this audacious act with a knowing smile. Who else could it be but Jiraiya? I extended my spiritual awareness, concentrating it into a force that struck directly at Jiraiya's soul. This was a technique I had been experimenting with recently. While it cannot obliterate those with formidable mental fortitude, it can effectively control them. As Jiraiya lay on the rooftop, peering in, he suddenly felt a void in his mind, his body stiffening as if it had lost all control. Someone is peeping. Catch the pervert. After successfully executing my spiritual attack, I shouted towards the entrance of the bathhouse and concealed myself in a corner, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The effects of my spiritual assault vary among individuals. It typically leaves the third Hokage dazed for a few moments. Should the third concentrate on defense, my attack proves ineffective. Initially, I felt disheartened, considering it inferior to Jinjutsu. But the third remarked that my attack is unfailingly accurate, capable of inflicting damage to the soul even if it does not achieve control. On one occasion, I employed my spiritual attack against Kakashi, catching him off guard and nearly ejecting his soul from his body. Ever since the deaths of Rin and Obito, Kakashi has become complacent, his cultivation stagnating, thus squandering his innate talent. After my shout, a group of women, wrapped in towels, rushed out of the bathhouse only to discover Jiraiya sprawled on the rooftop. At that moment, Jiraiya, having recovered from my spiritual assault, lost his grip and slipped off the roof. You lecherous scoundrel. You old pervert. I'll teach you a lesson. The descending Jiraiya was besieged by the women, yet I sensed that he relished the chaos. As he lay on the ground, surrounded by the furious women, his perspective was a veritable feast for the eyes. He experienced a bittersweet enjoyment. The women, realizing the situation, stomped their feet in frustration and returned to the bathhouse, grumbling loudly. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, sporting a swollen head and a nosebleed, yet he appeared utterly oblivious, wearing a foolish grin as if still basking in the recent euphoria. Time to return to reality. You old pervert. I stepped forward, a teasing expression gracing my face as I regarded the prone Jiraiya. Show some respect and call me master. Jiraiya swiftly rose to his feet, turning to leave Naruto with an imposing silhouette, oblivious to the shoe prints adorning his back. TCH. Perhaps you should first tidy up those marks on your clothes. The Hokage has been waiting for you for quite some time. I nearly forgot the important matter. I shall take my leave now, Naruto. After adjusting his attire, Jiraiya hurried towards the Hokage tower, only to suddenly turn back and give Naruto a thumbs up. That technique you used earlier was quite impressive. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe while Jiraiya sat across from him. Enveloped in a haze of smoke, both men ensconced in silence. After finishing a pouch of tobacco, the third Hokage broke the stillness. I am growing old. When do you plan to succeed me? Jiraiya chuckled wryly. Master, I still prefer wandering the world. Moreover, I am ill-suited for the role of Hokage. If you truly wish to step down, allow Tsunade to take your place. She is far more qualified than I. You two are a pair of fools. Faced with a minor setback, you both evade responsibility, showing no sense of accountability. It infuriates me. Jiraiya wisely refrained from mentioning Tsunade, but the mere utterance of her name ignited the third's ire. He had once taken pride in training 3 exceptional disciples. Yet Tsunade had fallen into despair after the deaths of Dan and Nawaki, abandoning the Leaf's medical department to drown her sorrows in alcohol and gambling. Orochimaru's defection weighed heavily on Jiraiya, who felt guilt for not being able to dissuade him, leading him to refuse the Hokage position while searching for Orochimaru over the years. I have endured my share of hardships, yet I would never become a coward who shirks responsibility like you two. I apologize, Master. Jiraiya stood and bowed deeply in respect, clearly holding the third Hokage in high regard. I understand that I cannot change this world, so in my quest for Orochimaru, I have also been searching for someone capable of effecting change. Today, I met Naruto, and I wish to mentor him properly. Mentor him properly? In terms of training. You might lack the qualifications. I summoned you back primarily to take him out for practical experience and ensure his protection. The third Hokage scoffed, giving Jiraiya a frosty reception, then retrieved Naruto's summary on the development of the chakra flow technique from his drawer and tossed it to Jiraiya. This is Naruto's self-created training system. If you wish to guide him, you should start practicing immediately. What? He created a training system? Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, you heard me correctly. I am currently practicing the chakra flow that Naruto developed, and I have already grasped the fundamentals. Just 2 days prior, the third Hokage had successfully learned to channel chakra into his body, stepping into the realm of chakra flow, which deepened his admiration for it as he personally experienced the enhancements it brought to his physical condition. He even felt that, with the improvement of his training, rejuvenation and a return to youth were not beyond the realm of possibility. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Jiraiya delicately opened the book to examine its contents. The third Hokage continued to smoke in silence, allowing him to focus. This is wonderful, Master. I believe I have found the one who can change the world. After perusing the contents of the book, Jiraiya was filled with unparalleled excitement. Prior to this encounter, he had little knowledge of Naruto, and after their brief meeting, he merely found him somewhat agreeable. However, upon discovering the innovative chi ninju created by Naruto, his conviction solidified. The sage of the 6 paths established the ninja sect and disseminated chakra, which ultimately shaped the present ninja world. Now, Naruto was on the brink of developing a system even more refined than chakra itself. Should he succeed, the ninja world would undergo an unprecedented transformation. Jiraiya's mission was to assist Naruto in establishing his own ninja way, ensuring he would not stray down the wrong path. He resolved to diligently study Naruto's chi ninju, hoping to refine it further. You must be weary from your journey back. Go rest, he advised. Take the time to thoroughly examine chi ninju. This time, let's bring Tsunade back with us when we travel together with Naruto. The third Hokage, well aware of his pupil's tenacity, understood that once Jiraiya made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to dissuade him. Thus he refrained from insisting that he inherit the title of Hokage. Jiraiya articulated a valid point. Tsunade was indeed more suited to succeed as Hokage, provided she could emerge from the shadows. Jiraiya stood tall, resolutely assuring the third Hokage, I will certainly bring Tsunade back. Chapter 29. The Land of Iron. Naruto initially believed that once Jiraiya arrived, he would soon embark on a journey beyond the village. However, after Jiraiya's meeting with the third Hokage, he promptly moved into Naruto's home, claiming it was to mentor him in his training. Ironically, Jiraiya ended up indulging in Naruto's hospitality. While persistently bombarding him with inquiries about chi ninju, he often emerged unexpectedly from the ground during Naruto and Hinata's training sessions, causing Naruto to feel an urge to grab a hammer and engage in a game of whack-a-mole. Frustrated, Naruto found himself gnashing his teeth in exasperation, yet he was unable to confront Jiraiya, who was, after all, an amusing old soul. Whenever Naruto inquired about their departure for their travels, Jiraiya would always respond that the time was not yet right. In truth, Naruto understood that Jiraiya wished to wait until he had mastered the chi absorption technique before setting off. Following the third Hokage's provision of the training method for chi ninju, Jiraiya commenced his own practice. Fortunately, Naruto did not have to wait long. Jiraiya completed the chi absorption technique in just 5 days. As he gleefully boasted to Naruto and Hinata, Hinata softly remarked, "I completed the chi absorption in a single day," instantly deflating Jiraiya's pride. Due to Jiraiya's familiar demeanor, Naruto and Hinata had grown accustomed to his presence over the past 3 days, and their interactions had become quite harmonious. The following day, Naruto and Jiraiya prepared to depart from Konoha for their journey, with Jiraiya specifically inquiring about their destination. Naruto had already contemplated his plans. He wished to visit the land of wind or the land of lightning, as he had long struggled to harness wind and lightning attributes. He sought inspiration and insight within those lands. Little did Naruto anticipate that when they were about to set off, Jiraiya would declare their destination as the land of iron, leaving Naruto in a fit of frustration. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have relished the opportunity to give Jiraiya a sound thrashing. Jiraiya's choice of the land of iron was primarily motivated by considerations for Naruto. The land of iron is a neutral nation, making it an ideal destination for Naruto's first journey abroad. In fact, it was one of the locations Naruto had planned to visit, albeit it ranked lower in priority than the wind and thunder countries. Renowned for its exceptional weaponry throughout the ninja world, the land of iron presented Naruto with the perfect opportunity to acquire a fine weapon, which he was currently lacking. Furthermore, Naruto harbored a keen interest in the samurai of the land of iron, the only place in the ninja world that maintains a legacy of samurai tradition. The fact that a nation without ninja affiliations could remain neutral and untouched by the ravages of war piqued the curiosity of many. Thus, Naruto reassured himself that visiting this land was indeed a splendid choice. Only the third Hokage and Hinata were aware of Naruto's journey out of the village. He left a shadow clone in Konoha while he himself transformed his appearance using a transformation technique. These precautions were at the behest of the third Hokage, who wished to ensure Naruto's safety by not disclosing his plans to the village's higher-ups. The presence of a shadow clone created the illusion that Naruto was still in the village. Parting is always bittersweet, and to this end, Naruto and Jiraiya quietly departed from Konoha before dawn. Although they managed to avoid a dramatic farewell, Naruto felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of leaving Hinata, with whom he had grown accustomed to spending time. "I envy you, Naruto," Jiraiya remarked, momentarily adopting a serious tone as he comforted Naruto. "I know. I simply dislike the atmosphere of farewells, which is why I didn't say goodbye to her. Besides, my clone will keep her company," Naruto replied. Hinata understood Naruto well, and thus she chose to follow him silently, watching as he walked away. In addition to Hinata, the third Hokage observed their departure through a telescope. Along the journey, Jiraiya regaled Naruto with tales of his past exploits, gradually alleviating the melancholy of parting. The land of iron shares a border with the land of fire, and the distance is not far. If they traveled at full speed, they could reach the land of iron in a day. However, Jiraiya and Naruto leisurely explored their surroundings, stopping to train in areas rich with spiritual energy. They would also visit bustling markets, particularly focusing on casinos and taverns, as they were on a mission to locate Tsunade. Though they did not find Tsunade, they did learn of her whereabouts, discovering that she seemed to be in the land of rice. With this knowledge, Jiraiya and Naruto felt no urgency, for the land of rice borders the land of iron, allowing them to journey to the land of rice after completing their exploration of the land of iron. Upon entering the land of iron, the terrain became increasingly treacherous. Naruto finally understood why the land of iron could remain uninvolved during each ninja war. Situated by the sea and in a remote location, it is perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, rendering the environment exceedingly harsh. The current naval technology in the ninja world remains underdeveloped, which contributes to the land of iron's lack of strategic value. Additionally, the nation is perched atop high snow-capped mountains, surrounded by formidable peaks, making it both defensible and difficult to assault. Thus, even if they were to relinquish their territory, it is uncertain whether anyone would be willing to accept it. The only value here lies in the ore, particularly the abundant iron ore, though its extraction poses significant challenges. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this region is markedly more potent than elsewhere. Jiraiya and Naruto ascended to the summit of a snow-capped mountain, gazing into the distance where a magnificent snow peak loomed high above the clouds. From afar, it resembled three wolves, each gazing in a different direction, guarding their domain. Encircled by towering mountains, this was the Three-Wolf Mountain, upon which the Land of Iron was established. Standing atop the mountain, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as he beheld the majestic Three-Wolf Mountain. Just as he was about to unleash a triumphant shout to express his inner fervor, he was abruptly struck on the back of the head by Jiraiya. "What are you doing, you old pervert? If you wish to avoid triggering an avalanche, it would be prudent to speak more softly." No sooner had Jiraiya spoken than a thunderous roar echoed from the front. "You jinx!" Naruto and Jiraiya exchanged glances, instinctively turning toward the source of the commotion. Not far ahead, a mountain appeared to have collapsed, with a few dark figures moving within the debris. "This is bad. There are people there." Upon realizing this, Jiraiya and Naruto hastened toward the scene. As they approached, they indeed witnessed a crowd in a state of panic, scattering in all directions. "It has collapsed. The mine has caved in. Run for your lives." Behind them, a cascade of snow tumbled down like a waterfall, threatening to engulf everyone in its path. "Quick, save them." Jiraiya swiftly arrived at the rear of the group, conjuring a technique to create an earthen wall that temporarily shielded them from the blizzard. Naruto summoned all his spiritual energy, accelerating to his utmost speed. He dashed forward, grabbing an individual and swiftly transporting them to the safety of a large boulder, which provided some refuge from the avalanche. Just as Jiraiya was about to be overwhelmed by the snow, Naruto, unwilling to delay, rushed forward to rescue two more individuals. At that moment, Jiraiya's earthen wall could no longer withstand the weight of the snow and collapsed. He quickly turned, lifting two people in his arms, and hurried to the shelter of the boulder. Unfortunately, by the time Jiraiya and Naruto attempted to rescue more individuals, the area had already been buried beneath the snow. The avalanche continued its relentless assault, rendering the strength of humanity insignificant in the face of nature's fury. Naruto managed to save only 4 individuals before that place was completely engulfed by the snow. Together with the 4 rescued by Jiraiya, they had saved a total of 8 people, who crouched on the ground, their faces pale and silent. "Sir, please save my daughter. I beg you, save my daughter." Suddenly, an elderly man clung to Jiraiya's leg, pleading fervently for him to rescue his daughter. The old man's face was ashen, his clothes tattered, and he appeared emaciated. Tears streamed down his face, and even Naruto felt a pang of compassion. "Old man, please don't despair. Stand up and speak slowly." Jiraiya helped the elderly man to his feet, but with the avalanche still ongoing, he lamented, "I cannot enter now. Once the snow subsides, I will endeavor to save anyone I can. Please do not worry." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the old man collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. He was acutely aware that, regardless of who attempted to enter, no one could rescue the trapped individuals. It was likely that his daughter had perished. "It was all my fault. I should never have brought her here. She is but 8 years old." "Do not despair, old man. I can sense a lingering life force within," Naruto reassured him. As he extended his consciousness into the depths of the snow-laden mountain, he indeed sensed life moments ago, but now it was as if that essence had vanished. For the reach of his perception was limited. The current location rendered it impossible to ascertain the situation within the mountain. Nonetheless, he spoke these words to comfort the elderly man, believing that since they spoke of a mine, there might still be survivors inside. However, the avalanche had yet to cease, and the original entrance to the mine had long been buried, making any rescue effort futile. "Please, save my daughter. Rescue her." The forlorn old man seemed to grasp at a thread of hope, prostrating himself before Naruto in desperation. Naruto, taken aback by the elder's reverence, swiftly sidestepped. "Master." He turned to Jiraiya, hoping his mentor might devise a means to rescue the survivors within. Just then, the avalanche halted. The snow cascading down the mountainside had finally settled, revealing a section of the mine's entrance. "Naruto, wait here for me. I shall venture inside," Jiraiya declared, not pausing for Naruto's response as he swiftly entered the mine, his agile movements allowing him to vanish into the darkness in the blink of an eye. "Do not worry, old man. My master is the most formidable ninja. He will surely rescue your daughter," Naruto assured, witnessing the elder's demeanor soften slightly at his words. Observing the other 7 individuals, he noted their conditions were scarcely better than that of the old man, ragged clothing and gaunt faces. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the Iron Country, being neutral and untouched by war, to provide a higher standard of living for its residents. Yet these individuals appeared akin to overworked slaves. And hearing the old man mention that his daughter, at merely 8 years of age, had been mining was almost unimaginable. Were these people truly slaves in the Iron Country? Chapter 30. Wild Bamboo. Sir, you may not be aware. We are primarily refugees who fled to the Iron Country during wartime. For those of us lacking skills in forging or swordsmanship, it is a stroke of fortune to find refuge in a prominent family here. My daughter is named Wild Bamboo. From a young age, she has possessed exceptional strength and innate talent for forging, even receiving accolades from Lord Mitsuhana. She accompanied me to the mine in hopes of acquiring rare materials to craft an outstanding sword for this year's forging competition. If she can distinguish herself and place in the top 10, she will become a master blacksmith, and our family can escape the shackles of servitude and cease mining. The old man's tears flowed again as he lamented his inadequacy as a father. Naruto understood. Class distinctions were pervasive, even among the indigenous people of the Iron Country, let alone those merely seeking refuge. So, the upper echelons of the Iron Country are indifferent to your plight. Is that correct? Sir, it is not as you presume. At that moment, another individual, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Although this person appeared equally disheveled, he was somewhat sturdier than the others, likely serving as a guard of the mine. The people of the Iron Nation have long revered the will of iron and the spirit of the samurai, believing that only through enduring hardships and trials can one be forged into fine steel. Through conversation, it became evident that this man was indeed one of the overseers of the mine, and the higher-ups of the Iron Nation hold the safety of the mine in the utmost regard. Prior to this incident, there had been virtually no mining disasters. Today, however, the mine experienced an unexpected tremor, followed by a sudden collapse. Over 100 individuals were trapped within, and only 8 managed to escape. Were it not for Naruto and Jiraiya, it is likely that none would have emerged alive. If the leaders of the Iron Nation prioritize mine safety, why has no rescue team arrived yet? Almost half an hour has passed since the collapse, and such a commotion would surely have reached their ears. My lord, it is important to note that this area lies on the border of the Iron Nation, and the distance to the Three-Wolf Mountain is considerable. It will take the rescue team about an hour to arrive, explained the man. Naruto could not help but roll his eyes at the slow response. An hour for them to reach this location was far too long. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the mine, as if it had collapsed once more. Naruto's heart raced. Jiraiya was still inside, and he hoped he hadn't met his demise at the hands of pain, leaving his fate sealed within the mine. Having spent time with Jiraiya, Naruto had developed a bond with him. Despite his mentor's often frivolous demeanor, Naruto wished for his safety. You all wait here for rescue. I shall venture inside to assess the situation, he declared, instructing the 8 individuals to remain behind. Though Jiraiya was formidable, this was a disaster rescue, not a battle, and unforeseen dangers could arise. My lord, I wish to accompany you. I am familiar with the mine's layout and may be of assistance. An elderly man interjected as Naruto prepared to enter the mine. That won't be necessary. If you accompany me and encounter danger, I would be distracted protecting you. Stay here. Naruto replied firmly before turning to enter the mine. The conditions within the mine were dire. There was no light, and debris and wooden supports lay strewn about. In some areas, Naruto had to crawl to proceed. He released his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings, moving cautiously until he arrived at a relatively open space. The ground was flooded with water, and 3 corpses lay side by side, presumably gathered by Jiraiya. Their deaths were horrifying. Most had perished beneath the fallen rocks or timber, and one victim was so mangled that he was barely recognizable. Naruto, having lived 2 lives, encountered such a gruesome sight for the first time, and the stench of blood overwhelmed him, causing his heart to race. He couldn't help but vomit. Afterward, he forced himself to regain his composure. He would ultimately have to step onto the battlefield, where conditions would be far more brutal than this. If he could not endure this, how could he ever hope to fight? After calming his mind, he continued forward and soon encountered a fork in the path. The ground was covered with stagnant water, obscuring any discernible tracks, leaving Naruto uncertain of which route Jiraiya had taken. After some contemplation, Naruto opted for the left path. This mine tunnel sloped downward, yet the further he descended, the more he sensed something amiss. Initially, he could see some wooden frames, but as he ventured deeper, they became increasingly sparse. until the passage narrowed to a point where only an adult could crawl through. It appeared that the tunnel had ceased construction at this juncture, as there should have been a natural opening here, which the mine had followed. With his keen perception, Naruto discerned that the cave continued to extend downward, revealing signs of human crawling. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to delve deeper. After an undetermined duration of crawling, he caught a faint glimmer of light. The temperature within the cave had significantly increased, and the earth beneath him grew dry and warm. After traversing a stretch further, Naruto finally emerged from the small opening into a more spacious area. Following the light, he discovered that the terrain opened up and the temperature continued to rise. It resembled a naturally formed Grand Canyon, flanked by steep stone walls riddled with numerous fissures. As he advanced, he eventually located the source of the illumination. At the canyon's end lay a lake of molten lava. From his vantage point, he could only glimpse a portion of its surface. A scorching wave of heat assaulted him, accompanied by a pungent scent of sulfur that filled his nostrils. Covering his mouth and nose with his jacket, he noticed a figure crouched within a crack in the rocks ahead. The individual, a woman of similar height to Naruto, was shielding her mouth and nose with her left hand while grasping a small mining pick tightly in her right. This must be the daughter referred to by the old man, Yizuko. She appeared quite disheveled, clad in an old kimono patched with a multitude of colorful fabric pieces. At that moment, she was oblivious to Naruto's presence, her gaze fixed warily on the molten lake. Quietly, Naruto approached her from behind to confirm her identity. Suddenly, upon hearing someone call her name, Yizuko dropped her pick in fright. However, she quickly regained her composure, turning to retrieve the tool, gripping it firmly with both hands as she eyed Naruto with caution. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Don't be alarmed. I have been sent by your father to rescue you." Naruto took a moment to observe Yizuko carefully. Her face was gaunt, with a sallow complexion, large eyes, and long lashes. Her head was completely shaven except for a small bun at the back, a style more suited to male warriors than to a girl. "Really?" Yizuko's guard lowered slightly, though she sought further confirmation. "Of course. If I intended you harm, you would already be dead." Upon reflection, Yizuko realized the truth in his words. Naruto had approached her silently, and had he wished her ill, she would have had no chance to resist. "Shoo, do not speak." Once the wild bamboo lowered her guard, she suddenly gestured for Naruto to be silent. Subsequently, she pointed towards the lava lake, indicating that he should look there. Previously, Naruto had overlooked the lava lake after discovering the wild bamboo, but upon observing her expression, it seemed that something dreadful lurked within. Naruto and the wild bamboo crouched side by side before the crevice, revealing a circular lava lake roughly 10 meters in diameter, from which torrents of molten lava continuously surged forth, sending waves of visible heat that appeared to scorch and distort the air above. In the very center of the lava lake, an elevated area remained untouched by the lava, resembling a small island at the heart of the lake. Astonishingly, a diminutive tree, 3 feet tall, flourished upon the island, its scattered leaves glistening with a vibrant green, and 3 resplendent red fruits hung from its branches. Naruto was instantly filled with wonder. A fruit tree thriving in the midst of the lava lake had not been incinerated. It bore fruit. Could it be a rare treasure of nature? Chapter 31. Share the fruit with me. Brother Snake Naruto was exceedingly exhilarated. If it truly were a rare treasure, it would be an incredible windfall. Just as he was about to rise and approach for a closer inspection, hoping to pluck the fruits, the wild bamboo suddenly grasped his hand, signaling him to remain still. A large serpent lurked within. It was utterly terrifying. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, the wild bamboo whispered to Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto understood. Could it be a guardian beast? Legends spoke of formidable beasts protecting treasures of nature. Had she just attempted to harvest it? Gazing at the ethereal fruits, yet unable to collect them, Naruto was tormented with frustration. The wild bamboo shook her head, expressing that what she desired was the stone beside the small tree. In his earlier fascination with the 3-foot-tall tree and its fruits, Naruto had completely overlooked the stone beside it. Now, as he redirected his gaze, he indeed noticed a diamond-shaped stone adjacent to the small tree. This stone, radiant crimson and about the size of a palm, emitted a warm glow from within. Like the small tree, it remained entirely unaffected by the extreme heat. In fact, Naruto sensed that the stone was absorbing the intense heat from the lava lake. He had initially assumed that the wild bamboo was here to collect the 3 fruits from the lava lake, but it turned out she sought the stone instead. As a swordsmith, Her purpose in entering the mine was to seek materials, and likely she had little concept of rare treasures, which is why she noticed the stone first. Naruto concentrated, carefully observing the stone. It appeared to harbor something within its fiery core. He attempted to extend his perception through the stone's surface, yearning to discern what lay inside. Just as Naruto's consciousness touched the mystery within, the stone abruptly vanished from his sight. In the next instant, he felt it materialize atop his spiritual platform, the Mount of the Mind. Before he could ponder further, the lava in the lake suddenly began to churn violently, and with a resounding explosion, the surface erupted. A colossal, fiery red serpent's head emerged from the lake. Its body, as thick as a water barrel, was adorned with scales of blazing red, and two slightly bulging humps crowned its head, from which rivulets of lava cascaded down its serpentine form. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, coldly scrutinized the wild bamboo and Naruto. Had it not been for Naruto's frequent encounters with the Nine Tails, he would likely have been paralyzed with fear at the sight of the colossal python before him. The Nine Tails, after all, was merely an energy entity, not a true living creature, whereas the monstrous serpent before him was undoubtedly a tangible being, and it resided within molten lava, indicative of an extraordinary beast. With a thunderous roar, the python gaped its enormous maw, sparks erupting within as a massive ball of magma coalesced in its throat. Alarmed, Naruto's body tensed. He swiftly scooped up Yazuzi and dashed toward the cave entrance he had just entered. Ignoring her protests, he thrust her into the cave, urging her to climb swiftly. The whole sequence of events, his arrival and her being shoved into the cave, transpired in an instant. Yazuzi, now fully aware, shivered and began to ascend through the narrow passage. A resounding crash echoed, and the cave trembled violently. Naruto steadied himself and glanced back, only to be gripped by terror. The very spot they had occupied moments ago had been transformed into a deep pit by the magma ball expelled by the python. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have met the same fate as the rocks, reduced to mere remnants in the molten flow. The giant python did not pursue them, but its lantern-sized eyes remained fixed upon Naruto. Understanding that the serpent was guarding the three precious fruits, Naruto refrained from vacating the lava lake. This serpent had seemingly attained a degree of intelligence. Had it been a mindless beast, it would have charged recklessly at them. With the python remaining by the fruit tree, Naruto felt a temporary sense of security, allowing him to contemplate the three spiritual fruits at the center of the lake. He had just utilized his spiritual awareness to glimpse the stone, which had abruptly manifested within the confines of his spiritual realm, the peak of the mind. He pondered whether he could employ a similar technique to retrieve the fruit tree. However, the distance was considerable, exceeding the reach of his spiritual perception. Approaching it would undoubtedly provoke the serpent's wrath, and he was uncertain of the creature's capabilities. If it resorted solely to the magma ball, he felt confident in evading it. "Come on in." Yazuzi's anxious voice called from the cave. "Don't worry about me, just go. I'll be right there," Naruto replied, turning to face the python. "Let us negotiate, shall we, serpent? Share the fruits with me." To his surprise, the giant serpent seemed to comprehend his words, reopening its massive jaws, brewing an even larger magma ball than before. With the space behind him constricted, retreating offered no escape. Instead, he charged towards the python, executing agile maneuvers to evade the oncoming magma ball, all while extending his spiritual awareness to envelop the small tree. Eureka! In an instant, the 3-foot-tall tree was drawn into his spiritual realm. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the ground quaked violently, and debris began to rain down from above. The python, witnessing the disappearance of the tree, was driven into a frenzy. Lava splashed throughout the lake as the serpent lashed out with its colossal tail, sweeping toward Naruto with unrelenting force, shattering the surrounding rock walls with ease. As Naruto gazed at the unstoppable tail sweeping toward him, he felt no panic. Instead, a calmness enveloped him, accompanied by a flicker of exhilaration. He focused intently on the massive serpent's tail, slightly bending his knees. Just as the tail was about to strike, Naruto propelled himself upward, seizing a protruding rock above with his right hand. Using its leverage, he swung toward the opening below. Boom! At that very moment, the serpent's colossal head crashed into the rock he had just grasped. Naruto distinctly felt the scorching gust of wind behind him, even with his spiritual energy shielding him. He still experienced a searing pain. The fabric of his shirt had already melted, yet he could hardly afford to dwell on it. Fearful of looking back, He rolled upon landing and leaped into the same opening he had entered. Boom. No sooner had he entered the tunnel than a violent tremor shook the ground. His body was involuntarily propelled upward by the tremendous force, colliding with the tunnel's ceiling before being forcefully thrown back down. Gush! A mouthful of blood escaped him, and Naruto felt dizzy from the impact. He understood that he could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, he would be crushed to death by the serpent within the narrow confines of the tunnel. Biting down hard on his tongue, he forced himself to remain alert. As he was launched upward once more and began to descend, he dug his fingers into the earth, stabilizing himself momentarily, then pushed off with his feet, vaulting upward again. After repeating this 3 times, the tremors began to subside. Naruto hastily crawled out of the constricted passageway. Finally, he emerged. As soon as he did, he spotted Wild Bamboo, anxiously waiting at the tunnel's entrance. Hurry! Without hesitation, Naruto scooped up Wild Bamboo and dashed away from the entrance. He was acutely aware that the danger was far from over. The mountain continued to tremble, and the serpent might very well bring the entire mountain down upon them. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he realized that the 3 corpses had vanished. They had likely been removed already. Naruto's heart momentarily eased, but suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He could no longer hold on. His vision darkened, and he fainted. What is wrong with you? Hey, wake up! Wild Bamboo shook Naruto vigorously, tears cascading down her face like rain. Yet, no matter how she called out, Naruto remained unresponsive. The shaking intensified, and the wooden framework above them trembled perilously. Without warning, a massive rock plummeted from above. Harmonious slash. Naruto. In this critical moment, Jiraiya and Mitsuba arrived simultaneously. Just as the boulder was about to crush Wild Bamboo and Naruto, Jiraiya leaped forward, shielding them with his own body. Mitsuba executed a harmonious slash, cleaving the boulder in 2, then skillfully kicked the halves aside. Jiraiya, the mine is about to collapse. We must leave at once. Understood. Jiraiya lifted Naruto and Wild Bamboo and swiftly rushed toward the entrance. Just as they burst out of the mine, the mountain completely collapsed behind them. With a resounding roar, the world seemed to fall silent. Chapter 32, Tsunade. In the home of the Mifune family in the Land of Iron, Naruto lay quietly on the bed, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Otsutsuki carefully wiped his face with a towel. It had been 5 long days. Naruto, please wake up. For 5 days. Otsutsuki had devoted herself to caring for Naruto, believing he had sustained grave injuries while attempting to save her, and thus she was engulfed in guilt and self-reproach. In truth, had Naruto not been tempted by the treasures in the center of the lake, he would not have been harmed. With a creak, the door swung open. Otsutsuki turned to see Jiraiya entering, accompanied by 2 women, one tall and mature, the other a petite girl. Lord Jiraiya, you have finally returned. Otsutsuki exclaimed in delight. Before his departure, Jiraiya had mentioned seeking the most skilled medical ninja to treat Naruto, and these 2 must be the ones he referred to. The stunningly beautiful woman strode directly towards Naruto's bedside. Her long, light blonde hair framed her face, accentuated by a blue-violet mark between her brows, enhancing her captivating beauty. She wore a loose tea-green coat with black trim, beneath which she donned a sleeveless top that could not conceal her remarkable figure. The young girl with short black hair, exuding an air of innocence, closely followed her as if she were an aide. Jiraiya nodded reassuringly at Otsutsuki. Do not worry. Naruto will be fine. Approaching Naruto's bed, he inquired with concern, how is Naruto, Tsunade? Tsunade furrowed her brow, placing her hands on Naruto's chest, neglecting to answer Jiraiya's question. A faint green energy enveloped her hands, seeping into Naruto's body as she assessed his condition. Her brow occasionally furrowed deeply, then relaxed, and as time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, which Shizune carefully wiped away with a towel. After a considerable time, Tsunade sighed, withdrawing her hands from Naruto's body. She took the towel from Shizune and wiped the sweat from her brow. Incredible. A normal person would have perished from such severe injuries. Yet within Naruto lies a remarkably unique energy that continually repairs and nourishes his damaged organs. His internal injuries are nearly healed, though the damage to his head is quite severe and recovery will take some time. At this moment, the anxieties of Jiraiya and Otsutsuki were finally alleviated. Previously, renowned physicians from the Land of Iron had examined Naruto and could only shake their heads in despair. Now, they were finally hearing good news from Tsunade. The unique energy you mentioned is called spiritual energy, It is what I previously referred to as Naruto's self-created chakra flow. Oh, Tsunade's interest was piqued upon hearing Jiraiya's words. As a medical ninja, she was intrigued by the notion that spiritual energy could mend damaged bodies. Although she had resorted to alcohol and gambling to escape her inner torment over the years, her research and innovations in medical ninjutsu had never ceased. Suddenly, Jiraiya displayed an unmistakable expression of foolishness, suggesting a private conversation in his room that evening. However, with a swift motion, Tsunade, visibly irritated, sent Jiraiya flying with a punch. She then turned to Yamazuki with a gentle smile, instructing him to take care of the foolish man, promising to return the following day for further treatment. Thank you very much. Yamazuki responded promptly with a bow. After regaining his footing and wiping away the blood from his nose, Jiraiya eagerly followed Tsunade. 5 days prior, after Shinbun and Jiraiya had led their escape from the collapsing mine, the entire mountainside had crumbled, and the monstrous serpent remained trapped within, perhaps unable to emerge. Naruto had sustained grave injuries. Upon their swift return to the Land of Iron, Shinbun sought the expertise of the finest physicians in the realm. Yet they all lamented that Naruto's injuries were far too severe for conventional remedies. They declared him in a deep coma, utterly helpless. Jiraiya was consumed by guilt. In his fervor to save lives, he had not foreseen that Naruto would follow him into the mine. Although he had rescued over 50 individuals, Naruto was left gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Jiraiya had assured the third Hokage that he would safeguard Naruto, yet calamity struck as soon as they arrived in the Land of Iron. After 3 days with no signs of awakening from Naruto, Jiraiya resolved to entrust Naruto's care to Shinbun and set off for the Land of Rice to seek Tsunade. If anyone could save Naruto, it was undoubtedly her, acknowledged as the strongest medical ninja in the shinobi world. Fortuitously, Jiraiya's search proved fruitful. After extensive inquiries, he finally found Tsunade at a gambling house, and after promising to clear her debts, she reluctantly agreed to accompany him back to the Land of Iron to save Naruto. Within Naruto's consciousness, the Nine Tails, now with 6 tails turned white, paced anxiously behind the iron bars, acutely aware of Naruto's precarious state. Through their time together, the Nine Tails had come to acknowledge Naruto completely. However, Naruto's life force was faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. For days, the Nine Tails had attempted to reach out to Naruto, but despite its efforts, there was no response, igniting a sense of urgency within it. Though it had never openly expressed concern for Naruto and often engaged in banter with him, the truth was that it deeply cared for Naruto. His companionship had evoked feelings of friendship and familial bonds, and it was desperate to prevent any harm from befalling him. In a moment of inspiration, the Nine Tails paused, contemplating the essence of spiritual energy, an energy teeming with infinite potential. It began to channel this energy through the seal, even going so far as to weaken the barrier slightly. Within Naruto's body, a monumental transformation began to unfold. As the Nine Tails infused him with spiritual energy, Naruto's lower dantian filled to capacity, followed by the middle and upper dantians. Once all 3 dantians brimmed with energy, a barrier connecting the lower dantian to the Yin chakra was overwhelmed, and the influx of spiritual energy surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the Yin chakra. After Naruto fell into a deep slumber, he seemed to be ensnared in an interminable nightmare. At one moment, he dreamt of the Sage of 6 Paths relentlessly pursuing him with a colossal 40-meter blade, and at another, he was besieged by countless members of the Otsutsuki clan, chasing him mercilessly, leaving him with no refuge. His consciousness felt trapped, akin to the sensation of being pinned down by a malevolent spirit. He was acutely aware that he was within a dream and desperately yearned to awaken, yet he remained ensnared. After a prolonged struggle, Naruto suddenly felt as if he had broken free from his constraints. He opened his eyes to find himself reclined upon a bed, with Tsunade seated beside him, her brow deeply furrowed. Jiraiya, Shizune, and Yamato stood behind her, their faces etched with concern. What an unexpected sight. How did Tsunade come to be here? And why does it appear she is administering treatment to me? But why am I lying in bed? I was clearly standing beside Jiraiya. Why can't they see me? Am I still trapped within this dream? Naruto lifted his hand, intending to pinch his face, but found nothing to grasp. Tsunade placed her hand upon Naruto's chest, her frown deepening with perplexity. What in the world is happening to this boy? I sense that his bodily functions are entirely normal. Yet what does that imply? Jiraiya inquired with anxious urgency. Tsunade rose, crossing her arms, and spoke with an air of uncertainty. It seems as though his soul has departed? My goodness, if one's soul is lost, does that not mean death? Both Jiraiya and Naruto exclaimed simultaneously, though Naruto's words went unheard. Upon hearing Tsunade's declaration regarding Naruto's soul, Yamato sank to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Tsunade, with a resigned gesture, spread her hands. Theoretically, this is the case. Without a soul, a person is dead. Yet Naruto's bodily functions appear not only intact, but remarkably robust. The seal containing the 9 tails within him has loosened considerably. Yet it has not inflicted any harm upon his body. The sealing mechanism should pose no concern. Minato had left contingencies in place when establishing the seal. But what course of action shall we take regarding Naruto's current predicament? Jiraiya and Tsunade deliberated before Naruto, yet no matter how he called out to them, they remained oblivious. Suddenly, piecing together Tsunade's earlier words, Naruto realized, could it be that his soul has left his body? Indeed, he now floated in the air, unable to touch his corporeal form, as if he were transparent. Could it be that he had truly become a spirit? Naruto drifted before Jiraiya and playfully slapped his face twice, but Jiraiya remained unperturbed, continuing his conversation with Tsunade. Then, Naruto floated before Tsunade and playfully pinched her lovely cheek. Just like Jiraiya, she exhibited no reaction. As Naruto's gaze drifted downward, he was met with a tumultuous sight. Chapter 33, Harvest. My apologies. One must not gaze upon such things. Yet merely observing should pose no issue, right? Lost in blissful reverie, Naruto entirely forgot that he was still a specter. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled at him, and Naruto's spirit was abruptly drawn back to his body. In that moment, he became acutely aware of his physical form once more. My body has returned. The sensation of regaining control over himself was simply magnificent. Whoosh. Naruto had yet to thoroughly assess his physical condition when a crimson-hued small sword circled around him twice before hovering in front of him, its tip vibrating incessantly. As if exulting in joy, the entire blade flowed with elegance, resembling a fiery phoenix clutching the blade in its beak, the phoenix's body serving as the hilt. How curious. Where did this sword come from? Naruto pondered. Upon noticing the diamond-shaped stone split in two on the ground, a realization dawned upon him. This was the very stone obtained from the island at the heart of the magma lake, which had concealed a sword within. He had sensed something within it at the time, but due to the urgency of the situation, he had not examined it closely, never anticipating it would be a sword. Moreover, he distinctly felt that this blade was akin to an integral part of his own being, inseparable from himself. Could it be that I refined this small sword while I was unconscious? With a mere thought, the sword began to dance and pirouette through the air, easily responding to his will as if it were an extension of his own arm. Suddenly, Naruto recalled that in addition to the diamond stone, he had also collected that small tree, standing a mere 3 feet tall, into his realm of contemplation. He hurried to investigate and, indeed, spotted a small tree, approximately 10 feet tall, quietly taking root within his domain, bearing 3 vividly red fruits that glistened enticingly. Approaching the tree, he was enveloped by a delightful fragrance emanating from the fruits, invigorating his senses. His mouth began to water, and he reached out to pluck a fruit for a taste. However, it seemed as if the tree had sprouted legs. Just as Naruto's hand was about to touch the fruit, the tree suddenly vanished and reappeared 3 yards away with a swift whoosh. You shall not partake of my fruit. Naruto faintly perceived the tree's conveyed consciousness. Its words deliberate yet indistinct. What a surprise. Has this little tree attained sentience? Naruto, undeterred by the tree's newfound intelligence, declared resolutely that he would taste a fruit today. Inside his contemplative realm, he leaped and chased after the tree, the crimson sword soaring above his head, as the trio, one boy, one tree, and one sword, engaged in a merry frolic. After a spirited chase, Naruto was unable to catch the tree and ultimately conceded, reasoning that since the tree resided within his realm, it could not escape forever. Sooner or later, I shall harvest you bare. The tree seemed to sense Naruto's intentions, transmitting a vague consciousness that suggested the fruits were not yet ripe and urged him to refrain from picking them. Moreover, the tree was deeply rooted in his mind, continuously nourishing his spirit and body. Very well, I shall spare you for now. With a wave of his hand, the crimson sword materialized in his palm. Its blade composed of an unknown material, suffused with a rich energy of fire elements, as if it contained the essence of a volcano. From henceforth, you shall be named the Crimson Dawn Sword. After some contemplation, Naruto bestowed upon the small sword a name, to which it emitted a soft chime, seemingly expressing its approval of the name Crimson Dawn. Alas, within the confines of his realm, he could not test the sword's might. Nonetheless, this acquisition was exceedingly fruitful. Naruto discovered that his realm possessed a functionality akin to a storage space, allowing him to draw external objects within. He could only wonder if it was possible to bring living beings into this sanctuary. Naruto was likely in a precarious situation within Mount Fangs. He found himself in a state of his soul. Even if he could draw something in, it would likely be of a spiritual nature. A sudden thought crossed Naruto's mind. Could he summon the soul of Kurama? However, recalling that the Nine Tails was still sealed, he had to abandon that notion. Kurama, thank you. After carefully assessing his physical condition, Naruto realized that during his unconsciousness, Kurama had infused him with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, leading to the unblocking of his yin channels, even in a state of unconsciousness. Now, Naruto's flow of spiritual energy was markedly more fluid, his physical form more supple and coordinated, and the range of his spiritual awareness had expanded to 3 zhang. A brief inspection of the yin and yang channels revealed their structures to be quite similar, both existing as void-like spaces. However, the void above was adorned with faintly visible stairs, resembling a celestial ladder that extended upward into an unseen infinity, its destination unknown. Naruto surmised that this must lead to the 3 passages, but he refrained from exploring further, mindful of the many who were concerned for him outside. In the adjacent room, Jiraiya and Tsunade wore expressions of deep worry. Though Tsunade was adept in medical ninjutsu, she felt helpless when it came to matters of the soul. Now, it was a matter of Naruto's own fortune. Naruto is awake. The first to notice Naruto opening his eyes was Yaoju, who gasped in astonishment. Thank you. I'm fine. You need not worry. In truth, Naruto could have leapt from the bed in exuberance, yet he feigned weakness, fearing it might startle his companions. Wonderful. You have finally awakened. Yaoju exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. It's a relief to see you awake. Jiraiya, attempting to appear nonchalant, uttered a casual remark before promptly suggesting a private conversation with Tsunade, only to be sent sprawling by her swift punch. A warmth surged within Naruto, recognizing Jiraiya's genuine concern for him, despite the latter's aversion to overt displays of sentimentality, often opting to disrupt the mood in unexpected ways. No wonder he struggled to win Tsunade's heart. After Tsunade examined Naruto and confirmed that he was out of danger, she departed alongside Shizune, leaving only Yaoju and Naruto in the room. Thank you, Yaoju. Naruto expressed his gratitude, aware that during his unconscious state, Yaoju had been caring for him. It felt somewhat burdensome for an 8-year-old girl to look after him. I should be the one thanking you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been injured, Yaoju replied, tears once again spilling down her cheeks. Hearing her words filled Naruto with guilt. His injuries had little to do with Yaoju. By the way, what about that giant python? To divert attention from Yaoju's escalating tears, Naruto quickly changed the subject. After we were rescued by Jiraiya and Lord Mitsuba, we returned to the Land of Iron, and that giant python did not appear. Mitsuba? The absence of the python surprised Naruto. It was indeed trapped within the mountain. Was it not akin to entombing itself? Had it not been for the labyrinth of mines within the mountain, it likely could not have collapsed the structure, leading to its potential demise or merely confinement within the mountain. Naruto intended to return and investigate further once his strength had grown. Should the giant python still be alive, subduing it for use as a steed would be quite splendid. By the way, has your sword been forged yet? Naruto suddenly recalled that Yuzuki had ventured to the mine in search of materials for swordsmithing to participate in the sword forging competition. If she could secure a spot within the top 10, she would be recognized as a swordsmith. In the Land of Iron, becoming a swordsmith and a warrior is a symbol of status and prestige. Once she achieved this title, she could free herself from the shackles of servitude and secure a stable income, thus relieving her father from the burdens of mining. Yuzuki wore a face of despair. Today marked the final day of the swordsmithing competition, and she had yet to gather the necessary materials. A sword forged from ordinary materials could never hope to rank in the top 10. The competition allowed participants to bring their own materials, and the higher the quality, the more challenging the forging process would be. This not only tested the craftsmanship of the swordsmith, but also their ability to utilize the materials effectively. Unbeknownst to Yuzuki, the stone she sought had already been placed within Naruto's spatial realm. although the essence of the small sword had emerged and been unconsciously refined by Naruto. The material capable of nurturing a sword was likely of extraordinary quality and could perhaps be utilized by Utsutsuki for her forging. I possessed the materials for swordsmithing. With a mere thought, the split diamond stone from Fang's mountain materialized in his hands. You obtained it? Utsutsuki's expression transformed into one of exhilaration upon seeing the two stones suddenly appear in Naruto's hands. Yet, as if struck by a realization, her expression fell once more. Even with the materials, it's probably too late. Today is the last day of the competition, and I cannot forge a sword in just one day. Furthermore, this material is exceedingly precious. You should keep it safe and allow me to craft a divine sword once I become a swordsmith. Even if time were on our side, I fear my skills may not suffice, and I would waste such exquisite materials. What nonsense. Materials can be sourced anew. Missing this year's competition means waiting another 3 years. And while you may have the patience, I do not. Without further ado, Naruto rose from his bed, grasped Utsutsuki's hand, and strode toward the door. Don't strain yourself. How could one possibly forge a sword in a single day? You might as well take Utsutsuki to observe the competition. She could learn valuable experience. Just as they reached the threshold, they encountered Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune, who were also preparing to attend the swordsmithing competition. It was Tsunade who spoke, and both Jiraiya and Shizune nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto, perhaps you should reconsider. Success seems improbable. Utsutsuki's face bore uncertainty. She too lacked confidence and was most concerned about wasting the precious material. How can we know if we do not try? Observing the doubtful expressions on all 4 faces, Naruto's stubbornness ignited within him. Regardless of the outcome, we must endeavor to act. Even if we fail, it matters not. At least I will have made an effort. Will I not? Very well. Let's give it a try. Hearing Naruto's words seemed to rekindle some confidence in Utsutsuki, who nodded vigorously, as if encouraging herself. Grandma Tsunade, shall we make a wager? After persuading the wild bamboo, Naruto provocatively gazed at Tsunade, fully aware of the mission at hand. He knew well that Tsunade would not easily return to Konoha with them. What shall we wager? From now on, you must call me sister, and never grandma. The mere mention of a wager piqued Tsunade's interest. With a charming smile, she leaned forward, her gaze teasingly fixed on Naruto, her allure unmistakable. Naruto was flustered. His cheeks flushed crimson as he quickly averted his eyes. Despite having lived 2 lives, he remained a novice in such matters and found himself utterly unprepared for this encounter. Ha! You're actually shy? Tsunade laughed heartily at Naruto's embarrassment. Being teased by such a stunning beauty left Naruto, a mere boy, at a loss, while Jiraiya watched enviously, wishing he could take Naruto's place and endure it all. Ahem. If the wild bamboo succeeds, will you return to Konoha with us to inherit the title of Hokage? Naruto coughed to dispel the awkwardness. Mustering the courage to present the wager to Tsunade, she scrutinized him with keen interest. And if you lose? Naruto scratched his head, momentarily flabbergasted by her question, uncertain of how to respond, as he realized he had little to offer as a stake that might entice Tsunade. How about this? If you lose, you shall accompany me and serve me for 3 years. Naruto was instantly conflicted. Serving Tsunade for 3 years? It was the dream of many an otaku. Should I lose? Or should I lose? In truth, Tsunade proposed this condition primarily because Naruto bore a striking resemblance to her late brother, Nawaki, both in appearance and temperament. Furthermore, Tsunade had learned about the art of ninja from Jiraiya over the past few days and had already begun training. Having Naruto, the founder, by her side would undoubtedly enhance her progress. Deal. Naruto and Tsunade fist-bumped to seal their wager. Subsequently, the group made their way to the venue for the sword forging competition. Chapter 34. Sword Forging. The Land of Iron holds a sword forging competition every 3 years and a martial arts tournament every 5 years. Those who secure a place in the top 10 of the forging competition can become swordsmiths, while those who excel in the martial arts competition can earn the title of samurai. There are no restrictions on participation in these events. All citizens of the Land of Iron are welcome to compete. However, it is exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to stand out, as the top 10 positions are typically monopolized by renowned swordsmith families and warrior clans. After all, their starting point may well be the endpoint for many commoners. For someone like the wild bamboo, born into servitude, achieving prominence is an arduous task. Despite her innate talent for forging, she had never independently crafted a sword, as her family's circumstances precluded her from affording the necessary tools and furnace. Each day, After completing her chores, she worked as an apprentice in a blacksmith shop, learning the intricacies of sword forging through diligent practice. The sword forging competition takes place in a vast square, and this triennial event is unprecedented in its grandeur. Today marks the final day, and nearly all residents of the Land of Iron have gathered. The square is teeming with people, and the air is filled with cheers and shouts of encouragement. Were it not for Mifune reserving seats for Jiraiya and Tsunade, they would hardly have been able to squeeze into the crowd. Jiraiya and his companions made their way to the spectator seats, while Naruto assumed the role of assistant to Yazuzi, accompanying her to the elevated platform at the heart of the square. Each contestant was permitted to bring an assistant, which explained the long-standing dominance of the swordsmith families in the competition. They brought along family elders to offer guidance and support, leaving ordinary individuals at a distinct disadvantage. The judges' panel was situated above, consisting of 10 esteemed judges, most of whom were renowned swordsmith masters from the Iron Country, with Mifune also serving as one of the judges. Naruto and Yazuzi approached Mifune directly. Yazuzi had registered well in advance, but they only arrived on the final day, necessitating an introduction to the judges. With less than 6 hours remaining until the conclusion of the competition, was it still possible for them to participate? The swordsmith competition spanned 3 days, and the assessment of the contestants' crafted swords was scheduled for that afternoon. Mifune had previously advised Yazuzi, but she had insisted on waiting for Naruto to awaken, stating she would not participate without him, which led to the current predicament. Mifune-sama, I wish to give it a try? Yazuzi bowed earnestly before him. Humph. A mere vagrant like you should not disgrace yourself here. Even if you had come on the first day, you would not rank in the top 10. It would be better for you to return to mining. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, spoke from the center of the judges' panel, indicating his high status. His words were immediately echoed by 5 or 6 others. Indeed, Elder Koizumi speaks the truth. What is the point of forging swords on the final day? Moreover, judging by her appearance, she likely cannot even lift a hammer. Master, please grant me a chance. Yazuzi trembled in fear of the elder, her gaze cast downward. Her small fists clenched tightly, her frail frame quivering in the cold wind. The audience below seemed to take note of the unfolding situation, growing silent as they awaited the events on stage. Upon hearing Yazuzi refer to him as master, Naruto comprehended the elder's identity. He took Yazuzi's hand and approached the elderly figure known as Elder Koizumi. While Yazuzi regarded him with trepidation, Naruto stood unafraid. Ah, fine judge indeed. By your logic, there is no need to forge any swords at all. You could merely observe the contestants and declare a victor without any competition. What is the purpose of this contest? The expression of Elder Koizumi darkened. Impudent child, do you know who I am? I care not for your identity. As a judge seated in that esteemed panel, it is your duty to uphold fairness, justice, and transparency. This is a fundamental quality expected of a judge. However, I see none of those qualities in you. You dismiss others without even examining their work. What sort of judge are you? A relic of the past. I believe it is you who should return to mining. Bang. Guards, remove these 2 troublemaking vagrants. Elder Koizumi, enraged by Naruto's words, slammed his hand upon the table, demanding action. I dare anyone to try? Naruto shielded Yazuzi behind him, glaring at the 2 advancing guards, ready to defend her. I will not allow anyone to bully Naruto. At this moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade ascended the stage, standing on either side of Naruto. Observing the conflict between Naruto and Yazuzi, they swiftly moved to support them. Humph. Such audacity from the Hidden Leaf. Do you truly wish to provoke a war with the Land of Iron? The calls for fairness echoed from the audience as Elder Koizumi's words hung in the air. The spectators, predominantly commoners and refugees, quickly grasped the situation, and it was evident that Elder Koizumi's actions had incited the public's ire. Elder Koizumi, we harbor no intentions of waging war against the Land of Iron. As you've heard, your citizens do not endorse your actions, Jiraiya interjected. Enough. Mitsuba finally spoke up. Elder Koizumi, I believe Naruto is correct. If Yazuzi fails to forge the sword within the stipulated time, she will be disqualified. Should she succeed, let us adhere to the rules, ensuring fairness, justice, and transparency. Do not further complicate matters for Yazuzi. Her parents have diligently served your family for years. Why treat her thus? Elder Koizumi's face turned ashen with rage. He had not anticipated that his lowly slave would dare to participate in the sword forging competition. And to make matters worse, she sought assistance from Mitsuba instead of him. Feeling humiliated, he had resorted to tormenting Yazuzi. Typically, he could easily dominate a slave of her standing with a mere word, yet he was taken aback by the number of people rallying in her defense. Faced with the mounting anger of the crowd, Koizumi begrudgingly relented. With a disdainful flick of his sleeve, he glared at Yazuzi. Humph, with only 5 hours left, I shall see what a mere refugee can forge. Then do keep your eyes wide open. Naruto retorted. Do not be disrespectful. This individual is a renowned master blacksmith. Koizumi, fuming, was on the verge of a fit, but Jiraiya quickly intervened, recognizing that if matters escalated further, it would be difficult to resolve. I concur with Naruto. Tsunade crossed her arms, her disdain for the elder palpable. Having long since found him disagreeable, she was not inclined to show any deference to this so-called master blacksmith. Koizumi nearly choked with rage, but he realized that Tsunade, a prominent figure in the ninja world, was not someone he could afford to provoke. Very well, my apologies. Master Koizumi. Jiraiya, exasperated, attempted to defuse the situation. Tsunade and Naruto were indeed fearless, and he earnestly apologized to Koizumi, who, sensing the need to retreat, allowed the matter to dissipate. Naruto and Yazuzi proceeded to the contestants' area below the stage, while Jiraiya and Tsunade returned to the audience. In the contestants' area, 60 furnaces were meticulously arranged in 3 rows, each accompanied by a workbench equipped with an array of tools. Upon their arrival, the previously idle competitors resumed their tasks. Some hammering sword blanks, while others carved hilts. Yazuzi, upon entering the space, transformed into a picture of calm and composure, as if she had stepped into her own domain. Naruto, help me stoke the fire. I will tend to the furnace. Absolutely. Beneath each furnace lies a colossal manually operated blower, a contraption that even an average adult would find strenuous to operate. Yet, for Naruto, it is a trivial task. Once the furnace is heated, Yazuzi retrieves the materials she had previously gathered along with the 2 stones given to her by Naruto, beginning her selection process. She carefully weighs each piece of material before placing Naruto's stones into the furnace. After completing this, Yazuzi diligently begins to carve the sword mold. The first step in sword forging requires all materials to be melted into a liquid state. Once liquefied, the molten material flows through the furnace's conduits into the meticulously crafted mold on the workbench, where it cools and solidifies into the initial form of the sword. The subsequent stages involve continuous quenching and polishing until the final sword is produced. Naruto, increase the airflow. Yazuzi commands. In response, Naruto vigorously spins the handle, maximizing the blower's output, turning the stones in the furnace a fiery red. At this point, Yazuzi has finished carving the mold and begins to add the remaining materials sequentially. The challenge of multi-material sword forging lies in the necessity for all components to melt simultaneously, a feat entirely dependent on the smith's mastery over the materials and furnace temperature. This is why competitors are permitted to bring their own materials. Superior quality and quantity elevate the forging's complexity. If a smith's technique falters, even the finest materials cannot yield a remarkable sword. The temperature is still insufficient. Yazuzi exclaims, rushing to borrow another blower. Hey, this isn't your job. Let me handle it. Naruto immediately creates 2 shadow clones. One takes over Yazuzi's blower while the other rushes to procure another. Many competitors have nearly completed their work and no longer require their furnaces, allowing Naruto to easily acquire the blower. With 3 Narutos vigorously swinging their arms, the atmosphere becomes fervently animated, spurring the audience to cheer them on. As the combined efforts of the 3 Narutos produce a powerful gust, the furnace temperature rises swiftly, and at last, all materials melt. The molten concoction drips into the carved mold, awaiting its cooling phase to solidify into the preliminary sword form. Regrettably, this process cannot be hastened. It demands patience. After 2 hours, the sword blank finally cools. The blank is then returned to the furnace for quenching. Once it glows red hot, it is removed for forging. This cycle must be repeated multiple times until all materials meld seamlessly, extricating any impurities. Despite her petite stature, Yazuzi possesses remarkable strength, wielding the hammer with fluidity. Initially, she shows no signs of struggle, yet as time progresses, she becomes drenched in sweat, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. The sword forging competition spans 3 days, a testament to the contestant's stamina, as it is impossible to complete a sword in one go. However, Yazuzi faces the challenge of accomplishing what others achieve in 3 days within a mere 5 hours. With only 1 hour remaining, if she cannot finish in time, she will be automatically eliminated. Naruto repeatedly implored for a chance to take over, yet was steadfastly rebuffed by Yazuzu. The essence of forging a sword lies in the rhythmic hammering, and Yazuzu was now wholly immersed in her task, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's pleas. Her mechanical swing of the hammer caused her complexion to grow increasingly pale. Her steps became unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, the hammer in her hands showed no sign of faltering, each strike resounding evenly upon the blade. Naruto, watching anxiously from the side, felt a profound sense of urgency. If Yazuzu continued in this manner, calamity would surely ensue. He could distinctly sense that her strength had long since been depleted, and she was now merely sustaining herself on sheer willpower. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the gong echoed from the high platform, signaling the end of time. Upon hearing the gongs, all the contestants, regardless of their success in forging, halted their work. The judges descended the platform, initiating their evaluations of each competitor's creation. Overestimating oneself. Koizumi had been closely observing Yazuzu, and upon the time's expiration, he was the first to approach her and Naruto. Noticing that Yazuzu was still hammering away, it was evident that her sword was not yet complete, prompting him to sneer derisively at both Yazuzu and Naruto. Silence. Naruto's piercing gaze fixed upon Koizumi, resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Chapter 35. The divine sword resonates. After reprimanding Koizumi, Naruto chose to disregard him, channeling all his attention towards Yazuzu. He could feel her vitality slowly ebbing away. At that moment, other judges approached as well, and upon observing Yazuzu's condition, Sambyun's expression turned serious. She seemed to have entered a state of transcendence, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Perhaps we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of an unparalleled sword today. Elder Koizumi, as a master blacksmith, you should comprehend this better than I. At this juncture, the smith must not be interrupted. Koizumi, recognizing Yazuzu's state, had intentionally attempted to disrupt her. Yet fortunately, he had not succeeded. The allotted time has elapsed. Her sword has not been forged. According to the rules, she has been automatically eliminated. Sambyun, do you intend to violate the competition's regulations? No. This is not mere oblivion. This is the realm of divine sword resonance. I never imagined I would witness such a phenomenon in my lifetime. An elderly man, short and wiry with dark skin, exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed and his body trembling, as if he were a devout follower who had encountered a deity. This little old man was also one of the judges. Impossible. Divine sword resonance is merely a legend. No one could achieve it. Koizumi's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with rage. However, prompted by the old man's remark, he too recognized that Yazuzu had entered the state of divine sword resonance, though he was unwilling to admit it. Your inability to accomplish something does not imply that others cannot. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge another's excellence? You and I are both master blacksmiths, yet I am ashamed to be associated with you. At this moment, Naruto learned that the short, dark-skinned elder was named Masao, a master blacksmith whose character far surpassed that of Koizumi. Yet, Naruto's focus had shifted away from the dispute between Masao and Koizumi, as Yazuzu's condition was precarious. Yazuzu, you must stop. If you continue, you will perish. Naruto was oblivious to the concept of divine sword resonance. He only recognized that Yabambu was presently exhausting her life force. Mechanically swinging her hammer, blood streamed from her eyes, ears, and nose, yet she remained utterly oblivious to her condition. Stop! Naruto rushed forward, intending to forcibly interrupt Yabambu's state. But Mitsuba swiftly positioned himself in front of Naruto. You cannot interrupt her now, Naruto. Do not hinder me. If she continues, she will perish. Mitsuba shook his head. No. For a swordsmith, the divine sword resonance is the most coveted state. In this condition, a swordsmith's soul resonates with the sword. If you forcibly interrupt her now, it will only lead to destruction for both the sword and the wielder. Then what should we do? Naruto was in a state of acute anxiety. To interrupt or not to interrupt was a dilemma. Mitsuba replied, it depends on her choice. Most swordsmiths merge their souls with their swords. At this moment, Masao nodded in agreement. This is the lifelong pursuit of all swordsmiths, a supremely glorious endeavor. You need not worry about her. Naruto was immediately incensed. What nonsense is this honor? Without life, what use is honor? Do not fret. I will ensure she does not perish. At that moment, many gathered around, and Tsunade patted Naruto's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto felt a slight sense of relief. When Yabambu's final strike fell, a spray of blood erupted. Splashing onto the sword, Yabambu fell backward, and Naruto, with swift reflexes, caught her just before she hit the ground. Tsunade gestured for Naruto to lay Yabambu down, after which she began to treat her. "Tsunade, you must save her. Rest assured, she is not in grave danger. She has merely exhausted her life force too severely. It will take a prolonged period of recuperation to restore her." No sooner had Tsunade spoken than Yabambu slowly regained consciousness. Her lips murmuring the word sword in a voice barely audible, akin to a whisper of a mosquito. It was then that Naruto turned his gaze to the sword Yabambu had forged. To his astonishment, the sword began to levitate on its own. Its hilt stained crimson with the blood Yabambu had just coughed up, and the blade bore scattered droplets of blood, resembling vibrant plum blossoms. It appeared as though the blood and the sword had merged into a single entity, the blood seemingly part of the sword's very design. The divine sword has risen. A clamor erupted in the arena. The sword seemed to sense Yabambu's call, gradually ascending into the air, its blade quivering and emitting a series of clear, ringing sounds, as if heralding the arrival of a sovereign. All the swordsmiths present knelt in reverence, devoutly paying homage to the sword. The sword sang of its own accord, "Impossible! Impossible!" Koizumi stood aghast, his face a mask of disbelief. This must be a lie. It cannot be real. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground. For the self-resonance of the divine sword was the pinnacle of his aspirations, an achievement he had never attained in his lifetime. Yet it had been realized by a vagrant he despised. How could he possibly accept this? He alternated between maniacal laughter and muttering to himself, appearing to have lost his sanity. However, none of the onlookers expressed any pity for him, nor did anyone pay him any heed. All eyes were transfixed upon the sword. After a melodious chime, the divine blade gracefully descended into the hands of Yijuji. Naruto understood that this sword, akin to his own Chishia, had developed a spirit of its own and had already acknowledged Yijuji as its master. Such a divine weapon required no judges to assess its worth. Yijuji was undoubtedly the rightful victor of the forging competition. "Congratulations, Yijuji." Naruto felt a genuine joy for her. A smile blossomed on Yijuji's pale face, as she had long harbored the dream of becoming a swordsmith. Despite her family's inability to provide her with the necessary forge and tools, she had never relinquished her aspiration. She glanced at the sword in her hand, then slowly raised it to offer it to Naruto. "This is for you." At that moment, Yijuji appeared quite bashful, her pale complexion blooming with a delicate flush. What Naruto did not realize was that every swordsmith cherishes their first creation, even if it is flawed. They treasure it as a token. To gift one's first sword signifies that the recipient is someone worthy of lifelong commitment, a unique token of affection for swordsmiths, regardless of gender. Naruto, however, could not accept Yijuji's generous gift. This sword was earned with half her life, and how could he accept it? Moreover, he already possessed the Chishia sword. So he shook his head in refusal. "You fool. This sword has already recognized you as its master. Hold on to it well. I have my own sword." Yijuji, feeling wronged by his rejection, was oblivious to the fact that Naruto merely saw it as declining a friend's gift, a rather commonplace occurrence. Yet for Yijuji, Naruto's refusal felt like a dismissal of her feelings and aspirations, leaving her engulfed in a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "Yijuji, I. Seeing her in such distress, Naruto was instantly flustered, scrambling about, unsure how to comfort her. How could a pleasant conversation take such a sudden turn into tears? "You dunce. Can't you see a girl's feelings?" Thud, thud. Both Naruto and Jiraiya were sent flying by Tsunade's swift strike. "Master, what does this mean?" They lay on the ground, each sporting a large bump on their heads. "How would I know?" They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how they had provoked Tsunade's ire. The forging competition concluded splendidly, and Yijuji achieved her dream. To celebrate her victory, Mitsuba invited them to his home for a gathering. During this time, Naruto had been staying at Mitsuba's residence, and after awakening, he had hurriedly accompanied Yijuji to the competition without having the chance to express his gratitude to Mitsuba. Thus, Naruto took it upon himself to prepare a lavish dinner for everyone that evening. Mitsuba, as the general of the Iron Country, was a figure of immense authority. Yet he remained unmarried and childless, perhaps the secret to his swift swordsmanship. The dinner proved to be a delightful affair for all. However, ever since Naruto declined Yujuji's gift, she had grown somewhat taciturn and ceased to engage with him, leaving Naruto in a state of discontent. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Mitsuba are all notorious for their indulgence in alcohol, and the three find themselves utterly intoxicated. Naruto initially intended to seek Mitsuba's guidance on swordsmanship, as he held a keen interest in the Hage slash. However, upon witnessing Mitsuba in a state of inebriation, Naruto reluctantly abandoned the idea. Together with Shizune, they helped the completely oblivious Tsunade and Jiraiya to their rooms to rest. Upon exiting, they discovered that Yutaki had already vanished. Naruto assumed she had retired for the night and thought little of it, especially since he sensed that Yutaki was intentionally avoiding him. Returning to his own quarters, Naruto settled into a meditative position, eager to delve into the intricacies of the Yin aperture, having neglected his training for far too long. Habitually, he extended his spiritual awareness, granting him a clear view of the surroundings within Mitsuba's courtyard, which had now expanded to a radius of approximately 4 zhang. However, after a brief scan, Naruto's expression shifted with concern. He realized that Yutaki was not in her room, and her presence was entirely absent from the courtyard. This was dire. Yutaki may have encountered trouble. Naruto chided himself for his negligence. Earlier that day, both he and Yutaki had made an enemy of Yamamoto Koizumi, and with the allure of precious treasures, she had inevitably attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives after forging a divine sword during the swordsmith competition. With a sense of frustration, Naruto should have anticipated this. He first rushed to Yutaki's home, confirming she had not returned, and her father was also absent. He then hurried back to Mitsuba's courtyard to conduct a thorough investigation, where he discovered some traces on the courtyard wall outside Yutaki's room. Following the clues, he pursued them out of Sanling Mountain, eventually arriving at a secluded valley, far removed from Sanling Mountain, the location unknown to him. Along the way, he discerned that the traces seemed deliberately left behind, and were not made by Yutaki. It appeared the adversaries were targeting not only her, but also himself. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted beneath Naruto's feet and around him. It was explosives. Since entering the valley, Naruto had remained vigilant, yet his spiritual awareness had failed to detect any foes nearby. He had not anticipated that explosives lay buried beneath him. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Reacting swiftly, Naruto activated his defensive energy and deftly evaded the epicenter of the blast, although he sustained minor injuries. At this moment, he also detected the enemy's positions. Over a dozen armored figures emerged from both sides of the valley, each wielding a blade, yet he could not sense Yutaki's presence among them. Rumbling. Upon realizing Naruto had survived the explosion, the foes immediately launched a second wave of assault, as countless boulders cascaded from above the valley. With the confined terrain, Naruto found it nearly impossible to evade. He slightly bent his knees, focusing intently, and instantly leaped onto a descending boulder, quickly propelling himself onto another. The falling stones became his springboard, allowing him to approach the adversaries above. Simultaneously, he summoned the Chi Xia sword from the depths of Fangsuan Mountain, infusing it with spiritual energy, as it transformed into a crimson blur, reaping the lives of the enemies above. Swish, swish, swish. Above the valley, the onlookers beheld a fleeting crimson shadow in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into mere ash. The Chi Xia sword, imbued with potent fire attributes, struck with the intensity of molten lava, incinerating its victims instantaneously. At that moment, Naruto, having successfully navigated the falling rocks, reached the summit of the valley, where only one of the over 20 individuals remained, the small red sword hovering ominously before his forehead. The warrior raised his hands, frozen in place, acutely aware of the razor-sharp edge of the Chi Xia sword against his skin, utterly convinced that should its master desire, his head would be cleaved in an instant. This individual was intentionally spared by Naruto. During his ascent, he commanded the Chi Xia to eliminate the others, each falling victim to a single, lethal strike. The crimson blade remained untouched by a single drop of blood. It was Naruto's inaugural encounter wielding the Chi Xia against foes, and he was astounded by its terrifying power. Gazing at the charred remains of his adversaries, he could not suppress a shiver. Fortuitously, it was his own flying sword. "Spare me, I beg of you," pleaded the lone survivor, clad in red armor with 4 swords hanging at his waist. Once a bloodthirsty warrior, he had never witnessed a flying crimson blade, let alone one that could reduce a man to cinders upon contact. As he spoke, the scent of urine wafted through the air. Fear had overwhelmed him. Where is Yazuzi? Naruto covered his nose, stepping back in disdain. I truly do not know their whereabouts. We parted ways at Sanling Mountain. I was merely tasked with bringing you here. Who orchestrated this? Naruto, realizing the man was truthful, understood that these individuals had intentionally lured him, leaving him with no choice but to follow. I do not know. We never inquire about our employer's identity. Is that so? Then what purpose do you serve? Naruto directed the Chishia sword slightly forward, poised to pierce the warrior's brow. I will tell you. It is Yamamoto Yajiro. Yamamoto Yajiro. Naruto furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. What relation did he have to Yamamoto Koizumi? He is the current head of the Yamamoto clan. Yamamoto Koizumi is his father. It was precisely as Naruto had surmised. It was indeed the work of Yamamoto Koizumi's men. After extracting this information, Naruto swiftly ended the warrior's life with a single stroke and hurried back to Sanling Mountain, for he was no saint. This man had just sought his demise. And mercy was not an option. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Shortly after Naruto departed, a shadow materialized abruptly in the valley, cloaked in darkness. Its voice rasping like the grinding of steel. Having uttered its words, the shadow vanished without a trace. Concerned for Yazuzi's safety, Naruto dared not delay and rushed back at full speed. To his astonishment, upon returning to the Sanmitsu residence, he found it surrounded by warriors. He refrained from entering immediately and instead concealed himself in the shadows to assess the situation. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun stood back to back, encircled by a line of armored warriors. At the forefront was a bald man clad in a kimono, adorned with a katana at his waist. A menacing cross scar etched upon his forehead, along with a wolf tattoo. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Mitsuharu approached the bald man, addressing him directly. Choshu, withdraw the men. Jiraiya and the others have been with me all night and have not ventured outside. I trust in their integrity. Jiraiya concurred. Indeed, there must be some misunderstanding. We have remained at Mitsuharu's residence. How could we possibly be responsible for the demise of the Yamamoto clan? Choshu, the bald man, shook his head impassively, rejecting Mitsuharu's plea. I regret to inform you, Lord Mitsuharu, that the entire Yamamoto family has been annihilated, and it has been confirmed that it was the work of ninjas. While these three have been under your roof, the yellow-haired boy accompanying them is unaccounted for. The implications of this matter are far too significant. The daimyo is exceedingly furious and has commanded that all involved parties be apprehended, including yourself. Is that so? You believe that a mere child could single-handedly obliterate the Yamamoto clan? Perhaps the daimyo can no longer tolerate this old man. Without waiting for Choshu's response, Tsunade stepped forward, exuding an intense aura, her chakra radiating fiercely. Step aside. We did not commit the murders. And I have reason to suspect that Naruto and Yagyu have been captured by you, intending to frame us. Tsunade understood that they were likely entangled in the political strife of the Land of Iron and needed to escape swiftly to uncover the truth. Otherwise, Naruto and Yagyu would be in grave peril. The disappearance of Naruto and Yagyu coinciding with the destruction of the Yamamoto clan was likely a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, with Naruto and Yagyu poised to become its victims. If both she and Jiraiya were taken captive, their fate would be sealed. Tsunade was confident that this incident was not instigated by them, for they lacked the capability. If you are unafraid of instigating a war between our nations, feel free to act. Choshu's expression hardened, his demeanor tense. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, beads of sweat trickled down his bald head. Even in the presence of two of the legendary Sannin, he felt the weight of anxiety. Calm yourself, Tsunade. Allow me to handle this matter. Mitsuharu, unwilling to witness conflict erupt, understood Choshu well. He would not act without the daimyo's orders. Choshu, take me to the daimyo. Very well, but only you may proceed. The Leaf villagers cannot accompany you. Upon concluding his statement, Choshu cautiously advanced, binding Mitsuharu's hands with rope, signaling his subordinates to escort him to the daimyo's manor. Mitsuharu did not depart immediately. Instead, he bowed apologetically to Tsunade and the others. I apologize, esteemed ones. Please grant me an hour. If I have not returned within that time, you are free to act as you see fit. However, I kindly ask that you spare my subordinates any undue hardship until then. After exchanging glances, Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded in agreement. They too wished to avoid igniting a war between their nations. Should Mitsuharu successfully resolve this issue, it would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Naruto remained concealed in the shadows, having initially intended to return and inform Jiraiya and the others before proceeding to the Yamamoto family's residence. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Yamamoto clan had been annihilated. Yazuzi had been captured by members of the Yamamoto family, and those who had ambushed Naruto were also orchestrated by them. But who could possibly have exterminated the Yamamoto clan? Regardless of the identity of the perpetrators, Naruto was certain that they were targeting him and his companions. He realized they had unwittingly become entangled in a sinister plot. However, the mastermind was unlikely to be the daimyo of the Iron Country, as such actions would yield no benefit for him. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were pivotal figures in Konoha, and it was implausible that he would orchestrate their downfall. Chapter 37. Oda Yuan-Yi. Until the situation clarified, Naruto refrained from revealing his presence, stealthily trailing Mitsuba to the daimyo's mansion in the Iron Country. The mansion was situated not far from Mitsuba's residence, heavily guarded with 4 samurai at each entrance and patrols of warriors traversing the grounds. Nevertheless, these obstacles posed little challenge for Naruto. While the samurai possessed formidable combat skills, their sensory perception paled in comparison to that of ninjas, perhaps a contributing factor to their decline, as they lacked the versatility of their counterparts. And it was possible that the lineage of true samurai had been severed. With remarkable speed and acute awareness, Naruto adeptly evaded the patrolling samurai, weaving through the shadows unnoticed. He eventually made his way into the palace of the daimyo, Oda Yuan-Yi, a gaunt man in his 40s, sporting a handlebar mustache and displaying a vacant gaze, his dark circles betraying a life of excess. Upon encountering the daimyo, Mitsuba was escorted into the chamber, flanked by 2 guards who did not depart, standing on either side of him as all 3 bowed to Oda Yuan-Yi. The daimyo sat above them, his expression tranquil, revealing no discernible emotion. Noting the daimyo's silence, Mitsuba disregarded formalities, rising to speak. Daimyo, regarding the extermination of the Yamamoto clan, I believe a thorough investigation is warranted. We must not hastily conclude that it was the work of Konoha's ninjas. A rash assumption could ignite a war between our nations. At this juncture, the daimyo finally responded from his elevated position. If it was not the ninjas of Konoha, then who could it be? Over 100 lives of the Yamamoto clan were extinguished by ninjutsu, and the only ninjas who have recently entered my Iron Country are Jiraiya and Tsunade. Though our land may be impoverished, we do not shy away from conflict with Konoha. That cannot be, daimyo. To preserve the samurai legacy, our country has historically upheld a pact of neutrality with others, refraining from engaging in warfare. Should we enter into battle with Konoha, this covenant would be rendered meaningless, and the spirit of Bushido may be irrevocably lost. Mitsuba implored Oda Yuan-Yi earnestly, his face etched with urgency, sensing an unusual demeanor in the daimyo today, as if he were a different person altogether. There is no need for further discussion. Not a single one of Konoha's ninjas shall escape. They have wronged me first, and I shall ensure that the Land of Fire pays the price. Naruto had been discreetly observing the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He noticed that since the arrival of Mifune, the daimyo's expression had remained unchanged, and he exhibited no superfluous movements. Initially, Naruto assumed that the daimyo, being a man of profound thoughts, concealed his emotions well. However, upon extending his spiritual awareness, he discerned a tumultuous mental state within the daimyo. Despite his outward calmness, it seemed implausible for someone so composed to harbor such inner chaos. Could he have fallen victim to an illusion? Yet, who could have cast such a spell upon him? The motive was evidently clear: to incite a war between the Land of Iron and Konoha. The number of suspects was overwhelming, making it challenging to pinpoint a culprit. He needed to awaken quickly. Naruto ceased to conceal his presence and stepped forward, simultaneously purifying Oda Yuan-Yi's mental energy, isolating the chaotic forces that had ensnared him. Although he was uncertain of how to dispel the illusion, he understood that an illusion ultimately stemmed from the caster's mental interference with the victim. Thus, eliminating the disruptive energy would suffice. This task was trivial for one with Naruto's spiritual capabilities. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a cadre of samurai outside the main hall. Do not be alarmed. I come to assist your daimyo. In the face of the encircling warriors, Naruto remained composed, smiling as he regarded the daimyo of the Land of Iron, who had just been liberated from the illusion. What has transpired? Oda Yon, witnessing Mifune, bound and Naruto encircled by guards, was taken aback. It was as if he had only just seen them. In his mind, He had been engaged in a card game with his consorts. How had he awakened here in the Grand Hall, with his most trusted ally, Mifune, restrained? Rising hastily from his cushion, he rushed to Mifune, untying the ropes that bound him. Who dares to exhibit such audacity? To bind you is an affront to heaven. Daimyo, what is the meaning of this? Mifune gazed in disbelief at the drastically transformed demeanor of the daimyo. Had he been possessed? What could have caused such a radical shift in attitude? It suddenly dawned on him that Naruto's emergence coincided with the daimyo's change. Could it be that Naruto had employed some form of dark sorcery upon him? Gripping the hilt of his sword, he glared at Naruto. What have you done to the daimyo? As a samurai, loyalty was the cornerstone of his creed. Although he held admiration for Naruto, if Naruto posed any threat to the daimyo, he would not hesitate to act. Your daimyo was ensnared in an illusion, and I have just liberated him, Naruto replied. Feigning innocence. Had these foolish samurai not noticed their daimyo's peculiar behavior before? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Mifune turned to Oda Yon, who, having harbored his own doubts, now sought confirmation. Oda Yon nodded in acknowledgement and commanded the guards surrounding Naruto to disperse. May I inquire as to who this young brother is? Oda Yon addressed Naruto with courtesy, devoid of any airs befitting his status as daimyo. After confirming that the feudal lord was unharmed, Mitsuba began to introduce Naruto to him, recounting the events in their entirety. How outrageous! You dare to manipulate even me? The feudal lord commanded Mitsuba to investigate the matter with utmost urgency, instructing that the Leaf Village ninjas should not be troubled. However, until the truth was unveiled, they were not permitted to leave the Land of Iron. At that moment, Oda Yon resembled a true feudal lord, exuding an air of authority befitting his station. Forgive my boldness, my lord. With whom have you been associating of late? Illusions necessitate a face-to-face encounter, employing eye contact, sound, or hand signs to manifest. Thus the person who cast the illusion upon Oda Yon must have had prior interaction with him. Naruto was fervently eager to ascertain who had ensnared Oda Yon in an illusion. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Oda Yon confessed, recently, I have been indulging in music and wine with my beloved concubines, without engaging with outsiders. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, smacking his forehead. Today, my concubines arranged for an outside performance troupe to entertain us. Wait, where did they go? They were just here. Naruto frowned, sensing that the lead had once again gone cold. The enemy must have infiltrated through the performance troupe, and even if he were to locate the troupe now, it would prove futile, for the adversary could not possibly remain among them indefinitely. Moreover, within the throng of performers, it would be nearly impossible to discern the individual who had cast the illusion upon him. Naruto could not help but lament. The wealthy indulge in excess, while the impoverished suffer cold and hunger. The Yasukazuka family was forced to depend on the Yamamoto family for survival, toiling in the mines. Meanwhile, the feudal lord of the Land of Iron lived a life of debauchery, reveling night after night. Yet, the thought of Yasukazuka's uncertain fate reignited his anxiety. There was no valuable information to be gleaned from Oda Yon. Thus, he resolved to investigate the site of the Yamamoto family's massacre. However, before proceeding, he needed to rendezvous with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others. Naruto was not well versed in the techniques of ninjas. Even if he reached the site, he would likely uncover little. Therefore, it was prudent to bring along Tsunade and Jiraiya, both of whom were formidable fighters, ensuring that he had support should any dangers arise. Chapter 38. A web of doubt. After bidding farewell to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Mitsuba and Naruto hastily returned to the Mitsuba household, relieved that their absence had not incited conflict. Upon seeing the feudal lord's order, Kozo breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently dismissing all the samurai while remaining close behind Mitsuba. Where have you been, Naruto? Jiraiya inquired with concern. He had remained calm even when surrounded by samurai, having participated in numerous ninja world wars. He regarded such situations as trivial. His primary worry was Naruto's safety. Naruto succinctly relayed the events of the evening, detailing how he had discovered Yasukazuka's disappearance, pursued the trail, encountered an ambush, and ultimately turned the tables on his assailants, extracting information that they were hired by the Yamamoto family. Preposterous. You should have awakened us immediately, and we could have acted together. What if you had encountered formidable ninjas alone? Jiraiya expressed genuine frustration, as Naruto had encountered 2 crises since leaving the Leaf Village, each time acting independently. Cut it out. The 3 of you are as intoxicated as dead pigs. By the time I rouse you, the food will have gone cold. Naruto could not help but roll his eyes, for in the absence of any conflicts, Tsunade and Jiraiya had succumbed to a state of despondency over the years, losing the vigilant mindset characteristic of a ninja. Otherwise, how could those individuals have abducted Yazuzu without their notice? Upon hearing Naruto's remark, the trio simultaneously displayed expressions of shame. The immediate priority is to locate Yazuzu, a reminder that had been quietly voiced by Shizune. Tsunade snapped back to reality. Indeed, it had been less than 5 hours since Yazuzu's disappearance. If he had been captured, he likely hadn't ventured far. Let us first investigate the Yamamoto family estate. There should be crucial clues there. As the group arrived at the Yamamoto residence, dawn was breaking. You all go in and investigate. I will wait for you here. Even before entering, a nauseating stench of blood wafted out, causing Tsunade to halt at the threshold, her voice trembling. Naruto was acutely aware that due to the events involving Shinjuro and Kato, Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood, instantly losing her combat prowess at the sight of it, a significant weakness for a ninja. However, Naruto could find no immediate remedy for this predicament and resolved to address it later. Tsunade and Shizune remained at the entrance while Naruto, Jiraiya, and Mitsuba ventured inside to survey the scene. The interior of the Yamamoto residence was a scene of utter chaos, with bodies strewn about in pools of blood, each face frozen in terror. Upon entering, Naruto swiftly expanded his senses, scanning the premises. He surveyed each lifeless form, but found no trace of Yazuzu, neither alive nor dead. After a thorough search yielded no results, Naruto hurried back to Jiraiya. Did you uncover anything, master? Jiraiya did not respond immediately. He continued to examine the corpses, his expression growing increasingly grave. These individuals bear expressions of sheer terror. It appears they were subjected to some frightful ordeal before their demise. Some seemed to have died from sheer fright, while others had been pierced through the chest by an unknown force. Could it be him? Jiraiya's brow furrowed, his face a canvas of complex emotions. Who? The three present turned their gazes towards Jiraiya, realizing that anyone capable of instilling such fear in him must be formidable indeed. Jiraiya approached one of the bodies, dabbed a finger in the wound, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Initially, I presumed these chest wounds were caused by shurikens, but the injuries are evidently inconsistent. Observe the bite marks around the edges, and there is a distinct earthy scent, indicative of snakes. Moreover, the expressions of terror suggest they witnessed something profoundly horrifying. I suspect it is the technique of Naruto. Orochimaru. Mitsuba and Suke exclaimed in unison. Naruto, bewildered, pondered. How could it be Orochimaru? He strained to recall what Orochimaru might have been doing at this particular juncture. It was on the eve of the Uchiha clan massacre. Orochimaru had yet to establish the Sound Village and should have already joined the Akatsuki. If it truly were Orochimaru, what could his motive be? Was he attempting to incite a war between Konoha and the Land of Iron? If that is the case, Naruto and Jiraiya should have long been targeted by him. Furthermore, is this action solely the doing of Orochimaru, or does it involve the Akatsuki organization? Aside from Orochimaru, there must be another assailant. Observe the grievous wounds on these two individuals. Their peculiar shapes suggest they were pierced by an irregular blade, and the wounds are festering, with blackened lips, a clear sign of poisoning. The blades that struck them were likely coated with a potent toxin. As Naruto approached for a closer inspection, he confirmed his suspicions. The wounds were extensive and oddly shaped, as if they had been ruthlessly withdrawn after being thrust in with barbed edges, causing significant laceration to the surrounding flesh, which was already beginning to decay and darken. A jolt of realization struck Naruto. He immediately thought of Sasori. He could nearly ascertain that Orochimaru and Sasori were involved. Before Itachi joined the Akatsuki, Orochimaru's comrade was indeed Sasori, a master puppeteer whose puppet, Hiriko, bore a tail stinger laced with venom. What could their purpose be in the Land of Iron? The annihilation of the Yamamoto clan and the subjugation of the Daime. What were their intentions? Where had Yabuki vanished to? The timeline suggests her abduction coincided with the massacre of the Yamamoto clan. Thus, it is likely that Yabuki encountered Orochimaru and Sasori. However, after scouring the Yamamoto estate, Naruto found no trace of her body. She had either escaped or had been taken by Orochimaru and Sasori. Master, is there any way to trace Orochimaru? Naruto was in a state of urgency. Yabuki had most likely been abducted by Orochimaru and Sasori. Aside from her sword, there seemed to be nothing of significant interest to them. Yet, that sword had already recognized its master, and should they wish to claim it, They would have to eliminate her first. Jiraiya shook his head in dismay. For years I have sought him, but this fiend possesses remarkable skills in disguise, and I have yet to uncover any leads. They should still be within the borders of the Land of Iron. I will immediately instruct my men to seal off the Land of Fire. After discerning the gravity of the situation, Mikage and Ch hurriedly departed to arrange a search for Orochimaru's whereabouts within the Land of Iron, while the aftermath of the Yamamoto clan's demise awaited Jiraiya's attention. For now, this is all we can do, Jiraiya sighed. Naruto strained to recall the narrative, pondering where he might locate Orochimaru. At this moment, the Akatsuki's stronghold was likely in the Hidden Rain village. Should they charge directly into their lair, Naruto surmised that Jiraiya and he alone would be woefully insufficient. Tsunade was not even a consideration, for currently, a mere drop of her blood could render her powerless in battle. Perhaps Kabuto and Danzo could serve as a potential lead. After Orochimaru's defection, he had maintained an alliance with Danzo, and Kabuto was his mole embedded within Konoha, hence they would undoubtedly have means to contact Orochimaru. However, returning to Konoha at full speed would take 3 days, and even if they found those two, how could they expect them to admit any connection to Orochimaru? Jiraiya perceived Naruto's apprehension and gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. Naruto, do not fret excessively. Yabuki is surely still alive. If Orochimaru's intention was merely to seize the sword, there would be no need for him to abduct Yabuki. Assuming he wished to seize the sword, he could simply have killed Yasuhozi and taken it. Yet if that were the case, we would have discovered Yasuhozi's corpse long ago. At present, Naruto finds himself at an impasse, unable to locate Orochimaru and Scorpion. Jiraiya is correct. The absence of news regarding Yasuhozi is indeed the most favorable news. Master, what do you surmise is Orochimaru's intention in annihilating the Yamamoto clan and controlling the daimyo of the Fire Country? Is it merely to frame us? After a moment of contemplative frowning, Jiraiya shook his head and replied, I have discovered that the Yamamoto family's storehouse has been completely ransacked. It appears they came for that purpose. If their aim was to implicate us, they could have executed it more effectively. Orochimaru possesses the capacity to imitate Mai and Tsunade's methods to eliminate the members of the Yamamoto clan. Controlling the daimyo of the Fire Country seems more like a strategy to delay us, yet by that time, they had already plundered the Yamamoto clan. What further actions would necessitate stalling me and Tsunade? Jiraiya propped his chin on one hand, falling back into deep thought. Naruto felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that they are targeting him? Chapter 39. Orochimaru. It is now nearly certain that the massacre of the Yamamoto clan was orchestrated by Orochimaru and Scorpion. Yet their motives undoubtedly extend beyond this. The Akatsuki organization seeks to collect tailed beasts, and Naruto, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is a significant target. While the other members of Akatsuki may be unaware of this fact, Orochimaru is acutely aware. Thus, it is highly probable that their objective revolves around Naruto. They likely abducted Yasuhozi to better exert control over him. Yasuhozi and his family are slaves of the Yamamoto clan. A mere slave holds no value to Orochimaru and Scorpion unless Yasuhozi possesses some hidden Kekkei Genkai that Orochimaru has uncovered. Orochimaru has long been obsessed with collecting geniuses endowed with Kekkei Genkai, searching for his ideal vessel. Could it be that upon discovering Yasuhozi's unique Kekkei Genkai, he chose to take her? This possibility cannot be dismissed. If their intention was to capture Naruto, last night would have undoubtedly presented the optimal opportunity. Naruto ventured out alone to search for Yasuhozi, without Jiraiya or Tsunade by his side. However, last night, Naruto did not encounter Orochimaru or Scorpion. Naruto would prefer that they are indeed targeting him. If that is the case, they will surely reappear to seek him out. Jiraiya and Naruto meticulously searched the Yamamoto residence. Yet regrettably, 6 or 7 hours have elapsed since the incident, and with the persistent snowfall, the traces of their retreat have been buried beneath the thick blanket of snow, yielding no valuable information. Upon exiting, they found Tsunade and Shizune seated at the entrance. Jiraiya removed his coat and draped it over Tsunade, who appeared somewhat pale. She turned to Jiraiya and inquired, What have you discovered? It must be the work of Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression was grim, his gaze towards Tsunade tinged with concern and trepidation. I am fine. Tsunade, having been Jiraiya's partner for many years, could discern the meaning behind a single glance. If it is indeed Orochimaru, we are in serious trouble. This elusive individual is difficult to track unless he chooses to reveal himself. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. expressing that he had been searching for him all these years, yet still found no results. Give up. He is no longer the Orochimaru of the past. Even if you find him, he will not return. In response to Tsunade's counsel, Jiraiya did not address it directly, but rather shifted the topic. Let us first search in the Land of Iron and see if we can uncover anything. Moreover, the team from Mibu has also dispatched personnel to secure the Land of Iron, and if there is any news, they will notify us immediately. It seemed there was no other option. Now, they had shed their suspicions and could freely enter and exit the Land of Iron. After deliberation, they decided to split into two groups for the search. Naruto and Jiraiya would form one team, while Tsunade and Shizune would constitute the other, planning to reconvene at Mibu in 3 days. Master, is Granny Tsunade truly unharmed? Naruto expressed his concern, realizing that if Tsunade and Shizune encountered Orochimaru, it would be akin to lambs entering the tiger's den. Orochimaru was well aware of Tsunade's vulnerabilities, and Shizune's combat effectiveness against him was negligible. Jiraiya reassured. Shizune must overcome her hemophobia on her own. If she encounters Orochimaru, she will be fine. Oh, do you truly believe that Orochimaru would refrain from lethal force against you? Naruto questioned Jiraiya's confidence, recalling how merciless Orochimaru could be even towards his own teacher. Although, in the original narrative, Orochimaru ultimately redeemed himself, he remained a complete madman for now, an unscrupulous opportunist driven by ambition. Naruto, some matters are not simply black and white. Orochimaru has been our ally for many years. Although he has defected from the village now, I still believe he would not seek to harm us. Naruto felt that Jiraiya's perspective was overly optimistic. Nonetheless, they were comrades who had faced life and death together, a bond that Naruto struggled to comprehend. Jiraiya and Naruto nearly scoured the entirety of the Land of Iron, yet still found nothing. Upon their return to Mibu, they discovered that Tsunade and Shizune had also returned empty-handed. The situation was the same at Mibu. There were no leads on Orochimaru's whereabouts or any trace of the wild bamboo. Had they already departed from the Land of Iron? Regardless, for Naruto, no news was the best news, at least indicating that the wild bamboo should be safe. After deliberation, the group decided to rest for a night in the Land of Iron and set out the next day to the Land of Rice, with the understanding that if they found nothing, they would have to abandon the search. They had been away for over a month, and it was time to return to Konoha. Upon returning to his room, Naruto did not retire for the night. Instead, he released his sensory perception, remaining vigilant. He was aware that Orochimaru and Sasori's intentions might be directed at him, thus he could not afford to be careless. Yet, there was an underlying sense of anticipation. Sure enough, in the dead of night, Naruto heard a disturbance outside his door. Who is it? His sensory perception had not detected anyone approaching. Upon opening the door, he found a shuriken pinned to it, with a note attached that read, "The valley from that night. If you wish to save the wild bamboo, come alone." Indeed, they had arrived. It appeared Naruto's suspicions were correct. They were indeed targeting him, which meant the wild bamboo was certainly safe for the time being. Naruto sheathed his shuriken and quietly departed from his dwelling, making his way to the valley where he had been ambushed that fateful night. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no one in sight. The traces of his earlier battle had long been concealed beneath the thick blanket of snow. Are you still not coming out? Surely, the formidable Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is not afraid of a mere child like me. With resolute determination, Naruto ventured forth, undaunted by the prospect of confronting both Scorpion and Orochimaru. Perhaps he was not yet a match for the two, but the task of eliminating him would not be so simple. Cackling ominously, Orochimaru's voice echoed. It seems Konoha has birthed a remarkable Jinchuriki. Such audacity at such a tender age. Following the sound, Naruto spotted two dark figures swiftly approaching him. They were none other than Scorpion and Orochimaru, clad in the distinctive black cloaks adorned with red clouds, the garb of the Otsutsuki organization. Do not underestimate him. This boy possesses extraordinary abilities. Scorpion's voice was hoarse and grating, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. And Naruto realized that the grotesque figure was not Scorpion's true form, but rather his puppet, Hiryu, with the true Scorpion concealed within. Where's Yakushi? Before Orochimaru could respond, Naruto interjected, regrettably, she does not wish to see you, and you are already trapped like a fish in a barrel. What could meeting her possibly change? Orochimaru's pallid face twisted into a sinister expression, his tongue flicking out to moisten his lips before he spoke. presenting a truly terrifying visage. Humph, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Naruto's expression darkened as he activated his spiritual armor, his senses honing in on the two, poised to unleash a mental assault at any moment. Both Orochimaru and Scorpion, hidden within Hiryu, felt their expressions shift, their previous arrogance evaporating as they found themselves locked in Naruto's mental grasp, akin to prey in the sights of a ferocious beast. Orochimaru remarked coldly, "Such formidable mental strength. It appears this one is quite troublesome." Scorpion interjected, "I warned you. Do not underestimate him." Orochimaru had originally thought that Naruto's youth would render him less formidable, yet he was concerned about losing control over the Nine Tails within Naruto. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he glanced behind Naruto. "Two more formidable foes are approaching. You must engage them while I handle the Nine Tails. You had best act decisively," Scorpion commanded, directing Hiryu toward Jiraiya and Tsunade's direction. Naruto, having noticed the impending arrival of Jiraiya and Tsunade, had not informed them of his departure, fearing their presence would deter Orochimaru from revealing himself. However, he had left numerous markers along the way, confident that Jiraiya and Tsunade would swiftly locate him upon realizing his absence. Faced with both Scorpion and Orochimaru, Naruto had felt uncertain. However, now, with only Orochimaru to contend with, he believed he could manage. With his spiritual abilities expanded and the Red Sky sword in hand, bolstered by the Nine Tails' assistance, his strength surpassed his former self. He was unafraid to confront Orochimaru in battle. Chapter 40. Confronting Orochimaru since the last perilous encounter involving Naruto. Jiraiya has come to the realization that he has grown too complacent over the years, failing to notice the enemy snatching up Yutaki right beneath his nose. Thus, in the days that followed, he has remained vigilant, constantly monitoring Naruto's movements. This time, their adversary is likely to be Orochimaru, and he cannot afford to be careless. When Naruto departed, both Jiraiya and Tsunade sensed something amiss. The trio ventured to Naruto's room and, upon discovering his absence, followed the trail he left behind to the valley. Just as they arrived, they were confronted by Scorpion. "Leave Scorpion to me. You go protect Naruto." Scorpion moved to intercept Jiraiya and Tsunade, leaving only Naruto and Orochimaru in the valley. The sounds of Jiraiya's shouts and the ensuing battle echoed behind them, but Naruto remained undistracted, fully aware that he could not afford to let his guard down in the face of Orochimaru. Naruto hesitated to strike, for he had yet to see Yutaki. Uncertain of her fate, "Orochimaru, your opponent is me." In mere moments, Tsunade and Shizune arrived at the scene, with Tsunade swiftly rushing in to shield Naruto. Now's the time. With Tsunade positioned in front of him, Orochimaru's attention was entirely diverted, allowing Naruto to concentrate his spiritual energy into a blade, launching a direct assault on Orochimaru's very soul. Orochimaru faltered, his gaze becoming vacant. Whoosh! At the instant Naruto's mental attack struck, a crimson blade materialized before Orochimaru, piercing through his heart. The intense heat radiated from the gaping wound in his chest. Naruto had originally not intended to deliver a fatal blow to Orochimaru, as Yutaki remained in his possession. He feared that if he did not secure a decisive strike, Orochimaru might escape, rendering him unable to locate Yutaki. However, upon Tsunade's entrance, Naruto recognized this as an opportune moment for a surprise attack. With Orochimaru's focus on Tsunade, the likelihood of successfully ambushing him with a mental assault sword. Success. Seeing Orochimaru pierced by the crimson blade brought a surge of joy to Naruto's heart as he stepped forth from behind Tsunade. Yet, Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she fixated on Orochimaru. Just as she spoke, Orochimaru's neck elongated, his mouth agape, and a slimy hand emerged from within, followed by his head and body, both covered in a repulsive sheen. Naruto gasped. Orochimaru's serpent substitution technique. He had always assumed substitution techniques were mere illusions, which was not entirely incorrect. The basic form indeed relies on disrupting the enemy's senses, leading them to misperceive their surroundings. However, Orochimaru's variant was distinct. It utilized an external body as a substitute, allowing the true form to emerge from within, a genuine substitution rather than mere visual trickery. Realizing this, Naruto swiftly directed the crimson blade to sever Orochimaru's extended neck, but it was too late. Orochimaru had already expelled his entire form. Serpent's formation. Upon landing, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, unleashing a multitude of small snakes that surged forth to assail Tsunade and Naruto. Naruto retracted the crimson blade for defense, swiftly cutting through the myriad of snakes as they advanced. Painful heavenly foot. At this moment, Tsunade made her move. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath her cracked open, revealing a deep pit, and a significant number of Orochimaru's small snakes were instantly obliterated, summoning the myriad serpents and the colossal slug. The earth trembled as a massive python and an enormous slug emerged. Kukuku. Tsunade, have you forgotten about Shinji and Cat Dan? You cannot protect him. You scoundrel. Do not mention them. Naruto and Tsunade stood atop the slug, while Orochimaru perched upon the python's head, licking his lips. Suddenly, he expelled a sword from his mouth, which first sliced through his own arm, staining the blade with his blood. Undeterred, the sword surged towards Tsunade's brow. Tsunade, already ensnared in the shadows of Shinji and Cat Dan's demise, had succumbed to her hemophobia. Upon seeing the bloodied sword, she trembled in terror, rendered completely immobilized. Despicable. Just as the sword was about to pierce Tsunade, Naruto pushed her aside. The crimson blade appeared before him, and with a resounding clash, the two swords met. Orochimaru's so-called grass cone sword, forged from the hardest material in the world, was steadfastly blocked by Naruto's crimson blade, unable to advance even an inch. Naruto had initially harbored doubts about whether the crimson blade could withstand the grass cone sword, but not only did it hold firm, it remained unscathed. Conversely, the moment the grass cone sword made contact with the crimson blade, it began to glow red from the intense heat, prompting Orochimaru to swiftly retract it. Remarkable, Naruto. You nearly ended my life just now. I entrust Tsunade to you. Ino. Ignoring Orochimaru, Naruto entrusted Tsunade's care to Ino, standing atop the slug with a furious gaze directed at Orochimaru. This man exhibited no regard for old ties. Had Naruto not been present, Tsunade would have perished at his hand. Leave that vile snake to me. The slug's crisp voice echoed, and Naruto, initially worried that the slug would retreat upon Tsunade's incapacitation, felt reassured by its words. He concentrated, directing the crimson blade to launch an assault on Orochimaru. With a thunderous rumble, the ground was punctuated with deep craters as the two colossal beings moved. The clash of the crimson and grass cone swords resonated through the air, the sound of steel striking against steel reverberating, each blade seemingly at an impasse. Suddenly, Orochimaru's grass cone sword expanded, sending the crimson blade flying. I must admit, your aerial swordplay possesses a hint of the flying sword technique. With a thought, Naruto recalled the crimson blade to his grasp, gazing at the now 100-meter-long grass cone sword descending upon him with a fearsome might, as if it could cleave through space itself. Pouring his spiritual energy into the crimson blade, it spun in his hand before meeting the colossal sword in the sky, its body instantly ablaze with crimson flames, resembling a soaring phoenix, a cry echoing across the heavens. The crimson blade transformed into a massive blade of equal length, charging towards the grass cone sword, the very fabric of space seeming to struggle against the searing flames enveloping it, distorting under the heat. With a tremendous crash, the two forces collided. As the two blades clashed, Orochimaru's grass cone sword was sent flying. Naruto seized the opportunity, determined not to allow Orochimaru another chance to regain control of the weapon. While simultaneously manipulating the colossal red sky, he focused his spiritual energy to relentlessly assault Orochimaru's soul. This time, however, Orochimaru was prepared. The psychic strikes did not yield immediate results. Yet, Naruto recalled the third Hokage's words, that the absence of a dazed state does not imply that the soul remains unscathed. Thus, he unleashed a continuous barrage of psychic assaults against Orochimaru, while commanding the gigantic red sky to descend upon both Orochimaru and the myriad snakes. Naruto's mental and spiritual energies were rapidly depleting. Without the Nine Tails continuously supplying him with chakra, he would have been unable to sustain the immense red sky. Orochimaru concentrated all his mental strength to defend against Naruto's psychic onslaught, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, he could spare no thought for anything else. Having narrowly escaped death from Naruto's bizarre attacks, he remained exceedingly cautious. Yet, despite his vigilance, his soul suffered severe damage from Naruto's relentless strikes. As Naruto's flaming giant sword plummeted from the sky, both Orochimaru and the myriad snakes found themselves unable to evade its descent. Orochimaru recalled, "Compensate me. If you survive." Just then, The myriad snakes flung Orochimaru far away. At that moment, the colossal red sword loomed above them, and before the snakes could even touch its blade, they were being consumed by the searing flames. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently. Half of the enormous red sword embedded itself into the earth, the surrounding snow evaporating instantaneously. A massive fissure spread outward from the sword's center, creating a gaping chasm where the valley once lay, now obliterated. Naruto's mental and spiritual energies had long been exhausted. He had nearly drained his life force to execute this series of attacks. Weak and weary, he collapsed onto the back of the slug, fully aware that even a mere child could easily slay him in his current state. Uncertainty lingered. Was Orochimaru dead? Flung far from the battle, Naruto remained oblivious to Orochimaru's fate. Having endured Naruto's psychic attacks and the high temperatures of the red sword during his ejection, Orochimaru likely suffered greatly, though he had not been melted. Slug, hurry. Let's check on Orochimaru. The slug, having hurled Orochimaru a considerable distance, now raced towards where he had fallen. Along the way, Naruto spotted the grass-cone sword, which had remained unscathed despite its violent clash with the red sky. This sword seemed extraordinary. He carefully stored the grass-cone sword within the confines of his spiritual realm and continued his search for Orochimaru. Little Naruto, Orochimaru is ahead. Without needing the slug's reminder, Naruto noticed Orochimaru, his body charred and motionless, embedded in the snow like a lifeless figure. Naruto, be wary of deception. As Naruto leapt off the slug to investigate Orochimaru's condition, he paused at the slug's caution. Do not underestimate Orochimaru's seemingly mundane attack methods. However, his skills in evasion and manipulation are unparalleled, and he has a penchant for delving into forbidden techniques. It would not be so easy for him to be vanquished. Naruto, summoning a flicker of his revitalized mental strength, called forth Chakra and aimed it at Orochimaru, who lay on the ground. Just as Naruto's mental energy had been entirely depleted, Chakra automatically returned to the confines of Naruto's consciousness. As Chakra was about to pierce Orochimaru's skull, a sword suddenly soared in from the distance, deftly deflecting Chakra away. The sword embedded itself into the snow before Orochimaru, its crimson hilt resembling blood, while the glistening red flecks on the blade mirrored blossoms of plum flowers in full bloom. Chapter 41. Severing bonds. Snowflakes fell tirelessly from the sky, blanketing the land of iron in an endless cascade of white. The battlefield in the valley was already a scene of utter devastation. The original valley had vanished, replaced by a vast chasm stretching hundreds of meters, as if cleaving the earth in two. In the distance, the battle between Jiraiya and Sasori had reached a fever pitch, with Sasori appearing increasingly beleaguered. His black garb adorned with red clouds was nowhere to be seen, and the grotesque Hiriko puppet was riddled with cracks, its tail spike broken off. Jiraiya, his vision blurred, entered sage mode, with Gamakichi and Fukasaku perched on his shoulders. Sasori's tail spike was deeply embedded in Jiraiya's left leg, blood dripping down like a crimson stream. A puppet master indeed. The famed perverted sage of the three legendary ninjas lived up to his reputation. Just then, the already cracked Hiriko exploded, sending a myriad of puppet fragments hurtling towards Jiraiya. Ninjutsu, Earth Grave Needle. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, his white hair extending instantaneously to envelop his body, shielding him from the onslaught of flying puppet debris. As Hiriko shattered, Sasori revealed his true visage, a handsome youth with short red hair and refined features, though his body bore the marks of unsettling modifications. His upper body was bare, and from his back protruded 10 sharp blades like propellers. His abdomen split open, with a metal chain emerging from within. He stood suspended above the ground. The battle raged on. Scroll, flame prison. Sasori extended his hands, opening his palms as 2 iron tubes emerged, unleashing columns of fire that surged towards Jiraiya in an instant. When it comes to wielding fire, Jiraiya is no novice. After blocking the puppet shards, he dispelled the Earth Grave Needle and swiftly formed another set of hand seals. Sage Art, 5 right guards. Jiraiya expelled oil from his mouth, while Gamakichi and Fukasaku unleashed wind and fire from their mouths, the wind fueling the flames. As the 3 energies converged, a colossal fireball formed before Jiraiya, colliding violently with Sasori's twin columns of fire. A tremendous explosion ensued. A wave of heat surged, and thick smoke billowed as both Jiraiya and Sasori were thrown back by the force of the blast. At that moment, a thunderous clang of steel resonated through the skies. The sound of the explosion from their jutsu clashing was eclipsed, and they instinctively ceased their struggle, gazing in astonishment at the 100-meter-long sword engulfed in flames soaring above them, overwhelming them with shock. Such might is perhaps rivaled only by the divine prowess of the Sage of Six Paths. It is truly terrifying. The colossal sword, plummeting from the heavens, shook the earth and caused a great chasm to split open, effectively separating Jiraiya from Scorpion. Throughout the battle with Scorpion, Jiraiya had been distracted by the fight between Naruto and Orochimaru, which ultimately provided Scorpion the opportunity to wound Jiraiya in the thigh. Upon witnessing Naruto's magnificent and formidable flaming sword, Jiraiya's concern shifted to Orochimaru. Scorpion, too, was immensely shaken. After annihilating the Yamamoto clan with Orochimaru, they had split up. Orochimaru went to the feudal lord's residence to exert control over him, applying pressure on Tsunade and Jiraiya from the Land of Iron, allowing Scorpion to pursue Naruto. Unfortunately, when Scorpion arrived, Naruto had already concluded his battle and departed, although he had not witnessed Naruto's fight. Upon seeing the charred remains of over a dozen corpses on the ground, he realized that Naruto was no ordinary opponent. However, after observing the confrontation between Naruto and Orochimaru, he had still underestimated Naruto. Gazing at the flaming sword soaring in the sky, a flicker of dread welled up within Scorpion's heart. Could such an adversary truly be captured by the organization? Moreover, Naruto was still so young. With such tremendous power at such a tender age, this boy must not be allowed to live. He must return to the organization at once to report on Naruto's situation. Resolute in his decision, Scorpion hesitated no longer, disregarding Orochimaru's fate, and took flight. Seeing Scorpion flee, Jiraiya, who was on the edge of the chasm, attempted to pursue him, but as he took a step, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, a mouthful of black blood spewing forth. Jiraiya's lips turned purple, sweat pouring down his forehead. The wound inflicted by Scorpion's tail had begun to fester, and Jiraiya, recognizing the poisonous nature of Scorpion's puppet from the moment of injury, had merely endured until now. This is bad, my wife. That fiend's puppet is laced with poison. Immediate treatment is imperative for Jiraiya. Quickly, to Tsunade. Deep Zaku and Shikama helped Jiraiya to his feet and hastened towards Tsunade. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, as he wielded the 100-meter giant sword of Crimson Twilight, he simultaneously launched a psychic assault on Orochimaru's soul. Overexerting himself, his vitality began to rapidly diminish, and his mental and spiritual energies had long been depleted. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow to Orochimaru, he was halted by the sudden appearance of Yutaki. Yutaki, it is truly a relief that you are unharmed. Yutaki emerged from the swirling snow, drawing a sword from the ground and pointing it at Naruto, her expression void of emotion and her gaze lifeless. Her once ebony hair inexplicably turned white. Naruto, leave at once. I cannot allow you to harm him. Can you please tell me what has transpired? Why do you defend Orochimaru? Naruto, feeling exceedingly weak, struggled to step closer to Yutaki, but as he took 2 steps, her sword pressed against his chest. Do not approach. I do not wish to harm you. Allow me to take him away. Why? You have become a swordsmith. You could return to the Land of Iron and live a prosperous life. Naruto was utterly baffled by Yutaki's transformation. Her spirit remained remarkably stable, untainted by external manipulation, yet, in less than 4 days of separation, she appeared to have transformed entirely. It is too late. They have slain my father, my only kin in this world. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. My loathing extends to the Iron Nation. There is no greater sorrow than a heart turned to stone. Each frigid word flowed from Yuzuzu's lips, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as if recounting an event detached from her being. You still have me. We have faced life and death together, becoming the best of friends. From now on, I shall be your family. Let us return to Konoha, where many peers of our age await. You shall not find yourself lonely. Enough, Naruto. I am not yours to claim. On what grounds do you presume to make decisions for me? You have no understanding of my desires. You instruct me in actions, yet never inquire about my will. How are you any different from those who enslave me? For reasons unknown, Yuzuzu became suddenly agitated upon hearing Naruto's words. Tears streamed down her face unbidden, her hands trembled, and she was oblivious to the fact that her sword had pierced Naruto's chest. Once she realized the injury she had inflicted, she hastily withdrew her blade, taking a few steps forward before halting again, her demeanor growing cold once more. She raised her sword, and severed a corner of her garment. Today, I, Yazu, sever ties with you, Naruto. From henceforth, our bond is irrevocably broken. We are foes, not friends. Naruto felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had only wished to assist Yazuzu in escaping her plight, yet he was at a loss as to what he had done wrong. I can help you seek vengeance, but you cannot take this man away. He views you merely as a vessel, not with genuine concern for your well-being. Yazuzu sheathed her sword, her frail form lifting the unconscious Orochimaru, bearing him on her back. Do not presume to act in my best interest. The villain you speak of aided me in avenging my father and has given me strength. Moreover, he has promised to assist in resurrecting my father in the future. Naruto, I must save him today. If you wish to slay him, then you must first take my life. Yazu, with Orochimaru upon her back, regarded Naruto with a distant gaze. Unflinching and resolute, Naruto found himself momentarily at a loss. The thought of killing Yazuzu was inconceivable to him. Her only family had been slain by the Yamamoto clan, and Orochimaru's slaughter of them was merely a means to procure materials for Scorpion, not an act of vengeance for Yazuzu. Furthermore, Orochimaru's deceitful promise to revive her family was a manipulation that anyone would find difficult to refuse, akin to terminally ill individuals who cling to the false hope offered by charlatans. At this moment, Naruto regained his composure. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would penetrate Yazuzu's resolve, he began to comprehend the ties that bound Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Go then. But you shall always remain a friend in my eyes, Naruto. That will never change. I shall not accept your unilateral breach of our bond. As he watched Yazuzu disappear into the swirling snow with Orochimaru, Naruto felt an emptiness settle within him, as though he had lost something of immeasurable value. Chapter 42, A Touch of Red. Naruto sat in the snow, his heart a tumult of emotions. Had he foreseen the tumult that this sword would bring to Yanzuzi, he would have undoubtedly accepted it without hesitation. This sword was forged through her tireless efforts, even at the expense of her own life, making it abundantly clear how precious and significant it was to her. Yet, she selflessly bestowed such a treasured item upon Naruto without a second thought. Although Naruto was a recluse and had never experienced love, he was not foolish. He understood that Yanzuzi's feelings had transcended mere friendship. However, the weight of this affection was too burdensome for him to bear at this moment. Whether Yanzuzi's departure with Orochimaru was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Orochimaru was undoubtedly an exceptional teacher. This was beyond dispute. Those who followed him, such as Sasuke and Do, had experienced remarkable growth. Yet, his purpose in nurturing these prodigies seemed to be to create vessels for himself. Upon reflection, it appeared he had never harmed anyone in his immediate circle. Ultimately, it would all depend on Yanzuzi's fate. Everyone should have the freedom to choose their own path, as no one can live according to another's desires. Since change was unattainable, it was imperative to respect her decision. Naruto, Jiraiya-sama is in trouble. You must hurry. In a breathless rush, Tsunade's aide, Shizune, approached Naruto, her face etched with urgency. What happened? Naruto, still reeling from Yanzuzi's departure, found himself engulfed in despondency. He seemed disinterested in everything, longing merely to lie down, but upon hearing of Jiraiya's predicament, he snapped back to attention. Jiraiya was engaged in battle with Sasori, and while Sasori was formidable, he should not pose a threat to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama's leg has been pierced by a poisoned blade, and my abilities are insufficient to heal him. Tsunade-sama loses her will to fight at the sight of blood, rendering her incapable of treating Jiraiya-sama. Shizune spoke, her voice heavy with guilt, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. Do not worry. We shall go together. Naruto attempted to rise, but stumbled and fell back to the ground, his spirit drained from the recent battle. He felt exceedingly weak, and the wound inflicted by Yanzuzi, though shallow, had yet to heal. Naruto, are you all right? Shizune hurried to his side, placing her hands over his wound, beginning to administer healing. How could this happen? The wound is not deep, yet no matter how I treat it, it refuses to heal. Naruto sensed something was amiss. The injury, barely an inch deep, should have healed long ago, given his body's natural regenerative abilities. Yet, the spot where Yanzuzi had pierced him showed no signs of recovery under Shizune's care. Although Shizune's medical ninjutsu paled in comparison to Tsunade's, she would typically have been able to heal wounds tenfold worse than this one, especially one so shallow. Naruto attempted to channel his chakra into the wound, but to no avail. Could it be that Yanzuzi's sword rendered the wound unhealable? Such a power seemed exceedingly formidable, He thought of the little tree within the confines of Fengtsuan Mountain, wondering if its fruit could cure his injury. Do not be stingy. Share a fruit with me. Look at how grievously I am wounded. Ultimately, at Naruto's persistent plea, the little tree finally acquiesced, yet it did not bestow upon him any fruit. Instead, it imparted a mere wisp of its essence, signifying that such a small offering would suffice for his wounds. How miserly. Once this fragment of energy entered Naruto's body, a tingling sensation coursed through his injuries, miraculously healing the small wound that even Tsunade could not mend. Moreover, the weariness stemming from his recent exertion of spiritual energy diminished significantly. The little tree proved to be remarkably beneficial. Not only could it heal physical injuries, but it also nourished the soul and restored spiritual strength. Such efficacy from a mere wisp of energy was indeed a treasure discovered. At last, he was healed. Tsunade was unaware that Naruto had utilized a fragment of the little tree's essence. She believed she had healed his wounds, and Naruto made no effort to clarify. Tsunade, could you lend me your support? Let us go and see Jiraiya. Though Naruto's wounds had healed and his spiritual energy had been substantially replenished, he still felt somewhat weak in the legs. Tsunade assisted him, and together they made their way to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya lay in the snow, his lips darkening and his complexion pale, having lost consciousness. The scorpion tail that had impaled his leg had long been removed by Tsunade and was bandaged, yet blood continued to seep unceasingly. Tsunade knelt weakly beside Jiraiya, trembling and repeatedly murmuring apologies. Each time she reached out to heal him, her fear of blood would compel her to withdraw. Shizune and Shikamaru wore expressions of deep concern, exchanging helpless glances. They possessed no medical ninjutsu and could not aid Tsunade in overcoming her fear of blood. Tsunade, what are you hesitating for? If you do not treat Jiraiya, he will perish. I cannot. Tsunade struggled with despair, shaking her head vehemently. No amount of encouragement from Naruto seemed to make a difference. Frustration coursed through Naruto, as Tsunade resembled a helpless figure, fully aware of the necessary actions, but unable to take that crucial step. Have you considered how disappointed Rope Tree and Kato Dan would be to see you like this? Naruto resolved to apply a firm approach. Having checked Jiraiya's pulse and breath, he realized that the poison had infiltrated his internal organs. He sought another wisp of energy from the little tree and infused it into Jiraiya's body. The little tree's vague consciousness informed Naruto that this essence was sufficient to restore Jiraiya, alleviating his concerns for his safety. He seized this opportunity to assist Tsunade in overcoming her blood phobia. What do you know? Do not mention them. Upon hearing the names of the God Tree and Kato Dan, Tsunade, who had slumped to the ground, suddenly summoned strength and seized Naruto's collar, pinning him down. Do not mention them. Tsunade struck Naruto's cheek repeatedly, though her fear of blood rendered her blows weak. Sister, you must pull yourself together. Until I become Hokage, I still need you to protect the village. Naruto spoke deliberately, for Tsunade's brother, Rope Tree, bore a striking resemblance to him in both character and appearance. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kato Dan had mistaken Naruto for Rope Tree when he was resurrected by Orochimaru. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade momentarily froze, a cascade of tears cascading down her cheeks to rest upon Naruto's face. In her eyes, Naruto's visage overlapped with that of Nawaki, and it felt as though those heartfelt words were spoken by Nawaki himself. Her gaze gradually softened and strengthened. She wiped away her tears, bent down, and gently kissed Naruto's forehead. Tsunade then rose and approached Jiraiya, carefully unwrapping the bandages from his injured leg. Utilizing her chakra-infused surgical knife, she meticulously removed the necrotic tissue from his wound, followed by employing the healing technique to detoxify and mend his injuries. Tsunade had finally triumphed over her inner fears. In this moment, she was composed and exuded confidence, embodying the valiant spirit of one of the legendary Sannin, known as the Legendary One. As Jiraiya absorbed the vitality bestowed by Naruto, his wounds began to heal gradually. Coupled with Tsunade's diligent care, the venom that had permeated his very being was entirely expelled. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Tsunade tending to him, he instantly grasped the situation. He felt immense relief at Tsunade's emergence from the shadows of her past. However, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to feign extreme weakness. Tsunade, I fear I am at my last breath. Before I depart, could you grant me a small wish? Just one kiss, that is all I ask. Naruto and the others, including Shizune, placed their hands on their foreheads in exasperation. Gazing skyward, Even those unversed in medical ninjutsu could clearly perceive that Jiraiya was recovering. What made him think Tsunade, his healer, would be oblivious to his condition? Bang! I was mistaken. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiraiya's pleas for mercy echoed through the air. Chapter 43. The coalescing slash on the summit of the Three Wolves Mountain in the Land of Iron. The north wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. Naruto and Mitsuba stood poised, swords in hand. Both bowed respectfully to each other, hands clasped together, their gazes fierce and unwavering, neither making a move. The essence of the coalescing slash lies in restraint. Once unleashed, it is a force of thunderous might, a strike that promises death. In combat against an expert of the coalescing slash, one often only witnesses the opponent sheathing their sword, unaware of how or when the attack took place. Caw! A majestic eagle soared above, letting out a piercing cry. Simultaneously, two streaks of sword light flashed below, as Naruto and Mitsuba unleashed their attacks almost in unison. Their blades clashed and then swiftly separated, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds, and in that fleeting moment, they had each thrust their swords at one another no less than 30 times. Their figures danced across the snowy ground, leaving deep impressions behind. Each swing of their swords akin to lightning cleaving through the still air, the wind and snow swirling around them, emitting a mournful wail. Exhilarating. Mitsuba let out a long howl, leaping high into the air, his sword raised above his head, striking down towards Naruto with the force of a tempest. Come at me. Mitsuba's speed was astonishing, yet with his heightened awareness, Naruto was more than capable of matching Mitsuba's velocity. He met the incoming assault with his own blade, barely managing to parry Mitsuba's strike. The two swords collided, producing a deafening clash of metal. The powerful strike left Naruto's arm tingling, and just as he was about to retaliate, Mitsuba's sword was already poised at his throat. I've lost again. The two exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously sheathed their swords. Naruto, your talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled in my experience. Were you not the Jinchuriki of Konoha, I would gladly take you as my direct disciple. Haha, you are already my master. Naruto had initially assumed that the samurai of the Land of Iron were exceedingly conservative and would not easily impart their sword techniques. To his surprise, Mitsuba was entirely forthcoming. When Naruto expressed his desire to learn the H-Ju slash, Mitsuba responded with great enthusiasm. The H-Ju slash was not an esoteric technique shrouded in secrecy, though certain unique skills were reserved solely for direct disciples. Naruto understood that Mitsuba's exclusive secret was the rending slash, a technique capable of unleashing tremendous sword energy with a single swing, which had once severed the divine tree during the Fourth Great Ninja War, demonstrating its formidable power. However, Naruto believed that mastering this technique would not prove too difficult and planned to refine it gradually, as he predominantly favored using flying swords. Mitsuba's rending slash harnessed energy through the sword, allowing it to become sharp and fierce, while Naruto's flying swords utilized energy to manipulate the blade's lethality. In practical terms, both methods were comparable, yet in terms of mastery, wielding energy through the sword was undoubtedly more profound. What an exhilarating duel. General Mitsuba's H-Ju slash truly lives up to its reputation. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun approached, having observed the match from a distance. And they applauded in admiration as Naruto and Mitsuba concluded their bout. My meager skills pale in comparison to those of the lecherous sage and the red-hot beauty. Upon hearing Jiraiya's praise, Mitsuba maintained his stoic demeanor, bowing respectfully to Jiraiya with utmost formality. Tsunade rolled her eyes, thinking Mitsuba was commendable in every aspect, yet excessively rigid and humble, clinging to the samurai's antiquated formalities. However, Tsunade had emerged from her shadows and was now prepared to inherit the position of Hokage. No longer as casual as before, she too bowed in return to Mitsuba. General Mitsuba, thank you for imparting your sword techniques to Naruto, and for your hospitality during this time. Konoha will always welcome you. Very well. If I find the time, I shall certainly visit Konoha. Originally, after the battle with Orochimaru, Naruto and his companions intended to return to Konoha immediately, but Naruto had not anticipated Mitsuba's willingness to teach him the H-Ju slash, leading them to linger in the Land of Waves for an additional 10 days. Now, Naruto had absorbed most of what he could learn, and the remaining mastery would depend on his own diligent practice. It was time to depart from the Land of Waves. Mitsuba's swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, and with Naruto's heightened perception, He was able to keep pace with Mitsuba's speed, though he had not triumphed over Mitsuba even once in 10 days of purely swordsmanship duels. Of course, if it came to genuine combat, the outcome would be uncertain. Master, take care. Naruto approached Mitsuba and bowed solemnly. Mitsuba, with his serious and steadfast demeanor, had diligently taught Naruto swordsmanship over the past 10 days. Although he had refrained from formally accepting Naruto as his disciple due to Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, Naruto had already regarded him as a master in his heart. Take care. Mitakage was not one to indulge in romantic sentiments. After receiving a respectful bow from Naruto, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Let us depart, Naruto. It has been nearly 2 months since we left Konoha, and I am certain your teacher is quite worried about you. Jiraiya approached Naruto and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The experience with the wild bamboo had fostered significant growth in Naruto. Although he still harbored an aversion to the melancholy of goodbyes, he now possessed the courage to confront them. Indeed, Naruto nodded, and the 4 of them set forth on their journey back to Konoha. He had not intended to continue his travels. The Uchiha massacre was imminent, and the butterfly effect of his presence had hastened Tsunade's ascension to the position of 5th Hokage by a full 6 years. Initially, Naruto wished to avoid altering the narrative, but when one is truly immersed in the situation, many matters become beyond one's control. He could not simply stand by and watch Tsunade endure perpetual suffering. Furthermore, as Naruto's skills deepened, so too did his confidence in himself, prompting him to believe it was time to commence his own plans. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal peace. Presently, Konoha was essentially divided into 3 factions: the 3rd Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and the Uchiha clan. Tsunade's ascension to the Hokage title would likely not unfold peacefully. Setting aside the Uchiha clan, Danzo, that old schemer, had always cast a covetous eye upon the position of Hokage. In the original narrative, after the 3rd's demise, he briefly held the title but was met with fierce opposition from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, ultimately forcing his resignation. He had never occupied that position before. Would he willingly allow Tsunade, who was younger and of a more prestigious lineage, to inherit the title without contest? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Naruto's mind. And what of Hinata? Each time he recalled her adorably naive visage, a warm current coursed through his heart. Kid, what are you thinking about? Ouch. Sis, could you please hold back a little next time you hit me? Don't you realize how painful your punches are? He retorted, wincing. At this rate, even if you wished to marry, the old sage wouldn't dare. Tsunade, observing Naruto lost in thought, playfully struck him on the head, causing him to jump in surprise. Although she did not employ her full strength, her martial prowess was formidable, and her strikes were indeed quite painful. Since Naruto had encouraged her to step out of her shadows, they had insisted on addressing each other as siblings. Naruto had initially been somewhat reluctant, considering Tsunade's age. Yet when one looked solely at her appearance, there was a certain harmony in their relationship. Since then, Tsunade had unreservedly directed her affection for Shizen towards Naruto, which naturally included her infamous iron fist of love. Bah, instead of marrying that old lecher, I'd rather be single for life. And when did my affairs become your concern? Tsunade declared, raising her hand once more to deliver another playful strike at Naruto. This time, he was prepared, swiftly darting behind Jiraiya and sticking his head out to make a silly face at Tsunade. Alas, poor Jiraiya often found himself bearing the brunt of Tsunade's playful assaults on Naruto, suffering through no fault of his own. Observing the lively chase and playful banter between Naruto and Tsunade, Shizen wore a warm smile, cherishing the joyful scene. Once again, Naruto found himself at the snow-capped mountains where a recent avalanche had occurred, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the wild bamboo. The mountain, now diminished in stature due to the collapse, had become a forbidden zone designated by the Land of Iron. As there was uncertainty regarding the survival of the giant serpent within, an eagle circled ominously above the peak, causing Naruto to furrow his brow. Since the commencement of the competition with Sanbu, this eagle had seemingly followed them relentlessly. He had inquired with Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of whom acknowledged that the eagle bore no traces of chakra, suggesting it was merely a coincidence rather than a result of human manipulation. After all, eagles were quite common in the Land of Iron. The quartet was unhurried on their journey, ambling along at a leisurely pace. Before they knew it, they had reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon entering, it felt as though they had stepped into another realm entirely. The climate was pleasant, with distinct seasons. At this moment, Spring was in full bloom, and the lush woods were alive with the songs of birds and the chirping of cicadas. A stark contrast to the icy expanse of the land of iron, a veritable paradise on earth. In the distance, a village appeared, and they decided to seek lodging there for the night, intending to resume their travels the following day. The journey to Konoha would take approximately 2 more days. But as dusk approached, the 4 companions resolved to rest in the village ahead. Due to the scarcity of towns in the land of iron, which were primarily nestled around Samling Mountain, they had spent their journey camping outdoors. Naturally, Naruto, the only one among them skilled in culinary arts, assumed the role of cook. While he relished cooking when it was a matter of choice, it became a burdensome chore when necessity dictated it. Now, upon sighting the village, Naruto felt a sense of liberation. Chapter 44. The Eerie Village. This small village on the border of the leaf was modest, with 7 or 8 households scattered at the foot of the mountain. As twilight approached, it was time for dinner. However, no smoke rose from the chimneys, and an unsettling silence enveloped the village. The 4 travelers entered, noticing paper money strewn about, indicating that a funeral had recently taken place. "Is anyone home?" Tsunade called out as she approached one of the houses and knocked on the door. The entrance and surrounding walls were constructed from wood and dry grass, with a thatched roof hut in the yard. A weathered paper lantern swayed gently beside the door, yet the courtyard remained eerily quiet. Tsunade received no response. "There seems to be no one here." Naruto stepped forward, pushing open the gate to enter the yard. His senses detected no life force, suggesting the village was abandoned. Yet the paper money scattered about appeared fresh. Inside the yard, there was nothing but a well. Naruto approached the thatched hut and forcefully opened the door, only to be startled back several steps by the sight within. What on earth? Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed forward, alarmed by Naruto's reaction. The scene inside was undeniably bizarre, prompting them to furrow their brows in concern. Hinata, pale with fright, clutched Tsunade tightly. In the center of the hut lay a coffin, with 2 paper figures, one large and one small, kneeling on either side. The figures were crudely crafted, their facial features hastily painted in red, resembling a child's erratic doodles. "Rest in peace, dear departed. We mean no disturbance." Jiraiya joined his hands in a gesture of reverence before the coffin, and then proceeded to close the door of the room. This village exuded an air of the uncanny. "We should hasten our departure." The 3 companions nodded in agreement. Even Naruto felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing such a bizarre scene. His sensory perception detected that within the coffin lay a faceless paper figure, devoid of any features. Everything appeared exceedingly strange. Creak. Just as the trio turned away, a spine-tingling sound of the door opening echoed behind them. They swiftly turned to see the door, which Jiraiya had just shut, cracked ajar. "It's nothing. Just the wind that has blown the door open. Let us go." Naruto's expression was grave. In that fleeting moment when he had turned, he thought he had seen the faceless paper figure shift slightly. However, upon closer inspection, he found that the figure appeared motionless. Moreover, it seemed that Jiraiya and the others had not noticed. Could it be an illusion? The 4 exited the courtyard and retraced their steps. Initially, they intended to find lodging in the village, but the eerie absence of inhabitants compelled them to leave the village first. "How do we end up back here?" After walking for a while, they found themselves once more at the entrance of the courtyard, where branches and straw formed a makeshift wall and gate. Within the courtyard stood a thatched cottage, and an old paper lantern swayed gently in the breeze at the side of the entrance. "What is happening? Have we fallen under an illusion?" Tsunade furrowed her brows and formed hand seals to dispel the genjutsu. Yet, the scene remained unchanged. When she turned around, she discovered that Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune had vanished. "Where are they?" Tsunade called out several times, but received no reply. She turned to leave the courtyard, but no matter how many times she attempted to exit, she always found herself back in the same courtyard. Similarly, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto experienced the same predicament. After attempting to leave twice, Naruto ceased his efforts and stood in the courtyard deep in thought. Since entering the village, he had been expanding his sensory awareness but had detected no abnormalities. He was certain he had not fallen under an illusion, yet now he found himself unable to escape this village, as if ensnared in a ghostly wall. The first time they exited the courtyard, Jiraiya and the others had disappeared, leaving him all alone. Could it be that he had wandered into a trap laid by someone else? Naruto recalled that in the world of Naruto, there seemed to be no such entrapments. If it were indeed a formation, it would require some means of arrangement. With renewed determination, Naruto opened the door to the thatched cottage once more, intending to scrutinize the interior. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he was jolted with terror, sweat prickling at his skin. At that moment, the coffin lay open, and the faceless paper figure was nowhere to be found. Instead, 3 paper figures that had knelt beside the coffin had transformed into Jiraiya and the others. Tsunade and Shizune knelt on the right side, while Jiraiya and another small paper figure knelt on the left. The paper figure beside Jiraiya, could it be himself? Yet, that figure still bore no resemblance to Naruto. Help! Just then, a cry for help resonated, but as Naruto scanned the surroundings, he sensed no one nearby. Help! The voice echoed once more, and this time Naruto distinctly sensed that it emanated from the well within the courtyard. Cautiously approaching the well's edge, he peered into the inky darkness below. Using his spiritual perception, he discovered a small boy floundering in the water, gasping for air and on the verge of drowning. "Grab the rope, I'll pull you up," he shouted, lowering the rope into the well. The boy clutched the rope with his hands, wrapping it around his arms twice for security. Once secured, Naruto hoisted him up. The small boy sat on the ground, drenched and clad only in a pair of shorts. His long black hair hung disheveled, and his vacant eyes were framed by dark circles. His skin, likely pale from prolonged exposure to the water, was wrinkled and lifeless. "Thank you," the boy murmured, his head bowed. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to Naruto, and a circular pattern emerged in his vacant pupils, a red circle enclosing a triangle. "Gurgle." The boy emitted a guttural sound, and his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. His mouth opened to reveal 4 razor-sharp fangs, and claws sprouted from his hands as he lunged at Naruto. "I've been waiting for you, grandson." The boy's speed was astonishing, but Naruto was prepared. A flash of crimson light cut through the air, bisecting the boy mid-leap. The Scarlet Dawn sword returned to Naruto's hand, spinning with a flourish. As the remnants of the boy's charred form plummeted to the ground, still faintly retaining the outline of his figure. Surveying his surroundings, Naruto noted that the environment remained unchanged despite the boy's demise. He turned to exit the courtyard, hoping to escape this bizarre scenario. Yet, just as he reached the gate, his steps faltered and disbelief washed over him. In his spiritual perception, the boy he had cleaved in two, now reduced to cinders, was resurrecting. The charred pieces gradually fused back together, flesh and blood reconstituting until he was whole again, charging at Naruto once more. "You don't die? What kind of monster are you?" This time, Naruto refrained from using the Scarlet Dawn sword, opting instead for a swift spinning kick that sent the boy soaring through the air. As he flew, a ripple appeared in the space around him, and the boy vanished. Naruto directed the scarlet sky towards the spot where the boy had disappeared. At that moment, he felt a distinct resistance, as if an invisible barrier obstructed his path. Summoning the scarlet sky back, he infused it with additional spiritual power. In an instant, it expanded from a mere 3 inches to a formidable 3 feet. "Go," he commanded. And with a thought, the 3-foot-long Scarlet Dawn, ablaze with crimson flames, surged skyward. With a crack, it seemed to shatter an unseen barrier. The surroundings remained unchanged. Yet 2 figures now stood in the arena, a frail, diminutive elder and a towering, muscular man. Chapter 45. Curses, who would have thought? My celestial demonic formation has actually been broken by you. Naruto's sword cleaved through the barrier of the formation, revealing 2 figures within the arena. The frail, diminutive elder spoke with a shrill voice, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with a circular emblem featuring a triangle within. He wore a hat and sunglasses, with 3 wisps of white beard gracing his chin. "Hiss! This little brat's flesh must be exceptionally delectable." The towering behemoth beside him, a bald man standing over 3 meters tall, was bare-chested, his bronze skin taut, with sinewy muscles exuding raw power. His face was smeared with a mix of black and red paint, leaving only his wild, primal eyes visible, obscuring his features. Gugu. The boy who had just attacked Naruto peeked over the shoulder of the giant, baring his teeth menacingly. "Who are you?" At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade emerged from the courtyard, with Shizune cradled in Tsunade's arms, blood streaks marring her skin, indicating their recent injuries. "Is Shizune all right?" Naruto approached. Concern etched across his face. "I just discovered her myself. Her injuries aren't severe, but she has lost a significant amount of blood. If we had delayed any longer, it could have become perilous." Tsunade gently laid Shizune on the ground, her hands emanating a soft chakra energy as she treated Shizune while remaining vigilant against the elder and the giant. Jiraiya and Naruto stepped forward to shield Tsunade and Shizune. Members of the evil god cult? Jiraiya inquired, his expression grave as he scrutinized the two figures. Naruto had always found the emblem of the triangle within the circle strikingly familiar, but he could never recall its origin. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, he finally remembered. It was the same symbol that had appeared beneath Fadewan during his curse technique. Fadewan was indeed from the evil god cult. Haha. Someone is willing to pay a handsome sum for Tsunade's life. I have no interest in you, Jiraiya. It would be wise not to obstruct us, or I won't hesitate to send you along as well. The frail elder raised his right hand, sharp claws extending from his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips as he licked them with his tongue. What audacity! Just the two of you? Naruto grasped the 3-foot-long Chishia sword, his entire being enveloped in spiritual energy, his consciousness locking onto the elder. Simultaneously, he addressed Jiraiya, Master, the giant is yours. Do not kill him. Leave him alive. Upon realizing that these two were members of the evil god cult, Naruto deduced that Tsunade and Shizune had likely fallen victim to their blood curse technique, Death's Blood Sacrifice. Fadewan, a member of the evil god cult, employed this technique, which required the enemy's blood to activate. Once the enemy's blood was acquired and the technique unleashed, any harm inflicted upon him would also befall the enemy, while he himself remained immortal, unable to perish even if reduced to a mere head. With Tsunade and Shizune injured within the formation, it was evident that these two had successfully drawn their blood. If that were the case, the situation had become exceedingly dire. Hee, what an arrogant little brat. They both erupted into laughter, the colossal man regarding Naruto as if he were a sumptuous feast. High Priest, I find this arrogant little brat quite intriguing. Allow me to teach him a lesson in humility. The brawny man spoke in a deep, resonant voice to the old man. And as soon as he finished his words, he leaped high above Naruto, poised to deliver a crushing blow as if intending to shatter him beneath his foot. With a fiery technique, his foot struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The moment he landed, Jiraiya's fire technique struck him. Yet Naruto had already evaded the impending attack by deftly sidestepping it. Following the conflict in the Land of Iron, Jiraiya had gained a comprehensive understanding of Naruto's capabilities, which prompted him to unleash his fiery assault as the brawny man leapt. As the flames dissipated, the brawny figure stood unscathed, astonishingly. The fire technique had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Your opponent is me, Jiraiya. While I do appreciate the fervent violence you depict, I yearn more for the taste of your blood. The figure, known as the High Priest, slowly approached Jiraiya, refraining from immediate aggression. After evading the brawny man's attack, Naruto remained vigilant, focusing on Tsunade and Shizune. Indeed, as the fire technique struck the brawny man, Shizune's body convulsed, smoke billowing from her form. How could this happen to Shizune? Tsunade was administering treatment when suddenly, Shizune's body bore burns that nearly cost her life. Grandmaster, do not attack them, and do not let that old man taste your blood. As he spoke, the brawny man charged at Naruto again, who, fearing for Shizune's safety, could only evade the onslaught. With a thunderous punch, the brawny man obliterated a large tree behind Naruto. Understood. It appears we are in quite a predicament. Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he recognized the dilemma. Every strike against the brawny man seemed to inflict collateral damage upon Shizune. This cursed technique rendered their battle against the High Priest exceedingly cumbersome, as he realized that each blow he landed on the High Priest reciprocated upon Tsunade. The brawny man had ensnared Shizune, meaning that attacking him equated to attacking her, while the High Priest had ensnared Tsunade, making any offensive against him a threat to her as well. However, despite the High Priest's agility and sharp attacks, his defenses were not as formidable as the brawny man's. After just 2 exchanges, he bore wounds, and Tsunade similarly suffered injuries while treating Shizune, all the while enduring Jiraiya's onslaught. Jiraiya, finish him. I can withstand it. Release the Ein Seal, Ninja Art, Creation Rebirth. Tsunade, having assessed the battlefield, unleashed the Ein Seal and employed her healing technique. The diamond mark on her forehead glowed as 4 energy lines radiated from it, forming a cross-like mark upon her brow. Understood. Upon witnessing Tsunade's use of Creation Rebirth, Jiraiya unleashed a fierce assault on the High Priest. Yet, the High Priest proved to be no weakling. His agility was remarkable, and his sharp claws seemed to rend the very fabric of space with each strike, leading to a fierce and indecisive clash between the two. Though Tsunade sustained injuries, the effects of Creation Rebirth allowed her to heal rapidly. You little brat. You dare to focus elsewhere while battling me. Naruto, preoccupied with observing Tsunade's condition, failed to evade the assault of the burly man, who landed a formidable punch squarely on his face. The sheer force was astonishing. Naruto was sent flying, crashing through 3 trees before finally coming to a halt, a testament to the immense power behind that blow. Ever since he had comprehended the elemental attributes, his physical form had grown increasingly robust, his elemental affinities primarily utilized to cultivate his internal organs and fortify his body from within. Presently, ordinary blades were unable to harm him without the accompaniment of formidable strength. However, he was taken aback that this giant could injure him even while his spiritual energy shield was activated. Dare you remove your jutsu and face me honorably? He slowly rose, massaging his swollen, bruised cheek, his gaze fixed intently on the hulking figure, radiating a fierce battle spirit. This adversary possessed an exceptionally strong physique and incredible power, and Naruto was eager to test his own physical strength against him. Ha ha ha, you survived my punch? My desire to consume you grows stronger. The giant licked his lips, his predatory gaze locked onto Naruto. Such a pity. A true warrior, like myself, would never be swayed by the life or death of another. If you wish to spare that little girl, your only option is to succumb to my might. Ridiculous. You think yourself a warrior? Remove your jutsu, and I shall dispatch you within 3 moves. Ha ha ha. If I were so easily provoked by your taunts, I would have perished long ago. Prepare to meet your end. The giant charged at Naruto with astonishing speed, not only possessing immense strength, but also remarkable velocity. The wind from his punch howled as it struck Naruto once more, creating a resounding impact. In an instant, Naruto's form dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Moments later, another Naruto emerged from behind a distant tree. Clones, is it? How trivial. As the giant obliterated one clone after another, he distanced himself from the battlefield, his expression shifting in realization. Caught in a trap, the true Naruto had long returned to Tsunade and Shizun's side. He had been keenly aware of their conditions and, through his spiritual perception, detected Tsunade's consciousness ensnared by a silken thread, the other end tethered to the high priest's soul. If he could sever this thread, the jutsu would likely be dispelled. However, since it was connected to Tsunade's very essence, any attempt to attack with his spiritual power risked harming her soul. What could he do to resolve this dilemma? Naruto found himself at an impasse. Chapter 46, Summoning the Divine. Tsunade and Shizun's souls were ensnared by a thread, the other end linked to the high priest and the giant. The methods of the evil god cult were indeed treacherous. They could entwine the souls of 2 individuals, forcing them to share in the suffering. Currently, a spiritual assault was out of the question, and Naruto suddenly recalled a time when he had been gravely injured by a giant python in the snowy mountains, during which his soul had briefly transcended his body. If one were to detach their soul and then enter Tsunade's consciousness to summon Chikisen to sever that thread, could it potentially dispel the curse? Theoretically feasible. Yet Naruto harbored uncertainties about the possible perils of such an act. Nevertheless, he decided to take the plunge. Although Tsunade had activated the creation rebirth technique, a single fatal blow might hinder her recovery. Even if she could withstand the damage, what about Shizun? She possessed no such regenerative ninjutsu. And even if Naruto refrained from attacking the burly man, he could resort to self-harm to eliminate Shizun. Sister, do you have faith in me? Let us gamble on something grand. Yes, whatever you intend to do, feel free to proceed. Tsunade nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. Although she was unaware of Naruto's plan, ever since he awakened her last time, she had come to regard him as her own brother, placing her complete trust in him. All right, relax. Do not resist. Naruto pressed his forehead against Tsunade's, and to his surprise, his attempt to detach his soul from the confines of Mount Fangs went remarkably smoothly. His spiritual essence traversed from Tsunade's third eye into her central palace. Tsunade's central palace, much like Naruto's, manifested as a void circular space, where his spirit knelt amidst intertwining threads. Initially, Naruto endeavored to tug at the threads with his spiritual form, hoping to dislodge them. He feared that summoning Chikisen might harm Tsunade, yet after considerable effort, the threads remained unyielding. Come on, Naruto, do not hold back. At that moment, their souls resonated within Tsunade's central palace, their thoughts and intentions intertwined seamlessly. All right, with renewed resolve, Naruto summoned Chikisen within Tsunade's central palace, swiftly severing the threads binding her spirit. In the next instant, Naruto's soul, alongside Chikisen, returned to the spiritual realm of Mount Fangs. What transpired? Upon returning, Naruto immediately inquired about Tsunade's condition. Save Shizune, leave that fellow to me. Tsunade's gaze softened as she smiled gently at Naruto, then clenched her fists and rose resolutely, striding directly toward the burly man. Jiraiya, have you not eaten? On her way, she spotted Jiraiya still entangled with the old man, prompting her to reprimand him. She intended to convey to Jiraiya that she had liberated herself from the malevolent spell. Jiraiya instantly grasped her meaning and began to fight with full force. Although Tsunade had previously activated the creation rebirth technique, he had held back. Now, liberated from control, he was ready to unleash his full might. Summoning technique. Destruction of the platform. A colossal red toad plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the high priest, sending him flying. Long time no see, Jiraiya. The toad, capable of human speech, puffing on a gigantic pipe and adorned with bandages and a short sword, was none other than Fukasaku, who, alongside Jiraiya, steadily pushed the high priest back. In the distance, the muscular man who had just shattered Naruto's numerous clones sensed something amiss. Making a swift decision, he disregarded the remaining clones of Naruto and hastily returned to the village where the battle had recently transpired. Upon seeing Tsunade, he instantly understood that the curse had been lifted, and he had been outwitted by that little brat. Ah, you little brat, I shall make you wish for death. He raised his fist, preparing to strike his own chest. At that moment, the silence of the curse had yet to be broken. If his punch landed, the fragile silence would surely be unable to withstand it. Big guy, do you think I am invisible? Tsunade firmly caught the man's fist, and due to the sheer force, the ground beneath her cracked, her feet sinking into the earth. Ninjutsu, 100 Heal Technique. As Tsunade invoked the technique, the mark on her forehead extended from her eyes to her cheeks, her speed and power surging exponentially. With a powerful thrust, she pushed the massive man away. Meanwhile, Naruto had just entered Tsunade's central cavity, severing the threads that bound her soul. It seemed that his soul energy had been excessively depleted, rendering him unable to exit once more, regardless of his attempts. He then shifted his gaze to Little Tree. Quick, urgently send some vital energy my way. Although Little Tree was reluctant to allow Naruto to consume its fruit, it proved to be reliable in critical moments, sending forth a wisp of vital energy to nourish Naruto's soul. Under Little Tree's nurturing essence, Naruto's soul soon regained its ability to exit, connecting with Tsunade's forehead as his spirit entered her central cavity. At that moment, the weakened Tsunade blushed deeply, though she understood that Naruto was rescuing her. She was a traditional girl, still quite young, lacking Tsunade's boldness. Once Naruto's soul entered her central cavity, it felt as if they shared an unspoken bond, devoid of any secrets, leaving Tsunade utterly flustered. With Tsunade's prior experience, Naruto navigated Tsunade's central cavity effortlessly, summoning the Crimson Twilight and severing the threads in one fluid motion. What is wrong, Tsunade? Upon emerging, Naruto noticed Tsunade's flushed face, her chest rising and falling violently with each heartbeat, as if she were on the verge of suffocation. Panic surged within him, fearing he had harmed her soul. And no, I'm fine. Naruto, you must go assist Lady Tsunade. I am all right. All right. Take care of yourself. After carefully assessing Tsunade's condition, Naruto found there were no significant injuries. The wounds she had sustained were already healing under Tsunade's treatment, though her spirit was evidently tumultuous, perhaps a result of their recent brush with death. After advising Tsunade, Naruto rose to join the fray. At that moment, Jiraiya summoned the toad Gamabunta, entering Sage Mode. The duo worked in perfect harmony, and the high priest, battered and bruised, was on the verge of defeat. Watching Jiraiya stand atop Gamabunta, exuding formidable power, Naruto longed for his own summoning beast. He had already mastered the summoning technique, yet it required finding a spiritual beast with which to forge a contract. Although the last time in the Land of Iron, both Fuka and Jiken had graciously offered to find a descendant of theirs to serve as Naruto's summoning beast, he ultimately declined after careful consideration. Naruto does not harbor disdain for the frogs of Myobo-Kuzan. Rather, he holds a certain fondness for the frog army. However, the principal advantage of forming a pact with them lies in the attainment of Sage Mode, a legacy bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. Until he ascertains whether the Sage of Six Paths is a schemer, he prefers to maintain some distance from Myobo-Kuzan, for the notion of being a child of prophecy is, upon closer reflection, steeped in intrigue. As Tsunade observed Naruto rising to approach her, She instantly realized that Shizune had dispelled the jutsu. No longer in a passive stance, she unleashed her full offensive capabilities, launching a fierce counterattack with her 100 healings technique and formidable strength, engaging in a back-and-forth struggle with the burly man. Naruto, just stay there and protect Shizune. Your sister is no pushover, Tsunade declared, delivering a powerful punch that sent the burly man staggering backward before turning to Naruto. Hee. It seems we must take this more seriously, High Priest. The burly man, upon witnessing the jutsu being undone, became increasingly exhilarated. The High Priest, embroiled in battle with Jiraiya, heard the burly man's words and parried a strike from the frog Wanta with his 5 sharp claws. Utilizing the momentum from the blow, he soared toward the burly man, who deftly caught him in his hands. Such reluctance, O mountain, the souls I painstakingly gathered. After this battle, you must compensate me. The High Priest, cradled in the burly man's palm, wore a face of dissatisfaction. Hee. The other hand of mountain rose, and without any visible motion, a stone resembling white jade suddenly appeared in his grasp. He swallowed it whole, causing his pupils to vanish, leaving only the whites of his eyes. He convulsed, emitting a bizarre laughter. In the burly man's grasp, the High Priest produced a silver bell, inscribed with a myriad of incantations. With his sharp claws, he slashed open his chest, blood gushing forth. Offer sacrifice to countless souls, drawing them with the blood from my heart. Summon the divine. The High Priest, with disheveled hair and an appearance reminiscent of madness, let the blood flow freely from his chest as he chanted, shaking the silver bell. A tempest raged across the heavens. Thunder and lightning clashed, accompanied by a series of mournful howls. Chapter 47. The descent of the malevolent deity offers sacrifice to countless souls. Drawing them with the blood from my heart, summon the divine. The High Priest continued to chant fervently. His grip on the bell quickened. The blood from his chest streamed down his arm to the bell, and as it trickled along the incantations etched upon it, those runes began to writhe, glowing with a vivid crimson light, as if they had come to life. In an instant, the winds howled. Thunder roared. The bell emitted a chorus of anguished, defiant screams. Quick! Interrupt them. Naruto, observing from a distance, though unaware of their intentions, instinctively recognized that these two were preparing to unleash a powerful move. He discerned that the stone swallowed by Mountain contained potent spiritual energy, indicating that he possessed a spatial artifact. Moreover, Naruto's sharp perception captured the multitude of anguished souls struggling within the bell held by the High Priest. Whoosh! Otsutsuki slash. Naruto arrived in an instant. The blazing Akatsuki blade piercing through the air towards Mountain with remarkable speed, as he wielded the Kusanagi sword to execute the Otsutsuki slash. Fire style, frog oil fireball. Upon hearing Naruto's reminder, Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately reacted, swiftly launching their attacks. The strikes from the three converged almost simultaneously, yet around the High Priest and the Mountain. A tempestuous whirlwind erupted, swirling with countless grains of sand, enveloping them in a colossal cocoon. Jiraiya's oil-infused fireball was effortlessly absorbed, while Naruto's crimson sky was deflected. Tsunade's punch collided with the cocoon, sending her reeling back, and Naruto's combined slash followed suit, resulting in a similar fate for him. Despite several attempts, their efforts to breach the sandstorm's formidable barrier proved futile. The swirling sands acted as an impenetrable shield, repelling every assault. Naruto urged Jiraiya and Tsunade to distance themselves from the cocoon, preparing to carry Shizune away, sensing that these two adversaries were summoning something formidable. It seemed prudent to retreat for now, as the cult of the evil god was not to be taken lightly. Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, took a deep puff from his pipe, implying that the four should hasten their escape. Oh, Fukasaku-sensei, have you encountered them before? Naruto inquired, perceiving from Fukasaku's tone that he had some knowledge of the cult. After their attempts to disrupt the summoning ceremony proved fruitless, Naruto's first instinct was to flee, aware that remaining in place would be foolish. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that if the ceremony were completed and they found themselves powerless to resist, returning to Konoha would serve little purpose. If the cult was truly as powerful as rumored, they would have already dominated the shinobi world. Thus, Naruto decided to observe the situation before making a final decision. Most importantly, he had little understanding of the cult. In the original narrative, only Haiden was mentioned, and these two individuals were far superior to him, rendering Haiden a poor point of reference. In my youth, I traveled the world and inadvertently stumbled into the realm of the evil god while journeying through the land of rivers. Had it not been for the timely intervention of my clan's elders who summoned me back, you likely would not see me here today. A realm? Naruto exclaimed, intrigued, as it was his first time hearing the term since arriving in the world of Hokage. A realm is what you refer to as a place of inheritance. Locations like the wet-bone forest of Myaboku Mountain are realms. Thanks to Fukasaku's explanation, Naruto learned that the world of Hokage was replete with numerous realms or alternate spaces, whose entrances were often well concealed, some even entirely sealed without any means of entry or exit. The indigenous inhabitants of these realms were predominantly non-human. However, the realm of the evil god was an exception. Fukasaku was unaware of what lay within, but he recounted that, upon his unwitting arrival, it had already been overtaken by the cult. The evil god cult was managed by a saintess, with 3 high priests and 5 guardians beneath her, and the total number of followers likely exceeded 1,000. Fukasaku himself had encountered one of the guardians and had nearly been slain. But an elder from Myaboku Mountain sensed his peril and summoned him back in the nick of time, allowing him to escape. Is there no evil god within the realm? Naruto queried, puzzled. Given that the cult was established in the name of an evil god, why was it led by a saintess instead? Were they merely a congregation of believers? I cannot say for certain. Not long after I entered, I found myself being pursued by members of the evil god cult. Gathering only this fragment of information, it is no wonder that their traces have remained elusive. It turns out they dwell within the secret realm. Jiraiya had previously sought to investigate the evil god cult, but uncovered no leads. Naruto furrowed his brow, absorbing the explanation from Gamabunta, realizing the cult's influence was alarmingly vast, perhaps even rivaling that of Konoha. Yet, they have remained shrouded in mystery, suggesting their ambitions are significant. Suddenly, as Naruto pondered these revelations, a cocoon of sand came to a halt and exploded outward. A towering shadow emerged from the swirling sands. Be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Naruto cautioned Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of whom nodded in unison, turning their gazes towards the dark figure. Hee, what a splendid feast awaits. The moment Naruto heard the voice, a chill raced down his spine. The shadow's voice was profoundly sinister, a strange amalgamation of male and female, a harmony of 2 voices speaking simultaneously. Hee, there are 4 little treasures waiting for me. Oh no, make that 5. How dare you toy with us? Naruto's consciousness coalesced into a blade, aimed at the shadow. Yet, his mental assault vanished into the void, eliciting no reaction. The shadow's advance remained unperturbed. An amusing little brat. You dare to wield a soul attack, but alas, your efforts are feeble. Now, taste my power. At that moment, Naruto and the others discerned the shadow's form. It was composed of black mist, bearing a visage half that of a woman and half that of a man, as if 2 distinct faces were grotesquely fused together, their expressions perpetually shifting. When the woman smiled, the man wept. When he cried, she laughed, creating an unsettling spectacle. As the creature spoke, 5 chains, each as thick as an arm, erupted from its forehead. Beware. Guard your minds. Run. These chains, akin to Naruto's mental assault, targeted their very souls, invisible to Jiraiya and Tsunade, who relied on Naruto's instincts. Sensing imminent danger, they all turned and fled. After warning his companions, Naruto swiftly shifted his hold on Shizune, moving her from his back to his front, for the soul attack was perilously close. Had he kept her on his back, she would have been the first to suffer the chain's wrath. As he ran, he concentrated on forming a sword from his mental energy, striking at the relentless chains pursuing him. Upon collision, the blade shattered, and he felt a backlash against his soul. The 5 chains ensnared each of them, clinging like parasites, inescapable no matter how Naruto attempted to evade. Hee, feel the agony and despair, little ants. The shadow continued its pursuit, and as its words fell, the speed of the chains surged. Before Naruto could react, one of the chains ensnared him within the confines of Mount Myaboku, binding his very soul. The instant the chains seized his essence, a wave of searing pain coursed through him, as if his body were being devoured by countless venomous insects, leaving him in unbearable torment. Screams of agony echoed as the 4 writhed in torment upon the ground. Naruto summoned Chakra, hoping to sever the chains binding him. Yet, the blade struck the chains without leaving a trace. Futile. Your soul is far too feeble. Even with a treasured artifact, you cannot sever my soul chains. Enjoy the suffering. Only the souls of those who perish in pain are truly delectable. With great effort, Naruto endured the anguish inflicted by the soul chains and summoned Chi-Shao. He resolved to wager everything. Channeling his spiritual energy into the sword, Chi-Shao transformed into a colossal blade, stretching 100 meters. Focusing his mind, Naruto commanded the giant Chakra to cleave towards the shadow. If he could not break the soul chains, he would eliminate the entity itself first. Boom! The Chi-Shao sword blazed with crimson flames, and with a single stroke, it cleaved the shadow in twain. A deep pit formed where the shadow had stood, the crimson flames consuming it. Had he succeeded? Hope surged within Naruto. This move nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy. Should it fail, he would lack the strength to contend with the soul chains and would find himself in peril. Ahaha! What a delightful treasure! You nearly wounded me. The bisected shadow emitted a dense black mist, which enveloped the extinguishing flames, allowing its half-male, half-female visage to merge once more. Chapter 48. The mysterious master, the shadow creature, once split in half, began to heal, its gaze greedily fixated upon the Chakra sword. Despite Naruto's formidable effort, his spiritual energy had been depleted, and he had failed to inflict any harm upon the creature. He felt the weight of his own insignificance. Even a similar attack was now beyond his reach. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune writhed under the torment of the soul chains, utterly devoid of strength, lying on the ground, moaning in agony, their bodies occasionally convulsing. Naruto, possessing a stronger soul than theirs, was also nearing his limit. The soul attacks were ineffective against the creature, and physical strikes bore no fruit. Despair enveloped them all. Kyuubi, I need spiritual energy. I must break through. In dire straits, Naruto could think of no other recourse but to harness the Kyuubi's chakra to breach the barriers, hoping that such a surge would grant him a glimmer of hope. Impossible. The seal on my chakra has rendered me incapable of providing you with more. I have tried repeatedly to break the seal. The Kyuubi, now entirely in spiritual form, had transcended its chakra state. Yet, Naruto's soul remained ensnared by the chains, preventing him from tearing apart the seal. Only Jiraiya's mastery of the five-element seal could potentially release it. Master, please help me break the Kyuubi seal. Naruto gazed at Jiraiya, who lay convulsing on the ground, and painfully crawled to his side. With great difficulty, Jiraiya raised his hand, and 5 colors of chakra energy flickered at his fingertips. But before he could reach Naruto, his hand fell limply, the chakra dissipating. Master, hold on. Jiraiya's soul was perpetually tormented by anguish, rendering him incapable of even lifting his hand, let alone gathering chakra. Naruto gently took Jiraiya's hand and placed it upon his abdomen. Jiraiya, with vacant eyes, gazed at Naruto, witnessing him press his hand against the seal. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Jiraiya concentrated chakra at his fingertips. Instantly, 5 forms of energy surged into Naruto's body, traversing to the central palace and then penetrating the seal. The seal upon the iron bars began to rotate and gradually opened, allowing the spirit of the Nine Tails to spill forth. Naruto's withered dantian and Ine cavern were swiftly replenished, his spirit energy saturating his entire being. As the unbridled spirit energy entered the Ine cavern, it seemed to discover an outlet, solidifying the ethereal steps within. 99 steps ascended endlessly, culminating in an ancient fortress that towered above the clouds, the river of spirit energy surging resolutely up the steps. With a thunderous roar, the tail end gate opened. The once closed gate shattered under the force of the spirit energy river, followed by the closure of the spine gate and the jade pillow gate. Under the immense supply of the nine-tail spirit energy, all 3 gates were breached without hindrance, and the river of spirit energy returned to the central palace. A resounding rumble ensued. The iron bars sealing the Nine Tails were utterly obliterated, and the previously void central palace began to undergo dramatic transformation. Below remained a vast emptiness, but above, as the spirit energy surged, it transformed into a boundless clear sky. The sacred mountain of Lingtai radiated a divine glow, akin to a sun adorning the heavens, seemingly connected to the central palace. Naruto. The voices of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato resonated simultaneously within Naruto's central palace, their concern evident upon their faces. As the nine-tail seal was partially lifted by Jiraiya, the chakra and residual spirit they left within the seal began to manifest. They observed the changes within Naruto's central palace, momentarily stunned by the sight before them. It was entirely different from their expectations. They had presumed that upon tearing the seal, Naruto might lose his sanity, with the Nine Tails poised to seize control of his body. Yet, what did they behold? A diminutive fox, entirely snow-white and no larger than a palm, stood alongside them. While the Nine Tails paid them no heed, concern etched upon its features as it gazed at Naruto. Was this truly the ferocious beast known for its bloodshed? Humph. You need not look at me with such expressions. I have watched Naruto grow, accompanied him in his training, far surpassing the duties of his biological parents. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, their faces suffused with shame as they lowered their heads. They had indeed failed in their parental obligations, leaving him with the latent danger of the Nine Tails. Now it was evident that Naruto had completely subdued the Nine Tails, yet this realization deepened their remorse. As Naruto faced a crisis, they found themselves powerless to assist, relegated to the sidelines, anxiously observing. Please wait for me a moment. There is a formidable adversary outside awaiting my attention. Naruto Uzumaki felt both familiar and unfamiliar with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The familiarity stemmed from his knowledge of the narrative, while the unfamiliarity arose from his lack of genuine interaction with these two figures he called parents. At that moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to confront them. From the moment Naruto urged Jiraiya to lift the seal to the instant he broke through the three barriers, the chains binding his soul remained unshackled. Yet the anguish they inflicted could no longer touch him. He had no time to assess the transformations within him, for monstrous threats lurked outside, poised to claim their lives. As Naruto surged through the three barriers, he radiated a divine luminescence, his body lifting effortlessly into the air, a sensation of immense power coursing through him. Both his spirit and corporeal form had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Ah, the essence of Sage. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. The half-man, half-woman creature ascended into the air, confronting Naruto. What essence of Sage? What are you exactly? With all 9 chakra points activated, Naruto achieved the ability to soar through the skies, free from the constraints of gravity. The Chi-Shao sword transformed into a 3-foot-long blade, engulfed in flames, hovering beside him, while the Kusanagi appeared in his grasp, suffused with spiritual energy. He gazed down upon the half-man, half-woman monstrosity with disdain. With a sweeping strike, a colossal crescent-shaped sword aura was unleashed, silently bisecting the creature. However, black mist emanated from its remnants, reconstituting it, as if Naruto's assault had been utterly futile. Undeterred, Naruto unleashed a flurry of sword energies, reducing the creature to countless fragments. Yet no matter how many pieces he cleaved, it always healed. Have you had your fun, insect? Now taste my 5-element soul lock chain. The creature remained motionless, yet the chains binding Naruto's soul began to writhe, emanating waves of elemental energy, transforming from pitch black to a spectrum of vibrant colors. A piercing agony coursed through him, reminiscent of enduring the tortures of the deepest hell. Young one, I am the master of the arcane, or you may refer to me as the Dark God. Though this is merely a fragment of my soul that has descended, you are but an insignificant insect incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Such a precious treasure is far too extravagant for you. The Kusanagi and Chi-Shao swords in Naruto's hands were ensnared by a swirling black mist, slipping from his control. He sensed their struggle and defiance within the darkness, yet the torment afflicting his soul rendered him powerless, his consciousness gradually fading into obscurity. Hinata, Shino, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizen, the Nine Tails, and the third Hokage, each familiar figure flitted through Naruto's mind. Is this the end? No, I cannot perish. There are still countless tasks left unfinished. I cannot fall here. Yet, regardless of how fiercely he fought, he could not escape the grip of the multicolored chains. Chapter 49. Whispers of the Sage Spirit in his waning moments. Familiar silhouettes passed through Naruto's consciousness. Although he had only been in this world for a little over 2 years, many had already etched themselves into his heart. The adorably innocent Hinata, the resolute and brave Wild Bamboo, the whimsical Jiraiya, the pretentious Nine Tails, the self-caring Tsunade, and the third Hokage. All these individuals have, unknowingly, become an inseparable part of him. In a haze of confusion, an ethereal and resounding voice echoed within Naruto's heart of the mountain. This voice, intermittent and elusive, resembled the whispers of celestial beings or the lamentations of deities, its meaning lost to the listener. Naruto was intimately familiar with this voice. During his exploration of the void within the public realm, he had nearly become lost in the endless abyss. And it was this very voice that guided him to successfully locate the spirit platform and enter the heart of the mountain. Now, as Naruto hovered on the brink of death, this voice returned once more. With the emergence of the voice, the 5-colored chains binding Naruto's soul began to shatter, disintegrating into fine ash that gently fell into the heart of his being. Below the heart, a previously empty void transformed as these chains turned to dust, coalescing into myriad colored specks of light. These luminous points intertwined, forming 5 small flames of varying hues that danced in the void. Eventually, as if their energy had been depleted, the flames came to rest, silently suspended in the emptiness beneath his heart. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the mountain. An ancient palace slowly ascended from the peak, shrouded in mist that obscured its full grandeur. The exterior walls were constructed of blue bricks, marked with scars from blades and weapons, becoming visible and fading with the swirling fog. The roof was adorned with glazed tiles, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, and it seemed that the mysterious voice emanated from within the palace. Impossible. How could this be? Were the immortals not long extinguished? As the voice resonated, the being who called itself the Master of Enigmas displayed an expression of sheer terror, its features a blend of masculine and feminine. It appeared to witness something profoundly horrifying, as dark blood began to seep from its features, and the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated. At this moment, Naruto found himself in a wondrous state, enveloped in a golden light that radiated warmth throughout his being. He sensed his spiritual powers surging, while simultaneously observing the creature's condition. It seemed injured. The very creature that Naruto had dismembered without inflicting a scratch was now shaken by the voice that resonated from the heart of the mountain. Yet, the voice did not reappear. Naruto attempted to replicate it. He knew how to articulate the sounds, yet not a single syllable escaped his lips. After numerous failed attempts, he concentrated all the golden light surrounding his soul into his mouth. Suddenly, a syllable emerged, akin to a thunderclap in a clear sky. A beam of golden light erupted from Naruto's mouth, striking the Master of Enigmas with a swiftness that defied comprehension, as if piercing through the fabric of space and time. No. The half-male, half-female monstrosity shrieked in agony. Upon contact with the golden light, its body composed of black mist disintegrated, and its dual-featured visage crumbled to ashes amidst the expression of terror. The enigmatic master dissipated completely into the void. After Naruto uttered that syllable, it felt as though he had drained himself entirely, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Such a height would surely lead to death, or at the very least, severe injury. Yet, Naruto found himself utterly unable to control his body. Just as Naruto was about to hit the ground, Tsunade, having regained some strength, caught him. However, due to the rapid descent, she could not hold him and was instead knocked to the ground by his weight. Dazed from the fall, Naruto felt a gentle warmth against his face. Was it an illusion? He instinctively rubbed his face against it, experiencing a sensation of softness and warmth. Bang! You little brat. Daring to touch your sister's tofu. Just as Naruto was about to indulge himself again, Tsunade abruptly sent him flying with a punch, landing squarely on Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. When Naruto had uttered that syllable, the chains binding his soul had vanished, and he had witnessed the half-male, half-female entity meet its demise at Naruto's hands. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, seeing Naruto plummet from the sky, he yearned to rise and catch him, but found himself devoid of strength, helplessly watching as Naruto fell. His heart twisted once more, only to feel relief again when Tsunade caught Naruto. But before he could fully process it, Naruto crashed onto him, leaving him exasperated. Why was he always the target of such misfortune? Watching Naruto sprawled on top of him with a foolish grin made Jiraiya want to kick him. Are you dead yet? If not, get off me. You're crushing me. Naruto shook his head, and, upon seeing the barely conscious Jiraiya and the disdainful expression on Tsunade's face, immediately understood the situation. TCH, do you think I wanted to land on you, you old pervert? After saying this, Naruto got off Jiraiya and turned to Tsunade with a flattering smile. Sister, I'm injured. I need a hug. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Tsunade shot Naruto a disdainful glance. She had only just regained some strength, and after catching Naruto, she was now heavily injured and unable to even stand. Just as she was about to reprimand him, an utterly discordant voice interrupted the moment. What a heartwarming scene. At that moment, the high priest and Yam appeared. The The high priest was barely conscious, lying in Yam's palm, while Yam's eyes, initially devoid of pupils, gradually sharpened into focus. After rotating his eyes twice, he seemed to come to life, gasping for breath as his once bulging muscles rapidly deflated. He watched Naruto with wary eyes. "You mean to say you're still alive?" Naruto was astonished that the high priest and Yam had not perished. The moment he had uttered that syllable had drained him of all his spiritual energy. While he could sense that the two dark cultists were not in good shape either. Being on the brink of exhaustion, he and his companions were hardly in better condition. With Jiraiya out of the equation, Tsunade had the regenerative ability to recover more quickly. Yet she had sustained serious injuries from catching him and was in a worse state than he was now. What could mere dark gods do to him? "The malevolent deity you hold in high regard has been vanquished by my hand. Now, it is your turn." Naruto feigned composure, attempting to intimidate the two adversaries. He stood frozen in place, fearful that any movement might lead to his collapse. "Ha. Quite the act, little brat. Almost had me fooled." Sean advanced cautiously, preparing to strike at Naruto, yet the latter remained immobile. This probing step allowed Sean to discern Naruto's true condition. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade struggled on the ground, unable to rise, and Shizune was of no consequence. Sean, still capable of action, found the four of them utterly defenseless before him, mere prey to his whims. Chapter 50. A transformation in Konoha. After enduring numerous trials, Naruto had finally succeeded in driving away the malevolent deity, but before he could revel in his triumph, they found themselves ensnared in peril once more. The two remnants of the cult were still alive. The high priest lay, barely clinging to life, posing little threat. Yet Sean continued his advance, step by deliberate step, towards Naruto. "Very well, you have triumphed. However, I am curious. What vendetta have we with the cult that warrants your desire to slay us? Could you enlighten me before my demise?" Once Sean had penetrated Naruto's fade, the latter ceased his pretense, sinking to the ground to recover his strength through controlled breathing. Upon observing that Sean and the high priest were not yet deceased, Naruto swiftly communicated with the small tree within him, which was diligently supplying him with vitality. However, the tree conveyed that even consuming its fruits would only mend his soul's frailty gradually. It could not be restored instantaneously as physical wounds could. Therefore, Naruto resolved to stall for time. "Ha. I know you are merely buying time, but what difference does it make? Do you truly believe your quartet can turn the tide?" Sean cautiously continued his approach, each step taken with meticulous care, revealing his own diminished fighting capacity. He was probing Naruto, wary that the latter might be luring him closer deliberately. "The elders of Konoha are willing to pay a handsome price for Tsunade's life. As for you and Jiraiya, you were never on our list. Blame your misfortune for being in her company." As Sean spoke, he closed the distance to Naruto, suddenly producing a dagger that he pressed against Naruto's throat. "Ha. It seems you are indeed rendered immobile. You are the first to survive the malevolent deity's rite in history. I am intrigued as to how you achieved this." As Sean rifled through Naruto's belongings, appearing to seek something, Naruto declared, "You desire my sword? It is that very blade which allowed me to endure the malevolent deity's rite. Yet it resides within my consciousness now. Should you take my life, you shall never lay claim to it. Hand over the sword, and I may grant you a swifter end." Shan's painted visage betrayed no emotion as he applied pressure, causing a gash to open on Naruto's neck. "What benefits has Danzo bestowed upon you? I can offer you the same recompense." Naruto's spiritual energy had begun to recover slightly. With just a bit more time, he could summon Chishia to eliminate Sean. "Ha. It is of no consequence to share this, as our saintess holds a profound interest in the Uchiha clan. Danzo has promised us the corpses of all the Uchiha, along with 3,000 souls." That wretched old man. Naruto's fury ignited at the thought. For those 3,000 souls represent 3,000 lives. This insane creature, Danzo, in his relentless pursuit of the Hokage position, has conspired with the followers of the Dark Deity and seeks to slaughter 3,000 individuals for them. This fiend shall inevitably bring ruin to the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade, who had been continuously employing the creation rebirth technique, had regained some strength. Upon hearing that Danzo was behind this, her anger reached a boiling point. However, before she could voice her indignation, daggers hurled by Yamato pinned her hands and feet. "Tsunade, are you alright?" shouted Jiraiya. Witnessing Naruto's throat being threatened by a blade and Tsunade restrained by 4 daggers. "Bastard, come at me instead. What kind of coward picks on women and children?" Just then, with a pained cry, he too was rendered immobile by 4 daggers. I will personally end you. Yamato glared menacingly at Jiraiya and turned back to Naruto, continuing, hand over the sword, or I shall slay them both before savoring you piece by piece. Rest assured, you will remain conscious throughout until I devour your very brain. Yamato licked his lips, his expression grotesque as he bared 2 rows of sharp, darkened teeth, slowly leaning toward Naruto. As his teeth neared Naruto's neck, an inexplicable halt occurred. Naruto had braced for the worst, but it seemed as if Yamato had been struck by an invisible pause button. It was an illusion. Though Naruto could not discern who had cast the Jinjutsu on Yamato, he recognized this as an opportune moment to strike. Seizing the chance, he snatched the dagger from Yamato's hand and thrust it with all his might into Yamato's skull. Blood splattering across Naruto's face as the blade pierced through his chin and out the top of his head, causing the colossal figure to topple slowly. Once more, we meet. Naruto. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto looked up to see a man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by an animal mask, approaching slowly. Who but Itachi could it be? Instantly, relief washed over Naruto upon recognizing Itachi. He had feared the emergence of yet another foe, and if that were the case, he would rather succumb to Yamato's hands than endure this torturous predicament any longer. The ordeal had nearly driven him to the brink of a heart attack. Naruto felt a profound trust in Itachi, for he was utterly loyal to the Hidden Leaf Village, a true ally. As he relaxed, Naruto suddenly recalled the inexplicable objects in the possession of the 2 individuals, leading him to surmise that they must possess spatial artifacts for storage. He rummaged through Yamato's body, but found nothing of value until he caught a glimpse of a pitch-black ring adorning Yamato's hand. Could it be a spatial ring? Fortune smiles upon me. Stars danced before Naruto's eyes as he eagerly began to pry the ring from Yamato's hand. While his own dimension could also store items, it would be impractical to fill it with pots, pans, foul socks, and stinky shoes. A spatial ring for carrying personal belongings would be nothing short of a blessing. However, he currently remains in a feeble condition, his face flushed as he exhausts all his strength, yet fails to pry the ring from the mountain man's hand. Itachi, come help me. Itachi, who was in the midst of rescuing Jiraiya and Tsunade, felt a wave of frustration. Was Naruto truly so greedy? He did not spare even the belongings of the deceased. He extracted the dagger that pinned down Jiraiya and Tsunade and performed rudimentary bandaging on them. It was utterly bizarre. Despite their dire state, these 2 were still alive. Approaching the mountain man and the high priest, Itachi noted that the high priest's heart had been slashed open, blood nearly drained, while the mountain man had been pierced through the skull by Naruto's blade, yet both still exhibited signs of life. Itachi swiftly removed the ring from the mountain man's finger and tossed it to Naruto, who caught it as if it were a precious treasure. Initially, he had witnessed the mountain man extracting a stone imbued with potent spiritual energy from the ring. Surely, there were many treasures contained within. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Itachi felt a renewed exasperation. What shall we do with them? The old man should also possess a ring. Remove that from me first. Itachi found himself questioning his life choices, as Naruto, despite his formidable strength, lacked any semblance of a true warrior's dignity, treating the act of killing and looting as though it were perfectly acceptable. Reluctantly, he stripped the old man of his ring and tossed it to Naruto. With both rings in hand, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, storing them within the confines of Mount Fangs, intending to refine them once their souls recovered. Eager to discover what treasures lay within. To utterly eradicate these 2, they must be turned to ashes, otherwise, even dismembering them would not ensure their demise. Itachi furrowed his brow, choosing not to follow Naruto's suggestion, instead looking to Jiraiya and Tsunade for their decision. Even if reduced to ash, I shall not perish. I will be reborn under the divine power of the Dark God. At this moment, the high priest, who had been feigning death, began to panic. How could this young boy know such things? He had planned to endure a couple of strikes and then feign death, waiting for his allies to rescue him, thus preserving his own life. However, Naruto's declaration of turning them to ash shattered his plan. Thank you, Itachi. Let us proceed as Naruto suggests. These 2 are followers of the Dark God, possessing immortality and steeped in malevolence, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocents. Their deaths are of no consequence. Jiraiya, lying on the ground, spoke weakly to Itachi, while Tsunade nodded in agreement. The wickedness of these 2 was beyond measure, and reducing them to ashes was hardly excessive. Crucially, without such measures, they could not be killed. With the approval of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Itachi swiftly dragged the two men to a distant location. Shortly thereafter, thick smoke billowed upwards. Ahaha, we shall not die. We will embrace the dark god. He will not let you escape. The high priest and the mountain man roared madly amidst the flames, slowly being consumed until they were reduced to ashes. Itachi, how did you end up here? Naruto questioned, perplexed by Itachi's sudden appearance at the border of the land of fire. If he was here on a mission, what a remarkable coincidence it was. 2 days ago, the Hokage received alarming news. Over 1,000 residents of Ishikawa town had mysteriously perished. We arrived under the Hokage's orders to investigate, and after uncovering some clues, I pursued the trail to the vicinity. Upon hearing commotion, I rushed over and discovered you all. Over 1,000 souls. It must have been those two fiends behind this atrocity, utterly despicable. In a fit of rage, Jiraiya struck the ground with his fist, momentarily forgetting his injury, and winced in pain, tears streaming down his face. How many of you came? Upon hearing Itachi's account, Naruto was suddenly seized by a foreboding sense of dread. This incident was far too grave and bizarre. Over 1,000 lives had turned to desiccated corpses overnight, and nearly all of our Anbu were mobilized. This is dire. The third Hokage is in peril. Both Naruto and Tsunade's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 51. The 9 Orifices Unleashed, Soaring Through the Skies. What are you talking about? Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, they were discussing the strange deaths in Ishikawa town, and now the third Hokage was in danger. He found it difficult to piece everything together. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with disdain. Master, how many times must I tell you to refrain from writing those frivolous novels like Heavenly Affection and Fiery Violence? Writing such nonsense too often is detrimental to your intellect. How dare you speak to your master like that, you little brat? That's called art, do you understand? Art, Jiraiya retorted. Both Naruto and Tsunade rolled their eyes in unison. Ignoring Jiraiya, Naruto continued. The mysterious deaths of over 1,000 people can undoubtedly be attributed to the High Priest and Yamano. Their motives for this massacre are twofold. 1. To use those souls as offerings to the enigmatic deity they refer to as the evil god, summoning a fragment of its essence to descend. After a brief pause, Naruto turned to Itachi. The other motive is to strategically remove the core forces surrounding the Hokage. That makes sense. Jiraiya nodded, then inquired, and then? Naruto covered his forehead, feeling exasperated that Jiraiya still did not grasp the gravity of the situation despite his clear explanation. At this moment, Tsunade could no longer contain her frustration. Are you an idiot? Jiraiya, the two individuals from the evil god cult were hired by Danzo to assassinate me. Danzo does not want me to inherit the position of Hokage. He simultaneously sends people to kill me while diverting the Hokage's core forces. What do you think Danzo's intentions are? Danzo is plotting a rebellion. Jiraiya and Itachi exclaimed in unison. At this point, Jiraiya finally comprehended the situation. Itachi had initially been unaware that these two were sent by Danzo, so he too had been perplexed about how the Hokage could be in danger. Upon hearing Naruto and Tsunade's explanation, a cold sweat broke out on Itachi. Nearly all the Anbu, loyal to the third Hokage, had been dispatched, leaving the Hokage vulnerable. If Danzo chose this moment to rebel, he could very well succeed. Itachi, quickly inform all Anbu members stationed outside to return to Konoha at once. We must support the third Hokage. Tsunade summoned a slug and instructed it to split off a smaller slug to give to Itachi, saying, "Present this as my command." The Anbu should recognize the slug. Understood. Itachi replied and swiftly departed with the slug in hand. I will tend to your wounds first. We must hasten our return to the village and ascertain the current situation. After arranging matters with Itachi, Tsunade first checked Shizun's condition. She discovered that Shizun's soul was primarily wounded, and she had no effective means to treat it. However, she sensed that Shizun was on the path to recovery. Casting a meaningful glance at Naruto, she refrained from further questioning. Meanwhile, Naruto had not been idle. They had all suffered a soul attack from the Master of Secrets. The spiritual injuries were beyond Tsunade's capabilities to heal. Thus, after regaining some mental strength, he promptly infused the three of them with the essence of a small mystical tree. In truth, Tsunade had sensed something amiss when Jiraiya had been poisoned last time, yet she had refrained from questioning Naruto. Bashfully scratching his head, Naruto wasn't he intentionally hiding things from Tsunade. It was simply a matter he felt uncomfortable discussing. Well, this is a long story. In short, I discovered a miraculous little tree within the collapsed mountain of a mine. Its essence can heal both spiritual and physical wounds. Just keep this to yourself. Do not reveal it to anyone else. Tsunade shot a reproachful glare at Naruto. She was well aware that he harbored many secrets, yet she never pried, fully understanding the wisdom of keeping one's wealth discreet. A warmth spread through Naruto. Tsunade was exceptionally skilled in medical ninjutsu and had devoted herself to this field. The fact that she remained unfazed upon learning of his treasure that could heal soul wounds, advising him to keep it hidden, spoke volumes. Sister, I believe we should focus on recuperation. We are all injured, and if we rush back, we wouldn't be of any assistance even if we arrived. Besides, I have a swift method to return to Konoha once I recover. What method? Can you fly? Tsunade's words trailed off as she realized that she had just witnessed Naruto soaring into the sky to vanquish the evil deity. This boy seemed to embody an endless array of secrets, inciting her curiosity. Hehe, don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Naruto began to boast. Speak plainly. Before Tsunade could take action, Jiraiya, who had long found her annoying, acted first. Bang. Who allowed you to hit my brother? Tsunade had initially intended to give Naruto a light reprimand, but Jiraiya's preemptive strike displeased her, prompting her to retaliate against Jiraiya. Only I can hit my brother. No one else is allowed. I am also his teacher. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's fierce expression and swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Serves you right for hitting me. Naruto chuckled to himself, but he did not linger on the matter. He explained, I have now opened all 9 orifices and can achieve aerial flight using my spiritual energy. Naruto had reached this point through his own exploration, facing numerous challenges along the way, and now he had made some progress. Upon opening all 9 orifices, he discovered his ability to fly, and as long as his spiritual energy and mental strength were sufficient, he could also fly with a sword. However, he needed to carry all 3 of them, otherwise, the energy consumption would be minimal if it were just him. After speaking, Naruto began to channel his spiritual energy, slowly ascending into the sky. His mental strength had not yet fully recovered, so he only managed to fly around once before landing. Jiraiya and Tsunade were left utterly astonished. Both had practiced the Chi Ninja style, yet Jiraiya had only just awakened his 3 danshins, while Tsunade had trained for an even shorter duration, merely achieving the initial stage of Chi absorption. Accustomed to battling with Chakra, they found the early stages of Chi Ninja style, primarily focused on absorbing spiritual energy and nurturing the body, quite limited in practical application. Consequently, they had regarded Chi Ninja style as merely a supplementary training method for Chakra, as its practice had enhanced both their physical and mental energies, which are essential for chakra extraction. However, witnessing Naruto's extraordinary feats transformed their perspective entirely, leading them to place immense value on Chi Ninja. The mere ability to soar freely through the skies is a dream cherished by countless souls. Naruto, why is my progress in training so sluggish while you advance at such a remarkable pace? Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. He believed his own training period had been substantial, and although he occasionally faltered in pursuit of material for his writings, the sight of Naruto's rapid improvement caused him to question whether he had erred in some way. Master, training must be a gradual process. One cannot rush it, lest one falls into obsession. It has taken me over 2 years to achieve my current level, and moreover, the 9 tails within me continuously provides an abundance of spiritual energy. How long have you been training? By the way, is everything alright since you released the seal on the 9 tails? Jiraiya asked with concern. There are no issues. I have become quite good friends with Kurama, Naruto responded, though his brow furrowed slightly as he recalled his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who awaited him within. He felt uncertain about how to confront them. What's wrong? Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's troubled expression, grew anxious, fearing there was some issue. Nothing. Naruto shook his head, unwilling to divulge this matter to Jiraiya, as he felt it would serve no purpose. Personal matters must be resolved independently. By the way, Master, the previous sequence for Chi Ninja training was incorrect and requires adjustment. After breaking through the 3 barriers, Naruto realized the prior training order was flawed. It was correct to open the central palace before proceeding, but after that, one should first accumulate spiritual energy to open the Yin orifice, followed by breaking through the 3 barriers, and finally, the Yang orifice. Upon opening the central palace, he had ventured into the boundless void to explore the Yang orifice, and had it not been for the guidance of that mysterious voice, He might have become eternally lost in the infinite expanse. What was that enigmatic voice, and who had uttered it? Naruto exerted all his spiritual power to barely mimic the first syllable, failing to articulate it fully. Yet, that fleeting syllable had obliterated a fragment of the mysterious Master's soul. Additionally, within his spiritual realm, a palace shrouded in mist had emerged. Upon hearing the mysterious voice, the Master had remarked that immortals had long been extinguished. Was it possible that the palace within the realm housed an immortal? Contemplating this notion sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. After all, it resided within his own body. If someone inhabited that space, how had they entered? What were their intentions? The very thought was too daunting to fathom. Chapter 52. Parents. The more Naruto pondered, the more terrifying it became. The complexity within oneself is already profound. With the Nine Tails and his parents, one could almost gather a full table for mahjong. Now, there is a high possibility that some ethereal spirit resides within as well. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, I have successfully subdued the Nine Tails. If indeed there exists any terrifying entity within, it would likely pose no threat to me at present. If its intent were malevolent, I would have perished long ago. With the seal of the Nine Tails completely undone, its energy now dissipates within the central palace. While the Nine Tails exists in a spectral state on my Mount of Moments, this miniature Nine Tails, no larger than a palm, possesses a certain charm. Following Naruto's suggestion, the four of us resolved to rest and tend to our wounds before making our way back to Konoha. Yukine has also regained consciousness, and Naruto imparted the Chi Ninja flow to her. Although she may not master it immediately, her combat abilities have been notably weak, and this training will surely enhance her strength. Kurama, you are truly adorable. Seizing the opportunity during our respite, Naruto ventured into the Mount of Moments. The Nine Tails, however, ignored him, sulking in a corner, likely displeased by the conversation with Naruto's parents. Uzumaki Kushina's voice trembled as she hesitated, yearning to touch her son, whom she had longed for, yet recoiled in fear. In her current residual spirit form, she could not shed tears. Otherwise, she might have already wept uncontrollably. Witnessing Kushina's sorrow, Naruto felt a pang of compassion. There was no right or wrong to be debated here. They were individuals who would selflessly sacrifice for their village, the embodiment of true righteousness. Even if they had foreseen the myriad injustices Naruto would face after their demise, they would likely have made the same choice. Mother, please do not be sad. I know you and father are the great heroes of Konoha. Although I have not had your companionship, everyone has treated me well, and I have made many good friends. I have always taken pride in you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina was overcome with even greater sorrow, unable to meet his gaze as she crouched down, burying her head in her arms and weeping. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, watched Kushina, who was sobbing inconsolably, feeling his own heartache. The Nine Tails had shared with them the various hardships Naruto faced in his youth. At that moment, Minato wished fervently for Naruto to express his anger, to scold or even strike him, as it would bring him some solace. Yet, Naruto's understanding nature was heart-wrenching. He never spoke of his loneliness or the disdain he faced from the villagers, instead comforting them. Naruto, I understand that as your father, I have no right to apologize, but I must still express my remorse. We brought you into this world without fulfilling our duties and responsibilities as parents, and regardless of our reasons. That should never have been your burden. Father, there is no need for guilt. I am truly well. You have seen how kind Granny Tsunade and Jiraiya-sensei have been to me. They care for me deeply. Though you and mother missed my earlier growth, you will not miss any more of my life, will you? Our family of three is reunited now, isn't it? Please, Naruto, allow your mother to see you properly. Kushina Uzumaki rose and approached Naruto, her gaze filled with affection and concern. Although both of them existed in a spiritual state and could not physically touch one another, she trembled as she gently caressed Naruto's cheek, fearful that any sudden movement might cause him to vanish from her sight. In truth, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Kushina and Minato, Naruto had embraced them as family. The profound sense of connection, that unwavering gaze filled with care, was a sentiment only parents possess. Every parent in the world, regardless of their child's age or accomplishments, maintains an unchanging love, silently worrying from behind and demanding nothing in return. Oh dear, I cannot endure this any longer. I shall take my leave, grumbled the Nine Tails, who had been sulking nearby. However, in an effort to maintain his imposing demeanor, he stood tall and strode away, muttering to himself, how could I? who have navigated the ninja world for so many years, possibly shed tears. A soft chuckle escaped Kushina's lips at the sight of the Ninetales retreat. How wonderful. Naruto, could you share with your mother how you have fared over the years? Although the Ninetales had provided a rough overview, he had not been consistently attentive to Naruto's life. Kushina was eager to learn every detail of Naruto's experiences, wishing to reclaim all that she had missed. Naruto nodded and began recounting his journey over the years. While various emotions played across Kushina's face, worry, anxiety, and moments of joyous laughter, Minato, though silent, listened intently, embodying the steadfastness of a mountain. His quiet demeanor did not diminish the depth of his love, which was no less than that of his wife. The three of them shared a harmonious moment within the confines of the small mountain, exchanging heartfelt stories. After Naruto finished recounting his experiences, Kushina shared many tales of their lives, from the land of whirlpools to Konoha, and when she spoke of Naruto's birth, her emotions overwhelmed her, bringing her to tears once more. Mother, what is your and father's current state? Naruto, wishing to spare Kushina from sorrow, quickly shifted the topic. Moreover, he sensed that their figures were gradually becoming more translucent. We are merely remnants of spiritual energy sealed within the Nine Tails, Minato explained, sharing a knowing glance with Kushina. They had chosen to leave this spiritual essence within Naruto as a safeguard against the Nine Tails. Yet, they had not anticipated Naruto's exceptional abilities. Not only had he subdued the Nine Tails, but he had also pioneered a new form of training known as the Chakra flow, which filled them with pride and contentment. Naruto, though it pains us to part, it is time for our farewell. Seeing your growth brings us peace, Minato and Kushina rose, smiling down at Naruto as their figures began to fade. Father, mother, what is happening? Why is this occurring? As he watched their forms gradually dissolve into nothingness, Naruto's anxiety escalated. As long as you do not exhaust your chakra, you should be able to remain, he exclaimed in desperation. Naruto, there is no need for you to feel sorrow for us. We have long departed from this world. What remains now is merely the manifestation of the spiritual energy left behind by the past. When the seal of the Nine Tails was broken, the chakra we left behind was entirely consumed by your essence. This place is truly extraordinary, allowing our spiritual energy to endure for such an extended period. Witnessing your growth brings us no regrets. As the two figures spoke, their forms gradually faded, unable to communicate further with Naruto. Both wore smiles that belied a profound sense of reluctance, their eyes reflecting deep sorrow, until they completely vanished within the confines of Mount Fongsuan. No. How could this be? How can it be so? You have yet to see me grow up. You still need to hold my wedding. Suddenly faced with this unforeseen change, Naruto found himself at a loss. In his plans, Minato and Kushina were meant to remain by his side, and he had hoped to find a way to revive them in the future. However, he never anticipated that their chakra would be consumed, leaving only a wisp of spiritual energy. Though they had just reunited, the bond of kinship was etched in their very blood. As he watched their figures slowly dissipate, a torrent of emotions surged within him, grief, helplessness, and an overwhelming sense of loss, leaving Naruto utterly disoriented. Naruto, they seemed to have entered that palace. The miniature Nine Tails had unknowingly approached Naruto, its gaze fixed intently upon the palace. But what good would it do to enter? They will never return. Naruto was disheartened. He had believed he could keep the remnants of Minato and Kushina's souls within himself and eventually find a way to restore them. Now, however, they had completely vanished. I wish to enter as well. The Nine Tails gazed longingly at the palace, as if something within beckoned it, compelling it to step forward. Upon hearing the Nine Tails' words, Naruto snapped back to reality. Kurama, will you also disappear? The energy of the Nine Tails had now fully merged with his being, and considering his parents' fate, it seemed likely that Kurama could also dissipate. I do not know, but since arriving here, the palace has been drawing me in. I wish to see what lies within. With that, the Nine Tails began to walk step by step toward the palace. Kurama, come back. Naruto, still engulfed in the sadness of parting with his parents, had hardly absorbed the Nine Tails' words. But as he witnessed Kurama advancing toward the palace, clarity returned to him. This palace had appeared within Mount Fongsuan, and he had yet to explore it. He was unaware of what it contained. Having just lost his parents, he could not bear to lose Kurama as well. The Nine Tails did not turn back, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's cries, and continued into the mist. As Kurama entered, the shroud enveloping the palace parted slightly, revealing a sign that flickered in and out of view amidst the fog. inscribed with the words Hall of Reincarnation. Chapter 53. Soul Cursed Despite Naruto's Pleas. The Ninetales stepped into the enigmatic palace. As it approached, the mist that cloaked the palace receded, unveiling the sign etched with the formidable characters of Hall of Reincarnation. The lettering bold and powerful, reminiscent of iron and silver. The grand palace gates were adorned with intricate carvings of two majestic beasts, resembling both lions and tigers, exuding an air of formidable power and lifelike presence. Flanking the entrance were inscriptions depicting the cycles of yin and yang, life and death. In the 6 realms of reincarnation, the living are the progenitors of the deceased, while the dead herald the genesis of the living. With a thunderous rumble, as the Ninetales approached, the towering palace gates creaked open slightly, revealing an even denser mist within. The Ninetales cast a glance back at Naruto before leaping into the ethereal abyss. "Naruto," he called, hastily pursuing, yet as he drew near, the enveloping mist surged forth once more, completely shrouding the palace of reincarnation and isolating Naruto outside. Before the mist, he found himself utterly immobilized. As though he had reached the world's end, the mist served as an impenetrable barrier, severing his connection to the palace. He wielded the Chakra sword in a desperate attempt to cleave through it, but the mist remained unchanged, as if it existed beyond this realm. Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of his parents and the Ninetales entering the palace. Could it be that they had all succumbed to reincarnation? If they had indeed been reborn, he feared he might never see them again. What exactly was the palace of reincarnation? Why had it manifested within his consciousness, completely eluding his control and barring his entrance? The mist loomed like a spatial veil, isolating him from the sanctum. After several futile attempts to breach the fog, he reluctantly surrendered. It seemed that Danzo had likely initiated a coup, leaving the Hokage faction in a precarious state. His immediate priority was to recuperate and hasten back to Konoha for support, hoping it was not too late. Suddenly, he recalled having seized 2 rings. The cult of the evil deity appeared to be adept in soul-related sorcery. Perhaps these rings contained something that could aid in the restoration of his spirit. Clutching the rings, he focused his spiritual awareness and discovered within them entities resembling soul imprints. Concentrating his mental energy, he eradicated these marks, causing the space within the rings to materialize before Naruto's eyes. The interior was modest, roughly a meter square, and remarkably clean. Within it lay 3 stones resembling white jade and a dagger, the only occupants of the space. Examining the dagger closely, he discerned it was no artifact of power, merely an ordinary dagger akin to those he had seen in the recent past. The 3 stone-like gems radiated an intense spiritual aura, and Naruto sensed that the energy contained within one of the stones nearly rivaled a third of the Ninetales' tail. The potency of this spiritual essence was astonishingly rich. In comparison, the High Priest's spatial ring was replete with treasures, nearly overflowing within its meter-square confines. Among the riches were gold and silver coins, and the small silver bell belonging to the High Priest, which could summon the Lord of Secrets and was notorious for its wickedness. Naruto contemplated destroying it, yet the material of the bell proved impervious, as neither the Chakra sword nor the grass cone sword could mar its surface. After a futile flurry of strikes, he ceased his efforts and resumed his search through the High Priest's spatial ring. With an abundance of gold and silver, Naruto feared he might never exhaust their supply in a lifetime. Among the treasures were also 2 books titled The Intimate Heaven and The Intimate Violence. Confirming that the High Priest had indeed spoken the truth, he was, without doubt, a fervent bibliophile. Naruto set the book aside and continued his search, discovering a palm-sized black box amidst the treasure trove. The box was intricately carved with mysterious patterns and secured with a lock. As Naruto probed into it with his consciousness, he found himself thwarted. It seemed the black box could effectively shield against such scrutiny. Even within his spatial ring, it remained locked. Could it contain something of extraordinary value? With his Chakra sword, Naruto struck at the lock, only to find it unyielding. However, unlike the bell, a dent was formed on the locked tongue after several strikes. He continued to hack away, and after dozens of blows, the lock finally yielded. Upon opening the box, he discovered 3 small vials and a booklet. The cover of the booklet was a deep crimson, adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. Emblazoned across the cover in ancient script were the imposing characters for Soul Spell, pinned with a vigorous stroke that conveyed an ineffable authority. Surrounding the text were various enigmatic sigils, the meanings of which escaped Naruto. As he opened the booklet, the first illustration that graced his eyes depicted a swirling mass of black mist resembling flames, which appeared to be burning. Gazing at it for too long made one feel as though their very soul could be ensnared. Shaking his head, Naruto averted his gaze and turned the pages. Where the opening lines of the soul spell greeted him, the soul is innate, temporarily residing in the flesh. Refining the soul with the essence of the 5 elements allows for transformation, while the refinement through the dual energies of yin and yang transcends the corporeal form. Upon careful reading, Naruto realized it was a method for soul cultivation. The originator of this technique believed that the soul was inherently born, merely dwelling in the body for a time. Through the tempering of the 5 elemental essences, one could gain various supernatural abilities, and through the refining of the dual energies, one could detach from the physical body, ultimately transcending into a new life form. Following the section on soul refining were chapters on calming the soul, nurturing the soul, summoning the soul, and honoring the soul, each accompanied by intricate sigils and spells. The subsequent content appeared to be newly inscribed, with handwriting markedly different from the earlier passages, detailing numerous spells akin to those of a malevolent cult, including blood sacrifices, divine summonings, and soul chains. The silver bell was also mentioned. It was called the soul refining bell and could wield various spells in conjunction with different sigils, such as calming, nurturing, and refining spells, enhancing their potency when cast through the bell. Upon closer inspection, Naruto found that the earlier portions of the text contained legitimate techniques for strengthening one's soul through cultivation. However, the creator of this method viewed the physical body as a burden to be ultimately discarded, a notion Naruto found hard to accept. Though some aspects were indeed worthy of contemplation, the latter sections, however, took a sinister turn, revealing how the cult sought to rapidly amplify their power through the sacrificial refinement of other souls to bolster their own, clearly indicating that these individuals had strayed down a dark path alongside the enigmatic master. The incantations inscribed in the booklet, such as the soul requiem and soul nurturing spells, are potent sorceries aimed at healing the soul. Employing these spells necessitates the expenditure of soul energy, and one must possess a profound mastery of the intricate sigils to swiftly delineate them with soul power. This level of control is paramount, allowing the spells to be cast on oneself or others. Naruto endeavored to cast the soul-nurturing spell on Tsunade, but faltered, unable to materialize the sigil. Subsequently, he refrained from further attempts and instead turned his gaze to 3 small vials. Lifting one of them, he noticed it was labeled Soul Refining Pill, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, upon uncorking the vial, his expression shifted to one of horror. Inside lay a pure white pill, and through his spiritual perception, he could sense countless souls wailing within. The notion of refining souls into pills was indeed grotesque. He hastily resealed the vial and cast it aside. The other 2 vials were labeled Soul Nurturing Pill and Soul Requiem Pill, each containing a dozen or so pills. These appeared far more benign. As soon as he opened the cap, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, Naruto discovered these pills were concocted from herbs, which put his mind at ease. He resolved to test the pills himself, consuming one each of the Soul Nurturing and Soul Requiem pills, subsequently experiencing a remarkable acceleration in his soul's restoration. These 2 pills proved to be genuinely beneficial. He hurriedly distributed the Soul Nurturing and Soul Requiem pills to Jiraiya and others, then handed the booklet containing the soul incantations to Tsunade. Soul incantations. What are these? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she accepted the booklet. Haven't you been pondering how to heal the wounds of the soul? This contains relevant information, along with methods to enhance one's soul. You all can take a look, but remember to return it to me afterward. Naruto initially intended to give both the booklet and the silver bell to Tsunade. However, considering her current cultivation level was merely at the initial stage, she had yet to develop her spiritual awareness. Although she could wield the bell, without refining it, its true potential would remain untapped. Most importantly, Naruto feared that bestowing such powerful items upon Tsunade might attract calamity, for both the silver bell and the booklet were extraordinary, and the evil god sect would likely not relinquish them easily. Really? Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she opened the booklet, with Jiraiya and Shizen converging to join her, all 3 engrossed in their examination. Meanwhile, Naruto sat nearby in meditation, combining the essence of the small tree spirit pills with breathing techniques, feeling a swift recovery approaching. Chapter 54. The Prelude to War. That night, a gentle drizzle fell upon Konoha village, where most inhabitants had already retired for the evening, leaving only a few flickering lights to pierce the tranquility. On the surface, Konoha appeared serene. However, beneath this veneer lay a turbulent undercurrent, thick with foreboding. At the roots of Konoha, Danzo sat quietly in his dimly lit office, the shadows enveloping him as a knock echoed from the door. "Enter," with his command. The door creaked open, revealing a masked ninja who bowed in silence as he entered. "Is there still no sign from the Uchiha clan?" Danzo's voice resonated in the darkness. "The members of the Uchiha clan have gathered within their estate, yet no activity has been reported." The masked ninja's voice was devoid of any emotion, resembling that of a cold, unfeeling automaton. "Has the message been dispatched?" "It has been sent." "Very well. Inform all members of the root. Under no circumstances shall there be any action without my command tonight, regardless of what transpires in the village." The masked ninja nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart. In the dimly lit chamber, the heavy sound of Danzo's footsteps echoed, accompanied by his murmured words, "Uchiha Fugaku. Do not let me down. I truly wish to avoid resorting to the Akatsuki unless absolutely necessary." Suddenly, a rumble of thunder split the night sky, illuminating the entirety of Konoha and casting a stark light upon Danzo's clouded visage. Within the Uchiha clan's residence, nearly all members of the Uchiha clan, save for the elderly, weak, and children, had gathered. Over 100 individuals stood silently in the hall, their eyes fixed upon Uchiha Fugaku, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. "When will the clan leader take action?" broke the silence, as Uchiha Ino voiced his eagerness and excitement, his gaze locked onto Fugaku, as if to suggest that with a mere word from him, he could lay waste to the entire village of Konoha. "Ina, is the intelligence reliable?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his expression grave and solemn. "Rest assured, leader. I have been monitoring Itachi closely. I witnessed his departure from the village, and numerous Umbu members have also left. Furthermore, I have learned from the root that the situation in Ishikawa town is exceedingly dire, with nearly all Umbu and root operatives mobilized. Konoha is currently at its most vulnerable. Indeed, leader, what are you hesitating for? This is the optimal moment for a coup. Should we miss this opportunity, we may very well be left with no choice but to await our demise." Uchiha Te joined in, urging the others to support the uprising. "Allow me a moment to contemplate." Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his temples, his brow furrowing deeply. He was a man of considerable caution. He had kept the awakening of his Manjikyu Sharingan a secret from the outside world. He understood the precarious position of the Uchiha clan, realizing that they had no path left but rebellion. Even if his clansmen withdrew from Konoha's power center, the higher-ups would not spare them. Originally, the presence of Uchiha Shursui, coupled with his own 2 Manjikyu Sharingan, would have significantly increased the chances of a successful coup. However, following Shursui's death, he had chosen to remain in the shadows. His son, Itachi, had awakened his own Manjikyu Sharingan, yet Fugaku had never foreseen that his son would align himself with Konoha, leaving him in a precarious position. Now, with the Hokage's power waning and Itachi absent from the village, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, yet he worried it might be a trap to draw them out. After much contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku stood resolutely, his determination evident as he gazed down upon the assembled crowd. "Clansmen, Konoha's desire to see our demise remains unquenched. The Uchiha clan has no retreat left. We have reached a point where resistance is our only recourse. Let us cause a transformation in this night of Konoha." The thunder rumbled once more. As if heaven itself endorsed Uchiha Fugaku's decision, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky the moment he finished speaking, followed by a resounding thunder that altered the very atmosphere. "Uchiha shall prevail." The fervor surged within the Uchiha clan. Each member, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, clenched their fists with flushed faces brimming with excitement. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand to quell the clan's cheers, instructing Itahiko, "Take 3 squads to restrain the intelligence and medical departments. Tetsuhiko, lead 2 squads with me to swiftly neutralize the guards at the Hokage building and seize control. The remaining members will hold off any reinforcements from Konoha." As the rain intensified, Uchiha Fugaku's orders were executed, with clan members dispersing in organized formations. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by 2 squads, exited the hall. He cast a glance at Sasuke and Uchiha Makoto's room before resolutely turning and vanishing into the deluge. With their departure, the Uchiha residence fell eerily silent. Sasuke emerged slowly from behind a rockery, already aware of his father's intentions. At that moment, his young heart grappled with profound turmoil. His father and clansmen were rebelling. What should I do? His face a mask of panic, he hurried to his mother, Uchiha Makoto's room. Mother, what about father and the others? Uchiha Makoto, maintaining her composure, interrupted him. My child, your father has no choice. Konoha can no longer accommodate the Uchiha clan. Why? Sasuke struggled to comprehend how Konoha could reject the Uchiha. Uchiha Makoto gently stroked his head, explaining, these matters cannot be easily articulated. You will understand when you grow older. She implored Sasuke, no matter what happens, you must live on. Suddenly, with a swift strike, Uchiha Makoto knocked Sasuke unconscious, murmuring, forgive me, Sasuke. Until we know the outcome, it is safer for you to leave the village. After Sasuke collapsed, two individuals entered the room. One approached and hoisted Sasuke onto his back, while the other turned to Uchiha Makoto and urged, Madam, you should come with us. Uchiha Makoto shook her head calmly. I will wait here for Fugaku. If he does not return, I shall follow him. I entrust Sasuke to you, she added. After a moment of hesitation, the two men carried Sasuke away, unaware that a figure in a swirling mask had been silently observing from the rooftop. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his affairs in the office, habitually reaching for his pipe for a few puffs. He gazed out at the storm, the lightning flashing and thunder roaring, a frown creasing his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he called out toward the door, Kakashi, do we have any news of Naruto and the others? Silence enveloped the doorway. Receiving no response, the third Hokage approached the entrance, only to find Kakashi leaning against the door, seemingly asleep. Just as he was about to rouse Kakashi, the latter sprang into action, launching a shuriken aimed directly at the third Hokage's chest. Kakashi is one of the most trusted individuals of the third Hokage, serving as his bodyguard without any suspicion from the Hokage. However, the third Hokage's reaction is remarkably swift, just as a shuriken is about to pierce his heart. He seizes Kakashi's arm, preventing the weapon from advancing. Mangeki Sharingan, Jinjutsu. The third locks his gaze on Kakashi's eyes, where a large windmill pattern is evident, indicating that he has fallen under the control of the Sharingan. Gathering chakra into his palm, the third strikes Kakashi's abdomen, sending him flying against the office desk. The Hokage's chakra flows into Kakashi, disrupting his own chakra flow and dispelling the Jinjutsu. Hokage-sama, what has happened? As the Jinjutsu dissipates, Kakashi awakens to find a shuriken embedded in the third's chest, and the office in disarray. Instantly, he rises, alert and on guard. Clap, clap, clap. Truly, the strongest Hokage of all time reacts with unparalleled speed. Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by Iron Fire and two other clan members, slowly appears at the door of the Hokage's office. Have you finally lost your composure, Fugaku? The third gazes calmly at Uchiha Fugaku, while Kakashi, his expression grave, slowly removes his mask to reveal his Sharingan. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the third finishes speaking, a cacophony of explosions and battle sounds erupts outside the Hokage building. War has commenced. Chapter 55. The third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku. Upon Uchiha Fugaku's arrival at the Hokage building, nearly half of the Hokage's guards have been eliminated. Some ninjas, unaffected by the Jinjutsu, launch a counterattack as various ninjutsu fill the air, accompanied by cries and roars of battle. What the hell are you doing? Kakashi unveils his left eye, hidden beneath his mask, revealing the three-tomo pattern. He is aware of Uchiha clan affairs. Initially, the third had intended to transfer him to the security department to counterbalance the Uchiha clan, but due to Naruto's involvement, Kakashi remained by the third's side as his protector. Understanding the chaos outside, Kakashi realizes the gravity of the situation. He had just fallen victim to Uchiha Fugaku's Jinjutsu and nearly harmed the third Hokage. Enraged, he channels his chakra, electricity crackling in his hand, and swiftly charges toward Uchiha Fugaku. Your opponent is me, Kakashi, declares Iron Fire, standing behind Fugaku, as the three-tomo pattern appears in his eyes, lightning flickering in his hand. Bang! Their Raikiri clash against each other, shattering the windows and doors of the Hokage's office. A blinding flash erupting as the two combatants engage fiercely, battling from the upper floors to the lower. Meanwhile, the battlefield below is engulfed in flames and smoke. with the bodies of fallen ninjas strewn about, predominantly those loyal to the Hokage. Most of Konoha's elite ninjas have been reassigned, leaving primarily Nin and Jinin behind. Over 100 members of the Uchiha clan are present, with 1/3 having awakened their eyes, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. This is why the higher-ups of Konoha have always harbored apprehensions toward the Uchiha clan. The awakened Uchiha ninja swiftly gained an overwhelming advantage over the Chunin and Jinin of Konoha. However, as the commotion attracted more ninjas to the scene, they soon joined the fray, and the flames of war began to engulf the entirety of Konoha. I should have heeded Danzo's counsel and adopted a more stringent approach towards you, rather than resorting to gentler measures. Had I done so, this conflict would not have arisen today. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with indignation, emanated an aura of fierce energy. His Hokage hat and cloak were blown away as he summoned a steel Rui staff, launching a ferocious assault against Uchiha Fugaku. The Rui staff, released from Sarutobi's grip, spun rapidly in the air, generating fierce gales that created a tremendous pulling force directed at Uchiha Fugaku, drawing him towards the staff. Struggling to resist the powerful winds, just as he was about to break free, a colossal hand suddenly emerged from the Rui staff, seizing him tightly. Before Uchiha Fugaku could react, a razor-sharp lightning spear struck from behind, piercing through his skull with a violent explosion, leaving his head shattered and lifeless body collapsing slowly to the ground. Is this the end? Sarutobi retracted the Rui staff, gazing at Fugaku's headless corpse with furrowed brows. He felt an unsettling simplicity in this battle, as if something was amiss. Suddenly, one of the two ninjas who had accompanied Uchiha Fugaku shrieked in agony, clutching his eyes as blood trickled through his fingers. Evidently, he had just activated his Anaji against Fugaku, but had paid the price of losing one of his eyes. Humph, a gentler approach? Sarutobi Hiruzen, do not speak so grandiosely. Our Uchiha clan has devoted ourselves to Konoha. Our contributions to the village are no less than yours. By what right can you strip us of our identity and status with a mere word? Just as Fugaku's lifeless body transformed into a headless corpse, he suddenly vanished, reappearing behind the third Hokage with a dagger gleaming ominously, plunging it into Sarutobi's carotid artery. Clang, clang, clang. As the dagger struck, Sarutobi's form gradually disintegrated into a mound of yellow earth, while countless shurikens flew toward the spot he had occupied. Uchiha Fugaku, recognizing the ruse as a clay clone the moment the dagger pierced the third Hokage's neck, evaded and deflected the incoming shurikens. 5 Nature Transformation Bomb Technique. Just as the third Hokage sensed the impending danger, he left a clay clone behind while using the body flicker technique to reposition himself. He first unleashed a barrage of shuriken shadow clones against Uchiha Fugaku, then summoned 4 additional clones using the shadow clone technique, each employing fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind ninjutsu simultaneously to assault Fugaku and the other 2 ninjas. With explosive detonations, the entire Hokage building erupted. The third Hokage executed 5 consecutive backflips, leaping free from the collapsing structure. The moment he landed, the Hokage building crumbled, followed by a thunderous roar as billowing clouds of dust filled the air. Amidst the billowing smoke and raging flames, the third Hokage found his vision obstructed, unable to ascertain the fate of the Uchiha trio. He had just unleashed a simultaneous assault upon them, striking true, yet he remained vigilant, wary of the unknown. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a towering purple giant, surpassing even the Hokage building in height, emerged from the ruins. Clad in a formidable armor of chakra, the giant's bow was drawn to its fullest arc, with Uchiha Fugaku and his companions perched upon its shoulder. It was the third form of Susanoo. This is dire. The moment the third Hokage grasped the gravity of the situation, he summoned the adamantine prison, for the colossal arrow of Susanoo was already in flight, its speed rendering escape futile. Boom! The massive chakra arrow struck the adamantine prison, transforming the ground beneath the third Hokage into a vast chasm. Coughing, he remarked with surprise, "I had not anticipated that you had already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. You have concealed this well." Standing at the bottom of the immense pit, he dispelled the adamantine prison, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although the arrow from Susanoo had not breached the prison, the tremendous shockwave had nonetheless inflicted injury upon him. He realized that Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki had been activated for quite some time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the third form of Susanoo. I awakened the Mangeki during the Third Great Ninja War. My prolonged concealment was merely a precaution against you, those small-minded individuals. After declaring this, Uchiha Fugaku commanded Susanoo to manifest an enormous blade, raising it high before delivering a devastating slash that cleaved through the earth, creating another vast pit. The third Hokage, agile and swift, evaded the blow while unleashing a barrage of jutsu, lightning water dragon bullet, earth dragon fire flow, and phoenix fire technique, all aimed at Susanoo. Regrettably, the armor of Susanoo proved too resilient, rendering these techniques ineffective. Since the battle commenced, the third Hokage had relied on composite techniques, aware that the Uchiha clan Sharingan could replicate ninjutsu. Utilizing single-element techniques would have made him vulnerable to counterattack. Yet, even his composite jutsu failed to penetrate Susanoo's defenses. The third Hokage could only evade the relentless onslaught, as the two combatants clashed from the Hokage building to the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. Wherever Susanoo tread, houses crumbled, the ground fractured, and countless villagers fell victim to the chaos, far surpassing the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails. Do you wish to annihilate the village? Witnessing the innocent villagers suffer, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes blazed with fury. However, he found himself at a loss against Susanoo, unable to breach its defenses. His attacks aimed at Uchiha Fugaku were thwarted by Izanagi, and the two clan members he brought had already succumbed to blindness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as you repeatedly oppressed my Uchiha clan, you should have foreseen the consequences of this day. It is merely the fate of victors and vanquished. Spare me your pretense of virtue. Prepare to meet your end. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku found himself in dire straits. Summoning Susanoo demanded an immense expenditure of chakra, and he was nearing depletion. The Izanagi he had meticulously prepared had also been exhausted. He fixed his gaze upon the third Hokage, activating Tsukuyami. While Susanoo's colossal blade swiftly descended, the third Hokage momentarily succumbed to a state of stupor by the time he broke free from Tsukuyami. Susanoo's massive blade was already upon him. He hastily shifted to the right, yet could not evade the strike, resulting in the severance of his entire left arm. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku's Jinjutsu would have been ineffective against the third Hokage. However, the latter's age had rendered him somewhat fatigued both physically and mentally, leading to his entrapment in Fugaku's illusion and the loss of an arm. Observing that his strike had not claimed the Hokage's life, but merely inflicted a grievous wound, Fugaku activated Tsukuyami once more, commanding Susanoo to deliver yet another blow. This time, the third Hokage, severely injured from the loss of his arm, failed to break free from the Jinjutsu in time, and Susanoo's gigantic blade came crashing down upon him. Cursed! It was so close. Uchiha Fugaku's anguished roar echoed as the third Hokage finally broke free from the illusion, while Susanoo's imposing form began to dissolve. Just as Susanoo was about to strike, Fugaku's chakra had been depleted, rendering him incapable of sustaining the attack. He fell from Susanoo's shoulder, his body oddly sinking into the earth, leaving only his head above the surface. The third Hokage, pale-faced, clutched his wound with his remaining hand, yet blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. He stomped his foot, invoking the technique of decapitation against Uchiha Fugaku, advancing step by step towards him. You likely lack the strength to invoke Izanagi now. Your clan members are no longer present. You may attempt it. Uchiha Fugaku, his eyes bleeding, found himself entirely immobilized, buried beneath the soil from the neck down. Despair began to envelop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed formidable. In the recent battle, he had employed Izanagi 6 times. His 2 clansmen had used it twice each, while he himself had invoked it twice. Although his Mangeki Sharingan would not immediately blind him after a single use of Izanagi, it had nonetheless endured significant backlash. The use of Susanoo had drained his chakra entirely, causing further damage to his eyes. I merely sought to remove you from the power center of Konoha. I had no intent to eradicate you completely. It is you who has led the Uchiha clan towards destruction. The third Hokage halted before Uchiha Fugaku without immediately ending his life. Ha. Go ahead, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this juncture, what more is there to discuss? In victory or defeat, I, Uchiha Fugaku, can accept my fate. Death is an inevitable part of life. What is there to fear? I hope that, considering the contributions of the Uchiha clan to Konoha over the years, you might spare those who were uninvolved in this matter. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was truly exhausted, having mentally prepared for failure before his arrival. He simply did not wish to implicate his family. He hoped the third Hokage would show mercy towards them. Hiruzen, are you alright? Without waiting for the third Hokage to respond, Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo emerged from the dense forest, rushing to stand behind the third Hokage with a tone laced with concern. It's nothing, just a broken arm. Why have you only just arrived? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. It had been a considerable amount of time since the Uchiha clan instigated their coup. Yet he had not seen hide, nor hair of Danzo, or the root members. Even Tsunade and Mito had not made an appearance. Could it be that something had transpired there as well? Do not worry. The situation in the village has stabilized. Leave this fellow to me. Danzo's arm morphed into a sharp branch, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he focused on Uchiha Fugaku. In a flash, the branch-like arm pierced through the third Hokage's waist. Thud! The third Hokage felt a chilling sensation spread from his waist, glancing down to see Danzo's branch-like arm protruding from his abdomen. In disbelief, he turned to Danzo. Why? My apologies, Sarutobi. You have grown old, unfit to continue as Hokage. I must do this for the village. Chapter 56. Sasuke awakens the legendary shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having suffered the grievous injury of a severed arm from Uchiha Fugaku, was then ambushed by Danzo, who pierced through his abdomen. With his last ounce of strength, he turned and severed Danzo's wooden arm, slowly collapsing. His eyes still filled with disbelief that a longtime comrade would turn against him. Danzo paid no mind to the fallen third Hokage. His half-wooden arm regrew into a sharp wooden spike as he advanced toward Uchiha Fugaku. How ironic. You high-ranking officials of Konoha are thoroughly corrupt. Even without me, Konoha would inevitably descend into chaos. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Danzo with disdain, feeling a sense of gratification as he witnessed the high-ranking officials of Konoha embroiled in a struggle for power, slaying one another. If there are no final words, then let us proceed. Danzo, expressionless, raised his hand, and the wooden spike pierced through Uchiha Fugaku's forehead. Just then, a burst of black flames descended upon Danzo's arm. Rapidly climbing upward, his half-wooden arm was quickly consumed in flames, the fire relentlessly continuing its assault, as if intent on reducing his entire being to ashes. The searing pain coursing through him. Danzo swiftly withdrew his arm, demonstrating his ruthlessness by severing his own arm at the shoulder, hastily tearing off his clothing to bandage the wound. He did not forget to extract Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Just as he was about to return to check if the third Hokage had perished, a rustling sound emerged from the forest behind him. Who? Danzo quickly moved toward the source of the sound, discovering two Uchiha clan members lying lifeless on the ground. He searched the surrounding forest, but found nothing. Upon returning to the site of the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen had vanished, leaving Danzo's expression as dark as the depths of a shadowy abyss. My lord, are you unharmed? The battle within the village has concluded, but we have suffered significant losses. A wounded member of Root approached, having rushed here to report the situation. Do not concern yourself with me. Immediately notify all remaining members of the clan to search for the third Hokage, alive or dead. After TZ uttered these commands, he cast a glance at the lifeless body of Uchiha Fugaku and swiftly made his way back into the village. Let us rewind to the moment before this, when two members of the Uchiha clan escorted Sasuke outside the village. Upon entering the dense forest beyond, they were abruptly confronted by a figure adorned with a swirling mask and a black cloak emblazoned with red clouds. Just as the two Uchiha were preparing to engage, they collapsed to the ground without warning, and Sasuke, at that moment, regained consciousness. Who are you? Sasuke inquired, awakening to find the two clan members sprawled beside him, while the masked man scrutinized him intently. Instinctively, he rose to his feet, bracing himself against the masked intruder. At that instant, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, revealing the silhouettes of the third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku within their line of sight. Their attention was irresistibly drawn to the clash between the two formidable figures. Father! Sasuke clenched his fists, watching his father engage in battle with the third Hokage, feeling utterly lost. As he witnessed his father's defeat, countless impulses surged within him to rush forward, yet he found himself immobilized. At the Ninja Academy, he had been indoctrinated with the will of fire. But the actions of his father starkly contradicted everything he had learned. He even began to perceive his father as wrong, as a villain, and a tumult of conflicting emotions raged within him. In the midst of Sasuke's internal turmoil, TZ's wooden arm pierced Uchiha Fugaku's brow, leaving Sasuke momentarily frozen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the father who had always cherished him was suddenly gone from existence. His mind became a void. No. In the next moment, an overwhelming tide of sorrow and anguish surged within him, tears streaming down his face, and a pattern of 3 tomo appeared within his dark, sorrowful eyes. Who? From a distance, TZ sensed the commotion, while the masked man remained unperturbed. He placed a hand upon Sasuke's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing outside the forest. Indeed, to awaken with the 3 tomo, the masked man remarked, overcome with grief. Sasuke shouted at him in a fit of rage, "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching me? Why did you kill my father? Why? Haha. That is a question you should pose to the higher-ups of Konoha. As for me, I simply brought you along because you are a talent worth cultivating." The masked man replied before turning to leave. Halfway, he glanced back at Sasuke and added, "By the way, if you seek vengeance, you may find me at the Hidden Rain village. Farewell, bastard. I will kill you." As he watched the masked figure retreat, Sasuke lost all reason, frantically hurling shuriken and unleashing jutsu towards him. Yet, every attack merely passed through the masked man's form, as if striking nothing but air. Defeated, Sasuke sank to the ground, his fists clenched as he pounded the earth repeatedly, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. His knuckles became bloodied and raw. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain, perhaps because his heart was already consumed by the agony of losing his father, rendering him incapable of feeling the hurt in his hands. The Battle of Konoha has finally subsided, leaving the village in ruins, shrouded in sorrow. The surviving ninjas are meticulously clearing the battlefield. Kakashi, battered and bruised, sits motionless beside the lifeless body of a comrade, lost in a daze. Since the demise of Rin and Obito, he has been reluctant to confront the painful reality, choosing instead to evade it. "Big brother, have you seen my mother?" A small girl stumbles forward, desperately searching through the debris of a nearby structure. Kakashi's heart aches. He knows the girl will never find her mother, having witnessed her transformation into ashes with his own eyes. He closes his eyes in anguish, a solitary tear escaping down his cheek. Yet he clenches his fists, determination etched on his face. "I can no longer flee from reality. I must strive to change this world to the best of my ability." Night swiftly passes, and beneath the Hokage statue, the Hokage building lies in ruins. Rows of bodies, draped in white cloth, are arranged with solemnity. In front of these bodies, over a dozen bound Uchiha ninjas kneel on the ground. All Konoha ninjas and high-ranking officials have gathered here, and as time progresses, villagers trickle in. What is the casualty count? Danzo, his upper body and face wrapped in bandages, with blood seeping from his severed arm, appears as if he has sustained injuries in defense of the village. Tsunade and Mito stand beside him, both gazing at the root ninjas behind Danzo. The toll is grim. 360 Konoha ninjas wounded, 220 dead, 50 severely injured, and 90 with minor injuries. The casualties among ordinary villagers have yet to be accounted for. Danzo nods and inquires further, "What of the Uchiha clan? Aside from the 16 before us, the rest have been annihilated." "Kill them! Kill them!" As the root ninja delivers his report, the villagers erupt in a fervent demand for the execution of the remaining 16 Uchiha. Danzo slowly steps forward, and someone in the crowd shouts "Hero," igniting a chorus of cheers. However, some ninjas frown slightly. They had not encountered Danzo during the battle, and the root ninjas were the last to join the fray. In matters of heroism, he hardly qualifies, especially with the third Hokage still unaccounted for. Danzo smiles and raises his remaining arm to silence the crowd. "I am not a hero. Those who lie before us are the true heroes. I feel deeply ashamed that as an elder of Konoha, I failed to protect them and our esteemed Hokage. Rest assured, we will spare no effort in bringing the traitors of the Uchiha clan to justice." His words are imbued with a veneer of righteousness, and he even feigns a tear, moving the unsuspecting crowd and ninjas to tears as well. "Shameless." From the back of the crowd, Hinata glares at Danzo, her face flushed with anger. Fortunately, her voice is low, and amidst the cheers for Danzo, no one hears her indignation. At this moment, Sasuke was also amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed intensely upon Danzo. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Had his glare possessed lethal power, Danzo would have perished countless times over. "Today, we shall honor our fallen heroes with the blood of these traitors," Danzo proclaimed. Following his words, a group of root ninjas surged forth, executing the captured members of the Uchiha clan on the spot, eliciting another wave of applause from the audience. At that moment, Karui and Mito Minyan, accompanied by 3 officials from the Land of Fire, approached and stood beside Danzo. Though we have sacrificed numerous ninjas, the insurrection instigated by the Uchiha clan has been thoroughly quelled under Elder Danzo's leadership, Karui stated, pausing slightly as cheers erupted from the crowd. Danzo's reputation soared, and he smiled, nodding in acknowledgement to the throngs below. When the cheers subsided, Karui continued, I regret to inform you of some very unfortunate news. Our 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has perished in this battle. As soon as her words fell, murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. Please, everyone, remain silent. We too mourn the loss of the 3rd Hokage. However, we must swallow our grief and press onward. I believe this is what he would have wished. After thorough consultation with the higher-ups of the Land of Fire, we have decided that from this day forth, Elder Shimura Danzo will assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. The crowd erupted once more in chants of Danzo's name, while many of the 3rd Hokage's direct descendants wore expressions of discontent. Yet, the tides had turned, and they dared not voice their opposition, save for Kakashi, who boldly stepped forward. Wait, I demand to know how the 3rd Hokage met his end. At his declaration, silence enveloped the arena. Karui glanced at Danzo, who understood and rose to speak, tears welling in his eyes, leaving one to ponder whether they were genuine sorrow or feigned compassion. He was consumed by black flames conjured by the Uchiha clan's leader, Fugaku Uchiha. It is all my fault. When I arrived, he was already engulfed in flames, and those black flames were utterly inextinguishable. He entrusted the Hokage title to me, and in return, I sacrificed an arm to slay Fugaku Uchiha. Hero, hero, the villagers chanted once more. Though it was unclear whether they were lauding Danzo or the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, upon hearing Danzo's explanation, furrowed his brow deeper. He believed that the 3rd Hokage had indeed fallen to Fugaku Uchiha, yet he could not accept that the 3rd had bequeathed the title to Danzo. Kakashi was well aware that the 3rd had intended to pass the mantle to Tsunade. After all, Jiraiya and Naruto had ventured out to find her. But with the 3rd Hokage's demise, Kakashi found himself powerless to alter the current situation and begrudgingly retreated. Does anyone still question my ascension to the Hokage position? Danzo inquired. Met with an eerie silence from the crowd, none daring to voice dissent. At this juncture, Karui stepped forward again, since everyone is in agreement. I hereby officially declare that Shimura Danzo has become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I oppose. A resounding voice echoed from afar, swiftly reverberating throughout the assembly. Chapter 57, Naruto returns. I oppose. A resounding voice echoed across every corner of Konoha, drawing all eyes skyward. There, clad in a striking orange ninja outfit, Naruto stood upon a gleaming crimson sword, descending from the distant horizon in a mere instant to land atop the Hokage statue. The crowd below gazed in awe at the figure suspended above them, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Standing confidently on the flying sword, Naruto's red cloak billowed behind him, exuding an air of determination and resolve. It is Naruto. How splendid. He has finally returned. Hinata recognized him instantly, her face flushed with excitement. In contrast, Sasuke observed Naruto with an impassive expression, his heart akin to ashes, utterly unmoved by the spectacle. At that moment, the sun rose majestically from behind Naruto, casting golden rays upon him, as if he bore the sun upon his back, radiating a brilliance that rendered him nearly unapproachable. It is the sage descended from the heavens. Bow before the sage. An elder called out, kneeling in reverence, prompting a wave of villagers to follow suit, prostrating themselves before Naruto. The ninjas and the resilient members of Konoha, though not as naive as the villagers, were nonetheless left speechless by the sight of Naruto, their eyes wide with astonishment and incredulity, rooted in place. Tsunade has been targeted by you, Danzo. You conspired with the cult of the evil gods to ambush her, inciting the Uchiha clan's rebellion through deceitful machinations, and nearly took the life of the 3rd Hokage. Do you not recognize your crimes? Naruto's consciousness locked onto Danzo, unleashing a formidable mental pressure. His voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated like a thunderous bell, captivating all who heard it. Just last night, while Naruto was recuperating, the consciousness of his shadow clone in Konoha suddenly returned, allowing him to grasp the events that had transpired during his absence. The clone had primarily spent its time training with Hinata, occasionally discussing the development of air ninjutsu with the 3rd Hokage. The clone dissipated voluntarily, its purpose fulfilled by relaying crucial information to Naruto. Upon sensing the onset of battle, the clone, lacking combat prowess, remained hidden to observe the unfolding situation. Fearing detection, it kept its distance from the battlefield, yet followed the trail of the third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku as they fought beyond the village. When the clone witnessed Danzo slay Fugaku and retreat into the forest, it swiftly emerged to rescue the third Hokage, who was on the brink of death. Lacking medical ninjutsu, the clone hurriedly transported the third Hokage to the Hyuga clan's estate, seeking the assistance of Hyuga Hayashi. During this time, the clone had been in close proximity to Hinata, and Hayashi, not obstructing their interactions, became somewhat familiar with Naruto through their exchanges. Hinata Hizashi, upon witnessing the grievously injured third Hokage, did not hesitate to usher Naruto and the third into his abode, summoning the clan's medical ninjas to tend to the Hokage's wounds. However, the severity of the third's injuries rendered them unable to heal him. They could merely alleviate his suffering. Without the assistance of a skilled medical ninja, the third's life remained in peril. Naruto was acutely aware that the medical department of Konoha was likely under the watchful eyes of Danzo's minions, making it an untenable option to seek help there. Thus, he resorted to dissipating his shadow clone to inform his true self, hoping for a solution. Upon receiving the message, Naruto's original form briefed Jiraiya and Tsunade on the dire situation. They hastily commandeered a flying sword and returned with urgency. Their first destination was the Hyuga clan to provide medical assistance to the third Hokage. Once it was confirmed that the third's life was no longer in jeopardy, Naruto swiftly made his way to thwart Danzo's ascension. He understood that the current predicament could only be reversed with the third's awakening. Otherwise, even with Jiraiya and Tsunade's aid, exposing Danzo's treachery would be futile. At best, it would only prevent him from usurping the position, but it would not dismantle his influence. Consequently, Naruto was merely stalling for time. Ninetales Fox, what treachery do you harbor? He proclaimed. Do not be deceived, everyone. He is the very beast that nearly obliterated our village. Caught off guard, Danzo was momentarily subdued by Naruto's mental pressure, retreating a couple of steps with a pallid visage. However, regaining his composure upon recognizing Naruto, he dismissed the threat, thinking, what could a mere fox dare to challenge me? Previously regarded as a demon by the villagers of Konoha, Naruto was now openly referred to as the Ninetales by Danzo. The villagers, who had once prostrated in reverence, now hesitated, exchanging whispers as they raised their heads to behold the figure hovering above the Hokage statue. Most had discerned that the being before them was indeed the Ninetales, yet fear held them in check. Whether as a sage or a demon, neither was a foe to be trifled with by mere commoners. In ordinary circumstances, they might have dared to mutter slurs against Naruto, but seeing him now, resplendent atop a flying sword, none dared utter a word. It is Shimura Danzo who is the true villain. I can attest to this, Sasuke declared. His fists clenched as he stepped forth from the crowd, confronting Danzo with blazing crimson eyes, filled with a desire for vengeance. It was he who I witnessed inflict wounds upon the third Hokage and murder my father. Bring forth this remnant of the Uchiha clan. Danzo, upon recognizing the Uchiha presence, remained unfazed, dismissing any need to engage with Sasuke. The presence of a single Uchiha was sufficient to threaten Sasuke's existence. At Danzo's command, 3 root ninjas emerged from the throng. Let us see who dares to touch him. Naruto retorted defiantly, his sword, Chikage, soaring forth, narrowly grazing the faces of Danzo's minions before embedding a third of its length into the earth, radiating an intense heat that rendered the trio immobile with fear. Naruto then descended gracefully, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke. This is madness. Uzumaki Naruto, do you dare to rebel? Towanzo had yet to utter a word when TK Komatsu sprang forward. Her disdain for Naruto was already profound, and witnessing his aggression towards the root ninja only intensified her ire. Let us take them all away. Similarly disinclined towards Naruto, Mito Menon ordered the ninjas in the field to act. The recent display by the Ninetales left him deeply dissatisfied. The existence of a Jinchuriki was akin to a ticking time bomb. Now, at such a tender age, he dared to attack a root ninja. What chaos would ensue when he matured? Come at us if you dare. Anyone who crosses this line shall be killed. Naruto unsheathed the crimson blade embedded in the ground, slicing it through the air, sending a sharp blade of energy cleaving a long fissure into the earth. He unleashed a mental pressure that enveloped the entire area, glaring with murderous intent at the 3 root ninjas. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to step across that chasm. Such audacity from you, Elder Mito and Elder TK. With the third Hokage's fate hanging in the balance, you rush to appoint a new leader without thorough investigation. Is this village truly the village of ninjas, or merely a fiefdom of yours? Naruto's voice resonated. When did a mere demon fox like you gain the authority to dictate the affairs of Konoha? You wretched creature, bereft of parental guidance. TK Komatsu's face contorted with disgust as she pointed an accusing finger at Naruto. Humph. A demon fox is still a demon fox. You dare disrespect us now. Surely you will bring calamity upon the village in the future. Today we must replace the Jinchuriki. Mito Minen's expression darkened. His disdain for Naruto was already palpable. Previously, they had been restrained by the protection of the third Hokage, but with his potential demise, they felt unshackled. The audacity. To replace the Jinchuriki. How dare you mention my parents? Naruto retorted, bitter laughter escaping his lips. If it weren't for my parents, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to assert your dominance here. You would have long since been devoured by the Nine Tails. I truly pity them for having to guard such individuals. This statement was directed at all present. As the sacrifices of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to protect the village had only garnered Naruto disdain and mockery from its inhabitants. Humph. Even if your father, the fourth Hokage, were alive, he would still need to show respect to me. Who would have thought he would father such a rebellious child? Your mother, like you, was a demon fox. They would only bring misfortune upon the village. Your parents' demise was nothing but their own doing. It has nothing to do with us. With a surge of fury, Naruto manifested a spiritual hand, striking TK Komatsu across the face. You dare to hit me? She gasped in disbelief. Caught off guard as she fell to the ground, one side of her face swelling with the imprint of his hand. How do you have the audacity to utter such words? The beast Jinchuriki was created by you high-ranking officials for your own protection. When calamities arise, you shift all blame onto the Jinchuriki. The true harbingers of disaster for the village are you, not the Jinchuriki. I may not have been nurtured by my parents, yet I possess a profound sense of gratitude. My parents made the ultimate sacrifice to protect individuals like you. Regrettably, those of you who were raised by your parents seem oblivious to the notion of gratitude. How is it that you have aged to such a degree, yet remain so ungrateful? Are you contemplating rebellion? Mito Gate's flame stood resolutely before Chunin Koharu, adorned with a scroll that bore an array of formidable blades. The assembled ninjas and villagers now grasped the gravity of the situation, their disbelief directed towards Naruto. What? The Nine-Tails Fox is, in fact, the son of the fourth Hokage? How can this be? The entire village is acutely aware of the fourth Hokage's legendary deeds. He is unequivocally the hero of Konoha, having single-handedly sealed the Nine-Tails Fox and saved everyone in the village. The fourth Hokage is a benefactor to all in Konoha. Yet they treat his son in such a manner. Guilt washed over them for their actions. Who could have imagined Naruto's plight? That old man and woman are truly detestable. Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata have only just discovered Naruto's family background. They had always assumed him to be a child of a commonplace family. They never fathomed that he was an orphan. Though he is a child of notable lineage, the disdainful attitude of the village's upper echelons indicates the suffering he has endured. At times, even they regarded Naruto with scrutinizing eyes. Ashamed, they lowered their heads. Naruto, having been orphaned and subjected to such scorn, remained more optimistic and accomplished than anyone else. If they once admired Naruto for his capabilities, they now hold an even greater reverence for his character. Mito Gate, do you wish to replace me as the Jinchuriki? Come forth and try. Naruto emanated a powerful aura, forming a spiritual armor around his body. The Kusanagi sword floated beside him, and an oppressive presence enveloped the senior members of Konoha. These individuals had long succumbed to corruption, masquerading their self-serving actions as benevolence for the village, draining it of its vitality daily. Naruto initially planned to eliminate Danzo and to oust Chunin Koharu and Mito Gate from their positions of authority. However, if these two stubborn old men refused to heed reason, he would not hesitate to rid the village of them alongside Danzo. Having been controlled by the Nine Tails, must you not act swiftly to eradicate this threat? Do you wish to see the Nine Tails wreak havoc upon Konoha once more? Under the weight of Naruto's spiritual pressure, Chunin Koharu and Mito Gate were rendered immobile, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. Mito Gate's trembling hand clutched the blades, and they found themselves silenced. Danzo, witnessing the deteriorating situation, could no longer contain his anxiety. loudly urging the ninjas to encircle Naruto and Sasuke. Upon seeing Naruto wield the Kusanagi sword, his expression grew grave. He had long collaborated with Orochimaru, and thus recognized the sword's significance. How could this treasured weapon end up in Naruto's possession? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Upon hearing Toanzo's words, the ninjas promptly emerged, encircling Naruto and Sasuke. The direct descendants of T-Rune Kamaru and Mito Gate and also stepped forward, and nearly half of the ninjas present had joined the fray. This vividly illustrated the immense power these three wielded within the village. Sasuke, his expression grave, activated his Sharingan, fixating on the encroaching ninjas, ready to strike at a moment's notice. In contrast, Naruto remained calm and untroubled, after facing formidable adversaries like Orochimaru and the malevolent deities. He perceived today's spectacle as merely a trifling matter, albeit one he wished to avoid turning lethal for all. Is this all you can muster? Naruto unleashed his mental pressure indiscriminately, causing half of the surrounding ninjas to collapse under its weight, while the remaining few, drenched in sweat and trembling, struggled to endure his overwhelming presence. What are you still hesitating for? Are you not going to act and eliminate this demon fox and the remnants of Uchiha? Are you waiting for them to slay you instead? Mito Gate and urged as he helped T-Rune Kamaru to his feet, shouting at the assembled ninjas who remained passive. I do not agree. From the rear, Hinata activated her Byakugan, her spiritual energy radiating outward as she slowly approached Naruto and Sasuke, parting the crowd to create a path for her. I too dissent. Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, and all the spirited youngsters of Konoha rallied behind Hinata. Having not yet encountered the darker facets of society, their hearts burned with righteousness and loyalty. They were oblivious to the notions of demon foxes or Uchiha remnants. They simply recognized Naruto and Sasuke as their classmates and comrades, refusing to allow their friends to be bullied by malevolent forces. In their eyes, Mito Gaidon, T-Rune Kamaru, and Toanzo were the true villains, aloof and unyielding, deciding the fates of others without due consideration. It was a transgression they could not abide. Perhaps inspired by the fervor of these spirited youths, Kakashi stepped forward first, and those who had initially refrained from confronting Naruto soon followed suit, silently aligning themselves with the group. We too do not concur. All the previously neutral ninjas and those loyal to the third Hokage stood resolutely, their eyes filled with determination. Typically, these individuals had little interaction with the higher-ups, yet they remained steadfast in executing the tasks assigned to them. Though they occasionally questioned the decisions made by the elite, they believed that diligent execution would ultimately lead to the village's prosperity. However, witnessing the true nature of their leaders today sparked doubt in their previously unwavering loyalty. Was such leadership truly deserving of their fidelity? Could these leaders genuinely guide the village toward a brighter future? As one by one, the children stepped forward. They resolved to break their silence and voice their dissent. You. Are you all planning a collective rebellion? Toanzo and T-Rune Kamaru, observing the multitude rallying in support of Naruto, turned pale with urgency. T-Rune Kamaru's lips trembled, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the supporters of Naruto. Rendered speechless, after witnessing the tragic demise of his father before his very eyes, Sasuke had long since become emotionally desolate. However, the sight of so many individuals willing to believe in and support him stirred ripples within his once still heart. Naruto, too, was taken aback by the number of allies standing beside him. He had prepared himself to face the entire village alone. Yet he realized that Konoha was not solely shrouded in darkness. The warmth emanating from these individuals enveloped him. The ninjas encircling Naruto and Sasuke seemed to falter under Naruto's mental pressure, or perhaps they resolved to shed their indifference, as they collectively relinquished their weapons and sank to the ground in defeat. Do you see? Konoha belongs to all ninjas, not merely to you. Naruto gradually approached the high-ranking officials of Konoha, his gaze sweeping over each of them until it finally rested upon Danzo. Danzo, you incessantly profess your actions are for the village's sake, yet you have sacrificed countless lives in your relentless pursuit of the Hokage position. Is this your interpretation of everything for the village? Haha. What accusations can you possibly level against me, Naruto Uzumaki? Based solely on a single statement from the remnants of the Uchiha clan? He is merely the offspring of a sinner. Who would believe his words? Present your irrefutable evidence. Danzo was acutely aware that he was no match for Naruto, and thus he initially sought to undermine Naruto through public opinion. Little did he anticipate that his lackeys, Karui and Mito, would inadvertently unveil Naruto's true heritage, thereby shifting the tide of public sentiment in Naruto's favor and instilling a sense of guilt among the onlookers. Although Naruto claimed to be the principal culprit, he possessed no tangible evidence to substantiate his claims. As for Sasuke, being a member of the Uchiha clan, whose recent rebellion made his words inherently suspect, no one would readily believe him. If he maintained his silence, Naruto would find it nearly impossible to justify taking his life in the glaring eyes of the crowd. Chapter 59. Caution and attack. It must be said that Danzo was indeed quite devious. He was convinced that neither Naruto nor Sasuke possessed any evidence against him, and in the glaring light of scrutiny, Naruto could not possibly execute him. As long as he could redirect public opinion, he still had a chance. With a clang, in a moment devoid of any discernible action from Naruto, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, causing the bandages obscuring half of Danzo's face to fall away, revealing his Sharingan eye, inherited from Shisui Uchiha. Danzo, who underestimated Naruto's knowledge of his affairs, had no idea that Naruto was fully aware of his schemes. Even if he could manipulate public opinion, Naruto was resolute in his intent to bring him to justice. Do you believe that my lack of evidence will deter me from ending your life? Fear not, for I shall ensure you meet your end with complete acceptance. Is Shisui's Sharingan truly effective? Unfortunately, I suspect Otsutsuki is still on cooldown. Otherwise, I would be eager to experience this most powerful illusion. At that moment, Danzo had yet to equip his Sharingan arm. He possessed only one eye from Shisui and an arm infused with Hashirama Senju's cells, which had been severed by the fire release technique unleashed by Fugaku Uchiha just before his demise. Moreover, it is estimated that Naruto has encountered the effects of Itachi's Otsutsuki within Shisui's eyes, which at present are still in a state of cooldown. Thus, Danzo is rendered to a rather diminished state, posing no threat to Naruto, having already slain the high priest of the evil god cult and Yam. Naruto has made himself a sworn enemy of the cult. He seeks to glean further insights about the evil god cult from Danzo, understanding that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory. Consequently, Naruto does not mind indulging Danzo a little longer. I do not comprehend your words. Danzo retorted. This information was obtained from Uchiha Fugaku, who instigated a rebellion that I quashed. Is it wrong for me to reclaim his eyes for the protection of Konoha? Danzo, cease your evasions. At that moment, Tsunade's voice rang out from the crowd, parting the onlookers as Jiraiya and Tsunade emerged side by side, followed by two ninjas carrying a stretcher upon which lay the third Hokage. It is the Hokage. Princess Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya have returned. How splendid. The trio could be likened to the most illustrious stars of Konoha. Upon their appearance, many ninjas and villagers instantly recognized them. Among them were also Shizune and Hinata Hyuga, who approached Naruto. Tsunade nodded at Naruto, indicating that the third Hokage was unharmed, then cast a disdainful glance at Danzo, saying, Danzo, are you surprised to see me? Did you believe the cult had succeeded in eliminating me? Your Highness, you jest. I never anticipated the princess would fall victim to the evil god cult. This is my failure in protection, Danzo replied, feigning humility. How utterly hypocritical. The two cult members explicitly informed me that you hired them to assassinate me, and I possess irrefutable evidence of your dealings. 3,000 lives. Danzo, you are truly deranged. Tsunade indignantly slapped a stack of documents onto Danzo's face, revealing his collusion with the evil god cult. Princess, you must not trust these individuals. They are surely conspiring to frame me, inciting discord among Konoha's leadership while they seek to exploit the chaos, Danzo insisted, his voice laden with feigned grievance. Cough, cough. Without you, Konoha would not be in disarray. Danzo, do you mean to say that someone else is framing you for my death? The third Hokage, pale and bandaged, surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering heavily on Danzo. Disappointment etched upon his face. Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen, why have you not succumbed? I regret not having turned you to ashes before slaying Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo cackled madly, shedding his facade of composure, revealing a visage of resentment and fury. He had once harbored a flicker of hope, believing that even if the third Hokage survived, he would not awaken so swiftly. Yuanfei, I am truly sorry. It is all Danzo's fault. We have all been deceived by this old wretch, leading to such calamity. Mito and Koharu, feeling the weight of the third Hokage's emotionless gaze sweep over them, began to defend themselves, hastily shifting the blame onto Danzo. Humph. You two worthless fools. How many favors have I bestowed upon you over the years? You cannot even handle simple tasks, fools. Tuanzong, cease your baseless accusations. For years, you have secretly collaborated with Orochimaru to conduct inhumane experiments. The funds I accepted were merely a means to acquire evidence of your misdeeds. Enough. Do you not feel ashamed enough as it is? The third Hokage, with the assistance of Shizune, gradually rose to a seated position, putting an end to the infighting among the trio. He beckoned Yamashiro Kai to take them away for a thorough investigation. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tino Kamachi and Mito Minen collapsed to the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. They were acutely aware of their past actions, which could not withstand rigorous scrutiny. Complying with orders, Yamashiro Kai signaled the Intelligence Division ninjas, who promptly surged forth and dragged the defeated Tino Kamachi and Mito Minen away like discarded ragdolls. Naruto, you must kill him. The third Hokage closed his eyes in anguish. These three were once his comrades, having weathered numerous storms alongside the second Hokage. The bonds they once shared had now turned to blades aimed at one another, and he, having seen the harsh realities of life, felt a profound sense of ennui. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Naruto prepared to act, a series of explosions erupted throughout the village. Haha. The entire underground of Konoha is laced with explosive tags, all intricately linked to my very existence. Should I perish, Konoha shall share my fate. Tuanzong gazed at Naruto with a mixture of defiance and venom, intent on seizing control of the village rather than its destruction. He did not wish to resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. All blame lay with that cursed fox. What do you intend to do? Naruto seethed with a desire to tear Tuanzong apart. The explosive tags posed no threat to him, but the lives of the villagers were at stake. He was particularly concerned for Hinata and his other friends. Haha, Nine Tails, do you not wish to kill me? Come then. Tuanzong laughed maniacally, emboldened by Naruto's hesitance. You would do well not to provoke me. Your explosive tags hold no power over me. Naruto, refusing to indulge him any further, struck swiftly, blood splattering as one of Tuanzong's ears was severed. Tuanzong was momentarily stunned by the speed of Naruto's assault and clutched his ear, letting out a series of anguished cries. In the distance, two more explosions echoed ominously. Naruto, do not act rashly. Jiraiya stepped in front of Naruto, his expression calm as he regarded Tuanzong. Leave now, Tuanzong, and we shall not trouble you. Humph. Jiraiya, do you take me for a fool? Surrender the chakra of that Nine Tails to me. Tuanzong glared at Naruto with fury, loathing the young ninja for thwarting his plans, which would have succeeded had it not been for him. Impossible. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage all replied in unison, incredulous at the suggestion. Naruto was the future of Konoha, his life more precious to them than their own. They would never surrender him to Tuanzong. I will accompany you, Tuanzong. I am gravely injured and pose no threat to you. The third Hokage managed to rise, albeit shakily, as he approached Tuanzong. Enough of this dispute. I will go with you. Naruto crossed past Jiraiya, stepping before Danzo. Self-imposed cursed seal. Danzo's hand emanated chakra, striking Naruto multiple times, sealing his chakra. He then seized Naruto's kunai and pressed it against his neck. Naruto. Witnessing Naruto willingly become Danzo's hostage to protect the villagers filled everyone with concern. Danzo, release Naruto. I will go with you, Tsunade implored, her face etched with urgency, proposing to exchange herself for Naruto. Release Naruto. I will go with you, Kakashi, Sasuke, Hinata. And many others echoed, stepping forward to offer themselves as substitutes for Naruto. Danzo, not a fool, tightened his grip on Naruto upon seeing their deep concern for him. Such a valuable asset as Naruto was not easily relinquished. Sis, don't come any closer. I have already been sealed. Your approach will only provide him with another hostage. To trade my life, Naruto Uzumaki, for the lives of the entire village, is worth it. Naruto emphasized the word chakra deliberately, knowing that Tsunade and the others were fraught with worry. Naruto practiced the art of chi manipulation, rendering the sealing of his chakra inconsequential. What a touching scene. If I detect anyone daring to follow, I will immediately slay the Nine Tails, Danzo declared, controlling Naruto as they retreated slowly, with surrounding ninjas following suit. Unwilling to see Naruto harmed. Stay back, or you will all perish. Danzo pressed harder, causing a gash to appear on Naruto's neck, instilling fear in the ninjas who had followed, rendering them hesitant and frozen in place, looking to Tsunade for direction. Let him go. Tsunade and Jiraiya understood Naruto's words, so she ceased her obstruction. The immediate priority was to locate all the explosive tags concealed within Konoha, allowing Naruto to act without restraint. As the Konoha ninjas halted their pursuit, Danzo lifted Naruto and vanished from sight. Chapter 60. The 7th Squad gathers in the wake of Naruto and Danzo's disappearance. The 3rd Hokage ordered all villagers to temporarily evacuate Konoha. All ninjas were mobilized to locate every explosive tag as swiftly as possible. Tsunade organized the medical ninjas to tend to the injured, while Jiraiya gathered elite reconnaissance ninjas to trace Danzo's whereabouts. Under the 3rd Hokage's command, all ninjas worked diligently and systematically. I want to go too. Hinata and several others stepped forward, expressing their desire to join Jiraiya in the search for Naruto. Jiraiya, heartened by the younger generation's loyalty, shook his head in refusal, stating, "You are not yet ninjas. This task is beyond your scope. Remain here and wait." The parents of the younger ninjas approached to take them away, their faces filled with reluctance but compliance. Unbeknownst to them, Sasuke had already vanished from the scene. "Father, please allow me to save Naruto. He has always been there for me. Now that he is in danger, I cannot turn a blind eye." Hinata Hyuga was fervently persuaded by Hisashi to refrain from involving herself in the matter at hand, yet her determined countenance remained unyielding. "Little Hinata, have you forgotten that Naruto trains in spiritual energy? Danzo's sealing of her chakra is utterly futile. Naruto intentionally lured Danzo away to buy us time. Should you accompany him, he would be distracted by the need to look after you. Heed your father's advice and await Naruto's triumphant return here." After Jiraiya orchestrated the reconnaissance ninja's movements, he discovered the situation concerning Hinata. He approached her and Hisashi, offering words of comfort. Jiraiya was not particularly concerned about Naruto's safety. He was well aware of Naruto's strength, knowing that Danzo posed no threat to him. "Is that truly the case?" Hinata inquired, her large eyes fixed on Jiraiya with earnest seriousness. "Absolutely," Jiraiya affirmed. "Do you not know Naruto well enough? Then I shall entrust him to you, Lord Jiraiya." While Hinata understood that Naruto utilized spiritual energy rather than chakra, her worry for him lingered. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's reassurances, she felt a measure of relief and ceased her insistence on pursuing Naruto, opting instead to assist the ninjas in removing the explosive tags. Hisashi, though reluctantly, consented and allowed Hinata to accompany him. Ever since his daughter met Naruto, she seemed transformed, displaying a positive change, yet as a father, he could not shake a tinge of bittersweet sentiment. "Have you seen my daughter? Have you seen her?" A middle-aged couple, visibly distressed, inquired amidst the crowd. The woman, with golden hair and green eyes, donned a chipao, while the man, sporting pink hair and green eyes in a kimono, boasted a distinctive mustache and an eye-catching star-shaped hairstyle. "What is happening?" Kakashi approached, seeking clarification. "Lord Ninja, our daughter is missing. Her name is Sakura Haruno. She was just here." The couple, Haruno Mei and Haruno Taku, pleaded. They were ordinary villagers who had been together as a family until Sakura ventured forth to support Sasuke and Naruto. However, as Mei and Taku prepared to evacuate with the other villagers, they realized their daughter was nowhere to be found, sending them into a state of panic. "She likely followed Sasuke, as I have noticed he is also missing," Ino interjected, addressing Kakashi and Sakura's parents. Kakashi furrowed his brow, asking, "Did you see which direction they went?" Ino shook her head. "I did not see them leave. My mother pulled me away, and by the time I returned to search for Sakura, she was gone, along with Sasuke." Ino and Sakura shared a close friendship, both harboring affections for Sasuke, which made Ino acutely aware of their absence. "What should we do?" Sakura's parents were on the verge of tears. "Lord Ninja, you must help us. Do not despair. I will search for them." Kakashi reassured Sakura's parents before setting off in the direction where Naruto had vanished. He had already received a mission to track Danzo's whereabouts, and was certain that Sakura and Sasuke had gone in search of Naruto. As the moment arrived when Naruto was taken away by Danzo, Sasuke's gaze remained fixed upon him. Upon realizing that Danzo was retreating with Naruto in his grasp, he stealthily withdrew from the crowd. He trailed behind Danzo and Naruto at a distance, wary of getting too close for fear of detection. Sasuke was acutely aware that he was no match for Danzo. Along the way, he left markers in hopes that the ninjas of Konoha would follow his trail to rescue Naruto. "Sasuke, at last, I've caught up to you." Just as Sasuke was etching a mark onto a tree, Sakura's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Instinctively, he turned around and flung a shuriken in her direction. Caught off guard by the incoming projectile, Sakura found herself at a loss. Her combat abilities were nearly non-existent, and she had not anticipated that Sasuke would attack her. She stood there, momentarily frozen. Quick dodge. In the instant he recognized Sakura, it was too late to call back the shuriken. He could only shout a warning. Hearing Sasuke's urgent voice, Sakura jolted, falling onto the ground in fright, fortuitously evading the shuriken that sliced through the air, narrowly missing her and severing a lock of her hair. "What are you doing here?" Sasuke's tone was laced with anger. Shaken by the near miss that could have resulted in her demise, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "I'm so sorry. I was just worried about you. So I followed." Sitting on the ground, Sakura began to cry, feeling unjustly wronged. She had been keeping an eye on Sasuke and, seeing him leave alone, feared for his safety. "Do not follow me again." Sasuke shot her a glare, his voice stern and his gaze icy, before swiftly turning away and disappearing from her sight in a few agile leaps. "Sasuke." Sakura sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She had reached the borders of the land of fire, utterly lost and unable to find her way back. At that moment, a charming little dog approached her, barking twice. She scooped it up, crying even more sorrowfully. "Oh, little pup, are you lost too?" The dog wriggled free from her embrace and barked a couple more times before darting into the dense forest. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi emerged from the thicket, accompanied by the little dog. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto found himself being carried by Danzo, who was sprinting towards the land of rivers. Danzo's speed was astonishing. He was running for his life, blood oozing from the wound where his arm had been severed. "Hey, aren't you going to tend to your wound first?" Naruto displayed no awareness of his status as a hostage. Being carried by Danzo felt oddly comfortable, albeit somewhat jarring. Concern for Danzo's bleeding crossed his mind, as he wondered if he might bleed out, and he questioned whether the explosive tags from Konoha had been fully deactivated. "Shut up. Do you want me to kill you right now?" Danzo shot him a menacing glare, but did not slow his pace, continuing his frantic run. "Are you heading to join the evil god sect? How did you get in contact with them?" Naruto questioned, exasperated. "Ugh, this is so dull." TZ, indifferent to Naruto's incessant inquiries, was solely focused on their escape. Naruto, feeling rather bored, mused about the old man's apparent fear of death. Having fled so far, the ninjas of Konoha would hardly catch up to them anytime soon. The village of Konoha was in close proximity to the land of rivers, and TZ, in a state of urgency, traversed the distance in merely half a day. Cunning as he was, upon reaching a more populated town within the land of rivers, he took a circuitous route, changed his attire, and then resumed his journey. In such a crowded place, his presence would swiftly be masked by the throngs of people, making it difficult for the Konoha scouts to track him down. While TZ's strategy was commendable, he remained oblivious to the fact that his hostage was not under his control at all, and trailing behind them was a persistent shadow, Sasuke, whose presence Naruto had already detected. Several times, Sasuke nearly lost their trail, only to be discreetly guided by Naruto. As dusk approached, TZ finally halted in a dense forest, unceremoniously dropping Naruto to the ground before sitting beside him, panting heavily. "Are you not weary after a day of travel? Would you care for some water?" Naruto leisurely sat on the ground, retrieving a water flask from his spatial ring, sipping it in small gulps. "Hand it over." TZ seized Naruto's flask, but hesitated to drink from it, fearing the possibility of poison. As he prepared to inspect it, he discovered it was utterly empty. "Fox spirit, how dare you deceive me?" TZ glared at Naruto, his face contorted with rage. "My apologies. I just finished it," Naruto replied with a hint of resignation. TZ stepped closer to Naruto, using the tip of his grass spear to lift Naruto's chin. "Fox spirit, are you not afraid I might end your life?" "Oh, I am so frightened," Naruto retorted, feigning terror. TZ's anger peaked, veins bulging on his forehead. Naruto was aware that TZ had no intention of killing him. If that had been his plan, he would have acted long before entering the land of rivers, not waiting until now. "Humph. You are likely unaware that you have ascended to the top of the black market bounty list. Furthermore, you have been marked as a target by the cult of the evil god." Naruto's eyes brightened. "How much am I worth?" "Humph. Such ignorance." TZ sheathed his spear, ignoring Naruto as he moved aside to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Naruto, feeling bored, lay on the ground, uncertain if Konoha's explosive tags had been retrieved. He sensed Sasuke nearby, concealed within the grass, seemingly preparing to act. Just then, two more individuals entered his perceptive range, none other than Kakashi and Sakura. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at the fateful gathering of Team 7 under such circumstances. Chapter 61. Team 7 Sasuke had followed Naruto and TZ to the land of rivers, his stamina waning. At that moment, TZ abruptly halted. Sasuke quickly concealed himself in the underbrush, observing as TZ set Naruto aside and began to bandage his wounds. He recognized this as perhaps his only opportunity to rescue Naruto. If action is not taken now, it will be too late once Danzo tends to his wounds. He activated his Sharingan with 3 Tomo, firmly grasping 3 shurikens in his hand, his palms dampened with sweat due to overwhelming anxiety. Although Sasuke had already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he was still inexperienced in its application. At present, he had only mastered the ability to perceive, repeatedly urging himself not to panic and to execute the techniques his brother had taught him. Just as Danzo began to unwrap the bandages from his arm, Sasuke made his move. The 3 shurikens flew towards Danzo from various angles, and he swiftly dashed in front of Naruto, lifting him onto his back and turning to flee. Humph! The remnants of the Uchiha clan. I never imagined you would deliver yourself to me. Danzo's reaction was swift. He rolled to evade the shurikens. Observing Sasuke sprinting with Naruto on his back, a cruel smile curled upon Danzo's lips. He pursued leisurely, occasionally unleashing wind blades alongside Sasuke, akin to a hunter toying with his prey. While carrying Naruto, Sasuke kept a vigilant eye on Danzo. In his fluster, he was inadvertently grazed by a wind blade. Stumbling to the ground, Sasuke quickly regained his footing, glancing at Naruto seated on the ground. Are you alright, Naruto? Don't mind me. Use your Sharingan to observe his chakra flow and attempt to mimic him to disrupt his techniques. Naruto was far from harmed. He could easily dispatch Danzo at any moment. He merely sought to provide Sasuke with an opportunity to hone his skills with the Sharingan. With Naruto watching over him, Sasuke faced no real danger. Naruto infused a trace of his chakra into Sasuke, instantly restoring his stamina from the earlier ordeal. Why aren't you running? Danzo emerged deliberately, his tone laced with mockery. Sasuke refrained from replying, focusing intently on Naruto's advice as he scrutinized the flow of Danzo's chakra. When Danzo unleashed another wind blade, Sasuke countered with one of his own. Although his wind blade shattered upon contact with Danzo's, due to the disparity in their chakra output, Sasuke's technique lacked the potency of Danzo's. And after obliterating Sasuke's wind blade, Danzo's attack continued unabated, forcing Sasuke to sidestep to evade it. Have you already learned to wield the power of the Sharingan so quickly? It seems you cannot be left alive. Danzo observed Sasuke mastering the copying ability of the Sharingan after Naruto's guidance. This Uchiha remnant could indeed become a formidable threat given time. Vacuum Great Sphere. Within Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan, the wind swirled at high speed as he opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of large, high-pressure wind spheres towards Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke was ensnared in a Jinjutsu, oblivious to the oncoming assault of multiple high-pressure spheres, seemingly destined to be torn asunder. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Wall. At that critical juncture, Kakashi arrived just in time, erecting 3 earthen walls to shield Sasuke. The vacuum spheres were entirely thwarted, but the walls crumbled in the aftermath. Kakashi stood before Sasuke, having removed his eye patch, and a shuriken imbued with lightning shot towards Danzo with remarkable speed. Tuanzong swiftly sidestepped, yet the speed of the shuriken was too formidable, grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson mark. At the moment he unleashed the Kunai Thunder Cut, Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals, his figure vanishing into the ground. In the next instant, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from the earth beneath Tuanzong's feet. Having narrowly evaded Kakashi's Kunai Thunder Cut, Tuanzong found himself off balance and unable to evade the incoming Chidori from below. In a critical moment, a colossal beast suddenly appeared beneath him, possessing the trunk of an elephant, the body of a tiger, and the ears of a mouse. It was Tuanzong's summoning beast, the Dream Demon. Kakashi's Chidori struck the beast's massive claw, eliciting a pained cry from the Dream Demon, which then propelled Tuanzong to safety. Kakashi, you have made remarkable progress. You managed to injure an old man like me, Tuanzong remarked as he stood atop the back of the Dream Demon, refraining from making any immediate counterattack. Meanwhile, Kakashi returned to Naruto and Sasuke's side. Naruto, Sasuke, I am so relieved to see you both unharmed. At that moment, Sakura emerged from the bushes behind them, having chased after Sasuke, who had refused to allow her to follow. Just as Sakura felt lost, Kakashi found her. although he initially intended to escort Sakura back. She implored him to take her to find Naruto and Sasuke. After deliberating, Kakashi decided to bring Sakura along, fearing that if he returned her first, Sasuke might encounter peril. "Sakura, you made it." Naruto greeted her with a smile, while Kakashi and Sasuke remained indifferent. Kakashi, however, was deeply concerned, his brow furrowed. Tuanzong was formidable, and a single misstep could cost him dearly, let alone the safety of the three others. "Naruto, how are you holding up?" When Kakashi arrived, Jiraiya had informed him that Naruto was strong and likely not under Tuanzang's control. If Naruto were indeed ensnared, they would need to prioritize freeing him to ensure their safety. "Have you removed the explosive tags, Naruto?" Naruto stood up slowly, brushing off his clothes as he approached Kakashi, exhibiting none of the traits of being restrained. Seeing Naruto in such high spirits alleviated Kakashi's worries. His greatest concern had been Tuanzang's Manjiki Sharingan, but Naruto was nearly immune to all Genjutsu. If they combined their strengths, their chances of victory would be significantly enhanced. "The danger has been averted. Naruto, you will engage in close combat, while I provide ranged support." Kakashi was well aware of Naruto's exceptional taijutsu and remarkable speed. Thus, they devised a flawless strategy in mere moments. No need for such complexity, Kakashi. If the village is safe, Tuanzong has no reason to remain alive. Naruto waved his hand, and the grass cone sword in Tuanzang's grasp swiftly returned to him. Then, with a fluid motion, Naruto executed the combined slash, seamlessly drawing and sheathing his sword, leaving Tuanzong and his summoning beast, the Dream Demon, standing in a state of sheer terror. Crack! Naruto slowly snapped his fingers, and the expressions of Danzo and the Dream Demon beast, filled with terror, instantly split apart, divided from top to bottom. Witnessing such a scene, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were left astounded, their mouths agape. Sakura and Sasuke merely observed Naruto snap his fingers, and then Danzo and his summoning technique were cleaved in twain. How incredibly powerful Naruto had become. Could this be sage arts? Kakashi was equally taken aback, he being slightly more perceptive than Sakura and Sasuke. Since Naruto's subtle movement followed by the snap of his fingers, resulting in Danzo and his nightmarish beast being severed in half. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief that Naruto was an adversary and not an ally. Deeply understanding the weight of Jiraiya's words regarding Naruto's strength, since Naruto had mastered the tailed beast slash, he found himself disinterested in flying swords. Not that they lacked prowess, but the tailed beast slash was simply too magnificent. Alas, his two swords lacked scabbards that must be rectified upon his return. He is alive again. Sakura's terrified scream jolted Sasuke and Kakashi from their shock. Indeed, Danzo reappeared unscathed in his original position, but the Dream Demon beast was nowhere to be found. Izanagi, perhaps? Though you possess Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, how many times can you utilize Izanagi? Naruto remained calm and composed. This technique was indeed sinister, capable of transforming unfavorable events into non-occurrences, manifesting only favorable outcomes. However, the use of this technique would render the user's Sharingan blind. Danzo, with Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan, could only activate it once before succumbing to blindness. Yet, Naruto was confident that Danzo's activations would not exceed 3 times. "Vortex Naruto, I distinctly sealed your chakra. How can you still strike? Have you been feigning this entire time?" "Correct, but there are no rewards. Danzo, I invite you to your demise." "Wait, did you not wish to know about the evil god cult? I shall tell you everything." As Naruto prepared to strike once more, Danzo, in a moment of desperation, recalled how Naruto had incessantly questioned him about the evil god cult during their journey, and he hastily mentioned it to buy time. Naruto raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through Danzo's eye, capturing his Manjiki Sharingan with his spiritual energy. "Now you may speak." Danzo's greatest reliance lay in his arm infused with Hashirama's cells and his Manjiki Sharingan. Now, with both his arm and eye lost, Kakashi would find him easily manageable. He posed no threat, and Naruto was unafraid of any tricks he might attempt. Danzo, clutching his solitary eye with his remaining arm, knelt, wailing in agony. "Danzo, I possess little patience." Hearing Naruto's words, Danzo trembled, slowly rising to his feet, his visage contorted in rage, his single eye brimming with malevolence. Beneath him, a blood-soaked talisman began to rise, the inscribed curse writhing and emitting an eerie crimson glow. Hee hee. Vortex Naruto, you have forced my hand. You have forced my hand. Chapter 62. The Death of the Saintess of the Cult of the Evil God. With a ghastly visage, Danzo laughed maniacally. His eyes filled with venomous hatred as he gazed at Naruto. Before him floated a blood-red talisman, its incantations writhing ominously. Kakashi, swiftly retreat with Sasuke and Sakura to Konoha. No matter what transpires, do not look back. Naruto's expression was grave as he unleashed a flurry of sword energies, shattering the talisman, and then quickly led the trio 10 meters away, distancing them from the ominous object. What is that? Kakashi inquired, a sense of dread lingering in his heart. Though he was oblivious to its nature, Naruto's demeanor suggested that it was a dire threat. Naruto shook his head. I only know that it is connected to the cult of the evil god. It is highly likely that it is meant to summon something. Last time, Lady Tsunade and I nearly fell victim to their machinations. The cult possesses vast power and devious methods that you cannot withstand. We must leave at once. And what about you? We should all leave together. Sasuke and Sakura spoke in unison. Rest assured, their methods are formidable, but I am not weak either. If I find myself overwhelmed, I will retreat. Should I truly desire to escape, no one in the current ninja world could prevent me. After awakening the Nine Tails, Naruto's prowess had transformed significantly. He was confident that even if he faced defeat, he could evade capture. The cult of the evil god loomed over him like a sword of Damocles, and until it was eradicated, peace would elude him. He was determined to witness who would come from the cult this time. Be careful, Naruto. Kakashi exchanged a glance with him, nodding in understanding. He knew that with the three of them present, Naruto would be hindered in his abilities. Opponents of such caliber were beyond their capacity to confront, and remaining there would only burden Naruto further. Ha ha ha. It seems you shall not escape. The sinister voice echoed. Little brother, you may be small in stature, but your bravado is quite grand. Just as Kakashi was about to lift Sakura and Sasuke and depart, they suddenly found themselves immobilized. Their expressions froze, as if time itself had been suspended. In the next instant, ripples appeared behind them, and the three vanished into the shimmering waves. Sasuke, Sakura. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and Naruto realized it was too late to intervene. Do not worry. They have merely been transported to the secret realm of the evil god. I shall deal with them upon my return. Danzo, once frenzied, now prostrated himself reverently before the air, greeting the saintess with deference. Suddenly, circles of ripples emerged in the space above him, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. A pair of immaculate, white legs stepped forth from the ripples, and in the next moment, the silhouette of a mysterious woman emerged. Clad in a flowing black gown, she resembled a goddess of the night, the dress adorned with a crimson circular emblem, within which lay a triangle that glimmered with an eerie radiance. She wielded an elongated wand, inscribed with intricate incantations, its tip adorned with a silver bell, at the center of which was a massive gem radiating peculiar energy. This bell bore a striking resemblance to the one Naruto had obtained from the high priest. Naruto soared into the sky, locking eyes with the enigmatic maiden before him. In that moment, he discerned her beauty. Her figure was graceful, her curves alluring, and her cascading crimson locks flowed like a waterfall, cascading down to her slender waist. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating charm, accentuated by a gem embedded at the center of her forehead. A delicate black veil obscured her features, revealing only her elegantly sculpted nose and enticing red lips, all exuding an aura of irresistible allure. How daring! Why do you not kneel before the saintess? Naruto, captivated by the beauty, neglected to notice the elderly crone lurking behind her. The hunchbacked woman, clutching a bamboo staff adorned with white fabric, waved her hand, sending forth a beam of red light aimed straight at Naruto. Release them, and I shall spare your lives. The saintess's enchanting presence momentarily entranced Naruto, but he soon regained his composure and deftly sidestepped the crone's attack. Two ethereal chains of the soul then erupted from him, targeting both the beguiling maiden and the old woman. These chains were a technique he had mastered from a divine incantation. Ha ha ha, little brother, do not be so hasty. It is a rare occasion for me to emerge. The voice of the saintess dripped with seduction, ensnaring the listener in its allure. From her forehead, two soul chains manifested, colliding with Naruto's and effectively nullifying their energy. How curious that a mortal dares to wield soul energy. It seems the high priest and that fool from the mountain met their demise without injustice. You have stirred something within me, dear brother. Return with me as my attendant, and I shall cherish you dearly. Naruto could sense that the saintess had been subtly releasing her soul energy since her arrival, attempting to enchant him. However, the strength of his own spirit rendered her efforts futile. Even if that androgynous creature were to unleash another soul-binding technique, he was confident in his ability to counter it, let alone her seductive sorcery. Spare me your tricks. I have no need for a servant. However, I could use a warm companion for my bed. Would that pique your interest? Seeking death, how dare you show disrespect to the saintess? Though the saintess remained silent, the crone could no longer restrain herself. The bamboo staff in her hand expanded and lunged at Naruto. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly ascended into the air, evading the imminent attack. Sure enough, the staff detonated at the spot where Naruto had stood, revealing a colossal yellow weasel in the sky. Alas, Naruto was no longer present, and the weasel, having missed its target, leaped again towards him. By the heavens, a yellow weasel. Naruto, unfazed by the creature, swung his grass spear, but struck nothing but air, for the weasel had vanished. Suddenly, he felt his spear tremble violently in his grasp, as if it sought to break free. What is happening? His spiritual senses detected that the yellow weasel had possessed the grass spear, attempting to seize control. Boy, your sword has been possessed by a gluttonous spirit. Prepare to be devoured by your own weapon. The crone's words left Naruto bewildered. What, exactly, was this gluttonous spirit? The name of the yellow weasel is of little consequence. Nonetheless, Naruto resolved to address it before anything else. The grass-coned sword had long since been refined by him, and seizing control over it would not be a trivial endeavor. As Naruto simultaneously infused the sword with both soul energy and spiritual power, the blade radiated an extraordinary brilliance, compelling the yellow weasel to emerge and return to the old woman's shoulder. Is that all? This yellow weasel is rather peculiar, yet ultimately insufficient, he mused. Fool, this is not a yellow weasel, it is a Kanoko. Do you even understand? The old woman bellowed in anger at Naruto's misconception. Infuriated by his reference to her Kanoko as a yellow weasel, she began to chant incantations, seemingly attempting to communicate with the creature. Subsequently, she produced a clay jar, its opening sealed with a strip of tape, and reached to unfasten it. Old hag, the wandering spirit cannot contend with him. Leave it to me, the saintly maiden interjected, her captivating presence enchanting all who beheld her. Dear brother, serving as my attendant would bestow upon you unparalleled honor. No one would dare challenge you in any secret realm henceforth. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? To be my maid is also an unparalleled honor. Even the gods and demons would divert their paths upon seeing you, Naruto retorted steadfastly. The saintly maiden had yet to reveal any abilities beyond her beguiling charm, and Naruto was eager to discern the full extent of her prowess. Lady Saint, please, I implore you to rid me of Naruto Uzumaki. I am willing to pay any price. At this juncture, Danzo, who had been kneeling, spoke up, raising a blood-stained sack in one hand, beseeching the maiden to eliminate Naruto. The saintly maiden did not regard Danzo directly, but merely replied, Is that so? Danzo's head sank lower, pressing against the ground. The old woman slightly raised her hand, and the sack flew into her grasp, to which she nodded at the maiden. The maiden extended her alabaster finger towards Danzo, gently touching him, and in an instant, he ceased to exist. The Sharingan would serve as payment for Tsunade's demise, and as for this little wretch, your soul shall suffice. However, this is far from adequate. What to do? Naruto's expression grew grave as he sensed an inscrutable force pulling Danzo's soul from his body when the maiden extended her finger. Danzo's soul writhed in anguish. Yet it was utterly powerless to resist as it was consumed by the maiden. A chilling wave swept through Naruto. Beneath the alluring facade of the beguiling maiden lurked a voracious demon. Chapter 63. Battle with the saintly maiden in the blink of an eye. Danzo's soul was devoured by the maiden. Though Danzo had reaped what he sowed, a shiver coursed through Naruto's heart. The members of the evil god sect feasted upon the souls of the living, their malevolence far too profound. Such an organization could not be permitted to persist. This resolute determination to annihilate the evil god sect solidified within him. Which, meet your demise. Naruto unleashed his full power, channeling his spiritual force into two golden beams that transcended the constraints of space and time, striking the foreheads of both the saintly maiden and the old woman. A massive crimson sword plummeted rapidly from above the head of the saintly maiden of the evil god sect. The elderly woman was struck by a beam of golden light, letting out a piercing scream as she plummeted from the sky. The holy maiden of the evil god sect appeared entirely unaffected. She slowly raised her wand, bracing it against the descending Red Dawn sword. At the moment of impact between the sword and the wand, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, creating a colossal ripple in the air. The thunderous sound of their collision reverberated, and Naruto, witnessing the holy maiden successfully parrying the Red Dawn sword, unleashed his full spiritual energy, transforming the sword from a colossal 100-meter blade into an immense 1,000-meter sword. The gargantuan blade towered in the sky, emanating waves of crimson flames that scorched and twisted the heavens. The unstoppable force of the Red Dawn sword drove toward the holy maiden of the evil god sect, driving her toward the ground. The earth trembled violently, and a mushroom cloud of dust erupted into the sky. Following a deafening explosion, the surrounding dense forest was reduced to ashes, a vast chasm spreading forth. At this moment, the Red Dawn sword reverted to a 3-inch length, hovering above Naruto's head. Once it transformed into the 1,000-meter sword, Naruto could no longer control its movement. It merely fell freely, yet its might resembled a meteor descending upon the world. Vortex Naruto, you have foolishly consumed 2 of my treasured artifacts. You shall pay dearly. As the dust settled, beneath the expansive chasm, a blinding red light gradually ascended, enveloping the holy maiden in a blood-red shield as she slowly levitated into the air. The holy maiden's complexion was slightly pale, the gem on her forehead long gone, replaced by a dried bloodstain. The enormous gem atop her wand bore a faint crack, and her jade-like visage was etched with fury and murderous intent. She raised her wand high, reciting an incantation. The silver bell atop the wand emitted a soft glow, shaking of its own accord, its clear chimes resonating through the heavens, heralding a tempest of thunder and lightning. As Naruto commanded the Red Dawn sword, he wielded the grass cone sword to unleash the fusion slash. In an instant, hundreds of sword strikes pierced the shield, yet it remained impervious, unyielding. He swiftly distanced himself from the holy maiden of the evil god sect. Humph! Are you summoning that androgynous being once more? The holy maiden paid no heed to Naruto, continuing her incantation. Suddenly, the sky was rent asunder, and the echoes of beastly roars emerged from within the fissure. Scalding lava surged forth, transforming into a colossal pillar of fire crashing to the ground. Dust ascended into the heavens, the earth shook violently, and the thunderous sounds persisted, painting a picture of apocalyptic chaos. The spatial rift pulsated ominously, as though something within was striving to break free. Naruto, observing the rift, evaded the descending pillars of molten rock, sensing an extraordinarily dangerous entity poised to emerge. With a roar, the rift erupted, and a massive, grotesque canine head thrust forth from the breach, its form seemingly composed of lava, dominating half the sky. The space on either side of the head continued to swell, as if still concealing something yet to be revealed. What in the world? As Naruto gazed upon the colossal canine head, he could not help but curse under his breath. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary 3-headed hellhound. However, only 2 of its heads had yet to emerge. Should they materialize, would the world not face annihilation? With a resounding roar, as soon as Naruto's words left his lips, the gigantic head seemed to retract as if struck by an invisible whip, and the spatial rift began to slowly heal. What the hell? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Naruto exclaimed, patting his chest, his expression betraying lingering trepidation. Although he remained uncertain as to why that monstrous head had suddenly receded, it appeared that it could not manifest, rendering him no longer a target of its menace. Cursed be the power of the rules. The mortal realm forbids the emergence of unrestrained forces. At that moment, the saintess had ceased her incantation, her face a canvas of resentment. How about that? My earlier words still hold weight. The position of your warm bedchamber attendant is still reserved for you. Boom. A tremendous bolt of lightning crashed down from above the saintess, her crimson aura dimming and shattering into fragments. This is bad. I am about to be expelled by the rules, she declared, as the lightning in the sky coalesced once more, ready to strike. You won't escape, brat. The space behind the saintess of the evil god cult rippled ominously as she cast a venomous glare at Naruto before stepping into the undulating void. Where do you think you're going? Naruto thought to himself, realizing with dread that this woman was about to depart, and Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were still oblivious to her machinations. In an instant, he rushed towards her, desperately clutching her leg just as she was about to cross into the space. But instead of pulling her back, he too was drawn into the rippling void. Let go of me, you bastard. The moment he grasped the saintess's leg, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, accompanied by a sensation as smooth as silk. Suddenly, it felt as if time and space had warped, and in the next moment, Naruto found himself landing on solid ground, the voice of the saintess echoing in his ears. He looked up, nearly paralyzed with fear, as a massive bolt of lightning descended from above the saintess's head. Good grief! You cursed lightning-struck creature. Naruto released his grip and fled at the speed of light. When he dared to glance back, he saw the familiar crimson energy shield reappear around the saintess. As expected, that shield was again shattered by the lightning, allowing her to narrowly escape yet another calamity. However, this time, it seemed the thunder had finally ceased its relentless assault. Vortex Naruto, I was just lamenting how to draw you into the evil god's secret realm, and here you are, arriving uninvited. Truly, you walk the path of heaven when it is offered, yet barge through the gates of hell when none are present. The saintess of the evil god cult approached Naruto, her face a mask of murderous intent. Naruto thought, this is bad. If she summons that doghead here, I'm done for. Just as he prepared to make his escape, he suddenly noticed that the saintess's form began to waver, gradually becoming insubstantial. Damn it, you have destroyed my heavenly deceit pearl. The secret realm of the evil god still belongs to the mortal realm and its rules. Before the saintess could finish her sentence, her figure vanished entirely. Chapter 64. The mysterious realm of the evil deity. Naruto extended his consciousness, meticulously probing his surroundings. Yet he found no trace of the holy maiden of the evil deity sect. It appeared she had been compelled to vanish from this space moments ago. From her words, it could be inferred that the holy maiden may not belong to the ninja world. They referred to the ninja world as the mortal realm. The mysterious realm of the evil deity sect also lies within the confines of the ninja world, suggesting the existence of other domains, such as the celestial realm and the divine realm. Her discourse hinted that the rules of the mortal realm forbade the manifestation of powers beyond the norm, and her abilities were evidently extraordinary, leading to her expulsion by the force of these rules, ultimately causing her departure from this space. Naruto contemplated the enigma of her origins and intentions. Was she, like the Otsutsuki clan, also in pursuit of energy? During their confrontation, Naruto sensed that her energy was not chakra. It bore a striking resemblance to spiritual energy. In addition to controlling souls, she could summon creatures from alternate dimensions to fight on her behalf. He marveled at the complexity of the Naruto world, filled with the enigmatic Otsutsuki clan, the elusive lord of secrets, and the mysterious forces represented by the holy maiden of the evil deity sect, all contributing to an intricate and perplexing tapestry. Once he confirmed the holy maiden's disappearance, Naruto shifted his focus to his surroundings. He found himself amidst a vast desert, where colossal stones loomed through the swirling yellow sands, resembling monstrous beings moving through the dunes. Could this truly be the realm of the evil deity? He pondered about Sasuke and Sakura's fate. Taking to the skies on his flying sword, Naruto beheld an endless expanse of yellow sand merging with the horizon, stretching far beyond what the eye could see. He had initially assumed that the space within the mysterious realm was limited, preparing himself for an ambush by the evil deity sect. To his astonishment, the realm was indeed vast. He flew for a considerable half-day before escaping the desert and arriving at a mountain range. In the heart of the mountains, a towering peak shrouded in mist obscured its full form, while the air was thick with spiritual energy, enveloping him completely. Previously, the most concentrated spiritual energy he had encountered was in the land of iron, yet this place possessed at least tenfold that potency, resembling a sanctum for cultivation. This location was likely the headquarters of the evil deity sect. Carefully, he stowed away his flying sword and approached with caution. A waterfall cascaded from the summit, and at the mountain's base lay a lake surrounded by scattered structures, where figures occasionally flitted about. It was hard to fathom that such a paradise could serve as the stronghold of the evil deity sect. Let me go? In the distance, two hooded figures in black robes emerged, escorting a group of 40 to 50 individuals, comprising both men and women, with a significant number of children among them. Naruto recognized Sasuke and Sakura among the captives, their hands and feet shackled in chains. Damn it, if you keep talking, I'll make you regret it. One of the hooded figures cursed, wielding a whip that struck Sasuke mercilessly, bringing him to the ground in just a few blows. Don't you dare hit him. Sakura cried out, her heavy shackles weighing her down as she threw herself over Sasuke to shield him from the lashes. Hee hee. I do enjoy your kind, little girl. Let us relieve some of my frustration, shall we? The figure cloaked in black seized Sakura abruptly, sending a kick towards Sasuke, who was crawling towards them. Sakura, terrified, turned pale and trembled. Quickly, take them up. The second priest is waiting to plant their soul locks. There will be plenty of opportunities to play later. How unfortunate. At the urging of his companions, the man in black reluctantly relented, releasing Sakura and brandishing a whip to drive the group up the mountain. Observing that the black-clad figure had ultimately refrained from harming Sakura, Naruto repressed his urge to intervene. He could easily handle these two men in black. But he had yet to grasp the situation regarding the evil god sect, and he had not caught even a glimpse of Kakashi. Naruto resolved to discreetly follow them up the mountain, intending to investigate the circumstances further. A stone staircase wound upward from the mountain's base, with the surrounding spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense as he ascended. Naruto trailed behind the group until they reached the mountainside, where crystal-clear springs flowed and blossoms flourished. Palatial structures adorned the landscape, guarded by sentinels, each manned by 40 to 50 black-clad guards. Within the palaces, numerous black-robed sentinels patrolled in organized formations, amounting to hundreds, if not thousands, in total, not including those at the mountain's foot. The power of the evil god sect was indeed vast. Naruto concealed his presence behind a large tree outside the palace, affording him a view of the unfolding events within. Two figures in black escorted Sasuke and Sakura to the plaza before the main hall, where dozens of black-clad guards erupted from within, swiftly aligning themselves on either side. Soon, three individuals emerged from the main hall. At the forefront was a man clad in white robes, holding a folding fan, with a sickly pale visage betraying a cynical demeanor. To the right of the ailing man stood a portly middle-aged figure, his rotund face adorned with 3 tufts of short whiskers and a lewd smirk. To his left was a woman cloaked in black, holding a wand, her eyes being the only visible feature. Salutations to the second priest, the Wind Guardian, and the Forest Guardian, the two black-clad men escorting Sasuke, and Sakura bowed respectfully. Indeed, we have managed to capture 2 ninjas this time. Where are the third priest and the Fire Guardian? Why did they not return with you? The ailing man, referred to as the second priest, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group of shackled captives, ultimately settling on Sakura and Sasuke. In response to the second priest, we encountered 3 ninjas on our way back. One of them, a white-haired ninja, escaped after being injured by the Fire Guardian. The third priest and the Fire Guardian have gone in pursuit of him. One of the black-clad men replied. Upon hearing this, the second priest furrowed his brow slightly as he approached Sakura and Sasuke, bending down to lift Sakura's chin with a finger. Such a lovely girl, do not worry. After I have had my enjoyment, I shall transform you into a soul slave. Bah, you fiend. If you dare lay a finger on us, my comrades will not spare you, and you will not escape, Sakura retorted fiercely. Turning her head away and shaking off the second priest's hand, her eyes ablaze with defiance, confident that Naruto would come to their rescue. Ha! The 2 priests, along with another pair, erupted into laughter, completely dismissing Sakura's threats. The rotund middle-aged man approached Sakura, mocking her with, "Little girl, do you know where you are? This is the headquarters of the evil god cult. Even if your Hokage were to arrive, they would find no way back. Your companion is likely already captured by our men." "Ha! Lin, has your mouth been blessed by the saintess?" "It's quite something," replied another. Just as Lin finished his taunt, 2 figures emerged in the square, a frail old man and a bald giant who was dragging Kakashi along. The giant, with a dark complexion and his head covered in dense incantations, stepped forward and tossed Kakashi at Sakura and Sasuke's feet. Kakashi lay motionless on the ground. "Kakashi, what happened to you?" Sakura and Sasuke exclaimed. Panic etched across their faces as they beheld their injured companion sprawled on the ground. "Hee, little girl. Your companion is quite impressive. Look at him lying there like a dead dog." Lin grinned maliciously, his face filled with derision. Ha! At his words, the members of the evil god cult erupted in laughter. Just moments ago, this little girl had vehemently insisted that her comrade would not spare them. Yet in the next instant, he lay before them like a defeated beast. How infuriating. "Where are you, Naruto?" Sakura's voice trembled with desperation as she and Sasuke struggled futilely against their restraints, their limbs shackled, rendering them immobile. They could only fervently pray within their hearts for Naruto's timely arrival. "Those who harm my companions shall perish." The once raucous square fell into a profound silence as Naruto's figure gradually descended from above. Chapter 65. The rescue those who harm my companions shall perish. Having observed from the shadows for an extended period, Naruto had discerned the layout of the evil god cult's personnel. The number of cult members here exceeded 1,000. Should he fall into their ambush, peril would undoubtedly ensue. Particularly concerning were the 5 individuals in the square. The protectors and priests of the cult. They posed the greatest threat to Naruto. However, upon witnessing Kakashi's capture, he realized that if he did not act soon, Kakashi would become a soul slave. While the nature of a soul slave remained unclear, its ominous title hinted at something far from favorable. As Naruto descended from the sky, a colossal kaleidoscopic Sharingan hovered above him, causing the members of the evil god cult to freeze in their tracks. This was the very Sharingan Naruto had seized from Danzo. After entering the secret realm of the evil god, he had studied it while on the move, discovering its remarkable capabilities. The eye could exist independently outside of the body. The Sharingan resembled a magical artifact that could be refined. If Naruto so desired, he could even integrate it into his own eye, yet he chose not to. After refining the eye, it could still be utilized externally. By infusing it with chakra and spiritual energy, he could activate the techniques it contained. He had just employed the power of Otsutsuki. All members of the evil god cult were ensnared in an illusion. Naruto's mental assault could not achieve such extensive control, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was perfectly suited to confront these foes. However, casting such a vast illusion was exceedingly taxing on both mental and spiritual energy. The moment Naruto landed, a flurry of blades flashed by, severing the shackles binding Sasuke and Sakura, while the portly Lin and the 2 captors restraining Kakashi were simultaneously cleaved in half. To Naruto's astonishment, the silent woman in the black robe managed to block his attack. She was unaffected by the illusion, and her strength was akin to that of the saint, distinctly different from the others. I've waited for you a long time. After she thwarted Naruto's strike, she gently twirled her staff, which radiated a crimson glow, reviving the 5 individuals previously bisected by Naruto. The members of the evil god cult, previously under the influence of the illusion, also regained consciousness. Kill him. At the black-robed woman's command, all members of the evil god cult surged towards Naruto, launching an array of bizarre assaults. In the face of such overwhelming aggression, Naruto remained undaunted. He wielded his grass spear sword, unleashing 4 immense crescent-shaped waves of sword energy that shattered every incoming attack. As the sword energy coursed through, numerous members of the evil god cult fell, and the surrounding palaces crumbled under its might, turning the square into a veritable battlefield littered with corpses. Those who had not been struck by the sword energy hesitated, rooted in place, intimidated by the presence of a lone warrior wielding a sword. It is futile. The members of the evil god cult cannot be slain here. No sooner had the black-robed woman uttered these words than a golden beam pierced her forehead, followed closely by a crimson light that penetrated her chest. She had just deflected a wave of sword energy. This woman was formidable. Naruto surmised that the inability to kill the cultists stemmed from her influence, thus making her his priority. However, when his mental assault reached her forehead, he discovered that she possessed no soul. Remarkably, despite being pierced by the crimson light, she appeared entirely unscathed, as if no injury had been inflicted at all. The black-robed woman was incredibly swift, swinging her glowing staff down upon Naruto's head. In a moment of urgency, he raised his sword to block. He had not anticipated her immense strength, which drove him deep into the ground, causing pain to radiate through his arms. Naruto summoned his spiritual energy to envelop his body, exerting force to push her away, and quickly unleashed several waves of sword energy to counter her relentless onslaught. He hastily lifted Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke onto the crimson sword before leaping aboard himself. This black-robed woman was a tenacious adversary, and the only way to deal with the evil god cult was to eliminate them all at once. Otherwise, they would resurrect after being reassembled by their comrades, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Thus, retreating became the most prudent course of action. As for the children on the battlefield, he felt powerless to save them. There were too many to rescue. He could only leave and devise a plan later. The crimson sword whisked the 4 away in an instant, leaving only a scarlet afterimage in the air. Attempting to flee, after the black-robed woman evaded Naruto's sword energy, she instantly leaped from the ground, raising her luminous staff once more to strike at Naruto in midair. Standing atop his flying sword, Naruto unleashed several waves of sword energy in an attempt to thwart her assault. However, The woman disregarded the danger and endured 3 strikes of energy. The sword energy collided with her chest, producing a sound akin to metal being severed, and in an instant, sparks erupted as 3 large gashes appeared on her torso. Naruto soon realized that this woman was not composed of flesh and blood. Rather, her form resembled some peculiar type of metal. Furthermore, he sensed that a significant portion of his sword energy had been absorbed by her, which explained why she had remained unscathed when the crimson light had pierced her chest moments earlier. Though her speed was momentarily hindered, the brilliance of the staff in her grasp intensified, and her velocity surged once more. With the force of a mountain, she brought the staff crashing down towards Naruto, who had no choice but to meet the attack with his sword. The clash of the grass cone's sword against her staff resonated with a thunderous metallic sound, followed by a violent shockwave that caused Naruto's flying sword to tremble violently, sending Sakura and the others plummeting from the sky. Their terrified cries echoed through the air as they lost their footing and fell. After blocking the woman's staff, Naruto seized the momentum to descend, skillfully maneuvering the flying sword to catch all 3 of them before accelerating to break through the air. If it were only Naruto, he would have relished the opportunity to engage the black-robed woman in a spirited duel. However, with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi present, he felt somewhat restricted in his actions. Moments later, he soared out of the mountain range and into a vast expanse of marshland, discovering that the direction he had taken was the opposite of his arrival route. What had once been a barren desert was now revealed to be an ocean on the other side of the mountains. Upon reaching this place, the black-robed woman halted, landing on the ground as she gazed hesitantly at the expansive sea before her, standing still and silently observing the 4 upon the flying sword. Noticing that she had not pursued them any further, Naruto also came to a stop. As he entered the air above the ocean, he felt his mental acuity dull, as if he were being isolated by some unseen force, rendering him somewhat impotent in controlling the flying sword. Yet, he was aware that his mental energy had not been depleted. The cause of this peculiar sensation eluded him. "This sea is strange," Kakashi remarked gravely from atop the flying sword. Having awakened some time ago, he and Sasuke had received the small tree's essence from Naruto, and they were now nearly restored. "Don't hold on to me," Sasuke said impatiently as Sakura, sitting behind him, tightly clutched his arm with her eyes tightly shut. This was her first experience on a flying sword, and she was exceedingly anxious, having nearly been frightened to death when they had just fallen from the sky. Sasuke, visibly annoyed, extracted his arm from her grasp. "But I'm so scared. When will we return to Konoha?" Sakura expressed her grievances, though she ceased to pester Sasuke further, instead gazing at Naruto with anticipation. Naruto remained fixated on the distant black-robed woman, offering no response to Sakura. She stood motionless in the distance, resembling a wooden post. At this moment, Kakashi explained, "We are no longer in Konoha, or rather, we have departed from the world of Konoha and entered another realm, somewhat akin to the domain inhabited by summoned beasts." Can we ever return?" Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sakura choked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. She regretted following Sasuke. Not only had she been unable to assist, but she had also become a burden. A heavy silence enveloped the 3 of them, as none knew how to escape this secret realm. "Kakashi, perhaps you could attempt the summoning technique. If it works, we might utilize reverse summoning to exit this realm," Naruto suddenly suggested. The notion of reverse summoning seemed plausible. It could potentially transport them to the world of the summoned beasts, offering a means of escape. Kakashi's eyes brightened at Naruto's proposal, acknowledging its feasibility. He began to form the necessary hand seals for the summoning technique, but failed. "No, it feels as if my chakra is entirely severed, rendering me unable to perform ninjutsu." Naruto frowned, stating, "This place is saturated with a peculiar energy, seemingly designed to isolate my mental faculties. We must leave at once. Kakashi, you protect Sasuke and Sakura. I will confront that woman." Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Sakura and Sasuke lowered their heads in shame, each unwilling to burden their comrades. Yet, they felt utterly powerless at that moment, yearning desperately for strength. "Naruto, I wish to grow stronger." Sasuke clenched his fists, gazing intently at Naruto, his eyes radiating determination and longing. "So do I," Sakura echoed, her gaze fixed on Naruto, aware that she was the weakest among them, with little combat prowess. "If we can survive and escape this realm, I will teach you both how to train," Naruto declared, just as he prepared to steer his flying sword back. A sudden force of immense suction gripped his feet, At that moment, his mental faculties were nearly severed, and controlling the flying sword became exceedingly difficult. The sudden pull felt like the final straw for a beleaguered camel, causing the sword to lose control and return to the safety of Naruto's small sanctuary. The four of them plummeted together, descending towards the once tranquil ocean, which was now forming a colossal whirlpool. Naruto had been so focused on the figure of the woman in the black cloak that he had overlooked the perilous situation of the water's surface. The whirlpool continued to expand, growing deeper, as if it threatened to engulf the entire ocean. The immense force of suction emanated from its center, and Naruto attempted to escape the whirlpool, but his mental faculties were entirely cut off, rendering him incapable of flight. With no leverage available in the air, he could only watch helplessly as he fell into the vast abyss of the whirlpool. Chapter 66. A glimmer of hope with his mental faculties severed and unable to fly. Naruto faced the overwhelming whirlpool below, the irresistible force of suction pulling him in, surrounded by a lack of anything to grasp for support. As the four of them neared the gaping maw of the whirlpool, Naruto summoned every ounce of his mental power to project 3 streams of spiritual energy, enveloping the bodies of his companions to shield them from a fatal fall. In the next moment, Naruto felt himself enveloped by an endless torrent of water. Suddenly, he was caught in a whirlwind, the force of the vortex causing him to spin rapidly downward. Strong undercurrents propelled him erratically along the bottom of the water. Fortunately, the depths were devoid of any rocky obstructions, yet Naruto still found himself disoriented, unsure of where he had been swept away. As the turbulent currents gradually subsided, darkness surrounded him. Due to prolonged oxygen deprivation, his heartbeat quickened, and his head felt as if it might explode. He quickly adjusted his body and swam towards the surface, and soon he spotted a glimmer of light above. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he finally broke free from the water's grasp. Emerging from the surface, Naruto gasped for air, reveling in the sheer delight of breathing fresh air once more. Nearby, Kakashi also surfaced, ready to inhale deeply, only to sputter and choke on water before sinking back beneath the waves. Where are Sakura and Sasuke? Naruto thought as he swam over to support Kakashi, only to find that Kakashi seemed ensnared by something, resurfacing only to be pulled under again. Taking a deep breath, Naruto dove back into the water, where he saw Sasuke frantically tugging at Kakashi, who appeared to be losing consciousness. Acting swiftly, Naruto delivered a decisive blow to Sasuke, rendering him unconscious, and then brought him back to the surface. It is advisable to wait until a drowning person is unconscious before attempting a rescue, lest the rescuer be dragged down as well. At last, Kakashi managed to breathe in the fresh air, and Naruto tossed Sasuke to him, saying, "You take Sasuke to the shore. I will search for Sakura." After a prolonged search underwater, Naruto finally spotted Sakura, motionless and drifting at the bottom. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a faint heartbeat. She had merely fainted. He grasped Sakura and swiftly swam to the surface. "Over here," Kakashi called from the shore, waving at Naruto. Dragging Sakura onto the land, Naruto noticed that Sasuke had regained consciousness, breathing heavily beside him. "Sakura, wake up," he urged, placing her gently on the ground and patting her face, but to no avail. Checking for her breath, he realized she was no longer breathing and promptly began administering chest compressions to revive her. Just as Naruto prepared for rescue breaths, Sakura suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Naruto, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly closed her eyes again. She thought to herself, how could it be Naruto? Although I prefer Sasuke, Naruto isn't so bad either. What am I thinking? She admonished herself, just wake up. Naruto's teasing voice interrupted her reverie, prompting her to cautiously open one eye, only to find both Naruto and Kakashi gazing at her. Embarrassment washed over her, and she felt as though she had just experienced a social faux pas. How do we end up back here? Upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Naruto began to survey their surroundings. Before them lay a vast lake, from which they had just emerged, with a towering mountain in the background, cascading waterfalls spilling from its heights. Isn't this the base of the evil god cult? Have we somehow returned here? At this moment, Sakura ceased to feign unconsciousness. Having believed she had evaded the grasp of the sinister cult, she was disheartened to find herself back at the starting point after a harrowing escape. It was not the same location, for the surroundings of the lake bore no signs of habitation, and it appeared that this place had long been forsaken. Aside from their group, there was no other presence. They decided to explore the mountainside. Upon careful examination, Naruto discerned that the geographical structure here mirrored that of the cult's lair. Yet there were no traces of human activity, and his spiritual awareness detected no anomalies. He ventured forth, discovering that the base of the mountain indeed featured a staircase extending upward, though the stone steps were overrun with moss and weeds, indicating that no one had traversed this path for many years. It appeared that this locale was truly devoid of human life. However, given the circumstances they had encountered, it could not be dismissed that this was a ploy of the cult. Cautiously, Kakashi remained vigilant, as he had been rendered unconscious and brought to the mountainside, rendering him unfamiliar with the area below. Despite its seemingly abandoned state, the cult's methods were notoriously unpredictable, prompting him to caution the others. Reaching the mountainside, they would soon discover the truth. Everyone should ascend. The crimson blade emerged beneath Naruto's feet, gradually enlarging as it breached the water's surface. Upon doing so, Naruto realized that the mental barrier had dissipated, and this place was saturated with spiritual energy, even more abundant than that of the cult's domain. Thus, he resolved to carry the four of them skyward for a better view. Wow, I wish I could possess a flying sword too, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy as she beheld Naruto summon the flying sword once more. Preoccupied with the urgency of their escape, she had scarcely had the chance to relish the joy of soaring through the air. Kakashi and Sasuke, too, shared her sentiments, although danger still lurked. They had yet to encounter anyone on their ascent. The trio felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration as they embraced the liberating sensation of soaring above the ground, unbound by earthly constraints. Indeed, there was no one here, not even a palace. Soon, they reached the mountainside, where once stood a cluster of palatial structures, now replaced by lush greenery. Crystal clear springs cascaded down from the mountaintop, forming a profound pool at this site, its depths revealing an array of exotic flora. Upon arriving, the stone steps vanished, as if they had reached the terminus of their ascent. Naruto, intrigued by what lay atop the mountain, guided the flying sword upward. The view of the mountainside and base quickly obscured by the thick expanse of the distant sea, as if they had ascended into the very heavens. How beautiful! Sakura exclaimed, enraptured by the boundless sea of clouds, unable to contain her admiration. Kakashi and Sasuke relaxed completely, seated upon the flying sword, silently appreciating the breathtaking scenery. After what felt like an eternity of flight, the quartet finally reached the summit, enveloped in dense clouds that seemed to isolate the peak from the outside world. Despite several attempts, Naruto discovered he could not penetrate the mist, nor could he disperse it, much like the fog enveloping the wheel of reincarnation within his own domain, resembling a spatial barrier. At this moment, the silver bell within Mount Fonsuin began to stir as if yearning to escape the mountain. This bell was a trophy seized from the high priest of the evil god cult, originally intended as a gift for Tsunade. However, fearing that the cult might possess a means to trace it, Naruto had kept it hidden within the confines of the mountain. With a mere thought, the silver bell materialized above his head, emanating a faint glow accompanied by a melodious chime. The mist enveloping them gradually dissipated, revealing a cobblestone path that flickered in and out of sight amidst the fog. The four of them landed upon this path, immersed in the ethereal mist as if they had entered a celestial realm. After traversing the path for a while, a spring came into view, its waters flowing gently, releasing a rich spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, Naruto's excitement surged as he discovered that the spring was adorned with stones resembling white jade, all of which were spirit stones. Above the spring loomed a colossal circular altar, upon which a black token silently hovered. Chapter 67. Anha's Diary. The four companions reached the summit, where the spring filled with spirit stones awaited them, crowned by the grand altar bearing the enigmatic black token. What could that floating token be? Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued. I am uncertain. Let us ascend and find out, Naruto replied, shaking his head. He had just probed with his spiritual sense, only to find that the token seemed to obstruct any form of detection, suggesting its extraordinary nature. As they approached the altar, they observed its circular form, flanked by two stone pillars inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes. Ah, there is something behind the pillar, Sakura exclaimed in terror, retreating behind Naruto, as if something dreadful had caught her eye. Naruto stepped closer to the stone pillar, discovering a scatter of withered bones beneath it. Alongside an ancient small box, it appeared that the individual had perished leaning against the pillar. After ascertaining there was no danger through his spiritual sense, Naruto opened the box, revealing 2 books and a small black orb within. He picked up one of the books, its cover inscribed with the title Inyang's Secret Tome. Upon perusing its contents, he realized it contained the legacy of the Onmyoji. The Onmyoji's legacy, quite remarkable. You should take a look, he said, handing the book to Kakashi for the others to examine. He then picked up the other book, which bore no title on its cover. Upon opening it, he discovered it to be a diary belonging to a figure named Anha, containing scattered records of his experiences. From Anha's diary, Naruto gleaned a wealth of valuable information. The true name of the evil god's secret realm was the Inyang Secret Realm, and Anha was a native of this place. His ancestors had not originally belonged to this land. They had sought refuge in the Inyang Secret Realm to escape calamity, with Anha being the 13th generation of his lineage. Regrettably, Anha had only briefly mentioned these matters in his journal. Naruto surmised that Anha's ancestors were ancient Onmyoji from the ninja world, who, after being defeated by Kaguya, had taken refuge in the Inyang Secret Realm. Anha has always been filled with curiosity and longing for the outside world. Unfortunately, he is unable to leave. For upon entering this realm, the exits were permanently sealed. He once believed that he could lead a tranquil life within the Inyang Secret Realm. But on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, an unexpected guest suddenly breached the space of the realm and descended upon it. Anha referred to this intruder as a demon. After the demon's arrival, he employed unknown means to control most of Anha's kin. Thus, war ensued. Regrettably, Anha had never devoted himself to the art of cultivation. Although he did not wish to be enslaved by the demon, he found himself of little assistance. Ultimately, those who refused to become the demon's slaves were nearly exterminated. Before his father met his demise, he entrusted Anha with a box, claiming it contained the most vital treasure of their lineage. Anha managed to escape through the secret passage of his clan, but alas, he was discovered by the demon's followers. Pursued by those of his kin who had betrayed him, he was left with no choice but to leap into the sea, ultimately swept away by a vortex to a place identical to the Inyang Secret Realm. Upon reaching this point, Naruto nearly grasped the essence of the tale. The Inyang Secret Realm was indeed the realm of the malevolent deity, and that demon was likely the Saintess. Anha's experiences mirrored those of Naruto and his companions almost perfectly. Upon arriving in this realm, Anha resolved to diligently practice the Inyang secret canon, aspiring to emerge as a formidable warrior and exact vengeance upon the demon for his kin. He devoted 30 years to mastering the canon and became an unparalleled master. However, he tragically discovered he could not escape. He traversed every corner of the realm, yet found no means of exit, and the vortex through which he had entered never reappeared. In his despair, he stumbled upon a stone tablet on the mountain's backside, which revealed the truth about the Inyang secret realm. It is divided into the In realm and the Yang realm, 2 identical places existing in different planes. Anha had transitioned from the Yang realm to the In realm. The sole method to cross back from the In realm to the Yang realm lay in activating the altar atop the mountain. After months of arduous climbing, Anha finally reached the summit, but he remained ignorant of how to activate the altar. He believed the method to activate it was concealed within the token he possessed, yet he never unraveled its mysteries before his death. Naruto could sense the despair and sorrow in Anha's later diaries. A young man, barely of age, faced tremendous upheaval, dedicating 30 arduous years to cultivation in pursuit of vengeance, only to find himself trapped in the In realm until his demise. Oh, how pitiable Anha truly is. Sakura's sobs pulled Naruto back to reality from Anha's diary, having been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed the presence of his companions beside him. Sakura, please refrain from wiping your tears on me. Sakura, seated beside Naruto, wept uncontrollably, using his shirt to dry her tears. Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief from his spatial ring to offer her. From Anha's diary, it is almost certain that this place is indeed the In realm. If we wish to avoid becoming the second Anha, we must swiftly investigate how to activate the altar. Kakashi rose and approached the floating token, reaching out to retrieve it, while Sasuke and Sakura gathered closer. Meanwhile, Naruto examined the beads within the box, discovering that they, much like the token, obstructed any form of spiritual detection. Realizing that he could not derive any immediate conclusions, Naruto deemed it essential to validate the contents of Anha's diary. He then soared to the rear of the mountain to inspect the stone tablet. Indeed, at the foot of the mountain's reverse side stood a stone tablet, inscribed prominently with the characters for In realm. The information recorded on the back was far more comprehensive than that in Anha's diary, for it was implausible that Anha had documented every detail of the tablet. The stone tablet meticulously chronicled all aspects of the Yin-Yang secret realm, noting that at its inception, 3 treasures were born alongside it: the Yin-Yang token, the Yin-Yang bell, and the 5 elements pearl. Securing all 3 treasures would grant access to the entirety of the Yin-Yang secret realm, each artifact possessing its own unique utility. Naruto furrowed his brow. The Yin-Yang token must be the very token atop the mountain altar, while the 5 elements pearl was likely the bead within Anha's box. According to the tablet's records, there should only be one Yin-Yang bell. However, Naruto possessed one, and another resided atop the saintess's magic staff. Could it be that the bell in his possession was a counterfeit? Yet, he felt certain that the bell was authentic. Crafted from a material so resilient that even the red sky and grass cone sword could not leave a mark upon it. Furthermore, when he first arrived at the mountaintop, the small bell had autonomously chimed, unveiling the mist above. An imitation would lack such a capability. After examining the tablet, Naruto soared back to the summit, noting that the structure of the mountain's front and rear was nearly identical. During his previous venture into the evil god realm, he had only explored the front. Thus, the back was likely the dwelling of the saintess. Upon returning to the summit, he found Kakashi and Sasuke had ceased their study of the token, sprawled across the altar, their faces marred with grime, mumbling incoherently as if possessed, exuding a foul odor. Sakura, standing nearby with a look of disdain, covered her nose. "What happened?" Naruto inquired. "They drank the water from the spring, and now they're like this. It's unbearable," Sakura exclaimed, rushing to Naruto and clinging to his arm. Naruto frowned, attempting to approach the two, but the stench was overwhelming. As he drew near, an acrid odor assaulted his senses, bringing tears to his eyes. Reminiscent of a beggar who had not bathed in decades, approaching them was utterly impossible. Kakashi looked up at Naruto and said, "Don't worry, I feel fantastic. As if I've been reborn." "Indeed, I feel as though I could fell a bull with a single punch," Sasuke chimed in. Though perplexed, Naruto recognized that the spring water must possess extraordinary properties. "Take me down to wash," he declared. Kakashi and Sasuke rose to their feet, their bodies seemingly enshrouded in a layer of black mud, a manifestation of the impurities expelled from within after consuming the spring water. Naruto, eager to partake, prioritized the urgent task of dealing with these 2 foul-smelling individuals first. Chapter 68. Transformation. After drinking from the spring, Kakashi and Sasuke had expelled all impurities from their bodies, reaping tremendous benefits. Naruto yearned to drink as well, yet he decided to first eliminate the 2 odorous companions. He enlarged the Chishao sword, positioning Sakura and himself at one end, with Kakashi and Sasuke at the opposite end, to prevent any contamination of his treasured sword. Naruto layered it with numerous leaves before transporting them to the deep pool halfway up the mountain for cleansing. After depositing them, Naruto and Sakura returned to the mountaintop. Approaching the spring, Naruto extracted a spirit stone from its depths, feeling its energy. He discerned that the concentration of spiritual energy within this stone far surpassed the 3 he had acquired from the spatial ring. Wealth awaits. Greeted by the sight of the glistening spirit stones in the spring, Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight, narrowing into crescent shapes. "Naruto, what is so great about this?" "Drinking it will leave you reeking," Sakura remarked, shivering at the thought of Naruto's enchanted gaze fixed on the spring. Surely he wouldn't consider drinking from it. Haha. "Oh, Sakura, you simply don't understand. This spring water and the stones within are treasures. Consuming the water can cleanse the marrow and expel impurities, even leading to a complete transformation. It purges the body of toxins and, most importantly, enhances beauty and preserves youth." Initially, Sakura was vehemently resistant to the idea of drinking the water. However, upon hearing Naruto's claims of beauty and eternal youth, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, the thought of emerging in a cloud of foul odor caused her brows to furrow in conflict. Disregarding Sakura's turmoil, Naruto retrieved over a dozen spirit stones and placed them into his spatial ring before eagerly gulping down the spring water. It was refreshingly cool and sweet, sending waves of warmth radiating from his core, enveloping him in a delightful tingling sensation. Oh, how exhilarating! Naruto couldn't contain a groan of pleasure, witnessing his enjoyment. Sakura cast aside her hesitation and rushed to the spring, drinking deeply. "Naruto, hurry! Get me down before I start to smell." Every girl has a desire to be beautiful, and Sakura was no exception. She did not wish for anyone to see her in a state of foulness, prompting her urgent request. With a resigned shake of his head, Naruto summoned the Chishao sword, carrying Sakura down the mountain. He set her in the stream above the deep pool, taking into consideration that Kakashi and Sasuke were still soaking below. The matter of the two using Sakura's bathwater was not within Naruto's scope of concern. Naruto, don't wander too far. I'm scared alone. But no peeking. As he prepared to leave, Sakura's shy voice called out from behind him. Sighing, Naruto found it troublesome. He turned his back to Sakura and sat cross-legged by the stream, taking the opportunity to fully sense the changes within his body. As for Sakura, if he wished to see her, he didn't need his eyes. His spiritual perception was far more acute. Besides, was Naruto truly that kind of person? After drinking from the spring, Naruto felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, as if countless delicate currents of electricity were flowing within him. His vitality surged, and every cell became invigorated. Numerous impurities within him were expelled, and he could even hear the thunderous sound of his blood flowing. At that moment, his physical strength rivaled that of the dark-robed woman from the evil cult, although she was not of flesh and blood, but rather a humanoid artifact forged by someone. The spring water had truly transformed him, elevating his corporeal strength to that of a magical treasure. Are you done, Sakura? After completing the cleansing process, Naruto found himself covered in a layer of greasy black grime, the stench overwhelming. Just a moment, almost there, came the rustling sound from behind. Sakura was likely getting dressed. Once the four of them had washed away the dirt, they emerged radiant, their skin as fair as jade, feeling light and strong, their physical prowess having increased dramatically. However, the once clear stream had suffered, particularly the deep pool where Kakashi and Sasuke had bathed, now murky and dark. I feel as if I've returned to my youth. This sensation is exquisite. I could just punch Guy. Kakashi stretched his limbs, his face alight with ecstasy. Perhaps if you reduced your indulgence in those romantic tales, you might maintain this state indefinitely. Sasuke and Sakura were puzzled by Kakashi's nostalgia for youth, as they themselves were still young. Naruto understood all too well and rolled his eyes at Kakashi, who often pulled out his romantic tales, yet never sought a partner, unaware that time waits for no one. What do kids know? That is art. Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head, defending his preference. Now, on to serious matters. I believe I have a way to activate the altar, though it may take considerable time. Naruto approached the trio with a solemn demeanor. After placing the three treasures together, both the token and the small orb underwent a transformation. When he employed his divine sense to investigate the token again, its intricate structure became vividly clear. The token and orb, no larger than a palm, were composed of thousands of complex patterns and runes. Some of the runes on the token matched those on the altar, leading Naruto to conclude that the token indeed had the capability to activate it. However, to harness the power of this token, it needed to be refined first. Its intricate design posed a significant challenge, requiring him to inscribe his soul mark among the myriad of patterns, an immense undertaking. Really? How long will it take? Sakura, having finished bathing, lingered by the stream admiring her reflection. Upon hearing Naruto mention a means of escape, she reluctantly approached him, her face brimming with anticipation. If all goes well, 3 years. At most, it could take 10 years. 10 years should suffice for the refinement. Naruto was uncertain about the exact duration required to refine the token and could only provide an approximate time frame. After Naruto spoke, the three fell into silence. The prospect of residing in this unfamiliar land for at least 3 years was somewhat disconcerting, especially Sakura, who has only been away from her parents for a few days. Already misses them terribly. What then of a span of 3 years? However, considering that Anha has spent a lifetime here without ever leaving, 3 years seems somewhat bearable. The crucial point is that they have no alternative. Is there anything we can do to assist? Kakashi, being the eldest and most composed among the four, recognizes that since the situation is already a fait accompli, they must accept it. He wishes to see if he can offer any help to Naruto. For now, you are of no assistance. The key to activating the altar lies within the token. I must refine it using my spiritual consciousness and energy. You lack even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, let alone spiritual consciousness. Refining the token requires spiritual awareness, and one must have all 9 apertures open to possess such consciousness. As the 3 of them have yet to cultivate even the basic energy flow, they are unable to contribute in any meaningful way. I will later impart the energy flow technique to you. The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense, supplemented by spiritual springs and stones. I am confident that your cultivation will progress at an astonishing pace, and perhaps then you may be able to assist. Upon returning from the Iron Country, Naruto had planned to gather his friends and teach them the energy flow technique. However, plans change unexpectedly, and who could have foreseen their entrapment in this secret realm? His elder sister must have successfully inherited the title of Hokage by now. I wonder if the third S injury is healed. Hinata and the others must be terribly worried. Naruto couldn't help but think of all the villagers who are concerned for him. He misses them dearly. To reunite with them, he must refine the token swiftly and strive for an early escape. Chapter 69. Sasuke's new objective. Although the group is trapped within the Inyang secret realm, fortune and misfortune intertwine. The spiritual energy here surpasses that of Konoha by at least tenfold, making it a sanctuary for those practicing the energy flow technique. Naruto had originally intended to pass this technique on to them, and now the opportunity is perfectly timed. Really, can I fly like you on a sword? Upon hearing Naruto say they would need at least 3 years to escape, Sakura pouted with disappointment, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet, when she learned that Naruto would teach them the cultivation, her excitement returned in full force. She too wishes to soar on a sword like Naruto, to protect everyone, not wanting to be a burden to her companions. Sasuke, too, was filled with exhilaration. Returning to Konoha holds little significance for him now, as his family has been destroyed. His singular desire is to grow stronger and exact vengeance upon Danzo, to avenge his father. Naruto has yet to inform Sasuke of Danzo's demise, and witnessing Sasuke's current state left him uncertain whether to share this news. If he reveals it, Sasuke may lose his driving purpose. Having faced such profound change at a young age, losing his parents, would the death of his enemy render his life devoid of meaning? After much contemplation, Naruto resolved to tell Sasuke the truth. He does not wish for Sasuke to live solely for the sake of vengeance. Existence driven solely by hatred bears no distinction from that of a mere walking corpse. In the original narrative, Sasuke is ensnared in a daily existence of hatred and suffering, a sight that Naruto cannot bear to witness. Under the influence of Naruto's intervention, Itachi refrained from taking the lives of their parents, and the brothers are spared the necessity of facing each other in mortal conflict. Perhaps this is the best outcome conceivable. Even if Danzo had not slain his father, it is likely that the latter would have spent the remainder of his days within the confines of Konoha's prison. Sasuke, there is something I have yet to inform you. Danzo is dead, consumed by the goddess of the dark cult. What? Danzo is dead. Upon hearing this news, Sasuke's gaze became vacant, his body seemingly drained of vitality as he collapsed to the ground. Then, as if struck by a thought, he abruptly rose, seizing Naruto by the collar and screaming in a frenzy. How can he be dead? I have yet to kill him. He must perish by my hand. Tell me he is alive. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Since the death of his parents, avenging Danzo has become Sasuke's life creed, the very essence that has sustained his will to live. Naruto's sudden revelation of Danzo's demise shattered this creed, rendering Sasuke's existence devoid of meaning. Calm down, Sasuke. Life's purpose is not solely vengeance. There are myriad pursuits worthy of our effort and determination. Naruto understood that revealing the truth would elicit such a reaction, yet he was compelled to speak, unwilling to see Sasuke perpetually engulfed in hatred. Calm. How can I be calm? I have lost everything, absolutely everything. What meaning does my life hold? You know nothing. You cannot comprehend my feelings. Sasuke's voice broke, tears streaming down his face, as he felt the weight of the world's betrayal upon him, convinced that he alone bore the greatest burden. Bang! Witnessing Sasuke in such despair ignited a surge of anger within Naruto, who struck him down with a punch. Yes, you have lost your parents, and even your target for revenge is gone. But so what? I lost my parents at birth, and from a young age, I was scorned by the villagers. No one desired to befriend me. Did I lament? Did I fall into despair? Do you believe you are the only one who suffers, the only one wronged? Naruto pressed Sasuke down, delivering a blow for each word spoken, detesting those who wallow in self-pity and degradation. Look at Sakura. She abandoned her parents for you. And consider Kakashi, who is trapped here with us in search of you. Do they owe you anything? What are you portraying with your perpetual frown? You have lost your parents, but you are not bereft of everything. You still have your brother, as well as us and many who care for your well-being. Naruto, please stop. I beg you, do not strike him anymore. Kakashi, please intervene. Sakura, who had initially hoped to learn the art of chakra manipulation from Naruto, was taken aback by the sudden confrontation, her eyes filling with tears as she found herself at a loss for what to do. Kakashi stood by silently, observing. He noted that Naruto was controlling his strength. Though Sasuke bore bruises, they were merely superficial injuries, of no grave consequence. Kakashi understands that both Sasuke and Naruto are in considerable distress. They require an outlet for their emotions. Men, after all, tend to internalize their struggles rather than vocalize them, swallowing their burdens whole. A good fight to release that pent-up energy would be ideal. That's enough, Naruto. Kakashi interjected, attempting to temper the situation. Think it over yourself. Naruto shot a disdainful glance at Sasuke, who appeared defiantly unyielding. With another punch, Naruto taunted, not satisfied? Then hit me back. But judging by your current state, you'll never surpass me in this lifetime. Rising to his feet, Naruto distanced himself, his previously buoyant mood thoroughly disrupted by Sasuke's demeanor. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura rushed over as Naruto walked away, eager to assist Sasuke. Initially, her heart had solely belonged to Sasuke, but after experiencing the recent events alongside Naruto, she now valued them both equally, if not more so for Naruto. Wishing to prevent a rift between them, especially with Sasuke clearly at a disadvantage, she instinctively reached out to him. Get away. Unfortunately, Sasuke dismissed Sakura's concern, pushing her aside as he sat up, wiping the blood from his lips. He declared to Naruto, I will surpass you. All right. I await that day, Naruto responded, his emotions settling. He recognized that Sasuke had come to terms with the situation, and seeing Sasuke's battered appearance stirred a twinge of guilt within him. Had he struck too hard? Enough. We are all comrades, and the four of us must endure at least 3 years together in this secret realm. We should focus on our immediate needs for food and shelter, Kakashi interjected, striving to mediate the atmosphere. This place is likely unsuitable for us to reside in. The environment has been compromised. Let us proceed to the back mountain. Naruto stood, surveying their surroundings, particularly the murky pool where Sasuke and Kakashi had bathed, finding it rather unappealing. Though the mountaintop brimmed with spiritual energy, it was impractical. After all, they needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. It wouldn't do for Naruto to ferry them for even the simplest tasks. All right, Naruto summoned his flying sword, and Kakashi and Sakura agilely hopped aboard, while Sasuke sulked, refusing to join. Let us go. If you wish to surpass me, sulking here won't help. Naruto extended his hand to Sasuke, understanding that men often care about their pride, and sometimes all it takes is a small gesture to provide a step up. Chapter 70. The 5 Elements Pearl in the path beyond the 9 orifices. The quartet rode the flying sword to the back mountain, where the environment mirrored that of the front. Halfway up the mountain, they discovered a vast, flat area ample enough to accommodate all of Konoha. Naruto contemplated that if he successfully refined the token to manipulate the secret realm, perhaps they could relocate Konoha here. A stone staircase meandered from the foot of the mountain to the summit, culminating in a crystal-clear pool where spring water cascaded down from the mountain, flowing into the pool and subsequently forming a lake below. It is puzzling why the waters of the lake can isolate one's spiritual energy and chakra. Logically, these waters flow from the springs atop the mountains and should be imbued with spiritual essence. Nevertheless, Naruto is unperturbed. He has ample time to explore these mysteries. The Yin-Yang secret realm resembles a self-contained miniature world, replete with sun and moon, distinguishing day from night. However, it remains uncertain whether the passage of time within this realm aligns with that of the outside world. Here, flora and fauna abound. Yet the one glaring deficiency is the absence of living creatures. The waters lack fish and shrimp, the mountains are devoid of animals, and not even a single insect can be found. Fortunately, Naruto's space ring is stocked with ample provisions, and the mountains are dotted with wild fruits and spiritual springs. Even in the absence of food and fruits, they can sustain themselves by drinking from the spiritual springs. The 4 companions decide to establish their dwelling by the pond, but as dusk descends, they realize there is no time to construct proper shelter. They resolve to make do for the night. The temperature within the secret realm appears constant, rendering the night comfortably warm. Kakashi ignites a campfire, and Naruto retrieves pots and utensils from his space ring. He possesses 2 rings, one for food storage and the other for wealth, with all valuables secured within the confines of Mount Fangs. Although the food ring is brimming with supplies, Naruto cannot find joy in it, for the space is limited, and the 4 of them cannot sustain themselves for long. They will have to rely on wild fruits and spiritual springs for an extended period, a prospect that is undeniably agonizing for a gourmet like Naruto. While he could certainly fast after unlocking the 9 orifices, life devoid of culinary delights would lack much joy. Wow, Naruto, how do you conjure items out of thin air? Please teach me. I want to do it too. Sakura exclaimed, her envy palpable upon witnessing Naruto's ability to produce pots and utensils seemingly from nowhere. Kakashi and Sasuke, too, were taken aback. Naruto's methods are always shrouded in enigma. What am I thinking? If only I could conjure things as well. These provisions are dwindling, and I must conserve what remains, he mused. Naruto began to elucidate the function of the space ring and how to utilize it. Upon hearing this, the others grew increasingly eager about the Chi Ninja flow, as they too could wield the space ring once their cultivation advanced, though such artifacts are not universally accessible. Naruto, teach me the Chi Ninja flow. Once I master it, I will emerge from the mountains to vanquish the followers of the evil god and seize their space rings. All treasures shall be mine, Sakura declared with a mischievous grin. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged wry smiles. Sakura, while vibrant and kind-hearted, harbors a cunning side. Regrettably, the original narrative often casts Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke in an atmosphere heavy with gravity and oppression, leaving little room for joy. The training in Chi Ninja flow emphasizes tranquility. Naruto began to meticulously explain the methods of cultivation and important considerations, with the 3 listening intently, especially Sasuke, who, having endured a thrashing from Naruto, was eager to reclaim his honor. During this period, the 3 individuals posed various questions, to which Naruto responded with patience, particularly to Sakura, who had the most inquiries, albeit of a rather trivial nature. Once they grasped the concepts, they settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate their energy through breathing exercises. Meanwhile, Naruto was not idle. He was refining the yin-yang token while contemplating his future path of cultivation. Since the opening of the 9 orifices, his journey seemed to have reached an impasse, as the meager reservoir of knowledge from his previous life had long been exhausted. Now that all 9 orifices were fully opened, the vast energy of the 9 tails resided within the central palace orifice. Naruto's internal energy reserves were immense, yet he sensed it was still insufficient, as the energy within the central palace orifice appeared limitless. Furthermore, the central palace orifice was far from fully developed. It had merged with the yang orifice, with half transformed into a sky rather than remaining an empty void, while the other half contained 5 clusters of small flames of different colors, quietly suspended in the air. Naruto could discern that these represented the 5 elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If he could continuously amplify them, perhaps they could evolve into true mountains and rivers. Suddenly, he recalled the 5 element pearls, having focused solely on activating the altar and the yin-yang token. He had overlooked these pearls. He retrieved the 5 colored pearls from within the Mount of Inch and began to deeply contemplate them. Indeed, the pearls were saturated with a tremendous essence of the 5 elements, filling him with excitement. It seemed that what he lacked had appeared. If he could refine these into his central palace orifice, might his internal mastery of the 5 elements reach fruition? However, he soon realized that, like the yin-yang token, the refinement of the 5 element pearls would be immensely challenging, likely requiring 3 to 5 years to accomplish. Nevertheless, being currently trapped in a secret realm, he could calmly dedicate himself to their gradual refinement. He stored the 5 element pearls back within the Mount of Inch, prioritizing the full refinement of the yin-yang token. Yet, the significance of the 5 element pearls to his cultivation could not be neglected. So he concentrated the majority of his consciousness on the yin-yang token while allocating a portion to the refinement of the pearls. As for the small bell, he left it untouched, sensing its function leaned more towards offense and had little relevance to mastering the secret realm. Moreover, as a grown man, he found it peculiar to wield such an exquisite little bell. Ever since his parents and the 9 tails entered the Hall of Rebirth, it had been completely shrouded in mist. Naruto had attempted several times to penetrate the fog, but had failed to uncover what his parents and the 9 tails experienced within. He felt a premonition that the Hall of Rebirth concealed astonishing secrets, not to mention the mysterious voice emanating from within. The very name was extraordinary. The world of Naruto also possessed the power of the 6 paths, which represented the pinnacle of strength. However, the power of the 6 paths in Naruto's world was manifested through the Rinnegan. After discovering that the Sharingan could be refined like a treasure, Naruto resolved to seize a Rinnegan once he emerged from this ordeal for further study. Perhaps the Rinnegan could unlock the Hall of Rebirth within the Mount of Inch. The ocular techniques were exceedingly enigmatic, and the Byakugan and Sharingan, when fully developed, seemed capable of wielding certain temporal and spatial powers, while the Rinnegan could command aspects of the Six Paths power. However, these powers are predominantly stored within the eyes in a manner reminiscent of techniques, somewhat akin to Chakra. It is as if a formidable entity, who commands these powers, has partitioned a fraction of their strength or skills, allowing those who have yet to reach their caliber to harness these abilities. Particularly after encountering the Holy Maiden of the evil god cult, Naruto realized that the ninja world is far more complex than portrayed in the original narrative. There undoubtedly exist higher realms, albeit those individuals are constrained by rules that prevent their descent into this domain. Thus they have chosen to enshrine portions of their power within the eyes. Moreover, it seems that something within the ninja world perpetually draws them, consistently dispatching subordinates to this realm. Known entities include the Otsutsuki clan, the Holy Maiden of the evil god cult, and the Lord of Secrets. Naruto sensed that the Holy Maiden and the Lord of Secrets did not belong to the same faction, and he firmly believed that myriad unknown extraterrestrial forces exist. Yet he had yet to encounter them. Chapter 71. Sakura of Versailles. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Naruto began to concentrate on refining the Yin-Yang order and the five-element pearl. At this point, pondering too much served little purpose. His subsequent training path was largely conceptualized, with the absorption of spiritual energy remaining paramount. Although all of the nine-tail spiritual energy resided in the central palace, it was still insufficient. Naruto's primary focus was to comprehend the attributes of the five elements, nurturing the seedlings of these elements within the central palace, and to see whether it would eventually evolve into a genuine microcosm. However, he could not afford to neglect the absorption of spiritual energy. A night swiftly passed, and upon observing the three still engaged in meditation, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, you're actually asleep." Upon closer inspection, he realized that Kakashi and Sasuke were indeed diligently cultivating, while Sakura had fallen asleep in a seated position. However, considering the tedium of such an activity for a young girl, it was somewhat unreasonable to expect her to remain awake. How could time pass so quickly? Kakashi and Sasuke, startled by Naruto's voice, awoke from their focused meditation, feeling as though only a brief moment had elapsed. In the cave, a single day could equate to a millennium in the outside world. Such is the nature of spiritual cultivation. When one immerses themselves wholly, time becomes inconsequential. Furthermore, as they were merely at the commencement of their training, future periods of seclusion could extend to decades as their realms deepened. Naruto clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a recluse, almost in need of a wispy beard to complete the image. The art of spiritual cultivation is indeed wondrous. Kakashi and Sasuke gazed at Naruto with admiration, finding his words profoundly resonant and devoid of dissonance. "The treasures, they are all mine, all mine." Sakura, drowsily waking, still drooped with drool, oblivious to the nature of her dreams. Naruto, exasperated, approached her and remarked, "Why not sleep a little longer? There's everything in dreams." Initially still dazed, Sakura snapped to attention upon seeing Naruto's darkened expression. "Why yes, I'm so sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean to. I just fell asleep somehow." She awkwardly scratched her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Wait, that's not right. You've actually completed the process of channeling energy into your body." Naruto observed Kakashi and Sasuke, who had earnestly trained throughout the night, yet had not achieved this milestone, while he chose to disregard the sleeping Sakura entirely, too disinterested to check. Yet, at this moment, Naruto was taken aback to discover that Sakura's dantian was already pulsating with spiritual energy. Could it be that Sakura, like Hinata, is also an extraordinary genius? While Hinata took nearly a day to succeed, the spiritual energy of Konoha is incomparable to this place. Had Hinata trained here, she would have accomplished her goal in far less time. Wow, it's true. I can feel the spiritual energy within me. This is amazing. I've succeeded. After Naruto's encouragement, Sakura, too, became aware of the energy swirling within her dantian, and she began to dance with joy. However, Kakashi and Sasuke, having toiled through the night, found themselves disheartened, as they had made no progress at all, while Sakura, after merely one night's rest, had achieved success. They exchanged incredulous glances with Naruto, as if silently questioning whether he had given Sakura any special advantage. Naruto, unfazed, dismissed their glances, asserting that all three were receiving equal instruction. If they struggled, it was their own shortcoming. Excited yet sensing the awkward atmosphere, Sakura soon realized that her overnight success might mean that Kakashi and Sasuke had surpassed her significantly due to their diligent training. This thought led her to feel guilty. While her companions worked tirelessly, she had indulged in slumber, which was quite unjust. Approaching Naruto, she bowed earnestly and said, "I apologize, Naruto. I was simply too tired last night. I promise to train diligently from now on. You need not worry. I will not fall too far behind Kakashi and Sasuke. I will strive to catch up with them." Naruto gazed skyward in exasperation. Sakura's words were almost too pretentious, and he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged glances, with Sasuke thinking, "I really want to give Sakura a piece of my mind." To which Kakashi replied, "So do I." Yet, they soon recalled that Sakura had done nothing wrong. She was not intentionally being arrogant. With that, they lowered their heads, spiraling into their own thoughts, questioning their very existence. I'm sorry. I will definitely train seriously." Upon hearing Kakashi and Sasuke's remarks, Sakura promptly apologized to them, unaware that her words struck a vulnerable chord within their hearts. "I'm off to chop some wood," said one. "I shall join you." Kakashi and Sasuke left in a huff, fearing that if Sakura spoke further, they might lose their composure and act out. Thus, they set off to gather timber for their shelter. "Naruto, how long did it take you to channel energy into your body?" Sakura's mood shifted like a sun shower, fleetingly bright before dimming again upon noticing that Kakashi and Sasuke were reluctant to engage her. She sought conversation with Naruto instead. "I'm going to chop wood as well," Naruto replied curtly, no longer wishing to entertain Sakura. Though it was unintentional, her demeanor was vexing. "What should I do then?" Continue dreaming. After their bodies were rejuvenated by the spiritual spring, their physical prowess multiplied, and their efficiency soared. In less than half a day, they had constructed 4 modest wooden cabins. While not large, they were quite spacious for a single occupant. Sakura had set up signs at the entrances of 4 rooms, each inscribed with Sakura's home, Naruto's home, Sasuke's home, and Kakashi's home. Though Sakura's handwriting appeared somewhat juvenile, the sight of the wooden houses adorned with words exuded a unique warmth. To celebrate the completion of the cabins, Naruto retrieved an array of food and beverages from his spatial ring. The world of Hokage lacked strong liquor, primarily offering fruit wines. Observing Jiraiya and Tsunade's fondness for drinking, Naruto had secretly sampled the beverages himself and found them quite palatable, hence he prepared a selection in his spatial ring. For Sakura and Sasuke, it was their first experience with alcohol. Initially, they each took a small sip, but upon tasting the sweet and tangy flavor of the fruit wine, they became insatiable, urging Naruto to refill their glasses incessantly. The 4 of them exchanged cups, momentarily casting aside all their troubles. However, it was not long before the gluttonous Sasuke and Sakura succumbed to intoxication. Sakura, her cheeks flushed, lay on the ground clutching a bottle, repeatedly exclaiming that everything was hers. Sasuke, brandishing a stick, began to dance, declaring himself the wine sword immortal. Kakashi and Naruto clinked their cups together, both smiling as they watched the antics of their friends. Chapter 72. 5 years' time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. "Hooray! I can finally fly," Sakura exclaimed, soaring through the air on a wooden sword. Over the 5 years, she had transformed from a snot-nosed child into a graceful young maiden. Barefoot, she stood atop her makeshift wooden sword, clad in vibrant orange capri shorts that revealed her smooth, porcelain-like calves, and a red crop top that accentuated her figure. Her long pink hair danced in the wind, radiating youthful vitality. The dress Sakura wore when she entered the secret realm had long since been rendered unwearable, having been repurposed into undergarments. Now, she donned clothing tailored from Naruto's garments, with Naruto himself assisting in the alterations. Sakura found the attire somewhat revealing and protested for quite some time, but Naruto dismissed her concerns under the pretext of conserving fabric. Indeed, he had only prepared 2 outfits within his spatial ring, nearly all of which were repurposed for Sakura. "TCH, what are you showing off for?" Sasuke, now nearly 1.60 meters tall, stood barefoot in black shorts, his bare chest hinting at a set of defined abs. He lifted a massive stone above his head and jumped up the steps. "Humph, I don't want to deal with you. I'm off to find Naruto and Kakashi," Sakura teased, making a face at Sasuke before soaring towards the mountain peak. "TCH, As if you need a sword to fly. Why the need for that shabby wooden sword? Sasuke set the boulder down, atop which he placed a pile of wild fruits he had just gathered from the foot of the mountain. After sampling a few, he gazed towards the summit, thinking that Naruto must be nearly finished. I'll go take a look, he said, leaping towards the peak. At the summit, Kakashi sat cross-legged beside a spiritual spring, intently studying the Yin-Yang secret tome. Unbeknownst to anyone, a copy of the Open Paradise of Affection lay nestled within the pages of the tome. He donned black shorts, his upper body exposed, and even the mask he once wore had been discarded. His left eye, previously concealed, now shimmered like a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. At that moment, both he and Sasuke activated their Mangekyou Sharingan simultaneously. With the awakening of the Yang aperture, their souls and mental prowess surged in strength, and their eyes benefited as well. Furthermore, after unlocking the Yang aperture, they could cultivate their ocular powers actively, no longer needing external stimuli for evolution. To facilitate this, Kakashi and Sasuke had developed a specialized training method for their eye techniques. Kakashi-sensei, what has happened to Naruto? Has he succeeded? Sakura and Sasuke arrived at the summit in succession. Shoo! Do not disturb Naruto, Kakashi said, closing his book and rising to his feet, signaling for silence. The three turned their gaze towards the altar's center. Naruto, similarly clad in shorts and bare-chested, had his golden hair casually tied back. He sat cross-legged at the altar's heart, a black and white talisman revolving around him, emanating a gentle radiance. It seemed he sensed their presence, for he opened his eyes, two beams of golden light flashing forth, and a subtle smile graced his lips, resembling the warmth of sunlight. I have succeeded, he proclaimed. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, Minato Namikaze. Sensei, Kakashi experienced a fleeting illusion, believing his mentor stood before him. Naruto looks incredibly handsome, Sakura exclaimed, her chin resting in her hands, gazing at him with rapt admiration. Fool. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Sakura, the meaning of which was inscrutable. Naruto rose to his feet, his height nearly reaching 6 feet, his muscular physique defined. The yin-yang talisman shimmered softly as it danced in his palm. He had been in seclusion for over a year, for years prior. Sasuke and Kakashi had sequentially unlocked their 9 apertures. Naruto was not surprised by their rapid progress, for they were indeed prodigies among prodigies. However, he was taken aback to learn that Kakashi was the first to fully unlock all 9 apertures, while the one he had high hopes for, Sakura, was the last. Despite her increased diligence, she still occasionally dozed off during training, though even in slumber, she maintained diaphragmatic breathing. Yet, this automatic cultivation could not compare to active training. Hence it was understandable that Kakashi and Sasuke had surpassed her due to their relentless efforts. Since the trio had fully awakened their 9 apertures, Naruto had ascended to the summit, diligently refining the yin-yang talisman and the 5 elements orb. Over the past 5 years, his growth and achievements had been unparalleled. During the refinement of the yin-yang talisman, he successfully grasped the essence of yin and yang, and as he delved deeper into the process, his understanding of these 2 attributes deepened profoundly. He also deciphered many runes and formations within. The 5 elements orb was nearing completion in his cultivation. Within his central palace aperture, a massive orb of 5 colors spun slowly, resembling the nascent form of a planet, with mountains and rivers gradually manifesting upon its surface. Naruto believed that once he fully refined the 5 elements orb, his inner world would take shape. His comprehension of the 5 elemental attributes has reached a significant level of mastery. However, what perplexes Naruto is his inability to grasp the wind and lightning attributes. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed, as he can now manipulate the elemental forces of nature over vast distances. His arsenal of attacks has become remarkably diverse, no longer limited to mere swordplay. Wonderful. We can finally go out, Sakura exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she dashed to Naruto, wrapping her arms around him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Idiot. Sasuke's expression soured at the sight of Sakura's affectionate display towards Naruto. If you desire it, I could reluctantly grant you one too, Sakura teased, casting a playful glance at Sasuke. Over the course of 5 years, they had come to regard one another as family, rendering Sakura's kiss merely an expression of familial love and affection, devoid of romantic implications. Humph, I wouldn't care for that, Sasuke scoffed, turning away with an air of arrogance. Despite his significant growth over the years, he exhibited little warmth towards Sakura, a behavior she had long since grown accustomed to. resulting in frequent banter between them. Alas, we are soon to depart, yet why does an unexpected sadness wash over me? Kakashi lamented. The expressions of the three darkened simultaneously. 5 years had rendered them accustomed to their life here and to each other. The place held countless joyful memories, and the prospect of leaving evoked a sense of reluctance. Do not fret. We shall return soon. I have refined the yin-yang order, which serves as a key to the yin-yang secret realm. I can open or close it at will. After mastering the yin-yang order, Naruto also understood its unique synergy with the 5 elements orbs. The yin-yang order functioned as a key or remote control for the realm, while the 5 elements orbs could manipulate the terrain within it. Together, they constituted nearly the entirety of the yin-yang secret realm. The small bell served as a guardian weapon for the realm. Naruto had thoroughly studied it over the years. The bell in his possession was indeed a genuine treasure birthed from the yin-yang secret realm, though its division into 2 remained a mystery. Naruto had suggested to Sakura that she refine the bell as a magical artifact, but she declined, expressing her preference for swords and her singular focus on infiltrating the lair of the evil god cult. Sasuke and Kakashi similarly showed no interest, leading to the conclusion that the artifact was destined for Tsunade. It had been 5 years, and he wondered how they were faring. He missed them dearly. The knowledge that they could soon come and go freely alleviated much of the sadness associated with departure. The 4 returned to their humble abode for a final glance before making their way back to the mountaintop. Naruto gathered Anha's remains into a spatial ring, intending to carry Anha to the ninja world for a proper burial. After all, the outside world and the quest for vengeance were his lifelong pursuits and obsessions, and he would fulfill these for Anha. Are you ready? After completing this, Naruto glanced at the 3, who nodded in unison, filled with anticipation for the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 73, Tremble. Villains of the cult of the evil god Naruto activated the altar of the netherworld with the token, causing the runes upon it to writhe, as if infused with life. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, the 4 joined hands, and in a flash of light, they found themselves on an identical altar. Who is it? A woman's voice echoed as they steadied themselves. You are still alive. A woman clad in black robes stood upon the altar, flanked by 2 platforms constructed from spirit stones, forming an intricate pattern, clutching a staff and veiled in darkness. She was none other than the woman who had forced Naruto and his companions into the sea 5 years prior. Long time no see. Holy maiden, I never expected you to control this puppet from beyond this realm. Naruto sauntered forth from the altar. 5 years ago, he had been blind to the black-robed woman's true nature. Now, however, he discerned immediately that she was a puppet crafted by the Holy Maiden. It was a mystery how she could manipulate it from such a distance. Ho ho ho, little brother, have you come to your senses and decided to return to serve your sister? The black-clad woman glided toward them, her voice dripping with mockery. Stay right there, you enchantress. Sakura raised her finger, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that pierced through the woman's forehead. The black-robed figure halted, her hand instinctively moving to touch the wound. Such a fiery temper. Little girl. Before she could finish her sentence, dark flames erupted around her. Let us see how you fare against my Amaterasu. Sasuke enveloped himself in spiritual energy, his eyes spinning like twin windmills, as the black flames descended upon the puppet, incinerating its robe to ashes and revealing a form identical to the Holy Maideness. What a pity to destroy such a flawless work of art. Kakashi emerged from behind the black-robed woman, launching a spiraling sphere of energy that dented her immaculate back. He gazed at the puppet engulfed in black flames and shook his head disapprovingly. The power of the spiraling sphere still requires enhancement. After 5 years, I never imagined you insects would grow formidable. The black-robed woman, being merely a puppet, displayed no expression. Her formerly pristine body became enshrouded in a dense array of runes, though the black flames persisted in their relentless burn. Sasuke extinguished the Amaterasu. This puppet's body is composed of numerous runes and is likely impervious to flames. During the process of refining the yin-yang order, Naruto had grasped many runes, enabling him to discern that this was a puppet forged by the Holy Maiden of the cult of the evil god. The platforms made of spirit stones on the altar were the very formations controlling the puppet's movements. With a gesture, Naruto dismantled the platform, causing the puppet to stiffen abruptly before closing its eyes, motionless. You dare to disrupt my formation? You shall pay dearly for this, boy. The Holy Maiden's voice resonated from within the puppet. I merely absorbed your energy formation. This way, We can engage in a more amicable dialogue. Naruto approached the puppet, seized the staff from her grasp, weighed it in his hand momentarily, and then tossed it to Sakura, remarking on its fine material and impressive runes, deeming it a suitable temporary weapon. Sakura caught the staff, twirled it a couple of times, and casually rested it on her shoulder, exuding an air of nonchalance. Indeed, it felt rather comfortable. Vortex Naruto, how dare you disregard me? In the upper realm, I could crush you with a mere flick of my finger. The furious voice of the evil god sect Saintess echoed once more from within the puppet. Now speak. What brings you to the ninja realm? Naruto circled the puppet, examining it closely, eager to discern the material from which it was crafted. Impudence. I could divulge my intentions, but only if you surrender the core of the secret realm to me. The Saintess struggled to suppress her ire. Lamentably, her true form was not present, and the formation controlling the puppet had been seized by Naruto. Oh, is this what you seek? Naruto produced a black and white token. Tell me first, and I shall hand it over to you. My dear boy, it appears we cannot engage in a pleasant exchange. Perish. The runes on the puppet began to writhe and spin rapidly, culminating in a blinding light before the entire figure erupted in an explosive blast, shaking the very mountain. What a pity for such a magnificent artifact. I had not yet fully appreciated its beauty, Kakashi lamented. As the brilliance faded, the four stood unharmed upon the altar, encased within a seven-colored protective barrier that Naruto had conjured, shielding them from the puppet's self-detonation. The explosion posed little threat to Naruto, yet his three companions were ill-equipped to withstand it. Let us descend. It is time for the evil god sect to meet its demise. This place shall become a new stronghold for Konoha. Naruto dispelled the radiant shield and retracted another formation from the altar, noting that the structure mirrored that of the Shadow Realm, with a spring beneath the altar, though most of the spiritual stones had been extracted, diminishing the spring's efficacy. At the headquarters of the evil god sect, the square was now teeming with people. The violent tremors caused by the Saintess's self-detonation had startled everyone into the open, including the second priest, third priest, and the two guardians. Damn it, what is that wretched woman doing atop the mountain now? The second priest snapped his folding fan shut, his sickly visage twisted in anger. Mind your words. She is the appointed proxy leader by the Saintess, remarked the guardian Lin in a mocking tone, as he dragged his corpulent form. Humph, I shall have my way with her eventually. The second priest retorted bitterly, then unfurled his fan and strode toward the main hall. Disperse. Return to your tasks, bellowed the bald, burly guardian of fire, commanding the assembled crowd to scatter. Since you are gathered, do not disperse. It saves us the trouble of searching one by one. All of you shall perish. Sakura's voice reverberated throughout the evil god sect headquarters. Who dares to speak with such audacity? The fire guardian and the three priests were instantly filled with fury upon hearing the sound. They glanced around, finding nothing amiss, before looking skyward. The followers of the evil god sect also turned their gaze upward, where a colossal fist imprint, accompanied by a howling rush of air, descended rapidly from above, enveloping the entire square in its ethereal grip. With a thunderous roar, the fist imprint struck the ground, producing a deep, resonant sound that reverberated through the air. The earth trembled violently, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky, as the members of the evil god sect were plunged into a vast pit. The air was soon filled with anguished cries and wails from within. Who dares to ambush us? The fire guardian of the evil god sect glowed with runic symbols, shielding his body as he was thrust into the pit created by the fist imprint. Emerging, covered in dirt, he bellowed in rage. I am here. Tremble, you wicked minions of the evil god sect. As the dust settled, Sakura, wielding her staff and clad in a shimmering suit of spiritual armor, floated gracefully above the square. Chapter 74. Surrender your treasures hand over your treasures. Sakura proclaimed, standing aloft with a triumphant smile, thoroughly pleased with her recent display of raw power. Humph. You've had your moment. Now it's my turn. Sasuke gradually descended from the sky, landing beside Sakura, activating his Sharingan. The remaining followers of the evil god sect were instantly ensnared in an illusion, left frozen in place. Upon landing, Sasuke conjured two blades of black flames in his hands. Moving with a deceptive grace, he traversed the square at incredible speed, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Each member of the evil god sect he passed was cleaved in two, their bodies consumed by the black flames. When Sasuke returned to Sakura's side, only the fire guardian and the second priest remained, while the third priest and the majority of the others had been reduced to ashes. It seems we need not intervene, Brother Kakashi. Indeed, the sequel by Lord Jiraiya should be forthcoming. Naruto stood quietly atop the roof of the evil god sect's main hall, while Kakashi sat beside him, absorbed in the Yin-Yang secret tome, offering Naruto a distracted remark before delving back into its mystical pages. Naruto rolled his eyes. Kakashi believed no one had noticed the intimate paradise tucked within the tome. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto had long been aware of it, and after several futile attempts to dissuade him, they resigned themselves to his indulgence. It's you. You are still alive. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, the remaining three turned sharply toward the rooftop, their faces etched with grave concern as cold sweat drenched their bodies. The earlier male and female adversaries had been formidable enough, but now they faced two more formidable foes, completely oblivious to their presence until now. The Fire Guardian wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. And no, it cannot be. The followers of the evil god sect cannot be slain. How has the formation failed? The second priest frantically surveyed the fallen, and aside from those turned to ash, the others had completely lost their life force, plunging him into utter panic. Initially, one might have believed that even the mightiest foes could not extinguish their existence. However, witnessing kindred beings slain, never to be resurrected, left him trembling, his lips quivering, and the ground beneath him soaked, the origin of the moisture uncertain, sweat or perhaps something more distressing. I neglected to inform you that the formation established by the Saintess has been dismantled by me. You may now embrace your demise, Naruto said with an expression as serene as a still lake. The followers of the evil god sect, due to their prolonged consumption of the spiritual spring's water, possessed a cellular activity far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the intricate runes inscribed upon their bodies, this was the source of their seemingly immortal nature. However, these runes relied upon the formation atop the mountain for sustenance. When the adherents of the evil god sect suffered fatal injuries, those they had previously captured would perish in their stead. With the dismantling of the mountain's formation by Naruto, the sect lost its paramount advantage. Once their souls were extinguished, they would face irrevocable death, and no amount of heightened cellular activity would alter their fate. This is impossible. How could you comprehend formations? The soul replacement array is a closely guarded secret of our Saintess, one I have yet to master. The second priest, upon hearing Naruto's words, succumbed to despair, his face a mask of terror as he collapsed to the ground. The Fire Guardian and the Forest Guardian exchanged grave glances. Their mental fortitude far surpassed that of the second priest. The Fire Guardian cast a disdainful glance at him, muttering about his ineptitude and his penchant for frivolities. Following this, the two guardians positioned themselves back to back, their garments erupting in a cascade of shredded fabric, revealing a profusion of runes that glimmered with a sanguine glow. Goodness, that's blinding. Brute, eliminate them at once. Sakura cried from the air, shielding her eyes at the moment their clothing burst apart, her expression rife with distaste. Fool, Sasuke retorted, his face clouded with irritation, yet he still launched an assault upon the two. In an instant, they were enveloped by a shadowy blade, a dazzling crimson light emanating from their forms, thwarting all of Sasuke's attacks. Experience the might of the rune warriors, you rascals. As the crimson light gradually dissipated, two towering figures, adorned with blood-red lines, materialized before them. Perhaps they could no longer be deemed human. Standing over 5 meters tall, wielding obsidian daggers. Their eyes sparkled with an otherworldly red luminescence, crimson veins protruding ominously from their bodies as if they might rupture at any moment, a sight both grotesque and fearsome. They have transformed. This seems rather troublesome, Naruto, Kakashi remarked, finally stowing away the secret arts of yin and yang, observing the transformed giants with keen interest. Indeed, they are significantly strengthened. However, Sasuke can manage. Naruto stood composed upon the rooftop, having eliminated the most formidable puppet of the evil god sect Saintess. The remaining adversaries, in contrast to 5 years prior, posed no threat to him now. He regarded them merely as practice for Sakura and Sasuke. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled, and a colossal figure composed of spiritual energy emerged, clad in armor and wielding a massive sword. It was Sasuke's Susanoo. The three giants clashed with ferocity, leaving a trail of collapsed buildings and sunken earth in their wake. Sasuke, take them to the foot of the mountain. Do not destroy these palaces. Naruto intended to transform this place into a new stronghold for Konoha, hence he was reluctant to demolish the constructed palaces. Sasuke intercepted the dagger hurled by the red giant, leveraging the momentum to leap backward towards the foot of the mountain, closely pursued by the two colossal beings. At last, these glaringly grotesque entities had departed. Oh, this fellow is equally repulsive. At this moment, Sakura released her hands from her eyes and gazed at the second priest slumped on the ground. Upon noticing the puddle beneath him, she instinctively covered her nose, expressing her disdain. Hey, where is the treasury of the cult of the evil god? If you wish to avoid death, lead us there, Naruto demanded of the incapacitated second priest. I know. The treasury is located at the back mountain, managed solely by the Saintess. I shall guide you, the second priest replied, his face adorned with a servile grin, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival. Whoosh! A crimson beam shot forth from Naruto's fingertips, and in a moment of terror, the second priest was reduced to ashes, the fiery aura returning to Naruto's grasp, where a vivid phoenix apparition danced upon the slender blade. You have divulged the location of the treasury. What use do I have for you now? He remarked with a smirk. All the treasures are mine. You shall not contest me. Hearing the location of the treasury, Sakura swiftly abandoned Naruto and Kakashi, darting towards the back mountain, fearing they might seize the treasures from her. Thunderous roars. Just then, Sasuke reappeared in the plaza, accompanied by the two giants. His Susanoo had vanished, and he bore wounds on his arms and shoulders, appearing somewhat disheveled. The two crimson giants also bore injuries. One had a massive gaping wound, while the other had lost an arm, relentlessly pursuing Sasuke from behind. No, the lakeside is filled with children they have captured. I fear I may harm them, Sasuke exclaimed as he rushed toward Naruto and Kakashi. Then let us send them on their way. A beam of crimson light pierced through the bodies of the two giants, instantly reducing them to ashes. Chapter 75. The Saintess Treasury following the demise of the second priest. The fire and forest guardians of the cult of the evil god were also eliminated by Naruto. The four great guardians of the cult, wind, forest, fire, and mountain, were all vanquished by his hand, leaving no survivors in the plaza. At the mountain's base, a few guards overseeing the captives were swiftly dealt with by Sasuke. Thus, the cult of the evil god was utterly eradicated. Surrounding the lakeside at the foot of the mountain, houses were filled with children captured by the cult, predominantly girls, all clad in tattered garments, their vacant eyes devoid of spirit, numbly leaning against the walls, indifferent to the arrival of Naruto and his companions. How despicable! These young girls have been subjected to such horrors. Sasuke seethed with fury upon witnessing this brutal scene for the first time, his fists clenched tightly. The group systematically inspected the rooms housing the captives, discovering scattered skeletal remains and decaying corpses, while the living remained unresponsive, numbly slumped in the corners. I am sorry. I have arrived too late. The cult of the evil god has been vanquished. You are free to leave this place now. They were all initially marked with a soul imprint, but this was lifted when Naruto dismantled the formation on the mountaintop. Yet, now, regardless of what Naruto said, these children remained indifferent, their vacant stares fixed ahead, their eyes unmoving. Witnessing such a scene profoundly affected Naruto. His heart felt exceedingly heavy, as though burdened by an immense weight. The sight of these individuals evoked memories of the wartime refugees from the Third Great Ninja War, who bore a striking resemblance to them. Kakashi, too, felt the weight of sorrow, not only recalling the brutalities of war, but also the loss of Rin and Obito during those turbulent times. Let us clear the rooms of these individuals. Time will heal their emotional wounds, Kakashi suggested, draping a robe taken from one of the cultists over the bare shoulders of a small girl, who instinctively shivered before reverting to her state of numbness. The group proceeded to remove all the bodies and skeletal remains from the chambers, then ventured into the cult's palace to gather clothing and food for these children. This was all they could do. The rest would depend on the children's gradual recovery. Why hasn't Sakura come down from the back mountain yet? I hope nothing has happened. Sasuke expressed his concern. Let us go check, Naruto declared, darting towards the back mountain, with Sasuke and Kakashi closely following. The terrain of the back mountain mirrored that of the front, yet it housed only 3 palaces. The sign above the grand entrance boldly proclaimed Sanctuary of the Holy Maiden. Ha ha. At that moment, Sakura stood at the entrance, vigorously wielding her staff to strike the door, intermittently emitting sounds of exertion, her strikes landing only upon the air, yet she remained utterly oblivious. What an idiot! Sasuke lamented. A frown etched across his face. Every encounter with Sakura ignited his frustration. Sakura, there's a formation here. You can't force it open like that. Naruto shook his head in exasperation, raising his hand to unleash a beam of light, causing the doors of the sanctuary to slowly creak open. What are you all doing here? Just so you know, no one is allowed to steal from me, Sakura warned, eyeing the three with suspicion before darting inside the sanctuary. The three palaces stood in a vertical line. Inside the first palace, treasures of gold and silver were piled high, a testament to the nefarious deeds of the cult that had amassed such wealth. Mine, all mine, Sakura exclaimed, completely immersed in the treasure, her hands raised high with a handful of jewelry, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The three shook their heads and proceeded to the second palace, which was adorned with an array of weapons, swords, spears, and various talismans, all of a more conventional nature that Naruto found unimpressive. He continued onward to the innermost palace, where he was enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. The ground was laid with spirit stones, and rows of spiritual herbs and fruits were meticulously arranged within the palace, with over a dozen niches adorning the walls on either side. Among the 6 niches, items were displayed. On the left niche lay 3 weapons, 2 swords, and a dagger. The right niche held a small gourd alongside 3 antique boxes, the contents of which remained a mystery. Naruto, in no rush to investigate, continued deeper into the chamber. Beyond lay the private quarters of the saintess of the evil god cult, filled with a fragrant aroma. At the center stood a large bath adorned with petals, while cabinets flanking the bath overflowed with garments. Behind it loomed a grand circular bed, on which a piece of parchment lay carelessly discarded, as if the saintess had not found the time to tidy up. As Naruto approached to pick up the parchment, he discovered it to be a fragment of a map. After studying it for a while, he realized that none of the locations were familiar to him. However, the fact that it rested upon the saintess's bed suggested that she must frequently study it, hinting at some significant secret concealed within. Regrettably, Naruto could not decipher its meaning, so he carefully stored the map within the confines of Mount Fongsuan. Turning around, he noticed Kakashi standing before the saintess's wardrobe, scrutinizing it intently. "Have you found anything?" Naruto inquired, curiosity guiding him closer, only to be met with a comical realization. Kakashi was surrounded by the saintess's intimate garments. With such a plethora of artwork, how can you not take a moment to appreciate? Kakashi remarked. "Perverted creep," Naruto retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. Kakashi, undeniably influenced by Jiraiya's novels, appeared beyond redemption. Upon exiting, Naruto discovered Sasuke had also arrived. He picked up a sword from the wall, admiring it with an expression of profound appreciation. Approaching, Naruto could confirm it was indeed a remarkable sword, its blade entirely black and serrated, emanating waves of scorching energy. The niche housing this blade bore the inscription Ten-Fist Sword. Beside it, another dagger caught Naruto's eye, its slender golden blade infused with destructive lightning power, inscribed with the name Budo no Tamashii. A smaller, exquisite short sword, entirely white and radiating a bone-chilling coldness, lacked any inscription. All 3 weapons were treasures of considerable worth, rivaling the grass-cone sword in their prowess. Kakashi soon emerged from the saintess's quarters, claiming the Budo no Tamashii. "This blade shall be mine," he declared. Sasuke, gripping the Ten-Fist Sword, cast a glance at Naruto, whose intention was clear. "This is our collective spoils. Feel free to choose as you wish." "I have no objections," Naruto shrugged, indicating his indifference. He wandered to the opposite wall, discovering the small gourd contained an assortment of elixirs, aromatic scents wafting from its opening. Inside were soul-calming pills and soul-nourishing pills. If the gourd held such treasures, Naruto pondered, what could be contained within the 3 boxes? Opening one of the boxes, he found a rustic copper mirror, its surface smooth, while the back was intricately engraved with motifs of pine, bamboo, and plum, as well as symbols of turtles and cranes. Another box contained a crescent-shaped jade pendant, its entire form of verdant green, adorned with numerous natural patterns, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. The final box, astonishingly, housed a collection of spatial rings, no less than 10 in total. Although they were empty, the rings themselves were exceedingly rare treasures, ensuring Naruto would never again be in want of spatial rings. "Naruto, please help me choose a weapon that suits me," Sakura exclaimed, rushing over with a large bundle of weapons, her neck and arms adorned with an array of jewels. Naruto was utterly speechless. Any sensible person would understand that valuable treasures are typically kept at the innermost part and stored separately. Who would pile them all together? Yet, Sakura seemed to consider the ordinary weapons on the outside as treasures. Here, this sword is yours. Hurry and refine it, Naruto said, handing her a short sword that gleamed pure white. Can such a small sword be formidable? Sakura questioned, taking the short sword with skepticism. The moment she grasped it, a chilling aura enveloped her, nearly causing her to lose her grip. It was evident that this sword was indeed extraordinary. She discarded the bundle she had been holding, captivated by the allure of the snow-white sword. Naruto distributed the rings among the three of them, also sharing some of the elixirs, while keeping the rest for himself. As for the treasures and weapons, he had no intention of taking them, for this place would serve as a base for Konoha in the future, to be allocated by Tsunade. After their division of spoils, the four of them felt an overwhelming urge to return home. Having been away from Konoha for 5 years, they were uncertain of its current state. Chapter 76. Return to Konoha. The ch-nin exams are approaching. Once the four had finished sharing their spoils, they departed from the secret realm. As for the children within, they planned to deliberate on how to handle them upon their return. At present, communication was impossible, and their homes were unknown. The four stealthily returned to Konoha, managing not to disturb anyone. 5 years prior, due to the coup by the Uchiha clan, Konoha had been nearly destroyed. Now, it had been rebuilt and expanded significantly in size. As they beheld the bustling new Konoha, smiles graced their faces. Today, the village was particularly lively, and Naruto noticed an influx of unfamiliar ninjas, their forehead protectors distinct from those of Konoha, suggesting they hailed from other villages. Why are there so many foreign ninjas? Naruto furrowed his brow, puzzled by the developments in Konoha. Calculating the time, he deduced that the ch-nin exams must be imminent, and it seemed they had returned just in time. I must take my leave. I wish you all success in the ch-nin exams, Kakashi said to the trio before departing, heading towards the direction of the Konoha cemetery, presumably to visit Rin and Obito. Finally home. I can't wait to enjoy my father's sushi, Sakura exclaimed, rushing off. What about you, Sasuke? Naruto inquired, turning to him. I also wish to return home and see if my brother is there, Sasuke replied. Now, only he and Itachi remained in their family, their parents and clan gone. After Sasuke left, Naruto stood alone at the entrance of Konoha, his senses enveloping the entire village, but he discovered that Hinata was not present. At this moment, she must have already graduated and likely was out on a mission. Even the third Hokage was absent from the village. Jiraiya was around, but at that moment, he was perched on the roof of the women's bathhouse, gathering material for his novels. Now that his 9 gates were fully open, collecting material must be even more effortless for him. Naruto decided against startling him. Tsunade and Shizune were in the Hokage's office, so Naruto resolved to seek them out. Flying directly towards the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in the Hokage office, holding a document, her brow slightly furrowed and a grave expression adorning her face. As if she was confronted with a formidable dilemma, Shizune stood quietly beside her. Has Jiraiya and the third not returned yet? Tsunade inquired, tucking away the document. Lord Jiraiya has already returned. He will come to find you shortly. However, the third Hokage has yet to arrive, Shizune replied. Still no news of Naruto and the others? After assuming the Hokage position 4 years ago, the third and Jiraiya had departed the village together in search of Naruto and his companions. Unfortunately, for years had passed without any promising updates. With the Chunin exams approaching and ninjas from various villages and dignitaries from different nations arriving in Konoha, Tsunade feared potential chaos, prompting her to notify both men to return early. Lady Tsunade, it has been 5 years. I fear for Naruto. Enough nonsense. Naruto is fine. He is far too capable to encounter any mishap. That rascal Jiraiya, is he once again at the women's bathhouse? Go fetch him for me, Tsunade interjected, fully aware of Shizune's insinuations. Though she too harbored the fear that something had befallen Naruto, she was unwilling to admit it. The mention of Jiraiya ignited her ire. It had been far too long without any news, and upon returning, he had not even sought her out. Understood. Shizune reluctantly complied, knowing well that Jiraiya was indeed at the bathhouse, yet her position made it difficult to intervene. Naruto, you must be safe, Tsunade murmured, walking to the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Naruto had quietly arrived at the Hokage office. With his current prowess, Tsunade was completely oblivious to his presence. He quickly discerned her level of skill, noting that she had recently broken through 3 gates, with only the Yang gate remaining unopened. She was unchanged from 5 years ago. Seeing Tsunade in a daze, Naruto felt a mischievous impulse. He crept up behind her, covering her eyes with his hands, and spoke in a playful tone. "Guess who I am?" Tsunade shivered slightly, grasping Naruto's hands tightly. Despite his deliberate alteration of voice, she recognized him instantly, disbelief flooding her mind. "Is it really you, Naruto? Am I not dreaming? Hee. After 5 years, did you miss me, sis?" Upon hearing his voice, Tsunade was entirely convinced that this was indeed Naruto, not a figment of her imagination. She whirled around and embraced him tightly. "This is wonderful. You're safe. This truly is wonderful." Tsunade had long regarded Naruto as her younger brother. Over the years, apart from the third Hokage and Jiraiya, she had dispatched Umbu ninjas to search for Naruto, scouring the entire shinobi world for 5 years without any results. Yet, she remained undeterred, firmly believing that Naruto was alive, merely trapped in some unknown place. Now, with Naruto suddenly appearing before her, she was first incredulous, then overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Feeling Tsunade's warm embrace, Naruto too was filled with warmth in his heart. As time progressed, Naruto began to feel a sense of awkwardness. He had grown to a height comparable to Tsunade's. Their bodies pressed closely together in a warm embrace, and the delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafted into his nostrils. This young man, who had lived 2 lives, found himself in a predicament. At the age of 13, he was no longer a mere boy, but a burgeoning young man. He incessantly reminded himself to remain pure, that this was merely a normal embrace between siblings, devoid of any malice. Yet, despite his mental fortitude, his body betrayed him, instinctively reacting in ways he could not control. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, he shyly uttered, "Sister, I am a grown man now. Please don't do this." Tsunade, noticing Naruto's discomfort, released him from their embrace, laughter bubbling forth as a blush crept upon her cheeks. However, being a woman of experience, she quickly composed herself. With a teasing glint in her eye, she glanced at a particular part of Naruto's being, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Oh, Naruto has truly grown up." Embarrassed, Naruto's face turned crimson, feeling an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Jiraiya and Shizune entered the room. Upon spotting Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed with surprise and delight, "Naruto, is that really you?" "Master, I have returned." Naruto beamed, never having found Jiraiya so endearing before, rushing to embrace him warmly. "Haha, look at how much you've grown," Jiraiya said, his heart swelling with pride as he observed Naruto. Perhaps it was due to their rigorous training in the art of chakra manipulation. But Naruto and Sasuke had surpassed their peers in height. The years of hardship had chiseled away any childishness from Naruto's visage, replacing it with a resolute and sunlit countenance. Reminiscent of the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage had traversed nearly every corner of the ninja world over the years. Yet they had found no trace of Naruto and his companions, as if they had vanished into thin air. With dwindling hope, Jiraiya felt a deep sense of guilt for not having safeguarded his beloved pupil. Thus, witnessing Naruto return unscathed was a tremendous relief. "You're back. That's what matters. Are Kakashi and Sasuke with you?" Jiraiya suddenly recalled that Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura had all set out to find Naruto, only for the 4 of them to disappear. "Yes, Master, rest assured. They have returned as well," Naruto replied just as Kakashi entered the Hokage's office. He had visited the cemetery first to pay his respects to Obito and Rin before reporting back to the Hokage. Having once served as the 3rd's bodyguard, he returned to his original attire after coming back to the village. "Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, I have returned," Kakashi announced, donning his ninja vest and mask. "All right, everyone. Come and sit down. Let us discuss the experiences you have encountered over the years," Tsunade invited, her demeanor as composed as ever, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Chapter 77. Establishment of the Chakra Ninja Department. Once seated, Shizune poured tea for everyone before departing to verify matters concerning the Chunin exams in other departments. As Naruto sipped his tea, he regaled Tsunade and Jiraiya with tales of their numerous adventures within the secret realm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from both. They were aware of the existence of such mystical domains. For instance, Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest itself were secret realms. Although lacking the extraordinary qualities of the Yin-Yang realm, Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest were primarily suitable for toads and slugs, particularly the latter, which harbored an excessively damp environment unsuitable for human habitation. Now, however, the entire secret realm was under his dominion. He expressed his desire to relocate the village within its confines, aiming to cultivate a cadre of masters in the art of chi ninjutsu. With the secret realm nearly under his control, even though it currently resided within the borders of the Land of Rivers, he anticipated that once he refined the five elements orb, he could move the realm at will. Are you suggesting relocating the entire Hidden Leaf village into the Yin-Yang realm? Tsunade and Jiraiya were both captivated by Naruto's ambitious scheme. From his recent narrative, they understood that the secret realm was rich in spiritual energy, ideal for honing chi ninjutsu. If Konoha were to be relocated there, they could potentially produce a significant number of chi ninjutsu masters within 3 to 5 years, all while being insulated from the ambitions of other nations. Indeed, my vision is to move Konoha there and train everyone into masters of chi ninjutsu. In due time, we shall descend from the mountains to unify the ninja world, achieving lasting peace. We can begin strategizing for this unification immediately. The Yin-Yang realm was vast enough to accommodate all ninjas without issue, though Naruto intended to permit only the inhabitants of Konoha entry. His strength had grown sufficiently formidable, and it was high time to embark on the unification of the ninja world. Only by consolidating the ninja realm could they effectively manage future upheavals, pooling resources and nurturing talent. Currently, the resources of the major ninja villages were predominantly concentrated in the hands of the elite, akin to figures like Danzo and Kurotsuchi. This led to many prodigies being overlooked, while untold potential lay hidden among the common folk, many of whom lacked the chakra seeds necessary to progress beyond certain thresholds. Chi ninjutsu, however, did not impose such barriers. While talent remained a factor, the number of individuals capable of training in chi ninjutsu was assuredly greater than that of traditional ninjas. Should the ninja world be unified, a formidable army of chi ninjutsu masters could be cultivated, providing Naruto with the confidence to face even the threats posed by the Otsutsuki clan and the enigmatic forces that may arise. With Tsunade at the helm of Konoha and the obstinate Danzo now eliminated, Naruto viewed the village as his steadfast support. Thus, he unveiled his plans to Tsunade and Jiraiya without reservation. Naruto, perhaps it would be prudent to focus on steady development for a while longer, Tsunade advised, concerned. Unifying the ninja world will inevitably lead to war, which we wish to avoid. Moreover, do not underestimate the other nations. The ninja world has endured 3 great wars throughout its history, yet no one has succeeded in achieving true unification. Jiraiya, with a solemn expression, cautioned Naruto. As a proponent of peace, he had always sought gentle means to attain harmony. He understood that only through unification could lasting peace be realized. Yet he recognized the monumental challenge it posed, one that even the legendary Hokage, known as the god of shinobi, had failed to accomplish. Now, he has fully awakened his potential, and the abilities bestowed by the Chi Ninja flow have ignited a glimmer of hope within him. If the majority of the ninjas from Konoha could attain such a level, unifying the ninja world would indeed be feasible. However, this would undoubtedly be accompanied by fierce bloodshed and conflict, a scenario he wishes to avoid. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "Your master is correct, Naruto. Unifying the ninja world is not a straightforward endeavor. It requires a gradual approach and cannot be rushed. Moreover, I believe relocating Konoha directly is imprudent. The Yin-Yang secret realm should be utilized, yet we cannot allow just anyone to enter. We need to establish certain criteria, such as allowing only those who have contributed to the village to gain entry. Additionally, there should be a time limit to ensure they value the opportunity." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto's eyes lit up. This truly is an excellent strategy. If all the ninjas were to be admitted without merit, they would lack gratitude and might even develop a rebellious attitude. However, if entry into the secret realm requires prior contributions to Konoha, the situation would be entirely different. Not only would the ninjas cherish their chance to enter the realm, but they would also willingly labor for Konoha. As expected of my sister, you've hit the nail on the head. Let's proceed with this plan for the secret realm. Regarding the unification of the ninja world, I merely suggested that we begin laying the groundwork now, not that we should instigate war immediately. This matter must be meticulously planned. Haste will yield nothing. Naruto gave Tsunade a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. Tsunade winked at him, her chin held high in pride. Now that the Chunin exams have commenced, We can use this as a reward, selecting the top 10 performers from within the village to enter the realm. What do you think? Jiraiya proposed. I think that is a splendid idea. Naruto, you could establish a department independent of the village, called the Chi Ninja Department, answering solely to the Hokage. You would have full authority over all matters within the secret realm, and I will support you wholeheartedly, Tsunade said, looking at Naruto with satisfaction. From their encounter in the Land of Iron to the present, she had witnessed Naruto's growth and felt he was ready to take on significant responsibilities. It was time to let him flourish. I can initially guide them, but after a while, it may be too much for me. You could entrust the management to Kakashi or even to you, dear sister, to handle both aspects. The village's primary development will inevitably shift toward the secret realm. We will have to let go of the village eventually. Naruto had originally intended for Tsunade to oversee the secret realm. His focus was primarily on training, as he did not wish to squander time on management, which was no easy task. He was wary of complications and preferred to be a hands-off leader. With Tsunade as the 5th Hokage and Kakashi as the 6th, Naruto had no need to fret over management. Me? Am I capable of that? Kakashi, who had been contemplating how to engage Jiraiya about the next chapter of Intimate Paradise, was taken aback when Naruto suggested he manage the Chi Ninja Department within the secret realm. Indeed, Kakashi is a commendable choice. As for Jiraiya, well, Tsunade acknowledges Kakashi's capabilities, yet harbors no hopes for Jiraiya. Were Jiraiya genuinely inclined to manage these affairs, the position of 5th Hokage would not be hers to claim. Please. Haha, what? She muses. If I so desired, managing the entire ninja realm would be well within my grasp. Jiraiya, upon hearing Tsunade's dismissive laughter, immediately took umbrage and fervently defended himself. Having spent considerable time with Naruto, he was acutely aware of the implications behind her laughter, and he had even grown accustomed to Naruto's frequent exclamations of "Ga." In response to Jiraiya's plight, only Naruto and Tsunade echoed his laughter, while Kakashi remained silent, maintaining his respect for Jiraiya, who was, after all, a devoted admirer of his work. You all sigh? I shall seek inspiration elsewhere, Jiraiya lamented, deflated by the ridicule he had anticipated would elicit admiration and praise. Kakashi, brimming with expectation, inquired, May I accompany you? Their eyes met, and they shared a mischievous grin. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Jiraiya found himself on the receiving end of Tsunade's iron fist, leaving his face resembling that of a swine. Witnessing Jiraiya's disheveled state, Kakashi quickly abandoned his amusement and assumed a serious demeanor. Tsunade withdrew her fist, nodding in satisfaction, and then, with a grave expression, stated, Now, let us discuss matters of the village. I have received credible intelligence indicating that Orochimaru has allied with the Akatsuki, intending to strike against the village during the Chunin exams. Do you have any effective countermeasures? Oh, where did you acquire this information? Jiraiya asked, suddenly serious upon hearing the names of Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Tsunade explained, It was relayed by an informant I placed within the Akatsuki. The information is undeniably genuine. If I am not mistaken, the messenger is Itachi, is it not? Naruto, upon hearing Tsunade mention an informant on their side, was nearly certain it was Itachi. He had hoped that, due to his intervention, Itachi would not revert to being an informant for the Akatsuki, but he was taken aback by the relentless inertia of history that had led Itachi back onto that path. Chapter 78. The inability to unify the ninja world. Itachi's role as an informant for the Akatsuki struck Naruto as both reasonable and unexpected. When Itachi returned to the village, the war had already concluded, his family was gone, and Sasuke was missing, making his transformation into a rogue ninja seemingly inevitable. How many members of the Akatsuki will be dispatched? Naruto recalled that, in the original narrative, after the Chunin exams, Itachi and Kisame had arrived in Konoha, and at that time, there was scarcely anyone capable of thwarting them. He wondered if they would still be the same two this time around. At present, we cannot ascertain the number of individuals mobilized. The Akatsuki seems to have recently targeted the Jinchuriki of various villages, though their intentions remain unclear, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowed. Their understanding of the Akatsuki was alarmingly scant, prompting her and the 3rd Hokage to decide on Itachi becoming a rogue ninja to infiltrate the organization and gather intelligence. I have also conducted a thorough investigation into this organization and have gleaned some insights. They are likely concealing themselves in the Rain Village. I had initially intended to investigate there, but was called back due to your arrival. With arms crossed, Jiraiya had spent recent years searching for Naruto while investigating this organization. And indeed, he had uncovered some information. What? Grandpa Third wouldn't he have ventured there alone? Would he? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto sprang to his feet, his face etched with concern. Jiraiya shook his head and replied, "No, I separated from the old man 2 years ago. He believed you might have entered a realm akin to that of summoning beasts, so he went to the domain of the Monkey King clan, hoping to see if he could reach other realms from there. You need not worry, the old man unlocked the 9 gates 2 years back, and in the current ninja world, few could pose a threat to him." Jiraiya was puzzled by Naruto's urgency, given the third's capabilities. There was no corner of the ninja world he could not traverse. "Naruto, are you familiar with the Akatsuki organization?" Tsunade noticed something unusual in Naruto's reaction. Everyone was aware of the third's prowess. Even those who had not trained in the art of chakra manipulation were untroubled by his safety. Clearly, Naruto knew something significant, for his anxiety was unmistakable. "I know a bit. The Akatsuki is undoubtedly formidable and may involve figures from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, so we must remain vigilant." Naruto was aware that the current Akatsuki stronghold was indeed in the Rain Village, with Nagato as their leader. Obito had likely not yet taken control of the organization, and even if the third had unlocked the 9 gates, venturing alone into such company could spell disaster. Naruto had assumed that the third and Jiraiya were together. Jiraiya had returned, yet the third had not, leading Naruto to conclude that the third had ventured there alone. Moreover, in the original story, the third had perished during the Chunin exams, intensifying Naruto's anxiety. "No way. Those from the era of the Sage of Six Paths must have perished long ago," Kakashi exclaimed incredulously. "I concur. Naruto, could you be overreacting?" Tsunade echoed. Naruto understood that in their minds, all humans eventually die, and the Sage of Six Paths was no exception. They were entirely ignorant of the Otsutsuki clan. Apart from Kaguya, who was sealed within the moon, it was highly probable that another entity remained hidden in the ninja world, Ishiki Otsutsuki. Ishiki had only been gravely injured by Kaguya's ambush and had not been killed, leading Naruto to believe that Ishiki had been concealing himself somewhere within the ninja world. Have you ever pondered a question? Did the Sage of Six Paths truly die? At his level, not to mention immortality, living for several millennia would pose no challenge. Yet, the sage lived only a few decades before passing away. Does that seem reasonable? The three furrowed their brows in contemplation. In the past, they would have found this notion plausible, but since practicing chakra manipulation, they had clearly sensed a significant extension of their lifespans. Given their current prowess, living for 200 to 300 years posed no difficulty, let alone for someone of the sage's caliber, who would naturally succumb to age like an ordinary person. Such a notion seemed implausible. Have you noticed that all ninjas utilize chakra, which was disseminated by the Sage of Six Paths? Doesn't chakra seem akin to a means of extracting our spiritual and physical energy? Naruto gazed at the 3 pensive individuals, continuing to voice his inquiries. Upon hearing his words, they could not help but draw a sharp breath. Typically, everyone utilized chakra without a second thought, yet Naruto's reminder illuminated significant concerns regarding its very existence. "So, Naruto, is this the reason you pioneered the art of chakra manipulation? What exactly do you know?" Tsunade expressed an unsettling premonition, sensing that Naruto possessed knowledge far beyond their understanding. "Older sister, I have gleaned some ancient secrets from the Nine Tails. I suspect that the persistent disunity within the ninja world and the sporadic outbreaks of war may be intricately linked to the Sage of Six Paths." Naruto continued to divulge more astonishing revelations. Regarding his own time-traveling experience, he would never dare to speak of it. Thus he attributed all his insights to the Nine Tails, a creature that had endured from ancient times to the present, making its knowledge of such secrets entirely plausible. "What do you mean?" Jiraiya was bewildered. He could accept that chakra was problematic and that the Sage of Six Paths was not deceased. Yet the notion that the wars within the ninja realm were instigated by the sage was harder for him to comprehend. The Sage of Six Paths was the progenitor of all ninjas and had created the ninja world. If he wished to annihilate it, he could accomplish that with ease. "You must be familiar with Indra and Ashura," Naruto queried. Of course, Kakashi interjected. "Every ninja knows they were the 2 sons of the Sage of Six Paths, and they have long since passed on. Indeed, they have died, yet their souls continue to reincarnate through the ages. The first Hokage is the reincarnation of Ashura, while Indra's reincarnation is Uchiha Madara." "What?" the 3 exclaimed in unison. Although the names of Indra and Ashura felt distant to them, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were figures they knew well. Both were renowned historical figures whose legacies suggested an irreconcilable enmity, reminiscent of the conflict between Indra and Ashura, sending chills down their spines. I recall my grandfather speaking of this in my youth. He referred to it as fate, something unavoidable. At the time, I could not grasp his words, but could it be that this is what you mean? Tsunade, being the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, understood why the villagers referred to her as a princess. Jiraiya, still struggling to comprehend, inquired, even so, what benefit would the Sage of Six Paths derive from such actions? First and foremost, Chakra was bestowed upon us by the Sage. Consider this. If the ninja world were unified and all lived in peace, who would still possess Chakra? Naruto elucidated. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Tsunade seemed to connect the dots. So, you are suggesting that our use of Chakra benefits the Sage of Six Paths, which is why he cannot allow the ninja world to remain in peace. If the world were peaceful, he would no longer reap those benefits. Precisely. However, these are merely conjectures based on the ancient secrets I gathered from the Nine Tails. The true nature of the matter remains to be unveiled. Naruto snapped his fingers, and the three individuals present, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced the implications. Chapter 79. Enhancing Strength. This situation is indeed suspicious. While we cannot yet ascertain whether the Sage of the Six Paths is benevolent or malevolent, we must remain vigilant, for the promotion of the chakra flow is imperative. Jiraiya spoke with a grave expression, contemplating the formidable adversaries they might face if the situation were to prove true. Indeed, however, our immediate priority should be to address the crisis at hand, Kakashi reminded. Fear not. We shall ensnare Orochimaru and the Akatsuki as if they were fish in a barrel. Naruto proclaimed with confidence. More than 5 years ago, Orochimaru had already been defeated by him, and he felt no fear even with the addition of the Akatsuki. Do you think the third Hokage can return in time? Are you confident? Tsunade questioned, lacking Naruto's optimism. The village had suffered severe damage during the Uchiha coup and was only just beginning to recover. With the third Hokage absent, the village's strongest combatants were merely Naruto and Jiraiya, while her expertise lay solely in medical ninjutsu, rendering her less adept in battle, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. Hey, sister, you don't think I've been stagnant these past 5 years, do you? Kakashi and the others have already become experts at utilizing the 9 gates, he quipped. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged surprised glances at Kakashi, who had evidently not gone unnoticed until now. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Kakashi's vigorous spirit and abundant chakra. Kakashi cooperatively revealed his Budo no Kuchi and Sharingan, prompting an astonished reaction from them. The sight of his thunderous sword was even more shocking than his Manjiki Sharingan, indicating that Kakashi might surpass them in strength at this moment. What level have you attained now, Naruto? They inquired, realizing that even Kakashi, who previously had no experience with chakra flow, had grown so powerful. How formidable must Naruto, who had already mastered all 9 gates, have become? Sakura, Sasuke, and I have all fully opened the 9 gates, and together we are no match for Naruto, Kakashi explained to Tsunade and Jiraiya. They often sparred with Naruto in the secret realm. Initially, it was only Sasuke who challenged him upon achieving breakthroughs, but later Kakashi and Sakura joined to adapt to their new abilities. However, in the past 5 years, they had never once bested Naruto. I am now approaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths. With the 7th, along with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke, I am confident that even if the entire Akatsuki were to mobilize, we could hold our ground against them. Naruto nearly mentioned Team 7, recalling their joint entry into the secret realm 5 years prior. Hence the original Team 7 had yet to be formed. That is truly splendid. Perhaps you are unaware, but the young lady from the High Ga clan has also fully opened her 9 gates. She is renowned as the strongest CH-nin in Konoha, and all the current CH-nin aspire to her level, Jiraiya remarked with delight. Initially sharing Tsunade's concerns, he acknowledged that facing Orochimaru alone was already a formidable challenge, let alone contending with the mysterious Akatsuki. With such circumstances, the odds are greatly in their favor. Esteemed elder sister, I have brought you an abundance of precious treasures this time. It is imperative that you enhance your prowess as well. Naruto bestowed upon each of them a spatial ring, containing spirit stones, spiritual springs, and elixirs. Subsequently, he produced a silver bell and the Yata mirror. He handed the silver bell to Tsunade, knowing its remarkable utility in both combat and healing when paired with soul spells. Tsunade accepted the bell without hesitation, having long desired it, but lacking the opportunity to request it from Naruto. Then, he presented the Yata mirror to Jiraiya, which he had acquired from the Saint's treasury. Its specific capabilities would only be revealed upon refinement, yet Naruto sensed its formidable potential. Naruto elucidated the method of refinement to both, as well as the wondrous uses of the spiritual springs and spirit stones. Tsunade was still on the verge of breaking through the final yang orifice, without divine awareness. She could not refine magical artifacts or the spatial ring. Thus, Naruto provided her with additional spiritual springs and spirit stones, sufficient even for bathing. With the assistance of these resources, he was confident she would soon achieve complete enlightenment. Wow, the ring possesses an additional space. How remarkable! Jiraiya exclaimed, having already refined his spatial ring. It was his first encounter with such an artifact, and upon learning about the efficacy of the spiritual springs, he eagerly retrieved the one Naruto had prepared for him from the ring and began to drink it heartily. This spiritual spring tastes delightful. Tsunade also took a sip from the spring Naruto had given her, nodding in satisfaction. Both Naruto and Kakashi observed as Jiraiya and Tsunade, after consuming the springs, rushed outside, appearing as if they were facing a formidable adversary. "What is the matter? Jiraiya, get out," Tsunade inquired, her voice rising in concern. However, as she spoke, an acrid stench assaulted her senses. Upon glancing at Jiraiya, who was now covered in grime, she promptly kicked him out of the Hokage building. Realization dawned on her. Jiraiya's transformation occurred after drinking the spring from Naruto. Having taken just a sip herself, she anxiously touched her cheek, relieved to find no such filth. She then turned her furious gaze towards Naruto, who had discreetly retreated outside, and shouted, "Naruto, you are in for it. What did you make me drink? Come back here. Take care of yourself," Kakashi remarked, swiftly making his exit upon witnessing Tsunade's wrath. Now outside, Tsunade glared menacingly at Naruto, her fists poised for action. "Sister, allow me to explain. This spiritual spring has the effect of cleansing impurities from the body, rejuvenating one's very essence, and it grants everlasting youth." Seeing her fury, Naruto quickly raised his hands in surrender. Indeed, Tsunade's excitement surged at the mention of eternal youth. Just as she was about to embrace Naruto in gratitude, she suddenly noticed dirt beginning to emerge from her own body. Like a startled rabbit, she leaped back, shutting the door, determined that no one should witness her disheveled state. Fortuitously, she resided above, so she resolved to ascend and cleanse herself of the grime. "Hey, need assistance, sister? I offer a comprehensive service, satisfaction guaranteed. Get lost." As Tsunade closed the door, she was immediately met with Naruto's irritating voice, which ignited her frustration. He had failed to inform them beforehand that consuming the spirit spring would lead to such reactions, and she was certain it was deliberate. How ungrateful. After a moment of banter, Naruto casually strolled towards Ichiraku Ramen, having subsisted mainly on wild fruits and spirit spring water during their time in the secret realm. His palate craved the rich flavors of ramen, and now, with the entire Inyang secret realm at his disposal, it was time to indulge lavishly. He wondered why Hinata had not yet returned, curious about how much she had grown. Chapter 80. The neighbor's daughter blossoms with a swagger that exuded confidence. Naruto entered Ichiraku Ramen, where he was no longer shunned. Instead, some even respectfully addressed him as Your Highness, which only bolstered his pride. The restaurant's popularity remained unwavering. Having withstood the upheaval during the Uchiha clan's coup, the newly rebuilt Ichiraku Ramen boasted 2 stories, more than doubling its previous size. The first floor was already bustling with patrons. Approaching Uncle Ichiraku, Naruto produced a thick stack of bills and declared, "Give me 10 bowls of every ramen you have. No, make it 20. And today all expenses are on me, Naruto." Cheers erupted throughout the establishment, with several young women casting flirtatious glances his way. Naruto never anticipated experiencing the joys of a young master in the world of shinobi. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered Kakashi and Sasuke already seated there. Sasuke was devouring ramen with fervor, surrounded by 7 or 8 empty bowls. Kakashi sat across from him, one hand clutching a book while the other shoveled noodles into his mouth. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, 2 lonely souls, reduced to ramen consumption. "Well, aren't you in the same boat?" Kakashi and Sasuke rolled their eyes in unison. "What a pity. We are all lost souls. Why must we have known each other?" Naruto settled down beside them, only then recalling that he, too, was just another solitary figure, devoid of parents. Naruto, I want to leave the village and see the world, Sasuke said earnestly, setting down his chopsticks. Naruto shot him a sidelong glance. You want to find your brother, don't you? Sasuke nodded silently, determination etched on his face. I refuse to believe my brother has turned traitor. I must seek the truth. After 5 years of trials in the secret realm, Sasuke's maturity had blossomed, and he no longer cried or complained. Witnessing the suffering of many children within the realm had solidified his resolve to strive for a better world. There's no rush. Let's wait until after the Chunin exams, Naruto replied, and as he spoke, his ramen arrived, prompting him to dig in with gusto. Sasuke furrowed his brows, displaying a lack of enthusiasm for the Chunin exam. However, Kakashi had just conveyed the same sentiment to him, and he refrained from inquiring further. He held an unwavering trust in both individuals. Since they both advised him to postpone his participation in the exam until after its conclusion, he resolved to exercise patience. After finishing his ramen, Naruto returned to his humble abode, only to discover that the place he hadn't occupied for 5 years was impeccably clean and devoid of dust. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, suggesting that someone had consistently resided there. The bed linens were neatly arranged, and the refrigerator brimmed with fresh vegetables and ingredients. On his small desk, Naruto noticed a note. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up, and upon reading its contents, a knowing smile graced his lips. Who had just claimed to be a fellow singleton? The note was left by Hinata, which read, Naruto, if you find this note upon your return, it means I have gone on a mission. There are fresh vegetables and fruits in the refrigerator. Please cook for yourself. I will be back in no more than 2 days. Hinata, reading this brief note, warmth surged within Naruto. Upon opening the drawer, he discovered it filled with similar notes, causing his eyes to mist over. It appeared that Hinata had been living there all these years, consistently leaving notes for him whenever she embarked on a mission. He couldn't help but wonder how heart-wrenching it must have been for her to return to an empty room each time. What merit do I possess to deserve such affection from you? Naruto, I'm back, Hinata called out as she entered his room, a habit she had developed over the years. Although she was aware that Naruto was not present, upon opening the door today, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. Then, as if struck by a thought, she shook her head and beamed a radiant smile at the empty room, hoping this illusion would linger a little longer. After 5 years, Hinata had shed her youthful naivety and blossomed into a striking young woman. Her long, dark hair framed her serene and gentle face, still bearing a hint of youthful innocence, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. I'm sorry, Hinata, for returning so late. Upon seeing her, Naruto was instantly filled with remorse. He reflected on how he could have left a clone behind to keep her company during his absence, yet he had chosen not to. He believed that Hinata, in her youth, had yet to fully establish her worldview. Her reliance on him stemmed from his past assistance. He felt it was vital to grant her the necessary time and space to contemplate her feelings. Perhaps, as time passed, her dependence would wane and transform into a cherished and pure memory. If that were to be the case, Naruto would gladly accept it. For everyone possesses the right to choose their own path in life. He would not force Hinata nor attempt to sway her decisions. Yet, Naruto was unprepared for the depth of Hinata's feelings. Time had not diminished her affection, but rather deepened it. He found himself at a loss for how to reciprocate the devotion of this remarkable girl. Naruto, is it really you? Upon hearing his voice, Hinata was instantly exhilarated. She covered her mouth and widened her eyes, fearful that if the tears in her eyes fell, Naruto would vanish. Fool, I have returned. Naruto approached Hinata, enveloping her in a warm embrace. As she basked in the comforting heat of his arms, Hinata realized that this was no mere illusion. The person she had yearned for day and night had truly returned. In that instant, tears dampened Naruto's attire. Feeling Hinata sobbing against him, he found himself at a loss for words, only able to hold her tighter. Naruto, you won't disappear again, will you? You will always be by my side. After a moment of weeping, Hinata lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes clouded with emotion as they met Naruto's. In response, Naruto pressed his fervent lips against hers. Their lips met, and at that moment, both felt as though they had been electrified, their minds blank, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Neither of them knew how to proceed. Both were inexperienced, caught in a daze as they gazed into each other's eyes. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Naruto gently tucked a strand of hair behind Hinata's ear, assuring her, I will always be by your side from now on. We will never part again. Hinata murmured softly, her cheeks flushing crimson with shyness as she buried her face into Naruto's chest, gripping him even tighter. They fell into a serene silence, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Eventually, Hinata's breaths became even, and Naruto looked down to find that she had succumbed to sleep, perhaps weary from her mission or from crying. He carefully lifted her, laying her gently on the bed. Don't go. Hinata's hand seized Naruto's arm, her eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed. Her long eyelashes fluttered, captivating Naruto's heart. He delicately placed her hand beneath the covers and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Instantly, her brow relaxed, and she drifted into a sweet slumber. Chapter 81. In love, Naruto gazed quietly at the slumbering Hinata, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and tranquility within. A faint blush lingered on her porcelain cheeks, and her long eyelashes occasionally fluttered. Her beauty and innocence enchanted Naruto, as if he could gaze at her forever. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, evening had arrived. Quietly exiting the bedroom, Naruto made his way to the living room. Knowing that Hinata must be exhausted after her mission, he decided to prepare a sumptuous dinner for her. Recalling that Hinata adored his fish soup and cake, and with ingredients readily available, he immersed himself in the culinary process. Before long, a pot of exquisite fish soup was complete. It seemed that even in her dreams, Hinata sensed the aroma of the fish soup, awakening with a blissful smile as she beheld Naruto diligently crafting a cake in the kitchen. She stealthily approached from behind, wrapping her arms around him and resting her head on his back. The little glutton is awake. Naruto turned his head, playfully tapping her nose, causing a dollop of cream to smudge onto her skin. How annoying! Hinata exclaimed, wiping the cream from her nose and playfully pouting at Naruto. Seizing the moment, she mischievously smeared some cream on his face while he was distracted. The two individuals immediately began to chase and frolic in the living room, filling the modest space with their joyous laughter. After a playful interlude, Naruto swept Hinata into his arms, and she gazed at him with a bashful expression. He carried her to the dining table, gently wiping the cream from her face with a napkin, before cutting a piece of the now misshapen cake to feed her. After finishing their dinner, Naruto took Hinata to the rooftop, a place he had always cherished. From there, one could not only behold the entirety of Konoha, but also admire the vast expanse of twinkling stars. Tonight, the moonlight was particularly enchanting. Cuddled in Naruto's embrace, Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and beauty in this moment. She shared with him the experiences of the past 5 years in a soft, intermittent manner, occasionally adjusting her position in his arms. Naruto wore a gentle smile, listening attentively. Hinata had graduated early in the second year following Naruto's departure, and she was not alone. Inspired by the couple, many from Konoha's rookie class hastened to graduate early. Even Shikamaru, who had been the least promising, managed to graduate in his 3rd year. Initially, Hinata trained under Kurenai, but it quickly became apparent that Kurenai had little to teach her. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, offered to mentor Hinata, but she declined, opting to continue her training with Kurenai. During this time, aside from missions, she spent most of her days searching for news of Naruto. Eventually, after Kiba and Shino graduated, they were assigned to Kurenai's team, forming Team 8 just as in the original story. Interestingly, due to Naruto and his friends being trapped in the realm of Yin and Yang, Kurenai's team undertook a mission in the Land of Waves, where Haku and Zabuza, their fates intertwined, were ultimately spared by Hinata. Thanks to Hinata's efforts, Kurenai's team successfully completed numerous missions, earning Hinata the titles of Konoha's strongest genin and the most talented of the Hyuga clan, overshadowing even her brother Neji. I am the strongest genin in Konoha. Impressive, right? Hinata proudly lifted her chin to look at Naruto, eagerly awaiting his praise. Indeed, Hinata is the best. Naruto planted a kiss on her small lips, causing her cheeks to flush once more. He then presented her with 2 spatial rings he had prepared. What is this? Hinata inquired curiously, holding the ring. This is a gift for you, a spatial ring filled with many treasures. With Naruto's assistance, Hinata quickly refined the spatial ring, discovering it contained elixirs, spirit stones, and springs. Naruto explained the uses of each item, and then he produced a jade pendant from the Holy Maiden's treasury to present to Hinata. This pendant is called the Yada no Kagami, its surface of vibrant green adorned with mysterious patterns. Naruto felt that among the treasures in the Holy Maiden's treasury, The Yada no Kagami and the Yashimaru were the most enigmatic, and he had resolved to gift it to Hinata at first sight. What a beautiful pendant. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed, enchanted by the pendant, her eyes sparkling with delight. Simply expressing gratitude isn't enough. Naruto leaned closer to Hinata, the meaning of his gesture unmistakable. Hinata blushed deeply and planted a gentle kiss on Naruto's lips before quickly burying her face in his chest. Hinata, did you notice any changes in your Byakugan when you activated it? Naruto inquired with curiosity. He recalled that when Sasuke and Kakashi unlocked their Sharingan, it evolved into the Manjiki, so it stood to reason that Hinata's Byakugan should have similarly transformed. However, he was unsure what the evolved Byakugan would look like, as the original series seemed to lack any mention of its evolution, rendering the Byakugan somewhat unremarkable. Indeed, my Byakugan's ability to perceive has significantly improved. Previously, everything appeared in black and white, but now I see in vibrant colors, Hinata replied, demonstrating her evolved Byakugan, which was strikingly different from its previous form. Now, it resembled a normal eye with its pupils transformed from black to a soft blue. Naruto struggled to recall the storyline, but couldn't identify what this new eye represented. Nonetheless, he found Hinata's current Byakugan far more aesthetically pleasing than before. What's wrong, Naruto? Hinata asked curiously, noticing his furrowed brow as he pondered. Nothing. Hinata, let us embark on a romantic relationship, Naruto declared with a smile, his tone earnest. Although they were already in a romantic state, a proper declaration was still essential. Hinata remained silent, nodding gently as she gazed at Naruto with affection. To her, he was her entire world, and she was willing to give him everything. Under the moonlight, their lips met once more. Naruto embraced Hinata tightly, kissing her passionately as if he wished to merge her essence with his own. Hinata closed her eyes tightly, her breath quickening, and she fervently responded to Naruto's kiss. Both were inexperienced in this intimate act, clumsily reciprocating one another's affection. Yet it did not detract from the beauty and fervor of their romance. After a considerable time, Naruto lifted Hinata and returned to their room, gently placing her on the bed. Hinata, feeling weak and dazed, wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and shyly asked, Naruto-kun, are we moving too fast? Naruto playfully tapped her forehead. What are you thinking? Just lie down for a moment. I will prepare a bath for you, and later, I will use the spirit spring to cleanse your body. Though Naruto wished to hasten the process, he understood that they were not yet of age to indulge in forbidden fruits, especially since it could have significant implications for Hinata's body. After preparing the warm water, he insisted that Hinata drink from the spirit spring, but she firmly requested that Naruto leave the room first, or she wouldn't drink. Very well. Naruto acquiesced and returned to the rooftop to wait for Hinata. Young lovers in the throes of passion seemed to crave each other's presence every moment. Even a brief separation felt interminably long. After her rejuvenating bath, Hinata appeared even more radiant. Her skin, already as fair as jade, now emanated a soft glow, and her every smile and frown carried an ethereal quality. That night, they fell asleep in each other's embrace. Although Hinata expressed her willingness, Naruto restrained himself, ensuring that nothing untoward occurred throughout the night. In the days that followed, Naruto and Hinata spent every moment together, reveling in the blissful experience of love. Both being capable of flight, they explored the land of fire extensively over 3 days, leaving their footprints at various scenic spots throughout the region. Subsequently, the two could no longer linger together, as the Ch-nin exams had commenced, necessitating Hinata's return to her team. The Ch-nin exams are conducted in teams, and although Naruto felt a deep sense of reluctance, he too had numerous matters to attend to. This Ch-nin exam was destined to be anything but tranquil. In Chapter 82, we encounter the contemplative Rock Lee and Konoha, who exclaim with exuberance, "Ah, youth is a time for fervent outbursts. Come on, Lee. Prove that hard work can surpass genius." "Hello, Guy-sensei." I am brimming with enthusiasm. Mike Guy, accompanied by Lee and Niji, made their way toward the venue for the Ch-nin exams, eager to register. Guy and Lee retained their signature watermelon hairstyles and green spandex outfits, embodying the essence of youthful vigor, while Niji exhibited his usual stoic demeanor, accustomed to their antics. They encountered Team 10, who were also en route to register. Over the years, Hinata had garnered the reputation of being Konoha's strongest genin, hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Thus, upon meeting Team 10, Lee proposed a challenge to Hinata, determined to demonstrate that diligence could triumph over innate talent. Guy, will you allow him to act so recklessly? Inuzuka Kiba glared at Might Guy with disapproval. But youth should embrace challenges, should it not? Guy scratched the back of his head and embarked on a journey of self-encouragement alongside Lee, the two embracing in an overly sentimental display that was almost unbearable to witness. I accept your challenge. With a collective sigh of exasperation, Team 10 braced themselves as Hinata stepped forth to interrupt Guy and Lee's melodrama. Be careful, Hinata. Shadow Dance Leaf. Lee surged forward passionately, only to be sent reeling back in less than a second, his face bruised and battered, his taijutsu insufficient against the formidable Hinata of the present. How can this be? Is the gap so vast? Lee gazed at Hinata in disbelief. Over the years, she had risen to prominence in Konoha, nearly becoming the foremost individual of her generation. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, having vanished for 5 years, were gradually forgotten by the populace. In contrast, Hinata had completed numerous high-level missions post-graduation, earning her the title of Konoha's #1 genin. Do not lose heart, Lee. Hard work will surely enable you to surpass genius. Guy exclaimed, equally astonished by Hinata's prowess. Hey, Guy-sensei, I will double my efforts. Inspired by Guy's encouragement, Lee seemed to be revitalized, and the two resumed their emotional outpouring. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura regrouped and set off toward the venue for the ch-nin exams. As for Kakashi, he had been elusive for days. Engrossed in village defense alongside Jiraiya. Is the ch-nin exam truly that simple? Sakura inquired with concern. I heard that ninjas from other villages will also participate. This time, the participants are primarily from small ninja villages. Even if ninjas from all the major villages were to join, the three of us could easily prevail. There's nothing to worry about, Naruto reassured her, although Sakura lacked a clear understanding of her own abilities. You all underestimate your own strength. Our true adversaries are not those competing in the ch-nin exam. Naruto initially intended to participate in the exam using only his shadow clones. However, upon further reflection, he decided that it would be more prudent to attend in his true form. In the original narrative, Team 7 encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, but 5 years prior, Naruto had nearly vanquished him. It remains uncertain whether Orochimaru would dare to confront them again. If it were merely Orochimaru, Sakura and Sasuke would suffice to handle him, but the fear lies in the potential alliance of the Akatsuki with Orochimaru. Such a scenario would pose a significant threat to the duo. Despite having been informed numerous times, an air of tension still enveloped Sakura. Although she had trained in the secret realm for 5 years, her combat experience against adversaries was minimal, as her sparring with Naruto rarely involved serious engagement. I find myself quite intrigued by the ninjas from other villages, hoping they do not disappoint. Sasuke, on the other hand, exhibited little interest in the Chunin exams, primarily seeking to gauge the abilities of the foreign ninjas and ascertain their levels of skill. Hey, you three, stop. You just bumped into me, didn't you see? A boastful voice rang out from behind them. Naruto turned to find Konohamaru's gang. Having been away in the secret realm, Naruto had completely missed Konohamaru, who did not yet recognize him or consider him a comrade. Oh, and what if I did bump into you? Naruto replied languidly. If you acknowledge me as your leader, I might let you off, Konohamaru declared, striking a pose of supreme arrogance. In the next instant, he found himself flattened to the ground by Naruto's strike. Are children today so arrogant? Sakura appeared eager, ready to join the fray. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Konohamaru began, but he was quickly silenced as Naruto knocked him down once more. I know you are the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, but what of it? I have dealt with the old man himself. You are no match for me. Naruto smiled at Konohamaru. Naruto, you struck the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. Won't that be problematic? Sakura had initially intended to reprimand the trio of brats, but upon learning of Konohamaru's lineage, she hesitated. Feeling scared now? You ugly and foolish woman. It's not too late to apologize, Konohamaru retorted, emboldened by the mention of his grandfather's name, which typically commanded respect from the village ninjas. The outcome was predictable. Upon hearing Konohamaru's insults, Sakura erupted in fury, delivering a barrage of blows to him and his companions. Konohamaru found himself questioning his existence. He could tolerate the yellow-haired boy's assault, but to be struck by this foolish woman was beyond his comprehension. Typically, uttering the name of the 3rd Hokage would elicit flattery from ninjas, but today, it was ineffective. As Konohamaru rose, ready to hurl further threats, he collided with an object. Before he could react, a peculiar figure, painted with face paint and carrying a mummy on his back, seized him, leaving Konohamaru too frightened to utter a word. This was none other than Kankuro, with Temari standing behind him, wielding a fan. As for Gaara, he was suspended from a tree behind the group. Naruto had not anticipated this turn of events and had no intention of intervening, as it was now Sasuke's turn to showcase his prowess. The foreign ninjas were not as formidable as they had presumed. As Sasuke's words echoed, all three were simultaneously struck by a pebble, their expressions turning grave in an instant. Completely unaware of when Sasuke had made his move, Gaara, hanging from a tree, initially believed they had not noticed him, only to realize he had been hit without any reaction. It seemed this Chunin exam was becoming quite intriguing. Gaara leaped down, his demeanor tense as he fixed his gaze on Sasuke, while Kankuro had already set Konohamaru down. If this is the extent of your abilities, I shall be quite disappointed, Sasuke stated, hands nestled in his pockets, his expression calm. Humph. I hope you can still say that when we meet in the Chunin exam. I am Gaara of Sunagakure, he replied. After exchanging names, the Sand siblings departed. At that moment, Konohamaru rushed to Sasuke, his face filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Boss, let me be your underling. Teach me ninjutsu. I want to be as formidable as you." Boring. Sasuke dismissed him, turning away. Due to Naruto's confinement in Konoha for 5 years, Konohamaru had never encountered Naruto before, and since Naruto had merely observed without intervening, it was Sasuke who had reprimanded the Sand siblings, leading Konohamaru to believe Sasuke was the strongest. Noticing Sasuke's indifference, he shifted his gaze to Naruto, asking, "How about you become my boss instead? Don't bully people for no reason." Seeing Konohamaru's reluctant expression, Naruto could only laugh helplessly, delivering a playful punch before swaggering off. This time, the trio was exempt from the preliminary exam, yet Lee's confession to Sakura still unfolded as expected. The difference was that Lee now bore bruises, appearing even more comical than in the original narrative. Sakura, citing his overly thick eyebrows, rejected Lee once more. In a bid to showcase his strength, Lee challenged Naruto and Sasuke, yet despite employing his signature technique, he failed to even graze a hair on Naruto. "You still have much to improve, Senior Lee," Naruto remarked, effortlessly evading all of Lee's taijutsu attacks before sending him flying with a kick. As Lee sat up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cast a sharp gaze at the composed Naruto. He had intended to demonstrate his prowess before Sakura, believing that if his looks were insufficient, his strength would suffice. However, being sent flying without even landing a hit left him feeling humiliated. Slowly, Lee reached for his legs, preparing to remove the weights. He had already been bested by Hinata earlier that day, and now by Naruto. He began to question his very existence. Chapter 83. The Chunin exam begins. "Lee, stop. You are no match for him at present." As the words fell, the ever-youthful and vibrant Guy emerged, accompanied by his giant turtle. As the smoke dissipated, the flamboyant figure of Might Guy was revealed, resembling Lee with his thick eyebrows, watermelon hairstyle, and tight green jumpsuit, dazzling everyone in attendance. Even Naruto found it hard to look directly at him. It was simply too glaring. Did he not possess the instinct to change his attire? Upon hearing Kai's words, Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment, and he began to genuinely question his existence. Naruto, a year his junior, effortlessly defeated him. Was his relentless pursuit of surpassing talent truly justified? Did it even warrant continuation? Haha. Xiao Li, do not be disheartened. Naruto is not a genius, and you need not compare yourself to him. Kai began to encourage Xiao Li once more. "Hey, Teacher Kai, then what is Naruto?" Xiao Li inquired seriously, his expression grave. The others perked up their ears, having witnessed the ferocity of Xiao Li's previous attack. Despite his exceptional martial arts prowess, he had not even grazed the hem of Naruto's clothing, igniting their curiosity about Naruto's abilities and what Might Guy would say about him. Naruto is the genius among geniuses, Kai declared solemnly. The others exchanged incredulous glances. After another emotional display between the master and his disciple, they proceeded to register. Naruto and his companions also entered the registration classroom, which was already filled with numerous ninjas from various nations. Shikamaru, Choji, and others were present, and the 12 young ninjas from Konoha were gathered there as well. Naturally, Naruto approached Hinata and took her hand. Although they had confirmed their romantic relationship, Hinata felt shy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Upon witnessing Naruto and Hinata holding hands, Sakura inexplicably felt a surge of frustration. How could Naruto hold that girl's hand? Why was she so upset? Hadn't she always liked Sasuke? Ugh, that brute was so detestable. She didn't like him at all. She resolved not to let Naruto and that girl become a couple. Naruto belonged to her. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Sakura prepared to rush over and separate Naruto and Hinata when Ino suddenly leaped out and hugged Sasuke. Sakura, already in a foul mood, felt enraged that her best friend chose to embrace Sasuke instead of coming to her first. In a fit of anger, she punched Ino, sending her flying. Due to Sakura's 5-year absence, the bond between the two friends had not yet devolved into a mere fade. Upon seeing Ino sprawled on the ground, lamenting her fate, Sakura immediately regretted her actions. Forgetting about separating Naruto and Hinata, she rushed to Ino to apologize, but Ino refused to accept her apology and severed their friendship instead. At that moment, Kabuto, the cunning second-in-command, made his entrance. Having participated in the Nin exams 7 times, he naturally became the guide for the 12 young ninjas. However, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura showed little interest in Kabuto's explanations regarding the exams. Naruto was aware that Kabuto was an undercover agent placed in Konoha by Orochimaru, yet he chose not to expose him. Sasuke was equally disinterested in the other ninjas present, while Sakura glared at Naruto and Hinata with clenched teeth, oblivious to Kabuto's discourse. With the arrival of Ibiki, the first cultural examination commenced. All ninjas showcased their unique skills, leading to an intense battle of wits and cunning. For Naruto, the content of the cultural exam posed no challenge whatsoever. Naruto was acutely aware that the crux of this examination lay in the 10th question posed by Ibiki. As long as he answered it correctly, he could pass even if he submitted a blank exam paper. The written test merely gauged the candidate's ability to gather information, while the 10th question assessed their resolve and courage. When Ibiki announced that those who remained would advance, Mitarashi Anko dramatically burst through the window to reveal the next phase of the examination, which would take place in the deadly forest, akin to a survival game. During this time, Konohamaru approached Sasuke and Naruto for an interview, but the two showed little interest in engaging with him. Sakura, however, chattered incessantly about being the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha and her prowess. After signing the life and death agreement, the participants were divided into teams and scattered throughout various locations in the deadly forest. Upon entering, Team 7 resembled a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, swiftly overpowering the foreign ninja teams they encountered. Though they had already gathered the heaven, earth, and man scrolls, Naruto chose not to rush to the central tower. Instead, he leisurely wandered through the forest with Sasuke and Sakura, even taking the time to prepare some game for a barbecue. Why are we wasting time here, Naruto? We should head straight to the central tower, Sakura inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity after 5 years of camaraderie with Naruto, who had always commanded their obedience. Sasuke, wise and perceptive, had lost interest in the foreign ninjas upon witnessing their abilities. Instead, he anticipated the adversary Naruto spoke of, knowing that Naruto was biding his time for the right moment to confront them. Naruto did not respond to Sakura's question. He focused intently on the meat he was grilling, then turned to the dense forest behind Sakura and Sasuke, calling out, "Orochimaru, the meat is almost ready. Want you join us?" At the mention of Orochimaru's name, both Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm. The mere utterance of his name was enough to silence children in Konoha. They had often been terrified by tales of Orochimaru, with adults warning that disobedient children would be taken by him, instilling an instinctive fear. They turned sharply, only to find the woods eerily silent, their sensory perception limited, thus failing to detect the disguised Orochimaru lurking as a shadow of grass. "Come on, Naruto, are you trying to scare us?" "There's no one there," Sakura remarked, casting a bewildered glance at him, believing he was teasing her. Sasuke, however, remained serious, his Sharingan activated, aware that Naruto would not speak without reason. At that moment, he caught sight of Orochimaru. No sooner had Sakura spoken than 3 figures emerged slowly from the thicket. "You've become more troublesome than 5 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto," Orochimaru, masquerading as a shadow of grass, licked his lips ominously and spoke. "Orochimaru, how dare you show your face before me after all these years? What gives you the audacity?" Naruto rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes upon Orochimaru, releasing a formidable mental pressure. The grass ninja beside Orochimaru was immediately paralyzed by fear. Collapsing to the ground, while Orochimaru and another individual remained unfazed. Naruto noticed a pendant hanging around Orochimaru's neck, which seemed to shield him from Naruto's mental onslaught. A chilling laughter echoed as Orochimaru's expression darkened upon hearing Naruto's words. He cast a glance at the woman beside him. Clad in a kimono and adorned with a conical hat, a sword hanging from her waist, and began to cackle ominously. The female ninja approached Orochimaru, slowly removing his hat to reveal her long, snow-white hair and a pair of deep, cold eyes that regarded Naruto with indifference. Long time no see, Yazuzi. After 5 years. Yazuzi had matured, her stature tall and slender, her skin pale as snow, devoid of any color, which, combined with her frosty hair, bestowed upon her an aura of chilling beauty. Chapter 84. A fortunate encounter. Yazuzi spoke not a word. Instead, she drew her sword, pointing it menacingly at Naruto. Black curse markings slithered from her neck, enveloping her body as she coldly stared at him. Why must you resort to this? Observing the icy, murderous intent in Yazuzi's eyes, Naruto realized that she had irrevocably transformed into Orochimaru's instrument of death. Fate had cast them into opposing sides, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for her. Who are you to wield a blade at our Naruto without my consent? Sakura, initially anxious due to Orochimaru's presence, sensed the history between Naruto and the white-haired woman through his gaze. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within her. She positioned herself protectively in front of Naruto, her eyes also emanating a fierce intent, as a chilling white short sword appeared in her hand. Is it because of her that you rejected my sword back then? Hardly. At last, Yazuzi spoke, her disdainful gaze directed at Sakura, her voice as cold as ice. Humph. What do you mean hardly? I am far superior to you in every aspect, beauty, prowess, and form. Sakura glanced at Yazuzi's chest, and then at her own, momentarily at a loss for words. You shall not speak of her in such a manner, Sakura. She is my comrade. Naruto felt a surge of anger at Yazuzi's disparagement of Sakura, yet he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Just this morning, Sakura had severed ties with Sasuke and Ino. Now, it appeared she was enviously defending Naruto. Humph. She is 100 times stronger than you. Sasuke brandished his own sword, standing resolutely beside Sakura, unwilling to permit anyone to belittle her. Humph. Yazuzi scoffed, dismissing them with indifference. How amusing. What captivating eyes you possess. Yet, still lacking. Orochimaru's sinister voice resounded once more as he gazed greedily at Sasuke's Sharingan, before shifting his attention back to Naruto. He came to Konoha primarily for Naruto. Ever since their last encounter, when he nearly fell victim to Naruto's lethal prowess, he had developed an insatiable desire for Naruto's abilities, finding little interest in the other collected prodigies. Orochimaru addressed Naruto, saying, Naruto, I find you exceedingly intriguing. How about we collaborate? Naruto, pulling Sakura behind him, replied flatly, It seems you hold no value for me in this supposed collaboration. While Naruto acknowledged Orochimaru's research capabilities, he regarded the man as a complete lunatic, utterly beyond control. Naruto remained unperturbed, confident that Orochimaru could never pose a threat to him. However, the safety of those around him was another matter, which led him to resolve to eliminate Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. You underestimate me, Uzumaki Naruto. I can provide you with all the intelligence on the Akatsuki. You need only share your training methods with me. What do you say? Apologies. You may not comprehend the Akatsuki as well as I do. Naruto shook his head, casting a mocking glance at Orochimaru. In this world, no one understood the Akatsuki better than Naruto. Orochimaru's gambit was undoubtedly misguided. Ha ha ha. Kill him. Orochimaru commanded from behind Otsutsuki, extending his long tongue to lick her face. Upon receiving Orochimaru's order, Otsutsuki's face twisted with a bloodthirsty madness as she lunged toward Naruto with her sword, completely ensnared by Orochimaru's cursed seal. Enhanced by the seal, her speed was astonishing. Yet, to Naruto's eyes, she seemed remarkably slow. Just as Otsutsuki was about to strike him, he raised his hand and deftly pinched her sword between his 2 fingers. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being impolite. Ha ha. Just as I expected from you, Naruto. Otsutsuki's smile was haunting, her snow-white face gradually fading as if she were about to vanish from this realm. A sense of foreboding gripped Naruto, tightening his brow as he prepared to distance himself from Otsutsuki. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the space around him, and in the next instant, he found himself in a vast, white expanse. What is this place? Naruto had not anticipated that Otsutsuki possessed the ability for spatial teleportation. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was enveloped in a serene, snowy world devoid of wind or sound, with a blanket of white stretching endlessly before him, snowflakes falling silently from the sky. "Snow Maiden, return home. Snow Maiden," a melodious, ethereal voice echoed through the icy realm, repeating itself incessantly. Furrowing his brow, Naruto felt the chill of the snowflakes as they landed on him, penetrating his body as if attempting to freeze him from within. An energy shield formed around him, composed of spiritual power, as he perceived the sinister nature of the snowflakes. He was unwilling to test their effects on his body. The consequences could be dire. "Snow Maiden, return home." A stunning woman, draped in white, emerged gracefully from the snow, and as she approached, Naruto realized she bore an uncanny resemblance to Otsutsuki. Clad in translucent white gauze, her enchanting curves were subtly revealed. A snowflake mark faintly adorned her forehead, and her long, snow-white hair cascaded to her waist as she glided forward, resembling a sprite dancing in the snow. "Otsutsuki?" Naruto inquired, his voice breaking the silence. He was uncertain whether this person was still the wild bamboo. "It is I. I was born with the snow vein. This is my realm of the snow woman, where all treacherous souls will be transformed into ice sculptures." The wild bamboo gazed at Naruto, her tone devoid of joy or sorrow. "You would do well to release me. I have wronged you in no way." At this moment, Naruto's demeanor had grown somewhat frigid. The fate of the wild bamboo was indeed tragic. Yet it was not Naruto's doing. When she once gifted him a sword, he had declined, a decision he saw as entirely reasonable. Had he accepted her out of pity, that would have been the true injustice against her. Although this realm of the Snow Woman was malevolent, it posed no threat to Naruto, and given her presence within it, he possessed the capability to eliminate her and escape. "Naruto, do you truly despise me so?" A single tear slipped from the depths of the wild bamboo's eyes. "I do not." Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, her tone had suggested he had forsaken her, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, gazing upon her pitiful visage, he felt a pang of compassion. "Naruto, over the years, I have come to understand clearly that neither of us is at fault. I have resolved to leave the shinobi world and depart from Orochimaru. I have come to bid you farewell." The wild bamboo wiped her tears away, her smile blooming like a garden in spring, a gentle breeze upon her face. "Leave the shinobi world? Where will you go?" "I do not know. Perhaps this farewell will mark our eternal parting." Naruto remained silent, pondering whether the wild bamboo intended to venture to a realm akin to the Inyang's secret domain or elsewhere. Regardless of his desire to retain her or to offer his blessings, he found himself unable to voice either. "May I have a hug?" The wild bamboo's serene smile held a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yet, Naruto remained unmoved. He had already found affection for another, not wishing to cause Hinata sorrow. And he could not ascertain whether the wild bamboo was genuine or insincere, even though he was confident that without the energy shield, she could not harm him. If she were to deceive him into lowering his defenses, he would have no choice but to eliminate her. "I apologize. I should not have harbored such expectations." Noticing Naruto's indifference, the wild bamboo's eyes dimmed as she quietly turned to walk into the icy expanse. "Wait." As Naruto beheld her forlorn figure, his heart ached. The scene from 5 years prior replaying vividly in his mind when he had watched the wild bamboo's silhouette vanish into the snowstorm, utterly drained of strength to pursue her. But should he let her go again today? He possessed the power to keep her with him, regardless of what the future held. In this moment, he did not want her to depart once more. In an instant, he stood before her, enveloping her in his arms. "Thank you, Naruto. I feel fortunate to have met you." The wild bamboo and Naruto embraced tightly, her tears cascading down, soaking his garments. After a prolonged moment, they parted. The wild bamboo turned away to wipe the tears from her cheeks before finally facing Naruto. "I'm sorry. I merely wished for you to see me at my most beautiful, yet I could not refrain from weeping. Farewell, Naruto." After Yuzuki spoke, she smiled radiantly, lightly rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on Naruto. Gradually, her figure began to fade away. "Don't go." Naruto's voice echoed in the desolate, icy world. But Yuzuki's silhouette vanished completely. The frigid realm slowly dissipated, and Naruto found himself back in the forest of death. Chapter 85. Sasuke Sakura. And Orochimaru. The scene rewinds to the moment Naruto entered the Snow Woman's domain. Sasuke and Sakura witnessed Naruto catch Yuzuki's sword with 2 fingers. prompting her to erupt into an eerie laugh, and then both Naruto and she disappeared. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura shouted desperately, but there was no reply. It was as if Naruto had vanished from this realm. He must have turned into an ice statue. Orochimaru's sinister smile revealed his glee. Idiot. Naruto is far too powerful to meet such a fate. The one who will become an ice statue is you. Sakura retorted angrily, swinging her short sword, unleashing a wave of snow-white sword energy that struck Orochimaru and the grass ninja beside him. In an instant, both were transformed into ice statues, which shattered into countless fragments. What? I just defeated the terrifying Orochimaru? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. In her memory, Orochimaru was a figure of immense evil and strength, one whom the entire Hidden Leaf village could not contend with. Yet she had effortlessly vanquished him with a single swing. With wide eyes, she gazed incredulously at the piles of ice debris on the ground. Fool, you've merely dispatched his clone, Sasuke interjected, his combat awareness far superior to Sakura's. Not only was he employing his Manjiki Sharingan, but he was also using his spiritual awareness. The moment Sakura swung her sword, Orochimaru had swiftly utilized a shadow clone technique. The grass ninja, however, had indeed been eliminated by Sakura. How do you know that? Sakura asked, perplexed, looking at Sasuke. Fool, can't you use your spiritual awareness to observe? Sasuke replied, his expression one of disdain. Don't call me a fool, you brute. Fool, brute. Hey, are you two brats ignoring my presence? As Sakura and Sasuke bickered, Orochimaru grew increasingly frustrated. Despite having unleashed several techniques, they seemed utterly unaffected, completely disregarding him. Silence. Sakura and Sasuke turned in unison to shout at Orochimaru, their voices echoing in the air. Upon seeing Orochimaru's grim expression, Sakura suddenly regained her senses. Oh no! Orochimaru is here. Run. With a swift motion, she darted behind a nearby tree, peeking cautiously to observe Sasuke and Orochimaru, only to retreat quickly. Sasuke, hide. Fool. Sasuke disregarded Sakura, his excitement palpable as he focused intently on Orochimaru, a fervor for battle surging within him. Finally, upon returning to the village, he had encountered a worthy opponent. Are you not afraid of me, Uchiha brat? Orochimaru licked his lips, equally exhilarated. In response, Sasuke wielded his Tenketsu sword. Orochimaru narrowly evaded Sasuke's assault, employing his hidden shadow snake hands, ensnaring Sasuke with a massive serpent. Sasuke, channeling his spiritual energy, shattered the serpent into pieces. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once fragmented serpent body suddenly morphed into countless smaller snakes, which coalesced into a single colossal serpent, entwining around Sasuke. The serpent's head gradually approached Sasuke's face, revealing the visage of Orochimaru. Ah, what a perfect vessel, Orochimaru hissed, extending his snake-like tongue to caress Sasuke's face. Inciting a wave of revulsion within him, Sasuke attempted to summon his chakra once more, only to discover that his energy had been siphoned away. Indeed, this power is remarkable. However, my snake manipulation technique is not so easily escaped from. Sasuke, surrender and become my vessel. Orochimaru opened his maw, displaying his sharp fangs, and lunged towards Sasuke's neck. The snake manipulation technique has the capacity to absorb the abilities of its opponents. Thus, Sasuke's earlier attempt to release his chakra did not free him from Orochimaru's grasp. His chakra had been entirely absorbed. Was it so? Sasuke remained unfazed. Just as Orochimaru was about to bite him, the Tenkaichiken, cloaked in black flames, suddenly soared forth, piercing through Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru's cranium was penetrated, seared by the black flames, prompting him to hastily employ the snake substitution technique to narrowly evade disaster. To think you possess Naruto's kind of technique, having rendered one of my substitutes useless, Orochimaru marveled at Sasuke, his desire for Naruto's power intensifying. 5 years prior, he had nearly been killed by Naruto due to his carelessness, and today he had once again nearly fallen victim to Sasuke. Their methods were strikingly similar. And at that moment, Orochimaru resolved to acquire such power at any cost. Boy, allow me to unveil a formidable forbidden technique, the eight-headed serpent. With a thunderous roar, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, his body transforming into a colossal beast, towering thousands of feet high. 8 immense serpent heads emerged from the clouds, dwarfed only by the vastness of its form, while the dense forest below appeared as mere grass in comparison. My goodness, a monster! Sakura exclaimed in terror upon witnessing Orochimaru's transformation, swiftly taking to the skies on her flying sword to escape. However, halfway through her flight, she realized that Sasuke remained behind. After a moment of hesitation, she turned back. Although she had previously encountered 2 colossal rune warriors in the secret realm and had not been afraid, Orochimaru and the 8-headed serpent were different. They were the terrifying legends she had heard as a child. Thus, a subconscious fear gripped her. Nevertheless, recalling her companion's peril, Sakura resolved to return and assist him. Meanwhile, Sasuke ascended into the air, his gaze fixed upon the towering 8-headed serpent, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Raiton, fire style, spiraling sphere. Sasuke raised his hands high, conjuring a massive fireball that spun slowly, flickering with hints of lightning. He hurled the dual-element spiraling sphere towards the 8-headed serpent. Roaring fiercely, one of the serpent's heads opened its gaping maw and swallowed Sasuke's Raiton, fire style, spiraling sphere whole, only for another head to gradually open its mouth, from which the spiraling sphere was expelled. Sasuke's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he quickly vacated his position, the ground beneath him erupting into a massive pit from the ensuing chaos. After evading the Rasen Shuriken, Sasuke summoned Susanoo. The clash between Susanoo and the Orochi unleashed a tremendous shockwave. The ground around them shattered, and clouds of dust ascended. Even those far removed from the battlefield could feel the overwhelming energy. The 2 combatants surged towards the outskirts of the Forest of Death. The participants within the forest had long been stirred by the battle, and those still present trembled in distant corners, too fearful to approach. All kept their distance, their legs quaking at the sight of the colossal beasts. The Sand siblings were no exception. They watched in utter astonishment as the 2 monstrous entities passed nearby. Before they could collect their thoughts, they beheld Sakura, soaring through the air on a flying sword, pursuing the giants. Their mouths gaped in disbelief. Karui exclaimed, "What kind of freaks are these Konoha ninjas? Sasuke transforms into a giant, and there's Sakura, who can fly with a sword. How do we even contend with this?" Temari added, "It's terrifying." Gaara watched, acknowledging that Susanoo was formidable, each strike imbued with immense power, capable of upheaving the very heavens. After Susanoo severed one of Orochi's heads, the beast became frenzied, its 8 heads each delivering distinct, cunning, and ferocious attacks. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as Sasuke's Susanoo began to wane, his chakra nearly depleted, unable to sustain its form. Sensing this weakness, Orochi unleashed a violent onslaught, its 8 tails striking down upon Sasuke, shattering Susanoo into fragments. "You wretched serpent, do not harm my ally." In the critical moment before the tails could strike Sasuke, Sakura unleashed a brilliant white sword aura from the air, instantly encasing the rampaging Orochi in an icy prison. "How bothersome," Sasuke remarked irritably toward Sakura. Though his chakra had been exhausted, and while he could evade Orochi's assault, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. He felt a flicker of gratitude towards Sakura, yet his words lacked warmth. "Humph." Stubborn as ever, Sakura retorted, rolling her eyes at him. At that moment, the ice enveloping Orochi began to fracture, and it lashed out with its tails and heads once more towards Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura swiftly maneuvered her flying sword, lifting the exhausted Sasuke into the air. The ground trembled as Orochi's tail struck down, raising clouds of dust, while its 7 heads opened wide, unleashing colossal torrents of water that surged forth, threatening to engulf the entire Forest of Death. The deluge, akin to a natural disaster, cascaded over the forest. With no refuge, Sakura hastily conjured a protective barrier of chakra to withstand Orochi's water assault. However, upon contact, both Sasuke and Sakura were violently hurled away by the force of the torrents. Despite the shield, they sustained injuries from the overwhelming shockwave, and Sasuke coughed blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. The Forest of Death was transformed into a vast ocean, claiming the lives of many weaker ninjas caught beneath the surging waves. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Sakura cradled the injured Sasuke, administering 2 healing pills to him. As he gradually regained consciousness, his gaze fell upon the distant Orochi, and he struggled to rise and confront the foe. Yet, his injuries rendered him incapable of standing. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko and the other examiners rushed over, but they were swiftly repelled by Orochi, proving no match for the beast, plunging everyone into despair. Then, with resolve, Sakura set Sasuke down and slowly rose to her feet. "Rest easy, Sasuke." You and Naruto have always protected me. It is so unfair, especially now that Naruto must be facing his own trials. If that is the case, then it is my turn to safeguard those I cherish." Upon uttering these words, the pristine white short sword that hovered beside her descended, severing her pink locks. With unwavering determination, she soared towards Orochi. "You foul serpent, taste my blade." Sakura's voice rang out, and in an instant, the single sword transformed into 2, then 3, and then multiplied into countless blades, engulfing Orochi in a tempest of sword shadows. The colossal serpent was once again encased in ice, yet the myriad blades converged, coalescing into a gargantuan sword of 100 meters. As it descended, Orochi's massive head was cleaved off. However, the beast broke free from its icy prison, now even more enraged after losing 2 of its heads. With a thunderous roar, its enormous crimson eyes unleashed beams of light, obliterating the terrain and creating deep craters. Sakura deftly maneuvered through the air, narrowly evading the onslaught of beams. Yet, having expended her utmost power, she was caught off guard and struck by Orochi's tail, sending her soaring into the sky. The examiners were all gravely injured, and Konoha's reinforcements had yet to arrive. In the depths of the forest of death, a sense of dread enveloped everyone as they witnessed the enormous Orochi. If even the formidable Sasuke and Sakura had faltered, who could possibly stand against this monstrosity? Despair consumed them all. "Fiend, how dare you harm my comrades?" Just as despair threatened to engulf the crowd, a booming voice resonated throughout the forest of death. They looked up to see a figure radiating divine light, cradling Sakura, gradually descending from the heavens. Chapter 86. The divine call of Naruto. The wild bamboo had vanished entirely, and with it, the snow woman's space dissipated. Naruto re-entered the forest of death, now utterly devastated. The once lush foliage had disappeared, replaced by a swampy expanse. There was no sign of the wild bamboo, but Naruto had no time to ponder, for he witnessed Sakura being flung by the colossal monster. In an instant, he leaped into the air, catching her. Sakura's lips bore traces of blood, her consciousness fading, her eyelids heavy as though laden with lead. After a brief struggle, she slowly closed her eyes, feeling as if she were on the brink of death. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. She struggled to open her eyes and beheld Naruto's sunlit, resolute visage, a profound sense of security enveloping her entire being. Sakura's lips curled into a smile before she slowly drifted back into slumber. Naruto, upon examining Sakura's condition, discovered that her internal organs had been grievously damaged. Had it not been for the continuous healing energy mending her insides, she likely would have perished. He quickly summoned the vitality of the young tree spirit to heal her wounds. His gaze fell upon the monstrous creature below, igniting a furious blaze within him. This colossal beast, with 8 tails and 6 heads, cast a shadow over a gathering of participants and examiners from the Chunin exams, who stood in despair beneath its towering form. "Foul beast, you seek death, heavenly law, earthly order." With a sudden descent, Naruto landed firmly on the ground, noticing that Sasuke, Yugao, and others bore severe injuries, though they had begun to recuperate. He carefully placed Sakura beside Sasuke and began to advance toward the Orochi. "Sakura, how are you?" Sasuke hastily supported her, anxiety evident in his voice. "Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a little longer," Sakura replied groggily, succumbing once again to slumber. Upon hearing her words, Sasuke released her, exasperation evident on his face. What sort of occasion was this for her to be asleep? Meanwhile, none paid heed to Sasuke and Sakura. Instead, they were transfixed by Naruto's figure, steadily approaching the Orochi. Radiant energy surrounded Naruto as he grew larger with each step, transforming into a titan surpassing even the Orochi itself. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through him. As if he could reshape mountains and fill oceans, wielding boundless divine might. With a mighty grasp, he seized the Orochi's tail, lifting it effortlessly before swinging it down with tremendous force. Each impact shook the earth, as if an earthquake were brewing. The thunderous roars of the Orochi and its collisions with the ground reverberated throughout the forest of death. In the distance, onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing Naruto's astounding display of strength as he relentlessly slammed the Orochi into the ground. The scene was nothing short of breathtakingly wild, leaving them agape, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. Is Naruto a god? Inogen dropped his snack, oblivious to its fall, trembling as he spoke, his words jolting the astonished crowd back to reality. Perhaps. Shikamaru stared, entranced by the spectacle, reflecting on how Naruto had once been a fellow student, now elevated to a status they could only admire from below. Lee, equally awestruck, finally understood why Gai-sensei had claimed he could not defeat Naruto. The Sand siblings began to question their own existence. They had once believed Sasuke and Sakura to be Konoha's mightiest ninjas, only to realize that the seemingly unassuming Naruto surpassed them all. They felt as if they were mere frogs at the bottom of a well compared to the trio from Konoha. Tamari, Mommy, I want to go home. Karui, me too. Gaara, Naruto, please do not destroy the examination grounds. Jiraiya raised his hand, conjuring a colossal barrier of spiritual energy to shield the participants of the Ch-Nin exam below. At that moment, Tsunade, accompanied by Jiraiya and Kakashi, finally arrived. They were astonished by Naruto's uncontrollable fury. Their concern had shifted from Naruto to the examination venue itself, fearing that if he continued his rampage, the village of Konohagakure might also suffer the consequences. Naruto, I am here to assist you. Hinata called out as she hurried to join the trio. Without hesitation, she soared toward the battlefield between Naruto and the monstrous Orochimaru. The Team 10 squad had also taken part in this exam, but thanks to Hinata's formidable presence, they had swiftly navigated through the forest of death and only arrived upon sensing the commotion. Hey, Hinata, don't come any closer. The ensuing scene may be rather bloody, and I wouldn't want to soil your attire. Naruto paused, addressing the approaching Hinata with a playful wink as he faced the eight-headed serpent. Then you be careful. Hinata hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing Naruto so effortlessly subduing the beast, she relinquished her resolve and returned to join Tsunade and the others. The eight-headed serpent, a manifestation of Orochimaru, was now questioning its very existence, having been thrown about by Naruto, dizzy and disoriented. It glared at Naruto, who held it as one would a mere chick, seething with rage. Once more, the serpent swung its massive tail to strike at Naruto, but he denied it the opportunity, exerting force to launch the creature skyward before leaping after it. The onlookers gazed upward, their eyes following the two figures as they ascended higher and higher, until they vanished from sight. Suddenly, immense blades of light illuminated the sky, as if attempting to cleave the heavens themselves. A torrent of crimson rain then descended, staining the ravaged forest of death in blood. With a series of thunderous crashes, the remnants of the serpent's body plummeted to the ground, reduced to countless fragments by Naruto's might. As the dust settled, Naruto's form emerged once more in the sky. Having reverted to his normal size after dispelling the celestial technique he had mastered over the past 5 years. This was his first time employing such a power, and due to the limitations of the battlefield, its full potential had not been realized. Naruto. Upon seeing him, Hinata rushed forward and embraced him, while the spectators below exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Sakura, who had been asleep until that moment, awoke and, upon seeing Hinata and Naruto in an embrace, angrily punched Sasuke beside her. That idiot. Sasuke, visibly annoyed, glared at Sakura, who paid him no mind, her eyes fixated on Naruto and Hinata in the sky. Humph. Naruto. Truly, you've forgotten your sister in the wake of your newfound love, Tsunade remarked, a hint of envy in her tone as she and Jiraiya flew closer, casting a reproachful glance at Naruto. Hearing Tsunade's words, Hinata bashfully lowered her gaze, while Naruto and Jiraiya had long grown accustomed to Tsunade's personality. Not at all. Sister. You shall always be my true love, Naruto declared, holding Hinata close and forming a heart shape with his hands towards Tsunade. Jiraiya sighed and remarked, I never expected Orochimaru's saga to conclude in this manner. Master, Orochimaru is not yet completely vanquished. As Naruto's words echoed, the serpentine form, which had been cleaved into countless fragments, began to writhe in the deathly forest below, gradually coalescing into the visage of Orochimaru. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru stood feebly on the ground, gazing up at Naruto, when suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly onto the earth. Tsunade and her companions descended, positioning themselves in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you not feel remorse? Jiraiya inquired. Cough. Do not assume a superior stance. I merely pursue my ideals, and there is no fault in that, Orochimaru retorted, spitting out blood and laboriously rising to his feet, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiraiya. Master, why waste words with him? Just eliminate him. Naruto stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, clutching the grass blade sword. Humph, truly unworthy of pity. Tsunade shot a glare at Orochimaru before turning away. Although she concurred with Naruto's sentiment to end Orochimaru's life, the weight of their shared history as comrades made her hesitate. Ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. Orochimaru suddenly split open his abdomen and erupted into maniacal laughter. Behind him, a colossal figure emerged, clad in white garb. With horns sprouting from its head, a ghastly visage, and a dagger clutched in its mouth. Chapter 87. The God of Death Orochimaru, having inflicted a fatal wound upon himself, invoked the Shiki F gene against Naruto, as the figure of the God of Death materialized behind him. With the appearance of the Shinigami, Orochimaru's life was irrevocably extinguished. He collapsed into a pool of blood, his body transforming into a featureless, pure white entity, while the specter of the Shinigami loomed over Naruto and the others. Is that White Setsu? Naruto furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that Orochimaru had not truly perished. In that moment, it seemed as if Orochimaru's soul had morphed into another being, one that had taken his place to call forth the God of Death, likely employing some form of reincarnation ability. The God of Death, is it? Quite intriguing. Naruto swiftly approached the Shinigami, positioning everyone behind him. The Shinigami offered no response, continuing to advance slowly towards Naruto. Within Naruto's perception, the Shinigami appeared as a spectral entity, its consciousness muddled, akin to a puppet activated by some unseen command. As the Shinigami reached Naruto, its clawed hand plunged into Naruto's being, seizing hold of his soul and attempting to forcibly extract it from his body. Humph, merely a disoriented remnant, daring to ensnare my soul, Naruto scoffed. For his spirit had grown immensely powerful, impervious to such trivial attempts at extraction. In an instant, his soul was enveloped in golden light. Reversing the grip and seizing the Shinigami's arm, yanking it into the confines of Fang's mountain. Once inside, the Shinigami appeared momentarily dazed, and before Naruto could strike, it suddenly spoke, staring blankly at the fog-enshrouded Hall of Rebirth, articulating each word with deliberate slowness. Reincarnation. Land. What does that mean? Naruto paused his actions, gazing at the Shinigami with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. After the Grim Reaper entered this realm, his attention seemed entirely captivated by the Hall of Reincarnation. He disregarded Naruto and began to advance step by step towards the hall. What on earth is the final hope of the reincarnation realm? Naruto felt a surge of frustration. The Grim Reaper resembled a marionette, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner, yet failing to utter a complete sentence. Just as the Grim Reaper was about to step into the mist, Naruto's spirit emitted streams of golden light, rushing towards him. Just as the golden light was about to strike the Grim Reaper, the mist enveloping the Hall of Reincarnation surged forth, shrouding him. The golden light dissipated upon contact with the mist, and the Grim Reaper vanished completely within it. What is happening? The Hall of Reincarnation within Mount Fangtsuan is shrouded in mystery. The Ninetales and his parents had entered it, and now the Grim Reaper had too. Naruto was oblivious to what lay inside. No matter how he attempted, he could not penetrate the mist. The final hope of the reincarnation realm. Could it be that the Grim Reaper meant the final land of hope? What significance does this hold? According to the original narrative, the Grim Reaper is supposed to govern the souls of the deceased. Fallen ninjas would arrive at a place known as the Pure Land, and the Grim Reaper should be either its creator or its custodian. Logically, the Grim Reaper ought to be an immensely powerful deity. However, Naruto realized that he was not. His consciousness was muddled, and his actions were mechanical, as if he were merely a fragment of a soul driven by obsession, fulfilling his duties in a monotonous fashion. A complete Grim Reaper would undoubtedly be extraordinarily powerful, yet what kind of adversary could have reduced him to such a mere remnant? Could it be Kaguya? Naruto shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. While Kaguya is indeed formidable, she has not reached the level of being capable of defeating the Grim Reaper. There must be many unknowns in the world of Naruto. Perhaps divine beings truly exist in this universe. Both the Grim Reaper and the malevolent deities can be traced. Yet other legendary gods have seemingly never appeared. However, their artifacts are indeed present. The 8-pointed mirror, the 8-foot-long jeweled spear, and the 10-handed sword, all acquired from the treasure trove of the Saintess of the evil deity cult, are weapons once wielded by these legendary beings, though Naruto is unaware of their authenticity. He pondered whether the Saintess of the evil deity cult hailed from a higher realm. Did the deities of the Naruto world also ascend to this upper world? Or were they annihilated by some formidable foe, leaving only the Grim Reaper as a lingering remnant? If so, Naruto shuddered to imagine the kind of adversaries they must have faced. The Grim Reaper claimed that the Hall of Reincarnation is the final land of hope. Could it be that within the hall lies the secret to defeating these formidable foes? Yet, at present, Naruto could not access the Hall of Reincarnation, as it was enshrouded in dense mist. Naruto, what is the matter? Just as Naruto was lost in contemplation within Mount Fangtsuan, he was abruptly roused by the urgent calls of those outside. In the Forest of Death, everyone surrounded Naruto with anxious expressions. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had committed seppuku, and Naruto had suddenly stood frozen in place, as if possessed. Hinata attempted to call out to Naruto, but received no response, causing her to burst into tears. Naruto bore no visible injuries, yet he appeared as if he were in a stupor. Tsunade and Jiraiya were equally frantic, yet powerless to assist. What has happened? Naruto, what is wrong with you? Sasuke and Sakura rushed over. Upon seeing Naruto's frozen demeanor, Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that he was still not strong enough after this encounter. Tears streamed down Sakura's face as she grasped Naruto's arm, shaking him vigorously. You're making me dizzy, Sakura. Naruto finally snapped back to reality, looking at Sakura with a resigned expression. He had just pulled the Grim Reaper into a confined space, focusing all his energy on defending against it, completely oblivious to the outside world. You scared me to death. Hinata and Sakura simultaneously dove into Naruto's embrace, leaving him awkwardly raising his hands, unsure whom to embrace first. Fortunately, at that moment, Tsunade, Anko, and everyone else present gathered around, lifting Naruto high into the air. Ha! Naruto! 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 They cheered, throwing him up high, all shouting his name in unison. The feeling of being adored was truly delightful. As Naruto soared through the air, he grinned widely and laughed heartily. I'm so envious, Temari remarked from a distance, watching the jubilant crowd with genuine admiration. Humph. Gaara scoffed and turned away, with Temari and Kankuro exchanging glances before following suit. Aren't you all celebrating a bit prematurely? A monotonous voice interrupted, prompting everyone to turn towards the source. Not far away stood three coffins, their lids slowly creaking open to reveal the figures of the first, second, and fourth Hokage. Chapter 88. Paying respects to the predecessors as everyone celebrated. Atop a peak outside the Forest of Death stood a figure clad in a spiral mask and a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Behind him, a mass of white material slowly writhed, eventually transforming into a faceless entity. The faceless figure gradually rose, its features shifting until it resembled Orochimaru. Kukuku, this body is truly weak. Orochimaru twisted his form, acclimating to the white Zetsu clone, then addressed the masked man. Why haven't you made your move? Hehe. We did not sense the presence of the Nine Tails. Saving you was already an act of mercy, the masked man replied blandly. Humph. I do not understand why I cannot sense the Nine Tails chakra from Naruto, but I am certain he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Are you afraid? Orochimaru mused, eyeing the masked man with intrigue. Although he had distanced himself from the Akatsuki, he was aware of their objective to collect the tailed beasts. They could not avoid Naruto in their pursuit, which is why he sought collaboration with the Akatsuki. They shared a common adversary. However, he never expected that the Akatsuki would refrain from intervening this time. The masked man remained unfazed, not provoked by Orochimaru's taunts. You have left the Akatsuki. That is no longer your concern. Have you exhausted your most powerful techniques? It's a pity they could not contend with that little brat. Kakuku, is that so? Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the reanimation jutsu of the second Hokage to remotely control the three summoned Hokages. I have always been curious about the motives behind your concealment within the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru sensed that the masked man and black Zetsu had been hiding their true power within the Akatsuki, seemingly with ulterior motives. At that moment, the masked man slowly turned his head, casting a glance at Orochimaru, causing him to stiffen instantly, cold sweat beading upon his brow. The figure of black Zetsu emerged slowly from the earth behind Orochimaru, speaking, so, the reanimation jutsu of the second Hokage? Quite intriguing. Would you like to uncover our secrets? Perhaps the next to be resurrected will be you. He chuckled ominously. Orochimaru, feeling awkward, responded, having narrowly escaped a predicament through Black Zetsu's clone. He had attempted to use the corpse demon sealing jutsu on Naruto, yet regrettably, it proved futile. He was reluctant to confront the two at this moment. In the Death Forest, Witnessing the three former Hokages of Konoha emerging from their coffins, everyone wore grave expressions, especially the ninjas of Konoha, who were all too familiar with these figures, having seen their likenesses every day on the Hokage monument. Grandfather. Tsunade stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld the summoned Hashirama Senju. Haha, I never imagined little Tsunade would grow up so much and even become Hokage. I am truly pleased. Hashirama's smile radiated warmth. Tsunade was his only remaining bloodline, and he had not anticipated seeing her again after his death. Where is Hiruzen? What has happened to the village? The second Hokage surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Sarutobi Hiruzen among the summoned, indicating he was still alive. Yet he did not see him among the villagers. He inquired aloud, Master, he has gone on a journey and has not returned. The village is currently conducting the Chunin exams, and Orochimaru has allied with external foes to launch an attack on the village, Jiraiya respectfully answered. Addressing the questions of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Naruto. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also spoke, having been summoned and fixated on Naruto. His spirit, now resurrected, was unaware that Naruto had uncovered all the truths, as the remnants of his soul sealed within Naruto did not communicate with this newly summoned essence. Consequently, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Naruto, unsure how to approach him, feeling unworthy even to apologize. Father, it is wonderful to see you again. Last time, you and Mother left in such haste that our family never had the chance for a proper reunion. Naruto smiled at his father, reminiscing about their brief reunion in his mindscape, which had ultimately been interrupted by the allure of the rebirth realm, a source of regret for Naruto. You are aware, then? The Nine Tails. Minato suddenly recalled the incomplete consciousness he had left sealed within Naruto, realizing that if Naruto knew the truth, it meant the seal on the Nine Tails had been broken. Concern for Naruto welled up within him. Hehe. Father, there is no need for worry. I have long since tamed the Nine Tails. I am now the strongest ninja in Konoha. Upon hearing Naruto's words, everyone present nodded in agreement. Naruto has undoubtedly become the strongest ninja in Konoha. While the third Hokage is indeed formidable, he pales in comparison to Naruto, the pioneer of the wind release technique. The first and second Hokages observed the reactions of the villagers and were equally astonished. They never expected Naruto to ascend to such heights at such a young age. I feel reassured now, but Naruto, we are on the verge of losing consciousness. You must be cautious. The fourth Hokage nodded with a sense of relief, though a struggle was evident on his face. They were summoned by Orochimaru through the reanimation jutsu, and soon they would be under his control, completely losing their awareness. Fear not, father. I shall protect the village. Naruto declared confidently. I apologize, esteemed predecessors. With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, surging forth as he paid his respects. I honor you, Lord First Hokage. As Naruto's voice faded, the already ravaged depths of the Forest of Death bore witness to towering trees rising from the ground, swiftly enveloping the entire area, binding the three former Hokages. The birth of the forest realm. Senju Hashirama was taken aback. Naruto's manifestation of the forest realm surpassed even his own at the height of his power. I honor you, Lord Second Hokage. Although I am not particularly fond of the technique you developed, the reanimation jutsu. Without any apparent movement from Naruto, the three felt their restraints loosen, no longer under the control of the jutsu's caster. I cannot believe you have so effortlessly dispelled the bindings of the reanimation. Senju Tobirama nodded with approval. He is my son, the fourth Hokage proclaimed proudly to the first and second Hokages, eager to showcase his offspring, then looked expectantly at Naruto, curious about how he would pay his respects. I honor you, father. In a flash, three shuriken embedded themselves into the backs of the three Hokages. It appeared as though Naruto had remained stationary, yet this was not the fourth S famed technique, the Flying Thunder God. Rather, it was Naruto's own adaptation of the technique, which he had developed by marking the three with his spiritual awareness, allowing him to teleport to the predetermined marks. Though not the Flying Thunder God technique, it is even more proficient, remarked Tobirama, who had originally created the jutsu, later popularized by Minato. But wait, there is more, my esteemed colleagues. The seven-colored spiral shuriken. As Naruto's voice resonated, three colossal seven-colored spiral shuriken ascended from behind them, engulfing the three figures in an instant and leaving behind three enormous craters. Chapter 89. The Chunin exams conclude on a peak outside the Forest of Death, three figures watched the battle between Naruto and the three Hokages, with Orochimaru and Zetsu wearing solemn expressions. We must retreat. Granny Tsunade has not yet returned with reinforcements. This is not the opportune moment to confront Naruto. Obito, masked and unreadable, revealed his uncertainty regarding facing Naruto. Can we truly rely on that person? Zetsu inquired. It matters not whether one can rely on another, but rather on their trustworthiness. 5 years prior, we bore witness to the fierce battle between Naruto and the enigmatic woman in the black cloak in the Land of Rivers. It is evident that Granny Kiyo and Naruto are sworn enemies, and that is sufficient. After speaking, Obito grasped Orochimaru, their forms gradually dissipating until they vanished entirely, while Zetsu seamlessly melded into the earth. The forbidden jutsu of impure world reincarnation requires the caster to have prepared the bodies in advance. The stronger the body, the mightier the summoned being. Naruto's 3 spiraling shurikens obliterated their physical forms, leaving the 3 souls stranded, unable to engage in combat. With your presence in Konoha, we can rest easy. The 3 Hokages expressed with relief as they gazed upon Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to respond, he felt a tremor emanate from the reincarnation hall within Mount Fangs. In the next moment, the souls of the 3 appeared within the hall, inexplicably drawn towards it, akin to how the Grim Reaper beckons. No matter how Naruto called out to them, they remained oblivious. As they entered, the mist of the reincarnation hall seemed to thin. Must one continually gather souls to unlock the hall? Naruto had initially believed their souls would return to the Pure Land, yet for reasons unknown, they all ventured into the reincarnation hall. Strangely, none of those slain by Naruto from the evil god cult had entered. It appeared as if the hall was selective about whom it accepted. Orochimaru likely hasn't fled far. I shall pursue him, Jiraiya declared, feeling relieved now that Naruto had concluded his battle. However, Naruto interjected, there is no need to chase them. They have already departed. I have other plans for them. With the village's spiritual energy currently depleted, our immediate priority is to return and defend the village, just in case. Naruto's gaze lingered on the peaks beyond the Forest of Death, his perception unable to reach that far, yet he had sensed a spatial disturbance there. If his intuition was correct, it must be Obito and Zetsu. If these 2 were determined to escape, they would be difficult to track down. Naruto believed they would not simply relent and would undoubtedly seek him out again. However, passively waiting was not his style. He intended to attack their stronghold directly after the Nin exams concluded, aiming for a decisive victory. Now that they have emerged, the defenses of the village are at their weakest. Should an enemy seize the opportunity to strike, it could spell disaster. As for Orochimaru, worry not. I will deal with him after the Nin exams. Indeed, vigilance is essential, Tsunade acknowledged, reminded by Naruto's insight. Jiraiya nodded, ceasing his insistence, and the group resolved to return to the village swiftly. With the crisis in the Forest of Death averted by Naruto, the Nin exams resumed, and by dawn on the following day, the trials within the forest had concluded. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata were directly awarded the title of Special Nin by Tsunade, thereby exempting them from participating in the 3rd round of exams. Consequently, the ranks of the 12 elite had diminished by 4, altering the battle roster. Inuzuka Kiba, who was slated to face Naruto, would now confront Karui, while Yamanaka Ino would face Neji. The remaining matchups remained unchanged: Tenten versus Temari, and Rock Lee against Gaara. The arena was already teeming with spectators, with representatives from various ninja villages and dignitaries from different nations occupying the stands. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Sakura had chosen a prime location to observe the event. Although Naruto originally wished to share the moment solely with Hinata, Sakura insisted on accompanying them. Thus, Naruto reluctantly brought both of them to join Sasuke. Due to Orochimaru's defeat, the imposter Kazekage did not make an appearance, and the Sunagakure ninjas refrained from attacking Konohagakure. Furthermore, the Sound ninjas had already retreated, allowing the Nin exams to proceed smoothly. The first match featured Inuzuka Kiba against Kankuro. Kiba, along with his companion Akamaru, faced Kankuro, who utilized puppetry. Their contest was rather thrilling, ultimately culminating in Kankuro's victory. Neji effortlessly triumphed over Ino, while Tenten, the wealthiest kunoichi of Konoha, predictably fell to Temari. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino also emerged victorious in their respective battles. In the final match, Lee faced Gaara. True to the original narrative, the weightless Lee succumbed to Gaara. I challenge you, Naruto. Gaara, having defeated Lee, directed a wild gaze towards Naruto from the sidelines, surprised by Gaara's audacity to challenge him. Naruto recalled that Gaara had witnessed their battle in the Forest of Death. Was this courage commendable, or merely the folly of ignorance? I accept your challenge. Naruto soared into the arena, landing gracefully before Gaara. The dignitaries from various nations and ninjas from neighboring villages gasped in astonishment at Naruto's aerial display. Although they were impressed by his ability to fly, they had just witnessed Gaara's prowess against Lee and did not believe Naruto could triumph over him. You are no match for me, Gaara, Naruto stated calmly upon landing in the center of the arena. One must engage in battle to truly know. Gaara immediately activated his tailed beast mode, half of his face transforming into that of Shikaku. Return. As Gaara began to transform, Naruto, intent on preventing Shikaku from wreaking havoc on the arena, unleashed a tremendous wave of mental pressure. Shikaku, feeling the overwhelming force, retreated rapidly, restoring Gaara to his original form. Why are you so powerful? Gaara, unable to withstand Naruto's mental pressure, collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. He had prepared himself for defeat when he decided to challenge Naruto, but could hardly fathom the extent of his own overwhelming loss. The audience, who had initially harbored doubts about Naruto, now gaped in astonishment. With a single shout, Naruto had vanquished Gaara, leaving everyone in utter shock at the revelation of such formidable talent within the ranks of Konoha. Some villages had opted not to participate in the Chunin exams, yet they sent representatives to observe. These individuals wore grave expressions, recognizing that the immense strength of Konoha's Jinchuriki posed a significant threat to their interests in the impending conflicts. I, too, am a vessel of power, akin to you. As for the source of my strength, I believe it lies in love. Naruto retracted his spiritual pressure and launched a verbal assault on Gaara. He approached Gaara and extended his hand. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Gaara's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but ponder. Is it love that renders him so formidable? Uzumaki Naruto. One day, I shall also grow as powerful as you. Ultimately, Gaara stood on his own, declining to take Naruto's hand, silently walking towards the arena's edge. The Sand siblings relinquished their chance to continue in the tournament and returned to Sunagakure, having learned of their father, the Kazekage's, demise at the hands of Orochimaru. The village required their presence now more than ever. The subsequent matches devolved into an internal conflict among the Leaf's elite, culminating in Neji securing first place. However, his countenance bore no joy, for the value of this victory was diminished. Chapter 90. Choices and arrangements. Following the tournament's conclusion, Hyuga Hayashi and Neji discussed past events, offering their apologies. Naruto and Hinata joined them, as Hinata finally persuaded her father to abolish the division between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. She expressed her disinterest in the position of clan leader, revealing her dream of being with Naruto and becoming a gentle ninja like her mother and a powerful one like her father. Naruto also aided his brother-in-law in breaking free from the constraints of a caged bird, allowing Neji to resolve his inner turmoil. His future potential now rested solely in his own hands. 3 days after the Chunin exams concluded, ninjas and dignitaries from other nations departed, and Konoha returned to its tranquil state. As dawn broke and the streets remained sparse with pedestrians, Sasuke strolled leisurely along the path towards the village entrance. He cast a lingering glance back at Konoha, his eyes reflecting a sense of loss and reluctance before he resolutely turned away from the village. Why leave so early? I was hoping for a leisurely morning. As Sasuke exited the village, he spotted Sakura, listless and yawning against a tree. Sighing, he thought, how inconsiderate to leave without a farewell meal. Naruto emerged from behind a tree. With the Chunin exam successfully concluded, he had not encountered any members of the Akatsuki. He had anticipated that Itachi and Kisame would arrive in Konoha as they did in the original tale, but they never appeared. Thus, he and Tsunade revealed the truth to Sasuke, yet he remained resolute in his decision to depart. Sasuke yearned to confront his brother personally, seeking to undertake a journey outside to enact changes in the world within his capacity. In response, Naruto suggested he visit the land of rice, confident that he would encounter members of Team Hawk there. Remember to return often. Kakashi leaned against a tree, engrossed in his reading of Ika Paradise. You guys. Sasuke turned away, discreetly wiping a tear from his eye. His departure was fraught with inner conflict, desiring someone to see him off, while simultaneously wishing to leave unnoticed. To his surprise, these three had been waiting for him all along. causing his carefully composed emotions to unravel once more. Take care. Sasuke wiped away his tears, turned to the three, uttered a brief statement, and in an instant, soared into the sky, drifting far away. He dared not linger, fearing he would lose the courage to depart. Thus, Sasuke left, leaving an inexplicable emptiness within him. Sakura, with a furrowed brow, expressed her concerns. What are your plans, Sakura? Do you intend to train with them in the secret realm? Farewells are invariably melancholic, yet Naruto had grown accustomed to them. Each individual must tread their own path, and it is impossible for anyone to keep all loved ones close at all times. My current abilities are formidable, and with the spirit stones I possess, training outside is scarcely inferior to the confines of the village. I wish to study under the Hokage for a while. Naruto nodded in support of Sakura's decision. Indeed, her skills were commendable, though she lacked practical combat experience. Following Tsunade would also allow her to learn medical ninjutsu. Let us return. The Hokage is likely awaiting us eagerly, Kakashi remarked, stowing away his notebook before leaping down from the tree. Inside the Hokage's office, all 8 of Konoha's young elites had gathered, their expressions bewildered as they exchanged glances, uncertain of the reason for their summons. As whispers filled the air, Tsunade entered the office accompanied by Shizune. Where are Naruto and Kakashi? Tsunade, exuding an air of maturity and authority akin to that of a formidable CEO, inquired. I informed him yesterday. He may have been delayed by some matter, Shizune replied respectfully, cradling a stack of documents. Never mind, let us begin, Tsunade announced as she approached the gathered individuals, her gaze sweeping over them. I presume you are all curious about why you have been called here. All eyes were fixed on Tsunade, awaiting her next words. First and foremost, congratulations on your promotion to CH Nin. You are the pride of the younger generation and the future of Konoha. In recognition of your outstanding performance in the CH Nin exams, the village has decided to reward you with the opportunity to train in the secret realm for 3 years. The specifics will be overseen by Kakashi and Naruto. Additionally, some elite ninjas from the village will join you. You are the first group to enter the secret realm. I will assess your progress, and should any fall significantly behind, their qualification to remain in the secret realm will be revoked. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a sense of trepidation filled the hearts of the group. 3 years of training in the secret realm, with the threat of elimination for those who lagged behind. None of them, brimming with youthful vigor, could tolerate the thought of falling behind. However, the nature of the training in the secret realm remained shrouded in mystery. Hokage-sama, what will our training entail? Shikamaru stepped forward, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's mind. Tsunade nodded at Shikamaru and replied, You have all witnessed Naruto's capabilities during this CH Nin exam, have you not? If you are willing to put in the effort, you too can become as formidable as he is. Is that so? Shikamaru responded, his expression one of realization. Really? I am already filled with fervor, Lee exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he began performing handstand push-ups. Neji clenched his fists, trembling with excitement, until he could free the caged bird. He had always sought to prove himself superior to Hinata. Even after liberating the caged bird, he was reluctant to be surpassed by her. Yet, reality struck him hard. Hinata had already left him far behind, and the chasm between them widened, a gap he felt powerless to bridge. Neji understood that all of this stemmed from Naruto's influence. Now that he had the opportunity to learn Naruto's techniques, how could he not be thrilled? The 8 were all equally exhilarated, aware that Naruto had long surpassed them. Regardless of their efforts, they could not catch up. The prospect of learning Naruto's extraordinary abilities filled them with immense excitement. It seems everyone is highly motivated. At that moment, Kakashi and Sakura entered. Kakashi cast a satisfied glance at the 8, then stepped forward to announce, We shall gather by the river outside the Hidden Leaf Village in 5 minutes. Yes. Upon hearing the command, the young ones rushed out eagerly. We entrust them to you, Kakashi, Tsunade said earnestly. It is my duty, Lady Hokage, Kakashi replied before departing. He was to lead the 8 into the secret realm, possessing the token crafted by Naruto, which allowed him free passage. Sakura and Sasuke also held tokens, granting them access whenever they wished. As for Tsunade, she possessed a small bell, a treasure of the secret realm, allowing her unrestricted entry into the realm of yin and yang. However, as Hokage, Tsunade was exceedingly busy, with numerous matters demanding her attention, leaving her only evenings to visit. Jiraiya had ventured there the day after the CH Nin exams concluded. Now, with Sasuke on his training journey, Sakura studying under Tsunade, and the 8 young ones entering the secret realm to cultivate their chakra. Each had embarked on their own paths. Naruto had already arrived in the realm of In with Hinata, beginning to relish their world together. Currently, only Naruto could enter this space. He had imparted the altar-related runes to Tsunade and crafted a special token for her, entrusting her with the management of the secret realm henceforth. Chapter 91. A sudden change. Hinata donned a white dress, her figure graceful and harmonious, radiating a blissful smile that exuded purity and charm. The brightness in her eyes sparkled with affection for Naruto. Nothing brought her more joy than being with him. The two embraced atop the clouds, savoring the sweetness of their love. At times, Naruto truly wished to spend a tranquil life with Hinata in this manner. Yet, Naruto now bore numerous ties. Orochimaru was still at large, the Akatsuki had not been eradicated, and the looming threats of Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan hung overhead, along with countless unknown adversaries. As long as these foes remained, Naruto would find it impossible to lead a peaceful life. What are you thinking about? Hinata nestled against Naruto, sensing the turmoil in his thoughts. She looked up at him, her expression gentle and inquiring. Naruto caressed Hinata's delicate nose and smiled, saying, "I was pondering how many children we should have in the future." Ugh! Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully chided him. Captivated by Hinata's bashful demeanor, Naruto declared, "Hinata, I love you." Upon hearing Naruto's candid confession, Hinata felt an overwhelming surge of shyness. She buried her head in Naruto's embrace and whispered in a voice barely audible to the two of them, "I love you too." "What did you say? I can't hear you." Naruto playfully teased Hinata. In the Sunny Realm, the young ninjas arrived on Kakashi's flying sword, each of them awestruck as if they had just stepped into a grand paradise. Upon their arrival, they did not immediately commence training. Kakashi assigned them 2 tasks. The first was to restore the palace of the evil deity that had been damaged, and the second was to help the children in the valley overcome their fears. The specific approach towards these children would depend on Tsunade's decisions. Restoring the palace was primarily a task for the boys, while Tenten and Ino chose to descend the mountain to comfort the children. Naruto and Hinata quietly made their way to the Sunny Realm, discovering Kakashi lounging leisurely atop a palace, observing his paradise as the young ninjas fervently engaged in their restoration efforts. They then reached the foot of the mountain, where the children appeared significantly better than when they had first left the secret realm. At least some of them were now willing to communicate with Tenten. However, Ino, who aspired to be the center of attention, was on the brink of a meltdown, unable to tolerate their indifference towards her. "Naruto, I wish to stay and help these children." After witnessing the plight of those unfortunate kids, Hinata expressed her desire to remain. Although Naruto had initially planned to spend just a few days with Hinata before returning to the village, he had no objections to her wish. Hinata was inherently gentle and kind, and helping these children perhaps held greater significance than completing tasks for the village. Let us return the children who have families to their loved ones. Those without families and who wish to stay can remain in the secret realm. You might even consider selecting some talented ones as your disciples and teaching them the ways of chakra control. Can I really? Hinata gazed at Naruto with excitement, as she too wished to care for these children but had yet to devise a plan. Of course, you are now quite skilled, Hinata. As for Tsunade, I will discuss this with her, Naruto reassured her, gently ruffling her hair before they both joined the effort to comfort the children. Later that evening, Tsunade arrived, and Naruto conveyed Hinata's thoughts to her. Tsunade promptly decided that Hinata would be fully responsible for these children, a task Hinata eagerly accepted. "Naruto, come here for a moment." Tsunade called him into the palace. "What is it, sis?" After Gaara returned, he was captured. Temari came to Konoha seeking help, hoping that we could assist them. Jiraiya and Sakura have already gone to rescue him, but I still have my concerns. You should go as well. Of course, no problem. I was just about to look for them. Naruto had intended to find the members of the Akatsuki, not realizing they had already targeted Gaara. It seemed that apart from the Akatsuki, there was no one else who would dare to capture him. In the original story, it was Deidara and Sasori who had taken Gaara, with Kakashi leading Naruto and Sakura to the rescue. However, it appeared that the timeline had advanced somewhat compared to the original narrative. Naruto left a shadow clone to assist Hinata in the secret realm, and then departed with Tsunade without informing Hinata of his mission to rescue Gaara. Had he done so, she would undoubtedly have insisted on accompanying him, as Naruto wished to shield her from danger. When did the Master and Sakura set out? After Naruto and Tsunade exited the secret realm, They found themselves in the land of rivers, which borders the land of wind, allowing for a swift journey to the wind country. We arrived together. So they should be nearing Sunagakure by now. You must hurry to join them. There are matters to attend to in the village, and I must return as well. Tsunade instructed Naruto. Indeed, rescuing is paramount, and Naruto wasted no time. After bidding Tsunade farewell, he soared towards the land of wind. Deidara and Sasori ranked among the weaker members of the Akatsuki organization. In the original narrative, Sasori was deliberately slain by his grandmother, Chiyo, a tragic turn of events. Subsequently, bereaved by the loss of her family, Chiyo agreed to Naruto's request to employ forbidden techniques to resurrect Gaara, ultimately ending her own life in the process. Deidara, on the other hand, lost an arm to Kakashi's Kimui but managed to escape. Presently, Sakura and Jiraiya have undergone significant enhancements compared to their original portrayals, and Naruto harbored no concerns for their safety. However, each time the Akatsuki captures a tailed beast, all members are summoned to participate. After extracting the beast, they utilize the Dragon 9 seal to confine it within the Outer Path's golem. Yet, in the original story, it appears that only Deidara and Sasori were present, as the others may have departed after the extraction. Their stronghold lies within the Land of Rain, and Naruto intends to strike directly, resolving Gaara's situation before confronting Pain in Amigakure. Upon Naruto's arrival at Sunagakure, he found the village nearly obliterated, littered with craters and billowing smoke from the explosions. Naruto, please, save Gaara, pleaded the poisoned Kankuro, kneeling amidst the ruins, clinging to Naruto as if he were a lifeline. Are you all right? Naruto inquired, helping Kankuro to his feet. I am fine, but Gaara has been captured by two mysterious individuals. After discerning the pursuit direction of Sakura and Jiraiya from Kankuro, Naruto immediately set off in pursuit. It wasn't long before he heard a violent explosion. In the distance, Jiraiya and Deidara confronted each other in the skies. Deidara stood atop the back of a massive white bird, Gaara's lifeless body positioned behind him, while Jiraiya hovered in midair, an ancient mirror suspended above his head. Neither had noticed Naruto's approach, who stealthily moved behind Deidara and seized Gaara. Addressing Jiraiya, Naruto inquired, "Do you need my assistance, master?" "First, save Gaara. I can handle this guy," Jiraiya replied. At the sound of Naruto's voice, Deidara turned, sensing the presence behind him, his spine tingling with fear, realizing that had Naruto chosen to strike, he might have met his demise. "Who are you?" Deidara asked in terror regarding Naruto. "I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Would you care to extract the Nine Tails from within me?" Naruto's spiritual awareness locked onto Deidara, and he gazed at him with a teasing demeanor. Recalling his past life watching Naruto, he had once held a fondness for Deidara, even adopting the phrase "explosions are art" as his penguin signature. Cold sweat dripped from Deidara's forehead. In the face of Naruto's calmness, an unprecedented sense of dread arose within him. Chapter 92. The conclusion of Deidara and Sasori. Naruto's spiritual awareness fixated on Deidara, causing him to feel as if he were a mere floating weed in a vast ocean. The usually reckless, bold, and cruel Deidara now found himself engulfed in profound fear before Naruto. "Master, I leave this one to you," Naruto said, cradling Gaara as he departed. He had just assessed Gaara's condition. The latter was not quite dead yet. His soul had suffered severe trauma and was on the brink of dissipating, deeply unconscious and outwardly resembling a corpse. Upon landing, Naruto infused Gaara with the essence of the small tree spirit and employed soul-replenishing and soul-calming spells, barely stabilizing Gaara's waning soul. Restoring Gaara's current state would not be a simple task. The soul-calming and soul-nurturing spells were remarkably effective against soul injuries, but they required the accompaniment of small bells to achieve their maximum potential. In the original narrative, Gaara was saved through Chiyo's forbidden technique of reincarnation. However, with Naruto present, it seemed such drastic measures were unnecessary. A period of treatment under Tsunade's care would suffice for Gaara's recovery. With the presence of the small tree and the soul spells within Mount Fangs, the Jinchuriki, even after being stripped of their tailed beast, need not face certain death. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds of explosions echoed as Jiraiya and Deidara clashed. Upon sensing Naruto's formidable strength, Deidara lost all desire to engage in battle. He merely wished to flee swiftly. After Naruto had departed with Gaara, Deidara hurled a multitude of explosive clay towards Jiraiya and, riding on a great white bird, turned to escape. "Trying to flee? Your so-called art is nothing but this." Jiraiya observed the sky filled with grasshoppers, centipedes, snakes, and birds crafted from explosive clay, remaining unperturbed. The Amaterasu mirror atop his head glowed, drawing in all of Deidara's explosive clay into its depths. A small sword, condensed from soul energy, silently flew into Deidara's mindscape. As Deidara maintained his turning motion, he froze in place, and in the next moment, the great bird beneath him lost control, plummeting to the ground. Jiraiya's Amaterasu mirror hovered above Deidara, its surface facing downward, as a torrent of explosive clay descended alongside him, unleashing a continuous cacophony that instantly excavated a massive pit in the earth, engulfing the area in dust and debris. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, then allow you to experience my ultimate art. With a shout, as the dust settled, Deidara lay in a sprawling position at the bottom of the deep pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with madness. The greatest affront to him was the denigration and disdain of his art. Deidara tore open his coat, revealing a mouth upon his left chest. Countless small creatures crafted from explosive clay began to pour into that mouth, and Deidara's body gradually transformed into a colossal black sphere. This is bad. Master, quickly take cover. From a distance, Naruto observed Deidara's impending self-detonation and immediately erected a protective barrier to shield Gaara. He was uncertain whether that ominous black sphere posed a threat to Jiraiya. After all, in the original narrative, Deidara's self-explosion had claimed the life of the Great Serpent, a power not to be underestimated. Yet, at that moment, Naruto was unable to rush to Jiraiya's aid. Upon hearing Naruto's warning, Jiraiya swiftly turned to flee, his own body enveloped in a barrier of spiritual energy. Sensing the imminent danger of the black sphere, just as Jiraiya pivoted, the black sphere erupted, releasing a tremendous white beam that shot skyward, followed by a deafening explosion. A massive mushroom cloud formed in the heavens, and Jiraiya was hurled through the air. Meanwhile, Sakura's battle with Sasori was nearing its conclusion. Surrounding her were the shattered remnants of puppets and deep craters left by their fierce confrontation. Wounded and breathless, Sakura clutched a short sword, her gaze fixed intently on the third Kazekage, now encased in ice. Suddenly, with a crash, a pitch-black humanoid figure plummeted from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. The frozen form of the third Kazekage began to crack, revealing Sasori's true self. Ouch! The dark figure landed and slowly rose to its feet, one hand resting on its waist. After surveying the surroundings, it began to stride towards Sakura, mumbling to itself. Both Sasori and Sakura stared in astonishment at the descending shadowy figure, its body cloaked in darkness, save for a pair of eyes that darted about, topped with a massive, smoke-emitting explosion hairstyle. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Sakura, alarmed by the ominous figure approaching her, instinctively recoiled. Ah, it's me, Jiraiya. The shadowy figure halted, grinning at Sakura, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth against its pitch-black face. A sight both terrifying and comical, reminiscent of Jiraiya returning from an adventure in Africa. What on earth happened to you? Upon recognizing that the figure was indeed Jiraiya, Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, you two seem to be taking me lightly. Hearing their exchange, Sasori realized they were allies and commanded his puppet body to unleash a toxic steel wire toward Jiraiya and Sakura. With a clang, Sasori's wire was intercepted by the 2 puppets, father and mother, controlled by Chiyoba. These puppets, originally ordinary, had been enhanced by Chiyoba with weapons like samurai swords, chain blades, and steel wires, showcasing remarkable prowess. Sasori, turn back. Chiyoba admonished from behind the 2 puppets, her tone earnest and grave. Meet your demise. Scorpion remained unmoved as he traversed the steel wire to the rear of the 2 puppets, raising his hand to unleash a flurry of shurikens aimed at Chiyo. Employing her sand clone technique, Chiyo deftly evaded the onslaught, but in that very moment, the samurai swords wielded by the 2 puppets pierced Scorpion's chest. His regeneration core was struck, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing like a lifeless automaton. Alas, what a pity. At that moment, Naruto, accompanied by Gaara, arrived and witnessed the scene. In this world, there are too many individuals whose minds have been warped by suffering and pain. Perhaps this reveals that even the most despicable of beings possess an element of sympathy. Naruto, when did you arrive? Sakura exclaimed joyfully as she dashed to his side. After this battle, she had matured considerably, yet she could not suppress her inner delight upon seeing him. Oh, Tsunade feared that you and the old master might be in danger, so she sent me to assist you, Naruto replied. What about Gaara? Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at Jiraiya, who was covered in soot and emitting smoke from his head. That brat should have been saving you, old man, Jiraiya grumbled. Yet he genuinely misunderstood Naruto's intentions. The situation had indeed escalated beyond Naruto's control. I knew you would be fine, old master. Gaara's life has been spared, but he still requires further treatment, and it must be administered by Tsunade herself. Initially, Chiyo had healed Gaara, but it seemed that the forbidden technique requiring a life for a life was no longer necessary. Moreover, Naruto could not solicit Chiyo's assistance for Gaara's treatment, as he was now acutely aware of the cost of that technique. Asking Chiyo to sacrifice herself would be akin to urging her to her death. Jiraiya nodded and said, That's good. Our mission can be deemed a success. You and Sakura should escort Gaara back to the village for treatment while I pursue the others. That won't do, old master. It would be better if you and Sakura took Gaara back for treatment. I can handle the pursuit, Naruto insisted, shaking his head. In the original narrative, Jiraiya met his demise at the hands of pain, and Naruto could not bear the thought of allowing Jiraiya to pursue the Otsutsuki members alone. Although Jiraiya's strength had surpassed that of the original timeline, due to Naruto's intervention, the inertia of history was a formidable force. It was not inconceivable that Jiraiya could be swayed by his own disciple to meet his fate at Pain's hands. Ultimately, under Naruto's insistence, Sakura and Chiyo escorted Gaara back to Konoha, while Naruto and Jiraiya continued their pursuit of the Otsutsuki. Chapter 93. Who truly is the undercover agent? Naruto and Jiraiya followed the path toward the land of rain. As they neared their destination, two figures gradually came into view, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Long time no see. Itachi, Naruto remarked as both he and Jiraiya came to a halt, fully aware of Itachi's role as a Konoha undercover agent, hence refraining from immediate confrontation. If you value your lives, you should leave this place at once, Itachi stated expressionlessly, subtly shaking his head at Jiraiya and Naruto as he spoke. Naruto initially intended to inform Itachi that there was no longer a need for him to remain undercover. However, Itachi's demeanor suggested he had other plans. Why waste breath on them? Water release, exploding water shockwave. Kisame Hashigaki, with his shark-like visage, bore a bloodthirsty glimmer in his eyes as he leaped into the air, gathering chakra in his throat before unleashing a torrent of water towards Jiraiya and Naruto. Must we not exhibit a modicum of civility? One should not resort to spitting when disagreements arise. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Kisame. The moment Kisame initiated his jutsu, he and Jiraiya ascended into the skies. As the ground below transformed into a miniature lake, a testament to Kisame's immense chakra as a tailed beast. Little brat, seeking death. Kisame, enraged by Naruto's mockery after his strike missed, summoned 1,000 sharks from the watery depths to assault Naruto in the air. Your opponent is me. The Yata mirror above Jiraiya shimmered, absorbing the onslaught of sharks. Although he acknowledged Naruto's superiority, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Naruto during perilous moments, igniting a fierce clash between Jiraiya and Kisame. Phoenix Fire Technique. Simultaneously, Itachi launched an assault on Naruto, unleashing a multitude of flames upon him. Naruto feigned evasion, teleporting to a distant location, only to be besieged by a deluge of black flames from behind. Ahead loomed a colossal Susanoo wielding a radiant sword, poised to strike down upon Naruto. What? Are you serious? Naruto narrowly evaded the black flames and parried the oncoming blade of the Susanoo. Itachi's eyes spun rapidly with a windmill pattern, and Naruto sensed a tremendous mental force enveloping him as Itachi unleashed his Jinjutsu. Can you resist my Jinjutsu? Itachi had long desired to battle Naruto, and seizing the moment, he unleashed his full power to gauge Naruto's true strength. However, to his astonishment, his Jinjutsu proved ineffective against Naruto. Jinjutsu is futile against me, Itachi. As a master of illusions, how will you respond? Naruto felt an undeniable affinity towards overcoming Itachi. Or rather, those who practiced the chakra flow seemed to counter him effectively. Once the 9 gates fully opened, allowing for the emergence of spiritual awareness, their mental prowess and spirit would undergo a profound transformation, rendering them immune to the vast majority of Jinjutsu. Itachi retracted his Susanoo, drawing his katana, and engaged Naruto in close combat. Although his ninjutsu was formidable, Itachi recognized that he could not defeat Naruto through ninjutsu alone, given Naruto's ability to absorb such techniques. It must be acknowledged that Itachi's taijutsu was exceptionally strong. Even without exerting his full strength, Naruto found few capable of matching him solely through raw physical prowess. Itachi, I would deem you the most perfect ninja in the world of shinobi, but that assessment only applies to ninjas. Whereas I have long transcended the confines of the ninja system. To a ninja, Itachi appeared nearly flawless, excelling in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. Given sufficient time, his potential for growth was immeasurable. Itachi experienced the might of my chakra flow. Naruto swung his sword, deflecting Itachi's attack. And a beam of golden light burst forth from his forehead, penetrating Itachi's spiritual realm, binding his soul in an instant. This is a direct assault on the soul. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen in place. Due to his Sharingan, his mental prowess far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, which was also the reason for his expertise in genjutsu. Yet even with the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan, he was unable to evade that golden light. Do you understand now why your genjutsu is ineffective against me? My soul and mental strength are superior, rendering me immune to all your psychological attacks. Naruto declared as he retracted the golden light that had ensnared Itachi's soul. So, all your marvelous techniques stem from the Chi Ninja path? Indeed, this is a martial discipline I have personally devised. Naruto transmitted all the training methods of the Chi Ninja path directly into Itachi's mind through his spiritual awareness. You wish to impart this to me? Itachi gazed at Naruto in disbelief. He had suddenly received the training methods of the Chi Ninja path in his mind, realizing that it was Naruto's doing. Yet, how could such a profound technique be easily shared? After all, he and Naruto had only crossed paths a few times. There is no need for astonishment. My intention is to disseminate this discipline widely, empowering everyone. 5 years ago, some individuals in Konoha began training in the Chi Ninja path, including Sasuke, who has since become a master of it. You may not stand a chance against him now. Naruto had long wished to pass on the Chi Ninja path to Itachi, but had previously lacked the opportunity. What? How is Sasuke? Itachi, ever the protective older brother, grew anxious upon hearing news of his younger sibling. Due to Danzo's demise, he had refrained from wreaking havoc in Konoha this time, knowing that Tsunade and Naruto would not trouble Sasuke. Sasuke has learned about your undercover work. However, he still wishes to see you. He should be in the land of rice now. Today, I plan to dismantle the Akatsuki stronghold. Do you have a plan? Are you confident? The leader of the Akatsuki is formidable, and I have always felt that two individuals remain shrouded in mystery, elusive to me. They are not currently in Amigakure, and it seems they have been conspiring with Orochimaru about something, though I have yet to uncover the details. You refer to Obito and Zetsu, do you not? These two indeed harbor ulterior motives, yet they are unlikely to stir significant trouble. As for Nagato, his Rinnegan is not fully developed and poses no real threat. Naruto understood the Akatsuki well. At most, they could summon Kaguya, but with the 9 tails now refined by him, its soul has entered the Pure Land, making it impossible for the Akatsuki to gather the 10 tails. Presently, they could at most ally with Orochimaru to resurrect Uchiha Madara, but without the 10 tails, Madara would be no more formidable than a mere nuisance to Naruto. Naruto, why do I feel you might be the undercover agent? Itachi regarded Naruto with suspicion. How could Naruto know more than he did, when he himself was the one undercover? Heh, that is a secret I cannot disclose. You may continue your investigation into those two, but there is no need for you to return to Amigakure. Take care of yourself. I am leaving now. Naturally, Naruto could not reveal that he was from another world, so he casually dismissed Itachi's concerns before turning to depart. Thank you, Naruto. A voice of gratitude from Itachi echoed behind him, but Naruto did not turn nor respond. He merely raised his hand in a casual gesture. Chapter 94. The reunion of master and apprentice. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Naruto arrived at the battlefield where Jiraiya and Kisame were engaged in combat. The primary ability of Kisame, the Shark Man, lay in his capacity to absorb chakra. However, Jiraiya was currently utilizing spiritual energy. Although Kisame could absorb it, he was unable to control the spiritual energy he consumed, causing it to run rampant within him, thus transforming his advantage into a distinct disadvantage when faced with Jiraiya. Jiraiya's Yata Mirror not only had the capability to deflect the opponent's attacks, but also to amplify his own strikes. A simple fireball technique. When unleashed through the Yata Mirror, morphed into an enormous fireball, its power magnified tenfold, albeit at a considerable expense of spiritual energy. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in Jiraiya's favor. As Kisame, known as the tailless beast, along with his shark skin, ultimately succumbed to the excess of spiritual energy he had absorbed, leading to his explosive demise. Master, I believe your killing intent is rather intense, Naruto jested, observing the remnants of Kisame. Brat, how was I to know he would burst? Jiraiya replied, having initially sought peaceful resolutions to conflicts. However, after spending considerable time with Naruto, his naive notions had gradually transformed. In this world, no peaceful means could truly quell war. To extinguish conflict entirely, one must first subdue those who wish to instigate it through overwhelming force, followed by enlightening them with ideology. As Jiraiya and Naruto continued their journey towards the Land of Rain, various signs indicated that the Akatsuki organization was likely concealed within the village of Amigakure. Naruto, once we enter Amigakure, do be cautious. Hanzo of the Salamander is no ordinary foe. His poison is quite formidable, Jiraiya cautioned with a serious tone, reminding Naruto that their title as the legendary Three Ninjas was bestowed upon them by Hanzo himself, not a mark of honor, but rather a source of disgrace, as it merely reflected their ability to endure his poison longer than others. Master, you are woefully uninformed. The grass on Hanzo's grave must now be 3 feet high. Your information is too outdated. Moreover, you should brace yourself, for the leader of Akatsuki is someone you would never expect. Naruto, what do you know? Jiraiya inquired, having assumed that Hanzo still ruled Amigakure. However, Naruto's implication that Hanzo had long perished filled him with an ominous foreboding, especially considering that Hanzo had 3 disciples in the village, each of whom he had high hopes for. You will find out shortly. Naruto refrained from revealing that Nagato was the leader of Akatsuki, having noticed 2 members of the organization approaching from a distance. 2 figures emerged from the rain, clad in long cloaks adorned with red clouds. One bore a massive scythe upon his shoulder, Kisame and Haiden. Naruto had initially believed that the cult he had annihilated would prevent Haiden from reappearing, but it seemed Haiden had not perished within the confines of that dark realm. Rather, he had remained in the outside world. The immortal duo, indeed. Regrettably, your encounter with me today is unavoidable. Naruto and Jiraiya stood amidst the cascading rain. Yet they remained entirely unscathed, enveloped by an invisible aura that shielded them from the downpour. Hee. Kakuzu, do not interfere. I intend to use these 2 for the ritual. Came Haiden's arrogant voice before either could approach. How irritating. Naruto raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword-like energy that cleaved Haiden's form into fragments, leaving only his head upon the ground. You little brat, I shall reduce you to nothing but a mangled mess. Haiden continued to prattle on, despite his condition. However, as Naruto's spiritual pressure enveloped them, Haiden abruptly fell silent. Naruto held little interest in Haiden. His extensive dealings with the members of the Akatsuki had rendered them transparent to him. It was merely through the sacred waters of the Inyang's secret realm and the runes bestowed by the saintly maiden that Haiden's cellular activity had been maximized, granting him his immortal existence. Yet, Kakuzu, who had once battled the first Hokage, piqued Naruto's curiosity. Kakuzu found himself ensnared by Naruto's overwhelming mental pressure, rendering him immobile. His expression grave as he regarded Naruto. In his long life, he had never encountered anyone who imposed such weight upon him without a single exchange of blows. Even Hashirama Senju had been manageable. Yet, before Naruto Uzumaki, he felt as though he faced a primordial beast, stripping him of the will to resist. Speak to me of the Sage of 6 Paths. Perhaps I can grant you a swifter death. Naruto approached Kaku, observing the man who had lived the longest among the Hokage, surviving from the era of Hashirama to the present day. What I know is known by all in the ninja world. Gritting his teeth against Naruto's spiritual pressure, Kakuzu stealthily activated his Earth Grudge Fear technique. Countless black threads emerging from beneath Naruto's feet. Naruto stamped his foot, and those razor-sharp threads shattered instantly. Humph. In that case, you have no need to live. A colossal, multicolored spiraling shuriken ascended from behind Kakuzu, obliterating his 5 hearts, thus erasing him from the ninja world entirely. Naruto stamped his foot once more, sending a shockwave through the ground that pulverized Haiden's remaining head. In a single day, the Akatsuki, already diminished in numbers, suffered the loss of 5 members: Sasori, Deidara, Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Yet Naruto was acutely aware that these individuals were merely peripheral figures, The true mastermind remained hidden, an embodiment of Kaguya's will, while the others were merely pawns in his grand design. After dispatching Haiden and Kakuzu, Naruto and Jiraiya made their way into the rain village, where towering structures of stone and steel loomed amidst the rainfall. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, positioning himself before Naruto and Jiraiya. With short, orange hair and clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, his nose and ears pierced with black iron rods. It was none other than the controlled Deva path of pain, orchestrated by Nagato. I had originally planned to capture the Nine Tails in Konoha, yet here you are, presenting yourself before me. As Tiandao Pain concluded his words, 5 figures materialized behind him. Shura Path, Hell Path, Animal Path, Human Path, and Hungry Ghost Path were all present. Yahiko. How could it be you? Jiraiya exclaimed, utterly astonished, for these 6 individuals were all familiar faces. Yahiko, his disciple, required no introduction, while the other 5 were acquaintances he had encountered during his travels. To his surprise, they had all become members of the Akatsuki organization. You've mistaken me for someone else. I am Pain, declared Hungry Ghost Path Pain, stepping forward to shield the others. Summoning technique. The Animal Path Pain summoned a colossal 2-headed hellhound that lunged toward Naruto and Jiraiya, accompanied by a gigantic Yata bird soaring above, alongside an ethereal chameleon that eluded the naked eye, yet could not escape the perception of Jiraiya and Naruto. Yata's jewel Great Fireball. At the moment the Animal Path Pain summoned the hellhound and Yata bird, Jiraiya and Naruto ascended into the sky. Jiraiya's Yata mirror expanded in midair, unleashing a barrage of immense fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. Countless massive fireballs descended from the heavens, engulfing the 6 paths of pain and their summoned beasts. As the thunderous explosions echoed, thick plumes of smoke billowed upward, vaporizing the rainfall in the vicinity with the intense heat of the fireballs. Chapter 95. The Yata Mirror equals infinite bombardment. A relentless storm of fireballs fell from above, indiscriminately bombarding the 6 figures below. The Yata bird was the first to be consumed by the fireballs, while the 2-headed hellhound and the chameleon were also unable to escape, reduced to mere ashes. The hellhound, which typically split into more upon being attacked, found its summoner, the Animal Path Pain, too preoccupied to assist, resulting in its demise. After the rain of fireballs subsided, Jiraiya was nearly drained, and the Yata mirror shrank to the size of his palm. His complexion paled as he clutched a spirit stone tightly to restore his chakra. Master, are you alright? Keep firing, Naruto exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, only to find that the fireballs had ceased. He couldn't help but feel envious of the Yata mirror's power. As long as there was sufficient chakra, it functioned as an infinite artillery, capable of absorbing enemy attacks while providing both offense and defense. Damn it, did you think I was a human-tailed beast? Had I known this technique would consume so much chakra, I wouldn't have unleashed so many fireballs just now, Jiraiya retorted, glaring at Naruto. Since he had refined the Yata mirror, he had hardly used it. Previously, facing only Kisame, he never needed to employ such widespread attacks. Now confronted by 6 adversaries, he wished to test the Yata mirror's might, but had overexerted himself, depleting his chakra in one fell swoop. TCH, I see you found plenty of material for your writing. You're just overexerted. Jiraiya grumbled, exasperated, as he often found Naruto dodging his playful slaps, only to make silly faces in return, leaving him frustrated. Hey, master, I was just joking. Can I borrow the Yata mirror for a bit? Naruto, having witnessed the Yata mirror's power, felt a surge of eagerness to give it a try. Be careful with it. If you too have been drained, it is quite possible that both of us shall meet our end. Jiraiya handed the Yata mirror to Naruto, cautioning him. At that moment, the massive fireball that Jiraiya had conjured had all descended, and thick smoke billowed below, accompanied by the incessant sounds of explosions. Haha, this is Pilot Naruto of Team 1. Ready for action, let the bombardment commence. Naruto accepted the Yata mirror and infused it with chakra, causing the mirror to expand instantly. Enormous spiral shurikens erupted from the mirror, plummeting into the smoky abyss below. Amidst the swirling smoke, the hungry ghost realm pain shielded the Deva and Hell realm's pains, enduring wave after wave of fireball bombardment. Just as his endurance was faltering, the fireballs finally ceased, leaving only the 3 of them standing. The others had been utterly obliterated by the onslaught. As the Deva pain prepared to have the Hell realm pain resurrect the fallen, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from the heavens, as if some entity was rapidly spinning, tearing through the very fabric of space. The three stood upright, gazing skyward, their expressions shifting in unison. They beheld the sky densely populated with spiral shurikens cascading towards them, an overwhelming deluge with no avenue for escape. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal spiral shurikens descended, creating immense craters upon impact. The hungry ghost realm pain once again employed a sealing technique to absorb the onslaught, encasing the three in a massive shield. After absorbing one shuriken, his body began to swell, and when the second shuriken fell, the hungry ghost realm pain was instantly obliterated. Shinra Tensei, the Deva pain extended his hand, releasing a formidable repulsive force that emanated from his being, repelling the spiral shurikens that descended upon him. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming, and soon he could no longer maintain his defense. Enough, Naruto. The Hidden Rain village is on the brink of annihilation. Jiraiya, having absorbed some spirit stones to regain a modicum of chakra, observed Naruto relentlessly unleashing spiral shurikens. Below had transformed into an unfathomable pit. If this continued, the entirety of the Rain country would surely be obliterated. Hehe. Master, this is exhilarating, yet undoubtedly taxing on chakra. Naruto ceased his bombardment, gazing into the abyss below. He surmised that the Six Paths clones had likely been vanquished. The Six Paths pain were merely puppets controlled by Nagato, and he found little motivation to dismantle them one by one, preferring a swift resolution. Naruto's expression suddenly hardened, astonished that the Deva pain possessed such formidable resilience. Remarkably, he had not been shattered. At the bottom of the pit, the Deva pain gradually rose to his feet, his form battered and riddled with wounds. Yet this did not impede his mobility. He deftly maneuvered along the edge of the pit, swiftly ascending to the surface. Jiraiya and Naruto descended as well, standing in opposition to the Deva pain. Senior brother, senior sister, why not engage in a dialogue? Our master is here as well. We are of the same lineage. There is no need for a life and death struggle, Naruto stated, stepping forward with his hands in his pockets, addressing the Deva pain. That is your master's uncle, you fool. Do not misplace the hierarchy. Jiraiya, consumed by fury, delivered a sharp blow to Naruto's head. He assumed that Naruto ought to address Yahiko as uncle rather than brother, and was further astonished when Naruto audaciously referred to a senior sister. At that moment, Jiraiya remained oblivious to the fact that Yahiko was merely a puppet controlled by Nagato through the Rinnegan, with Konan undoubtedly by Nagato's side, observing the entire scene. Oh, that was merely a slip of the tongue. Besides, I can consider myself half your disciple, can't I? So addressing them as senior sister and brother seems appropriate. Naruto, forgetting that he had not trained under Jiraiya as in the original narrative, had instead been the one teaching Jiraiya the art of chakra manipulation, while Nagato and Konan were Jiraiya's students. Thus, he casually referred to them as brother and sister. Wait, where's the sister? There is only you, Yahiko, my brother. No, rather my uncle. Jiraiya found himself momentarily bewildered. Was there someone else present? However, his keen senses had been actively scanning the surroundings, and aside from Yahiko, there was no one else. Oh, I meant to say, in the basement, where Nagato, controlling the body of my brother Yahiko, and the nearby Konan are. Although Naruto's words seemed somewhat convoluted, Jiraiya felt as if struck by lightning. Konan, Nagato, is that truly you? He inquired, gazing at Yahiko. Upon entering the Hidden Rain village, Naruto had warned him to prepare himself mentally. He had the chance to press further before being interrupted by Haiden and Kakuzu. Yet, Jiraiya harbored an unsettling premonition that the very situation he most dreaded was unfolding before him. Yahiko, upon hearing Naruto mention Konan and Nagato, stood frozen in place, or rather, it was Nagato who controlled him, for Yahiko was but a puppet devoid of emotion and consciousness, reflecting only Nagato's thoughts and feelings. Likewise, Konan, standing beside Nagato, was equally astonished and perplexed. In the depths of the Hidden Rain village's basement, Nagato appeared pale and emaciated, his back riddled with numerous black rods. Sweat poured down his face as he stared in disbelief at Naruto and Jiraiya outside. Impossible. How could he have discovered us? That person cannot be the teacher. It must be someone impersonating him. Nagato, manipulating the Six Paths of Pain, had concealed his chakra with the black rods, making his true location nearly impossible to trace. Yet, Naruto had somehow uncovered him, and the level of combat prowess displayed by Naruto and Jiraiya far exceeded his understanding. He even began to doubt whether Jiraiya was truly who he claimed to be. Nagato, stop deluding yourself. That person is indeed the teacher. Perhaps we should engage him in conversation. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Konan snapped back to reality, gazing at Nagato with profound concern. More than the physical agony he endured, Nagato's inner torment was far greater, as he was faced with the prospect of killing his most revered teacher. While the Nagato controlling the 6 paths of pain may have been unaware, Konan had been observing closely, and when Naruto first uttered the terms brother and sister, she instinctively sensed he was referring to them. Indeed, their ensuing conversation elucidated everything. Naruto had long since discerned the connection between her and Nagato, and this unacquainted junior brother had astutely unveiled their identities. Konan held reservations regarding Nagato's thoughts and actions and often found herself ensnared in self-doubt. She was uncertain whether Nagato's choices were just, yet she understood him all too well. Once he resolved upon a course of action, no one could dissuade him. The transformation of Nagato into his current state weighed heavily upon her heart. Konan fervently wished that Jiraiya could persuade Nagato to refrain from employing the outer path, Heavenly Deva, for otherwise, he might not endure and perish. Which technique will you use? Planetary devastation. Nagato disregarded Konan, issuing commands to Deva Path Pain. After a prolonged moment of stillness, Deva Path Pain suddenly extended his hand, releasing a small black sphere that soared into the sky, rapidly enlarging while emanating an irresistible gravitational pull. Planetary devastation. Is this the sealing technique for Kaguya? Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling the immense black energy sphere above. Its gravitational force intensified, and in an instant, the surrounding earth and stone were drawn upward, causing the ground beneath Jiraiya and Naruto to crack and be entirely consumed. Indeed, there was an underlying method to this madness. Naruto seized Jiraiya, leaping off the fragment of land as he strained against the upward pull to approach Deva Path Pain. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain raised his hand, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force that propelled Naruto and Jiraiya toward the colossal black sphere, which had now been enveloped by earth and stone, looming ominously over the entire Hidden Rain village. Nagato, please stop. This is unnecessary. Konan observed Nagato exhausting his life force, nearly brought to tears by desperation. They were far too powerful. This was still insufficient. Nagato, he bellowed, further amplifying his chakra output, blood streaming from his features. The sphere continued to swell, its gravitational pull growing stronger, until Naruto and Jiraiya could no longer withstand it, both becoming ensnared by the sphere. Naruto realized that the sphere not only exuded a gravitational force, but also bore a formidable sealing power that bound him, rendering him immobile. The sphere's pull persisted, drawing countless stones and earth into its depths, and in an instant, Naruto and Jiraiya were buried. The sphere expanded further, nearly engulfing the entirety of the Land of Rain. Gazing upon this colossal sphere, Nagato finally ceased his efforts. He had reached his limit, his complexion drained and resembling a lifeless husk. He gradually slumped into the chair behind him, gasping for breath. Nagato, are you all right? Why must it be this way? Konan rushed to support him, tears streaming down her cheeks. The death of Naruto and my teacher may bring about peace. It is all worth it. Nagato struggled to lift his head, gazing at Konan, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Nagato has indeed not disappointed me. It seems we must revise our plans. At the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, Obito and Zetsu, along with the witch, bore witness to the fierce battle between Nagato and Naruto. Observing the colossal sphere, Obito spoke with a tone imbued with reverence. Behind them, Tsunade, battered and with her eyes tightly shut, was bound by white cloths and floated autonomously in the air, the other end of the cloth held by the witch, resembling a whimsical scene of her carrying a helium balloon. Time rewinds to when Tsunade and Naruto emerged from the secret realm. After bidding farewell, they hurried back to Konoha. During this time, the village had taken control of the secret realm, while all the ninja villages were under attack from the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade was busily occupied, having only taken a fleeting glance within the secret realm, as she soared through the sky and was just about to leave the Land of Rivers. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over her, and the spiritual energy sustaining her flight abruptly faded, causing her to plummet. The moment she touched the ground, she sensed the possibility of an ambush. Yet, before she could react, a white cloth ensnared her. The more she struggled, the tighter it constricted, as if her chakra and mental energy were sealed away from her use. No need to resist. Bound by the binding rope, even a sage must submit. The girl possesses a certain allure. The young master will surely find her appealing. The witch emerged from the dense forest, holding the other end of the white cloth. With Obito and Zetsu trailing behind her, she bent down and lifted Tsunade's chin, marveling at her. "Who are you?" Tsunade glared at the three, refusing to surrender as she fought desperately to break free from the white cloth's hold. Just then, the sound of continuous explosions echoed from the land of rain. The trio exchanged glances before soaring into the high sky. They beheld countless fireballs and spiraling shurikens descending from the air above the land of rain. Although they were quite distant, they could still feel the cataclysmic force emanating from the chaos, leaving them utterly astounded. "Witch, are you certain that the young master can contend with Naruto?" Obito and Zetsu felt a growing apprehension, already foreseeing Nagato's potential fate. "Humph, how dare you question the young master, who is revered across realms? Were it not for his current endeavor to refine a secret realm, he would have long since crushed Naruto Uzumaki. Once he lures Naruto into the secret realm, his demise is assured." The witch, though apprehensive, regained her confidence at the thought of the young master's might. "Is that so?" Observing the witch's haughty demeanor, Obito and Zetsu's expressions darkened. Yet, for the sake of their plan, they chose to endure and refrained from confronting her. Rest assured, the young master, the prodigy of the last generation, has descended into the mortal realm at great cost, seeking to avenge his fiancée the saintess of the evil god cult. Naruto Uzumaki is doomed. The witch, sensing their displeasure, offered words of comfort, recognizing her reliance on them to relay messages to Naruto, and knowing she could not contend with their strength. Provoking them would be detrimental to her. "Humph, as long as you fulfill your promise and hand over the nine tails, all will be well," Obito remarked with a cold scoff. A resounding rumble ensued. At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated once more from the direction of the land of rain, capturing the attention of the four individuals. They turned their gazes towards the land of rain, where a colossal sphere steadily increased in size, eventually enveloping the entire region. The three were compelled to retreat to a distance, their minds overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the sphere. Nagato certainly did not disappoint. "It appeared our plans necessitated a revision. What do you think, Granny?" Zetsu observed Granny with keen interest, and Obito similarly fixed his gaze upon her. Witnessing Nagato unleash such a grand-scale technique, they both felt that collaboration with Granny was no longer essential, having endured her presence for far too long. Chapter 97. The Celestial Being Descends. 1 against 7. Sensing the threat posed by Obito and Zetsu, Granny's expression shifted. She was indeed no match for the two. However, she possessed her own leverage. Once the young master refined the secret realm, he would descend into the mortal world without restraint, rendering any resistance futile. "So, do you wish to reconsider? The arrival of my young master into the mortal realm is inevitable. Even without your assistance, it will merely take additional time, and none of you will escape his reckoning," Granny declared, her demeanor fierce yet fragile. "Is that so? But we can eliminate Naruto Uzumaki ourselves, without the need for your young master's assistance," Obito replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Deep down, he understood that Naruto was merely sealed, not slain. His remark was merely a tactic in negotiating with Granny. The cost of invoking the young master's power would require the sacrifice of 10,000 souls to hasten his arrival, a proposition Obito was initially reluctant to accept. His ultimate aim was to forge a world devoid of war, not to massacre humanity, and the young master's descent would likely spiral beyond their control, akin to courting disaster. However, Naruto's overwhelming strength had forced them to halt their plans for gathering tailed beasts. They had prepared several contingencies beyond relying solely on Granny. Yet under Zetsu's persuasion, Obito ultimately consented to collaborate with her. Sunagakure was merely the beginning. "You heartless wretches, Naruto will come to no harm. He will annihilate you all." Tsunade had long been awake, feigning unconsciousness to ascertain the intentions of these individuals. Upon hearing Obito claim that Naruto had been killed, her fury erupted. "You should worry about your own fate instead, Fifth Hokage," Obito remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he turned to Granny. "Continuing our cooperation is feasible, but the bargaining chip can only be her." He gestured towards Tsunade and continued, "Offer her to your young master, and let him eliminate Naruto Uzumaki. The tailed beasts will belong to us." "When did she become your bargaining chip?" "I captured her." Granny's countenance darkened. Had she been able to contend with them? she would have acted long ago. You scoundrels! I am not a mere bargaining chip. Tsunade roared in indignation before Obito could respond. Silence. The old witch tightened the white cloth in her grasp, constricting Tsunade's bindings to the verge of suffocation. Tsunade strained to lift her gaze toward the immense orb hovering above the land of rain, her visage etched with anguish and trepidation, her eyes revealing a profound despair and unease. Naruto, come out here now, she shouted hoarsely, her sight locked onto the colossal sphere above, knowing full well that, despite the vast distance, Naruto would never hear her cries. Yet within her heart lingered a flicker of hope for him. For Tsunade, Naruto had become her emotional anchor and solace, one of the few rays of light in her life. She yearned for him to break free from his restraints. Her own safety mattered little to her, but she could not bear the thought of him facing peril. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound erupted, reverberating as if from an ancient abyss, shattering the stillness in everyone's hearts, akin to the war drums that had lain dormant for a millennium, heavy and profound, striking at the very core of their souls. The thundering grew more intense, each beat quickening like the pulse of a heart, echoing skyward and permeating every corner of the ninja world. The massive orb above the land of rain began to swell in response to the sound, as if some formidable force within was on the verge of breaking free. With a cataclysmic roar, the orb shattered, unveiling Naruto's towering figure. He stood majestically, radiant with divine light, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, leaving all present in utter astonishment. Naruto Tsunade gazed upon him, a mythical sight, her face breaking into a genuine smile. He had not disappointed her. Retreat. Upon hearing Tsunade's urgent call, Obito, Zetsu, and the old witch finally regained their senses. A ripple of spatial distortion flickered, and the four vanished in an instant. Naruto, puzzled, turned his attention toward the direction of the land of rivers. Having sensed a faint spatial disturbance, likely caused by the voyeuristic Obito and Zetsu. However, he dismissed it from his mind. The immediate priority was to deal with Nagato and the tailed beasts. Such a trivial Deidara technique, not even the Nine Tails could be ensnared by it. How could it possibly bind me? Naruto declared, extending a finger to flick aside a towering structure that pierced the clouds, uprooting the ground beneath. As the dust settled, Nagato and Konan, who had been concealed in the basement, were abruptly exposed. They gazed up in sheer terror at the godlike figure of Naruto. As Nagato had always believed that true peace could never exist in this cursed world. Humanity would never truly understand one another. Thus, Nagato allied with Obito, devising a plan to collect the tailed beasts, develop new forbidden jutsu, and create weaponry capable of annihilating entire nations. They hoped to suppress war through such means, guiding the world toward peace through painful lessons. Nagato's perspective is not without merit. Indeed, wielding absolute power to deter adversaries can effectively suppress warfare. However, he falters in the method of acquiring such power, for it does not truly belong to him, and he is utterly incapable of mastering it, ultimately serving merely as a pawn for others. Allow me to demonstrate what absolute power truly entails. Naruto extended his colossal hand, seizing the outer path golem behind Nagato. The golem, resembling gnarled roots of an ancient tree, thrashed violently within Naruto's grasp, yet no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the confines of his palm. Do not harm Nagato. As Naruto's enormous hand reached towards them, Konan instinctively positioned herself in front of Nagato, shielding him. Witnessing Naruto's hold on the golem, she trembled uncontrollably, fear swelling within her heart. The tailed beast sealed within the golem also bore expressions of terror, watching Naruto warily. Aside from the 9 tails and 8 tails, all other tailed beasts were contained within. Naruto concentrated all his spiritual energy into a radiant golden light enveloping the golem. In an instant, the golem's autonomous consciousness was obliterated, rendering it a mere unconscious entity of energy. With the golem's awareness erased, the 7 sealed-tailed beasts were instantly liberated from their bonds, emerging from within the golem's form, surrounding Naruto and growling fiercely. Each of the 7-tailed beasts was as large as a small mountain. However, in comparison to Naruto, who had activated the heavenly and earthly transformation, they appeared diminutive. Naruto confined the golem within his inner realm, gazing down at the 7-tailed beasts, their fur bristling as they bared their teeth at him, yet none dared to attack, instinctively sensing their fear. Naruto, you are insane. Releasing these tailed beasts will lead to global devastation. Jiraiya shouted anxiously from Naruto's shoulder, observing the 7 beasts below. With my presence, the world shall not perish. Naruto once again focused his spiritual energy, unleashing waves of brilliant golden light that enveloped the 7-tailed beasts. Surrender or perish. Chapter 98. Subduing the 7-tailed beasts, Naruto concentrated his spiritual energy, releasing massive beams of golden light that enveloped the 7-tailed beasts. Subsequently, torrents of spiritual power surged from Naruto, causing great trees to rise from the earth, firmly anchoring the bodies of the 7 beasts in place. Surrender or perish. Naruto realized that the combined energy of the 7-tailed beasts was still less than that of half the 9 tails. Yet even the energy of a mosquito's leg is still flesh. Converting this energy into spiritual essence would be substantial, albeit requiring time to refine. If you have the guts, release me, and let this Monkey King engage in a proper battle. The 4 tails, Sun Wukong, declared defiantly. Do you even deserve to be called the Monkey King? You cannot even compare to a single hair of his. Naruto seized the 4 tails, dispelling the golden light binding him, and firmly grasped him in his palm. No matter how the 4 tails struggled, escape was futile. With a powerful grip, Naruto crushed the 4 tails, absorbing all its energy into his inner realm, its consciousness dissipating into the ether. I submit. Upon witnessing the 4 tails being effortlessly crushed by Naruto, the 7 tails, Shomei, was the first to express a willingness to submit. The other tailed beasts, gripped by fear, completely lost their courage to resist. With the 7 tails setting an example, the others swiftly followed suit, valuing their lives over their pride. With a sweeping motion, Naruto gathered the remaining 6-tailed beasts into his spiritual realm, while his own form rapidly returned to its normal size. He retrieved the soul-nourishing pill and the soul-calming pill, hastily consuming a handful of each. Having just refined the outer path deity, Naruto had already depleted a considerable amount of his soul power, leaving him unable to refine any additional tailed beasts. Thus, he resorted to drastic measures against the 4 tails to deter the others. Once the 6-tailed beasts were secured within his spiritual realm, Naruto found himself unable to maintain the heavenly and earthly transformation technique. Fearing that the tailed beasts might cause chaos within, he hurriedly consumed the pills to replenish his soul power. However, Naruto's concerns were unwarranted. Upon being absorbed into the spiritual realm, the 6-tailed beast consciousnesses entered the cycle of reincarnation. Their bodies were instantly enveloped by the spiritual energy within, continuously being devoured and assimilated. After resolving the matter with the tailed beasts, Naruto made his way toward the locations of Nagato and Konan. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had yet to descend from the lofty heights, and Naruto was uncertain of how to handle the psychologically twisted Nagato. As Naruto arrived at the underground chamber, he found Nagato, emaciated and slumped in a chair, while Konan stood before him, vigilantly guarding against Naruto. The series of events that had unfolded that day shattered their understanding. Yet both were now numb from the successive shocks and fears. Konan stepped back, and Nagato's voice emerged weakly. Konan, he uttered, his frailty evident. Konan hesitated, knowing that in his current state, even an ordinary person could easily end his life. Do not be so tense, Konan. Had I wished to kill you, you would have perished long ago. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Konan gradually moved aside. Nagato raised his gaze to meet Naruto's, expressing, perhaps you are correct. I know little of strength, yet you fail to comprehend my suffering. I do not need to understand your pain, Naruto retorted. A true warrior remains unyielding, not twisted by a few adversities, enduring countless trials while retaining inner resilience. That is the mark of a true stronghold. You, however, are merely a coward fleeing from suffering. Nagato, having been warped by the loss of his parents and closest friends, sought to impose his anguish upon the world, believing that peace could be forged through shared suffering. In essence, it was a desire for societal vengeance stemming from his grievances. While Naruto supported the notion of retribution for wrongs, Nagato's pursuit of revenge under the guise of peace was his fundamental error. He epitomized the tale of a once noble youth turned into a malevolent dragon. You shall not speak of him in such a manner. Konan interjected, displeased by Naruto's words as she rose to defend Nagato. Naruto, catch me quickly. As Naruto contemplated teaching Konan a lesson, Jiraiya's voice suddenly echoed through the air. The trio instinctively looked up to see Jiraiya plummeting rapidly from above, poised to crash directly onto Naruto's head. Reacting on instinct, Naruto swiftly dodged out of the way. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya's body became half embedded in the ground, leaving his feet flailing helplessly above. "Ah, my apologies, master. I momentarily thought it was an enemy attack." Naruto scratched his head and hurried over to grasp Jiraiya's legs, extricating him from the earth. Panting heavily, Jiraiya exclaimed, "Naruto, you must have done that on purpose." Just moments ago, Naruto had utilized the Rinnegan technique to counter Pain's planetary devastation, transforming into a colossal being, while Jiraiya had been perched upon Naruto's shoulder. When Naruto suddenly shrank back to his original size, Jiraiya fell from the towering height. Although he had absorbed some energy stones and regained a portion of his chakra, the altitude was far too great. He had exhausted his energy midair, resulting in his transition from flight to free fall. While the distance to the ground was no longer perilous, it was certainly preferable to be caught by someone rather than meeting the earth face first. To his dismay, Naruto not only failed to catch him, but also evaded him entirely, igniting Jiraiya's ire. Master, it was merely a reflex. Truly, an instinctual reaction, Naruto explained as he set Jiraiya down on the ground. "Come here. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you." Jiraiya lay on the ground, his expression grave. "What is it?" Naruto leaned in to listen attentively. "I'll teach you a lesson, you ungrateful disciple." As soon as Naruto drew near, Jiraiya pulled out his worn-out sandal and swung it at Naruto, but alas, he only struck air as Naruto deftly sidestepped the blow. "Master, could you possibly employ a different tactic? You always resort to this." Naruto, well aware of Jiraiya's predictable antics, refused to be deceived by the same ploy. Jiraiya felt a wave of frustration. Encountering a mischievous disciple like Naruto was indeed a stroke of ill fortune. Remarkably, this master found himself at a loss against his own pupil, which was infuriating in its own right. "Don't run away if you have the ability." Hey, teacher, could you take this a bit more seriously?" Nagato and Konan both wore expressions of disbelief, their previous somber mood shattered by the antics of Naruto and Jiraiya, who had completely obliterated the atmosphere. Impudent disciple. Silence. Unable to catch Naruto, Jiraiya vented his frustration on Nagato, leaving a sizable shoe print across his face. "When have I ever taught you to engage in wrongdoing, to burn, pillage, and steal?" "Teacher, Nagato began to defend himself, but was swiftly met with another blow from Jiraiya's sandal. "Please, stop hitting him." "Nagato has his reasons," Konan interjected, caught in a dilemma between her beloved teacher and her cherished brother. "You two be quiet." Knowing well that Nagato's actions are erroneous, you still choose to support his misdeeds. Thus, you share in his culpability. Jiraiya glared at Konan but refrained from striking her. He had once held high hopes for these three disciples, only to find them all having fallen from grace. "Teacher, one cannot urge others to goodness without understanding their suffering. You know nothing of our pain." Shounen defended herself and Nagato, and her reasoning was indeed sound. Moreover, they had not committed any heinous acts. Before Nagato could even contemplate the destruction of Konoha, Naruto had already confronted him, leaving them bewildered. "Master, as the saying goes, a father is at fault for not teaching. A teacher is negligent for not being strict. Ultimately, this is your fault." Naruto's voice intruded at an inappropriate moment, inciting a furious reaction from Jiraiya. Chapter 99. The departure to my Bokuzen. Naruto held a disdainful view of Nagato, whom he perceived as one who succumbs to despair when faced with adversity. He was uninterested in their tales of woe. In times of war, no one can remain untouched, and everyone bears their own tragic stories. There was no need to seek revenge on the world at every turn. The crux of the matter was that Nagato's desire for vengeance hinged upon sacrificing Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto had no inclination to engage with him. He found joy in spending time with Hinata in the secret realm. As for the members of the Akatsuki organization who rampaged outside, Nagato might not be fully aware, and even if he were, he likely would not intervene, as his original intention was to inflict suffering upon the world. "Teacher, I was wrong. I should not lash out at the world for my own misfortunes," Nagato confessed, bowing his head in apology to Jiraiya. It was uncertain whether Naruto's words had influenced him or if it was Jiraiya's stern demeanor that had an effect. "Perhaps only by becoming the strong individual you envision can I bring peace to the world. I hope you endure countless trials while maintaining an unyielding spirit." Nagato seemed to be leaving behind a final testament. Having long manipulated the outer path, his vitality was nearly extinguished after a fierce battle with Naruto. His life flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out. "Nagato!" Shounen rushed to his side, tightly grasping his hand. tears streaming down her face as she sensed his life slipping away. "Do not grieve for me, Xiaonan. Carry our dreams forward," Nagato replied, smiling as he attempted to raise his frail hand to caress her cheek, but it fell limply before he could complete the gesture. "I'm sorry. I can no longer protect you. Please don't say that, Nagato. You will be fine," Xiaonan cried, pressing his hand against her face, sobbing uncontrollably. "Can Naruto save him?" Jiraiya sighed, casting an inquiring glance at Naruto. Naruto furrowed his brow and nodded in response to Jiraiya. Initially, he had no intention of saving Nagato. He was no saint, especially since Nagato had once urged him towards death, and he held little regard for those who wallow in despair. However, Naruto was intrigued by the prospect of studying Nagato's Rinnegan. Nonetheless, out of respect for Jiraiya, he approached Nagato and infused him with a small amount of natural energy. His soul and body were severely drained. Such were the consequences of excessive chakra use. After infusing the small tree spirit's essence, Naruto retrieved the soul-nourishing pill and the soul-calming pill, requesting Konan to administer them. Remarkably, the small tree spirit's essence began to work its magic, and in a fleeting moment, Nagato's complexion visibly improved. "Thank you, Naruto." Konan expressed her heartfelt gratitude upon receiving the pills. No need to thank me. If you must show gratitude, direct it to my master. Were it not for him, I would hardly have bothered to rescue you." With that, Naruto exited the basement, choosing not to partake in the emotional reunion between master and disciple. With a significant portion of the Akatsuki members eradicated, both Nagato and Konan had reformed, leaving only the remnants of a threat in the forms of Obito and Zetsu, two cunning adversaries. Obito was merely a misguided pawn, easily manageable by Kakashi, while Zetsu was the true harbinger of chaos. However, Zetsu's abilities were rather ordinary, primarily limited to evasion. Naruto gazed up at the moon, contemplating a meeting with Kaguya. With the 9-tailed beasts, save for the 8 tails, now residing within his chakra network, the complete refinement of these beasts would undoubtedly elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. Naruto's current prowess was already drawing near to that of the Sage of Six Paths, instilling him with a degree of confidence against Kaguya. Unlike the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya had remained sealed, her power stagnant since her imprisonment. If the sage were indeed alive, one could only speculate the magnitude of his current abilities, alongside the ominous evolution of the Otsutsuki clan, which continued to advance. These foes would not remain idle, awaiting Naruto's growth, though his progress had been rapid. The looming presence of the sage and the Otsutsuki clan fueled a sense of urgency within him. Thus, he resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his abilities. He possessed the capability to ascend to the moon and confront Kaguya, yet he harbored uncertainties about overcoming her. Prudently, he decided it would be best for Kaguya to linger on the moon a while longer. The spiritual energy within the secret realms was abundant, facilitating accelerated cultivation. However, Naruto realized that following a conventional training regimen was proving too sluggish. The pursuit of hidden realms, which could be refined to harness their full power, appeared to be the most expedient route to advancement. Each secret realm represented a miniature universe. Assimilating such a realm's entirety would yield immense benefits to one's cultivation. Among the known secret realms in the Naruto universe were the Earth Dragon Cave, Miyaboka Mountain, and the Wetbone Forest, each guarded by a sage-level being. However, these guardians seemed to have refrained from engaging, leaving their true strength uncertain. Naruto had yet to enter these realms and was unsure if they were akin to the Yin-Yang realm. He believed there were countless undiscovered secret realms within the ninja world, and he felt compelled to seek them out. With his nascent understanding of space, he could sense when approaching one. He resolved to focus his efforts on locating these hidden realms. As for Orochimaru, Obito, and Zetsu, he entrusted their resolution to Tsunade and Jiraiya. The moment the Nine Tails transformed into spiritual energy, their path to summoning Kaguya had been severed. Furthermore, with the other tailed beasts now under Naruto's control, Konoha's strength was sufficient to manage without Kaguya's interference. What plans does Naruto intend to pursue next? Rather than embarking on a quest for materials with my master, Jiraiya, at this juncture, I have emerged, perceiving that the Akatsuki has been vanquished, Orochimaru has met his demise, and the ninja world poses no significant threat any longer. I have no intention of returning to the village. Instead, I shall continue my journey across the globe in search of inspiration. TCH, who would wish to accompany such a lecherous old man? Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. pondering the nature of this fellow's feelings for Tsunade, whether they stemmed from lust or genuine affection. He recalled how, in the original narrative, Jiraiya solemnly proclaimed himself a virgin in front of Tsunade. However, Naruto scoffed at this notion. The books he authored, such as Intimate Paradise and Passionate Violence, could hardly be the work of a true virgin. Moreover, his frequent visits to women's bathhouses and hotels suggested that, apart from eunuchs, few could maintain such chastity. Nevertheless, Naruto understood the nature of men. Infatuation is common. Tsunade, despite her age, retained her youthful visage and a stunning figure. What man could resist her allure? Master, I have always been curious about your true feelings for Tsunade, Naruto inquired. Although he already had a rough idea of the answer, he merely wished to hear Jiraiya's perspective. Ah, Tsunade, she was my first love, though she was ultimately taken by another. What a pity. Jiraiya's expression was reminiscent of nostalgia, as if he were transported back to his youth. And now? Naruto pressed further, realizing that if Jiraiya were to be more sincere, winning Tsunade's heart would not be insurmountable. Yet he always faltered at crucial moments. Naruto, there are some things you do not comprehend. That which is unattainable is the most exquisite. Once obtained, it often loses its charm, Jiraiya replied, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Perhaps even he was uncertain about his feelings for Tsunade. His youthful admiration had evolved into a bond akin to that of family. TCH, what a scoundrel, Naruto mused. By the way, master, take me to Mount Myaboku. He was disinclined to meddle in their affairs. To Naruto, Tsunade belonged neither to Jiraiya nor to Kato Dan. She belonged to the world. Chapter 100. The great toad sage Naruto had long been hesitant about engaging with the toads of Mount Myaboku, for in the past, his abilities were insufficient. He dared not delve into matters pertaining to the Sage of Six Paths too early. Should the sage still be alive and learn of Naruto's inquiries, he might find himself in perilous circumstances. Now, with his enhanced strength, he felt confident that he could confront the sage without being easily overwhelmed. Thus, he resolved to visit Mount Myaboku and meet the great toad sage. Certainly, it has been quite some time since my last visit. I find myself longing for them. Jiraiya responded. Naruto, hold on tightly. Jiraiya prepared to utilize the summoning technique to transport them to Mount Myaboku. Thank you. Naruto replied as Nagato emerged, supported by Konan. Expressing his gratitude, Naruto nodded at them and grasped Jiraiya's arm. In a cloud of smoke, the two vanished from the rain village. In an instant, they found themselves upon the belly of a colossal toad. You've arrived, Jiraiya, a woman's voice chimed, sultry and enticing, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. Long time no see. Toad Sage, have you missed me? Of course. As Jiraiya and Naruto descended from the belly of the toad, they resembled long-lost lovers, save for the absence of a grand bed. Goodness, Master Jiraiya, you don't even spare the toad? Naruto shuddered at the sight. If it had been a female toad, he might have tolerated it, but the toad sage was male, speaking in a feminine voice, adorned with bright red lips, and a bow atop its head. Indeed, a toad with an effeminate charm. Who was this insufferable brat? The toad sage, upon hearing Naruto's voice, abruptly ended its flirtation with Jiraiya, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto, akin to a wife discovering her husband's infidelity. Oh, Toad Sage, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my disciple, Naruto Uzumaki. At that moment, Naruto recalled his incompatible aura with the Toad Sage, realizing their interactions often led to conflict, and with its garish appearance, he decided to turn away and explore Myaboku Mountain instead. TCH, such an impolite brat. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Fortuitously, at that moment, Shinzaku and Jigen arrived, warmly greeting Naruto, with Shinzaku eagerly taking on the role of his guide, leading him through Myaboku Mountain, while Jigen returned to prepare dinner, claiming he wished to host Naruto and Jiraiya splendidly. Myaboku Mountain was not vast, but it was a mountainous region blanketed in lush green forests, where the vegetation flourished far more abundantly than in the outside world, evoking a sense of a fantastical realm. The overall ambience was serene and picturesque, instilling tranquility and comfort. As Naruto absorbed the spiritual energy of Myaboku Mountain, he discerned that its essence was slightly more potent than that of the ninja world, though not nearly as rich as that found in the Inyang secret realm. Along the path, petrified toads were prevalent, remnants of those who had failed in harnessing the natural energy. Indeed, natural energy encompassed a portion of spiritual essence. but its complex composition often led to the phenomenon of petrification when absorption was unsuccessful. Before long, Jigen announced that lunch was ready, presenting a table laden with insects. As a connoisseur of cuisine, Naruto had sampled insects before and rather enjoyed them. Jigen's insect dishes were exceptionally delightful, yet Jiraiya stubbornly refused to partake. Naruto, the great toad sage wishes to see you, Shinzaku said gravely after their meal. Then please lead the way. Since Naruto had entered Myaboka Mountain, he had sensed a gaze upon him, undoubtedly that of the great toad sage. His purpose for visiting Myaboka Mountain was to meet him, and the sage's initiative to seek him out was fortuitous indeed. The great toad sage resided atop the highest peak of Myaboka Mountain, where a temple dedicated to him was constructed, signifying his substantial stature. Who approaches? The great toad sage, resplendent in orange, adorned with a necklace of prayer beads featuring a pale purple cat's eye stone inscribed with the character for oil, wore a doctoral cap as he sat upon the altar, frail and venerable, with his eyes firmly closed. Naruto Uzumaki. I have come to pay my respects to the great toad sage. Naruto bowed respectfully to Frostmound, and then carefully scrutinized the great sage toad. Despite the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations, he resembled an ordinary person. Yet, Naruto understood that Frostmound, having survived since the era of Kaguya, was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely possessing a realm of power that surpassed his own, rendering his true capabilities undetectable. I perceive blood and fire within you. I witnessed the collapse of myriad worlds. You are not the prophesied child. Who, then, are you? The great sage toad suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, his aura swelling immeasurably, overwhelming, yet leaving Naruto unaffected, as he had now approached the level of a sage himself. I am indeed no prophesied child. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing Frostmound's words, Naruto felt a jolt of surprise, yet maintained his composure. Could this ancient toad have discerned that he was a traveler from another time? The sage rarely appeared in the original narrative, shrouded in mystery, yet his prophecies wielded profound influence over the ninja world. You remain unperturbed by my aura. You are indeed remarkable. Speak, what business do you have with me? The great sage toad retracted his imposing presence and returned to his former appearance, frail and devoid of any energy fluctuations. Given your vast abilities, why not divine why I seek you? Naruto, unsure of what the old toad had perceived, resolved to continue probing. Ha! Young one, I am not omniscient. I merely glean insights in dreams. You are both a calamity and a beacon of hope. What do you mean? Naruto inquired, puzzled by the notion of being both a disaster and a promise of salvation. The secrets of the universe cannot be revealed. Frostmound adopted an enigmatic demeanor, resembling a seasoned oracle, as he lifted a wine bottle from the offering table, taking several gulps, evidently unwilling to elaborate further. I wish to know if the Sage of Six Paths is dead. Realizing he could not extract any further information, Naruto shifted his focus to the Sage of Six Paths. He is dead, Frostmound replied succinctly, casting a meaningful glance at Naruto, before his eyes filled with nostalgia as he recounted his experiences with the sage. Initially, I believed he was the Hope we at my Bokuzen had sought, but later discovered he was not. Hope. I thought he was the prophesied child. How has he transformed into a figure of hope? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Disregarding Naruto's inquiry, Frostmound continued, the sages of my Bokuzen have tirelessly pursued a mission to find the child of hope and lead him to the true realm. I am the third generation of sages from my Bokuzen. What is the true realm? Naruto was taken aback by Frostmound's assertion regarding the death of the Sage of Six Paths. However, upon hearing the mention of the child of hope and the true realm, his attention was immediately captivated. Frostmound glanced at Naruto and continued, the ninja world is merely an illusion, not the reality. Your current cultivation is nearing that of a sage. Have you not noticed that those formidable figures in the ninja world, who seem to wield earth-shattering powers, actually display nothing extraordinary? Take Yui, for instance. He appears to possess the power of creation, yet it is all merely an illusion. Chapter 101. The True Realm. What? Everything is false. Have I been living in a dream? Impossible. What does it all mean? The words of Gamamaru stirred a tempest within Naruto's heart. Everything felt illusory, leaving him perplexed. Had Naruto's journey into the world of ninjas merely been a figment of his imagination? Yet, the individuals he encountered in the ninja realm were undeniably flesh and blood, making it impossible for him to accept this notion. When I first learned the truth, I too was utterly astonished. Gamamaru took a sip of his drink and continued. The current ninja world is but a fragment of a shattered realm, once vast and boundless. Even sages could not traverse every corner of it. However, something transpired, causing the grand world to fragment, and along with it, the elite beings vanished, leaving behind only remnants of what once was. What? The grand world was shattered? The ninja realm is merely a remnant of that world? Who could possess the power to dismantle an entire world? The enormity of Gamamaru's revelations left Naruto momentarily bewildered. When Gamamaru spoke of the illusory nature of the ninja realm, he implied that it was a fragmented world, a mere remnant of the greater reality that had been obliterated, resulting in the bizarre abilities of the ninjas. It was no wonder that the formidable jutsu, which should possess cataclysmic power, appeared so mundane. This was a consequence of the incomplete rules governing their world. It was akin to a game where skills, supposedly attainable only at the maximum level of 100, could be learned by a level 10 character, yet lacking their true potency, while some level 10 skills demonstrated effects akin to those of a maxed-out version. I do not know who shattered it. I am not from that era. These matters were imparted to me by the previous sage of the Toad before his passing. It is said that our ancestors vanished during the same time the grand world fractured, leaving us, their descendants, with the mission to seek the child of hope. Could it have been the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto's first thought gravitated towards them, yet he quickly dismissed it. If they possessed such capabilities, why would they toil to gather chakra in the ninja realm? The Otsutsuki clan once belonged to the ninja realm. They were a group that proclaimed themselves as deities, but eventually departed from it. Gamamaru's disdain for the Otsutsuki was palpable. What do you know of them? Naruto had initially intended to inquire about the Sage of Six Paths, only to discover that Gamamaru was also knowledgeable about the Otsutsuki clan. I have not interacted with them. This is merely my conjecture, as their behavior mirrors that of those who claimed divinity in ancient times. Hearing Gamamaru's words, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. These were merely speculations. Nevertheless, he found merit in the idea that the current ninjutsu and ocular techniques in the ninja realm originated from the Otsutsuki clan, suggesting they were likely the ancient deities of that world. Sage Gamamaru, do you know of the higher realms? Higher realms? I cannot say. Beyond the ninja realm, there exist numerous worlds, each with its own name, and even I cannot know them all. Every utterance from the great Toad Sage is imbued with profound significance. Previously, the saintess of the evil god sect referred to the ninja world as the mortal realm, leading Naruto to speculate the existence of a higher realm, perhaps a divine world. However, from the implications of Fukusaku, it appears that beyond the ninja world, there are countless hidden realms, each a world unto itself. Upon reflection, Naruto comprehended that ninjas can summon an array of peculiar summoning beasts, none of which belong to the ninja world. They hail from realms beyond it. Subsequently, Naruto posed several inquiries to Fukusaku, who addressed each one meticulously. Locations such as Mayaboku Mountain, the Earth Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest are all secret realms that have diverged from the ninja world, yet remain within its purview. Although the regulations of the ninja world are incomplete, one rule stands resolute. The emergence of power beyond that of a sage is strictly prohibited, otherwise, one would be expelled by the very laws governing it. Beyond the ninja world lies a plethora of worlds, varying in size, inhabited by a myriad of bizarre races, most of which have sage-level beings presiding over them, with some grand worlds even housing entities surpassing sages. Fukusaku also shared a secret with Naruto. Their lineage was not originally that of toads. Their progenitor possessed the ability to perceive the mysteries of the heavens, but ultimately faced divine retribution, resulting in generations being born as toads. The disappearance of their ancestor was abrupt, leaving behind a single phrase: to seek the child of hope and safeguard the true land. Great Toad Sage, may I glimpse the true land? Naruto conversed extensively with Fukusaku, and the topic eventually circled back to the true land. Fukusaku recounted that their clan has been unable to enter that realm. For millennia, only the Sage of Six Paths has ventured within. Naruto longed to see it for himself. Follow me, Fukusaku finally acquiesced after a lengthy silence. He had dreamt of Naruto bringing blood and fire to humanity and saving the world. Yet he could not ascertain if Naruto was indeed the child of hope they had sought for ages. Ultimately, he resolved to guide Naruto to the true land. The entrance to the true land lay within the temple dedicated to Fukusaku. He led Naruto inside, unveiling a hidden door. They traversed a lengthy secret passage. ultimately arriving at a concealed chamber. I can take you this far. Whether you reach the true land depends entirely on you. In the chamber, a small summoning altar lay dormant, yet Fukasaku did not activate it for Naruto. Was he still harboring doubts about allowing Naruto to enter? Such summoning altars cannot be activated by those unfamiliar with the runes inscribed upon them. However, Naruto had long since mastered these runes. As he stepped onto the summoning altar, preparing to channel his chakra to activate the runes, the altar unexpectedly sprang to life, illuminating as a shift in space occurred, transporting him to another location. Is this truly the so-called true land? Why does it resemble my Mount Fang so closely? Before him stood a solitary, barren mountain, strikingly reminiscent of the small, tranquil hill within Naruto's inner realm. The distinction lay in the presence of a staircase that ascended from the base to the summit, comprising 99 steps. Atop the mountain, two ancient portals faintly emerged, yet Naruto, positioned at the foot, could not discern the full grandeur of the peak. As he prepared to soar to the summit, he discovered to his dismay that neither spiritual nor mental energies could be harnessed here. Instinctively, Naruto became wary. The inability to wield his powers rendered many of his strategies futile, leaving him to rely solely on his physical prowess in the face of potential peril. At that moment, a stone tablet rose beside the staircase, inscribed with the words, "Those who ascend to the pinnacle shall behold the truth." Without further hesitation, Naruto stepped onto the staircase, only to be met with a weight akin to that of a mountain pressing down upon him. However, having undergone rigorous training, his body had been thoroughly refined by spiritual energy, and the blessings of the sacred springs within the Yin-Yang secret realm had fortified him immensely. This pressure was but a trifling challenge, and he continued his ascent, each step amplifying the burden he bore. Upon reaching the 9th step, a box appeared above him. Opening it, he found it to be empty, suggesting that its contents had long been claimed. Could it be the work of the Sage of Six Paths? A sense of foreboding washed over Naruto. Indeed, at every 9th step thereafter, he encountered another box, each one devoid of treasure. According to Gamabunta, only the Sage of Six Paths had traversed this path, causing Naruto's expression to darken. Surely, the sage had not taken all the treasures. Would his journey prove fruitless? He pressed on, arriving at the 63rd step, where yet another box awaited him, disappointingly vacant. By this point, Naruto could palpably feel the weight upon him. Each step became a Herculean effort. As he ascended to the 72nd step, sweat poured from him, his body feeling as though it bore the weight of several mountains. Once more, a box appeared, and upon opening it, he discovered a talisman resting quietly within, radiating an unparalleled vitality. Chapter 102, Tsunade disappears. Chaos erupts. At the 72nd step, the wooden box finally contained something of value, a talisman, inscribed with the character for sage at its center, surrounded by a multitude of intricate runes, brimming with life force. Could this be the fabled treasure of Mayaboku Mountain, the sage's talisman? Naruto carefully retrieved the talisman, recalling that in the original narrative, the Sage of Six Paths had once possessed a similar talisman, using it to resurrect a deceased individual, demonstrating its extraordinary power to restore life. Yet, he pondered, if Nagato could resurrect all those from Konoha, why did the Sage of Six Paths require the talisman to revive his own brother, despite possessing the Rinnegan? What was amiss? Even if the rules of the ninja world were severely flawed, such a significant inconsistency seemed improbable. The crux of the matter lay in Nagato's assertion that those he revived had perished from exhaustion, without any indication that reviving others necessitated a sacrifice of life. Perhaps it is due to the fact that those revived by Nagato are not particularly formidable. After all, Yumura's prowess is comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths, and at such a level, resurrection might not be an easy feat. The Rinnegan exhibits a seemingly miraculous ability in reviving the deceased. Yet its efficacy in battle can only be described as mediocre, a consequence of the incomplete rules governing the ninja world. It appears that the Sage of Six Paths has not ventured this far. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him not to have seized the Sage's scrolls. Here lies the 72nd step, with a treasure chest at every 9th tier, suggesting that the sage has claimed 7 artifacts. The thought of this fills Naruto with regret, as it is highly likely that these were 7 sage scrolls. To think they were taken by that old coot. If he is still alive, Naruto vows to give him a good thrashing upon their next encounter. Having pilfered so many treasures, what use has he for a ninja world shrouded in chaos? Although Fukasaku claims the sage has passed, Naruto remains skeptical. Either Fukasaku is concealing the truth from him, or the sage has deceived even Fukasaku. As Naruto gazes upon the remaining 27 steps, he surmises that there are still 3 artifacts to be found. However, upon stepping onto the stone stairs leading to the summit, the 2 gateways become obscured from view, as the ascent grows increasingly steep, almost vertical. The higher he climbs, the greater the pressure becomes. Despite Naruto's already formidable physique, he is nearing his limits. He gradually realizes that ascending the stone steps does not merely amplify the pressure. Beginning from the 63rd step, for every 9 steps traversed, his physical strength is enhanced. Below the 63rd step, such feedback on his body was absent, perhaps a consequence of the sage's prior ascension. As he continues upward, the augmentation to his physique intensifies, and upon successfully reaching the 81st step, 3 days have elapsed in the outside world. 3 days have passed, and Jiraiya grows increasingly anxious while waiting in Myaboka Mountain. He visits the great sage Fukasaku to inquire about Naruto's emergence. Fukasaku informs him that the longer Naruto remains, the greater the benefits he will reap, and the timing of his exit ultimately depends on Naruto himself. After waiting another day with no sign of Naruto, Jiraiya seeks confirmation from Fukasaku that Naruto is not in danger before departing Myaboka Mountain. Just as Jiraiya exits, he receives some distressing news. Tsunade has gone missing. Initially, Jiraiya dismisses it, believing Tsunade may simply be engrossed in training within the Inyang realm and has lost track of time. However, upon arriving at the realm, he learns that Tsunade left together with Naruto. After departing the realm, Naruto headed directly to the Land of Wind to assist Sakura, which means Tsunade should have returned to the village. Traveling from the Land of Rivers to Konoha, Tsunade could certainly arrive within half a day. Yet 4 days have passed, and she has not returned, indicating that she may very well be in peril. Jiraiya's expression darkens ominously as he investigates the route from the Land of Rivers to Konoha, discovering no signs of battle. In the current ninja world, there are few capable of stealthily abducting or eliminating Tsunade. With the demise of Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization, only the remaining 4 great ninja villages possess the capability to undertake such a task. The Sunagakure can be immediately excluded, as their village has recently been attacked by the Akatsuki. Thus, we are left with only Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure. Should these 3 ninja villages harbor intentions of waging war against Konohagakure, they have ample motive to target Tsunade, the Hokage. However, Konohagakure has yet to suffer an assault from any of these 3 villages, leading to a perplexing situation. Jiraiya first relayed the troubling news to Kakashi, who was training the young ninjas in a secret realm, instructing him to return to the village temporarily to assume the duties of Hokage. Upon learning of Tsunade's disappearance, Kakashi recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he decided to leave the 8 young ninjas in the secret realm to continue their training while he returned to Konohagakure to manage affairs in the absence of the Hokage. Though Jiraiya had yet to piece together the entire puzzle, he resolved to investigate the matter further, deciding to head to Iwagakure first, as the Land of Earth was closest to the Land of Rivers, making the journey relatively short. Upon arriving in the Land of Earth, he was met with a harrowing sight. The land was steeped in sorrow, devastation, and chaos. Countless towns lay in ruins, streets choked with dust and smoke, and the remains of the fallen lay scattered, while the terrified survivors fled in panic from the land. What transpired? What enemy had assailed the Land of Earth? It appeared as though the nation had recently endured a brutal conflict, suffering heavy casualties. Yet, as Jiraiya traversed the land, he encountered no enemy forces. The situation grew increasingly dire in his mind. Quickening his pace, he finally reached Iwagakure, which was in utter disarray. This village, fortified by towering mountains and formidable defenses, had been breached. On the battlefield, Noki was engaged in a fierce struggle against the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and the second Tsuchikage, Mu. Edo Tensei. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. He realized that the 2 figures battling Noki were summoned through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, a jutsu developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and unique to Konohagakure. Jiraiya, I never imagined that your village would nearly bring about the ruin of my Land of Earth without deploying a single living ninja. What a clever strategy. Noki, narrowly evading an attack from the first Tsuchikage, glared furiously at Jiraiya. Just a day prior, Iwagakure had received alarming news that the Land of Earth was under assault by an unidentified force, resulting in extensive casualties. In haste, Noki dispatched ninjas to investigate. That very night, Iwagakure itself was attacked, as long-deceased ninjas rose from the dead, mercilessly attacking any living being in sight. Caught off guard, the village was swiftly overwhelmed. Though the deceased could not wield their full power from life, they fought against their own descendants and loved ones, many of whom could not bring themselves to strike with lethal force, leading to devastating losses. The dust release, original world separation technique. Jiraiya, I shall ensure that you and Konoha pay an incomparably heavy price. Onoki's eyes burned with fury as a transparent square barrier materialized between his palms, hurtling towards Jiraiya. Chapter 103. A storm approaches. Those summoned through the impure world reincarnation cannot fully exert the powers they possessed in life. Onoki initially felt restrained, yet upon witnessing Jiraiya, he became convinced that Konoha had declared war upon them. Observing the ravaged village and the fallen ninjas lamenting on the ground, Onoki's rage intensified, and with a heart full of resentment, he unleashed the dust release technique, propelling the transparent square that expanded until it engulfed Jiraiya and the first and second Utsutsuki. Onoki-senpai, there must be some misunderstanding. This is not the work of Konoha. Jiraiya narrowly evaded Onoki's attack, yet the first and second Utsutsuki could not escape. Both were reduced to atomic states, followed by a thunderous explosion that obliterated their forms completely. Onoki, we were summoned by Orochimaru and a ninja named Kabuto. We do not know if this is their own initiative or Konoha's. The next course of action is for you to decide. Once their physical bodies were destroyed, the first Utsutsuki, Ishikawa, and the second Utsutsuki, Mu, were no longer under the control of their summoner. They each uttered a final word to Onoki before their souls vanished, returning to the Pure Land. Jiraiya, Konoha must provide me with an explanation. Onoki's demeanor shifted as he reflected on the words of the first and second Utsutsuki. Although Orochimaru had long betrayed Konoha, he still believed that the village bore some semblance of responsibility. Onoki-senpai, Orochimaru has indeed betrayed Konoha, and 4 days ago, Konoha itself was also attacked by him. Our fifth Hokage is highly likely to have been captured. We must unite to confront Orochimaru together. At that moment, a ninja from Iwagakure hurriedly approached Onoki and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this, Onoki's fury reignited, insisting that it had nothing to do with Konoha. The land of lightning, the land of water, the land of rivers, and many others have simultaneously faced assaults from the dead, yet the land of fire remains unscathed. I say it is impossible for Orochimaru alone to possess such power. He must have received support from Konoha to summon such a vast number of the deceased. Jiraiya, what do you have to say for yourself? Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeper. He too was perplexed. While Orochimaru was formidable, he had not yet reached the level of being able to summon so many deceased. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. Onoki's implication was clear. Other nations had suffered assaults from the undead, while the land of fire and Konoha remained untouched. And the impure world reincarnation was a technique exclusive to Konoha. Although Orochimaru and Kabuto were renegade ninjas, if other countries were to direct their resentment towards Konoha like Onoki, the village would soon face formidable challenges ahead. Onoki-senpai, this is the scheme of Orochimaru, aimed at inciting discord between Konoha and the other ninja villages. If you think this way, are you not playing into Orochimaru's hands? Then surrender Orochimaru to prove Konoha's innocence. Otherwise, I shall ensure that Konoha pays a price. No matter how Jiraiya explained, Onoki refused to listen, and Jiraiya had no choice but to abandon the conversation and set off to the land of waterfall and the land of frost for reconnaissance, both of which had suffered attacks from the undead, much like the land of earth. As Jiraiya journeyed to the land of lightning, he found it similarly besieged by countless undead. However, the strength of Kimagakure was relatively formidable, resulting in fewer casualties compared to the land of earth and other smaller nations. Konoha could only brace itself for an impending assault from Kimagakure. The Raikage's stance was unyielding, completely dismissing Jiraiya's explanations, and he declared war outright. What must I do to avert this war? Jiraiya's countenance grew grave. The specter of war seemed unavoidable. Relations among the ninja villages had long been fraught with tension. Even without Orochimaru's involvement, ambitious villages would still seek reasons to wage war. Orochimaru merely ignited the fuse of conflict prematurely. Nevertheless, the pressing matter remained to locate Orochimaru. Perhaps there lay a chance for resolution. Yet, if Orochimaru deliberately evaded capture, finding him would be no simple task. After searching for him for years without a trace, Jiraiya contemplated returning to the village. Upon Jiraiya's return, he summoned Kakashi for an emergency meeting. Aside from the ninja dispatched to find Tsunade, nearly all of Konoha's elite shinobi had gathered, alongside dignitaries from the Land of Fire. After Jiraiya recounted the events, solemn expressions filled the room. Konoha was likely on the brink of a formidable conflict. In Naruto, Kakashi remained relatively calm, fully aware of Naruto's immense strength. With Naruto defending Konoha, even a united front from the other ninja villages would struggle to create significant turmoil. Naruto had entered the trial grounds of Miyaboku Mountain, and it was uncertain when he would emerge. Communication was impossible, even with the great sage of the Toads. Jiraiya explained to Kakashi. After gaining insight into the situation within the shinobi world, Jiraiya returned once more to Miyaboku Mountain, where the true realm was entirely isolated from the outside world. The great sage was unaware of the internal circumstances and could not reach Naruto. Even after Naruto's shadow clone dissipated, his consciousness could not return to his body. They could only wait for his eventual return. This poses a dilemma. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his face a mask of concern. With Naruto absent and Tsunade missing, the third Hokage had not been seen since he entered the secret realm of the Sarutobi clan. At that moment, Nara Shikaku rose and stated, "I believe locating Orochimaru is of utmost importance, but we must not deploy too many resources. The fifth Hokage has yet to send any news. We should first recall the shinobi we previously sent to find her. The village's defense must be our priority." Jiraiya frowned, but ultimately agreed with Nara Shikaku's assessment. Who would be best suited to seek out Orochimaru? I propose we assign this task to Sakura and Hinata. Let them lead the new generation of Konoha in search of Orochimaru, while also providing support from the periphery. Though they are young, it is high time for them to undergo trials. Kakashi, the acting Hokage, decisively resolved to concentrate the older generation of ninjas in defense of Konoha, dispatching the younger ninjas to pursue Orochimaru. Although the 8 from the secret realm have only begun to cultivate the chi ninjutsu, Sakura and Hinata, both masters with their chakra fully opened, would significantly increase their chances of encountering Orochimaru. Moreover, Sasuke has been diligently tracking Orochimaru's whereabouts. Even though Sasuke has departed from Konoha, he maintains communication with the village. The combined strength of the three of them may nearly equal that of the forces remaining in Konoha. Should their alliance fail to bring back Orochimaru, it would imply that Konoha's fate is sealed, as the village can no longer afford to dispatch more ninjas in pursuit of him, especially with the impending threat of allied forces from other nations. Chapter 104. The ever-reviving Orochimaru and Kabuto, upon witnessing that Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, could not subdue Naruto, Obito and Zetsu reluctantly continued their collaboration with the old hag, temporarily shelving their plan to reclaim the Rinnegan. Initially, they intended to hunt and gather living souls on their own, confident in their ability to decimate several small nations. However, these smaller nations could not amass the requisite 10,000 living souls, and their efficiency was dismally low. Conversely, targeting larger nations posed a significant risk, as the great ninja villages were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Zetsu conceived of Orochimaru, who could utilize the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the deceased ninjas to fight on their behalf, making him exceptionally suited for their soul collection endeavor. The old hag had imprisoned Tsunade in a bamboo tube using some unknown means, and the trio journeyed to the Land of Rice, where Orochimaru's base was nestled within a mountain. They had previously collaborated with Orochimaru, intending to perfectly resurrect the deceased Uchiha Madara, although the Rinnegan had yet to be recovered. Zetsu had long held on to Madara's remains, but refrained from producing them immediately, as the body was reserved as a trump card against the young master mentioned by the old hag. Once the young master descends, a fierce battle with Naruto is inevitable, ideally resulting in mutual destruction. At that moment, they could resurrect Uchiha Madara and reap the benefits of their machinations. The trio navigated with ease to the Sound Village established by Orochimaru, with his secret base situated within the mountain behind the village. They traversed the Sound Village unnoticed. A large tree at the foot of the mountain slowly shifted aside, revealing the entrance to the hidden base. No wonder Konoha had failed to capture Orochimaru for so many years. He concealed himself so ingeniously. There was a hint of mockery in Obito's tone. Whether directed at Konoha or Orochimaru remained unclear. Let us proceed. This fellow is exceedingly cunning, and this is merely one of his many bases. Zetsu glanced at the entrance before leading the way inside. with Obito and the old hag closely following. Orochimaru's base was vast, resembling an underground labyrinth. After navigating through the winding passages, they finally arrived at the heart of Orochimaru's domain. "Ah, what brings you here?" echoed a voice, filled with surprise. "In the Hidden Leaf Village, I sustained grave injuries and am currently unable to assist in reviving Madara." Orochimaru sat upon his throne in the base's grand hall, flanked by the Sound Five and Kabuto. "We require your Edo Tensei ability." Zetsu slowly articulated their plan to Orochimaru. "Ha ha ha. Are you jesting? Not only am I still recovering from my wounds, but even in my prime, summoning such a multitude of deceased warriors is beyond my capacity." Orochimaru had been severely injured by Naruto in the Forest of Death, although he successfully utilized the spore clones provided by White Zetsu to reincarnate. It was akin to losing half of his life. Moreover, the body of White Zetsu was exceedingly frail, and his current strength was likely less than half of his former glory. He dared to disclose his condition, confident that they needed him and would not harm him. And these two were well aware of his physical state. "What if I could provide you with unlimited chakra?" At that moment, the old hag stepped forth, producing a green iron ring. "This is the coveted ring of descent, bestowed upon me by the heir of my clan, capable of transforming life force into any energy and instantly supplying it to those in need. With such a treasure at hand, it may not be impossible. However, I still require a substantial number of physical bodies, preferably the corpses of those I wish to summon." Orochimaru licked his lips. He had only suffered losses twice in his career, both at the hands of Naruto Uzumaki, and he longed to eliminate Naruto more than anyone else. "Leave that to me, and we can also transplant Hashirama's cells for you." Zetsu slowly stepped forward to speak to Orochimaru. "Hashirama's cells, you say? That would be splendid. But I fear I cannot accomplish this alone. Lord Orochimaru, I am willing to serve you." Kabuto stepped forward, pledging his loyalty. Since the incident in the Forest of Death, the wild bamboo, which Orochimaru had valued most, had vanished, but he was quite satisfied with Kimimaro from the Sound Five. Despite Kimimaro's grave illness rendering him incapable of bearing great responsibilities. Thus, Kabuto naturally became Orochimaru's primary focus for cultivation. Orochimaru entrusted Kabuto with numerous critical experiments and even took him to the Dragon Cave. Now, Kabuto had mastered the Edo Tensei technique. "Ha ha ha." Orochimaru cast a glance at Kabuto, nodding in approval, clearly granting his tacit consent. Following this, Orochimaru proposed terms for a transaction to Zetsu and Obito. Once an agreement was reached, the plan officially commenced. Zetsu began to transplant Hashirama's cells for Orochimaru and Kabuto, with thousands of his spore clones emerging from various corners of the ninja world, embarking on a grave-digging expedition. While Orochimaru and his associates prepared to summon the deceased in their underground base, a youth quietly arrived at the Sound Village. With long black hair casually tied back and dressed in a gray kimono that left his chest bare, revealing his well-defined muscles. He approached the village entrance with a sheathed sword at his waist. "Who goes there?" The two guards, startled by the boy's bold entrance into the Sound Village, immediately became vigilant and shouted their inquiry. "Uchiha Sasuke, here to take Orochimaru's life." The boy raised his head, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. The guards of the Sound Village were instantly frozen in place. This was none other than Sasuke, who had ventured out into the ninja world after leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. He heeded Naruto's counsel and journeyed to the land of rice fields. Although he had yet to locate his brother, he stumbled upon traces of Orochimaru and followed them to the village of Sound. Upon entering, the inhabitants of the village stood frozen in shock, while Sasuke walked unperturbed towards the office of the Sound Four. To his dismay, it was empty. Furrowing his brow, Sasuke recalled the clues he had inadvertently discovered upon his arrival in the land of rice fields. He suspected that Orochimaru was not dead and had returned to the hidden village, but despite his entrance, there was no sign of him. Exiting the office, Sasuke seized a ninja from the village of Sound, dispelling his Jinjutsu. "Where is Orochimaru?" The ninja, who had been basking in blissful ignorance, was startled by Sasuke's grim visage and the blade poised at his throat, realizing too late that he had fallen victim to an illusion. At this moment, he dared not resist. "I do not know. You have 3 breaths to reveal his whereabouts. Otherwise, you may meet your demise." Sasuke's voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. As he began to count down, "Hey, you are Uchiha Sasuke. TCH. Capturing him alive is such a hassle." Just as Sasuke was about to reach 3, the Sound Five appeared behind him, all activating their cursed seals. Sasuke released the ninja and turned to face the five. I have no interest in you. My pursuit is solely for Orochimaru. What an arrogant fellow. With a swift motion, Jirobo, Kadamaru, and the others dispersed, forming the four purple flames formation, encasing Sasuke within a rectangular barrier. In an instant, two bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Sasuke's feet, causing him to collapse in agony. Yet, more spikes shot up and impaled his shoulders. This guy is so weak. How could Lord Orochimaru ever take an interest in him? Seeing Sasuke easily subdued by Kimimaro, Kadamaru dismantled the formation and approached Sasuke, lifting him effortlessly and boasting. The other four exchanged concerned glances, their expressions grave. They had witnessed Sasuke's battle with Orochimaru from afar during their invasion of Konoha. It was unthinkable that he could be captured so easily. Chapter 105. United Brothers. Just as Sasuke prepared for a fierce confrontation with the Sound Five, Itachi arrived at the village of Sound. Observing Sasuke's standoff with the five, he wasted no time in employing Jinjutsu to assist his brother. Brother, you need not intervene with these foes. Sasuke frowned slightly, reproaching Itachi for meddling in his battle. Yet without hesitation, he unleashed the Tenketsu sword, swiftly piercing the hearts of the five. Sasuke, do you not think your murderous intent is excessive? Itachi approached Sasuke's side. Concern etched on his face as he witnessed his brother's ruthless actions. Naruto once said that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. They are all subordinates of Orochimaru and do not deserve sympathy. Sasuke sheathed the Tenketsu sword, finally allowing a long-lost smile to grace his features. Seeing Sasuke's smile, Itachi felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he feared that his brother's thirst for blood would lead him to lose himself in the depths of slaughter. But when Sasuke unveiled his smile, Itachi realized that he had not changed. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was remarkable. At that moment, the five Sound Ninja awakened from Itachi's Jinjutsu. Except for Kimimaro, who was completely enveloped in bones, the other four lay in pools of blood. Itachi, you are still alive. At this juncture, Obito and Zetsu also emerged. Together, Itachi and Sasuke were not adversaries that Orochimaru's subordinates could contend with. Aren't you both doing well? Upon seeing Obito and Zetsu, Itachi's expression grew serious as he stepped in front of Sasuke, shielding him. Brother, I am quite strong. Leave that masked man to me. Seeing his brother standing in front of him warmed Sasuke's heart. Nevertheless, he advanced a step forward, fighting alongside Itachi. It seems my suspicions were correct. You are indeed a mole within Konoha, and do refrain from employing that tiresome Jinjutsu. It is ineffective against me. Obito's face was obscured by a swirling mask. Having been an undercover agent in the Akatsuki for so long, Itachi had never witnessed his true visage, only knowing that he was also of the Uchiha lineage. Whoosh! The Totsuka blade pierced through Obito's body in an instant, yet it did not harm him in the slightest. Obito adeptly utilized Kimui to transfer his body to an alternate dimension, soon unleashing a deluge of colossal shuriken that rained down upon Sasuke and Itachi. Simultaneously, Zetsu joined the fray, green branches surging forth beneath him, rapidly forming a dense barrier of trees around Itachi and Sasuke. The simultaneous activation of the two techniques significantly reduced their evasion space. Boom! Itachi and Sasuke almost simultaneously summoned their Susanoo. Two gigantic warriors of the third form materializing on the battlefield. The enormous shuriken released by Obito from the alternate dimension and Zetsu's would release were effortlessly repelled by Susanoo. Fire release. Dance of the Firestorm. Zetsu swiftly burrowed underground as Obito retreated while unleashing ninjutsu to attack. Swirling flames coalescing into a wall of fire that ensnared the two Susanoo. However, such an assault was utterly incapable of vanquishing Susanoo. The two Susanoo broke through the flames, soaring high above, and struck down towards Obito with their colossal blades, imbued with an unstoppable force. Fire style, fire prison. Obito hastily pressed a hand against the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames from his palm, converging into a massive pillar of fire. This pillar resembled an indomitable barrier, which the two Susanoo could not breach at that moment. Just then, two enormous wooden spikes erupted from beneath the feet of the Susanoo. The spikes pierced through the soles of the Susanoo, relentlessly targeting Itachi and Sasuke, perched upon their shoulders. The vulnerability of Susanoo lay in its inadequate defense below. Pierced by the gigantic wooden spikes, Susanoo dissipated, and Itachi plummeted from the sky. In that fleeting instant, Obito appeared behind Itachi, activating Kimui. a powerful suction drawing Itachi into the Kamui space. Brother, Sasuke, capable of flight, was consumed with anxiety upon witnessing Itachi being attacked and vanishing into thin air. He dashed towards Obito, wielding the Totsuka blade with an unstoppable momentum aimed directly at Obito's head. However, during this process, countless vines suddenly erupted from the ground, entangling Sasuke's Totsuka blade. Although he severed the vines, the speed of the Totsuka blade was evidently hindered. After Obito successfully drew Itachi into the Kamui space, he once again phased out of existence to evade Sasuke's assault, subsequently landing on the ground. It's an illusion. Upon touching down, Obito's brow furrowed, and his body instantly became intangible, dodging a multitude of black flames, while Itachi stood behind him, having just summoned his Susanoo. When Obito beheld two Susanoos, he had already fallen victim to Itachi's illusion. However, his Kamui space was indeed rather extraordinary, managing to narrowly escape Itachi's Amaterasu. I truly did not misjudge you, Itachi. Your illusions can even ensnare me, Obito remarked before the two resumed their fierce confrontation, while Sasuke remained on high alert against the elusive Zetsu. Amidst the intense battle between the four, numerous resurrected souls summoned by Orochimaru and Tobi emerged from the mountainside, joining the assault against Sasuke and Itachi. Orochimaru, let them fulfill their purpose. Obito shouted towards the mountainside while battling Itachi. What do you intend to do? Itachi inquired, blocking Obito's attack. They consider themselves an assault on Konoha. At this juncture, the two engaged in close combat, their physical prowess evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing Obito's words, Sasuke immediately redirected his focus to the resurrected souls, unleashing 3 spiraling shuriken imbued with black flames, obliterating a large number of the undead into mere dust. You dare to distract yourself while battling me? Countless immense wooden spikes shot forth from the ground. Sasuke activated his chakra armor and swung the Totsuka blade, severing each wooden spike. Yet, they seemed inexhaustible, and he soon found himself ensnared by Zetsu, helplessly watching as the resurrected souls rushed forth. Realizing he could not allow this to persist, Sasuke pinpointed Zetsu's location and launched a mental attack. Upon receiving the mental assault, Zetsu faltered, and in that fleeting moment, the Totsuka blade pierced through his crown. Sasuke, hurry back to Konoha and deliver the message. Itachi shouted to Sasuke amidst his duel with Obito. Let us combine our strength to subdue him. Sasuke could never abandon his brother. After dispatching Zetsu, he joined the fray against Obito and Itachi. Ha! I shall no longer play with you. With those parting words, Obito vanished from sight, evidently retreating into his Kamui space. Let us return to Konoha. After exchanging glances, Itachi and Sasuke disregarded the vanished Obito and hastened toward Konoha. However, after flying for quite a while, they discovered they had returned to their original position. What is going on? Is it an illusion? Their expressions turned grave, for despite having traveled a considerable distance, they found themselves back where they started. This is not an illusion. It seems as if the terrain and magnetic field have been altered, trapping us within this landscape, Itachi explained to Sasuke, shaking his head. Being a master of illusions, he was certain they had not fallen prey to any deception. I believe I've heard Naruto mention this. It is a formation employed by the cult of the evil god, akin to a barrier. We must break through the barrier from within. After Sasuke finished speaking, he directed the 10 Kusanagi sword to thrust skyward, causing ripples of space to emerge above. Itachi also unleashed a ninjutsu attack at that location. Yet the technique was inexplicably absorbed. Ninjutsu is futile, brother. This formation can only be breached with an exquisite weapon, Sasuke declared as he relentlessly assaulted that spot with the 10 Kusanagi sword. Each strike felt tantalizingly close to breaking through, yet it remained unyielding. Outside, Tobi and the witch stood beyond the formation. Both possessed treasures, suggesting the formation would not confine them for long. As the architect of the array, the witch could sense everything within it. You possess spatial abilities. Enter and disrupt their efforts to dismantle the formation. Buy us some time, she instructed Tobi. Humph, what a nuisance, Tobi retorted, harboring a disdain for the witch and resisting her command. Nevertheless, for the sake of his own plans, he reluctantly employed Kamui to interfere with Sasuke's attempts to breach the formation. Under Tobi's disruption, Sasuke found himself unable to penetrate the barrier, leaving the two brothers ensnared within the array, while Tobi and the witch followed the undead army to gather souls. In Chapter 106, Serendipity, within the cavern, a massive green iron ring loomed over Orochimaru and Kabuto, who continuously utilized the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the deceased. As their chakra waned, the fallen ring replenished itself instantaneously, yet the cost was the lives of 3 ninja from the Sound Village. All had been implanted with Hashirama's cells, and with the ring's enhancement, they could swiftly recover from chakra depletion. However, as time passed, they abruptly realized they could no longer halt their actions. Orochimaru's body began to move autonomously, mechanically completing the impure world reincarnation. Furthermore, once the Sound Village ninjas perished, Orochimaru discovered that the fallen ring began to siphon his life force. "You bastard! How dare you betray me?" Orochimaru shouted in fury. At that moment, only Kimimaro remained among the Sound Five. After Tobi and Zetsu departed to confront Sasuke and his brother, he rushed to assist Orochimaru and Kabuto. The ninjas used to extract life force had been brought by him. Kimimaro quickly discerned Orochimaru's plight and unleashed a flurry of bone spikes towards the iron ring, striving to forcibly halt its operation and rescue Orochimaru. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, the ring remained immovable. "Come inside and push me out," Orochimaru commanded. "Understood." Without hesitation, Kimimaro entered the encompassing aura of the fallen ring, forcefully pushing Orochimaru out. In doing so, he took Orochimaru's place, becoming ensnared within the iron ring, which incessantly drained his life force. Kimimaro's loyalty to Orochimaru was fervent. Even in the face of death, he showed no hesitation, viewing his sacrifice as an honor. "Lord Orochimaru, save me," Kabuto pleaded, gazing at the freed Orochimaru with desperate eyes. "Fend for yourself," Orochimaru weakly replied. At that moment, he was severely weakened from the extraction of his life force, and it was evident that the Akatsuki had malicious intentions towards him. He needed to depart swiftly, but saving Kabuto would necessitate someone entering the ring in his stead. However, there was no way Orochimaru would sacrifice himself to rescue Kabuto. Orochimaru abandoned Kabuto and Kimimaro, turning to enter the concealed passage. It would have been easy to be discovered if he had ventured outside. Fortunately, his underground base was connected by hidden tunnels, allowing him to traverse directly to another facility. Sakura and Hinata received a directive from Kakashi, instructing them to lead the 8 young ninjas in pursuit of Orochimaru, with the target area delineated within the land of grass and the land of rice. Faced with such a formidable adversary, they dared not be careless and resolved to act collectively. After departing the secret realm, they set forth towards the land of grass. Their strategy was to first conduct a search in the land of grass. Should they find nothing, they would then advance to the land of rice. Upon their arrival in the land of grass, they discovered the nation was under siege by a multitude of undead. Kusagakure, being merely a small ninja village, possessed few powerful shinobi. Without hesitation, the young ninjas from Konoha decided to assist the village. Although the number of undead was vast, they lacked strength. And under the leadership of Sakura and Hinata, the attacking undead were swiftly dispatched. The feudal lord of the land of grass personally welcomed them and informed them of Orochimaru's secret base within the country, although he was unaware of its precise location. This revelation filled the 10 with excitement, and they promptly commenced their search throughout the land of grass. Ultimately, Shino's insects successfully located Orochimaru's secret base. However, the facility was deserted, and the abandoned laboratory was strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, resembling a genuine haunted house, chilling to behold. At the deepest part of the base lay a concealed passage, the destination of which remained unknown. It appeared that Orochimaru had forsaken this base, and this passage might serve as another exit, Shikamaru deduced. "Perhaps it is not an exit. My dispatched insects have yet to return." Indicating they have not reached the end of the passage, Shino remarked, "How about we split into 2 teams? One group could continue exploring the passage, while the other heads towards the land of rice," Hinata proposed. After deliberation, they decided that Hinata would lead Ino, Shikamaru, and Kiba to the land of rice, while Sakura would guide Niji's team and Shino in their ongoing search along the passage. Hinata and her companions journeyed to the land of rice, where they discovered an even greater number of undead. Strangely, these undead did not attack the inhabitants of the land of rice. Instead, they headed directly towards other nations. "It seems we have uncovered the source of the undead," observed Shikamaru after a period of covert observation. They then turned their attention to Hinata, awaiting her decision. "Let us follow the direction from which they emerged," Hinata, the strongest among them and their leader, decisively stated. Thus, the five followed the path taken by the undead towards Odanin village, discovering the entrance to a cavern. This place feels peculiar. Hinata raised her hand, signaling everyone to halt. Activating the second form of her Byakugan, she immediately perceived a vast energy field ahead. Naruto had long imparted knowledge of the formation and runes to her, after careful observation. Hinata identified the energy nodes of the formation. Summoning the Yata mirror, she gently touched the energy field, causing the barrier that had ensnared Sasuke and Itachi to dissolve, revealing their true forms. What has become of Konoha? As Sasuke and Itachi emerged from their predicament, they were met by the ninjas of Konoha, who immediately inquired about the state of their village. We don't know. Our mission is to capture Orochimaru, Hinata replied, shaking her head as she recounted their journey in detail. After exchanging vital information, they swiftly made their way to the base nestled within the mountain's heart. However, upon their arrival, they found that Orochimaru had vanished, leaving behind only Kimimaro and a clone of White Zetsu, both appearing lifeless, as if drained of all vitality. Damn it, Orochimaru has escaped again. Sasuke seethed with fury, lamenting the fact that he had been so close to capturing him, only to be thwarted by the barrier. With me here, he couldn't possibly escape, Sakura proclaimed as she, along with Tenten, Niji, and Shino, emerged from the hidden passage. Rock Lee trailed behind, shouldering a frozen sculpture, the very embodiment of Orochimaru himself. Well, who's the real powerhouse here? Sakura boasted, pointing at the frozen Orochimaru that Lee was carrying. It turned out that Sakura and her companions had been tracking him through the secret routes of the Land of Grass and happened upon Orochimaru fleeing from this very location. This base was interconnected with that of the Land of Grass, and initially, Sakura had been quite apprehensive, knowing that even Naruto struggled to defeat Orochimaru. Yet, after their encounter, she discovered that she had effortlessly overpowered him. With Sasuke and Itachi's confirmation, it was indeed Orochimaru's true form that lay before them. No one would have anticipated that the formidable Orochimaru would ultimately fall to Sakura's hands. Chapter 107. The coalition of 8 nations against Konoha. In the forest outside Konoha, thousands of ninjas had assembled. They were the coalition of nations led by Raikage, Tsuchikage Inoki, and Mizukage Terumi-me. These ninjas shared a common grievance. Their respective countries had all suffered attacks from the deceased. Initially, the smaller nations dared not challenge Konoha. However, under the leadership of the 3 great powers, lightning, earth, and water, these smaller nations joined the coalition, swelling its ranks into an alliance of 8 nations. With the exception of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain, nearly all nations possessing ninja villages were present. The coalition halted before Konoha, as Raikage raised his hand to signal the army to stop. A palpable tension enveloped each ninja. They did not immediately launch an assault on Konoha, for in conflicts between nations, it is customary to extend courtesies before resorting to arms. Raikage stepped forward and called out to Konoha, "Listen, people of Konoha, if you do not provide an explanation today, we shall not relent." His words resonated powerfully within the coalition, prompting a chorus of shouts from the assembled ninjas. The unified voices of thousands echoed throughout every corner of Konoha, momentarily elevating the coalition's morale to its zenith. Raikage, the matter truly has no bearing on Konoha. Are you truly willing to ignite this war? The gates of Konoha creaked open slowly, revealing Kakashi and Jiraiya, accompanied by dozens of elite ninjas, who stepped forth from the village. Facing the tide of approaching coalition forces, their expressions revealed no hint of fear. "You are mistaken, Kakashi. It is not I who seeks to initiate this war. It is you, Konoha, who has first struck against us." The tone of Raikage was steeped in profound gloom. He, along with Inoki and Terumi-me, marched towards Kakashi. Indeed, blood must be repaid with blood. As AI's words echoed, the ninjas behind him united in a fervent outcry. At this moment, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire battlefield. Edo Tensei is a technique unique to your Leaf Village. All the ninjas attacking our nation were summoned through this forbidden jutsu. How do you account for this? Inoki halted the coalition's clamor, interrogating Kakashi. This matter was orchestrated by Orochimaru. We are diligently pursuing him, Jiraiya explained. Jiraiya, your excuse is utterly unconvincing. Can you truly believe that one man, Orochimaru, could inflict such heavy casualties upon us all? Terumi-me, with her alluring figure and audacious attire, radiated the charm of a mature woman. If this were indeed the doing of the leaf, we could easily dispatch ninjas and the deceased to assault you. Yet, among all present, who has suffered an attack from leaf ninjas? Under ordinary circumstances, Jiraiya would have been captivated by Mei's beauty, but today, his expression remained grave. Indeed, even if the leaf were to declare war, it would not simultaneously strike so many nations nor slaughter innocent civilians, Kakashi concurred. Kakashi, I have previously informed you that unless Orochimaru confronts us directly, this matter will not be resolved. We demand his appearance. In truth, the coalition was not naive. They had contemplated the issues raised by Jiraiya and Kakashi. However, the losses each country had suffered were grievous, and mere words from Kakashi and Jiraiya could not settle the matter. The ninjas from the leaf bore solemn expressions, fully prepared for battle. They understood that this conflict could not be resolved with mere dialogue. War between nations knows no rational discourse, only the strength of one's fists. Esteemed colleagues, I believe this matter bears no relation to the leaf. Just as the coalition was stirred with fervor, a group emerged from their rear, led by Gaara and Mitsuki, representatives of the wind and iron countries. Upon seeing them, the coalition parted to make way, as Gaara and Mitsuki approached the leaf's ranks, clearly in support of them. Not long ago, our sand village was assaulted by members of the Akatsuki, and they extracted my tailed beast. I believe that the Jinchuriki of all villages have suffered similar fates. This incident is indeed the work of Orochimaru in collusion with the Akatsuki, Gaara declared. Having been rescued by Naruto and Jiraiya, he was brought to the leaf by Sakura and Chiyo to seek Tsunade's healing. However, Tsunade's disappearance necessitated Chiyo's use of the forbidden jutsu of life transfer to save Gaara. Our village's Jinchuriki was indeed captured by this mysterious organization. As Gaara recounted his tale, whispers began to circulate among the coalition. Before the onslaught of the deceased, all villages possessing Jinchuriki had suffered attacks, and their Jinchuriki had been seized. The people of Yunin village have indeed suffered attacks on their Jinchuriki, yet we managed to drive those two away. I find it curious that while our Jinchuriki have faced casualties, the Jinchuriki from Konoha have never been assaulted. Regarding Gaara's assertion, the Raikage remains unconvinced. He is aware of an organization that captures Jinchuriki, but it operates in secrecy, never surfacing. He suspects that this Akatsuki organization may well be a guise for Konoha, accusing them of crying thief while they themselves are the culprits. Upon the Raikage reminder, the ninjas present suddenly realize that the so-called Akatsuki is merely a narrative spun by Konoha and the Wind Shadow. They have never had direct contact with its members. And perhaps this Akatsuki is nothing more than an extension of Konoha itself. The representatives from Konoha fell silent. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, they have been pursuing Akatsuki. But the other nations remain oblivious to its true nature and the threat it poses. In the eyes of the allied forces, Akatsuki appears almost illusory. It is lamentable that Konoha, due to Naruto's influence, managed to extinguish this organization, which could have posed a grave threat to the entire ninja world in its infancy, leading to the current predicament. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Capturing Orochimaru is now the only viable solution. Each village possesses similar ninjutsu to that of the heart-turning technique, and as long as they can catch Orochimaru, they need not fear his denial. However, Konoha holds little hope for capturing him. Esteemed allies, could you grant Konoha some time? The truth will undoubtedly emerge once we apprehend Orochimaru. Jiraiya still hopes to avert war. He seeks to buy Konoha some time. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya. Do you expect so many of us to wait for you for 10 or 8 years? Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, scoffed. The ninjas of the allied forces erupted into laughter at her remark. Orochimaru has long been a rogue ninja from Konoha, yet over the years, Konoha has been unable to deal with him. Does this mean that war is unavoidable? The Mizukage's words ignited a fire within Jiraiya, known for his amicable nature. Nevertheless, he could no longer contain his frustration. These individuals were brazenly aggressive, leveraging their numbers. In this moment, Jiraiya fully resonated with Naruto's sentiment that peace must be fought for. If you persist in this muddled confusion and obstinate bickering, Konoha will not shy away from battle. Kakashi slowly removed his mask, revealing his Manjiki Sharingan. They all understood that they lacked irrefutable evidence implicating Konoha, yet that was of little consequence. War is not a matter of investigation. From the moment they united as an allied force, the specter of war became unavoidable. Chapter 108. The Konoha technician stands up. You youngsters speak boldly. When I roamed the ninja world, you were likely still nestled in your father's shadow. I wonder if your abilities match your bravado. The Raikage, notorious for his temper, stood with white hair and a muscular frame, exuding explosive power. Jiraiya, Kakashi, you two should come at me together. Do not accuse me of bullying the weak. Lightning release, thunder plow hot knife. With each strand of his hair standing on end, the Raikage was enveloped in a crackling aura of electricity as he activated the lightning release armor. This transformation not only significantly enhanced his strength, but also granted him a speed that rivaled the flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage. Surrounded by a tempest of lightning, he charged at Kakashi with breathtaking swiftness, unleashing his signature move, the lightning plow hot blade. You seek your own demise. Kakashi, who harbored a deep aversion to any mention of his father, found that his Mangeki Sharingan could not track the Raikage's velocity. However, his spiritual awareness was keen. As soon as the Raikage donned the lightning release armor, Kakashi launched a mental assault. Just as the Raikage's wrist was about to connect with Kakashi's head, his body suddenly froze, rendered immobile. A long sword infused with the might of thunder pierced through the Raikage's abdomen, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of lightning that sent shivers through the onlookers. The Raikage cried out in pain, swiftly retreating to the front lines of the allied forces. Is that an attack directed at the soul? And the power of that sword is formidable, he thought, clutching his wounded abdomen, his expression now grave as he regarded Kakashi. Having cast aside any lingering disdain, the Raikage is nothing of consequence, Kakashi declared as he thrust his sword into the Raikage's midsection, but did not cease his assault. His spirit beast soared into the clouds, and he ascended alongside it. Thunder roared in the heavens as a colossal sword, crackling with lightning, descended with an unstoppable force, rendering the world beneath it devoid of color. Some of the less capable ninjas within the allied forces turned pale at the sight of the enormous sword brimming with boundless thunderous energy. Though the alliance was numerous, most were mere rabble, with few truly capable warriors among them. Dust release, original world separation technique. Melt release, melt monster technique. Inoki and Tsunade observed with grave expressions, astonished at Kakashi's prowess. They hastily directed their efforts against the descending thunderous sword, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences if it were to strike their camp. The mighty sword dimmed somewhat upon encountering the resistance from Inoki and Tsunade. Its descent momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, the Raikage leapt high and struck the sword's body with a powerful punch, sending it hurtling away. Kakashi retracted his spirit beast, playfully twirling it in his hand. Shall we engage in a proper discussion now, gentlemen? He had not unleashed his full power in that encounter. Otherwise, the allied forces would have already suffered catastrophic losses. However, exerting such force would also deplete his spiritual and mental energy, and with Konoha's primary combat capabilities still not fully assembled, avoiding conflict was undoubtedly preferable. This opponent is quite formidable. The Raikage, Water Shadow, and Earth Shadow all regarded Kakashi with solemn expressions. Nearby, Jiraiya, whose abilities were likely on par with Kakashi's, hovered a mirror above his head, remaining unengaged. Incredible. The allied ninjas whispered among themselves, influenced by Naruto's perspective wherein all encounters seemed evenly matched. Kakashi, renowned as the Leaf's technician, stood undaunted against the three shadows of the great nations, commanding the spotlight with unmatched intensity. At that moment, two massive flying swords pierced through the clouds, hurtling toward the assembly from the distance, captivating everyone's gaze. What is that? All eyes in the venue were inevitably drawn upwards to the two colossal swords descending from the heavens. The ninjas of Konoha beamed with anticipation and exhilaration, while those among the allied forces stood, aghast at the spectacle. As the giant swords slowly descended, they revealed Sakura, Hinata, along with their team, the 12, and Itachi Uchiha. Hokage-sama, we have succeeded. Orochimaru has been captured, Lee proclaimed proudly, casting the ice-encased Orochimaru at Kakashi's feet. Subsequently, the 13 turned in unison to face the multitude of ninjas from the allied forces, their eyes brimming with combat intent. Notably, Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata were enveloped in armor of spiritual energy, weapons floating above them, radiating an aura of formidable power. Their overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth. Even the three Kaguya, Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage were taken aback, retreating a step in response. The culprit stands before you. I trust you possess means to uncover the truth. Should there be any further disturbances, Konoha shall not hesitate to respond. Kakashi declared, dragging Orochimaru before the assembly. The return of the 12 and Itachi bolstered his confidence. Yet he felt a pang of regret at Naruto's absence. Had he been present, he would have undoubtedly ensured the capture of these individuals. The three Kage exchanged glances, each harboring thoughts of retreat. Kakashi and Jiraiya were already formidable adversaries, and now faced with three equally powerful foes. They deemed that even a successful assault on Konoha could result in mutual devastation, a loss not worth incurring. With Orochimaru now in custody, they had a graceful exit. Hand Orochimaru over to us, Mizukichi Terumi stated. Kakashi tossed Orochimaru towards them, unperturbed by any tricks the allied forces might employ. In fact, he harbored a certain anticipation that they would eliminate Orochimaru to eradicate the evidence, thus legitimizing their actions. Though such a course would inflict heavy casualties on Konoha, it would be a worthy sacrifice. Alas, Kakashi's hopes were dashed. These ninjas had employed some interrogation methods that left the already weakened Orochimaru in an even more precarious state. I can hardly believe it. It was indeed Orochimaru's doing. It appears we were mistaken, exclaimed the Raikage. Since you acknowledge the misunderstanding, why not take your leave? Although the Raikage offered an apology, the insincerity in his tone irked Sasuke. Youngster Raikage, this matter was indeed our fault. Let us not quarrel with the youth. Just as the fiery Raikage seemed poised to clash with Sasuke, Inoki intervened urgently. Their land had suffered the gravest losses during the recent undead assault, and further conflict with Konoha, instigated by the Raikage, could spell doom for their nation. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the sky, a tumultuous wind arose, and a shroud of dark clouds enveloped the entirety of Konoha, as drops of black rain began to fall silently. Chapter 109. Catastrophe. A thunderous explosion pierced the heavens, sending chills down the spine. The sky instantaneously darkened, as if the world were being consumed by shadows. A fierce wind howled, and the thick clouds roiled ominously, casting Konoha into a deluge of pitch-black rain. What is happening? The assembled crowd was rendered speechless by the sudden and astonishing phenomenon, instinctively tilting their heads skyward. Dark clouds churned ominously above, while colossal bolts of lightning intertwined within them, as if attempting to rend the very heavens apart. An unparalleled sense of oppression enveloped the scene, plunging the entire area into a profound silence. Beware. This rain possesses an ominous quality. Do not let it touch you, Hinata declared, activating the second stage of her Byakugan as she gazed at the sky, where she perceived a colossal shadow descending from an alternate realm. As the inky rain fell upon her, she felt her spiritual and mental energies become sluggish. Realizing the urgency, she swiftly conjured a protective aura to shield herself from the malevolent rain, urging the others to heed her warning. My chakra has been sealed. So has mine. How could this be? Upon hearing Hinata's alarm, the others began to react, but it was already too late, for in this deluge of black rain, they were all drenched. To their horror, they discovered that their chakra and mental energies had been completely sealed, rendering them powerless. Even those from the Hidden Leaf village who practiced the chakra ninja arts found themselves equally incapacitated, their energies entirely restrained. As the black rain continued to pour, their spiritual and mental capacities were progressively locked away. With their mental powers curtailed, their ocular techniques faltered as well. The Manjiki Sharingan of Sasuke, Itachi, and Kakashi dimmed and ceased to function. This unsettling transformation instilled a sense of dread among all present. Their very means of survival had been shackled by the dark rain, akin to soldiers stripped of their arms, leaving them engulfed in fear and uncertainty. Quickly disperse. Move out of the rain's reach, Jiraiya shouted, warning everyone of the peculiar nature of the rain, which would seal their energies upon contact. A formidable adversary must certainly be descending from within those clouds, and they needed to escape the rain's embrace. Otherwise, those deprived of chakra and spiritual power would be utterly defenseless. Run. At Jiraiya's exhortation, the assembled ninjas scattered in all directions. A rumble echoed from above, as the torrential downpour intensified, submerging the entirety of Hidden Leaf Village beneath a cascade of black water. The shadow in the sky became fully revealed, a gargantuan black serpent, its body cloaked in ebony scales that glimmered with a chilling luminescence in the darkness. The serpent's head boasted a pair of massive, curved horns, while its immense form filled the vast expanse of the sky. With a flick of its tongue, the serpent ensnared dozens of fleeing ninjas, devouring them whole. The sight was so horrifying that many ninjas lost control of their bladders, and some, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure and terror, fainted. Amidst this chaos, a few resolute ninjas, while fleeing, brandished shurikens and hurled them at the looming serpent. With their chakra and spiritual energies sealed, they were left to rely solely on their weaponry and physical prowess. In a flurry, their projectiles rained down upon the black serpent, creating a cacophony of metallic clashes. The shurikens struck the black serpent, yet they inflicted no harm, merely tickling it. However, the serpent perceived its dignity to have been affronted and became frenzied with rage. It roared as its massive form dove towards the throngs below, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. Despite its colossal size, the black serpent moved with astonishing speed, crashing down upon the earth, leaving devastation in its wake. The ground trembled, and chaos ensued among the ninjas, resulting in an immediate and staggering loss of life. The once dark waters formed by the torrential rain below were swiftly tainted crimson with blood. The relentless downpour continued, as if intent on transforming the entire ninja realm into a vast, dark ocean. The serpent prowled through the sanguine waters, mercilessly claiming the lives of those who could not escape. Only a handful of physically adept ninjas managed to evade its grasp, while the coalition of thousands dwindled to mere hundreds, most gravely injured, with the allied forces nearly annihilated. The situation was scarcely better for the Leaf Village. Despite Kakashi and Jiraiya's valiant efforts to save their comrades, many were consumed by the Black Serpent, and others became scattered in their frantic flight. Even those who had undergone the purification of the Spirit Spring found themselves unable to withstand the serpent's onslaught. Fortunately, a majority of the Leaf's personnel had been preemptively relocated to a hidden realm by Kakashi, leaving only a few elite ninjas behind. The ominous storm expanded its reach. Initially confined to the Leaf Village, now engulfing the entire Land of Fire. The remaining ninjas retreated to distant peaks, gazing down at the spreading black waters. Once ensnared within this mysterious domain, all energy would be sealed away. A solution to this tempest must be found swiftly, or the entire ninja realm would be submerged, leaving no one to escape the serpent's predation. Jiraiya's complexion was ashen, blood staining his lips. He had sustained internal injuries while attempting to rescue others. "Our chakra is sealed. We cannot contend with mere physical prowess," remarked Meitarumi, the Mizukage, equally wounded. "We must retreat to the hidden realm. Once our energy is restored, we can devise a plan," Hinata suggested. Everyone was injured and lacked the strength to fight, especially as the storm's area of influence continued to grow, threatening to extend across the entire ninja realm. Safety could only be found within the hidden sanctuary. "That is the only course," Jiraiya concurred with Hinata's assessment. The Black Serpent continued its rampage, and a strategy to delay it was imperative. Otherwise, they would likely perish before reaching safety. "Your injuries are severe. I shall take the lead," Kakashi asserted resolutely. Though merely the acting Hokage, he recognized the necessity of stepping forward to protect his comrades and fulfill his duties. "You need not compete. I am the swiftest, and as an old man, my death would be of little consequence," declared the Raikage. "Are you implying something about me?" Inoki retorted, stepping forward as well. "Enough of this bickering. If you persist, none shall depart. Let us hastily retreat to the hidden realm, and once our energies are replenished, we can return to assist," Hinata urged, a green aura illuminating her as she began to levitate. Despite the dullness of her spiritual and mental energies, she remained the only ninja among the crowd capable of flight. With a fierce determination, Hinata soared above the Black Serpent, launching a shuriken imbued with her spiritual power at the creature. Although her attack failed to breach its defenses, it successfully captured the serpent's attention, leading it away as she deftly maneuvered through the air. How shameful. I, an elder, must rely on a young girl for protection. Raikage and the other ninjas from various villages bowed their heads in embarrassment. "What is her name? If she survives this calamity, our village of Kirigakure shall repay her kindness," Terumi May solemnly remarked as she gazed at Hinata's retreating silhouette. "Her name is Hyuga Hinata, one of the finest ninjas of Konoha. We must swiftly regain our strength and come to her aid. That is the best way to honor her sacrifice," Kakashi declared before hastily departing toward the secret realm. The others cast a glance at Hinata, all of them remembering the pivotal moment when this young girl stood up to protect them. Seeing her successfully divert the Black Serpent and momentarily evade danger, they too ceased their insistence. They gathered the dispersed ninjas and swiftly followed Kakashi into the depths of the secret realm. Chapter 110. The Sorrow of the Ninja World. A torrential black rain fell across the entire ninja world, with dark floods rampaging uncontrollably. Many low-lying areas had already been submerged, leaving the ninja realm in a state of despair. Sakura, Sasuke, and Gaara had gathered together after being separated by the serpent's rampage. What should we do? My spiritual energy and mental faculties are completely sealed. I cannot use them. Sakura exclaimed, her gaze fixed anxiously on the relentless black rain pouring from the sky. Relying solely on taijutsu will hardly breach that massive serpent's defenses. Our immediate priority is to escape the rain's coverage, regain our strength, and then formulate a plan, Itachi suggested. I fear it may already be too late. The downpour has spread throughout the ninja world, and we may have nowhere left to flee, Mitsuba remarked, clutching his chest with a bloodied hand. For warriors like them, the absence of chakra mattered little, but he was no match for the black serpent, whose scales were impervious. Even with his best techniques, he could not pierce the serpent's formidable hide. Just as they deliberated, the distant roar of the serpent echoed once more. This is bad. The serpent is coming this way, Gaara warned. Wait, it seems there is someone. It's Hinata. They spotted her wavering in midair, the black serpent viciously attacking from behind. Yet, Hinata appeared to anticipate the serpent's strikes. As she veered left, the serpent's attack would emerge from her right, each of her evasions perfectly timed to evade the creature's onslaught. This was one of the abilities granted by her 8 trigrams palanquin, which she referred to as her guardian luck. As the flow of her spiritual and mental energy grew increasingly sluggish, she relied heavily on this protective energy shield to keep her safe. You must hurry to the secret realm. There is no black rain there. Regain your strength and come to my aid. Hinata, nearing the limits of her control, called out to her companions, having finally spotted Sasuke and the others. But what about you? Sakura asked anxiously. I can hold on for a while longer. You all should flee. Hinata strained to steer the black serpent away in another direction. No, you go. I will assist Hinata, Sakura declared, gripping her Tenketsu sword and charging towards the serpent. You cannot go, Itachi interjected, blocking Sakura's path. Your spiritual and mental powers are unavailable. If you rush in now, you will only burden Hinata further. Indeed, we must hasten back to the secret realm. The black rain cannot reach us there. Once we restore our powers, we can return to support Hinata, Sasuke added in agreement. Persuaded by their words, the group reluctantly abandoned their intentions and swiftly turned towards the secret realm. Meanwhile, Hinata, swaying unsteadily, led the black serpent in a wide arc before returning to the skies above Konoha. With the streets teeming with people, mostly ordinary citizens, those from Konoha began to retreat, rendering the serpent's rampage harmless amidst the chaos. In another realm, Naruto finally ascended to the 99th step. Upon reaching this point, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet the rewards were immeasurable, particularly at the last 9 steps. Each contained the essence of true laws, solidifying his previously unstable foundation. During this journey, the 5 elements orb was refined, and the small world within the central palace was fully formed. The energies of the 5 elements within him intertwined with his primordial spirit, enabling Naruto to truly enter the Sage Realm. Upon reaching the 81st and 90th steps, he acquired 2 items, a needle threaded with a red line and a shuttle. Naruto pondered, could this true realm have been left behind by a skilled seamstress? The shuttle, typically used for weaving, and the needle required no further explanation. However, what perplexed Naruto was that these seemingly ordinary items were placed at the pinnacle. Logically, they should be more precious than the Sage Talisman. He carefully stored them within Mount Fongswan, contemplating their potential for refinement. Upon reaching the 99th step, Naruto discovered that there were no treasure chests here. At the summit stood 2 massive gates, one inscribed with the characters for Human Realm, while the other bore a large fist imprint that obscured its inscription. At that moment, the reincarnation palace within Naruto vibrated unexpectedly, and the ethereal voice resonated once more, akin to the whispers of celestial beings or the lamentations of deities. Concurrently, the 2 gates of the true realm began to tremble. In an instant, the gate marked by the fist imprint vanished from Naruto's sight, reappearing within Mount Fongswan. Astonished, Naruto wondered why everything seemed to gravitate towards him. Just as he had been contemplating how to transport the gates, they had inexplicably entered his being, stirring a sense of unease. Once the gate entered Mount Fongswan, the The reincarnation palace, originally atop the mountain, descended into Naruto's small world, disappearing. Replaced by the gate defaced by the fist imprint. Still reeling from his astonishment, the gate inscribed with human realm and the entire true realm suddenly materialized within his small world. A barren mountain and the gate integrated seamlessly into the landscapes of his realm. In the next moment, Naruto found himself back within the shinobi world, suddenly sensing a connection with it, as if he could feel its anguish. As the scene unfolded before him, Naruto's fury ignited instantly. What had transpired? They were now above the land of fire, where a torrential black storm raged, submerging the earth in a deluge of dark crimson waters. Amidst this ghastly flood floated numerous human corpses, and the acrid scent of blood permeated every corner of the ninja world, leaving it ravaged and nearly obliterated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as enormous spatial rifts appeared ahead, as if forcefully torn open by unseen hands. This was dire. It seemed to lead towards Konoha. Without hesitation, Naruto surged towards the rifts, his heart racing at the sight in the distance. Hinata was enveloped in a green energy shield, teetering precariously as she plunged into one of the rifts. Behind her, a colossal black serpent pursued relentlessly. Once Hinata fell into the rift, it closed swiftly, leaving the serpent to roar in frustration at the loss of its target. Hinata! Naruto cried out, his urgency palpable, yet upon his arrival, there was no trace of her. He recognized that the green light surrounding Hinata was activated by the Yada no Kagami, a blessing that could bring her fortune and shield her from calamity. But he could not ascertain whether she would emerge unscathed after entering the rift. Summoning the Chikage sword, he struck fiercely at the spot where Hinata had vanished. Yet the sword could not breach the fabric of space. Roaring with rage, the black serpent, having lost its quarry, redirected its wrath towards Naruto. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed him whole. Chapter 111. The young lord, to his astonishment, although the serpent had consumed him, its mouth could not close. Standing resolutely within the cavernous mouth of the serpent, Naruto braced himself against its upper jaw and unleashed his celestial powers. In an instant, the serpent was violently torn asunder, its body crushed by Naruto's might. After vanquishing the beast, Naruto retracted his celestial abilities and floated amidst the relentless downpour of black rain, which could not disrupt him. Within him lay a world of his own, impervious to the deluge that could not sever his spiritual and mental energies. Had they all met misfortune? A wave of profound unease washed over Naruto. His consciousness surged forth like a tide, and within a radius of 1,000 meters, he sensed no trace of life. As if the entirety of Konoha had been extinguished. Little Lord, he is Uzumaki Naruto. Before him, a colossal throne began to coalesce in the void, upon which sat a man with raven hair. Behind him, an old woman knelt, addressing him with deference. Ants, kneel and beg for mercy. I might consider granting you a different demise. The man on the throne gazed down at Naruto with an expression of haughty disdain, his cold, unfeeling eyes filled with contempt, as if Naruto were but a mere insect beneath his heel, utterly insignificant. Who the hell are you? Naruto retorted, undaunted by the powerful aura emanating from the man. His voice laced with scorn. How dare you? This is the young lord of the upper realm, Uzumaki Naruto. You should kneel before him. The young master of the realm remained silent, yet the ghostly matron, who had been crawling behind him, spoke first, exuding an air of arrogance. The young master furrowed his brow slightly, casting a displeased glance at her, causing her to fall silent, as if struck by a chill. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto, is it? Quite intriguing, but in my eyes, you are merely a slightly larger insect. The young master's aura surged ominously, a terrifying pressure enveloping Naruto. He extended a finger, seemingly piercing through the fabric of space, descending upon Naruto with the annihilating force intended to crush him. Naruto's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming mental force erupted from him, solidifying in the air and halting the young master's finger in its tracks. Pathetic. Is this all you've got? The young master was indeed formidable. Had it been before Naruto's ascension to sagehood, he might have perished under that single finger. Yet now, Naruto was no longer within his grasp. Ha. I did not anticipate that a mortal realm could produce a sage. Uzumaki Naruto, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall ensure you perish in agony and despair. Withdrawing his hand, a colossal crucifix began to rise beside him. Tsunade's complexion turned ashen, her hands and feet nailed to the cross. She struggled to lift her head, her eyes meeting Naruto's, and tears streamed down her face. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak to him, yet no sound emerged. And she eventually lowered her head in defeat. What a perfect figure! The young master's face twisted with wicked delight as he raised his hand slightly, ripping Tsunade's garments to shreds. He lifted her chin gently and turned to Naruto with a mocking glint in his eyes, saying, "Ha ha ha, insect. I want you to witness her humiliation before me, and then I shall let you savor the taste of death. Bastard, remove your filthy hands. If you dare lay a finger on her, I will make you regret ever stepping into this world." Witnessing Tsunade's degradation upon the cross, Naruto clenched his fists, veins bulging, his eyes turning crimson with rage. A palpable aura of killing intent enveloped him, ascending to the heavens, resembling a vengeful deity from the depths of hell. The crimson shadow surged forth, striking directly at the young master's head, yet the blade of the crimson sky merely passed through him, unable to make contact, as though a barrier separated their realms. Naruto channeled every ounce of his strength, relentlessly assaulting the space before the young master, yet he could not reach him. "Spare yourself the effort. My true form resides in a different dimension entirely." Despair? Anger? The more enraged you become, the more exhilarated I feel. The young master observed Naruto with a twisted delight, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air, as if something had been punctured. The young master's laughter froze on his lips as a shuttle effortlessly tore through the space before him, shattering it like mere paper. Naruto successfully breached the young master's domain, his eyes ablaze with an earth-shattering power as he landed a devastating punch upon the young master's face, causing his cheek to cave in before he was sent flying. Just moments ago, Naruto exhausted every means at his disposal, yet found himself unable to breach this space. In a moment of desperation, he discarded everything within his dimensional space, only to discover that the shuttle obtained in the realm of reality effortlessly pierced through the fabric of space. Approaching Tsunade, he removed his outer coat and gently draped it over her shoulders, channeling countless strands of tree essence into her body to heal her wounds. "Sister, wait for me a moment. It will be over soon." As the tree essence flowed into Tsunade, her injuries began to mend. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at Naruto and nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. Naruto then turned to glare at the old witch, binding her soul with a chain of divine energy, causing her to collapse in terror. With the witch subdued, Naruto continued towards the injured young lord. "So, you are the young lord? I thought you were quite formidable." In an instant, Naruto was beside him, seizing his throat and delivering a series of resounding slaps to his face. The young lord, dazed from the blows, had not anticipated Naruto's ability to shatter the space, nor did he expect such overwhelming power from him. Despite having reached the Sage Realm long ago, and having refined the Black Water Secret Realm to enhance his strength further, he found himself unable to withstand Naruto's fist. "I am the young lord," he screeched, desperately attempting to break free from Naruto's grip, his face a gruesome mess, barely recognizable. "What is this? Aren't you supposed to be powerful?" The young lord, his throat locked in Naruto's grasp as if he were a mere chick, felt a profound humiliation. His rage surged. Never before had he experienced such degradation across realms. He unleashed all his strength to free himself from Naruto's grip, but Naruto's hand clamped down like a vice, rendering him powerless. Chapter 112. I still prefer your untamed spirit. The young lord's true form remained within the secret realm, having subdued the Black Water Mystic Serpent and sacrificed souls to refine the entire Black Water Secret Realm. He then maneuvered this realm above Konoha, ensuring his true self would not be expelled by the laws of the mortal world, allowing him to act with impunity in the ninja realm. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Naruto. Although Naruto had only recently broken through to the sage level and did not possess a higher realm, he had solidified his foundation in the complete laws of the real world. Despite the young lord's higher cultivation, he had trained in a world lacking complete rules. Not only would he be unable to compete on equal footing with Naruto, but even a disparity of a single realm would lead to his defeat. Observing the young lord gasping for breath, Naruto paused and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. "You, egg, am I allowed to?" The young lord lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his cheeks swollen, struggling to articulate his words. Naruto stepped onto his chest, unleashing his spiritual energy, shattering the young lord's dantian. How dare you ruin my cultivation? You are doomed. You are doomed." Ignoring the anguished cries of the young master, Naruto extracted a talisman from his palm. This fellow had merely been feigning weakness, attempting to deceive Naruto. He incessantly channeled energy into the talisman. Although Naruto was unaware of the consequences of the talisman being charged, he certainly would not allow the young master to succeed in such a ruse before him. He was still too inexperienced for such tricks. After incapacitating the young master's dantian, Naruto turned to Tsunade. "Sister, bear with it. I shall remove the nails for you." Tsunade nodded. Under the nurturing essence of the little tree, her wounds had healed significantly, and her energy had been somewhat restored. At this moment, removing the nails would not be as painful. Naruto cautiously extracted the nails that had pierced Tsunade's hands and feet. Tsunade gritted her teeth tightly, unable to suppress a groan. Once the nails were removed, Naruto lifted Tsunade in his arms and infused her with the essence of the little tree once more. "That should suffice, Naruto. You can set me down now." Under the healing properties of the tree's essence, Tsunade's hands and feet quickly mended. Gazing upon Naruto's resolute visage, a sudden blush crept across her face. "My apologies, sister. I arrived late." Gently, Naruto placed Tsunade down. Her external injuries had healed, yet her spirit bore a heavy toll, rendering her exceedingly weak. As she landed, she stumbled, nearly falling. Naruto quickly steadied her. "Ah!" Tsunade gasped. The coat Naruto had draped over her slipped, but he promptly caught it, wrapping it around her once more. Tsunade's face flushed as she fumbled to adjust the coat. Typically, Tsunade regarded Naruto as a younger brother, occasionally teasing him. However, in this moment, facing him, she felt an unfamiliar fluster, a strange sensation blossoming within her heart. "Sister, how should we deal with these two?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade regained her composure. She glanced at the old witch and the young master, her eyes brimming with hatred. "Kill them. Spare me. Please spare me." The old witch, upon hearing Tsunade's command, was seized by terror, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Disregarding the old witch, Naruto helped Tsunade sit on the ground before approaching the young master. He seized him and crucified his hands and feet upon a wooden cross. "Ah, insect. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the upper realm. Our father transcends the realm of immortals. How dare you treat me this way?" As Naruto secured the young master to the cross, he still felt unsatisfied. He retrieved a shuriken and pinned the young master's little worm as well. With his cultivation significantly diminished, the young master promptly fainted from the pain. Naruto stepped before the old witch, brandishing the Chishao sword before her aged face. "This is all you're doing, isn't it?" No matter how he pondered, Naruto could not fathom that the old witch had survived. During the pursuit of Danzo, the old witch had emerged from the Inyang's secret realm alongside the Saintess. At that time, Naruto had believed the old witch had perished beneath his Chishao sword, and the circumstances had not allowed him the time to investigate further. He originally believed that neither Obito nor Ju could stir any significant turmoil, planning instead to search for hidden realms while tracking these two individuals. However, he never anticipated that the old witch was still alive. "Spare me. I am merely their pawn." Acting under the orders of the Saintess and the young lord, the old witch was not merely intimidated by Naruto's glare. Rather, Naruto had employed a soul attack, binding her spirit at that moment. "Speak. Tell me about the Saintess and this so-called young lord." Driven by an intense will to survive, the old witch divulged information as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that the so-called upper realm was merely a name for a hidden realm, akin to the Inyang realm and Boku Mountain. It was not the upper realm Naruto had envisioned, although this hidden realm possessed formidable strength and profound origins. Within it resided a being surpassing the sage realm, the very entity Naruto had previously encountered, an androgynous figure. The young lord was its offspring. While the Saintess was the young lord's fiancée, Naruto was curious about the circumstances of the young lord's birth. Could it be that the androgynous being had birthed its own child? The thought sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Their purpose for coming to the shinobi world was to seek a treasure of great significance, though the old witch was unaware of its precise nature. Having extracted this information, Naruto deemed her no longer valuable and promptly disposed of her. Naruto, concerned about the potential retaliation from this transcendent being, noticed Tsunade's worried expression upon hearing the news. "Do not fret. These individuals cannot wield their transcendent powers in the shinobi world. Sister, have you forgotten that we have already defeated that androgynous being once?" Naruto reassured her. Tsunade nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Naruto, feeling greatly at ease with him by her side, though she remained slightly concerned for his safety. Naruto approached the unconscious young lord, splashing water onto his face, causing the young lord to awaken abruptly. "You are finished." Before the young lord could complete his threat, Naruto delivered a punch, rendering him unconscious once more. After repeating this several times, the young lord finally surrendered. Upon regaining consciousness, he no longer threatened Naruto, but instead adopted a submissive tone. Spare me. I can grant you anything you desire." With a resounding slap, Naruto delivered another powerful blow, though this time he moderated his strength to avoid knocking him out. "I still prefer your defiant demeanor." In this instance, the young lord did not faint from Naruto's strikes, but rather from sheer indignation. In their world, he was the supreme ruler, and none dared oppose him. Even in other realms, people would show him utmost respect due to his father's intimidating presence. In his eyes, the shinobi world was merely the lowest tier, and he regarded its inhabitants as insignificant as ants. Yet, these very ants had not only defeated him, but had humiliated him time and again. What frustrated him further was the fact that this ant showed no fear of his threats, or perhaps it was simply unaware of the terror his father represented. It was akin to a prince arriving in an isolated primitive tribe, where his father's influence held no sway whatsoever. If he provokes the people here, they would not hesitate to eliminate you without a second thought. The young lord felt an unprecedented sense of frustration and helplessness. Although he possessed considerable power, it was primarily derived from his father's influence. He was merely a spoiled scion, a mere empty vessel lacking genuine talent or skill. Under Naruto's stern guidance, the young lord ultimately acquiesced. He spoke freely to Naruto, revealing everything he knew. The ninja world, often referred to as a forsaken land, follows incomplete rules, yet it conceals a treasure of immense value. The specifics of this treasure remain unclear to me, but I know that acquiring it would elevate our realm to the ranks of the most powerful worlds. This treasure, Naruto surmised that the treasure mentioned by the young lord could very well be the land of reality. Beyond the ninja world, numerous other realms exist, inhabited by a myriad of races. Naruto had heard about these worlds from Gamamaru on Mount Myaboku, yet the young lord evidently possessed more knowledge. These realms engage in relentless conflict, devouring one another. After eons of strife, 3 worlds ultimately emerged as the mightiest powers among all. Many realms, unwilling to be consumed, chose to align themselves with these 3 forces. However, some worlds opted not to affiliate with them, instead developing in secrecy, aspiring to ascend to greatness. The upper realm, where the young lord resided, was one such world. His father, a man of great ambition, planned to support the evil god sect in unifying the ninja world, ensuring that the treasure would eventually fall into their hands. This was due to a peculiar rule within the ninja world that forbids the emergence of powers surpassing that of sages. Thus, the matter was entrusted entirely to the saintess. However, she encountered Naruto, who annihilated the evil god sect she had painstakingly cultivated, leading to her expulsion from the ninja world. Have you heard of the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto had not anticipated that he had inadvertently saved the ninja world once, but compared to the young lord's tales of a multi-world rivalry and a tripartite balance of power, he was far more concerned about the Otsutsuki clan, as they posed an inevitable threat, and he suspected their intentions might align with his own. You speak of Takamagara, do you not? It is said that the sovereign there is the most beautiful woman in all worlds, yet alas, I cannot bask in her grace. Speak plainly. Naruto observed how this fellow became entranced at the mere mention of the world's foremost beauty, nearly drooling, and promptly delivered a slap to the young lord's face. Enough. I truly know little about Takamagara. That world is shrouded in mystery. After receiving the slap, the young lord snapped back to reality, intending to rebuke. But upon meeting Naruto's icy gaze, he refrained. Did you not just claim that the sovereign there is the most beautiful woman in all worlds? Indeed, it is said so. Yet very few have ever laid eyes upon the ruler of Takamagara, and my father forbids me from venturing into that realm. He speaks of it with great caution. Upon hearing the words of the young master, Naruto found himself lost in contemplation. From Gamamaru, he learned that the Otsutsuki clan might have been those who, in the ancient times of the ninja world, proclaimed themselves as deities. The young master mentioned that the realm of the Otsutsuki was referred to as Takamagara, ruled by the most beautiful woman across all realms. This evoked in Naruto thoughts of certain myths from the island nation. Was not the sovereign of Takamagara none other than Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun? Alongside her were figures like Susanoo, Izanagi, and Izanami, all characters from myth. If the Otsutsuki clan truly embodies these mythical beings, Could their purpose in the ninja world mirror that of the young master? To dominate the realm and seek the ultimate treasure? Their so-called ultimate treasure might very well be the realms of truth, which had now merged into his own small world. However, as of now, Naruto had not discerned their significance. All of this remained mere speculation. Lastly, where was the little girl who had fallen into the space rift? Naruto collected his thoughts. Hinata had plunged into the spatial crack, yet he surmised that this was not orchestrated by the young master. I do not know, the young master replied. She likely ventured into another world, or perhaps perished amidst the chaotic currents of space. What did you say? Naruto's killing intent surged. If it were not for this individual forcibly bringing the black water forbidden realm into the ninja world, the spatial rift would never have manifested, and Hinata would not be in peril. Brother, I speak the truth. Even a sage would struggle to survive amidst the turbulent currents of space without relying on treasures. Naruto furrowed his brow. Hinata had fallen into the spatial rift, and he was utterly unaware of her whereabouts. The only comfort he found was that she possessed the Yada no Kagami, which could bestow good fortune upon her. She had fallen into the rift while activating the protective aura of the Yada no Kagami. It was highly likely that she encountered some fortuitous opportunity and would be safe. Moreover, Naruto had recently inadvertently discovered a shuttle obtained from the realms of truth that could pierce through space. Once he dealt with matters in the ninja world, he would seek out Hinata. Do you know what this is? Naruto recalled the shuttle that could pierce space and promptly retrieved it, inquiring of the young master. This is most likely a replica of a time-space shuttle, the young master remarked, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he observed the shuttle in Naruto's hand. Why do you say it is a replica? Naruto, keenly aware of the young master's greedy gaze, perceived that, in his eyes, the young master was already as good as dead, merely a vessel to extract whatever remaining value he held. The true time-space shuttle is ranked among the top 3 treasures across all realms, possessing unparalleled power to traverse time and space, and it has an owner. Hence, I surmise that what you possess is merely a counterfeit. Naruto then produced the red-threaded needle acquired from the realms of truth, but the young master was also unfamiliar with it. Naruto posed several other queries, and surprisingly, the young master was quite cooperative. Very well, you may depart. Naruto suddenly felt a sense of alertness. If the young master was not an utter fool, he was likely stalling for time. It is you who should be departing. A triumphant smile spread across the young master's face. A wisp of black mist erupted from his brow, entering Naruto's forehead. In an instant, Naruto stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Chapter 114. You think too much Naruto Uzumaki, your demise is imminent. This is but a fragment of my father's soul, and your essence shall be devoured entirely. The young lord effortlessly broke free from the confines of the crucifix, a device of his own creation, designed specifically for the torment of women. He had intentionally allowed himself to be pinned by Naruto. In the recent battle, not only was his cultivation severely impaired, but his spirit was also gravely wounded. Naruto's seemingly casual punch contained multifarious elements, capable of inflicting harm on both the soul and the corporeal form. He deliberately delayed, waiting for his spiritual energy to recover slightly before summoning a shard of his father's soul. Naruto, Tsunade, upon hearing the young lord's proclamation, grew frantic. She yearned to rise and assist Naruto, yet her current state rendered her far too feeble to stand. You wretched woman, I shall make you experience the 18 tortures of this young lord. Although he had regained some of his spiritual energy after his brief delay, he remained in a half-crippled state. Having summoned a fragment of his father's soul, he found himself devoid of strength to fight, yet he maintained an air of confidence. His faith in his father was unshakable. Merely uttering his father's name commanded respect even from the most powerful realms. Now, with a fragment of his father's soul at his disposal, capturing Naruto Uzumaki was a foregone conclusion. He gazed cruelly at Tsunade and Naruto, as if they were already at his mercy, ready to be obliterated. You scoundrel! I shall not allow you to succeed. After countless attempts, Tsunade finally managed to rise, unsteadily approaching the young lord step by step. If you willingly submit to me, I may spare Naruto Uzumaki. The young lord felt a flicker of panic as Tsunade advanced toward him. His condition was so dire that even an ordinary person could easily dispatch him. Thus, he feigned strength, attempting to deceive Tsunade. However, she was impervious to his ruse. Her gaze was resolute. Even if the young lord stood at the height of his power, she would press forward without hesitation. One more step, and Naruto Uzumaki will perish immediately. As the young lord realized his intimidation tactics were ineffective, he resorted to threatening Naruto. "You are overestimating yourself, brother." The previously motionless Naruto suddenly spoke, a beam of golden light piercing the young lord's forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. His father had intervened, yet Naruto appeared unscathed. What could possibly be happening? Unfortunately, he would never uncover the truth, as he had already been irrevocably cast into oblivion. "Sister, I told you to rest well. Why have you come here?" Naruto turned to support Tsunade, a smile gracing his lips. "Scoundrel!" Tsunade raised her fist, instinctively preparing to deliver a playful punch to Naruto's chest. However, her spirit had suffered tremendously, rendering her body weak. Her blow landed on Naruto's chest, resembling more of a playful nudge from a little girlfriend. As Naruto was about to tease Tsunade, she suddenly collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. This ordeal had truly been an unprecedented torment for her, especially in terms of her spirit. Although she was engaged to Kat Datsu, he tragically passed away before their marriage, leaving her still untouched. Had it not been for Naruto shattering the spatial barrier, she could hardly fathom her fate. "It is all right now." Observing Tsunade weeping in his embrace, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He held her tightly, softly comforting her. Despite Tsunade's usual commanding demeanor as a formidable woman, every individual possesses a vulnerable side, particularly after enduring such a calamity. Recently, the young realm master summoned a fragment of his father's soul into Naruto's spiritual core, an entity that was half male, half female. Initially, Naruto felt a twinge of apprehension. However, before the entity could utter a word upon entering the core, that ethereal voice re-emerged, and the fragment of the soul instantaneously transformed into nourishment within Naruto's miniature world. Naruto lamented the lost opportunity to inquire how such a being birthed the young realm master, hoping to pose the question upon encountering the entity's true form in the future. Suddenly, the black serpent, which Naruto had just crushed, surged forth once more from the depths of the water. Tsunade gasped, halting her tears, her face flushed and slightly flustered. She quickly extricated herself from Naruto's embrace, hastily wiping away her tears to mask her disarray. "Sister, there is no need to panic. This creature has submitted to me." Naruto had long suspected that the black water serpent was not truly dead. Although he had just crushed it, it had reformed its body in the water, suggesting its immortality within the realm of black water. At that moment, Tsunade's predicament took precedence over the serpent's fate. The consciousness of the black water serpent had just reached Naruto's mind. Expressing gratitude for liberating it from the young realm master's control and offering to form a contract with Naruto as his summoning beast. "Sister, this creature wishes to become my summoning beast, but I am not particularly interested. Would you like it?" Naruto opted not to establish a summoning contract with the serpent. He might consider it if it were a black dragon, but this serpent was a different matter entirely. It had just claimed many lives. Dispatching it would be more prudent. At this point, Tsunade had regained her composure. Though Naruto was unaware of the preceding events, she had witnessed everything unfold. The black water serpent roared twice more, appearing anxious, its expression taking on a more human-like quality. Previously controlled by the young realm master, this was not its true intent, Naruto explained to Tsunade. The serpent roared again, nodding at Tsunade, as if affirming his words. "I already have a slug. I do not require another. Perhaps it would be better to leave it for someone else." "That sounds reasonable. I wonder how the others are faring." After emerging from the realm of truth, Naruto went directly to the ninja world, still uncertain of the other circumstances. They had all retreated to the Inyang secret realm, so they should be safe. From the moment the 8-nation allied forces entered Konoha, Tsunade had been a witness to everything. Although at that time, they were within the black water domain, and the ninja world was unaware of their presence. That is reassuring. Naruto instructed the black water serpent to gather the black water that had engulfed the ninja world. The serpent, a spirit of the black water domain, was born alongside it. Aside from itself, no other beings inhabited this secret realm, which consisted entirely of a vast black sea. Those who enter are inevitably ensnared, their energy and spiritual prowess sealed away. The minor lord exploits this peculiar feature of the black water abyss, rendering the ninjas of the hidden leaf helpless. Without this advantage, his true form could not manifest in the ninja realm. The black water serpent alone could not have wrought such devastation. Naruto finds it astonishing that beyond the ninja realm, countless worlds exist, each with its own unique environment and laws, igniting within him a fervent desire for exploration. The myriad realms spoken of by the minor lord beckon him, yet he must first address the pressing matters at hand. With Hinata missing and the ninja realm on the brink of annihilation, Naruto is acutely aware that he still has to contend with both Kaguya and Obito. In Chapter 115, Jiraiya's live broadcast, all surviving ninjas have gathered in the Inyang secret realm, the majority of whom bear injuries. Although this sanctuary is devoid of the eerie black rain, they have not immediately regained their energy upon entering. The foreign ninjas are astonished to discover that the leaf possesses such an extraordinary space. They are aware that alternate dimensions exist within the ninja realm, as many summoning beasts originate from these realms. However, such spaces are generally inhospitable to humans. Amid their amazement, they also feel a twinge of apprehension about their previous assault on the leaf. With such a unique realm, the leaf stands invulnerable. Should they falter in battle, they can retreat into this sanctuary, rendering any attack futile. Previously, the leaf's possession of an alternate dimension might not have posed a significant threat, as their capabilities were limited. However, the current situation is drastically altered. Kakashi's return and the presence of Hinata and others, who possess powers beyond their comprehension, shift the balance. All present are elite ninjas from various villages, and they are astute enough to discern that the leaf's ninjas have transcended the conventional ninja system. At present, even a coalition of 8 nations would struggle to match their strength. If they were allowed to develop within the secret realm for a few years, the leaf could easily eradicate them. Consequently, everyone silently resolves to avoid antagonizing the leaf in the future. I can wield spiritual energy now. Kakashi is the first to recover. Upon realizing he can once again utilize his powers, he attempts to rush out to aid Hinata, but stumbles forward, spewing blood and collapsing slowly backward. Sasuke, quick to react, catches him. Kakashi had been struck by the black serpent, injuring his internal organs. He had merely been enduring until now. I will go support Hinata. Both Sasuke and Sakura declare simultaneously. They are only lightly injured and have regained their ability to use spiritual energy. Do not rush. My Yata mirror might provide insight into the situation in the leaf. Let us observe before making any decisions, Jiraiya interjects, now capable of using spiritual energy as well. The Yata mirror ascends into the sky, enlarging rapidly, revealing a pitch-black scene. At that moment, the Yata mirror resembles a colossal screen, though the images displayed are obscured in darkness, leaving the location unknown. This is the ultimate telescope technique developed by Jiraiya, utilizing the amplifying ability of the Yata mirror. The original telescope technique could only monitor a specific individual, necessitating an understanding of that person's chakra nature. However, in pursuit of better material for his writings, Jiraiya transformed this technique to observe a particular location. He first left his chakra at the site requiring surveillance, and then, through the Yata mirror, employed the telescope technique to witness all occurrences in that area. Oops. A change of perspective was necessary. As Jiraiya once again activated the telescope technique, the scene within the mirror shifted dramatically. A building emerged in the display, half submerged in dark water, with a massive sign atop, part of which was already engulfed. Reading Women's Bathhouse. Oops. Let us try again. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly and quickly adjusted the viewpoint. As he switched to the hotel, specifically the women's changing room, everyone present, who had been anxiously watching the Yata mirror, suddenly felt a wave of exasperation wash over them with each scene change. They were overcome with the impulse to reprimand Jiraiya. What on earth had he been observing all this time? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Jiraiya was drenched in sweat. He recalled leaving a chakra mark on the Hokage statue, which allowed him to observe the entire Konoha, the only legitimate observation point he had established in the village. Fortunately, at the last moment, he successfully switched to the viewpoint of the Hokage statue, and the entire scene of Konoha materialized in the Yata mirror. Jiraiya sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding a potential brawl. It was Hinata. What a relief. She was unharmed. The scene displayed Hinata returning to Konoha with the black snake. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, prepared to leave the secret realm to assist Hinata, when suddenly she vanished from view. In the next instant, Naruto appeared in her place, the image devoid of sound, revealing Naruto's grim expression as he relentlessly attacked the air. "Ah, it's Naruto. He is back," Sakura exclaimed in delight, but the atmosphere remained heavy with silence. Though sound eluded them, most had already surmised the grim reality. Hinata was likely in grave peril, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. They were safe here solely because of this angelic girl who had heroically held the line for them in a critical moment. Guilt, shame, and sorrow enveloped the group, with some emotional ninjas even shedding tears. Upon hearing Sakura's shout, the sorrowful crowd lifted their heads, only to witness Naruto, who had been attacking the air, suddenly being consumed by the black snake, causing hearts to race in alarm. The foreign ninjas present were unfamiliar with Naruto, but upon seeing the immense serpent swallow him, they could not suppress their gasps of shock. Yet, in the next heartbeat, those foreign ninjas witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Naruto transformed into a colossal giant, tearing the black snake asunder. The serpent, which had nearly devastated the ninja world, was utterly obliterated by Naruto's might. This was truly astonishing, leaving everyone dumbfounded, collectively inhaling sharply. What power is this? After the initial shock, Reikage was drenched in cold sweat. He had previously contemplated launching an attack on Konoha. Yet in the face of such overwhelming power, the entirety of the hidden cloud village seemed utterly insignificant. Was he even human? On par with Noki. Reikage struggled to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, the Mizukage, Terumi-me, was left speechless by the revelation. The scene unfolded further. After Naruto tore apart the black serpent, he launched another assault into the air. His expression appeared even more frenzied than before, akin to a being stripped of reason. A collective sense of discomfort washed over the onlookers. Through the screen, they could feel Naruto's anguish and fury. It became evident how crucial she was to him. Would you feel the same if it were I who vanished, Naruto? Sakura was already in tears, her heart heavy for Hinata while simultaneously aching for Naruto, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Sakura and the others believed Naruto was still searching for Hinata, for the lesser realm's lord and Tsunade were in a different dimension. Given their vast distance and the barriers of Sage Mode, even proximity would not guarantee visibility. The emotional tide stirred by Naruto gripped everyone, and just then, he suddenly vanished from the screen. Where did he go? How could he disappear? The series of events that transpired today exceeded their comprehension. The black storm that sealed Chakra, the descending black serpent, and the inexplicable disappearance of Hinata and Naruto. Perhaps there lurked an unseen enemy in the shadows. Jiraiya, nearly recovered, gazed at the Yata mirror with a grave expression. Hinata had previously warned him that there was more than one adversary. I shall investigate. Sakura and Sasuke could no longer remain seated. Their injuries had healed completely. If there truly was another enemy lurking, Hinata and Naruto were likely engaged in battle with this invisible foe, and they needed to provide support. I will join you. Jiraiya, feeling uneasy about Sakura and Sasuke's safety, resolved to accompany them. I shall go as well. Everyone present, except those two grievously injured to rise, stepped forward, eager to join the endeavor. The torrential rain continued to pour outside. They could fly and use a spiritual barrier to shield themselves from the downpour. However, Jiraiya hesitated as he considered the implications of them venturing out only to have their chakra sealed again, rendering their efforts futile. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the group seemed to grasp this dilemma, their spirits visibly dampened. They were not merely elite ninjas, but regarded themselves as top-tier warriors in the ninja world. Yet now, they felt utterly powerless. Just as Jiraiya was about to retract the Yata mirror, the scene within shifted once more. The black serpent, recently torn asunder by Naruto, re-emerged. The serpent lingered for a moment where Naruto had vanished, and suddenly, the torrential rain ceased. The black waters, which had nearly engulfed the ninja world, began to recede at an observable rate. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Naruto reappeared, cradling Tsunade in his arms. The black serpent bowed its head submissively before him, clearly having been subdued by Naruto. In the scene, Naruto appears to have discovered something. He suddenly turns to look at everyone, his gaze piercing and intense. In the next instant, the image within the Yata mirror vanishes completely. Chapter 116, The Appearance of Uchiha Obito. Neither Naruto nor Tsunade established a summoning contract with the Blackwater Serpent. Nonetheless, the serpent obediently withdrew all the inundating black water back into the realm of Blackwater. After accomplishing this, Naruto attempted to use the space-time shuttle to penetrate the area where Hinata had just disappeared, but there was no response. It suddenly dawned on Naruto that the space-time shuttle had merely breached the spatial barrier of the Blackwater realm, not the space itself. According to the young lord's claims, the space-time shuttle is capable of traversing time and space. Although it is merely a replica, Its ability to easily breach spatial barriers renders it a formidable artifact. And Naruto had yet to refine it, remaining unaware of its specific functions. "Hinata will be fine," Tsunade reassured him. Indeed, Naruto nodded, retracting the space-time shuttle. He resolved to refine it before attempting again, and given Tsunade's grave injuries, he decided it best to escort her back to the secret realm for recuperation. "Sister, I shall carry you back to the secret realm to recuperate," Naruto stated as he lifted Tsunade, preparing to return to the secret realm. Tsunade's injuries were not yet healed. It was a struggle for her even to walk, let alone fly. "Ah, Naruto, I can walk by myself," Tsunade exclaimed, her face flushing crimson as she insisted on walking to the secret realm herself. At that moment, Naruto felt an unsettling presence observing him. His first instinct was to dismiss the old lecher. He expanded his spiritual awareness, yet found no one. He only sensed an energy fluctuation atop the Hokage rock. With a flicker of his mental power, he eradicated the energy, and the feeling of being watched vanished. "What's wrong?" Tsunade asked, her expression tense, fearing the emergence of an enemy. "Nothing, just a mouse," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Let us return to the secret realm." After this brief interlude, Tsunade relaxed her demeanor and allowed Naruto to carry her as they flew toward the secret realm. The black water serpent had also returned to its domain. Although Naruto had not contracted it, he left a trace of his soul within its essence, enabling him to summon it at any moment. Upon witnessing Naruto's safe return and the rescue of the missing fifth Hokage, the residents of Konoha erupted in cheers. Although the image in the Yata mirror had disappeared, they were confident that Hinata had likewise been saved by Naruto. The ninjas from outside the village felt a lang of emotions. Although events were trending positively, they could not find joy, as the power possessed by Konoha surpassed their comprehension. Konoha now stood unrivaled, should they aspire to unify the ninja world. It seemed unlikely that any force could withstand it. Following this day, the ninja world might be on the brink of monumental transformation. The rain has ceased, and the black serpent has been subdued by Naruto. "Let us venture outside to assess the situation," Jiraiya announced as he stowed away the Yata mirror. This has indeed been a calamity for the ninja world, particularly for ordinary citizens who have suffered grievously. One cannot fathom how many will survive. Indeed, Konoha possesses so many exceptional ninjas. It is truly remarkable. The reflections in the water, accompanied by Meiterumi's exaggerated lament, echoed through the air. "Alas, we have truly aged," sighed Inoki and Reikage. After witnessing the formidable strength of Konoha's younger generation in this battle, they were genuinely impressed, particularly Reikage, who no longer harbored ambitions of competing with Konoha. The severely injured remained in the secret realm for treatment, while the others emerged in grand procession from the hidden domain. The entrance of this realm lay in the land of rivers, untouched by the ravages of battle, with the dark waters that had engulfed the area now completely vanished. "You all gathered here, saving me the trouble of searching for each of you individually." A voice suddenly rang out as the group prepared to part ways and return to their respective homes. Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld a figure clad in crimson armor, with flowing black hair, striding towards them. He halted before the gathered crowd, surveying them with an indifferent expression, seemingly dismissive of their presence. "Who are you? What do you want?" the assembled group questioned, feeling a sense of unease despite believing they were out of danger. The newcomer clearly bore ill intentions. "I am Uchiha Madara. Surrender Naruto Uzumaki, and I might spare you," Madara stated calmly, gesturing towards the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Before addressing the assembly, Naruto Uzumaki is not someone to be trifled with. At that moment, three figures emerged behind Madara: Obito, Zetsu, and Kabuto. Kabuto had narrowly escaped being drained by Granny's cursed ring, saved just in time by Zetsu's timely intervention using a clone technique, as Zetsu required Kabuto's assistance to resurrect Madara. Upon the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, the trio made a hasty retreat. Subsequently, they successfully revived Uchiha Madara. Upon learning of the current state of the ninja world, Madara resolved to seek out Pain and Amigakure to reclaim the Rinnegan, choosing not to pursue Naruto immediately. However, the process of retrieving the Rinnegan was fraught with difficulty. With Pain and Konin's formidable battle prowess, the confrontation escalated until a sudden downpour of black rain enveloped the battlefield. Predictably, everyone's chakra was sealed, inadvertently aiding Uchiha Madara. His taijutsu was formidable enough to defeat even the might of Guy when he opened the 8 gates, let alone the weakened Pain. Madara successfully reclaimed the Rinnegan, while Conan fled with pain, their fates uncertain. Fool, you think capturing me, Killer Bee, will be so easy? Killer Bee declared, stepping forward alongside Raikage, always preferring to communicate through rap. The Akatsuki organization is under your secret control, I assent it? Jiraiya emerged with a grave expression. To him, Uchiha Madara was a legendary figure, a rival of the first Hokage, and he dared not underestimate him. So this is the organization that has been gathering tailed beasts. Jiraiya, step back. We shall handle these foes, May Terumi proclaimed. Indeed, Konoha has saved us. Let us resolve this matter. Inoki concurred. Having been saved by Konoha before, they had felt powerless against such overwhelming strength, even questioning their own existence. Now, with the emergence of this organization seeking to capture tailed beasts, they felt a renewed sense of capability. Yet, fortuitously, this world was one where the rules were imperfect, making resurrection a feasible endeavor. Naruto has now attained the Sage Mode, and naturally, he possesses the capability to do so. However, he has no intention of pursuing this path, as it would deplete a significant portion of his life force and chakra. In the world of ninjas, there are few individuals he genuinely cares about. Chapter 117. The addicted Madara. Uchiha Madara listened intently to the discussions around him, his brow furrowing slightly. Apart from Hashirama Senju, he regarded none of the others with any measure of respect. Now, these individuals audaciously conspired to confront him. Was he no longer capable of wielding his blade? Or had the ninjas of this realm become so complacent? To avoid wasting time, he declared, "You may all come at me at once." Madara, although summoned by Orochimaru through the reanimation technique, had successfully liberated himself from it and reclaimed his Rinnegan. His power, if not restored to its former zenith, was certainly close. Arrogance. The Raikage and Killer Bee launched their assault, executing the secret jutsu of the Land of Lightning, the Lightning Release, Thunderclap. The two struck from either side, unleashing their might, and in an instant, Madara's neck was twisted with a sudden crack. Is this truly the legendary ninja? Standing beside Madara, the Raikage and Killer Bee observed as his head hung limply. Meanwhile, Obito and Orochimaru had retreated to a safe distance before the battle commenced. Well aware of Madara's formidable abilities, he was not an opponent they could hope to overcome. Is this the secret jutsu of the Land of Lightning? Quite impressive. To their astonishment, after having seemingly broken his neck, Madara lifted his head and, with a slight twist, restored himself. The Raikage, now serious, activated his ultimate lightning armor, while Killer Bee transformed into his tailed beast form. Despite their successful strike, Madara miraculously recovered, defying the fate that would have befallen any other. Let us join the fray. Tobirama Senju and Inoki exchanged glances, both sensing the challenge posed by Madara. They had previously stated that Konoha's shinobi need not intervene, but they were wary of contradicting themselves. They initiated their most powerful jutsu, Boil Release, skilled mist technique. Senju combined his fire and water chakra, exhaling a scalding mist that could gradually evaporate objects, surpassing even the strength of dissolution techniques. Simultaneously, Inoki unleashed his dust release, detachment technique, enveloping Madara in its effects. Interesting. Yet, is that all you've got? Madara stood motionless as his Rinnegan activated the sealing technique, absorbing both Inoki's and Senju's attacks effortlessly. The current ninja world is truly disappointing. Is there not a single worthy adversary among you? Is there no one left in Konoha? Madara effortlessly neutralized the assaults of the four, expressing his dissatisfaction with their abilities as he cast a disdainful gaze upon the ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya, Sakura, and Sasuke stepped forward simultaneously. They had refrained from immediate action, seeking to discern Madara's capabilities, and knowing Naruto was on his way back, they felt no anxiety regarding this confrontation. Why is it that all of you from the Uchiha clan seem so fond of posturing? Sakura observed Uchiha Madara throughout the encounter, noting that members of the Uchiha clan shared a common trait, an insatiable arrogance. If these four were to attempt an escape, it would be nearly impossible for us to detain them. We merely need to delay them until Naruto arrives. Sasuke disregarded Sakura's teasing and quietly spoke to Jiraiya. Precisely. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, with the Yata mirror hovering above them. The three simultaneously engaged in battle, and Madara immediately sensed the mounting pressure. Indeed, it appears I must take this more seriously. Madara was forced to retreat repeatedly by the onslaught of Sakura and Sasuke's flying swords. Yet he managed to commend them with a remark of approval. Well done, I acknowledge your efforts. Allow me to demonstrate true power. Uchiha Madara unleashed his complete Susanoo, towering even higher than the mountain peaks, embodying the form of a war deity. With wings formed from the armor on its back and wielding dual swords, it was capable of soaring through the heavens and utilizing the user's proficient ninjutsu. The complete Susanoo swung a sword forward, cleaving through distant mountains, causing the Reikage Inoki to suffer injuries. Sakura, Jiraiya, and Sasuke ascended into the air, engaging in combat with the Susanoo. This world is too small for me, yet it will suffice for my endeavors. Wood release, birth of the trees. Madara's assault did not relent. Having summoned the Susanoo, he immediately executed the wood release technique, causing countless colossal trees to rise from the ground, ensnaring the tailed beast Killer Bee and all present ninjas. Except for Hashirama, none can thwart me. Let this end. Uchiha Madara and the Susanoo formed 3 distinct hand seals, and suddenly, a massive meteorite appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire land of rivers. The sky darkened ominously. What a troublesome opponent. Sakura and Sasuke found themselves ensnared by the Susanoo, while Jiraiya gazed at the enormous meteorite above, his brow furrowing slightly. Super large spiraling shuriken. The Yata mirror rotated, its surface facing the meteorite, and a series of gigantic spiraling shurikens erupted forth from the mirror. Boom, boom, boom. The meteorite was struck by the colossal spiraling shurikens, shattering into fragments that scattered through the atmosphere. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, but in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. Although he had destroyed the first meteorite, a second, even larger one loomed behind it, twice the size of the first. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke remained entangled in the complete Susanoo, unable to extricate themselves. Jiraiya, having just shattered the first meteorite, found his chakra nearly depleted. He had no means to contend with the larger one. While he could escape, many ninjas below remained trapped by the wood release technique. Having transplanted Hashirama's cells, Uchiha Madara was capable of utilizing wood release, and the elite ninjas from various villages below were ensnared, powerless to break free despite their desperate attempts. To perish beneath this technique is a mark of honor for you, Madara observed with mild surprise at Jiraiya's destruction of the first meteorite. However, as Jiraiya's efforts to destroy the second meteorite proved futile, Madara ceased to regard him and turned his attention to the ninjas ensnared by the wood release, speaking calmly. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the ninja gazed upon the colossal meteorite plummeting towards them with an irresistible force, a wave of despair washing over them. Was this the end? The water shadow, Terumi Mei, observed the descending meteorite, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness and defiance. Such power was beyond human resistance. The lightning shadow, too, bore a visage of despair. Even his confidence could not shield him from the overwhelming sense of impotence. They were nothing but utter failures, pretending otherwise. Just as despair enveloped them all, the massive meteorite halted mid-fall, and a voice emanated from its surface. All eyes turned skyward to behold Naruto, single-handedly supporting the meteorite. Suspended in the air, compared to the gargantuan meteorite, his figure appeared diminutive. Yet, this seemingly insignificant figure held the meteorite aloft, preventing it from descending even a fraction. Chapter 118. Overwhelming might. Naruto escorted Tsunade back to the secret realm, already aware of the situation at the entrance. However, he chose not to act hastily, instead leading Tsunade within the sanctum, where Shizune remained to assist other medical ninjas intending to the injured. Brother Kakashi, shall we pay a visit to your old friend? Naruto entrusted Tsunade to Shizune's care and then infused Kakashi with a small amount of sap energy, instantly mending his damaged organs. My old friend, Kakashi, witnessing Naruto and Tsunade's return, felt a wave of relief. Yet, Naruto's sudden mention of introducing him to an old friend left him puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. Let us go. Kakashi hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping over him, but he followed Naruto out of the secret realm. As they emerged, they were met with the sight of the immense meteorite in the sky. Unfazed, Naruto soared into the air, hand outstretched to halt the meteorite's descent. With a surge of spiritual energy, he enveloped the meteorite, channeling his strength to hurl it into the stratosphere. The meteorite erupted in a brilliant explosion, reducing it to dust. And the sky, once overshadowed, regained its clarity. The ninjas below, previously trapped, experienced an uplifting release, akin to clouds parting to reveal the sun. The oppressive weight of the meteorite had instilled unparalleled despair. Some had even resigned themselves to death. Yet, just as the meteorite was about to descend upon them, Naruto, like a deity, caught it and cast it into the heavens for annihilation. In the wake of this dramatic reversal, many ninjas could not contain their tears. Had their bodies not been ensnared by the tree realm's control, they might have already knelt in reverence before Naruto. As Naruto and Kakashi entered the fray, a mere stomp from Naruto caused the towering trees that bound the ninjas to retract into the earth. Finally, a worthy adversary? Uchiha Madara, upon spotting Naruto, shed his earlier nonchalance, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness, soon transforming into exhilaration. Naruto, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Uchiha Madara and Susanoo fixated their attention upon Naruto, while Sakura and Sasuke stepped away to join him. Indeed, I am untroubled. Do you see those three individuals in the distance? Go deal with them. I will handle this one. Naruto nodded at Sakura and Sasuke, instructing Kakashi and the others to confront Obito, Zetsu, and Kabuto. Understood. Sakura and Sasuke replied, swiftly heading towards the trio. However, Kakashi remained rooted in place, gazing at Naruto with a look of confusion. Kakashi, the man wearing the spiral mask, is your old comrade Obito. Are you certain you do not wish to take a look? Naruto had initially intended for Kakashi to unveil Obito's mask himself, but given the circumstances, there was no need for further concealment. Regardless, he would not allow these individuals to wreak havoc in the ninja world any longer. What? Do not jest about such matters. Naruto. Kakashi was utterly astonished upon hearing Naruto's words. He had long believed Obito to be deceased. Each day, his first act upon waking was to pay homage at the graves of Obito and Rin. Hearing that Obito was still alive left him in disbelief. Is that so? You will find out if you go and see for yourself, Naruto replied, dismissing Kakashi and striding directly towards Uchiha Madara. I have heard you believe the ninja world is too small and insufficient for your ambitions. Naruto approached Madara with a tone tinged with mockery. In the original narrative, Madara was indeed a formidable enigma. Having transplanted Hashirama's cells and reclaimed the Rinnegan, he had become invincible in the current ninja world. And what of it? Madara, brimming with fighting spirit, had dominated the ninja world for so long, suffering defeat only at the hands of Hashirama Senju. He did not believe Naruto could reach Hashirama's level. Even if he did, he was certain that he was now far superior to his former self. Alas, you are not only a pitiable failure, but also a frog at the bottom of a well, Naruto taunted. While Madara was indeed powerful among ninjas, he paled in comparison to Naruto, who would not only surpass him, but could easily overpower him even if granted 10-tailed beasts and the Sage of Six Paths mode. Others have spoken similarly before, yet they all perished at my hands. Madara, unfazed by Naruto's provocation, summoned Susanoo and swung a colossal sword towards him. The immense blade of Susanoo, brimming with unmatched might, cleaved through the air as if splitting the very sky. Naruto turned to face Susanoo and unleashed a single punch. The gigantic sword, capable of cleaving mountains, shattered upon contact with Naruto's fist, which, though seemingly ordinary, contained boundless energy. Not only did it obliterate Susanoo's sword, but it also reduced its entire form to fragments. What? This is impossible. Madara's expression finally shifted. Naruto's strength had transcended his understanding. In his worldview, even the Sage of Six Paths could not shatter a complete Susanoo with a single punch, and the sage represented the pinnacle of power he had sought throughout his life. Yet, what transpired now? Naruto's simple punch had shattered Susanoo, leading Madara to doubt his own senses, questioning whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. The recently liberated ninjas from outside villages were also left in a state of stupefaction. As soon as the formidable Susanoo was summoned, it was astonishingly shattered by Naruto's single punch. The onlookers gazed at Naruto with faces full of reverence and fervor, witnessing the might of a deity. Feel free to employ any tactics. If you touch me even once, I shall concede defeat, Naruto remarked with a smile, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Obito. Indeed, this individual was somewhat underappreciated in the ninja world, yet he had been consistently deceived and manipulated from the very beginning. What? You dare to underestimate me? Uchiha Obito, possessing a remarkable combat acumen, swiftly adjusted his mentality, expelling a cloud of searing dust towards the front. As the dust settled, it spread outwards, shrouding their figures in obscurity. Uchiha Obito intended to obstruct Naruto's line of sight with the dust, then swiftly closed the distance to launch a physical attack. However, Before he could reach Naruto, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. In a flash, Naruto unleashed a relentless barrage of basic taijutsu techniques, such as Shadow Dance and Great Whirlwind, against Obito, who found himself utterly powerless in the face of Naruto's assault. The current Naruto had surpassed the Sage of Six Paths, whereas Uchiha Obito had yet to attain even that level, rendering him completely overwhelmed. Chapter 119. The complete annihilation of the Akatsuki organization employing the foundational taijutsu of Konoha. Naruto propelled Uchiha Obito into the air, relentlessly assaulting his corporeal form. The velocity of Naruto was astonishing, rendering him invisible to all observers. The surrounding ninjas could only witness Obito's body flitting through the air like a leaf, oscillating in every direction, with an increasing number of wounds marring his form. After a brief interval, Obito's body descended slowly, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He struggled to comprehend why the injuries inflicted by Naruto refused to heal. Despite possessing Hashirama's cells, it appeared that their regenerative capabilities were rendered ineffective before Naruto. Do you wish to continue? Naruto's figure materialized before Uchiha Obito, his smile unwavering as he regarded him. Why? At that moment, Obito found himself utterly incapacitated, his bones shattered, unable to rise, and his chakra nearly depleted, leaving him devoid of any strength to continue battling Naruto. I have already stated, you are but a pitiful failure. In your era, you were subdued by Senju Hashirama. And now, resurrected before me, you possess no means to retaliate. In life, you were akin to a marionette, manipulated and controlled by others, and even in death, you remain ensnared. How lamentable. Reflecting upon Obito's life, it was indeed a tragic tale. Initially misled by the altered tablets of Kaguya's will, he unwittingly aided in the unsealing of the progenitor Kaguya under the guidance of Black Zetsu. Impossible. My actions throughout my life have always been guided by my own consciousness. How could I have been manipulated? Uchiha Obito could accept defeat and acknowledge the existence of those stronger than himself, but he could not tolerate the notion of being used and controlled. The tablets you perceive from the Uchiha clan have been tampered with by Black Zetsu, who is not of your creation. He embodies the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and all your endeavors cannot forge the ideal world you envision. In the end, you will merely release Kaguya, sealed within the moon. Now do you realize how absurd your pursuits have been? No, it is not so. I am the one who orchestrates everything. Kaguya Otsutsuki is my creation. Uchiha Madara shouted in a fit of hysteria, unable to accept that all his machinations merely served as a bridal gown for another. Naruto, dismissing the deranged Madara, turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield, where Sakura faced off against Kabuto. At that moment, Sakura found herself at a disadvantage, as Kabuto had summoned numerous deceased warriors through the reanimation jutsu to fight on his behalf. A beam of golden light erupted from Naruto's eyes, causing all summoned souls to vanish in an instant, rendering Kabuto immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura thrust her sword through Kabuto's heart, freezing his body in an instant, which subsequently shattered into a pile of icy remnants. Kabuto had originally prepared a vessel for his resurrection, but Naruto had confined his soul, rendering him incapable of utilizing the reanimation technique. Thus, the second Orochimaru met his demise. Upon witnessing Madara's failure, Zetsu attempted to flee, yet found his soul similarly ensnared by Naruto. He sensed that Naruto could obliterate him at any moment. After assisting Sakura in dispatching Kabuto, Naruto restrained both Zetsu and Obito. They were promptly captured by Sasuke and Kakashi, who finally removed Obito's mask. Although Kakashi had long suspected Obito's identity, he still found it hard to believe upon seeing him. You heard everything I just said, didn't you, Obito? Naruto slowly approached Obito and Kakashi. You, like that Uchiha Madara, are merely a tool of Kaguya, controlled by her mental fusion technique. Naruto utilized his spiritual energy to dissolve Obito's mental fusion. Kakashi then revealed the truth to Obito. Rin's death was not caused by him, which allowed them to completely resolve their misunderstandings. Obito ultimately chose to meet Rin in another world, leaving his eyes for Kakashi. Naruto Uzumaki. I never imagined that my millennium-long scheme would be undone by your hands. Observing Madara's defeat at the hands of Naruto, and his own mental fusion technique on Obito being lifted, Zetsu realized his plans had utterly collapsed. He clenched his teeth and spat out, "Do not rush. Your mother, no, your true self. I shall release her and then obliterate her completely." Zetsu remained oblivious to the fact that he was the embodiment of Kaguya's will, having always believed Kaguya to be his mother. Dream on. Your mother will kill you and annihilate the entire ninja world. With a mere gesture, Naruto reduced Zetsu to ashes. In truth, there was only one adversary in the entire ninja world, Kaguya-Otsutsuki. This woman was exceedingly cunning. Others were either manipulated or controlled by her. Despite her true form being sealed, she could still wreak havoc across the ninja realm. It seems I must first deal with you. After eliminating Zetsu, Naruto gazed up at the moon. Though Kaguya held a low status within the Otsutsuki clan, her machinations had turned the clan's arrangements in the ninja world into a bridal gown for her. Her cunning and strategy instilled a profound unease within Naruto. He resolved to prioritize the resolution of Kaguya, lest the night grow long and dreams multiply. Subsequently, Naruto contemplated the Sage of Six Paths. If even the formidable Kaguya had been outmaneuvered and sealed by him, one could only imagine the challenges posed by the sage. Naruto found it hard to believe that a saint, who harbored the well-being of the world, could possibly contend with a tyrant of Kaguya's caliber. Those capable of vanquishing such a tyrant were certainly not saints. Like her mother, the Sage of Six Paths was undoubtedly a formidable figure in his own right. In the aftermath of this conflict, the casualties in the ninja world exceeded half its population. In this flawed realm, Naruto possessed the ability to resurrect the fallen with ease. Yet he refrained from doing so. For these ordinary souls, death might be preferable to a life of suffering. Should he bring them back to life now? What about in the future? They were, after all, living beings, not mere tools. Moreover, ever since entering the realm of reality, Naruto felt an intangible connection to the ninja world, as if it had recognized him as its master. He sensed that resurrecting these individuals would be detrimental to the balance of the ninja realm. The laws governing life and death in the ninja world were already severely flawed. To contravene these laws could lead to their complete obliteration. With the disappearance of these flawed laws, the ninja world would inevitably vanish as well. Conversely, if all adhered to maintaining these imperfect laws, they would gradually mend themselves and ultimately restore the true world. Chapter 120. Awaiting your return following this turmoil. Peace was finally restored within the ninja world, and under Kakashi's leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village entered a period of rapid development. In the wake of this incident, Tsunade decisively relinquished her role as Hokage, intending to devote herself to profound training in a hidden realm. Ultimately, she entrusted the Hokage position to Kakashi. Initially, everyone hoped that Naruto would inherit the title of Hokage. However, he declined. The role of Hokage was not as glorious as it seemed. Beyond the incessant demands and responsibilities, it also entailed being the first to face danger. It was unclear why Naruto had yearned for this role in the past. The current Naruto felt no need for validation from those he did not care for, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. Presently, Hinata had fallen into a space rift and was missing. Naruto was eager to find her, yet he had no leads on where to begin his search. He could only place his hopes in the space-time shuttle, yet its refinement proved to be a formidable challenge given Naruto's current abilities. It would likely take at least a year or two to master. Naruto deemed this time frame excessively lengthy. While he could wait, Hinata might not be able to. Who knew what trials she was enduring at that moment? Thus, he resolved to seek alternative methods. He paid another visit to Gamamaru, hoping to inquire about possible solutions. Gamamaru informed Naruto that traversing to other worlds required spatial coordinates. Yet Naruto had no knowledge of Hinata's whereabouts, let alone any coordinates. The situation seemed to be at an impasse once more. However, Gamamaru provided a valuable piece of information. There existed a portal leading to the moon, concealed within an uninhabited secret realm of the ninja world. After bidding farewell to the Toad Sage, Naruto ventured once more into the Dragon Cave, the very place where Kabuto first rose to prominence. The Dragon Cave is far from a welcoming locale. Upon entering, he encountered the elusive Tenshin Shinji. Despite its ability to become invisible, it was no match for Naruto's perceptive senses. He directly conveyed his intentions, only to be met with rejection. The Dragon Cave was not inclined to welcome him. Ultimately, Naruto subdued all its inhabitants with sheer force, including the White Snake Sage, shattering the temple dedicated to it. Unfortunately, he did not achieve his desired outcome here. Although the Dragon Cave was not a benevolent force, it also refrained from wreaking havoc upon the ninja world. In the end, Naruto chose to grant them a reprieve. Next, Naruto arrived at the Whetbone Forest, where only the Snail Sage resided. The snails within were merely manifestations of the sage's own essence, yet even the snail sage was unaware of how to traverse to other realms. The Wetbone Forest, Mayaboko Mountain, and the Dragon Cave were all indigenous powers within the ninja world, untouched by external influences. During this period, Naruto traversed the entire ninja world, and upon confirming the absence of any threats, he resolved to journey to the moon. Presently, the only menace to the ninja world was the imprisoned Kaguya Otsutsuki, sealed upon the moon. Passive waiting was not Naruto's style. He opted for proactive engagement. Years ago, following Kaguya's sealing, her brother, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, relocated his entire clan to the moon to guard the seal. It was likely that descendants of the Otsutsuki clan still resided there. Fearing unforeseen complications in his absence, especially with another realm looming over the ninja world, he entrusted the Yin-Yang release to Tsunade, assisting her in its refinement. Mastery of the Yin-Yang release would permit free passage between the Yin and Yang realms. Without it, no one could enter the Yin realm. Should any misfortune arise in Naruto's absence, Tsunade could lead everyone into the safety of the Yin realm. Are you truly leaving, Naruto? Tsunade inquired atop the mountain of the Yin realm, where, with Naruto's assistance, she rapidly refined the Yin-Yang release. During this process, he imparted numerous instructions, and she understood that his departure was imminent. A veil of moisture clouded her eyes. Hinata had fallen into a spatial rift, and Naruto would undoubtedly not abandon the search. Yet, this journey was not merely to other parts of the ninja world, but a crossing of dimensions, filling her with trepidation that he might never return. Indeed, I plan to visit the moon briefly. Do not worry, sister. With my current prowess, I can traverse anywhere, he reassured her. Stepping before Tsunade, he gently wiped away her tears. He had intended to leave quietly, fearing the emotional weight of such farewells. But he could not disregard the feelings of those he cared for. Do not say that, Naruto. If you speak like this, I shall find it unbearable to let you go, Tsunade exclaimed, swatting his hand away before throwing herself into his embrace. Ever since he had rescued her in the black water abyss, a torrent of conflicted emotions had surged within her, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of guilt that she had strived to suppress. However, with Naruto's imminent departure, she became increasingly anxious, her heart a tumult of reluctance, panic, and sadness. She desperately wished for him to stay, yet the words eluded her. Please do not say that, sister. If you continue, I will find it impossible to leave. If given the choice, Naruto would prefer not to depart, lingering in the ninja world for a decade or two, subsequently emerging to sweep through the heavens. Wouldn't that be delightful? Alas, he cannot disregard Hinata. Therefore, he resolves to remain. Tsunade lifts her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a dazed allure, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, rendering her exquisitely captivating. With just a glance, Naruto is utterly entranced, helplessly lost in the beauty of Tsunade. Naruto, I await your return, she whispers, noticing his captivated expression, her face flushing even deeper. She quickly plants a kiss on his lips, letting out a playful laugh before gracefully soaring away, leaving Naruto alone, bewildered in the wind. Moments ago, he nearly succumbed to an impulsive desire, as Tsunade's allure is undeniably potent. However, her subsequent actions catch him off guard. Yet, the thought of Hinata resurfaces, prompting him to mentally chastise himself for being a cad. He resolves to maintain a distance from Tsunade in the future, fearing his inability to resist temptation. She is simply too intoxicating, albeit undeniably appealing. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Naruto proceeds directly to the secret realm of the teleportation array, nestled within a valley in the Land of Fire. Technically, it is not a true secret realm, as the entire valley is shrouded in a protective formation, rendering it undetectable to the average person. Within the valley stands a teleportation altar, albeit rather rudimentary. The runes inscribed for teleportation are incomplete, and the materials used are far from the special stones found in the Yin-Yang secret realm. It feels as though it was constructed by an amateur, lacking even his own proficiency. Naruto furrows his brow, sensing that this teleportation altar is rather unreliable. Should any issues arise during the process, it could lead to trouble. Ultimately, he decides against utilizing this flawed array, opting instead to ascend through his own means, as that seems far more dependable. In the world of Naruto, the laws of nature are imperfect. The so-called moon is merely a construct created by the Sage of Six Paths, employing the Earth explosion star to seal Kaguya. Strictly speaking, it is not a genuine moon, but rather a slightly larger sphere. Thus, Traveling there poses no significant challenge for Naruto. Chapter 121. Hinata's adventure. In an effort to buy time for the ninja world, Hinata circles the village of Konoha with the black snake. Eventually, her spiritual energy becomes sealed, enveloped entirely in the energy of the Yada mirror, which carries her along passively. When a spatial rift appears, she hears Naruto calling her name, but she cannot control her direction. The Yada mirror draws her into the rift, and she experiences a disorienting shift in space. In the next moment, she finds herself within a passageway. The passage stretches endlessly, surrounded by numerous vividly colored orbs. After what feels like an eternity, the Yada mirror guides her through the passage, bringing her to a small island floating in the air. Upon arrival, the energy shield activated by the Yada mirror dissipates, allowing Hinata to access her spiritual and mental powers once more. She immediately opens her consciousness, enveloped in a spiritual armor. Hinata surveyed her surroundings and discovered no enemies. It appeared she had arrived on a small island floating in the sky. Atop the island stood a temple, its plaque inscribed with the words Temple of Yumura. The Temple of Yumura. What place is this? It seems I have left the shinobi world. How do I return? Standing on the island, Hinata could faintly discern the outlines of the shinobi world in the distance, akin to gazing at the moon from afar. Given her current prowess, flying back to the shinobi world was beyond her capabilities. Suddenly, she recalled the passage she had encountered earlier, but it had vanished upon her arrival here. Turning her gaze toward the temple, Hinata felt an inexplicable attraction emanating from within. She resolved to investigate the temple first. Bowing respectfully before it, she stepped inside, only to find the interior sparsely adorned. At the center lay a stone resembling an eye, adorned with a peculiar design. Hinata surmised that this stone was the source of her fascination. Approaching it, she scrutinized its surface and, upon detecting no immediate danger, she instinctively reached out to touch it. The moment her hand made contact, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The stone began to emanate a violet glow and appeared to be absorbing her life force. Panic surged through Hinata as she attempted to withdraw her hand, yet it remained firmly affixed to the stone, resisting all her efforts to escape. Realizing her energy was swiftly depleting, she attempted to utilize her mental power to sever the connection, only to her astonishment, the stone began to siphon her spiritual energy as well. What a remarkable energy! Just then, an elderly figure manifested before her, an old man with azure hair and twin horns, his weathered visage etched with deep wrinkles. Who are you? Hinata asked, her hand ensnared by the stone, her life force and mental energy being relentlessly drained, rendering her unable to break free. The sudden appearance of the old man heightened her alertness. Do not be alarmed. I am your ancestor, Otsutsuki Yumura. However, I currently exist as a mere fragment of spiritual energy, he replied. My ancestor? Hinata queried, perplexed, for the Hyuga clan's forebear was not named Otsutsuki Yumura. Indeed, when I departed the shinobi world, I left behind a lineage. You should refer to yourselves as the Hyuga clan. Through Yumura's explanation, Hinata realized that she was indeed a descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura and had somehow arrived on the moon. Ancestor, how can I leave this place? Hinata inquired, still skeptical of Yumura's words, yet compelled to seek his assistance as the stone continued to drain her life force and mental energy. Surely, if he were truly her ancestor, he would aid her in escaping. Child, there is no need for haste. The energy within you is extraordinary. It is currently merging with the Tensigen. May I inquire about the affairs of the shinobi world? Yumura's expression softened with kindness, as he was unable to perceive the current state of the shinobi world. Oh, is the shinobi world undergoing a calamity? Upon hearing Hinata's account, Yumura's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Do not worry, ancestor. Naruto will surely save the shinobi world. Upon the mere mention of Naruto, Hinata's face radiated with a blissful smile. When she fell into the spatial rift, she heard Naruto's call, yet in that moment, she was utterly unable to control herself. Hinata was aware that as long as Naruto was present in the ninja world, no danger would loom. Subsequently, she began recounting Naruto's various feats to Yumura, her expression brimming with pride, as though she were boasting. Haha, truly an exceptional junior. Listening to Hinata's narrative, Yumura was initially taken aback, followed by nods of acknowledgement. He had never anticipated that someone in the ninja world had transcended the chakra system created by his brother, the Sage of Six Paths, and established an entirely new cultivation system. Furthermore, he sensed the remarkable essence of this newfound spiritual energy within Hinata. With such a prodigy in the ninja world, calamity was surely averted. Yumura also informed Hinata about the current situation on the moon. As he spoke, his expression darkened with sorrow. Since his demise, the descendants he left behind on the moon had splintered into two factions due to ideological conflicts. One faction advocated for pacifism, while the other sought to annihilate the ninja world. The latter, drawing upon the collective strength of their clan, fused all their Byakugan into a colossal rinnegan, which they wielded to obliterate the pacifist faction. The stone within the shrine was, in fact, the rinnegan forged by the Splinter clan. They enshrined it within the temple. Yumura's residual spiritual energy was aware of these events, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Child, I shall lend you my strength to fuse with this rinnegan. I hope you can thwart the Splinter clan, Yumura said, his demeanor grave as he gazed at Hinata. Although the ninja world created by his brother, the Sage of Six Paths, had indeed failed, he did not wish for his descendants to obliterate that realm. His original intent was for them to safeguard it. Ancestor, I shall, Hinata replied solemnly, her anger towards the Splinter clan palpable after hearing Yumura's account. She vowed to prevent their actions and ensure they posed no threat to the ninja world. Yumura nodded, and his remaining spiritual energy flowed into the rinnegan. Instantly, Hinata felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, and she sensed a connection with the rinnegan. She intensified her output of spiritual and physical energy, and soon after, the rinnegan was completely refined by her. In that moment of refining the rinnegan, Hinata felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through her. Her once pale blue pupils transformed into a deep purple, and her understanding of yin-yang and spatial dimensions deepened considerably. She directly ascended to the Sage realm. At that very instant, the members of the Otsutsuki clan's branch family on the moon sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the shrine, and they swiftly converged upon it, surrounding the temple in an instant. Chapter 122. The method to return to the ninja world. The descendants of Otsutsuki Yumura, numbering in the hundreds, gathered outside his shrine, each wielding a spear-like weapon. They shared a singular characteristic. All had their eyes wrapped in white cloth. These individuals had extracted their eyes to merge them into the rinnegan enshrined within the temple. Who dares enter the shrine? Everyone stood resolutely at the entrance of the temple when a middle-aged man emerged, bellowing towards the sanctuary. Can you see me? Hinata had long sensed the presence of these individuals outside the temple and, upon noticing their lack of eyes, recognized them as the branch family spoken of by her ancestors. They had lost their sight, posing no immediate threat to her. However, Hinata was momentarily uncertain about how to address them. Who are you? The moment Hinata's voice resonated, all present tightened their grips on their weapons, adopting a vigilant stance. Though they were devoid of sight, they could perceive their surroundings through spiritual energy. I am Hyuga Hinata, from the ninja world. I am well aware of your intentions, and I implore you to adhere to the will of our ancestor, you village, and abandon your plan to annihilate the ninja realm. As Hinata slowly stepped out of the temple, her pair of violet Byakugan eyes emanated an overwhelming pressure, and all present felt the destructive force of her gaze. How dare you steal our goddess eye? The branch family members were incensed. This eye was meant to be their instrument for obliterating the ninja world, yet now it had been merged with another, turning against them. They hurled their weapons at Hinata, an avalanche of spears descending upon her. I do not wish to harm you. Hinata activated her Byakugan, releasing a tremendous repulsive force that sent all the thrown spears flying away. The members of the branch family fell to the ground, merely sustaining minor injuries. The violet Byakugan had amassed all the strength of the branch family, and without their sight, they were entirely incapable of resisting. Return the Byakugan to us. The branch family members were filled with fervor. This was the Byakugan born of the sacrifice of their entire clan's eyes, now captured and turned against them. How could they accept such a fate? I apologize. The Byakugan has been entrusted to me by our ancestor, you village. I cannot return it to you. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being unyielding. Hinata understood that this Byakugan was indeed a fusion of their collective eyes. Yet their intent was to bring about the destruction of the ninja world, a notion she could not permit. Should they persist in their misguided ways, she would not hesitate to eradicate them all. What do you intend to do? Just as the branch members prepared to assault Hinata once more, the leading middle-aged man raised his hand to halt them. They were clearly at a disadvantage and were no match for Hinata. To continue would risk their very extinction. Follow the will of our ancestors to protect the ninja realm, and tell me the way back to the ninja world. I shall not trouble you. Hinata stated. Upon hearing her words, the branch family members erupted in uproar. The very reason they had sacrificed their eyes to merge and create the Byakugan was to annihilate the main family and, by extension, the ninja realm. Now, the one wielding the Byakugan was asking them to forsake this plan. I agree, but you must guarantee our safety. The middle-aged leader intervened, quelling the dissent among his kin. Faced with Hinata's formidable power, he chose to exercise temporary restraint. Upon hearing Hinata inquire about the method to return to the ninja world, a scheme to confront her began to form in his mind. Upon receiving Hinata's assurance, the middle-aged man led her to their clan's territory, which resided upon a vast island suspended in the sky, far larger than the island where the Yuin Temple was established. Above the island loomed a colossal sphere, resembling a moon floating in the heavens. Do you see that immense orb in the sky? The path back to the ninja world lies within it. Our clan's power was deemed too formidable by our ancestors, who feared that we might return to the ninja world and instigate chaos. Thus, they sealed the portal back within that sphere, effectively extinguishing any thoughts of our return, the man explained, pointing towards the enormous sphere. You shall lead the way, but do not attempt any deceit. I could obliterate you all in an instant, Hinata responded, skeptical of the man's words. She had prepared herself to annihilate them all but was taken aback by the man's unexpected compliance, revealing the path back to the ninja world. Hinata sensed treachery in their willingness to cooperate. After all, they were capable of sacrificing their most precious eyes for their ambitions. It seemed implausible that they would concede so easily. However, given her formidable strength, she was unafraid of any tricks they might employ, and she was curious to discover their true intentions. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man guided Hinata into the interior of the sphere, which housed a grand portal adorned with intricate runes. We have arrived. Passing through this portal will lead you back to the ninja world. But only an ancestor can unseal it, he declared. Hinata furrowed her brow. She recognized some of the runes as sealing inscriptions. Yet she was uncertain if this portal was indeed the ancestral passage to the ninja world. It was plausible that their forebears, stronger than the ninja of the world, had enacted such measures to prevent potential calamities should malevolent individuals return. Nevertheless, Hinata felt an unsettling intuition that the matter was more complicated than it appeared. A nagging premonition warned her against opening the portal, even as her desire to return to the ninja world intensified. Having been disconnected from the ninja world for so long, she had faith that Naruto could save it, yet her concern for his and her family's safety weighed heavily on her heart. After much deliberation, Hinata resolved to take the risk. Her worries for Naruto and her family eclipsed all else. Trusting in her current prowess, she believed she could evade any lurking dangers. With unwavering determination, she activated her Byakugan, unleashing 2 radiant beams of purple light that targeted the portal's vulnerable seal. A thunderous roar erupted as the portal trembled under the assault of the purple light, its seals loosening and revealing a narrow fissure. Hinata extended her consciousness to probe within, finding the portal's interior devoid of any substance, which offered her a modicum of relief. Hinata focused once more, channeling her Byakugan to continue assaulting the portal's seal. Gradually, the gigantic portal began to yield, revealing a pitch-black opening. The entrance resembled a vast gravitational field, consuming all light and matter within its grasp. In that fleeting moment when the portal swung open, the middle-aged man who had accompanied Hinata was abruptly drawn into the void. Hinata channeled her spiritual energy throughout her body, barely resisting the immense pull. As she activated her Tensigen, her gaze pierced through the fabric of space, revealing the silhouette of a woman within the black hole. The woman had her eyes tightly shut, with flowing silver-gray hair cascading down to her waist, her features strikingly beautiful, adorned with 2 horns atop her head, and clad in a white robe patterned with black crescent motifs. As Hinata observed her, a vertical eye suddenly opened on the woman's forehead, its blood-red iris adorned with 9 tomo. Chapter 123. The vanished moon. The instant Hinata beheld that eye, she felt as though she had transcended into another realm, a place devoid of war where humanity understood and embraced one another. In this vision, she encountered Naruto, fell in love, and ultimately, they stepped into the sacred union of marriage. Although Hinata recognized she was ensnared in an illusion, the beauty of this dream resonated deeply with her innermost desires, making her reluctant to awaken. Yet, she understood that she could not linger in this reverie. Focusing her mind, she summoned her spiritual strength, breaking free from the illusion. In that moment of liberation, a chilling sensation washed over her, as a sharp gray bone hovered perilously close to her brow, less than an inch away. In an instant, every hair on Hinata's body stood on end. At the brink of disaster, she activated her Tensigen, employing a repulsive force to send the eerie gray bone flying away. You are quite remarkable. To have escaped the Jinjutsu of the Rinnegan, I never anticipated my descendant could attain such a level. Who are you? Hinata inquired, her expression grave as she regarded the woman suspended in the air. She bore resemblance to her ancestor, Yumura, possessing white eyes and two horns, with long blue-gray hair flowing to the ground. Despite referring to Hinata as her descendant, her voice lacked any emotional warmth. She emanated an air of aloof divinity, looking down upon all beings beneath her, exuding an innate indifference that kept others at bay. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of Chakra among your kind, and the mother of Yui and Yumura. Where are those two ungrateful scions? Bring them forth to face me. Upon mentioning Yui and Yumura, Kaguya's previously impassive expression finally shifted, revealing a flicker of disdain for them. They have long since passed away, Hinata replied cautiously, remaining on guard against Kaguya. Although this entity claimed to be her ancestor, Hinata felt no familial affection emanating from her. Who was responsible for their demise? Kaguya's resentment towards her sons was evident, yet upon learning of their deaths, her fury intensified, her killing intent coalescing into a palpable force. Her sons could only be killed by her, no one else was permitted. They did not perish by the hand of another. They simply passed away of natural causes, Hinata clarified. Absurd. They possess the most noble bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. How could they die of old age? Very well. Since I have emerged, I shall seek them out for reckoning. Kaguya found Hinata's assertion of natural death laughable, for even the servants of the Otsutsuki clan typically enjoyed near immortality. Your energy is quite unique, and your abilities are commendable. From now on, follow me and serve as my subordinate. Kaguya gazed intently at Hinata, addressing her in a commanding tone, as if serving her were a privilege bestowed upon Hinata. I refuse to be anyone's servant, even if you are my progenitor, Hinata declared resolutely. Though she typically possessed a gentle demeanor, she felt an innate aversion towards Kaguya, deeply disliking her disdainful attitude towards humanity. Unappreciative. Kaguya's hands coalesced with Chakra, summoning an array of colossal fist imprints that filled the sky. Countless enormous fist marks surged menacingly towards Hinata, who, with a serious expression, released her spiritual energy and prepared her soft fist stance. As she unleashed her punches, a grand Taiji Bagua diagram materialized above her head. With a thunderous crash, the barrage of fist imprints rained down, creating a massive crater on the moon's surface. At the bottom of this abyss, the Taiji Bagua diagram spun gracefully, shielding Hinata from Kaguya's relentless assault. I have stated, I shall not become anyone's servant. Hinata emerged from the depths of the pit, locking eyes with Kaguya, her gaze brimming with determination and confidence. Since her mastery of the Chi ninja techniques, she had yet to unleash her full potential. The successful defense provided by the Taiji Bagua diagram bolstered her confidence. She felt herself no weaker than her forebear. Intriguing. A black portal silently materialized behind Hinata, through which Kaguya emerged, extending her palm. A gray bone silently pierced through Hinata's form. In that fleeting moment, Kaguya utilized her Rinnegan to open a spatial pathway behind Hinata, redirecting the lethal bone attack into the void, sparing her from harm. In tandem, Hinata conjured a white orb of light in her hand, a fusion of 7 elemental attributes and spiritual attacks, which hurtled through the spatial passage, striking Kaguya's visage. Though small, the white orb contained cataclysmic energy, yet, as expected from the progenitor of Chakra, Kaguya halted the orb before her, activating her Rinnegan to slowly absorb its power. Just as she consumed the orb, a swarm of meteors appeared in the sky, plummeting at high speed, trailing fiery tails towards Kaguya. This was Hinata's manipulation of gravitational and repulsive forces through her Rinnegan to orchestrate an aerial assault. Were she to unleash her full strength, she could even dictate the trajectory of a celestial body. Kaguya did not evade. Her long, white hair cascaded behind her like a peacock's plume, transforming into sharp thorns. As her hair collided with the meteors, they erupted in a series of explosions. The air filled with a cacophony of blasts, each explosion creating a dazzling display akin to fireworks in the sky. As the commotion intensified, All in the ninja realm were drawn to the spectacle. Unaware of the true nature of the events, ordinary people ventured into the streets, believing a grand celebration of fireworks was underway, cheering joyously at the celestial display. In stark contrast, the ninjas of the ninja world wore grave expressions as they gazed at the sky. The moment Hinata engaged in battle with Kaguya-hime, they sensed something amiss. Outside of Konoha, other ninjas were only aware that a battle was taking place above the moon, oblivious to the true nature of the conflict. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha were deeply troubled. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sasuke, and Sakura all gathered atop Hokage Rock, their eyes fixed on the celestial battle. Unable to discern the identities of those fighting, they were nonetheless aware that Naruto had ascended to the moon, leading them to believe he had encountered a formidable adversary. Hence the upheaval. The resplendent fireworks ignited by the explosions faded away, plunging the entire sky into a profound silence. Just as everyone presumed the battle had concluded, a colossal scarlet sword light cleaved through the heavens, illuminating the sky, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry echoing across the world. This sword light struck the moon, splitting it in twain, and the severed halves of the moon appeared to ignite before vanishing entirely. The moon has disappeared. The moon was cleaved asunder and utterly annihilated, leaving all in the ninja world dumbfounded as they beheld the night sky. It was Naruto. The people of Konoha recognized that the radiant scarlet sword light emanated from Naruto's crimson aura. Chapter 124. Kaguya-hime, Naruto forsook the teleportation array leading to the moon. After departing the secret realm, he soared directly towards it. As he neared the moon, a series of thunderous roars erupted from its surface. In an instant, Naruto accelerated. And as he approached, his senses detected the ongoing battle between Kaguya and Hinata. He beheld Hinata summoning a multitude of meteors to assault Kaguya, who retaliated by shattering the meteors with her rabbit hair needle technique. Naruto was elated to discover that Hinata had indeed ascended to the moon. But his joy turned to trepidation upon realizing that Kaguya had emerged from her seal. Swiftly, he surged towards the two. Before Naruto could close the distance, a black portal suddenly manifested beneath Hinata's feet, and she fell through it before she could react. Kaguya, I shall vanquish you. Naruto's murderous intent surged forth. Having just reunited with Hinata, he could not allow any further mishaps. He drew upon the boundless power of his crimson aura and unleashed a sword strike towards Kaguya, the blade's radiance obscuring the sky and tearing through the surrounding space. Kaguya-hime, who had been focused on countering Hinata, had just utilized the yellow spring of Birizaka to transport Hinata to her initial dimensional space when she suddenly sensed an intense, searing light approaching from behind. Before the sword light reached her, the earth beneath her feet, along with her hair and garments, was instantaneously incinerated. Kaguya's body was enveloped in a cold sweat as she was gripped by sheer horror. In an instant, she activated the yellow spring of Birizaka, transporting herself to safety. She realized that the sword light contained not only the capacity to melt all it touched, but also the powers of the world and the soul. Had she been struck by that light, her demise would have been inevitable. A flash of sword light cleaved the moon in the sky, splitting it into two halves that subsequently melted under the intense heat. At this moment, Naruto arrived at the location where Hinata had just battled Kaguya-hime. Hinata. Naruto grasped the crimson twilight sword, a vibrant halo swirling around him, his entire being ablaze with crimson flames, distorting the surrounding space. He stood like an unparalleled deity in the void. Naruto, is it really you? A portal suddenly materialized in the air before Naruto, and Hinata's head emerged from the dimensional passage. Having recently fallen victim to Kaguya's genjutsu, she was uncertain if she was ensnared in another illusion. It is I. I am truly relieved that you are safe. Upon seeing Hinata emerge from the portal, Naruto's anxieties dissipated. Ever since Hinata had vanished, he had been on edge. Traversing into the world of Naruto, if something had happened to his beloved wife, the journey would have felt utterly futile. Be careful. Naruto swiftly grasped Hinata and pulled her into his embrace, teleporting them to safety. He sensed an icy presence emanating from the portal where Hinata had just been, as countless tendrils of frost began to spread forth. In the instant they departed, an overwhelming chill enveloped the area, freezing the void and forming an immense expanse of ice and snow, within which Kaguya's colossal statue loomed. Naruto, it seems we are ensnared in a space of her creation. As Hinata spoke, the ground beneath Naruto transformed into a sea of lava, with another statue of Kaguya rising from the molten depths, an unending flow of magma surging forth, threatening to engulf them. Is this the realm of the celestial? Naruto mused. However, you are far from mastering the flames I wield. The crimson twilight sword flew from his hand, expanding in the air and effortlessly absorbing the relentless magma. In the next moment, a tremendous gravitational force grasped at Naruto and Hinata, yet this feeble pull was nothing to Naruto. He had faced far greater gravitational challenges while ascending the 99 steps of reality. With immense strength, Naruto plummeted downward, and upon his landing, Kaguya's supergravity realm fractured, vast cracks spreading through the space, ultimately shattering the entire domain along with her statue. You are no inhabitant of the ninja world. Who exactly are you? Following a tumultuous shift in the surroundings, Naruto and Hinata found themselves in the open air, where Kaguya bore a bloody mark at the corner of her mouth. Having sustained injuries in their recent clash, she appeared utterly disheveled. Her long hair, cascading to the ground, had been singed away, and the garment adorned with black magatama patterns had vanished, leaving her completely exposed at a distance. Yet, Kaguya showed no inclination to cover herself. My goodness, could you not at least put on some clothing? Naruto was taken aback by Kaguya's exhibitionism, though he couldn't deny that her figure was remarkable. Previously, her voluminous white robes had concealed her form, but now it was nothing short of perfection. Any additional flesh would appear excessive, and any less would be insufficient. How shameless. Naruto, you mustn't look. At this moment, Hinata also came to her senses. She swiftly covered Naruto's eyes. However, she overlooked the fact that Naruto had his spiritual awareness fully activated, rendering her gesture futile. Merely a shell, what is there to conceal? Kaguya was entirely indifferent to such trivialities. At her level, the matters between men and women had long ceased to hold significance. Nevertheless, she donned a garment, and with a wave of her hand, she adorned herself with a white robe emblazoned with red magatama patterns. At this point, Hinata released her hold on Naruto's eyes, and he scrutinized Kaguya before slowly speaking. I am Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha, and in a certain sense, I might even refer to you as grandmother. This was not Naruto's attempt to mock Kaguya, for in the original narrative, he was the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, while Kaguya was the mother of the sage. Thus, by this lineage, Kaguya could indeed be considered Naruto's grandmother. You speak nonsense. I do not sense any trace of bloodline from you, Kaguya replied, her brow furrowed and her expression laced with anger. This individual claimed to be her grandson, yet she felt no blood connection, although the young girl by his side was indeed her descendant. To be precise, I am the reincarnation of your true grandson. However, his soul may have long been extinguished by my hand, and I chose not to inherit his abilities. Naruto shrugged, expressing his resignation. Before his crossing into this realm, Naruto's soul might have been Ashura, but it had since been replaced by the Naruto who had traversed into this world. You seek death. Kaguya seethed with rage upon hearing Naruto's words. A massive purple beam erupted from the vertical eye on her forehead, aimed directly at Naruto and Hinata. Is this level of spiritual attack manageable? Naruto's eyes emitted two beams of golden light. One collided with Kaguya's purple beam, resulting in a silent annihilation of both forces in the air, while his other beam pierced straight into Kaguya's vertical eye. Kaguya was momentarily stunned, a drop of crimson blood trickling from her nine-tomo Sharingan, as her spirit was severely wounded by Naruto. It seemed that Hinata and Naruto shared an unspoken connection, as a spatial passage opened directly before Kaguya, allowing Naruto's fist to surge forth and land a powerful blow against Kaguya's chest. Chapter 125. Kaguya's footsteps. Naruto's punch contained all the attributes he had comprehended along with his own spiritual energy, and he also drew upon the power of his inner world. What appeared to be an ordinary punch was, in truth, infused with the strength of a small universe. Poof! Kaguya let out a muffled groan, blood spewing forth as her body was propelled away like a cannonball, crashing through numerous colossal meteors. Naruto's relentless assault resembled a tempest, while Hinata coordinated with him to open spatial passages, making Naruto's fists seem omnipresent. Kaguya was battered about in the air, akin to a ping-pong ball, as Naruto's fists connected perfectly with her trajectory, as if she were inadvertently colliding with them. Done. This divine tree's fruit is indeed extraordinary. After a long while, Naruto carried the unconscious Kaguya Otsutsuki, her body marred by several gaping wounds, all inflicted by him. However, her remarkable regenerative abilities were evident, as he sensed her injuries healing slowly. Uchiha Madara, despite possessing Hashirama's cells, could not recover from Naruto's blows, nor could the minor lord who invaded the ninja world. Yet, Kaguya, severely wounded by Naruto, was gradually mending. Much of her power stemmed from the fruit of the god tree, and even before consuming it, her prowess was formidable. Otherwise, she would not have easily ambushed Otsutsuki Ishiki, who held a higher status than her. Kaguya likely harbored many secrets. What should I do with her? Hinata watched in awe as Naruto held the contemptuous Kaguya aloft, akin to a mere chick. Her admiration for him deepened. This was her beloved, an indomitable force against any foe, providing her with an unwavering sense of security. This individual cannot be killed just yet. I have many questions to pose. Naruto first bound Kaguya's soul with a shackle, then unleashed a burst of colorful chakra, ensnaring her firmly before casting her into the void. He approached Hinata, enveloping her in a tight embrace. My darling, promise me, no more heroics. You cannot fathom my worry. As Hinata fell into the spatial rift, Naruto was truly fearful, dreading her complete disappearance. She let out a soft whimper, a blush blooming on her cheeks, and obediently nodded in his arms. Naruto, I love you. After a while, Hinata lifted her gaze, gazing dreamily at Naruto, her eyes glazed and her cheeks tinted with a captivating flush. In an instant, Naruto felt a rush of warmth, and his feelings for Hinata erupted. He captured her lips with a fervent kiss. Holding her tightly, as if to merge their beings, Hinata reciprocated passionately, nearly breathless from the kiss, unable to suppress a soft moan. Time seemed to stand still, although they had been apart for merely 5 or 6 days. It felt as if years had passed since they last met. This ordeal deepened their appreciation for one another, solidifying their love. Romantic entanglements are so tiresome. Just as Naruto and Hinata were about to indulge in an eternal kiss, Kaguya's jarring voice interrupted, abruptly halting their embrace. Hinata, startled like a frightened rabbit, buried her face shyly in Naruto's chest. Seriously, can't you keep quiet for once? Naruto seethed with fury, landing a series of punches upon Kaguya's face, who groaned softly before slipping into unconsciousness once more. Looking down at Hinata, Naruto regained his composure. He had almost crossed a line with her. Her youth weighed heavily on his heart, and he wished for time to hasten. Cradling Hinata, he carried Kaguya to the Yum village shrine, far removed from the recent battle's chaos. Speak. What is your purpose in the ninja world? Who else belongs to the Otsutsuki clan? Where is their stronghold located? What role do you play within the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto infused a wisp of the sap of a small tree into Kaguya, who, gravely injured and struck down, slowly began to awaken. Naruto immediately bombarded her with a series of questions, as this was precisely what he yearned to uncover. Haha. You actually know of the Otsutsuki clan's existence. I never imagined that in the ninja world created by my rebellious son, someone like you would emerge. Kaguya gazed at Naruto with unbridled excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Without waiting for Naruto's response, she continued, Let us collaborate, Naruto, to confront the Otsutsuki clan together. Oh, I do not believe you possess the qualifications to cooperate with me, Naruto replied, looking down at Kaguya. Although the Otsutsuki clan was indeed a common enemy, Kaguya was not particularly benevolent towards the ninja world. She viewed its inhabitants as mere cattle, to be slaughtered at will. And now, having become a captive of Naruto, she audaciously sought to ally with him. Haha, how amusing to be underestimated by a mere mortal. My current power is but a fraction of what it once was, and when I fully regain my strength, not only the Otsutsuki clan, but the entire multiverse shall bow before me, Kaguya declared, her face brimming with arrogance. Hehe, look, a little cow is flying in the sky. Why do you not proclaim yourself the sovereign of the multiverse? Naruto retorted. Hearing his words, Hinata could not help but laugh. Having spent considerable time with Naruto, she understood the essence of his jest. What? You doubt my words? Before the great world shattered, I was the sovereign of a realm. The Otsutsuki clan is merely a band of servants who pilfered a portion of my power, easily extinguishable at my whim. Kaguya, stung by the mockery from Naruto and Hinata, became infuriated, and in her desperation, she revealed many secrets. Is that so? If you are indeed so formidable, how have you fallen to this state? Upon hearing Kaguya's words, Naruto was profoundly shaken. He had always assumed that Kaguya's status within the Otsutsuki clan was not high, merely a result of her ruthless tactics and cunning. However, her implication hinted at a far more significant identity, that of a powerful being before the great world was shattered. During the great contest of the myriad immortals, when the great world was torn asunder, I too was gravely injured in that battle, compelled to relinquish my physical form, my essence cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Kaguya recounted her tale to Naruto and Hinata, revealing that prior to the world's fragmentation, she was a deity ruling over her domain. When war erupted, her true form was shattered, and a fragment of her soul was cast into reincarnation, becoming part of the Otsutsuki clan. Originally, the members of the Otsutsuki clan were her servants, but after the world's destruction, many of her subordinates perished, and those servants seized the opportunity to usurp her power. As fragments of her past memories began to awaken, Kaguya infiltrated the Otsutsuki clan, inciting them to cultivate the god tree in the ninja world. For it was the only remaining fragment of the great world, the domain she once governed. Her purpose for coming to the ninja world was to restore her former strength. Chapter 126. The key to the Sun Palace. Naruto was astonished to discover that Kaguya hailed from such a formidable lineage. A powerful being from an era before the great world was shattered. Gamamaru had once mentioned to Naruto that prior to the world's fragmentation, mighty warriors were abundant, and sages were as common as rain, marking an extraordinarily glorious epoch wherein the realm of sages was scarcely acknowledged. For Kaguya to have risen as a sovereign during such a time replete with formidable entities, her prowess in her prime must have been immensely formidable. Tell me about the era before the great world shattered, Naruto implored, harboring a yearning for that period and a keen desire to learn about its illustrious figures. Countless immortals vied for a singular opportunity, Kaguya reminisced, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia, yet she abruptly closed them in anguish. I cannot recall. While I have awakened fragments of my past life's memories, many remain incomplete, as I am but a remnant soul reincarnated. Speak to me of the current Otsutsuki clan, in as much detail as possible, he urged, noticing the turmoil and suffering etched across Kaguya's visage, realizing that further inquiries might yield little fruit. Before the great world shattered, we were exceptional beings among humanity, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Some could even vanquish deities. My sister selected a portion of these beings and bestowed upon them divine powers, designating them as our divine servants. However, after our defeat in the great competition among immortals, they infiltrated us, seizing our residual divine powers and usurping our positions. At this juncture, a tempestuous fury flickered in Kaguya's eyes. Once loyal servants had turned traitorous, and it was a sentiment that would evoke resentment in anyone. However, Naruto opined that this was likely a case of flawed leadership, for both Kaguya and her sons also exemplified the traits of betrayal. The core members of the Otsutsuki clan were few, yet one individual proved particularly troublesome. She nearly inherited half of my sister's divine power. Had it not been for my fear of her, I would not have needed to create the White Zetsu army to delay their advance. These two rebellious offspring have completely derailed my plans. Otherwise, I might have succeeded by now. Your sister? Naruto furrowed his brow, aware of Kaguya's sons and their betrayal, but having never heard of her sister. The original Naruto series did not elucidate Kaguya's backstory, let alone mention her sister. Before the great world shattered, my sister was the goddess of the sun, and I, the goddess of the moon. She governed the day while I presided over the night. Yet, she too suffered grave injuries during the competition among immortals, ultimately falling victim to her own servants. Wait, you are not being truthful. Your clan's purpose in the ninja world transcends mere pursuit of the god tree's fruit. Naruto countered. The Otsutsuki clan appears to covet other realms as well. What is it that draws you to this world? At this moment, Naruto began to unravel the intricate web of these revelations, the origins of the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya's lineage. Yet Kaguya persistently evaded one pivotal question, the true motive behind their arrival in the ninja world. Although Kaguya claimed that her motivation for inciting the Otsutsuki clan to the ninja world was to restore her powers, one would assume that her objective was fulfilled after consuming the fruit of the divine tree. Yet, her strength has not returned to its zenith, indicating that she must be concealing more from Naruto. It matters not to share this with you. The fruit of the divine tree is merely the first step of my grand design, aimed at acquiring the key to the Sun Palace. Within that palace lies a contingency set by my sister, potent enough to restore my might. Moreover, It is highly probable that it harbors clues to the opportunity for which myriad immortals once vied. An opportunity one suspect is hidden within the ninja world. What? Do you mean to say that there was no victor at that time? That opportunity still exists? Before the great world shattered, the contest among the myriad immortals was solely for the pursuit of a single opportunity. Naruto believed that ultimately a victor would emerge to seize that chance. However, according to Kaguya, that opportunity remains elusive. Had there been a victor back then, the current state of the ninja world would not be so fractured. Nor would there be any strife among the realms. Everything would have long been unified. Thus, I surmise that no one managed to claim that opportunity in those days. Regrettably, I am but a fragment of a soul reincarnated. My memories are far from complete. Upon hearing Kaguya's words, Naruto sank into deep contemplation. The shattered great world of the myriad immortals resulted in no one obtaining that opportunity. What exactly is this opportunity? Assuming it is concealed within the ninja world, where might it be hidden? The ninja world is but a tiny speck, hardly grand enough to conceal any significant opportunity. Indeed, Kaguya's purpose in coming to the ninja world extends far beyond merely planting the divine tree. The millennium spent nurturing the fruit was solely to acquire a key, the key to the Sun Palace. So, you mean that the vertical eye upon your forehead is the key to the Sun Palace? After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, Kaguya awakened the Rinne Sharingan, leading Naruto to deduce that the Rinne Sharingan serves as the key to the Sun Palace. To unlock the Sun Palace, 3 conditions must be met: the Rinne Sharingan, the Sun God Sword, and the true blood of the Sun Goddess. Currently, I possess the Rinne Sharingan and the true blood of the Sun Goddess, while the sword you hold is the Sun God Sword. Thus, our collaboration is only natural. As their conversation progressed, Kaguya's wounds had nearly healed, yet Naruto remained unfazed. Physical wounds may mend swiftly, but the injuries to her soul are not so easily repaired. Even if her wounds were to heal, she would remain bound by Naruto's constraints. You overlook one crucial matter. You are now my captive, and everything you possess is mine, be it the Rinne Sharingan or the true blood of the Sun Goddess. Once I eliminate you, I shall possess it all. Naruto had not anticipated that his Chikage sword was indeed the weapon of the Sun Goddess. No wonder it emanated such intense fiery energy. He did not fully trust Kaguya's words, for this woman's cunning and ruthlessness are unparalleled. Collaborating with her would undoubtedly be akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Haha, you are aware that within the Otsutsuki clan, there exists an heir possessing half of my sister's divine power. Do you think she is oblivious to these matters? Have you considered why I have managed to survive unscathed until now? Do you mean that member of the Otsutsuki clan can ascertain our location at any moment? Kaguya is utterly indifferent to Naruto's threats. She is indeed not his adversary, yet she possesses her own trump cards and is not to be trifled with. Kaguya continued, "It is not the case that I cannot, but when the Sun Palace is activated, I will be the first to know its location. The power of the Rinne Sharingan and the true blood of the Sun Goddess have long since fused with me. If I perish, those two will dissipate alongside me, and the location of the Sun Palace is known solely to me." Naruto furrowed his brow slightly, for the situation appeared exceedingly intricate. The member of the Otsutsuki clan is aware of the Sun Palace, and upon its activation, she will immediately sense its whereabouts. It seems she intends to play the role of the cunning hunter. Currently, the Otsutsuki clan wields absolute power, regardless of Kaguya's maneuvers. As long as she activates the Sun Palace, she will be informed at once, placing her in an invulnerable position. Both Kaguya and Naruto hold half of the key, yet it is highly probable that they merely serve to adorn the Otsutsuki clan. Neither Naruto nor Kaguya appears to possess any advantage. It is a matter of how the impending conflict among the 3 parties unfolds, and who will seize the initiative. Chapter 127. The Land of Fortuitous Encounters for Naruto. The Sun Palace and the opportunity of contention among the myriad immortals hold little significance. From the very beginning, his sole purpose has been to protect those he cherishes. The Otsutsuki clan remains an unavoidable foe. Naruto finds himself in a quandary over whether to collaborate with Kaguya. Eliminating her could allow him to progress in his training at a steady pace, yet such an approach would inevitably slow his advancement. As his cultivation deepens, the challenges of training become increasingly formidable, and even the Yin-Yang secret realm fails to satisfy his daily practice. The Sun Palace, as Kaguya speaks of it, undoubtedly harbors many treasures that could enhance one's cultivation, yet entering the Sun Palace would mean confronting the strongest of the Otsutsuki clan. No, The strongest among the Otsutsuki must have certain constraints. Otherwise, she could easily suppress us with her overwhelming power. Her allowing you to roam freely is not the action of a wise individual. You are astute. I have not misjudged you. Firstly, she has not fully mastered that power. And this realm of ninjas is exceptionally unique. Even if she were to descend in her true form, her power would still be limited. This is also the reason I have remained in the ninja realm, and she has not allowed me to wander freely. She has consistently stifled my growth. My two sons are indeed her handiwork. What? They are not the offspring of you and the prince of the land of ancestors? Naruto had previously been perplexed as to why Kaguya's two biological sons would oppose him. He never realized that the Otsutsuki clan was orchestrating the discord. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kaguya's expression darkened immediately, as if she had been insulted. Humph. It is merely those ignorant humans who weave such fabrications. How could mere mortals be worthy of me? If I were to procreate, I would choose one of the strongest from the myriad realms. Otherwise, reproduction would be rendered utterly meaningless. There indeed exist two narratives surrounding the birth of Kaguya and her sons. One version tells of her union with the prince of the land of ancestors, who ultimately betrayed her. Consumed by love turned to hatred, Kaguya ingested the fruit of the divine tree and began to mercilessly slaughter humanity. In a noble act of sacrifice, her two sons chose to seal their mother away for the greater good of mankind. This tale possesses a distinctly fairy tale quality. However, fairy tales are often deceptive. Naruto, once skeptical of its veracity, has now received confirmation from Kaguya herself. In an alternative version, Kaguya is portrayed as an ascetic devoid of any emotional ties. With her two sons born under the auspices of humanity, a blessing, which in reality is merely a stratagem of the Otsutsuki clan designed to curtail Kaguya's growth. It is evident that they have achieved their objective. Is the Sun Palace not located in the shinobi world? There exists a fundamental rule within the shinobi world. The emergence of power surpassing that of the sages is strictly forbidden. Were the Sun Palace indeed situated within this realm, there would be no need to fear the Otsutsuki clan, for Naruto is invincible within the shinobi world. Kaguya shook her head, stating, though it is called the Sun Palace, it is a realm unto itself. Were it within the shinobi world, I would not have had to wait until now. Cooperation is not out of the question, but I wish to understand the benefits of collaborating with you. At present, Naruto's prowess renders him unmatched in the shinobi world, safeguarded by the rules that disallow the rise of powers exceeding that of the sages. He has contemplated remaining hidden within this world, yet his progress is exceedingly sluggish. And who knows when a formidable adversary might emerge to shatter this rule. Simply assist me in stalling the Otsutsuki clan, and I shall grant you half of the treasures within the Sun Palace, which abounds with countless invaluable artifacts and is infused with the essence of both the sun and the moon. A mere mortal entering there can attain immortality. Upon sensing Naruto's willingness to cooperate, Kaguya's countenance brightened, and she began to coax him gently. For me, the Sun Palace is dispensable. If you cannot offer any tangible benefits, then our discourse is futile. Naruto's expression darkened at Kaguya's vague promises, perceiving her intentions to make him a mere pawn in her schemes as rather presumptuous. Setting aside whether the Sun Palace truly possesses what she claims, even if it does, what would it matter to him once she regains her strength? I can bear you an heir as a token of assurance. Would that alleviate your concerns? Kaguya understood that without substantial incentives, she could not sway Naruto, yet currently, she lacked any compelling leverage. How naive. Naruto, let us simply eliminate her. Naruto remained silent, while Hinata, standing nearby, glared fiercely at Kaguya, protectively positioning herself behind Naruto, much like a pig guarding its food. Seeing Hinata's demeanor, Naruto could only chuckle in disbelief. The notion of procreating with Kaguya was utterly preposterous. Not only would Hinata vehemently oppose it, but he himself would as well. There existed no emotional foundation between him and Kaguya, and as an ascetic, she was incapable of forming attachments. This was akin to attempting to bear a child with a block of wood. Humph. I fail to comprehend why you humans place such immense significance on such matters. It is merely the act of procreation. Upon observing Hinata's behavior, Kaguya expressed her profound confusion, perceiving the matter as rather mundane. I apologize, but I harbor no interest in procreating with you. You fail to comprehend the romance of choosing a city to settle down in and finding a lifelong partner. You would do well to present me with some compelling incentive to act. Otherwise, I shall adhere to my beloved's wishes and eliminate you forthwith. Naruto took Hinata's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. The notion of choosing a city to grow old in and encountering a partner to share a lifetime with was precisely what she desired. Kaguya's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she seemed to conceive an idea. She addressed Naruto, stating, "Your current cultivation level has likely reached a bottleneck. I am aware of a place of fortuitous encounters, but the extent of your gains therein is entirely contingent upon your own abilities." According to Kaguya's description, it was a secret realm known only to a select few, existing even before the great world was shattered, ungoverned by any authority, rife with both peril and opportunity. Some who ventured inside never emerged, while others experienced meteoric advancements in their cultivation. Some, however, returned empty-handed. In her past life, it was within this realm that Kaguya ascended to become the sovereign of a dimension. "Naruto, you must not go. What if it is a trap? What if she is deliberately deceiving you into entering?" Hinata harbored deep skepticism regarding Kaguya's words, believing her to be persistently misleading Naruto. In truth, this was part of my plan. Before activating the Sun Palace, I too shall venture there, though I cannot fully articulate my reasons for doing so. To demonstrate my sincerity, you may bind me throughout the journey. Naruto recognized that Kaguya had undoubtedly withheld certain truths about the Sun Palace, thus his interest in it was somewhat diminished. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of the place of fortuitous encounters she spoke of. Kaguya was not his adversary, and with her currently injured and her soul and body restrained, he felt no apprehension regarding any tricks she might attempt. Chapter 128. The Convergence of All Realms, Finale. To prevent Kaguya from escaping, Naruto once more placed a soul lock upon her. The place of fortuitous encounters lay deep within the starry cosmos, a considerable distance from their current location. Kaguya possessed the coordinates to that realm, and with Hinata's ability to open spatial portals, they could swiftly reach their destination by continuously activating the portals in the direction of the coordinates. The trio found themselves amidst a kaleidoscopic nebula, which from afar resembled the human brain, imbued with mystery and the unknown. This was the place of fortuitous encounters, as described by Kaguya. "How do we enter?" Naruto inquired, gripping Kaguya with one hand while holding Hinata's hand with the other, gazing at the enigmatic nebula ahead. "We have already entered." Kaguya's words had barely left her lips when the nebula before them began to part gradually, akin to the slow unveiling of a cinematic prologue, revealing an unknown, mystical world. As the nebula dissipated, a tall figure emerged, wielding a sword and standing amidst the starry river, rising against a backdrop of profound darkness. His silhouette radiated boundless power and majesty, embodying a ruler who commanded all existence. Before him, an endless swirl of black mist churned, imparting an indescribable sense of oppression. The scene profoundly shocked the three individuals, who found themselves unable to suppress their reverence for the silhouette of the man before them. Within the black mist lay the semblance of a terrifying adversary. The man wielded his sword, and the image before them instantly warped and shattered. It was merely a recollection of the past, yet astonishingly, the figure within the vision seemed capable of influencing the present. What an immense power this is! Kaguya Otsutsuki, witnessing this spectacle, suddenly spoke, her voice trembling with a deep sense of awe. "Who is he?" Naruto inquired, gripping Hinata's hand tightly, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I do not know," Kaguya replied, shaking her head, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over her. With fragmented memories, she could not glean any further information. Naruto's mind raced. Who was this enigmatic figure that commanded such respect from Kaguya, a being of immense strength before the world fractured? As Naruto pondered, the imagery within the nebula materialized once more. The same man's silhouette appeared, standing amidst a devastated and withered world. His battle attire tattered and his sword reduced to a mere fragment. Naruto could scarcely fathom the harrowing battles he must have endured. The man gestured, and before him arose a barren mountain, with 99 stone steps gradually unfurling from the base to the summit, where two portals slowly emerged. How can it be? Naruto's heart raced. The mountain and portals depicted were tangible, and the real location had long since merged with his inner realm. Fortune. This was the coveted opportunity that all the immortals sought, and he had seized it. Upon witnessing this, Kaguya erupted into a frenzied scream. Yet at that moment, Naruto was oblivious to her words, for the next scene left him utterly astounded. every hair on his body standing on end. He beheld the man, arms outstretched, gazing skyward as if chanting something. For reasons unknown, Naruto recognized the words spoken by the man. They mirrored the ethereal voice that had echoed within his own mind. As the man chanted, a magnificent palace began to materialize in the air. This is the Hall of Reincarnation. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. The Hall of Reincarnation had fully manifested in the real world, intricately linked to his own inner domain. Before he could contemplate further, the scene shifted again. After completing his incantation, the mysterious man abruptly turned to Naruto, offering a smile, only for his grand form to shatter, ultimately transforming into a barren mountain. As the imagery within the nebula faded entirely, simultaneously, within Naruto's inner realm, the ethereal voice reemerged, whispering like a celestial spirit, weeping like a divine entity. For reasons unknown, Naruto finally comprehended the message conveyed. When the past and future converge, the world shall be reformed, restoring all to reality. In that instant, clarity dawned upon Naruto. He realized that he, Lu Bo, and the mysterious man were all facets of himself. It became apparent that everything had been part of his grand design, and a multitude of insights surged within him, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Naruto found himself in a state of profound uncertainty regarding his own power, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. With a mere gesture, he could shatter celestial bodies, and with a fleeting thought, traverse the fabric of time and space. He felt like the sovereign of all existence, where the mysteries of the universe lay bare before him. Naruto, are you still the same? Hinata, sensing the transformation within him, became anxious. The aura surrounding Naruto had shifted dramatically, and for a fleeting moment, Hinata perceived a resemblance between him and Kaguya, both seemingly indifferent to all life and existence. Of course, I remain myself. Just as my love for you remains unchanged by any circumstance, Naruto reassured her with a smile, embracing her. Seeing his sunlit grin, as warm and radiant as ever, Hinata finally felt at ease. What had just transpired? Kaguya gazed at Naruto in sheer terror, sensing an innate fear emanating from him, akin to that of a servant before a master. Naruto cast a meaningful glance at Kaguya, prompting her to lower her head in respectful silence. Turning his attention to Hinata, his eyes filled with tenderness, he said, "My dear, please wait for me." Hinata nestled into his embrace, nodding obediently. Naruto then opened his palm, revealing two worlds within it. One was the sun palace that Kaguya had long schemed for, and the other the high heaven where the Otsutsuki clan resided. With a slight exertion of his hand, a woman appeared amidst them, radiating a gentle golden light, capable of warming all beings. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Kaguya, yet her demeanor was entirely different. "Master." Kaguya and the woman bowed respectfully to Naruto. She was none other than Kaguya's sister, the sun goddess. While Kaguya embodied cold aloofness, her sister exuded warmth and approachability, as if they were destined opposites. Yet, in this moment, both stood before Naruto in utmost reverence, daring not to overstep their bounds. 10 years later, in the Hokage's office within the shinobi world, the clock had struck midnight. 10 exhausted figures, including Konoha, slumped over a desk piled high with documents. 7th Hokage, here is the personnel list from the fairy world recently reclaimed by Jiraiya and Kakashi. Shikamaru and Temari entered the office, each cradling a hefty stack of files. Did I not order a halt to the reclamation of worlds? Where are those two old geezers, Kakashi and Jiraiya? Konoha gazed at the files in despair. After collecting materials from the fairy world, they proceeded to reclaim the demon realm. Shikamaru replied with a resigned shrug. Since Naruto's return from the moon a decade ago, the threats to the shinobi world had been completely eradicated, leading to its unification. As the shinobi world flourished, numerous powers from beyond its borders began to emerge. These factions came forth to pledge their allegiance, thereby initiating the grand plan for the unification of all realms. This monumental endeavor saw the 6th Hokage Kakashi abandon his post after 7 years, passing the mantle to Konoha. At the outset, Konoha was brimming with excitement. However, upon assuming the role of Hokage, he was met with an unending avalanche of administrative duties. To manage these responsibilities, Konoha found himself conjuring multiple shadow clones daily. For the current Hokage was not merely overseeing a modest village, but a vast realm where countless worlds had amalgamated into the ninja world. The expanse of the ninja realm had grown more than 100-fold, compelling Konohamaru to issue a temporary decree against accepting outside influences. Nevertheless, the fervor of his predecessors proved irresistible. Although most factions from the myriad worlds had already aligned themselves with the ninja realm, a portion remained obstinate in their refusal to submit. Kakashi and Jiraiya, championing the cause of expansion, had reclaimed a kingdom of maidens for Konohamaru one day, only to return with a fairy realm the next, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. As for Sasuke and Itachi, unlike Kakashi and Jiraiya, who would only bring back one world at a time and spend considerable time gathering resources, the duo of Sasuke and Itachi posed the greatest challenge for Konohamaru. Their prowess was so formidable that he received 5 or 6 reports of triumph daily, translating to the acquisition of multiple worlds in a single day. For years, Konohamaru had been consumed by this relentless task. They had ventured to conduct military training for the denizens of the demon realm, one of the original triad of the most potent forces among the myriad worlds. Though Sasuke and Itachi had long subdued this faction, its members were notoriously rebellious, occasionally stirring unrest. Whenever discontent brewed in any world, it was Sasuke and Itachi who would step in to restore order through rigorous training. Alas, I now comprehend why my master was so reluctant to assume the mantle of Hokage, Konohamaru mused, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Indeed, Naruto has seemingly vanished to indulge in a carefree existence. On a secluded island in the South Pacific, there resided a luxurious estate, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. This locale was referred to as the Pearl of the Pacific, yet its ownership remained shrouded in mystery, with no nation or power daring to encroach upon it. On the southern beach of the island, Naruto lounged lazily on a sunbed, clad in floral shorts and bare-chested. Engrossed in a video game, Tsunade, donning a light blue bikini, occasionally fed him fruit, while Kaguya and the sun goddess respectfully stood behind them, holding umbrellas. In the distance, Sakura and Hinata, also in bikinis, joyfully engaged in a game of beach volleyball, their laughter ringing like silver bells through the air.